My dad is a mighty and handsome brown male lion. My mom is a beautiful and virtuous yellow lioness. But I am a small white lion with a shiny black body. Mom was so angry that she beat Dad for 3 days and 3 nights. Dad then beat the next door hyena for 7 days and 7 nights, but still couldn't find out about my bloodline. In a fit of anger, Dad took a young lioness and left home, and Mom went out to look for Dad but never returned. 2 irresponsible things, just leaving me to fend for myself. At this moment, I, who have not eaten for 3 days, am already weak from hunger, but I didn't have time to grieve and lament. After a brief thought, I decided to find the lion pack first. This is my only chance to survive on the grassland. And the grassland at night hides countless dangers. Even if I am lucky enough to survive, without mastering the hunting skills, I will eventually starve to death. Thinking this, I took a deep breath and staggered towards the direction where the scent of the lion pack was left, chasing after it. However, the next second, I fell to the ground with my face first. Time, hunger, pain, and discomfort from falling all over my body made me acutely aware that I was weak to the extreme. Just when I thought I was going to starve to death, a somewhat illusory gray-black panel suddenly appeared before my eyes. The self-discipline challenge has begun. Please choose one of the following 3 challenges to complete the self-discipline challenge and you will receive the corresponding title. Challenge 1, Clean Lion. Take a shower 3 times a day for a week. Challenge 2, Rampaging Lion. Walk more than 20,000 steps every day for a week. Challenge 3, Speeding Lion. Run for 2 hours every day at a speed of no less than 30 kilometers per hour for a week. I blinked my eyes, confirmed that it was not an illusion, and finally felt a little comfort in my originally cold heart. I quickly chose the challenge of the rampaging lion after a quick glance. The strong desire to survive made me stand up and continue to hobble forward. Running. The clean lion's help to his current situation is not very significant, and the wild lion is unable to complete it. More importantly, the 3 challenges last at least 7 days. And whether one can survive for 7 days is still a question. The most important thing now is to catch up with the lion pack. I don't know how long I have been walking on this grassland until night falls, with the bright moon hanging high. I only feel that my consciousness has become blurred, while my body has long been numb, and now it is purely the soul driving the body forward. Fortunately, the scent left by the lion group has become even stronger. Finally, at the moment of complete exhaustion, I saw a group of lions with all sorts of sleeping postures under the shade of the trees not far away. Finally found the lion pride. I felt excited inside, but I know that the test of survival may have just begun. Seeing the only awake lioness in the pride, the blood connection made me realize instantly that she was my birth mother. I didn't hesitate at all, limping towards the lioness. I can only take a gamble now, praying that she is still willing to nurse me. I was surprised that my mother did not refuse me as I had imagined, but looked at me with a loving gaze, then slowly leaned down and let me suckle. I didn't drink too much, and when the feeling of hunger dissipated, I stopped eating, because I am afraid that drinking too much will cause my mother's displeasure. After eating and drinking enough, I started to walk briskly near the lion herd. Although each step is very small, the frequency is astonishingly fast. Before, in order to find the pride of lions, I had already walked more than 12,000 steps. Now, I only need to walk less than 8,000 steps to complete today's self-discipline challenge. I don't know how long has passed, but finally seeing the number on the virtual screen reach 20,000, I breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, both my physical and mental strength have reached their limits. I can no longer hold on at this moment, and as soon as I close my eyes, I fall into a deep sleep. The next morning, when I woke up, the other 3 lionesses had already gone hunting, and the Lion King had also set off to patrol his territory, leaving only the lioness and several other young lions resting. I opened the panel and took a look at the challenge tasks. I found that yesterday's steps had been reset to 0, and a new day's challenge had begun. Perhaps it was because I drank breast milk yesterday. I feel that my condition today has improved a lot, and my small steps have become much lighter and faster. The young lions quickly woke up one after another, playing and frolicking around the lioness. They also naturally saw me not far away, watching the clearly limping but still taking small steps continuously. They all thought that I was not only lame but probably crazy. I ignored their ridicule and continued to focus on walking quickly with small steps. After completing the first self-discipline challenge in 7 days, perhaps a turning point will come. After a long time, the 3 lionesses in charge of hunting and the Lion King returned. Today their harvest was good. They killed a warthog and a warthog cub. They and the Lion King began to enjoy the warthogs, while the warthog cubs were thrown to the young lions. A 2-month-old lion cub can already eat meat, which is also their first meat meal. The lion cubs rushed to the warthog piglets and quickly began to divide the food. I took a look at them and didn't go up to them, because even if I went up to them, I couldn't compete with them. It's better to wait for the mother to finish eating and then ask the mother to feed them. When I think of this, I continue to use small steps to start counting my steps. However, at this moment, a bloody piece of meat suddenly appeared in front of me. I looked up in confusion and saw a very beautiful little lion with golden fur thrown over, which turned out to be my lion sister from the same parents. After dividing up the most warthog meat, it then threw a small piece in front of me. Looking at the bloody raw meat under my feet, although I resisted psychologically, my instincts and body's most primitive craving for raw meat still made me overcome my inner aversion, and then it really smelled good. A lion's senses are very different from a human's. The bloody raw meat surprisingly gave Chun-mo a feeling of satisfaction. Soon the other young lions had finished their portion of the warthog meat. Then the eyes unanimously looked at Chun-mo. One of the young lions that Chun-mo called Curly Hair quickly paid off. Chun-mo took a step back, ready to let the food out of the room. As much as he wanted to go up and slap Curly in the face right now, but strength doesn't allow it. And then the next second, Chun-mo saw that the lion sister, who had finished eating her meat not far away and was ready to sleep, suddenly stood up and ran to his body. Lioness stood quietly in front of the little cripple, her eyes staring menacingly at Curly with an aura. It seems to say again I cover. Curly was scared back. Of all the lion cubs, Lioness is the strongest one and the most battle-hardened. Thank you. Chun-mo didn't know how lions should express their emotions to each other, but he still let out a low roar to show his appreciation. Lioness didn't respond. She just quietly waited for Chun-mo to finish eating the meat, and then returned to Lioness's mom again. Stretched out, got down and fell asleep. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a week had passed. During this week, Chun-mo followed the lions closely, while sticking to the small, broken steps of self-discipline every day. He gave each member of the pride a name to distinguish them. The only male in the pride he calls the soft man because he never hunts for food himself. All they do is eat the soft food of the 4 lionesses. His birth mother was simply called Mama Lion, who was still a bit biased. Though, give yourself the least amount of food or breast milk every time. But it wasn't allowed to starve to death after all. Chun-mo named the lioness Aisha. As for the other lion cubs, Chun-mo named them casually. Ugly oranges, bald hair, bald tails, dog balls. On the last day of the Stormy Lion Self-Discipline Challenge, Chun-mo began his small steps of self-discipline in the early hours of the morning, until the sun rises. Chun-mo, who had already been disciplining himself for more than 6 hours, looked at the self-discipline challenge panel with anticipation. 1998, 199, 200. The moment the Stormy Lion Self-Discipline Challenge progress bar reaches 100%, a line of blue lighted letters popped up on the self-discipline panel. You have completed the self-discipline challenge, Storming Lion, white. Do you equip it? After selecting yes with your mind, Chun-mo suddenly felt a strange energy surging through his limbs like an electric current, imparting a tingling sensation. But the feeling was fleeting, and in just under 2 seconds then it disappeared without a trace along with the energy. In the next second, Chun-mo couldn't help but run. At the moment, he felt his limbs filled with strength. After some rough testing, Chun-mo realized that his running speed had actually more than doubled. Now, not to mention the other cubs, even the lionesses probably don't run as fast as he does. On top of that, he felt his stamina had improved, running wildly through the meadow for 10 minutes, but not feeling tired at all. The effect of Storming Lion far exceeded its mental expectations. It feels good to be self-disciplined. Chun-mo's heart was filled with excitement and grandeur. The magical effect of the golden finger made it realize that it would inevitably become the king of this grassland in the future. Even the one and only king. Stormy Lion, after the self-discipline challenge is complete, the chains on top of the other 2 self-regulation challenges disappeared, while a new self-regulation challenge appeared. The Overeating Lion, white, eat more than 10 kilograms of meat per day for 7 days. According to the effect of Stormbringer Lion, this Stormbringer Lion's word should be good, too. Unfortunately, unless I can hunt myself, devouring 10 kilograms of meat a day is nothing short of a miracle. It's the rainy season. Food is still plentiful, and the lionesses are getting something every day. But the meat distributed to the cubs is ultimately just a little bit. Better go with the Raging Lion. Chun-mo quickly made a decision in his mind. Cleaning Lion, while easier to accomplish, but its effects would most likely not be helpful to him right now. And as soon as Raging Lion sounds like a title that increases one's speed, it complements the Storming Lion. Besides, he had just obtained Stampede Lion, and his stamina had improved. Running for 2 hours a day shouldn't be too hard, right? End of chapter. Chapter 3, The Lion Crisis. Chapter 3, The Lion Crisis. For the next few days, Chun-mo ran around the lions. How can we stagnate when a new self-regulation has emerged? On top of that, Chun-mo was also observing the lionesses' hunts. combining the human mind with the, trying to summarize his own way of fighting. He's going to be independent from the lions one day. Hunting is his instinct. It was also the root of his ability to survive and claim the throne in this grassland in the future. On the other hand, seeing the little cripple who, although limping, had a speed different from that of a normal lion, the other young lions were stunned. It's lame. They think of the little cripple's recent strange behavior, running around the lions with small steps every day. Could it be that was a special training method to be able to run faster on your own? Raging Lion, Self-Discipline Challenge Day 4. Early in the morning, Chen Mo saw several other lion cubs running around their mother with small steps, and even started with small steps when they were playing around. The scene looks very funny and comical. Chen Ma, you guys learned his little step counting trick from him? The problem is that you don't have a system either. He realized that he seemed to have grossly underestimated the intelligence of this pride of lions. This mimicry behavior is clearly a move that only animals with some intelligence can make. The mothers of these lion cubs didn't stop their children's little mincing behavior. After all, the changes in the little cripple were there for all to see. A cripple who was abandoned 10 days ago is now fit as a fiddle. They'd all like to try it if the mini steps weren't so stupid. Forget it, let your own kids try it first and see if it works. Although the lion's mother wondered about the changes that had taken place in the little cripple, but there was more relief and love in his eyes. With enough food, Chen Mo clearly felt that his shriveled body was thriving, plus the bonus of the title. Chen Mo felt that he might soon possess the ability to survive on his own apart from the lions. Maybe a month, maybe a couple months, yet who knows which will come first, tomorrow or the unexpected. On the morning of the 6th day of the Raging Lion Challenge, just as Chen Mo was running wildly around the lions to regulate himself, suddenly two terrible and unfamiliar lion roars were heard in the distance. It's the other lion, and it's on both ends. The lion's father, Softy, wakes up from his sleep and responds with a deafening roar. Then it made a mad dash in the direction of the lion's roar. Chen Mo instantly realized a terrifying fact. There's another stray male lion trespassing on their territory, and it's going to be a fight to the death with the Softy. Chen Mo saw a related documentary at Animal World. The young male lion will challenge the old Lion King, and if he defeats the old Lion King, then it not only gets the old Lion King's territory, but all the lionesses in the pride belong to it as well. As for the old Lion King's cubs, in order to demonstrate his authority to the lionesses, and to bring them into heat again, the new Lion King will brutally kill them all in front of the lionesses. Go Soft Rice Man. If you win, I won't call you Soft Rice Man anymore. I'll call you Lion Dad. No matter how much Chenma disliked his softy guy. At the moment it was also heartily hoped that the soft man would banish the two strange lions and win the battle. He had managed to have a few days of peace and quiet, and he didn't want the peace to be shattered. The lionesses in the pride at the moment were also filled with tension and apprehension in their gazes. All the lion cubs, except for lion's sister Aisha, were shivering and cowering in their mother's arms. After thinking about it, Chen Mo still decided to slip away first. The soft eaters are no longer in their prime, and the other brothers are lions. Its chances of winning are actually very slim. Staying here, in case those two challenging lions won, only death awaited him. If the eating soft rice won, he then cheeky back is. Ow. He growled at Mama Lion and Aisha, trying to get them to run after him. I don't know if they can understand it though. Roar. The lion mom touched Aisha with her paw, then pointed in the direction where Chen Mo escaped. Its meaning was obvious, it was to let his two children run away together. Roar. Aisha milked a growl at her own mother, wanting her to run away with them. Instead, Lioness shook her head and kicked Aisha again, as if urging. Aisha was worried about her mother, though, but in the next second, they also followed Chen Mo in the direction of his escape without hesitation. As for the other lion cubs, some of them wanted to follow and escape together, but looking at their mother beside them, it was not put into action after all. Perhaps they believe their mothers will protect them, or perhaps they trust their strong and majestic father to banish their enemies. Seeing Aisha following behind him, Chen Mo did not feel particularly surprised. He had realized before that the lions of this pride he had been reborn in generally had quite high IQs, especially his lioness, Isa. The intelligence and emotions displayed are even comparable to those of a child of about 10 years of age. After running for an unknown amount of time, the two cubs came to the very edge of the lion's territory. It's relatively safe here. The signaling hormone left behind by the soft eaters will deter other predators. The two cubs looked at the sunset in the distance with a sense of inner turmoil. The battle between the lions should be over. I wonder who won. They don't dare to go back. One could only silently pray in his heart that his father would have the ultimate victory. Chen Mo glanced at the self-discipline challenge, and the progress bar of Raging Lion had come to June 7th. With just one more day of self-discipline tomorrow, it will earn the title of Raging Lion. The next morning, Chen Mo had woken up at dawn. He slept very lightly yesterday, because he had no shelter from the lions. Always beware of the dangers that may arise in the darkness of the night. Might as well get up early and complete the self-discipline challenge. Roar! A childish lion's roar came from beside him. Lioness Aisha had apparently been like him and hadn't even dared to sleep all night. The young lioness, who had originally looked so strong, was now filled with confusion in her eyes. I don't know where to go from here. Roar! Chen Mo pointed to the original direction of the lions. He wanted to see where things stood yesterday. Roar! Aisha nodded, then followed closely behind it. Though I don't know what's happening to my own brother these days, but the amazing speed it had shown before, and its intelligence, which was significantly higher than that of the other lion cubs, had given it a certain amount of trust, even if it doesn't realize it itself. After running for about an hour, running and stopping along the way, Chen Mo stopped mainly to wait for Sister Lion. Storming Lion has dramatically increased its endurance, and Chen Mo can now last for 10 minutes of sprinting. Jogging at an even pace is even better for an hour or more. Finally, near a certain meadow where the lioness is often hunted, Chen Mo once again saw the lion mom, and 3 other lionesses. Their eyes are filled with an undisguised sadness. The results are obvious. Their father lost the war. The leaders of the pride are now the 2 new stray males. As for the other young lions, it was obvious that they were also in a bad way. Without hesitation, Chen Mo turned around and ran. He could no longer return to the lions. If he was found by the lions patrolling the territory, he would only die. End of chapter. Chapter 4 First Hunt, Request for Follow-up. Chapter 4 First Time Hunting, Request for Catch-up Reading. The lion mom apparently saw the 2 cubs as well, and her originally mournful eyes instantly brightened. With that it tore a large chunk of meat from the warthog it had just hunted, trying to keep his 2 kids full, turning back, only to find that his crippled son had run out of sight and, my daughter ran over excitedly instead. Aisha, who had been hungry for most of the day, gobbled down the warthog, before it could take 2 bites. However, the lioness gazed into the distance and suddenly became agitated. Roar! It growled lowly at Aisha, as if urging it to hurry up and leave. Ow! Aisha looked up, blearily at her mother, but she was still greeted by the lioness roar. Seeming to understand what was going on, Aisha looked at her mother again and, then looking at the back of his lame brother as he dashed away, he picked up the meat in his mouth and followed. Once again on the fringes of the lion's territory, Chen Mo realized that today's Raging Lion self-discipline challenge was also nearing completion. Just another 10 minutes of running and you're done. His physical strength was still abundant, so Chen Mo did not stop running. Continued self-discipline. Soon Isa caught up with her, and, looking at her crippled brother, who was running recklessly not far away, its eyes widened. It did not know why its lame brother was so optimistic, but under the influence of its, much of the bewilderment and uncertainty in his mind was washed away. Aisha ate half of the warthog meat, the other half it was going to save for her brother. When the Raging Lion progress bar reached 100%, Chen Mo excitedly looked at the panel. The equipment title was selected, and last time, like an electric current of energy running quickly through the body, as if a genetic lock had been opened, its torso and limbs were strengthened in an instant. The disability of the hind legs was completely cured at this moment. Chen Mo didn't check the newly refreshed challenges first. Instead, I can't wait to feel the changes in my body. It has once again gained a great deal of speed. Compared to before, it's another 50% faster. I'm afraid even a male lion can't catch up with it now. And Chen Mo realized that when he was in a running state, one gets into a marvelous state of mind. The blood boils inside, like it's been pumped with adrenaline. Physical fitness, strength, speed. There are small improvements in all areas such as outbursts. After thinking about it, Chen Mo directly named it as rampage state. Unfortunately, this state doesn't last long, less than a minute at most, but it's enough for hunting. After briefly experiencing the changes brought about by the Raging Lion, it was only then that Chen Mo looked at the self-regulation panel again. As before, both self-regulation challenges, Clean Lion and Overeating Lion, have been unlocked. In place of Raging Lion is a challenge called Observation Lion. Observation Lion, green. Observing 10 different individual organisms each day. Each individual organism shall be observed for no less than 1 hour for 1 month. Will Observing Lion sharpen my observations? Chen Mo guessed at the effects this title might have. This is the first time it's seen the green self-regulation challenge. After a little thought, Chen Mo still chose the Tyrannical Eating Lion self-discipline challenge. Observe Lion, it takes a whole month to discipline yourself. The self-discipline cycle is too long, and in terms of the current situation, the odds are that Overeating Lion is a little better than Observation Lion. It's just a little bit harder. consuming 10 kilograms of meat per day, which is already comparable to its current weight. What's more, after leaving the lions, all food needs to be hunted on your own. Of course, even without accepting this self-imposed challenge, he now had to start hunting on his own. Try it first. After eating the meat brought back by Sister Lion and taking a short rest, Chen Mo returned to the big tree. With a small paw, it gestured at Lion's sister Aisha. The meaning was for Aisha to wait in place while it went out. Not caring whether Lioness understood, Chen Mo ran all the way. Once again, I came to the lush green grass. This is the same area where the lionesses used to hunt. This meadow has lush green grass and is close to a water source, which can be full of herbivores. Chen Mo was ready to start his first hunt here, although this is the territory of the Lion brothers. But now he had more speed and stamina than the lion. So what if the Lion brothers find out? If you can't beat him, you can't run? Chen Mo hid himself in the lush green grass, hunting for the first time. He was ready to be a competent old six. Not far away, a herd of high-horn antelope was leisurely munching on licorice. This is a very good jumping and fast-running antelope, also known as impala, for running fast and being very alert. So even lionesses don't make it their first hunting target. Chen Mo didn't move a muscle and patiently waited for the opportunity to present itself. After about half an hour, a female impala, in order to partake of the more delicious green grass, unconsciously, he was getting farther and farther away from the large troop. While he was getting closer and closer to Chen Mo's hidden position, Chen Mo held his breath, ready to attack when it got a little closer. This female impala took a look at where Chen Mo was. It had actually detected the presence of the cubs, but had not taken them into account. After confirming that there was no lioness present, he still ate the licorice at a leisurely pace. This 2-month-old lion cub, whose milk teeth are just coming in, it can just run around and get away from it for who knows how long. Not to mention the cubs, even the lionesses may not be able to catch up with it. Whoosh! When the impala was less than 5 meters away from Chen Mo did not hesitate to pounce. The double boost of Storming Lion plus Raging Lion made it surprisingly fast. The female impala had just heard the commotion and subconsciously opened her legs to escape. It had been pounced upon by the lion cubs. After pouncing the black gazelle to the ground, Chen Mo opened his mouth and tore towards its throat, trying to deliver a fatal blow. However, what happened next was completely different from what Chen Mo had expected. Its teeth are not fully developed, so it didn't tear the black gazelle's throat as he expected, but only left a bloodstain that wasn't deep or shallow. Subsequently, because of his own lack of strength, even though the impala was flung to the ground, but it soon broke free from its embrace, jumped up high, and began to run away desperately. Chen Mo inwardly froze for half a second. Then he chased after them without hesitation. After breaking free from the cubs, the impala ran at full speed, and his heart couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. I was careless before and didn't flash. It should be safe now, but it guessed wrong. Noticing the wind whistling behind him, the impala couldn't help but look back at almost scared to death. This lion cub doesn't know what kind of drugs he's on. The 30-meter distance that it had just pulled away from the lion cubs in the instant it froze was shortened to less than 10 meters in the blink of an eye, and the distance between the two was still rapidly approaching. While running, Chen Mo entered the berserk state. He felt his heart leap rapidly, his limbs filled with power, and his speed went up another notch. At the moment he was like a sports car with the gas pressed to the floor. The lion's blood boiled, and the cub's eyes flashed with a chilling ferocity. The female impala hadn't had time to think about why this lion cub exuded such a terrifying might and why this lion cub could run so fast. It was then pounced upon once more. This time, Chen Mo didn't choose to rip and bite, but instead used a claw strike. The female gazelle's abdomen was cleanly torn apart. With the boost from the berserk state, Chen Mo's power had gained a great boost, barely at the level of an average lioness. The female gazelle let out a final miserable cry of grief, accompanied by another claw strike from Chen Mo's, completely lifeless. End of chapter. Chapter 5, The Predatory Lion. Chapter 5, The Predatory Lion. It worked. The success of the initial hunt caused a trace of joy to rise within Chen Mo. He didn't hesitate, and bit right down on the impala beneath him. Started wolfing it down. The smell of blood would attract lions and other predators, and he had to enjoy the meal as soon as possible. 0, 1 kg 0, 5 kg 2 kg. The progress bar for Tyrannosaurus Rex's self-discipline challenge was growing by leaps and bounds. When Chen Mo finished eating 5 kilograms of meat, he felt that his body had reached its limit. My stomach is about to burst. But he forced himself to endure the discomfort and continued to swallow the flesh and blood of this impala. The chances of a successful hunt are few for it now, and missing the meal there's a good chance there won't be a next meal. Roar! Just as Chen Mo was feasting, a lion's roar suddenly came from not far away. Immediately, Chen Mo saw a head with a luxuriant mane. The mighty red-maned lion was running wildly toward it. One of the male lion brothers had spotted him. The moment he saw Chen Mo, the red-maned male lion burst into a rage. This young lion in front of him even dared to hunt in his territory, which was simply a provocation to His Majesty. So it exploded into its fastest speed and gave chase. He's going to catch up with this unknowing lion cub, and then he's going to bite it hard. Seeing the angry lion, Chen Mo was not panicked at all. Now he had absolute confidence in his speed. Gulping down another vicious mouthful of blood and flesh. Looking at today's self-discipline challenge progress bar that had reached 75%, Chen Mo picked up an impala's leg before scattering his legs. The red-maned lion gave chase for a while. He was soon surprised to find the cub was surprisingly fast. Even better than it, the two are pulling apart a little bit. Within 5 minutes, the lion was panting and out of breath. Lions have good bursts, but not as much staying power. Roar! Looking at the lion cubs, which had turned into little black dots, he was furious and let out a roar of impotent rage. It's a shame to be a lion when you can't even catch up with a lion cub that's less than 3 months old. In the end, it had no choice but to give up the chase and return to its original place of. Looking at the carcass of the impala that was still mostly left, his eyes suddenly lit up. It's done. Let's eat first. Chen Mo jogged all the way back to the big tree at the edge of the lion's territory. Although he had long since gotten rid of the lion, he still felt the animal's blood boiling. Exciting, free and wild. In the past half-month since I was born again, Chen Mo felt like he was already enjoying the feeling of becoming a lion. Looking around the room, he realized that Lioness wasn't there. It's not likely to be in any danger, is it? Chen Mo was slightly worried, but it was useless to think about it more. After a slight reprieve, he began to run around the giant tree as a way to digest his food. When the food in your body is pretty much digested, he began to nibble again on the leg of the antelope he had brought back. As half of the antelope leg went down, Chen Mo glanced at the self-discipline panel. Overeating lion, 1 out of 7. Today's self-discipline challenge is finally complete. At that moment, the sky suddenly became dark. With a rumble of thunder, the downpour began to wash over every inch of the prairie. It's the rainy season in Africa, and every now and then there's a big storm. But this was a good thing for Chen Mo. The rain will wash away the smell of blood from his body and the safety factor will be greatly improved. The only thing that made Chen Mo a little worried was Lion's sister Aisha. It wasn't until sunset that Chen Mo finally saw the familiar figure in the pouring rain. Aisha hadn't eaten in half a day, and while it was starving it felt a little bewildered and scared. This morning, after Chen Mo left, it began to hunt for prey in the neighborhood. From a young age, Aisha has been wise beyond the ordinary lions, and when she and her brother are forced to leave the pride, then they realized that in the future they would have to hunt independently. His own lion brother had some mobility problems, so the burden of hunting naturally fell on his head. But it's not as if its hunting skills are immature, let alone that it's still young. Strength and speed are far from the minimum requirements of a hunter. It was so hard to come across a hare that it couldn't even chase it. This made Aisha feel a frustration she had never felt before. He returned to his temporary nest with his brother in a state of dismay. However, after getting closer, he vaguely smelled a faint odor of blood. This made it instantly alert, and a trace of worry rose in its heart. I don't suppose anything has happened to my own silly brother, has it? Aisha ran up quickly and soon saw the slouching figure under the tree. His silly brother was hiding under a tree, sleeping, his tail wagging and looking in a good mood. As if sensing its approach, the cub rose abruptly and, with that, he threw a piece towards himself. Aisha looked down and realized it was actually a half-chewed antelope leg. Chen Mo waved his paw, signaling for Aisha to eat quickly, then narrowed his eyes. He'd already had a round belly from eating earlier, and now he just wanted to get a good night's sleep. Howl. Looking at the food, Aisha couldn't help but feel a little moved inside. It didn't know that Chen Mo had actually already had a full meal, and thought that it had specially left half for it. Aisha doesn't know how Lionel acquired this antelope leg, though, but the young one must have been in great danger to obtain this food. Hungry, Aisha swallowed a mouthful of meat and let out a satisfied grunt. He couldn't help but think that when he was in the pride before, he would take from the other cubs and grab the portion of food that originally belonged to Lionel and give it back to Lionel. This moment is just like the other moment. After eating the antelope leg, Aisha's heart was once again filled with fighting spirit. Make sure you get your hunting on tomorrow. Try to bring back a hare for Lionel. This time, it should be its turn to raise its brother. Dawn. The fiery red sun rises slowly from the distant horizon. A lion cub with golden fur slowly woke up from its sleep. Chen Mo opened his eyes and saw that the tyrannical eclipse lion's self-discipline challenge had been refreshed on the panel. It's a new day. Chen Mo looked around and didn't find Sister Lion's figure. Where have you been so early? Chen Mo didn't care. He was ready to continue to that green meadow to start today's hunt. After going back yesterday, Chen Mo has been reviewing and summarizing in his mind, and developed their own tactics. He had a feeling that today's hunt would be a success. Soon, Chen Mo arrived at the green meadow. Yesterday's heavy rains made the grass extra wet and also attracted large numbers of herbivores. Chen Mo gazed at a group of impala 100 meters away. That's right, his target today is still the impala. This creature is simply the best to hunt. Not much of a brain, not much of an attacker. The only speed advantage was again completely inadequate in front of Chen Mo. End of chapter. Chapter 6 Gnawing on the Lion. Chapter 6 Gnawing on the Lion. After confirming his target, Chen Mo unobtrusively approached the impala herd. The black-spotted antelope naturally detected the movement made by Chen Mo. However, after seeing that it was only a lion cub, and ignored it, Chen Mo was secretly happy in his heart. With his harmless lion cub image, these silly impala really didn't run away the first time. It wasn't until after getting within hunting distance that the cub suddenly leapt up and, launching himself at one of the skinnier-looking impala. The impala was frightened and tried to escape, but it was too late. After Chen Mo pounced on it, the first thing he did was to use his claws to cut a slash in its body. It was then allowed to break free. As Chen Mo expected, the other impala scattered and fled. The injured impala, on the other hand, was in great shock and fled in panic. Chen Mo entered the berserk state and chased after him. Then once again, he pounced on it, while slashing a bloody trail with his claws across the impala's abdomen. After 3 or 4 repetitions, the scrawny impala was getting slower and slower. Finally, he fell to the ground and gradually stopped breathing. The bloodletting tactic was successful in its first battle. Chen Mo began to enjoy his prey. However, as it was feasting, the familiar sound of a lion's roar once again came from a short distance away. That red-maned male lion from yesterday has reappeared. Compared to yesterday, Chen Mo was even more calm, quickly swallowing a mouthful of blood and flesh, then picked up a leg of lamb and ran off. Before escaping, Chen Mo even gave a middle finger to the male lion, silently thinking in his heart, Chen Mo, will take this revenge. Roar! The lion gave chase again, yet the end didn't change much. It just left a roar of impotent rage in the meadow. At noon, Aisha returned to her nest with nothing to show for it. It had a very forlorn look in its eyes. When Lionel threw him food yesterday, he was thrilled and excited and at the same time had some shame. The crippled brother both captured his prey, but he didn't. So at dawn, Aisha set out to hunt. However, the reality is harsh. In the course of the morning, not only had it failed to catch any prey, instead, it had expended a lot of energy as a result, and its stomach was already rumbling. So the antelope legs that its brother had brought it yesterday could be said to have been eaten for nothing. However, just after he returned to his nest, just then he saw his crippled brother throw another antelope leg that was only half eaten. This antelope leg is even bigger than the one from yesterday. Aisha? It looked at its brother with astonishment, unable to comprehend how on earth it had managed to do that. After throwing the antelope leg to Lion Sister, Chen Mo squinted his eyes and prepared to sleep. Cubs need plenty of sleep. Now that Lioness is back, he'll be able to get a good night's sleep. Looking at the lion cub sleeping for a second not far away, Aisha felt her heart warm. It seemed nice to have a brother like that. Early the next morning, as Chen Mo prepared to hunt, Aisha followed. Today it wants to hunt with its brother, but it was rejected by Chen Mo. He was worried that the male lion was guarding him directly in that meadow today. Though the average male lion may not have such intelligence, but the lions in the pride he stayed in before all seemed to have pretty high IQs. Fear not. Fear not. If that male lion was really on guard, Chen Mo could easily get away from the lion's pursuit. But not Lioness. When he was in the lion group before, the lion's sister was quite good to him. Chen Mo didn't want anything to happen to him. Seeing that his brother would not allow himself to be followed, and bursting forth with a speed which it could not at all catch up with, Aisha was surprised and had to go off on her own to look for prey in the neighborhood. Returning to the green meadow near the water source, Chen Mo did not see any sign of the male lion. With his increasingly skillful hunting techniques, he once again caught an impala, and while he was feasting, the red-haired lion from yesterday came again as promised. Chen Mo skillfully grabbed the antelope leg and ran. This time, however, the lion gave only a token chase. With that, he returned to the still mostly remaining carcass of the impala and ate it beautifully. It was impossible to catch up with it, and every time this young lion was driven away by himself, there is always fresh prey left uneaten. Seems to be pretty good too. This male lion even fell a little in love with the feeling of getting something for nothing. It's just that this is something that can't be known to the other lions. It's weirdly embarrassing to the lions. And so, a week passed. Chen Mo went hunting in the green meadow every day. Hare, juvenile warthog, impala, At its incredible speed, these ordinary herbivores could barely escape, and the male lion seemed to acquiesce to Chen Mo's existence. Just banish it every time when it's half-eaten. Chen Mo understood the lion's attempts. This guy wanted to get something for nothing. This also caused Chen Mo to completely hold a grudge against the lion. He thought silently in his mind, when you grow up yourself, you must let this lion know why the flowers are so red. A few more days passed. Lioness Aisha's senses about her own lion brother changed dramatically. In the days just after leaving the lions, he was in a state of extreme apprehension and panic every day. Now every day at noon home, Aisha found that her brother would both pull out a serving of meat from somewhere and drop it in front of her. This resulted in him eating much more each day than he had even eaten before when he stayed with the lions. After 4 days of hunting with nothing to show for it, Aisha gave up hunting on her own. Typically, it's the 6-month-old lionesses that start trying to hunt. Aisha, less than 3 months old, is trying to hunt successfully on her own, and it's as hard as it gets. Now Aisha sleeps under the tree every day until she wakes up naturally, and then waits in peace for her brother to pitch in. If you go hunting by yourself, you'll get nothing, not to mention a lot of energy. The consequence is that you get hungry faster. He has accepted that he has become a gnawing lion, for eating a lot of meat every day, for just a week. Chen Mo's size then grew a circle larger with the naked eye. But these are not the most important. On the 7th day, after Chen Mo had finished nibbling on half a hair, finally finished the last day of overeating lion, self-discipline. You have completed the self-discipline challenge, tyrannical eating lion, white. Do you equip it? After selecting yes with my mind, the familiar electric current appeared again. However, this time, Chen Mo did not feel any changes in his body. Does it have to be meat to be good? Chen Mo had a guess in his heart and immediately took a nibble at the uneaten rabbit leg. This time, when the flesh and blood had been swallowed by itself, he could clearly feel his body digesting the nutrients and energy in these flesh and blood at an astonishing speed. When Chen Mo completely ate the hair, he felt a hot current surge through his body. The power seems to have gotten stronger. End of chapter. Chapter 7 It's 3 ing months. Chapter 7 It's 3 ing months. So that's how it is. This title allows me to become stronger just by eating meat. Chen Mo was a little excited inside. Now that he was fast enough, strength was its biggest shortcoming. The effective, overeating lion can be said to make up for this shortcoming perfectly. Greatly improves its overall combat capability. Chen Mo took another look at the self-regulation challenge. The newly refreshed self-discipline challenge is called Jumping Lion. Jump 200 times a day for a week. Chen Mo felt that the effect of this title should be to strengthen his bouncing ability. After thinking about it, in the end, Chen Mo chose Observe Lion. His speed is already unbeatable, and his strength can be further increased through Tyrannical Eclipse Lion. Enhanced jumping ability wasn't particularly critical for him. The effect of Observation Lion may be to discover the weaknesses and fatal areas of other animals. It might help him a lot. Moreover, Chen Mo wanted to see the strength of the green title. For the next 7 days, Chen Mo, as always, hunted for food in the green grass near that waterhole. After obtaining the title of Tyrannical Eating Lion, Chen Mo began his frantic hunting mode. Every day is early and late. Because of its increased speed, strength, and other aspects of its prey, it looks at none of its prey. None can escape its lion's claws. Hunt like crazy, eat like crazy, grow like crazy. With every meal, he seemed to feel his muscles grow stronger and his own bones became stronger, and every cell in his body cheered. On top of that, the red-haired male lion who tried to get something for nothing never grabbed his food again. Binge-eating lion allowed Chen Mo's eating speed and digestive ability to increase tremendously. An adult impala it takes less than 20 minutes to completely consume. Often by the time the lions arrived, Chen Mo had already finished enjoying the feast, and once the male lion left, Chen Mo started another round of hunting, because he eats a lot of meat every day. Fully utilizing the effect of the Overeating Lion title, Chen Mo's size and strength grew at an astonishing rate every day. When the 7th day rolled around, Chen Mo's appearance was still that of a young lion, but the size was already comparable to a normal lioness. Aisha, the lioness who lives with him, is stunned. That's 3 ing months. If it weren't for spending most of the day with my own brother, it's going to wonder if it's the same lion. Time passes quietly between the rising of the sun and the setting of the stars. Another 3 weeks went by in the blink of an eye. This 3 weeks, Chen Mo went hunting in the lion territory as usual. Under the Tyrannical Eclipse Lion's boost, Chen Mo's size grew larger and larger. At half a month, he's already about the size of an adult male lion. Now it's even bigger than a lion. Chen Mo estimated that his current weight might have reached 300 kilograms or even heavier. The body length is also close to 4 meters. Although he still has the appearance of a cute little lion, Unfortunately, the growth in his size didn't last forever. On the 20th day of obtaining the title of overeating lion, Chen Mo realized that even if he ate more meat, it didn't continue to grow in size or strength either. The increase that tyrannical eclipse lion had given himself seemed to have reached a limit. There were just 2 occasions when I swallowed large quantities of meat. Chen Mo felt an extremely weak stream of qi, or energy, being born within his body. The energy was minuscule and hidden in about the abdomen. If you don't look and feel it carefully, you can't even notice its presence. Chen Mo did not know what this energy was and what it did for the time being, but intuition told it that this energy might be more important than mere physical strength. As its strength increased, Chen Mo's boldness grew, and it began to hunt in other areas. And crossed paths with some medium to large creatures. Hyena, leopard, horned bull, Chen Mo and all these animals fought it out. In addition to honing your fighting skills, what was more important was to confirm his position in this grassland. Without exception, all of these medium and large creatures had become his victims. Of course, apart from hunting, the most important thing Chen Mo did every day was to observe all kinds of creatures. He'll stare at a couple of antelope for half a day, and he'll watch hyena herds hunt without moving a muscle. Chen Mo even felt like he was reliving the animal world he had seen as a child. And his eyes are the best cameras. Observation Lion, Self-Discipline Challenge Day 30. When Chen Mo completed today's self-discipline challenge, he excitedly looked at the self-discipline panel. Observation Lion, 3030. A month of self-discipline has finally led to a time of harvest. After choosing to equip it, the phrase, Observation Lion, shatters and it turned into a white point of light and merged into the little lion. This time, Chen Mo felt his eyes were electrified. But the sensation was fleeting, and the next moment Chen Mo then felt that the world in front of him instantly became much clearer. It has improved its eyesight considerably. Originally, his eyesight was about that of an ordinary lion. On a clear day you can see objects about 2 kilometers away. And now, it's a straight 5x boost. It can see objects about 10 kilometers away. Shinma feels that as a green self-regulatory designation, the effect of observe lion shouldn't be limited to this. So his gaze went back to Lion's sister who was sleeping on the side. It's the best test subject out there. In the next second, Chen Mo realized that a small panel-like box appeared above Aisha's head. It says, African lion, female, transcendent level, mortal kind. That's gone? Chen Mo froze for a moment. The title seems a little weaker than it was expected. Anymore, it's a green title. How come the effect can't even compare to a white title? Only after delving into it some more did Chen Mo gradually figure out the correct way to open the Observation Lion. The effect of Observation Lion is actually that the longer you observe the target, the more detailed the information displayed. When Chen Mo's observation of the lion sister lasted for 1 minute, the information in the box changed. African lion, female, rank, mortal, physical, 3, agility, 3, power, 3, divine spirit, 4, combined battle strength, 3-4. Seeing that lion sister Aisha's combined battle power wasn't even 5, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud. He tried again, and if he watched long enough, Aisha's weight, length of, maximum explosive power, age, mood at the moment, personality preferences and a variety of other information will appear one by one. Chen Mo felt funny. Beside her, Aisha wasn't actually asleep, just squinting and napping. It then noticed that its brother had been staring at it, with the occasional giggle. The scene made Aisha feel a warm and cozy feeling in her heart. In the month that she was adopted by her brother, it developed an extraordinary dependence and emotion towards Chen Mo. Aisha, who possessed uncommon wisdom, already regarded Chen Mo as her closest relative and reliance in her heart, although they are supposed to be next of kin. End of chapter. Chapter 8 Challenging the Lion King. Chapter 8 Challenging the Lion King. Of course Chen Mo didn't know the inner fluctuations of Sister Lion. After observing Lioness he began to observe himself again. African lion, male, level, low transcendent, physical fitness, 10, agility, 14, power, 10, divine spirit, 8, combined battle strength, 4276. Why am I a transcendent being? Chen Mo realized that his rank column was actually displaying a low-level transcendent, different from Lionel's mortal kind. Could it be? Is it the 2 mysterious energies inside? Chen Mo had a vague guess in his mind and did not continue to dwell on it. Attribute values and the level of combined combat power can visualize the strength of a creature. Not bad. My combined combat power is equal to about 30 lionesses. Chen Mo was quite satisfied with the ability of the Observation Lion. Of course, he was well aware that these attribute values and combined battle strength values could only be used for reference. The real battles don't simply engage in a numerical contest like a card game. With a small difference in strength, What matters more is intelligence and will. After familiarizing myself with the effects of, observe the lion, Chen Mo was a bit impatient to check out the attribute panel of that red-haired male lion. If he is not as good as he is in every aspect, Chen Mo was ready to take revenge for his father. Of course, the most important thing is the revenge for taking food. One should know that a month ago, that male lion had robbed him of a lot of prey. These days, the fire of vengeance was stirring in his heart. It's just a matter of playing it safe and not acting on it. Thinking so, Chen Mo ran wildly towards the green meadow. Seeing her brother suddenly get up, Aisha, who was no longer pretending to be asleep, followed closely. 10 days ago, it started following Chen Mo on hunting trips, though it played a minimal role. The feeling of participation in each successful hunt was incredibly exciting for Aisha. She and her brother Gaga killed indiscriminately. Soon, Chen Mo arrived at the familiar green grass. With amazing speed and strength, he easily hunted down an impala. However, this time, Chen Mo did not enjoy the food, but allowed the smell of blood to spread. Finally, 5 minutes later, a familiar lion's roar came from the distance. A male lion with a red mane and a strong physique ran towards him at a fast pace. This time, Chen Mo did not run away, but quietly gazed at the male lion. Soon, Chen Mo obtained all the information about it. African lion, male, rank, mundane, physical fitness, 8, agility, 7, power, 8, divine spirit, 3, combined battle strength, 26 to 31. The attributes of this male lion were lower than Chen Mo had imagined. Not only was his physique, speed, and strength crushed by the current Chen Mo in all aspects, its divine soul was even lower, not even compared to lion sister Aisha. This made Chen Mo instantly burst with confidence. It turns out that lions aren't all that powerful. Roar! So facing the roar of the red-haired male lion, this time he didn't choose to run away like he did in the past. Instead, it was a provocative declaration of challenge toward the lion. The loud and clear lion roar resounded in the grassland, and although it was slightly young, it had already taken on the appearance of a king. Roar! Facing Chen Mo's provocation, the red-haired male lion let out an even more majestic and berserk roar. The response. For the first time he looked squarely at the familiar lion cub. The main reason was that this young lion cub had run too fast before, and the red-haired male lion could only see a back shadow every time. At this look, the red-haired male lion was taken aback. Without realizing it, this lion cub was actually a circle larger than it was. What do lion cubs grow up on nowadays? This developmental speed is too much, isn't it? After roaring a few times, the male lion stopped more than 100 meters away from Chen Mo. He knows he can't catch up, so he just wants to get this dirty thing out of his territory. Looking at the indifferent lion not far away, Chen Mo also froze for a moment. He had intended to provoke the lion into a wild chase. First, the one that takes a shot after a certain amount of stamina is expended. I didn't realize that this male lion, because he knew he couldn't catch up with him, faced his provocation and didn't even bother chasing it. Unable to do anything else, Chen Mo had no choice but to let out a roar, trash talk, while taking the initiative to charge towards the male lion. Looking at the large cubs running wildly towards him, the male lion was surprisingly angry, provoking himself in his territory again and again. This lion cub was purely looking for death. You think I'm a sick cat if the lion doesn't give a damn? Almost without any thought, the angry lion ran wildly towards Chen Mo. The two lions were less than 3 meters apart when the male lion leapt up high and tried to pounce on Chen Mo, crushing by virtue of their own power. This is one of the lion's favorite ways to fight. However, the lion cub in front of him looked as if he had seen through his movements and, a sidestep, nimbly dodged its lunge, while a paw slapped at the lion's flank as it brushed against the 3 long bloody cuts were made. After one hit, Chen Mo escaped. He wanted to inspire this lion's wrath, to make the lion desperately hunt himself down. 2, then drag them down completely with their physical strength and speed advantage. Roar! The lion makes a deafening noise. He's completely enraged. There was only one thought left in his mind. That would be to kill the lion cub in front of him who had repeatedly challenged his majesty. Chen Mo deliberately controlled his speed. Keep the distance between yourself and the lion between 5 and 10 meters. For the lions, it's a distance that seems out of reach. 5 minutes later, the male lion has slowed down. Running at full speed consumed a lot of its energy. But the sight of large lion cubs close at hand, the lion's dignity still made it choose to continue the chase. After running for so long, that lion cub should be close to reaching its limit, right? But the next instant, the lion cub running in front of him turned back violently, and the moment the two crossed paths, he clawed at him once more. Before the red-haired male lion had time to react, it felt the sharp claws slice through the skin of its back again, and bright red blood flowed silently. Roar! Wrapped in unrivaled anger, The reacting lion pounced towards Chen Mo at the first opportunity. However, out of the lion's expectation, this time, the opposite lion cub did not choose to dodge. Instead, like it leapt high into the air, followed by a straight slap of its forepaw towards its head. The red-haired male lion subconsciously parried with his forepaw. The two lions collided in midair and wrestled. The male lion couldn't help but let out a cruel smile. As far as it was concerned, the cub was nothing but a little faster. But the lion was wrong. In the next second, a huge force came from the front palm. This lion cub was actually more powerful than it was. The red-haired male lion was directly lifted to the ground, and Chen Mo mercilessly swung his claws again. Toward the lion's throat, eyes and other fatal parts. Soon, a bloody gash was torn open on the underside of the red-haired male lion's neck. His face was even more miserable, and he had already suffered a serious injury. However, at the moment of life and death, the instinct to survive made the red-haired male lion explode with amazing potential. It kept struggling to stand up, then swung its forepaws in an attempt to find a silver lining. Facing the red-haired male lion's death-defying counterattack, Chen Mo's back also had 2 more claw marks on it, but it's not fatal. Roar! At that moment, another angry lion's roar came from not far away. The roar that the red-haired male lion had made earlier had naturally attracted his brother, and the 4 lionesses of the pride. They come at the sound. Immediately afterward, he saw the image of a hairless lion cub violently beating up a red-haired male lion. The mother felt as if the cub was her own child. Little cripple. But the huge size and powerful battle strength made it not dare to recognize it. Seeing the arrival of another male lion, Chen Mo did not intend to leave. The battle that had just taken place had inspired the blood and ferocity engraved in his genes and blood. He wanted to keep fighting. He wanted to defeat all of these 2 lions. End of chapter. Chapter 9 The New King. Chapter 9 The New King. The other male lion of the male lion brothers has 2 long claw marks on his face. It looked like a scar, adding a bit of menace to it. Roar! Scarface didn't hesitate to pounce after letting out a growl. Chen Mo gave another claw to the red-haired male lion underneath him, clawing its entire face to the point where it was drenched in blood. Then he ran off without a fight. The red-haired male lion had basically lost his fighting ability, and was facing Scarface head-on. Chen Mo also had a good chance of winning. However, to play it safe, Chen Mo was still prepared to consume Scarface's stamina first. However, before he could run a few steps, a scene that Chen Mo did not expect appeared. Lioness Aisha actually charged at Scarface. It wanted to help Chen Mo to face the male lion together, even if its strength and size is a far cry from a male lion. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo was touched in his heart and at the same time was inevitably a little angry. Lioness is purely here to help. Without hesitation, Chen Mo twisted his head and charged towards the scar-faced male lion. Facing Aisha, who lunged at him, Lion cleanly tackled him right back down. The power gap between the two sides was simply too great. Yet just as it was about to take a bite out of the ungrateful young lion, a powerful force came from the side of its body, and it actually directly created it to fly. Die for me. Anger burned in Chen Mo's heart as he exerted all his strength to swing his forepaw and slap at the scar-faced male lion. At this time, the 2 strands of energy in its body that were lurking in its abdomen suddenly stirred, only to see these 2 streams of energy rapidly surging towards Chen Mo's claws like boiling water. In the next instant, Chen Mo felt his forepaw filled with power. At the same time it saw a faint white light flash across its paw. Quick! It's too fast! Enhanced by the mysterious energy, the speed of the lion's claws swinging down was just too fast. The scar-faced male lion had no time to react and dodge. Then the next second, sharp claws like sharp knives slicing through thin paper, it easily cut through the stomach of the scar-faced male lion. True. Ripped open. Just now this is. The power of this claw far exceeded Chen Mo's expectations. These 2 strands of energy within his body were surprisingly able to make him instantly explode with such a powerful force. Chen Mo closed his eyes and felt it for a moment, realizing that with the outburst that had just occurred, the 2 faint strands of energy had disappeared without a trace. The red-haired male lion that saw the scene was immediately scared out of its wits and ran away. Even wandering through the grasslands was better than facing this lion cub. This lion cub is so terrifying, so ferocious. Looking at the red-haired male lion that was desperately fleeing, Chen Mo chased after him, pounced on it and then bit its neck off. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. The survival of the fittest is the law of this grassland. Roar! With a childish but not overbearing lion's roar, this announced that the throne of the Lion King had changed hands. The land is under new ownership, though its mane hadn't grown out yet. Its claws and teeth were sharp enough. Ow! Sister Lion walked to Chen Mo and roared with some pettiness and self-reproach. In that wave just now, not only did it not help, it could even be said to have helped. But when he saw his own brother surrounded by 2 adult male lions, a ball of anger then rose in its heart. and it couldn't help but want to fight alongside its brother. And at this moment, it truly realized how powerful its own brother was. To single-handedly take on 2 male lions and kill them all was already a well-deserved Lion King. Ow. Like jerking a cat, Chen Mo reached out his paw and stroked Lion Sister's head in a comforting gesture. Aisha's fur feels nice and fuzzy and raw to the touch. At this moment, Chen Mo no longer had any complaints about Aisha within his heart, and was more moved. Lioness has a lot of courage. Oh, Aisha looked at the wound on Chen Mo's back and moved over to gently lick it. Its saliva is the original disinfectant. Roar. Soon, the lion mom and 3 other lionesses gathered around. The mother lion recognizes Aisha, and soon realizes that this lion cub, who alone killed 2 male lions, his other child, Little Cripple. But he couldn't understand what had happened to Little Cripple in the last month or so, getting so strong. In the end, the lion mom chose to give up thinking and slightly hung her head, prostrating herself in front of Chen Mo. Within the lions, strength is king. The Little Cripple defeated the male lion brothers by himself. Then he is the rightful Lion King. The other 3 lionesses also prostrated themselves in front of Chen Mo one after another. Looking at the 4 lionesses that submitted to him, Chen Mo was slightly embarrassed and speechless. As is customary, after the young lion has defeated the old Lion King, most of the original lionesses in the pride will choose to submit to the new king. But the thing is, one of the 4 lionesses that now belong to her is her mother, and 3 of them are his godmothers. However, soon Chen Mo did not think about this. The most important thing now is to get stronger. Get stronger. With the title that comes with the self-discipline challenge, it can push its limits time and time again. Become a truly remarkable creature. The white and green titles are already so powerful. The effects of higher level titles are simply unimaginable. Perhaps one day it could even evolve to the level where its flesh was resistant to nuclear bombs. There were also those 2 mysterious energies that had erupted in his body earlier, and Chen Mo was also thinking of eating meat to replenish them as soon as possible. This is arguably its biggest first card at this stage. After returning to the lion's territory, Chen Mo began to jump. After completing the Observe the Lion challenge, the new refreshed phrase for the self-discipline challenge is Fat and Happy Lion. Fat and Happy Lion, green. Drink 20 bottles of 300 milliliters or more of cola a day for a month. When he saw this self-discipline challenge, Chen Mo was actually a bit confused. Can it be considered self-discipline to insist on drinking Coke every day? And it's surprisingly a green self-regulation challenge. So I guess it worked out pretty well. Too bad you can't finish it yourself right now. Since his rebirth, he had yet to see a human. And even if he did run into humans, Chen Mo didn't want to make contact with them now. As a former human, he knew that this was a creature that was countless times more terrifying than a wild animal. The current Chen Mo felt very strong, but he didn't feel like he could handle the gunfire. If it is found to be abnormal, I fear there will be no more peace unless it dies. So after Chen Mo was torn between the cleaning lion and the jumping lion, in the end, I chose jumping lion. As with the previous mini-step self-discipline, Chen Mo's jumping self-discipline still utilized a lazy approach. It jumps low with each jump and looks like it's bobbing its head like it's bouncing. Aisha and the lionesses on the side looked at the bouncing Chen Mo and thought for a moment. Spin joined the group. The lionesses knew that their Lion King was a little different from the norm. It's not just the age and size, it's the weird behavior. Before that it was a small step every day, but now it's a jump again. Could it be? Is this some kind of special workout? Perhaps that's why it has grown so quickly in just over a month. The lionesses had similar thoughts in their minds unanimously, so they chose to join in. If any human had seen this scene, they would have been dumbfounded. What? A pride of lions bouncing in the savannah. End of chapter. Chapter 10, The Stinking Lion, Request for Catch-Up. Chapter 10, The Stinking Lion, Request for Catch-Up. Seeing the lionesses bouncing with him, Chen Mo felt inexplicably happy. Unfortunately, they don't have the golden handshake of a self-regulatory challenge that. These actions don't help them much, but Chen Mo couldn't communicate with the lionesses in such a complicated way. Just have to let them follow their own self-discipline. If only we could bring the other lions along with us in self-discipline, so that they might help me a lot. Chen Mo couldn't help but think in his heart. After completing the self-discipline challenge, Chen Mo began to patrol the borders of his territory. Now that the boundaries of his territory are about 20 kilometers in, he needs to leave his own scent on the borders of the territory by plowing the earth and in other special ways. These scents can keep other lions and trappers from taking offense. It also protects lionesses and cubs in the territory. It's not an easy thing to do either. Fortunately, because he ate so much and in such large quantities, he was barely able to mark it. With Chen Mo's current strength, he could actually completely choose to expand his territory. But Chen Mo just kept the original territory of the lions. Too large a territory for him to manage. And for him, as long as food needs are secured, While not being harassed by other predators is all that is needed. Self-discipline to become stronger is fundamental. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye. After becoming the new Lion King of the Pride, Chen Mo still disciplined himself every day. And keep up the habit of hunting on your own. The lioness captures food that she simply can't get enough of. With the supply of sufficient food, Chen Mo's size didn't continue to grow, though. However, the power was increased by another point, and the mystical energy that had been expended earlier was replenished by 2. Before dawn, Chen Mo had already started today's self-discipline. Today is the last day of Jumping Lions Self-Discipline Challenge, and he's getting a little impatient. 1 hour later, the progress bar of Jumping Lion on the panel finally reached 100%. Today's bouncing. No, today's jumping self-discipline is complete. After Chen Mo chose to equip the title of Jumping Lion, the familiar electric sensation spread from limb to limb. With that he began to look at himself. African Lion, male, level, low transcendent, physical fitness, 1012, agility, 1416, power, 11, divine spirit, 8, combined battle strength, 5092. The title of Jumping Lion added a total of 2 points of agility and 2 points of physique to it, which wasn't bad. In fact, just by looking at the attributes and comprehensive battle power, the current Chen Mo could already traverse this grassland. But it's not enough. If there were humans, this amount of strength he had right now wouldn't even be enough. Chen Mo glanced at the newly refreshed self-discipline challenge, then momentarily froze. Stinky Lion, white, 30 stinky farts a day for a week. ***. Chen Mo was a bit taut. Is farting considered self-discipline? Keeping bad habits is considered self-discipline. It's already outrageous enough that Fat Happy Lion made it drink Coke every day before. Now this daily keep farting is simply outrageous. Open the door to outrageous. Unless one uses some kind of food that promotes farting. Otherwise this self-discipline challenge wouldn't have been possible. Chen Mo had no choice but to choose the starting refreshed self-discipline challenge, Clean Lion. Bathe 3 times a day for 1 week. Clean Lion, day 2 of the self-discipline challenge. Late afternoon. The 3 lionesses returned to the Pride territory as the sun set. Their eyes are a little downcast. This is the 2nd day in a row that they have come up empty. The prey on the territory became less and less abundant, and it was easy to meet a few impala, and before they got close, it was then perceived by them. Then these impala exploded into an amazing speed that it soon disappeared from their view. For some reason, the impala in this territory are now becoming very alert. When you see them, you just play it straight and run away. Ow. At that moment, Aisha let out a low growl of excitement. Follow Aisha's gaze. The lionesses saw a strong figure appear on the distant horizon, so the eyes showed delight. Their Lion King has returned. In a whirlwind they saw the Lion King dragging a half-dozen huge horned horses, and in the light of the setting sun the glitter, roar. Chen Mo put the horned horse down and ran to the shade of the tree to squint and nap. He hunted 2 horns and a hare today. He ate a horned horse and hare and brought back the other half. With Chen Mo's current strength, he could completely leave the lions behind to live alone. It is the lions that depend on him, not him on the lions. However, Chen Mo did not intend to abandon the current lions, except for the help he received from Lioness and Lion's mom when he was first reborn. More importantly because as a former human, he didn't like being alone. As it is now, it's good to rule a lion when something happens. He didn't have that opportunity in his previous life. Enjoying the fresh blood meal, joy and excitement flowed from the lioness's eyes. Chen Mo, on the other hand, was pondering if it was time to take the lions to migrate. There's less and less prey in the lion's territory. The 2 horned horses were still hunted by him from other lions' territories. It's been a week straight without rain. The rainy season, when food was plentiful, has passed and now comes the hardest dry season. There are only 2 seasons in the African savanna, dry and rainy seasons. The scarcity of water during the dry season has caused many plants to die, forcing herbivores to undertake the great steppe migration. And in order to survive, predators have to migrate along with them. It's time to find a new territory. Looking at the lionesses who were feasting, Chen Mo thought silently in his heart. Roar. After the lionesses had their fill, Chen Mo let out a low roar to tell them of the decision to migrate. The lions naturally did not object after understanding Chen Mo's meaning. Clean Lion, Self-Discipline Challenge Day 3. Chen Mo woke up early. I don't know if it's just me. He felt as if the temperature of the grassland had dropped several degrees at once. Chen Mo wasn't sure of the direction of the herbivores' migration. It took some communication to get the lions to understand what they meant, so Lioness volunteered to lead the way. After confirming the direction, the lions began their migration path. After walking for most of the day, and seeing that the lionesses were no longer able to walk, Chen Mo found a fig tree and let them stay in the green shade to rest. Instead, he went to the neighborhood to look for prey. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo stopped. The observation lion has been given extraordinary eyesight and can see creatures at great distances. At the moment, he spotted a leopard mother and cub 5 kilometers away in the grasslands. Mother leopard is covered in black, plum-like spots and looks gorgeous, and the baby leopard beside him was covered in dark fur. It's a baby panther. The panther is not a separate species, but a variant of the leopard gene mutation. At the moment, the large and small leopards were both front and center. It's obviously been a long time since I've eaten. And not far from them was a rather strange-looking impala. Common impala have reddish-brown or golden-colored fur. However, this impala's fur was white, as if it had albinism. On top of that, this impala is a bit bigger compared to the average impala. The two pointed horns on top of his head were also snow-white as jade. This appears to be a mutant impala? End of chapter. Chapter 11, Transcendental Beings. Chapter 11, Transcendental Beings. The starving, maddened leopard mother had apparently made the strange antelope a hunting target. Chen Mo followed them, preparing for a wave of mantis and yellow bird. At the same time, he was quietly observing the strength of both sides, observing the combined war effort of the various creatures of the steppe. This was one of the few pleasures Chen Mo had during this time. Leopard. Rank, mortal. Physical fitness, 4. Agility, 10. Power, 5. Divine spirit, 4. Combined battle strength, 1821. Leopard's info panel is down as normal. However, the information displayed by the mutated antelope caused Chen Mo to freeze for a moment. Ice-horned antelope. Rank? This was the first time Chen Mo had seen this. Only the race is shown. The level is 3 question marks. And the rest of the information is even more unknown. Obviously, the creature called the ice-horned antelope was a mutated creature. Or even a transcendent creature. After thinking about it, Chen Mo chose to continue observing in secret. The effect of observe the lion is that the longer you observe the more detailed the information displayed by the observation object. Perhaps a little more observation will yield more information. And just as Chen Mo was observing, the leopard mother finally made her move. Its speed was as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it had appeared next to the ice-horned antelope. With the kinetic energy from his speed, he directly pounced on the ice-horned antelope and took a bite out of its faithful throat. The next second, however, the ice-horned antelope that fell to the ground was the one that suddenly spat out a white cold ice spit. The leopard that tried to bite the neck of the ice-horned antelope was defenseless, and in an instant, a thick layer of white frost appeared on it. At the same time, the snowflakes wrapped in the spit cut through the leopard's skin like a blade, leaving dozens of fine scars on its body. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo was slightly stunned. A gazelle with a mouthful of frost. Before, he thought he'd been reborn as a lion cub on the African savanna of the blue planet. But the ice-horned antelope with a strong metaphysical style in front of him made a question rise within him. Is he really still on Earth? While the leopard was being scratched by the frosty air currents, the ice-horned antelope leaped high into the air and tried to escape. It, a herbivore, had no idea about leopards and didn't want to kill one. However, the hungry leopard was not willing to let go of the meal in front of him, forcing himself to endure the pain in his limbs from the frostbite. He once again gave chase. When the frost antelope and the leopard were tangling, Chen Mo had been observing in the dark. After about 30 seconds of observation, he finally gained information about this frost antelope. Ice-horned antelope, female, level, low transcendent, physical fitness, 7, agility, 9, power, 4, divine spirit, 10, combined combat power, 18 to 31. It's actually really a transcendent being, but apart from the divine soul, all other attributes are much lower than mine. At this moment, the battle had already come to an end. The female leopard was finally no match for the ice-horned antelope, and after once again being hit by its spewing frost, a layer of white frost actually rose on his body, and his limbs began to become stiff. Immediately afterward, its abdomen was pierced through by the sharp horn of the ice-horned antelope, and it completely died. In her last moments before death, the mother leopard's eyes looked towards her child. Not far away, there was a certain indescribable sadness in the brown eyes. Looking at the ice-horned antelope that was in a state of serious injury, Chen Mo pounced out after a slight hesitation. Take it while it's sick. And this ice-horned antelope's strength, agility are far inferior to his. As long as one is careful to avoid its frostspit, it shouldn't be too difficult to hunt this ice-horned antelope. The advantage is in me. Chen Mo's breath became hot and burning, and his spirit became abnormally exhilarated. He entered the berserk state without hesitation. After the ice-horned antelope, which was still resting, discovered Chen Mo, it started to run away without saying a word. The ice-horned antelope that had just killed the leopard never expected another lion to come out of nowhere. Although this lion was in the shape of a cub, its size was even more exaggerated than an adult male lion. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. However, under the berserk state, Chen Mo's speed was fast to the extreme, much faster than a cheetah. In the blink of an eye, the ice-horned antelope realized that the dastardly lion was close at hand. It subconsciously spat out a mouthful of frosty spit in Chen Mo's direction. The conical cold air current wrapped with countless fine ice spikes swept toward Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo, who was in the berserk state, was already prepared in his mind and made a sharp stop, easily dodged out of range of the frosty cold air currents. Chen Mo then rushed towards the ice-horned antelope once again, and two strands of mysterious energy erupted within its body. Sharp claws sliced cleanly through the belly of the ice-horned antelope, ending the kill. When a lion wrestles a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Facing this lowly transcendent creature, Chen Mo didn't have the slightest carelessness, and came up with his full strength. Do not give it a chance. The ice-horned gazelle fell heavily to the ground and the surface of the grass around its corpse was flooded with a layer of white frost, and the temperature of its body was visible as a cold mist surrounded it. Looking at the corpse of this ice-horned antelope, Chen Mo felt very strange. Even if this ice-horned antelope is a transcendental creature, it should have appeared in the snowy mountains, a cold place like the ice fields. Instead of appearing here, it's not scientific. But the emergence of the self-regulation challenge and the ice-horned antelope itself is pretty unscientific. On the other hand, after the death of the ice-horned gazelle, not far away, the little black panther trotted all the way to his mother's side, gently touching her cold body with his paws and letting out a mournful cry. It seemed to be trying to wake up its mother in this way, but its mother never woke up. Survival of the fittest. It's a law of nature. Seeing the little black panther's pitiful appearance, Chen Mo couldn't help but think of himself who had just been reborn. Its heart was slightly moved, but its deep turquoise lion eyes remained cold. After thinking about it, Chen Mo tore off a small piece of ice-horned antelope's meat with his claws. Throw it directly in front of the little leopard. This is not mere pity. Rather, Chen Mo didn't know if the blood and flesh of this ice-horned antelope was toxic or not. He wanted to let the baby leopard try it first. If the baby leopard wasn't dead, he was going to bring it back to the lions. If it's dead, it's dead. After the death of the mother leopard, she was not capable of surviving in the crisis-ridden grasslands. Chen Mo was just letting it suffer a little less pain now. Ow! As he watched the Lion King come towards him, the little black panther shivered and kept backing away in fear, until the Lion King in front of him suddenly threw a piece of ice-horned antelope meat at it. The hungry panther hesitated, but finally took a big bite. The baby leopard's milk teeth have just come in and he is struggling slightly to eat meat. Chen Mo then patiently waited in place. During this time, hyenas, leopards and other predators and others arrived smelling the blood, but they didn't dare to make a move in the face of this young and powerful Lion King. After hovering in the distance for a while, he finally left unhappy. End of chapter. Chapter 12 Adoption of the Little Black Panther. Chapter 12 Adoption of the Little Black Panther. After about half an hour, the leopard cubs had eaten just under 1 kilogram of ice-horned antelope meat. Then he suddenly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chen Mo waited patiently for a while longer. Soon the lionesses and Aisha followed. And looking at the carcasses of the ice-horned antelope and leopard beside Chen Mo, he thought that this was the prey that the Lion King had just killed. Watching that the Lion King did not move his mouth, they also quietly surrounded Chen Mo, like loyal guards. About another half hour passed. Chen Mo walked to the little black panther's body and after confirming that its breathing was normal and it was just asleep, then the feast began. The meat of the ice-horned antelope is cold, tender and refreshing. It could be said to be the most delicious meal Chen Mo had ever eaten since he was reborn, and as he ate, the blood in his body that Chen Mo felt cheered. That previous feeling of rapid growth is back. The ice-horned antelope meat was much more effective than it was expected to be. It turns out that it wasn't Tyrannosaurus Rex that reached its limit. Rather, ordinary meat was helpful to Chen Mo to the limit. Beyond that, what made Chen Mo feel even more surprised was as the blood and flesh of the ice-horned antelope continued to be digested, another wave of transcendent energy was actually born within it. But unlike the relatively mild transcendental energies of the previous, this transcendental energy has a cold quality to it. Chen Mo could clearly feel this icy cold energy lurking in its abdomen. It causes its entire abdomen to be icy cold. Eat. Overeating lion gives it extraordinary digestive power. The current Chen Mo could eat 5 impala at once, about the same amount of food as its weight. But this ice-horned antelope he just ate half of it and already couldn't eat anymore. With that, Chen Mo began to observe the changes in himself. African lion, male, level, low transcendent, physical fitness, 12, agility, 16, power, 1112, divine spirit, 8, combined battle strength, 5294. That's great, a little more power. What's more, there were now 2 more ice-based transcendent energies in his body. At critical moments, these 2 transcendental energies can be of great use. After thinking about it, Chen-mo tore off about 1/10 of the ice-horned antelope meat with his claws again. Throw it to the lionesses and Aisha. It was not that Chen-mo was being petty, but for the continuation and development of the entire pride of lions. It eats these meats more helpfully. The rest of the ice-horned antelope meat, it was ready to enjoy it slowly next. Anyway, the ice-horned antelope meat comes with a refrigeration effect, so I'm afraid it won't rot and mold even if it's left for a few days. The lionesses had no problem with this distribution, either. They even felt in their minds that it was only normal for the Lion King to enjoy all the food. It didn't take long for the young panther to wake up, touching its mother's cold, stiff body. It knew its mother would never wake up again. Seeing the timid-eyed little black panther, Chen-mo walked over. Perhaps it was the gift of the previous food. The little black panther didn't continue to back away this time. Just looking at Chen-mo with helpless and pitiful eyes, Chen-mo picked up the little black panther and placed it next to the one with a relatively docile character among the 4 lionesses. He wanted this lioness to bring up the panther cubs. Chen-mo was quietly watching from the side. If the lioness had tried to attack the panther cubs, then it strikes. Ow! The young panther timidly barked at this lioness, not quite daring to approach the eyes looked at Chen-mo again. It developed a certain trust and dependence on Chen-mo. The Lion King in front of him not only avenged it, but also gifted it with precious food. Roar! Fortunately, the lioness did not reject the panther cub. Instead, with a look of tenderness on its face, it offered to bend down and seems to be trying to get the baby panther to come over for milk. It had just lost its own child not too long ago, a time when maternal love was more prevalent. The night sky of the grassland is clear and transparent, full of stars converging into a waterfall. The Milky Way seemed to be within reach. Chen-mo looked up at the starry sky. In his heart, however, an unspeakable loneliness rose. Now, he was not purely a lion, nor was he purely human. He has the body of a lion, but favors a human mind. Before he felt challenged by virtue of his self-discipline. A little bit stronger and then maybe there's a chance you can return home. Yet today's sudden encounter with an ice-horned antelope, proof that he is most likely no longer on the blue planet. What was once his hometown, he will most likely never return to. Suddenly, Chen-mo felt that his back was itchy, as if something furry was rubbing against him. It's Aisha. This young lioness seemed to see Chen-mo's inner sorrow, so she came over to Chen-mo's side and, rubbing Chen-mo's fur with his little head, looking at the lion sister who seemed to be comforting herself, Chen-mo couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile, so he didn't think any more about it, and lay down on the grass, and slowly fell asleep. Noon the next day, the ice-horn antelope meat was finally all eaten by Chen-mo. In total, these transcendent flesh and blood gave him an increase of 1 point of physique and 1 point of strength, as well as 3 ice transcendent energies, and halfway through the swallow, Chen-mo found an ice blue crystal in the abdomen of the ice-horn antelope. This crystal is pebble-sized, as crystal clear as a. There seemed to be some sort of icy blue energy surging inside, giving off a dull glow. The moment he saw this ice blue crystal, Chen-mo's heart actually generated some kind of uncontrollable desire, and his body's instincts couldn't wait to swallow it. With his own will, Chen-mo managed to suppress this longing within his heart with great difficulty. Who knows if there's any risk in swallowing this stuff directly? He glanced at the ice blue crystal, and 2 lines of small, light blue letters had unexpectedly surfaced beside it. Ice crystal, ultra small. It contains a trace of ice spiritual power, and after consuming or absorbing it, there's a small chance that it can evolve mortal creatures. Chen-mo was slightly surprised in his heart. Prior to this, the effect of observe the lion was only effective on lifeforms that flowers, plants, and trees were unable to display the appropriate information. And this time, for the first time, information about a non-living organism was observed. Maybe it's because this ice transcendent crystal is transcendent? As Chen-mo's observation time became longer, he also gradually gained more information about this ice-based transcendent crystal. Wait for 2G, level 1 resources, containing 9 ice spiritual powers, slowly absorbs ice aura within a 5-meter radius to replenish itself. After swallowing, more than 60% probability of completing transcendental evolution, 100% harmless. Good stuff. After Chen-mo knew that swallowing this ice-based transcendent crystal would not pose a danger to his life, then he swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, an extreme coldness began to spread from the mouth, and in an instant, it spread to the entire body. In a word, it's cold, heartfelt. The powerful digestive ability granted to him by overeating lion kicks in. The ice transcendent crystal quickly turned into a liquid state like melted ice, and then turned back into the ice transcendent energy that Chen-mo was extremely familiar with, or rather, ice psychic power. It was the same as the ice-type spirit power that was born after it had swallowed the meat of the ice-horn antelope before. This ice transcendent crystal contains a total of 9 ice spiritual powers within it. These ice spiritual energy and the 3 spiritual energies born from devouring the ice-horned antelope before coalesced together, surprisingly turning into a small icy blue orb the size of a red date, which ultimately settled in Chen Mo's abdomen. A location similar to a dantian. I'm practicing demon pills here? Chen Mo couldn't help but associate it with certain immortal cultivation novels he read in his previous life. End of chapter. Chapter 13 Frost Cubs, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Chapter 13 Frost Cubs, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Just when Chen Mo thought it was over, the ice spiritual power within the little ice Dan suddenly erupted again. Like a torrent rushing through his limbs, a sharp stabbing pain came from all over his body. Under the effect of these ice-based transcendental energies, Chen Mo felt that his entire body's bones, flesh, hairs, cells and even genes are undergoing some kind of sea change. The severe pain lasted about 10 minutes. Opening his eyes again, Chen Mo realized that the world in front of him seemed to have become somewhat different. In addition to being clearer and seeing farther, Chen Mo also saw some sort of small blue points of light swimming in the air. This is an ice aura? Between his breaths, the ice elixir in his body was also breathing at a special frequency. The small points of light wandering around slowly approached its body before being captured and incorporated into the ice dan. Unfortunately, these ice auras that were free in the air were just too weak, even if tens of thousands of points were gathered together. I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to condense into a complete ice spiritual power. Chen Mo's mind moved, and his own relevant information slowly surfaced. Frost Cub, male, level, low transcendent, physical fitness, 1318, agility, 1620, power, 1217, spirit of God, 816, ability, Ice Storm, combined battle strength, 104-180. His own race has changed. Attributes such as strength, agility, and physical fitness have all increased tremendously. The combined combat power is even more nearly doubled. Chen Mo felt like he was in an unprecedented state right now. He realized that the ice-horned antelope previously should have swallowed this small ice energy crystal as well. Only then did they evolve into transcendental beings. The ice-horned antelope didn't digest all the energy inside, though, so there was no ice dan born in the body, and the battle power wasn't not very strong. Ow. The lionesses were also feeling a bit incredulous when they saw the changes in Chen Mo's body. Chen Mo's originally blonde hair unexpectedly turned as white as snow. The brownish-brown pupils also turned ice blue, and on top of that, a substance similar to ice crystals actually grew between their Lion King's fur. These ice crystals are actually the prototype of scale armor, but of course, they basically only serve a decorative purpose now. It made Chen Mo look even more kingly. Just as Chen Mo finished condensing the ice dan, once again, the gray and black box of the self-regulation challenge appeared before him, and within the box was a line of text: completion of 5 self-discipline challenges, reaching a low level of transcendence, conjugation of the demon elixir, conditions met, unlocking self-regulatory sharing functions. You may post one of the self-discipline challenges you've completed to other creatures. White. When this creature completes a self-discipline challenge, the effect of that self-discipline challenge is plus 10%. Currently available to accept self-regulatory challenge organisms. 1. Self-disciplinary challenges are acceptable. 1. I can actually share the self-discipline challenge. Previously, Chen Mo then thought that it would be nice if he could share some of his ability to gain challenges from self-discipline to other creatures. After all, Lioness and the others were too weak, and over time, the gap between Chen Mo and the other lions of the pride would only grow wider, and the lions would become less and less helpful to themselves. I didn't realize that I had actually gained a similar ability after advancing to Transcendent this time. Unfortunately, there was only one person to share with at the moment, and Chen Mo naturally already had a lion's choice in mind. With little hesitation, he shared the self-discipline challenge with Lion, and the self-discipline challenge shared is Overeating Lion. Overeating Lion, it allows Lion to grow up fast. Physique, strength and other aspects can be greatly improved, only with a strong physique. After using the ice energy crystals, it's the only way to have a higher survival rate and awakening success rate. Chen Mo didn't know how many other creatures like the ice-horned antelope there were in this grassland. If the transcendent crystal could still be obtained later, it might help Lioness complete her awakening. It was natural now to help Lioness lay the groundwork as much as possible. In addition to the overall improvement in physical fitness, Chen Mo realized that he had also awakened a skill-like ability, Ice Storm. He was able to manipulate the ice spiritual energy within his body to create a small ice whirlwind. Chen Mo tested the power of the new ability, Ice Storm, in place. Its power was much smaller than Chen Mo had imagined, creating an ice storm with a diameter of less than 1 meter high. The release speed, the movement speed, it is poor in all aspects such as lethality and seems to be used only for sneak attacks at the moment. Of course, this might also have something to do with Chen Mo being too frugal. Ice spiritual power is too precious. Chen Mo unleashed Ice Storm, using only one ice spiritual power. Spare a thought. He was still a little heartbroken. If you use more ice power to release the Ice Storm, should be able to inflict more damage. However, in the next second, a hint of surprise flashed through Chen Mo's ice blue lion eyes. After consuming one of the ice-based psychic powers, the free ice spiritual energy around it was actually swarming towards it, and the ice Dan in its body was capturing these ice spiritual energy at an astonishing speed, replenishing the depletion that had just occurred. It's as if air currents would flow from high pressure to low pressure, and after releasing ice eyes, the ice Dan is in a state of low pressure, and the outside world's transcendental energy will come in quickly until it is once again in balance. Chen Mo roughly estimated that an ice spiritual power could be recovered in as little as 10 minutes. I'm afraid. Early the next morning, Chen Mo woke up from his sleep and realized that the temperature around him had dropped several or even a dozen degrees again. For some reason, the temperature in this grassland is dropping dramatically these days. This climate is extremely perverse. Chen Mo was going to take a shower first and finish the Clean Lion self-discipline challenge first. He was just about to get up when he realized that Aisha was leaning against him, both front paws clinging to his body. Judging by their size, it is as if they are not lion siblings, but a Lion King father and his daughter. It's getting cold all of a sudden. Yesterday, Aisha unknowingly came to Chen Mo's side after she fell asleep wanting to cuddle up. Because of the plummeting temperatures, the other 4 lionesses were snuggling together to keep each other warm. The panther cubs are curled up in the arms of their new godmother, a lioness. This lioness has completely claimed it as her own. It is especially forgiving and loving towards the young panthers. Not only does it nurse it every day, but whenever danger might befall it, the lionesses both shielded their panther cubs from them. After carefully setting aside Aisha's 2 lion claws, Chen Mo set off. Other than taking a shower, he'd like to hang out in the immediate area. See if you can encounter another transcendent creature like the icehorn antelope. Although the commotion of Chen Mo's departure was very light, it still woke up Aisha and the 4 lionesses. Seeing the Lion King, who had set out early in the morning to hunt, the lionesses, as well as Aisha, couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. In other prides, it's the lionesses who go out hunting, whereas lions need to be physically fit at all times. It is their duty to guard the territory and expel foreign enemies. So it wasn't long before, with the exception of a lioness guarding Aisha and the panther cubs, the remaining 3 lionesses set off to hunt. Aisha wanted to follow the lionesses on the hunt, but was forced back by her lion mom. To the lion mom, Chen Mo was the Lion King, but Aisha was still a child. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Queen of the Iguanas. Chapter 14, Queen of the Iguanas. After leaving the lions, with the amazing eyesight brought about by Observation Lion, Chen Mo quickly spotted 2 fallen zebra-horned horses. It's a herbivorous creature with elongated limbs, a large head with a long muzzle, and a bovine-like appearance. Usually they come out in packs. Under Chen Mo's amazing speed and strength, their success rate of escaping was almost 0. Perhaps it was said that ordinary mortal species creatures could no longer pose any threat to Chen Mo now. Without expending much energy, he managed to hunt down the 2 spotted horned horses. Chen Mo quickly finished eating one of the spotted horned horses before letting out a growl trying to get the lionesses as well as Aisha to come over. Note, the roar of an ordinary lion can travel up to 8 kilometers. For him now, the flesh and blood of ordinary creatures could no longer serve any purpose. Only the blood and flesh of transcendent creatures could promote the further strengthening of its body. And Lioness now opens up the Overeating Lion Self-Discipline Challenge. You need to eat 10 kilograms of meat per day. However, just as Chen Mo was waiting for the lionesses to come over, he suddenly turned back and eyes looked 5 kilometers away. A pack of hyenas was running at it fast. The hyena, also known as the Chief Anus, is a notorious bandit and robber of the savannah. They prefer to rob other trappers of their prey, in addition to hunting themselves. The attacks are so obscene and nasty that the nickname Chief of Anal Medicine says it all. In general, however, hyena packs would not dare to snatch prey from adult male lions. The male lion has the ability to kill them quickly. The hyenas, however, were clearly not ordinary hyenas. Chen Mo saw that the hyena that rushed at the front was obviously a circle larger than the other hyenas. Its teeth are as crystalline as ice crystals, and it has ice crystal spikes on its back. Apparently, it was also a transcendental creature. Just as Chen Mo was gazing at the hyena group, the leading hyena queen naturally noticed Chen Mo as well as the 2 spotted horned horses that fell next to it. How could a white lion cub kill 2 adult horned horses? It felt a little strange, but the hyena queen didn't take it to heart. Even if it is a real lion, it is not afraid. The hyena queen now felt horribly strong. 3 days ago, a pack of hyenas hunted down a strange zebra. Not only does this zebra have a unicorn horn on top of its head, It also coalesces ice spikes to attack, but it eventually collapsed under the mad dog-like siege of the hyena pack. And while the hyenas savor the delicious zebra meat, a blue crystal was suddenly revealed in the belly of this zebra. In an instant, all the hyenas abandoned their food. An instinct drove them to scramble for the blue crystal. Then swallow it. Bang! Bang! However, after the first and second hyenas swallowed this blue crystal, it actually directly exploded in place, and there were no bones left. But spare a thought, the remaining hyenas still fought desperately for the blue crystal. In the end, the hyena queen managed to capture the blue crystal, thanks to her agility and ferocity. And after swallowing this blue crystal, the hyena queen realized that she was not only much stronger, the ability to harness the power of ice and snow, and a great increase in intelligence. Naturally, she became the queen of the pack of hyenas. After becoming queen, the hyena queen side took her pack on a hunting spree. Expand your territory like crazy. Even the male lions that could only run for their lives after seeing them before, it had already killed 3 of them, so when they smelled the blood, they were the first to rush over, trying to snatch the food. By the way, the working lion was also used as food. As the hyena queen led the hyena pack in a charge against Chen Mo, the lion cubs that have become prey in their eyes are quietly observing it, their ice blue eyes flashing with indifference. Ice spiked hyena. Level, low transcendent. Physical fitness, 10. Agility, 11. Power, 8. Divine soul, 7. Combined battle strength, 4256. Ability, ice spike. All the attributes are below me. Just be careful and you should be able to take it. Chen Mo thought in his heart, looking at the hyena queen who was running towards him, not even bothering to move. Just as a lion and a dog were still 10 meters away, the hyena queen leapt high into the air and, tearing towards the cubs. And the moment the hyena queen launched her attack, the lion cub with snow-white fur in front of it also moved. The white cub likewise jumped, and it was as fast as it could be. Like a white lightning bolt, it instantly appeared in front of the hyena queen. The hyena queen was even holding her stagger at this point. The next second he was slapped by the white cub and sent flying over 10 meters away. Boom! The powerful impact even caused the hyena queen's internal organs to be heavily damaged. Before the hyena queen could react, the lion king's attack followed. Its sharp claws directly tore out a bone-deep wound on its back. In an instant, an unprecedented fear rose in the hyena queen's heart. It's scared. It remembered the fear it had previously felt at the mercy of the male lion. Keep this up and it'll die. This is not a lion cub, but a lion king. Oh, he let out a low growl, urging the other hyenas to launch a siege on this white lion king. Roar! Roar! And at that moment, an angry lion's roar came from not far away. The other 3 lionesses of the pride arrived one after the other and angrily attacked the hyenas. By this time, Chen Mo had already disemboweled the hyena queen. Although they were both low-level transcendent beings, the difference between the two sides was simply too great. It's not just a racial disparity. The self-discipline challenge strengthened Chen Mo's all-around abilities, turning him into a true hexagonal warrior. After killing the hyena queen, the other hyenas were as if they had lost their backbone, scattered. Chen Mo didn't bother chasing after them. He just silently slashed open the hyena queen's stomach and, sure enough, another small transcendental energy crystal was found. The body's instincts made Chen Mo eager to swallow it. Chen Mo restrained this desire and just placed his paw on top of the crystal. The ice dan in his body began to absorb the ice spiritual energy contained within. This transcendent crystal could automatically collect aura, so it would be too wasteful to eat it directly. And Aisha's current physique wasn't enough to complete the awakening. By the time Aisha completes the overeating lion self-discipline challenge and grows to have the physique of a male lion, it's going to be at least 2 more weeks. During that time, Chen Mo felt that it was bound to hunt other transcendent creatures. There were a total of 10 channels of ice spiritual energy within this crystal, and Chen Mo absorbed them all. There wasn't a little bit of waste, and now there were already 22 channels of ice spiritual energy within his ice dan. After completing the absorption, Chen Mo once again observed this transcendent crystal. Ice-based extraordinary crystal, ultra small. Level 1 resources. Empty energy crystals. Slowly absorbs ice aura within a 5-meter radius to replenish itself. Based on the current concentration of auras, it will take 1,095 days to complete the recharge. End of chapter. Chapter 15 Aisha, brother, I really can't eat anymore. Chapter 15 Aisha, brother, I really can't eat anymore. After absorbing the spiritual energy of this transcendent crystal, Chen Mo lowered his head and started devouring the hyena queen's flesh and blood. Ahem. Just after taking a bite, Chen Mo almost spat it out. Hyena meat is really bad. Stinky and sour, even for a lion's palate. Iguana meat is also the next best thing to the next best thing. However, For the sake of the transcendent energy contained within it, Chen Mo still swallowed it in large gulps. 10 minutes later, the hyena queen's flesh and blood then all entered Chen Mo's belly. In total, these blood and flesh provided him with 3 channels of ice spirit power. On top of that, under the effect of tyrannical eclipse lion, Chen Mo gained another 1 point of strength. Frost cub, male, level, low transcendent, 25 spirit, physique, 18, agility, 20, strength, 1718, divine spirit, 16, ability, ice storm, combined battle strength, 108-184. While Chen Mo was eating the hyena queen's meat, the lionesses were enjoying the delicious zebra horns. Ow! Soon lioness had eaten her fill, and she was about to find a place to nap when however, it saw Chen Mo suddenly walking towards it and tearing a large piece of horned beef and placing it in front of it. Ho! Eat! Seeing that Aisha the lioness is ready to go to bed after eating less than 3 kilograms of meat, Chen Mo was naturally dissatisfied. That's a small appetite. Ow! Seeing his lion brother place the meat in front of him, though feeling like he'd already eaten his fill, but Aisha puffed and ate anyway. In addition to her reliance and trust in her own brother, Aisha didn't want to disappoint her brother's good intentions. Ow! After a long time, Aisha finally finished the piece of horned horse meat. His tummy is getting round and he's burping one after the other. So bracing. This is probably the most bracing meal I've ever had. Aisha couldn't help but think in her mind. The next second, however, it saw its Lion King brother tear off another piece of thigh meat from a spotted horned horse. Put it on its side. Aisha? Ow! I'm full. Aisha gave a low growl to her Lion King brother helplessly. Seeing that Aisha really couldn't eat anymore, Chen Mo didn't force her to do so, and just pointed at herself and another pointed to the meat in front of Aisha. The meaning is obvious. Want to become as strong as me? Then eat meat. Aisha's intelligence was very high, and after it understood Chen Mo's meaning, its eyes lit up. For a month or so, whenever Aisha was enjoying the food her brother had returned from the hunt, a hint of frustration rose in his heart. Obviously both born from the same mom. Why is the younger brother so good? He was eager to help his lion brother and wanted to fight alongside him, but it's too weak. Now there was a chance to get stronger in front of it. Aisha certainly didn't want to give up. With that thought, Aisha took another hard bite of meat and swallowed it. Over the next 2 days, the lions continued their migration northward. Aisha ate every day until she couldn't eat anymore. But other than feeling like she'd gained weight, the strength didn't gain much. It didn't suspect the Lion King's brother. It just felt that it was too wasteful. Roar! Whenever this time came, Chen Mo would always go over and touch Lion Sister's head as a sign of encouragement. I have to say, Aisha's fur is very soft and cozy to the touch. Chen Mo already liked the feeling of this rural lion. Early morning of the 3rd day of the migration, Chen Mo was woken up by freezing. He opened his eyes and suddenly realized that white feathers were floating in the sky. This grassland near the equator is surprisingly snowy. He stood up. Then it saw an even more appalling sight only to see that on the distant horizon, a tall and majestic snow mountain had unexpectedly risen out of thin air. This one continuous snowy mountain is extremely lofty and magnificent, reaching up to the sky, like a pillar of heaven. You know this is a grassland, and in the last night, it's still a bare, flat area. It simply turned his perception upside down. In addition to that, Chen Mo could sense that there was an extremely dense and majestic ice spiritual energy on the other side of the Great Snow Mountain, almost to the point of materializing. The closer one got to the Great Snow Mountain, the more dense the ice transcendent energy became. Getting violent? Chen Mo took a deep breath and after confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he couldn't help but feel a little bewildered in his heart. Or a revival? Or, this is no longer the blue star? Chen Mo couldn't help but think of the recent strange phenomenon in the grasslands. The climate has suddenly become colder, and the frequent appearance of extraordinary creatures with ice-based abilities. Maybe it's all because of these rolling snowy mountains in front of us. Ow! The lionesses and the 4 lionesses had long since been awakened by the cold, and they had likewise discovered the great snow-capped mountains that the heart couldn't help but feel a little jittery. Roar! But Chen Mo's voice settled their panicked hearts. They believe that no matter what happens, their king will carry them through to survival. Roar! After thinking for a few moments, Chen Mo decided to turn around and set off with the lions to the east. That is, the direction of the great snowy mountains. As a former human, Chen Mo could see a lot of places that the lionesses couldn't. Drastic climate change is bound to trigger a series of chain reactions. Prairie plants will die in a very short period of time. The herbivores with no food ensuing will quickly starve to death, followed by carnivores. At the current trend of dropping a few degrees or even a dozen degrees a day, it's quite possible that this prairie went into an ice age. Unless they can get out of the area affected by the Great Snowy Mountains before the great extinction of the steppe creatures, rediscover the territory suitable for survival. Otherwise they would surely starve to death due to lack of food. But God knows how big the radius of these snow-covered mountains is. Another reason was that Chun Mo knew that the appearance of the Great Snow Mountain would inevitably attract the attention of humans. If there are humans in this world, he's looking for a chance to ambush a wave of. Get more information about the Great Snowy Mountains in this world from the humans. By the way, let's see if there's any chance of completing the 2 self-discipline challenges, Fat and Happy Lion, and Stinky Lion. Apart from that, the most important reason was that the Great Snow Mountain possessed an extremely dense ice spiritual energy. The odds are that it will spawn many transcendent beings. The appearance of the Great Snow Mountain as well as various transcendent creatures caused a sense of crisis to arise in Shen Mo's heart. Previously, he thought he was reborn on the African savanna, and with the gold finger of the self-discipline challenge, a little bit of obscene development, and one day, he can climb to the top, but not anymore. In an environment where ice-based spiritual energy is extremely dense, I'm afraid that the transcendental creatures near the Great Snow Mountain will grow at a very fast pace. The path of transcendence was like rowing a boat against the current. If he missed the feast, there was a good chance that he would fall prey to other creatures in the future. Instead, if he takes it upon himself to hunt these transcendental creatures, Shenma will then be able to lead the lions to grow up quickly. End of chapter. Chapter 16, The Roaring Lion. Chapter 16, The Roaring Lion. Before heading towards the Great Snow Mountain, Shenmo was ready to take a bath. Today is already the last day of the Clean Lion Self-Discipline Challenge. He went to a nearby pool of water and found that a thin layer of ice had formed on its surface. After cracking the ice, Shenmo went in and out, taking 3 consecutive ice water baths. Finally finished the last day of the Clean Lion Self-Discipline Challenge. On the self-discipline panel, in place of Clean Lion, is a self-discipline challenge called Roaring Lion. Roaring Lion, white, make 100 roars of no less than 120 decibels per day for a period of 7 days. Seeing the refreshed, Roaring Lion on the panel, Shenmo couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Finally a self-discipline challenge that can be accomplished. If he gets any more of these weird self-discipline challenges like Stinky Fart Lion or Fat Happy Lion, he's going to get stuck. Shenmo equipped the Cleansing Lion and couldn't wait to try out what effect this title had. In the moment of equipping, all the dust and stains on Shenmo's body were shaken out by some mysterious force, and he instantly felt an unprecedented freshness. It's not a battle title, but it works pretty well. Shenmo was in a good mood. However, back at the lions, he suddenly realized that both Aisha and the 4 lionesses were looking at him with more than a hint of love, especially one of the lionesses Chunmo called Xiaofeng. The look in its eyes was about to be drawn. It was already in love with Chunmo, and under the effect of the Cleansing Lion, this adoration was reinforced. Xiaofeng trotted all the way to Chunmo's side, wanting to stick and rub against him, and Chunmo growled lowly twice and it only left reluctantly. Chunmo instantly realized, in addition to keeping it clean, Clean Lion adds a little bit of glamour to it. Looking into the increasingly hungry eyes of the lionesses, frightened, Chunmo hastily cancelled the equipping of the Clean Lion phrase, though after being reborn as a lion, he saw that these lionesses were quite browbeaten, but as a former human being, he still can't get over developing a hyper-friendship with a lioness right now. Of course, Chunmo was still relatively satisfied with the charm effect of Cleansing Lion. At certain critical moments, it may work surprisingly well. The Great Snowy Mountains may seem close, but they are far apart. Chunmo led the lions for 2 days in a row, but they didn't make it to the foot of the Great Snow Mountain. The weather was getting colder, and from time to time he could see frozen creatures in the meadow. On top of that, in the past 2 days, Chunmo had encountered 2 more low-level transcendent creatures, mutant jackals and baboons. However, none of them had a combined battle power of more than 30, and they were completely inadequate in front of Chunmo. In the end, it naturally turned into a meal in Shenmo's belly. With a supply of transcendent blood and flesh, tyrannical eating lion began to function. Shenmo's size once again began to skyrocket. In just 2 days, he has gained another 40 pounds and his fitness level has improved nicely. Unfortunately, neither of these 2 transcendental creatures had transcendental crystals in their bodies, and after eating their flesh and blood, only 7 channels of ice psychic power were added. At this moment, Chunmo already had 32 ice spiritual powers within his ice stand. The highest combined combat power also broke 200 for the first time. The rising sun rises in the east. It's a new day. The goosefeather snow fell for 2 days in a row, and at this moment the grassland had completely turned into a snowfield. Because of the weather getting colder, Chunmo woke up later and later in the morning. Today, however, it woke up to find its lion sister, Aisha, with her eyes closed and curled up in a ball. Its body shivered, while a look of agony passed over its face. It looks very heartbreaking. Chunmo froze for a moment, then his eyes became grave. Is this a fever? Rapidly changing climates do tend to trigger colds. Chen Mo touched Aisha's body with his forepaw. Aisha's entire body was amazingly cold and, like a piece of metaphysical ice, seemingly smelling a familiar scent. Aisha subconsciously hugged Chen Mo's forepaw. What the hell? Chen Mo was a bit anxious. He's not in a human society right now. There's no medication. He can't find a doctor. I don't know how to respond to this situation. After thinking about it, Chen Mo gazed at Aisha. He decided to use his observation lion ability to check Aisha's condition at the moment first. Let's see what the solution is. Soon, Aisha's message unfolded before his eyes. African lion, female, rank, mortal, awakening, physical, 3, 4, agility, 1, 4, power, 2, 4, divine spirit, 9, 9, combined battle strength, 1. Aisha's attributes showed that it was in a state of extreme weakness at the moment. Only the divine soul attribute was even higher compared to before. On top of that, Chen Mo also noticed that the column of Aisha's level had a note of awakening in progress. Turns out it's not sick. Rather, they are awakening. Chen Mo let out a slight sigh of relief, and then a flash of blue light flashed through the lion's eyes. It began to sense the ice-based transcendent energies around it. At this moment, the ice-based transcendent energy light points in the area of 12 meters in a circle were like moths to a flame, rapidly surging into Aisha's body. After learning that Aisha didn't have a fever, but rather an awakening, Chen Mo decided to rest for a day, temporarily halt the advance toward the Great Snowy Mountains. Roar! At the same time, Chen Mo, who was guarding Aisha's side, began his own roaring self-discipline. A deafening lion's roar echoed across the snowy plains. Aisha finally woke up from her coma in the afternoon. It feels like it's been dreaming a very long time. The endless blizzard seemed to completely engulf it, and all of its own body's limbs lost their senses due to the cold. Just when it thought it was going to die, its lion brother suddenly appeared before its eyes. Bring a touch of warmth to it with your body. That's how it held up. When she opened her eyes, Aisha saw her brother standing guard over her. It could not help but feel a strong emotion rise in its heart. Frost cub, female, level, low transcendent, physical fitness, 6, agility, 6, power, 5, divine spirit, 11, ability, ice eyes, combined battle strength, 35-42. Seeing that Aisha has successfully awakened and her various abilities have been greatly enhanced, Chen Mo was sincerely happy for it. Now the lions finally had another capable fighter in the pride besides him. After waking up, Aisha plopped down beside Chen Mo with gusto, rubbing his furry head against Chen Mo. At this moment, it had no sisterly demeanor at all, and was more like a child pampering itself with its father. Chen Mo stretched out his forepaw and rua Aisha. Every time Aisha started rubbing against him, it meant it wanted to be petted. Chen Mo had jerked Lioness like a cat a few times before. Perhaps because of his skillful technique, Lioness is gradually getting a little addicted to being groped. Affinity does not deteriorate. This book has no heroine, no changeling. Thanks to the righteous fathers for their support. End of chapter. Chapter 17, Frost Lion Territory. Battle of the Lion King. Chapter 17, Frost Lion Territory. Battle of the Lion King. Perhaps because being Rua was so comfortable, Aisha unconsciously closed her eyes and there was a look of enjoyment on his face. The coat has become softer and feels so much better in the hand, Shenhua thought to himself. At the moment, Aisha had changed a great deal in her appearance. Not only did his fur turn snow white like Chen Mo's, his pupils also turned ice blue, like the purest of sapphires, though no ice crystal-like crystal and armor prototypes appeared on it. The lion's mom, who had watched from the sidelines as both of her wards turned into white lions, was a bit confused. Does that mean I still have the white lion gene? After jerking off the big cat for a while, Chen Mo threw a horned horse that he hadn't finished yesterday in front of Aisha. Today was already the last day of Aisha's overeating lion self-discipline challenge. Previously, Aisha's sudden coma had made Chen Mo think that this self-discipline challenge was going to be a foregone conclusion. Luckily, I woke up in the end. Now that Elsa has awakened the supernatural, coupled with the overeating lion's all-around enhancement of physical quality, it was sure to grow quickly. Roar! Feeling the strong power surging within her body at the moment, Aisha was excited beyond measure. Sure enough, the Lion King's brother hadn't lied to himself that eating meat would make him stronger. The previous efforts are finally paying off at this moment. Roar, this is just the beginning. Chen Mo shook his head. Aisha's autonomous awakening was not what he expected. Originally, I wanted Aisha to try to awaken after obtaining Tyrannical Eclipse Lion. I didn't realize that Lioness was so competitive that she had awakened on her own. Aisha, who was about to eat, froze her eyes when she heard the low roar of her Lion King brother. The brother seems to be saying, this is just the beginning? Aisha had never felt like she could understand so clearly what her Lion King brother's roar meant. The roars between the lions can only roughly express each other's emotions at the moment as well as a few simple words. But now she seemed to be able to understand the exact meaning of her brother's roar. After waking up, one seems to be smarter. Howl. Will I ever get stronger? Aisha asked with a low growl. Hearing Aisha's roar, Chen Mo also froze. He could understand what Aisha's roar represented. And at the moment it was as if he was communicating with someone. After awakening the transcendent, did the level of wisdom and lion language increase as well? It made him a little excited. For the past 2 months, Chen Mo had been in a state of no communication. Although in the midst of a pride of lions, it is still alone. Without realizing it, much of the emotion in his soul that was uniquely human had been worn away. Aisha, who had gained a significant increase in her spiritual intelligence after her awakening, had brought Chen Mo a great surprise. Roar. Will do. Meat first. Chen Mo nodded his head and growled, then pointed at the unfinished horned horse in front of Aisha. Roar. The awakening had consumed a lot of nutrients from Aisha's body, and it had been starving for a long time. Then he began to devour the tasty horned horse meat without a care in the world. When Aisha felt she had eaten her fill, suddenly he realized that the food he had swallowed was being digested by his body at an alarming rate. At the same time, it could distinctly feel that as the meat was digested, its strength, the ability to explode and other aspects of the game are getting stronger. Aisha couldn't help but let out a roar of excitement. Roar. Looks like you made it. Just keep eating next. Strength will grow. Shenma glanced at the self-regulation panel and, discovering that Aisha had indeed completed the Tyrannical Eating Lion self-discipline challenge. The effect of the Tyrannical Eating Lion that he himself had equipped was increased by 10%. Aisha rubbed Shenmo's body somewhat affectionately. It understands that the changes that have taken place in it must not have been possible without the help of its brother. Roar. After Aisha had eaten her fill, Chen Mo asked what ability it had awakened. Creatures seem to awaken a special ability when they achieve transcendence. For example, his Ice Storm, Hyena Queen's Ice Spike, and Aisha's Ice Eyes. I'll try, Aisha replied. It began to mobilize the ice spirit power within its body. This ability was as easy to cast as it was instinctive. In the next second, Aisha's ice blue pupils flashed with a flash of blue light that, immediately afterward, he found that his vision was rapidly expanding, and all of a sudden he could see a large tree a dozen kilometers away. Aisha wants to try her limits and see further afield, before it could try. However, the blue light in its eyes was like a poorly contacted light bulb. It's bright and dark. It soon dissipated completely. Aisha had only just awakened, and the ice spiritual energy in her body was so thin that it was used up all at once. Roar, see further. Can penetrate some thinner objects. Aisha stumbled and explained the effect of the ice eyes to Chen Mo in lion language. It was still a bit too difficult for Aisha, who was just getting started in the lion language. Roar. Nice. Chen Mo praised. Farsightedness plus a little bit of penetration. This will be a very useful ability as you gain strength. He then began to ponder the reason for this autonomous awakening of Aisha, wondering if it could be replicated on other lionesses. Aisha's own talent? Or prolonged time in an area with dense ice spiritual energy? Or consume the flesh and blood of transcendent beings? Why don't we have a few other lionesses eat some of the flesh and blood of the transcendental creatures next? See if you can help them awaken? Roaring Lion, Self-Discipline Challenge Day 4. The lions finally arrived in front of the big snowy mountain. However, Chen Mo realized that this piece of rolling snowy mountains that pierced straight through the clouds was actually suspended above the grassland. And these majestic snowy mountains are like a mirage, looking hazy and unreal. He could even see across the snow-covered mountains to the snow-covered grasslands below. Is it just an illusion? But the ice spiritual energy here is indeed much denser. Chen Mo roughly felt it. If the aura concentration of the place where they stayed before was 1, then at the foot of the Great Snow Mountain it was 5. Even higher. Roar. At this time, Aisha suddenly let out a low roar, and its ice blue eyes emitted a surfeit of blue light. Apparently the Ice Eyes ability was activated. Aisha smelled the scent of the land beneath her feet, left behind by the other lions, so he used Ice Eyes to try to see what was going on. Sure enough, about a dozen kilometers into the grasslands, Aisha saw a male lion running wildly toward them. Aisha was the first to explain the situation to Chen Mo. Roar. No hurry. Wait for them. In fact, Chen Mo had smelled other male lions in this grassland a long time ago. They have moved into the territory of other lions. But Chen Mo didn't care right now. It possesses extremely exaggerated eyesight and speed. The ability to detect other organisms from up to 10 kilometers away and obtain information about them. Soon, a white figure appeared in Chen Mo's field of vision. It was a male lion with a white mane. and it was followed by a dozen female lions. Apparently, it was the Lion King of this territory. Fellow righteous fathers, the new book period is 2 a day haha. Chapter 1, 12 o'clock noon. Chapter 2 at 6 p.m. Also, it's important to catch up on your reading during a new book. It directly affects the recommendation and advancement of a book. So please help all you righteous people who like to raise books to click on the latest chapter and cross it to the bottom. Speechless appreciates it. End of chapter. Chapter 18 Submit or Die. Chapter 18 Submit or Die. Frost Lion, male, level, low transcendent, physical fitness, 16, agility, 11, power, 12, divine spirit, 12, ability, ice condensation, combined battle strength, 76-102. Judging from the panel, this male lion is not weak. It could be said to be the strongest transcendent creature Chen Mo had encountered so far. Apparently, this frost lion had hunted and killed quite a few transcendent creatures after its awakening as well. He has devoured the flesh and blood of a number of transcendent creatures and has expanded his territory to an exaggerated extent. However, there was still a big gap between it and Chen Mo, who had a maximum combined combat power of over 200. Soon, the white-haired frost lion stopped at a place that was still more than 100 meters away from Chen Mo. Having evolved into a transcendent being, the frost lion's sense of danger and increased intelligence of the keeps it from striking out recklessly. Although this white-furred young lion opposite looked like a young lion, its body size was extremely exaggerated, nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder and even more, nearly 4 meters long. It's a whole lot bigger than that, and on the body of this lion cub, it actually felt a sense of oppression and threat that it had never felt before. Ever since Frost Lion swallowed a mysterious ice fruit more than a month ago and awakened his superhuman powers, had never met such a terrifying opponent. Holler! Get out of here! A majestic growl rang out. After awakening the transcendent, Frost Lion could naturally communicate simply in the lion language. All it wants now is to banish this alien lion from its territory, because there is no certainty of victory. That's why it didn't dare to easily wage war against this cub-like Lion King in front of it. The Lion King on the other side of the room didn't answer, but that's the best answer. Seeing that the opposite Lion King had completely ignored himself, Frost Lion couldn't help but feel a trace of anger rise in his heart. It felt like it was losing face in front of the lioness, in defense of their territory, but also in defense of their dignity. It eventually charged at Chen Mo. Roar! The frost lion leapt high into the air, and the lion's paw wrapped in 1,000 pounds of strength fiercely slapped at the frost cub. Despite becoming a transcendent, its fighting style has not changed. However, the inevitable strike was lightly dodged by the frost cub. This frost cub explosion actually erupted with a speed that was completely inconsistent with its huge size. Then, before the frost lion could react, suddenly it felt like there was a huge force coming from his back. The instant the frost lion attacked, Chen Mo entered rampage form. The moment he finished dodging, he came behind the frost lion. Ice energy gathered in his front palm and swung out heavily. Dodging, jumping, swinging his claws, the whole action was in one go. The powerful force directly slapped the frost lion out of the air and rolled several times in a row on the snowy ground. Roar! Seeing her lion husband in a downward spiral, most of the lionesses of the frost lion pride let out an angry roar and rushed up in unison to try and help. They prepare to round up the Lion King across the street. These lionesses are the original frost lionesses, and basically have had cubs with the king. In order to guard their children, they naturally didn't want the Lion King's husband to lose. Roar! Aisha and several other lionesses let out roars of rage and similarly pounced, only to see Aisha rush up to a lioness and create a direct fly, followed by Frost appearing on her paws. Another lioness was hit hard. Now Aisha is at a stage where she is growing substantially in size, strength, speed and all other aspects. Under the effect of the overeating lion, in just 4 days' time, it had grown around in size. Already not too far removed from an adult lioness. Some of the medium to large game that the lions had encountered over the past 2 days had been hunted by Aisha alone. From the initial rustiness that led to the escape of the prey to the ease with which the Aisha is growing at an amazing rate. Ordinary low-level transcendent creatures were no match for it now. On the other side, before the frost lion could slow down, the frost cub's attacks came one after the other. Sharp claws glowed blue. Frost lion hastily unleashed the ability he had gained from his awakening ice condensation. A row of half-meter high ice spikes unfolded around it, and as long as the Lion King on the other side dared to pounce on it, inevitably, they will be pierced. However, in the next second, a powerful ice storm suddenly rose up with it at its center. The violent icy wind actually directly tore the ice spikes directly to pieces. In order to quickly subdue the frost lion, Chen Mo cast Ice Storm with all his might for the first time, enough to consume 10 channels of ice spiritual energy. Bang! Chen Mo pounced the frost lion to the ground and pinned it down with absolute strength. A deafening roar followed. Roar! Submit! Or die! Feeling the power that completely crushed him, Frost Lion felt death for the first time. Roar! It knew that if it dared to continue to resist, this Lion King in front of it would inevitably bite its throat without hesitation, just as it had done with other transcendent creatures before. Finally, the Frost Lion gave a low roar and chose to submit anyway. The spirit is new, and with its intelligence, it wants to live more than any other creature. Along with the sound of the Frost Lion's submission, the resistance on the lioness's side ended. They stood in front of their children and looked at Chen Mo with a look of awe. As defeated lions, it is customary for their children to be killed. However, the new Lion King merely looked at them before releasing his forepaw that was suppressing the Frost Lion. Frost Lion stood up in a hurry, then subconsciously took a few steps back. It looked at the Frost Cub with awe in its eyes. Finally it lowered its head and waited for the Frost Cub's judgment. Is it eviction? Or driven to extinction? Roar! You may remain in this territory. I won't hurt your wife and children either. In exchange, you'll need to hunt one transcendental creature for me every 2 days. Chen Mo let out a low growl. He didn't want to kill the Frost Lion, but wanted to corral it. The ice spiritual energy here was so dense that Chen Mo was prepared to stay here for a while. It is natural to establish your own territory, but with him and the current pride of lions, not enough to manage too large a territory. And the best way to do that is to expand the lions, robbing other lions of their territory and making them work for them. This was also the reason why Chen Mo was unwilling to leave, even though he knew that this was the territory of other Lion Kings. And there was another reason for not killing this Frost Lion. Chen Mo didn't want to eat the flesh and blood of his own kind, even if this enhances strength. Howl! Hearing Chen Mo's response, the Frost Lion felt incredulous that the Lion King in front of him was so generous. Looking at the Frost Cub that indeed had no killing intent towards itself, it once again showed its submission and gratitude. Roar! King, thank you for your mercy. Howl! Don't have a name yet, do you? From now on, you'll be called Shangba. Looking at the Frost Lion in front of him, which was quite domineering in its looks, Chen Mo casually named it. Roar! The Frost Lion nodded, though at the moment it didn't understand what the name meant. But somehow the name seems kinda cool. End of chapter. Chapter 19 Awakening. Chapter 19 Awakening. After collecting the Frost lions, Chen Mo stayed near the Great Snow Mountain illusion. In order to improve his strength, he once again started hunting frantically. In just 2 days, he had hunted 13 transcendental creatures with the lions. Chen Mo himself hunted 10 heads. He tends to work alone, and with his superb eyesight and speed, any transcendental creature that appeared in his line of sight could not escape. It had to be said that there were indeed more transcendent creatures near and within the Great Snow Mountain than in the outer regions. In addition to those who awakened on their own in the vicinity of the Great Snowy Mountains, there are many others, like Chen Mo, who, transcendent creatures from further afield began to approach the Great Snow Mountain as well. They may not think as much as Chinma does, but the instinct to get stronger still drove them towards this place. Unfortunately, no transcendental crystals appeared within the bodies of these autonomously awakened transcendental creatures. Among Chen Mo's 10 prey, only 2 of them had exploded crystals. After eating the flesh and blood of these transcendental creatures and the ice energy contained in the energy crystals, Chen Mo's size once again began to grow. With a body length of nearly 5 meters and a shoulder height of 2.4 meters, other lionesses stand in front of her like cats. It is important to know that the average adult male lion is only 2 meters long. On top of that, the ice crystal armor fragments on Chen Mo's body became harder and harder. The hardness and sharpness of the claws is also taken to the next level. What's more, he had 42 more ice spiritual energy within his ice stand. There are now 68 ice psychic powers. Chen Mo had a premonition that when the number of ice spiritual power reached 100 channels, perhaps a qualitative change will come. Roaring Lion, Challenge Day 5. Evening. Roar! King, here's food for the next 2 days. The Frost Lion Xiangba held an ice-horned antelope that he had hunted not long ago and gently placed it in front of Chen Mo. To be honest, for this ice-horned antelope, it was actually quite reluctant to part with it inside. The flesh and blood of a transcendent being can make it stronger, but in order to stay here, Xiangba chose to turn it in. In the beginning, the idea of running away and leaving this territory did arise within Xiangba, but it still can't let go of its wife and children. Not only did the new Lion King not dominate his harem, he didn't even embarrass his heir. Once it leaves here, it will have nothing. On top of that, Xiangba was even more afraid of encountering an existence as powerful as the Frost Cubs after leaving the territory. After being defeated by Chen Mo, it completely changed from a swell lion to a wimpy lion. As it is now, it seems to be working just fine. It's just that having to turn in a transcendent creature every 2 days is just too much of a lion's heartache. Wow. Looking at the respectful-looking frost lion Xiangba, Chen Emo calmly nodded his head and then let out a low roar. Ho! Take it back! Share it with your wives and children. And this time the transcendental creatures will be spared. It's an autonomously awakened ice-horned antelope with no transcendental crystals in its body. It couldn't provide Chen Emo with much spiritual energy or enhancement, so it would be better to use it to help the other lionesses awaken. The experience of being a man in his previous life made him realize that for dependents who had just defected to him, it is easy to make them loyal to you only if you can give them both kindness and authority. At those words, Xiongba's lion eyes opened roundly in some disbelief. Such a big supernatural creature, and he's giving it to himself? It was important to realize that the blood and flesh of transcendental creatures was not only very tasty, but it could also make other transcendental creatures stronger. At once, an inexplicable touch rose in Xiongba's heart. As a transcendent creature that had just been born with spiritual intelligence, its mind was actually quite simple. Ho! Thank you, merciful king. At this moment, it already regarded Chen Emo as the real Lion King in its heart. Roaring Lion, Challenge Day 6. Early in the morning, after completing the Roaring Lion's daily self-discipline, Chen Emo left the territory. Start hunting. After running through the snowy plains for nearly 30 minutes, he came to the snowy plains underneath the illusion of the Great Snowy Mountains. The probability of transcendental creatures appearing here is high. Soon, he then saw a white giraffe with frosty blue spots 7 kilometers away. This frost-spotted giraffe has a combined combat strength of 105-110. It's a little more powerful than Xiongba, but it was still no match for Chen Emo. Soon after, he fell to the ground under the roar of the ice storm as well as the sharp claws of the ice lions, and fell into eternal sleep. Chen Emo gulped down the blood and flesh of the frost-spotted giraffe. The digestive organs in his body were like melting to rapidly break down the blood and flesh into various nutrients and ice spiritual energy. But the frost-spotted giraffe was so large that he ate a small portion before he was full. With that, he glanced at his current attribute panel. Frost Cub, Male, Level, Low Transcendent, Body Mass, 26, Agility, 26, Power, 25, Divine Spirit, 18, Ability, Ice Storm, Combined Battle Strength, 182-62. The base attributes have almost stopped growing, and it looks like the effects of the tyrannical Eclipse Lion have once again reached their limits. Unless one swallows the flesh and blood of a higher-level transcendent being to continue growing, Chen Emo thought silently in his heart. But so far, the most evolved creature he had seen was himself. The only way to get stronger is through self-discipline challenges or transcendent-level breakthroughs. Chen Emo brought the leftover frost-spotted giraffe blood and meat back to the lions, giving half of it to Aisha and Mama Lion and the others, followed by a portion for the other lionesses and cubs. All the lionesses exuded joy as they looked at the loaded Lion King. With the new Lion King on the throne, not only did they not starve, but they even ate more than ever before. Better quality food. The meat of the transcendent creatures was previously monopolized by their husbands, the Ice Lion Stallions. It also caused them to look at the new Lion King with nothing but awe, respect, and gratitude in their eyes, and a hint of adoration. It is the nature of creatures to admire strength. In the animal world, it is even more obvious. 15 minutes later, just as the lions were feasting, the mother lion suddenly let out a wail. Roar! After eating a piece of meat from a frost-spotted giraffe, he suddenly felt chills all over his body. A bone-chilling cold invaded it, and the pain caused it to wail. Chen Emo glanced over and realized that Lion Mother was indeed in an awakened state as well. Then he asked a few other lionesses to warm up the Lion Mom. Next, wails came from the lions one after another. 2 more lionesses awakened within the pride. It was 2 of the heads that initially followed him. Chen Emo was pleased about this. It would roughly justify his idea of devouring the flesh and blood of transcendent beings. It does enhance the possibility of becoming a transcendent being. What made Chen Emo feel even more surprised was, Luna, the little black panther that he had adopted with a soft heart earlier, had actually entered the awakened state as well. During the night, Mama Lion, Lioness and Luna woke up one by one. Lioness also turned into a white lion, and also awakened the cold spit ability. It makes it exciting, having watched both of my children begin to develop in a perverted manner. Lion's mom was on the verge of doubting Lion's birth. Why did my 3-month-old get so big? Strength can be so strong. And now, it has finally embarked on this transcendent path. End of chapter. Chapter 20, Canopy Ice Spider. Beyond Transcendent Existence. Chapter 20, Canopy Ice Spider. Beyond Transcendent Existence. The ability awakened in both lionesses was, Claws of Ice. Not a very impressive ability. After all, attaching ice spirit energy to the claws could have a similar effect. And the little panther Luna's awakened ability is, Ice Wings. Able to manifest a pair of feathered wings with ice-based psychic power. Gaining the power of flight. It's a pity that the ice energy in the little guy's body is pitifully low. Illusory frost wings only last less than 5 seconds. The flight distance is around 20 meters, or the stick to the ground kind, because flying too high, easy to run out of spiritual energy to fall down directly fall dead. Rather, this ability made Chen Mo a little envious. Flying gives a much wider field of view, which is useful for scouting, fighting, and escape are of great help. As for the problem of not lasting, it would be solved when the ice spirit power in his body grew up. If only the self-discipline challenge could have swiped a flying lion. Chen Mo couldn't help but think, just as he was looking at Luna the panther in her reverie. Luna is also secretly watching the Lion King's father. After the awakening, the little one's spiritual wisdom was naturally enlightened. It became more and more grateful to the Lion King in its heart, and was glad that it had been there in the first place. If we hadn't met the Lion King in the first place, it is bound to be a dead bone on a vast snowfield by now. The Lion King's help and adoption made Luna silently think of the Lion King as her father. It hopes that it will one day repay the Lion King. Unfortunately, the current self is still too weak. Panther has to work hard. Looking at the sky full of stars, the little black panther thought silently in his heart. Roaring Lion, Day 7. Early morning. Ice Lion territory. Roar! Chenma roared loudly early in the morning to start the last day of the self-discipline challenge. A day's work lies in the morning. The frost lions are also used to the new king's unusual behavior. There were even a number of imitators, like the lionesses before them. In the meantime, about 40 kilometers from the lions, in the grasslands, 4 military vehicles and a cross-country truck were moving quickly across the snow-covered grasslands. Each SUV was filled with loaded soldiers, dark-skinned and wearing uniform dark green uniforms. These are troops from the Tanzanian military. Inside the trunk of the SUV truck, in addition to the soldiers, were 2 huge steel cages that, curled up in one of the metal cages was a white rat the size of a house cat. It's obviously a transcendent creature as well, but at the moment it's been injected with a massive amount of anesthetic that, in a coma, headed for the car. Sir, we're about to enter the inner snowfield of the Great Snow Mountain. The dark, thin young soldier in the co-pilot's seat fiddled with the drone controller in his hand as he, while reporting to the officer in the back row, there's so much snow and wind up ahead that the detection range of the UAVs is severely compromised. Currently only a maximum of 250 meters ahead can be detected, and the vehicle should not be driven too fast. Old Wang, drive slower. Upon hearing this, a balding officer in the back row with a somewhat blonde figure said to the driver, he is the supreme officer of this squad. It's worth noting, the language they talk in is Chinese. Because the instructors of their army were Dongxia people, they not only communicated using the Dongxia language, even each one has its own Dongxia name. Soon, the SUV crashed into the snowy mountain and drove straight into its interior. These rolling snowy mountains are actually like a mirage, an illusory existence. Sir, the mountain of snow above us isn't going to suddenly come down on us, is it? Asked the young soldier manning the drone with some concern. Don't worry, based on the experience of other countries, it will be a long time before the Great Snow Mountain officially descends. Don't think about it so much. Our mission this time is to capture as many transcendent creatures as possible. The fat officer sitting in the back row reassured them. Then over the walkie-talkie he began skillfully painting the crowd with a big picture. Fellow warriors, cheer up. Colonel Kalam has said that by capturing a single transcendental creature, each of them will receive a reward of 5 million shillings, about 13,540 RMB. On top of that, I'll be reporting to my superiors about the soldiers who performed well in this operation. A promotion is not a dream. At those words, the soldier's eyes couldn't help but become fiery. Roar. At this time, a seemingly lion's roar suddenly came from the fat officer's ears. Because of the sheer distance and the sound of the car's engine, that's why the lion's roar seems so slight. Old King, Sanch, do you hear me? The fat officer hurriedly questioned the driver and the young soldier. I hear you, sir. It's like a lion's roar. Quick, drive in that direction. An expression of joy spread across the fat officer's otherwise bland face. They were now inside the Great Snowy Mountains, and the creatures that had appeared here, 9 times out of 10, they are transcendental beings. As this hunting party was rapidly advancing toward Chenmo, with its superb vision, Chenmo naturally saw this human force. Black. So odds are I'm still on the blue planet? This was the first time Chenmo had seen a human since he was reborn. Seeing the heavily armed soldiers and thinking about it, he was ready to slip away first. His present flesh could not quite withstand the bullets, though with his present speed, the guns are hard to aim at it. But I'm afraid that if you don't die, you'll be crippled in a round of fire. But now if he ran straight away, the lions would probably encounter this Black Brotherhood unit. Granted, the odds are stacked against a direct firefight with a human. However, Chenmo did not want his only just developed lion group to be consumed in such meaningless battles. After thinking about it, Chen Mo still decided to go alone to distract the group of humans. Anyway, he's going fast now, being able to keep running at 150 kilometers per hour for a long time. These buggies can't catch up with themselves. Think of it as a morning run. And by the way, continue, roaring lion, self-discipline. Roar. Chen Mo told the lions not to move around in the territory and ran out himself. Roar. He growled as he ran deeper into the Great Snowy Mountains. He was going to lure the squad deeper into the Great Snowy Mountain illusion, where the transcendental creatures were plentiful. If you meet yourself you can still make a wild one. 30 minutes later, the caravan that followed the lion's roar all the way down the road could still hear it up ahead, but the bias just didn't catch up. Then, if they hadn't seen the lion's paw prints in the snow, they would have thought they had hit a ghost. Wicked. This lion can run too well, the fat officer muttered, but his heart was growing more and more excited. This physical strength was more proof that this was not a mortal lion. After running like this for half an hour deeper into the Great Snow Mountain, Chen Mo suddenly stopped, because he saw a huge beast 10 kilometers away. This is an incomparably huge spider with a crystal clear body, as if it were carved out of crystal, glittering in the reflection of the sun. It was as tall as a 4-story building, and even if the current Chen Mo stood in front of it, it also looks rather petite. Canopy Ice Spider. Rank, Combined Battle Strength. End of chapter. Chapter 21, Divine Medicine. Chapter 21, Divine Medicine. Chen Mo observed the Canopy Ice Spider for a full 2 minutes. However, other than the name, still nothing. Obviously, this giant beast named Sky Curtain Ice Spider was too much stronger than him. If the aura recovery has only just begun, how could such a strong transcendent being appear at this stage? Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little shocked in his heart. He had thought that if all the creatures of this prairie had just embarked on the path of evolution, he was definitely in the first echelon or even at the very top. The appearance of this huge beast in front of him undoubtedly multiplied the sense of crisis in his heart. Fortunately, the Canopy Ice Spider had not awakened at this time. On top of that, Chen Mo also saw a huge ice crystal snow lotus behind the Canopy Ice Spider. This snow lotus flower is similar to an ice spider, with an appearance as transparent as pure crystal. It radiated a 7-colored light under the refraction of the sunlight. The powerful spiritual energy contained within it could be clearly felt even by Chen Mo, who was 10 kilometers away. To be on the safe side, Chen Mo did not continue to approach the Canopy Ice Spider, but instead reversed his direction, ran and hid in a nearby gully. At the same time, he did not forget to use the ice storm to raise flying snow, covering the footprints he left behind. This is hundreds of kilometers from the lions. It's hard for these humans to seek out the lions anymore. After thinking about it, Chen Mo decided to wait and see away from where he was. If the caravan continued on, there was a high probability that they would encounter that Canopy Ice Spider. He wanted to see if it was the humans who had the best thermal weapons, or was the unknown spider beast better. Of course, if the human caravan chooses to return the way they came after failing to find his trail, then he'll leave too. Soon, the convoy arrived at the place where Chen Mo had stopped before. The lion's roar and the footprints all came to a screeching halt here. A soldier got out of his car to check the situation. However, no further clues were found. Keep moving. After pondering for a moment, the fat officer decided to move on anyway. Come all the way. Yet this hunting party was wholly unaware that their every move, they all fell into the eyes of the ice lion that was almost one with the snow not far away. 10 minutes later, the convoy is less than 800 meters away from the ice spider. Looking at the images captured by the drone, the dark, thin soldier, Sanch, stammered a bit. Chief officer, target sighted, but do we really want to capture it? For the first time in his life, he'd seen a transcendental creature so huge, so terrifying, that it's like the Godzilla behemoth in the movie. He couldn't help but back off in his mind. Were ordinary bullets really effective against this big guy? What a big spider. The fat officer was also stunned. No lions were found, but giant spiders. Unfortunately, transcendent creatures of this size were no longer something they could handle. However, in the next second, Fat Officer was able to see the ice crystal snow lotus behind the giant ice spider. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Compared to the soldiers under his hand, he knew more about things related to aura recovery. He knew that, with the exception of transcendental beings, together with the revival of the aura, there are all kinds of transcendental medicines. Human beings who have access to these divine medicines have a great possibility of acquiring transcendent abilities. It's not impossible to become one of those superheroes in the movies. And this snow lotus in front of him was bound to be this divine medicine that could make humans awaken their transcendent abilities. If we do get this snow lotus, even if all of his company were to die here, it would be worth it. That spider seems to be sleeping. It's worth a fight, the fat officer thought in his mind, and then communicated the order over the intercom. Keep moving. Team 1, Drop anesthetic spray 50 meters back from the spider behemoth. Simultaneous attack with a tranquilizer gun. In the meantime, Team 2 drive and load that snowdrop into the van. Transfer immediately upon completion. Remember, the target of this mission is not this big guy. Rather, it's the snow lotus behind it. Roger that, sir, the soldiers replied in unison. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that the target this time wasn't the spider beast. Soon, the convoy was only 50 meters away from the spider behemoth. At this moment, everyone intuitively felt the terror of the spider beast. It stretched across them like a small mountain. All the soldiers felt that unrivaled sense of oppression. Its fear from the depths of the soul. Fire! With the fat officer's command, more than a dozen soldiers pressed the triggers at the same time and several other soldiers operated drones to drop tranquilizer bombs filled with anesthetic spray. Brush up! A dozen anesthesia needles shot out in unison at the spider behemoth. Each anesthetic needle contains a specially formulated anesthetic. Its portion could even knock an elephant unconscious in an instant. It was specially prepared for this hunting mission. However, just at the moment when the anesthetic needle was about to hit the canopy spider, the 8 ice blue compound eyes of the canopy spider opened in unison, seemingly sensing the human's attack. It awoke. In the next second, an invisible wall seemed to appear in front of the giant spiders. All the anesthetic bombs hovered in midair, unable to advance a bit, and the anesthetic spray was similarly insulated and had no effect on the giant spiders. Seeing this scene, all the soldiers quickly switched to their rifles and began to gather fire on the giant spider. Dang it! Countless bullets poured out, yet they were all blocked by that invisible wall of. It just erupted with sporadic sparks and did not cause any damage to the canopy ice spider at all. In the next second, the spider beast swung one of its diamond-like forelimbs in the void and, with that, the 2 frontmost SUVs and the humans on them were split in 2 like tofu. It's crosscut. The rest of the soldiers were scared out of their wits and panicked as they ran onto the SUV, trying to escape, but the spider behemoth's forelimbs swung again in the void and another SUV was turned into countless pieces as if it had been continuously cut by the sharpest blade. Only the off-road vehicle farthest from the canopy spider, the lead vehicle. It was only after realizing the situation was bad that I was able to get away by stepping on the gas directly to the floor. The canopy ice spider seemed too lazy to go after the SUV and didn't get up and just another glance in the direction where Chen Mo was, as if it had found something interesting. A horrifying smile spread across the corners of its mouth. Then the 8 blue jade-like compound eyes slowly closed again. In the distance, Chen Mo, who had taken in the battle, felt incomparably shocked. This sky curtain ice spider was also too powerful. Human troops are simply unbeatable in front of it. He then looked at the only SUV that had escaped, his mind wandering. Perhaps, is a good opportunity. So he ran fast, preparing for a 2-way run with the SUV. I can't believe I've encountered a boundary keeper. It's been a long time since I escaped with my life. The fat officer is sweating like a pig. It took a while to finally ease the fear inside. The moment that spider behemoth rose to its feet, he saw a giant bronze door underneath the spider behemoth. Instantly, the fat officer remembered information from a certain top-secret file that, realizing what a terrifying existence the spider beast was, so immediately let the driver Lao Wang turn around and escape, which escaped. Fortunately, boundary keepers have their own range of motion. Just get out of that area and they won't be driven to extinction. Otherwise 100 lives wouldn't be enough to die. At this moment, the fat officer no longer had the slightest idea about that ice crystal snow lotus. He was now just hurrying to get away from this horrible place. However, it was not to be. In the midst of the blizzard, he saw a huge white lion standing on the grassland ahead of him. It seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. End of chapter. Chapter 22 Captives. Chapter 22 Captives. Just out of the dragon's pool and into the tiger's den. The fat officer couldn't help but think of this Eastern Xia idiom and wanted to cry. This damn place is also too scary. There are actually so many powerful transcendental creatures. The giant lion in front of you is more than 2 meters tall, fully twice the size of an ordinary lion. What was even more terrifying, this guy looked like a mere lion cub. It had snow-white fur and there were bits and pieces of blue ice crystals between his claws, looking mighty and dominant. Looking at yet another giant beast in front of him, the young soldier, Sanch, had been scared silly. Could these behemoths be the transcendent creatures they were trying to capture this time? Open fire. The fat officer shivered and gave his orders. It's too late to escape now. Under threat of death, Sanchez overcame his psychological fear and pulled out his pistol. However, just as he was about to shoot, the giant white lion in his vision suddenly disappeared. The next second, Sanch felt a cold wind laying down on him. The white lion had arrived next to the SUV. It's just too fast. Bang! A powerful force then struck the buggy from the side. It directly knocked the moving SUV sideways for several meters. The driver, Lao Wang, slammed on the brakes in a hurry. The out-of-control buggy spun several times across the snowfield before finally coming to a stop. The fat officer with a bloody head struggled to escape from the SUV. However, before he could take 2 steps, he saw a huge head and a bloody mouth. So the fat officer chose to pass out cleanly. Ha! That's swooning? Am I that terrible? Looking at the fainting Hei, Chen Mo couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. With that kind of mentality, you still want to come to the snowy plains to hunt transcendental creatures? Seeing the huge white lion slowly approaching, the driver, Lao Wang, who didn't get out of the car in the first place, and the young warrior, Sanchi, were both shivering with fear. Sanch trembled as he tried to pick up his pistol, which had fallen to the floor. Instead, he saw the giant white lion rip the car door right off with its paw, then fling the 2 men onto the snow like they were throwing chicks. Roar! The white lion let out another deafening roar, instantly scaring the 2 out of their wits. Looking at the white lion that was getting closer and closer, the 2 men closed their eyes in despair and waited for death to come. They then felt the white lion's claws constantly roaming over their bodies. Soon after, Chen Mo finished searching the 2 black brothers. He didn't find any other weapons. Just in their pants pockets he pulled out 2 cell phones. Howl. Flowers for that? Chen Mo's eyes froze when he saw the patterns on top of these 2 black cell phones. Ha! Seeing the humanized look on the white lion's face, the 2 instantly realized that the white lion in front of them possessed intelligence. So the next second, the 2 began to beg for mercy on their knees. Lion God, spare your life. Lord Ice Lion, beg to be spared. Though they don't think the Lion King in front of them necessarily understands human speech, but one should be able to feel their strong desire to survive. They want to live. Hearing the familiar pleas for mercy, Chen Mo had an odd expression on his face. Good man, you've got it all figured out. What's the deal with these 2 black guys? Not only do they speak Chinese, but the cell phone they're using is a Huawei. Even the words to beg for forgiveness were learned. After thinking about it, Chen Mo scratched out a few Chinese characters on the snow with his paw. Obey and live. Seeing the white lion writing in the snow, both of their brains went down for a moment. The eyes shocked to the point of near stupefaction. Worldview collapsing at this moment. Has the world become so magical now? After the lion in the wild awakens, even the Chinese language is untaught. But it certainly also ignited the flame of survival in their hearts. Lord Lion King, don't kill me. I'm super obedient. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Drive. Follow me. Chen Mo writes 5 Chinese characters on the snow. This place is not safe. Chen Mo was prepared to return to the lions first. At that moment, a squeak suddenly came from not far away. Chen Mo looked toward the sound and saw a small white mouse with an appearance and size somewhat similar to a ferret. Crystallized mouse. Level, low transcendent. Physical, 2. Agility, 11. Power, 1. Divine Spirit, 14. Combined battle strength, 12. With a thought, this little white mouse's information was at a glance. This was probably the lowest combined battle power transcendent creature Chen Mo had seen so far. And this ice crystal mouse is very heavily biased, with good speed and a good soul, but the physique and strength are really low. Squeak! The ice crystal mouse squeaked incessantly, its eyes somewhat fearful, its little mouse paws constantly gesturing something. Obviously, this ice crystal mouse was the one that had been captured by the hunting squad earlier. He was kept in a steel cage in an off-road truck, and he actually woke up very early. Just pretend to be anesthetized. The cage that had previously held it captive was split in 2, along with the SUV, by the canopy ice spider. The ice crystal mouse then took the opportunity to escape, fleeing all the way. He then happened to witness the scene of Chen Mo overturning the SUV. The moment it saw this ice lion, it had the idea of defecting. After the birth of spiritual intelligence, the ice crystal mouse had seen many killings between transcendental creatures. In an effort to become more powerful, transcendental beings have turned against each other. Often when they meet, a fight breaks out between you and me. Even herbivores, once relatively docile, have become brutalized. Poor mouse's innate attributes were too poor, resulting in even awakening transcendence. It's also in the weakest bracket of combat power. It was the one being chased every time. Although with its arrogant speed it managed to escape every time. But it soon realized it needed to find a backer. The ice crystal mouse's awakened ability is extraordinary perception. Can roughly sense the strengths and weaknesses of transcendental creatures and the spiritual energy contained within them. This ice lion was the strongest spirit beast it had seen since its awakening. Except, of course, for that spider beast. It didn't even dare to sense the spiritual energy contained within the spider beast. Powerful, handsome, formidable, reliable. As for whether he would just eat it, a handsome lion with such a high face value shouldn't be able to do such a thing, right? and the ice crystal mouse was confident in his speed. In case this handsome lion pounced on him, it just ran away. Chen Mo couldn't understand the mouse language, but still roughly understood what the little white mouse meant. This little guy seems to have come to join him? It was the first time he had encountered a transcendent being who had voluntarily surrendered to him. Let's just say, the ice crystal mouse in front of me has a good eye. Moreover, the ability awakened by the ice crystal mouse was called transcendent perception, which seemed quite useful. Roar! Welcome! I'll call you White from now on. Chen Mo extended his forepaw towards the mice. Z! The ice crystal mouse naturally didn't understand the lion language either, but sensing the goodwill expressed by the Lion King, excitement flowed from the little guy's eyes, and he ran over in a flash, then paid homage to the Lion King in a pilgrimage-like manner. Z! Praise be to you, mighty Lion King. End of chapter. Chapter 23, The Boundary Keeper. Chapter 23, The Boundary Keeper. An hour later, Chen Mo returned to the lion territory with the 3 humans and the ice crystal mouse. Roar! Great King! You have captured 3 humans. Frost Lion Xiongba skillfully patted his ass while walking towards the 3. Roar! Xiongba roared at the 3. It did not like humans. One might even say it loathed them. One of its mates was once shot by a human. At this time, the fat officer who had been frightened unconscious by Chen Mo earlier had just woken up in the car. Then he saw a lion's face, even more hideous and terrifying than before, coming towards him. Ah! Plumber's second. The fat officer lets out a scream before once again being stunned into unconsciousness, and the sight of the frost lion's fierce face. The other 2 soldiers couldn't help but feel that the Chen Mo next to them had all become much more friendly and cordial. In fact, whether it's from human aesthetics or lion aesthetics, Chen Mo's face value can all be rated 10. Whether it was the snow-white fur, or the ice crystals like sapphires on his chest between his paws, or maybe it's the smooth curves of the body and the explosive muscles. Ho! You go down first. I'm going to interrogate them. Chen Mo growled at Xiongba. He was a little worried that the slightly rugged-looking Xiongba would scare the other 2 black brothers into passing out as well. Frost Lion Stallion nodded, even though he didn't understand the exact meaning of the word interrogation. Silently, he retreated back to the lions and stood guard not far from the Lion King. Who are you? Chen Mo rode on the snow and communicated with the 2 remaining soldiers. His main goal in this venture to attack and capture humans is to learn more about this world. We, the army unit from Tanzania, after the emergence of the Great Snowy Mte, our superiors then sent us here to hunt transcendental creatures for research. The young soldier, Sanch, answered brokenly. How many teams are there like yours? The number of hunting squads, if you will, is probably 20 or more, Sanch replied. He had gradually gotten over his shock and fear. Let me borrow your hand. Chen Mo rode on the snow again, then took out his flower for cell phone and hold the right hand of the little black man in a lion's paw and control one of his fingers to type on the screen. Chen Mo's claws are too big to type. Sanche didn't move a muscle, watching the Lion King control his finger as he slid it across the screen and cold sweat. The world is crazy. What Chen Mo wanted to access was mainly the background and pattern of today's world. Then there is the information on aura recovery and transcendental beings. Because of the second-hand operation, you'd be lucky to get half of the 10 words right. A lot of wasted time. There was no way around it. A regular cell phone was just too small for the current Lion King. I must get a tablet sometime in the future. And one with the biggest screen. Shenhua thought to himself. After some difficult maneuvering, he finally looked up the information he wanted. The good news, he's still on Earth. The location is the Serengeti National Park in the country of Tanzania on the African continent. The time, on the other hand, is 2035, and he's reborn as a lion, although it's only for a moment. But it's actually surprising that 10 years have passed. The bad news, a year ago, as version 2.0 was rolled out around the world. Aura recovery era. Visions like large snow-covered mountains appearing out of thin air are happening all over the globe. 1 year ago, a pristine forest stretching hundreds of thousands of square kilometers suddenly appeared in the Yunnan of the Eastern Xia Kingdom, even covering many cities. Half a month ago, a giant lake was discovered in the Egyptian desert. 3 North American cities were buried in yellow sand 3 months ago. Humans call these visions ancient mysteries. The great snowy mountains over the African savanna are now the 12th ancient mysteries to appear. These ancient mysteries can bring about dramatic ecological changes in the neighborhood, like the Great Snowy Mountain mystery that plummeted the temperature of the otherwise African savanna to below freezing. Goosebumps in a row. And that was just the sign that the secret realm was about to descend. The ancient mysteries will descend upon the blue planet for good in about 2 months. In time it will completely cover the original landscape. In addition to this, along with the ancient secret realm, there is a kind of naked eye. The special energies that can't even be seen by instruments. Transcendental energy. It is also called psychic power. A transcendental creature is a creature that wields transcendental power. There are two main types of transcendental beings, those native to the planet Blue Star, for consuming treasures like energy crystals or autonomous awakenings. The current range of the Great Snow Mountain had already spawned a number of transcendent creatures. There is also a kind of aboriginal in the ancient secret realm, which sleeps in the secret realm. They will only awaken once the secret world has officially descended into the real world. Now that the Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm hasn't completely descended, so now the transcendent creatures Chen Mo currently encountered were all still native beings. But what the hell is that canopy ice spider? This doesn't look like a newly awakened transcendent being in any way. Chen Mo thought silently in his heart, then slowly wrote a line of Chinese characters on the snow with his claws, then looked over at the little black man. How much do you know about the spider beast? I'm not sure about this, Sanch said in a bit of a panic, as if he was worried that the Lion King in front of him wouldn't believe him. He spoke again hastily, but our officer might know. Chen Mo nodded his head and didn't give him a hard time. He just asked some other questions. Deepen your understanding of the world. 10 minutes later, the fat officer woke up leisurely. How he wished that his previous encounter had been just a dream. Yet upon awakening to the familiar face of the lion, he hated to pass out again. I ask, you answer. Otherwise, die. Chen Mo wrote a Chinese character on the snow. Seeing the ice lion in handwritten Chinese, the fat officer patted himself on the head and, it felt like I was mostly hallucinating. Sir, just tell us. As long as we are honest, Lord Lion King will surely spare us. Seeing the fat officer looking stunned, Sanchi said in a hurry. Chen Mo couldn't help but look at him. This black guy is a talent. After realizing that the ice lion possessed intelligence, the desire to survive in his heart was once again ignited by the fat officer. The expression instantly became fawning as he replied, Lord Lion King, I don't know much. All that is known is that the spider beast is not a transcendent being from our world, but from the ancient secret realm. When he finished, he paused and didn't continue. Seeing the fat officer's sudden pause, Chen Mo slowly walked towards him. Lord Lion King, if I give a full account, can you spare my life? Chen Mo didn't say anything, just looked at the fat officer expressionlessly, his lion eyes cold. I say. Beads of sweat oozed from the fat officer's forehead, and he knew he had no bargaining power at all. So he spoke again in a hurry. They are called boundary keepers, and before almost every ancient secret realm descends, both will show up with more than 2 boundary keepers. These boundary guardians guard the entrance to the ancient secret inner world. Any being that tries to travel to the rival worlds is mercilessly killed by them, under the threat of death. The fat officer told all he knew in his head. At the same time, his heart was overwhelmed with remorse. Had he known that the giant spider was a boundary guardian, there was absolutely no way he would have hit it. End of chapter. Chapter 24, go to the supermarket and fix some Coke. Chapter 24, go to the supermarket and fix some Coke. The Rye World. Boundary Keeper. These two terms were unfamiliar to Chen Mo, and he wanted to ask for more information about them. Yet the fat officer shook his head. I'm not sure what's inside the inner world. All I know is that Dongxia once bribed one of the Iron Eater boundary keepers in the Forest of Green capital with magical oriental delicacies, and then entered the inner world of the Forest of Green capital early. They should have found a supreme treasure or a transcendent inheritance in there. That's why the number of transcendents in Eastern Xia now far exceeds that of other countries, and at the same time, they also possess a lot of hidden knowledge about the recovery of aura. When talking about the deeds of the Eastern Summerland, the fat officer had a proud face and a look of being with honor. As for the boundary guardian, I only know that it's a terrifying existence that can't be killed even by a nuclear bomb. Rice had once used a nuclear bomb to try to blast a boundary keeper, but in the end, it only inflicted minor injuries on it, and even for provoking this boundary keeper, it caused mass casualties in the army. But although these boundary guardians are extremely powerful, they can only move within a certain range. Hearing the fat officer say that the canopy ice spider had geographical restrictions, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, it seems that before the Great Snow Mountain descends completely, as long as we don't mess with the boundary guardians, I should still be safe. Freshly awakened transcendent beings shouldn't even be his match. What is the snow lotus behind the canopy ice spider? Chen Mo once again inquired with his lion paw writing. I'm not sure exactly what kind of treasure it is, but it's definitely an incomparably precious divine medicine, the fat officer replied, slightly agitated. Chen Mo scratched out a question mark with his paw. Lord Lion King, the information about the divine medicine is all in this document. You see, after entering the password on his own cell phone, the fat officer opened a top secret document. After confirming that the ice lion in front of him possessed intelligence and could communicate, the fat officer became extremely attentive. As long as he showed his worth, this ice lion should not be able to take a shot at himself. Gain trust first, then find a chance to escape when the time comes. Chen Mo began to read this document about divine medicines. The document mentions that in addition to transcendental beings, along with the ancient mysteries that suddenly appeared on the blue planet was the divine medicine. These are flowers, fruits and plants with magical powers. Strange crystals. They enable ordinary plants, animals or humans to gain transcendent powers and achieve transcendence. The medicine of the gods, so it is called the divine medicine. The locations where these divine medicines appeared were completely random, and their numbers were extremely rare. Some cases are also mentioned in the document. Half a year ago, the second ancient mysterious realm, Flame Mountain, appeared within the Kunlun province of the eastern Xia country. Someone in a nearby town picks up and swallows a vermilion fruit on the side of the road, and after eating it, they actually gain the ability to manipulate flames. Now already this person has become the captain of an awakened team in eastern Xia. Freshly awakened humans aren't very strong. They can simply spit water and fire, or use your hands to condense water into ice. But after exercising, or consuming the flesh and blood of transcendental beings as well as divine medicines, the ability to do so will continue to grow. The shining rabbit, which now occupies 1/3 of Australia, was once a common hare. It was only after consuming some kind of mysterious fruit that it rose a little bit. The main mission of a squad like ours this time, besides hunting transcendental creatures, and then there's the search for the divine medicine. The fat officer spoke up. Since there is a divine medicine here, haven't other countries sent people to look for it? Chen Mo was still more worried about some of the powerful countries such as Eastern Xia and Rice. The first secret realm had descended upon Eastern Xia a year ago. God knows what kind of power the strongest people on the blue planet have right now. Not to mention the thermal weapons at the disposal of these great powers. Those big countries don't have the time to bother with this place right now. The fat officer laughed. The quality of the divine medicines that appeared before the descent of the ancient mysteries wasn't too high. Only after the secret realm descends will higher quality divine medicines appear. Now that the ancient mysteries within those nations' own borders have officially descended, a lot of high-quality divine medicines have appeared. Transcendent beings of intelligence born on the blue planet proper. Transcendent races awakened within the secret. Humans and also awakened ones and other multiple forces are already fighting over these divine medicines. So how would they have time to care about this place? As for the other countries in Africa, they do send some hunting squads like ours into the Great Snow Mountain to search for them. Chen Mo nodded. And with that, while controlling the curly-haired little man's fingers as he searched for information on his cell phone, while inquiring about the three. An hour later, Chen Mo had gotten a rough idea of the background and situation of the world today. Firmness flowed from his ice-blue lion pupils. The globe is now entering an era of a revitalized aura and the rise of the transcendent. This era was destined to see countless beings rise and countless lives die in this catastrophe. Reborn as a lion and given the golden finger of self-discipline challenge, he is naturally not willing to be mediocre. Climb step by step until you get to the top. I want to get stronger as soon as possible. While the Great Snowy Mountain mysterious realm hasn't completely descended, prepare for the descent of the Great Snow Mountain mystery realm. Chen Mo thought in his heart. As for ways to get stronger, one is to steadily complete the self-discipline challenges and earn more titles. Secondly, hunting other transcendental creatures in the area around the Great Snow Mountain, searching for divine medicines. Elevate yourself to the transcendental level. The third is to establish a power of your own and cultivate more transcendent beings with special abilities. Chen Mo already had a general idea in his mind. After roughly understanding the changes in the world, Chen Mo took control of the little black man's hand again and downloaded a Loda map and then searched for a nearby supermarket. He was going to go to a human supermarket to get some goods. Let's finish the two oddball self-discipline challenges of Fat Happy Lion and Stinky Lion first. This was one of the reasons why Chen Mo had attacked the humans' fallen convoy. Soon, the results were now displayed on the screen. The nearest supermarket is 58 kilometers away. This distance, it's not that far. After thinking about it, Chen Mo wrote another line on the snow in front of the little black man. Come with me to the supermarket. Buy 30 cases of Coke and 10 cases of milk. Milk can induce farting. Chen Mo was going to let this little black man drive an SUV to take himself to the supermarket to do some shopping. Though he wasn't as greedy as the fat officer, the guy understood his situation better and, relatively a little more controlled. Looking at the line, Sanchi once again felt the magic of the real world. A lion actually forced him to buy milk and Coke. Is there anything more insane than that? Alright, Lord Lion King. But in the next instant he nodded without hesitation, lest he should be slow in answering this brutal lion will just kill him. But Lord Lion King, I don't have that kind of money, Sanch said with some embarrassment. Coke and milk were considered luxuries in his eyes. His monthly salary is only 400,000 shillings, around 1100 RMB. After daily expenses, there is very little left each month. Lord Lion King, let me go with you. I have money. The fat officer felt that his chance had come and took the initiative to speak up. Give him all your money, Chen Mo wrote in an undeniable manner. He doesn't really care how the other two feel. All he wants now is to get enough coke and milk as soon as possible and then complete the self-discipline challenge. The fat officer had wanted to say something, but after seeing the Lion King's icy cold stare, still very much shrunk from the heart. End of chapter. Chapter 25. Construction of the Lion. Chapter 25. Construction of the Lion. Chen Mo returned to the lions and briefly exchanged a few words with Xiongba and Aisha. Ho! I'm going out for about half a day. As soon as I spot another human convoy, you will then lead the lions out. There are more than 20 other hunting squads similar to the one led by the fat officer. He didn't want to be exposed to humans at this stage. Develop indecently. Don't make waves. Roar. Aisha rubbed Chen Mo's head, wanting to follow along, but was rejected. Roar. You stay here and keep the lions safe. If these two humans try to escape or act abnormally, just kill them. After delivering his instructions, he told the black boy to start the car and set off. On the way, Chen Mo glanced at the self-regulation panel. Roaring Lion, 821/100, 6 out of 7. Today is the last day of the Roaring Lion Self-Discipline Challenge, and with 179 roars to go, he'll get the title. So Chen Mo began to run and growl all the way, listening to the deafening roar of the lion beside him. Sanchi, who was driving on the sidelines, felt sweaty. No, this Lion King is sick, isn't he? Having to run and scream at the same time was giving him a heart attack. Well, after getting close to the town, the Lion King seemed to be worried about being spotted by the humans and, finally the deranged yelling stopped. Roaring Lion, the self-discipline challenge has been completed. Whether or not to equip the title, the self-regulation panel pops up in light blue text. Chen Mo forced his heart to resist the idea of wanting to test it. In case the lion's roar was too powerful, it wouldn't be good to shock the little black man straight to death. It's better to wait until you get back and find other transcendental beings to practice on. Chen Mo looked at another newly refreshed self-regulation challenge on the panel. Construction Lion, green. Construction of a lion's den of 10 square meters or more per day that can accommodate a family of 3. Lasts a month. Seeing the self-discipline challenge, the corner of Chen Mo's mouth twitched. In his previous life, he was a college student majoring in civil engineering, and one of his future career paths was that of a builder. I didn't realize that being reborn as a lion would require him to build a house. But this self-discipline challenge is still a bit difficult for Chen Mo right now. He was now in a grassy snowfield, and the only way to build a cave was to plow and dig a hole. And this looks like a title that is on the living side of things. Its effects might have something to do with building houses. 2. It could not substantially help Chen Mo's battle power. Plus it's a green challenge to discipline yourself for a month that lasts way too long. Let's see if we can finish Fat and Happy Lion first. The journey was uneventful, during which Chen Mo discovered several transcendent creatures with his amazing eyesight. But business was business, and he didn't go hunting. Roar! When he was still 500 meters away from the supermarket, Chen Mo asked the black guy to stop the car. He came to Sanch and controlled the little black man's right hand to tap a line on the screen. You go get it. I'll wait here. Chen Mo's current size and appearance was too special, and as long as he appeared in the human's field of vision, it's bound to cause a huge stir. He didn't want to draw attention to the humans right now, so he had to put the little black man at his service. In addition to milk and coke, you can also buy food and household items that you want to buy for yourself. Chen Mo typed again. Thank you, Lord Lion King. Don't be a smart ass. Roar. White. You follow him. With the roar, a white figure with snow-white fur drilled out beside Chen Mo. It looks naive and just the right kind of mouse. Before we left, the little guy tagged along, thinking of its up to 11 points of agility. Chen Mo agreed. It was the perfect time to supervise the little black man, preventing him from escaping or passing on information. Lord Lion King, I'll go shopping then? Sanch asked softly for permission. Roar. Chen Mo nodded. Probably due to the weather or the illusion of the snowy mountains, there were only a few people around the supermarket. Chen Mo's icy blue eyes looked motionlessly at the little black man entering the supermarket. Although Chen Mo couldn't see him after entering the supermarket, but you can see the attribute column next to him with a combined battle strength of 2. So once he showed signs of escaping, Chen Mo would be able to spot it in the first instance. There's actually some risk in leaving little black men alone to buy coke and milk. If he takes the opportunity to blend in with the crowd and escape or leave the confines of the supermarket, Chen Mo then had to catch up with him and kill him, though it would likewise expose itself to the view of mankind. For the betrayer, Chen Mo will never let go. In that case, he'll just have to grab a random passerby that got him to help drive the coke and milk back to the lions. With 20 bottles a day for 30 days, Chen Mo would have to prepare at least 600 bottles of coke. This amount of coke is too much for him to carry back in a lone lion. Chen Mo's lion eyes stared tightly at the attribute bar. All he could do now was hope that the little black man would be honest. Fortunately for the little black man, his attribute panel had been in the middle of a supermarket. In about 10 minutes, he began lugging case after case of coke and milk into the car, taking the trunk. The back seat was all stuffed up before it stopped. In addition to this, the little black man bought some clothing and household goods for 3 persons. He should have realized that the Lion King wasn't going to let them go. And what Chen Mo didn't expect was, he went so far as to buy a folding grill and lots of spices. Soon, he drove the SUV back to the snowfield and returned to Chen Mo. Lord Lion King, I've emptied this supermarket of coke, but I'm still 3 cases short. But I bought a grill and seasonings so I can go back and give you a taste of the barbecue. The little black man said with some apprehension because he hadn't completed the task. The huge frost Lion King in front of him brought unrivaled pressure to him. It's okay, go back. Chen Mo wrote 4 big words on the snow. The coke that Curly brought back came in 24 bottle packs per case, which was more than enough quantity. Chen Mo asked him to bring 30 boxes, but he was also just worried about accidents. Looking at the full of colas, Chen Mo felt incredibly solid in his heart. After returning to the lions, Chen Mo grabbed a bottle of coke and placed it above his mouth before directly pinching and popping it. This canned coke is like a small bottle of oral liquid in the hands of the Lion King. 1 sip is a bottle. Bubbles rising. Actually, to a lion's palate, coke tastes pretty average, but the ice-cold bubbles still made Chen Mo feel the long-lost flavor. Chen Mo dazzled 10 bottles of coke directly in one breath, completing half a day of self-discipline. Because of overeating lion, he also doesn't have to worry at all about osteoporosis or sugar overload or anything like that. The other lions in the pride saw the king bring back many cases of strange water in blue bottles after a trip out. The eyes were all a little curious. The ice crystal mouse on the side was also looking at the cola in front of Chen Mo with unblinking eyes. Seeing this, Chen Mo directly placed a bottle of cola in front of the ice crystal mouse. For this coke purchase, White supervised the black guy. It's also a way to do your part. Lion King Sama, is it really for me? The ice crystal mouse stared in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that the Lion King would give himself the blue bottle of soda. It didn't feel a trace of ice spiritual power on top of this blue bottled soda, though. But the Lion King Sama risked so much to travel to the human world and bring this back. It should be. It's very precious, right? End of chapter. Chapter 26, The Divine Medicine. Chapter 26, The Divine Medicine. Roar, of course. Chen Mo let out a low growl and nodded. Praise the Lion King. The ice crystal mouse that received the reward once again paid homage to Chen Mo like a pilgrimage, instead of drinking it straight away. However, it held the coke and trotted all the way over to Aisha. He then condensed his ice spirit power into his small claws and cut through a slit in the top with difficulty. Ice crystal mouse handed Aisha the open coke. Aisha didn't refuse the ice crystal mouse's kind offer. She was really curious about the black water that the Lion King's younger brother had specially gone to the human world to get, so she stuck out her tongue and licked a mouthful of it. Then there was a look of utter disbelief. Then, the ice crystal mouse shared the fatty happy water with the other lions one after another. The ice lions were generally unaccustomed to the flavor, but still showed signs of enjoyment. After all, it's the Lion King's black water, especially Xiangba, whose fierce lion face actually showed incredible excitement. The favorite look. This expression Chen Mo looks pompous. Stallion, I want to get better so badly. Looking at Ice Crystal Mouse Little White's move of sharing cola, Chen Mo's gaze was thoughtful. The objects that Xiaobai shared were all ice lions that had awakened to transcendence, and the order of precedence is almost according to the status of these lions within the pride. I didn't realize that you're actually a sociable mouse. White. After sharing it, the Ice Crystal Mouse couldn't wait to take a sip of it. Immediately afterward its mouth was enveloped in churning bubbles as if it were about to explode, and it couldn't help but start spinning in place. Squeak! It's so good. You'll be spinning in circles. Seeing this scene, Xiongba pondered. It turns out that expressing good taste can be like this. Learned. Lord Lion King, the roast is ready. At this time, Chen Mo's voice came from the black little brother in his ear. Once he returned to the lions, he set up the grill and started building a fire to cook up the meat of one of the icehorn horses that the lions hadn't finished earlier. Chen Mo naturally smelled the aroma of roasted meat. He hadn't had cooked food in a long time, and was kind of nostalgic about it, so couldn't wait to take a bite. Sizzling chunks of meat with well-coated spices to the palate of today's lions. Chen Mo also had to say a word of deliciousness. What's your name? Chen Mo wrote on the snow, his ice blue lion eyes looking at the black little brother. Sanch, Lord Lion King. My name is Sanch, the little black man answered in a hurry. Chen Mo nodded, then used his claws to tear off a small piece of roasted meat from the ice-horned horse. It was thrown in front of the little black man named Sanch. "Thank you, Lord Lion King." Surprise showed in Sanch's eyes. Seeing this scene, the fat officer and the driver Lao Wang on the side couldn't help but feel a little envious and red-eyed. This is the meat of a transcendental creature. Transcendental blood food that increases the likelihood of awakening the transcendent. Had they known that they could obtain transcendental blood food, they would have just helped Sanchi along with the food. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye. The temperature of the grassland was getting lower and lower, and the continuous heavy snow had completely covered the grassland into a snowfield. As Chen Mo had guessed before, large swaths of plants were frozen to death. But there are some plants that have begun to mutate and evolve. And after absorbing the ice-based spiritual energy, not only did it survive, it even became more and more prosperous. Like some weeds that were originally only a few centimeters tall, they directly rose wildly to more than half a meter tall after the mutation. The trees are even more dramatic. Some of them directly skyrocketed from a few meters to a dozen meters or even higher after absorbing the ice spiritual energy. Its branches and leaves also changed considerably, though no intelligence was born. Among the lions, one lioness and 3 cubs became sick and eventually died because of the drastic climate change. There was nothing Chen Mo could do about this. A similar scene took place in various parts of the snowy plains. Extreme climate change has resulted in the death of at least 1/3 of the grassland's creatures. But likewise, there are many transcendents that have risen. Of course, there is good news among the lions. Because of the insistence on consuming the meat of transcendental creatures, 7 more lionesses have awakened one after another. Even Sanch has awakened. His main job every day now is to help Chen Mo roast meat. Every time, Chen Mo would always bestow a small portion of transcendent meat to him. It's not surprising that you can awaken after taking transcendental meat for 7 days in a row. To Chen Mo's surprise, the ability awakened by this black guy was surprisingly a rare healing type ability. Frost and cold healing, consuming ice-based spiritual energy to accelerate the healing of wounds. So Sankey became the only nanny in the pride. Hunting wounded lions recover more than 10 times faster under its treatment. And with the effect of overeating lion, Aisha became bigger and bigger. It was now larger than the average male lion. However, in front of Chen Mo, it still looked rather petite, but at least it doesn't look like a father-daughter team like it did before. The little black panther's size had also gotten a bit bigger, while the ice-type spiritual energy in its body was already as high as 21 channels. In the case of consuming the same amount of transcendental flesh and blood, compared to other awakened transcendental ice lions, it gets more ice psychic power. Except for the enlightened siblings, the Black Panther can be said to be the best qualified beast in the entire pride. It was also considered half a cultivation holy body, and besides binge drinking 20 bottles of Coke a day, Chun Ma, it is to travel to the depths of the Great Snow Mountain to hunt transcendental creatures. Compared to the fringes, the depths of the Great Snow Mountain had more transcendent creatures and were stronger. Intuition told him that further down in the center of the Great Snowy Mountain, there may be even more powerful transcendent beings. Fat Happy Lion, Self-Discipline Challenge Day 8. Chun Ma tons and tons of 20 bottles of Coke early in the morning. On the 8th day in a row of Coke, he's not happy anymore. Drinking Coke is now more like drinking medicine for him. Roar! He let out a low growl and, gathering Aisha and White, they prepared to go to the depths of the Great Snowy Mountain illusion in search of prey. Aisha's ice eyes can see creatures up to 20 kilometers away. Both scouting and chasing were of great help to Chun Mo. As for the ice crystal mouse, it's purely a pendant and mascot. The little guy is extremely fast and doesn't add to the chaos anyway. Hearing Chen Mo's call, Aisha and Little White flew over. 2 lions and a mouse then set off. 3 hours later, Chen Mo and Aisha successfully hunted a frost-spotted horned horse and began to feast on it. Now Aisha's eyes could see prey 20 kilometers away. Plus Chen Mo's speed, a spotted target has little chance of escape. After enjoying a big meal, Chen Mo was about to leave. The little white mouse lying on it was the one that suddenly squeaked twice, and then leapt off Chen Mo's body and ran in a certain direction. After running about a dozen meters, the mouse turned back and it seemed to be confirming whether Chen Mo and Aisha had followed. Although Chun Mo didn't understand the rat language, he understood that the rat meant follow me. Followed White for about 2 minutes. Chen Mo's gaze couldn't help but be attracted by a small 2-meter tall tree more than 200 meters away. It's a small tree that looks like an ornamental pine, but it's made of ice crystals. Whether it was the branches, the leaves, all of them were crystal clear blue ice crystals. Obviously, this little tree was definitely not native to Earth. It's probably the miracle drug the fat officer was talking about. End of chapter. Chapter 27 Advancement. Medium Transcendence. Chapter 27 Advancement. Medium Transcendence. Chen Mo walked up to this small tree, only to realize that there were 8 thumb-sized fruits growing on it. These fruits look equally crystalline and like works of art. In addition, A small vortex of aura was formed around the fruit. It seemed to be rapidly absorbing the nearby aura. The miraculous thing is that the small tree as well as the fruit itself exudes spiritual power. Fluctuation is extremely weak. It was as if these fruits absorbed the aura and locked it firmly inside the fruit. Chen Mo observed them for a while, and more detailed information appeared next to these fruits. Smoothie fruit, unripe. First order divine pill. 21 hours and 12 minutes from full maturity. The ripe fruit can awaken ordinary creatures to transcendence or give them psychic powers when taken. I didn't realize you were a treasure-hunting mouse. Chen Mo had previously thought that the main function of the mouse ability, transcendental perception, was to perceive the existence and strength of other transcendental beings, but he did not expect that it also had the function of exploring divine medicines. Realizing that this smoothie fruit tree isn't completely ripe yet, the eye's spiritual energy emanating from itself was extremely weak, and only by seeing it with one's own eyes would one feel that the ice sand fruit tree in front of one's eyes was extraordinary. The little white mouse crossed his arms in a mousy, awesome manner. Chen Mo thought about it and decided to stay here and wait for the smoothie fruit to ripen. He was worried that if he pulled it out now, it would affect its maturation or even kill it outright. If he left in the middle of the day, he was afraid that other transcendent beings would get there first. Eat the unripe fruit straight away. 21 hours. He could afford to wait. Anyway, today's Fat Happy Lion self-discipline challenge is done. So Chen Mo sat down on the ground and closed his eyes. After being reborn as a lion, he also inherited the lion's characteristic of sleepiness and was always sleepy. It was nighttime when I woke up again. He was awakened by the sound of barking dogs rising and falling. In the darkness, the smoothie fruit tree emitted a glowing blue light. The 8 smoothie fruits on top have grown to the size of a lychee at the moment. It's more than twice as big compared to before. The growth rate of these divine medicines is too astonishing, isn't it? Chen Mo was quite surprised inside. To the side, Aisha looked warily into the darkness in the distance. Seeing Chen Mo waking up, the little white mouse let out an anxious sound, its little paws frantically pointing around. It sensed the presence of other transcendental creatures, and more than one. "Oh, I know. Don't be afraid." Chen Mo let out a low growl. He woke up and became aware of prying eyes in the distance. It was a dozen or so small bearded wolves with snow-white overall fur, but with a handful of long black hairs on their backs. They were supposed to be black-backed jackals. Africa's famous war correspondent plus the first **** of the savannah, who has spent his life making death. They'll give the leopard a kick in the ass while it's feeding. We'll also watch up close and then give a kick while the hyenas snap, and we'll even give a kick to the lion's tail while he's napping. Anyway, the black-backed jackals are guilty of giving anyone they see a kick in the pants, and if it weren't for their incredible speed, it's probably long gone extinct. After awakening to transcendence, the appearance of these black-backed ice wolves changed somewhat, slightly larger in size. In addition to their fur becoming snow-white, on his back, an ice spike grows. However, Chen Mo swept a glance and realized that their combined battle power was only around 30. For the current Chen Mo, it was completely little Karami. Chen Mo did not make a sound. He was prepared to show a wave of weakness first and wait for the wolves to take the initiative to attack. If they dared to come over, they were superb meat delivered to the door. Now that the ice spiritual force within his ice stand had reached 92 channels, it's very possible to break through to the lower transcendent after eating this wolf meat. However, it was not to be. These black-backed ice wolves became much more cautious as their spiritual wisdom began to develop after becoming transcendent. It stopped approaching at a distance of about 200 meters from Chen Mo and just kept roaring at Chen Mo. Woof, woof. The black-backed ice wolf not only looks like a dog, but also barks like a dog. Chen Mo was worried about being attacked by the east and west, so he didn't bother to chase them, just let out a growl. The deafening roar of the lion instantly overshadowed the wolf's howl. In the next second, this meadow was quiet. The black-backed ice wolves were a bit confused about the strength of the giant lion, so they didn't dare to act rashly. But only half an hour later, one of the black-backed ice wolves couldn't help itself, and was ready to be cheap. It ran towards Chen Mo with gusto, wanting to kick the Lion King's ass and run. Then, it died peacefully. The black-backed ice wolf had just run in front of Chen Mo when he was slapped out of the room. The violent force shook it to the point that its internal organs bled and it died directly. Chen Mo had originally wanted to wait for the black-backed ice wolves to get close enough to kill them all in one go, but this black-backed ice wolf actually tried to kick its ass. Can this be tolerated? It seemed that the death of their companions had shocked the black-backed ice wolves, and they finally did not dare to continue to commit crimes. However, they were unwilling to retreat there, and just surrounded Chen Mo. Some noise pollution from time to time. Aisha got so tired of them that she couldn't help but strike twice. These iceback bearded wolves just ran away when they saw this, and they ran thievishly fast. Surprisingly, Aisha couldn't catch up with them yet. The tyrannical predator lion has dramatically increased its physique and strength, without much increase in speed. When Aisha stopped chasing them, the black-backed ice wolves ran back and, bitchy chorus. It can be said that life goes on and 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 on. This annoyed Aisha quite a bit, but in the end, she didn't bother going after them. 11 hours later, the sun is rising again. At this moment, there was only half a minute left for the smoothie fruit to ripen. In the observation lion's view, there is a fruit ripening countdown next to the smoothie fruit. 0:25, 0:10, midnight. The moment the countdown hits 0, the 8 smoothie fruits give off some kind of tantalizing aroma. At the same time, an incomparably dense ice spiritual energy erupted. Chen Mo couldn't help but have a strong thought within his heart. Eat it. This desire from instinct was even stronger than the previous transcendent crystal. Woof woof. Woof woof. Meanwhile, the black-backed ice wolves that were originally lurking in the surrounding grasslands all let out howls in unison. For the smoothie fruit tree, which they had no prior knowledge of what it was, just subconsciously thought it might be valuable. And at this moment, the moment the smoothie fruit is ripe, the tantalizing aroma emitted as well as the powerful spiritual energy made them understand that this was the fruit that could make them stronger. It's no wonder this incredibly large lion has been crouching here all day and night. Soon, the black-backed wolves surrounded Chen Mo in the center. Woof woof. Accompanied by the howl of the head wolf, the entire wolf pack ran towards Chen Mo and attacked. Under the temptation of the smoothie fruit, the wolves had gone completely crazy. Chen Mo didn't even look at these black-backed ice wolves and directly swallowed 6 of the smoothie fruits. At the same time, the other 2 smoothie fruits were thrown to Aisha and Xiaobai respectively. Aisha swallowed it in one gulp, then took the initiative to charge at the wolves. The rat also didn't hesitate for a second and began to frantically nibble on the fruit. After swallowing the smoothie fruit, the furnace-like stomach quickly digested it. A large amount of ice spiritual energy immediately surged within Chen Mo's body, and then this ice spiritual energy quickly surged towards the ice stand. 939-510-5120. In the blink of an eye, the ice spiritual energy stored within the ice stand began to rise at an astonishing rate. The moment the ice spirit power reached 100 Dao, Chen Mo realized that his ice stand had actually grown a few more points larger. He broke through. Medium Transcendental. End of chapter. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. It's the same as when I just broke through to Transcendence. The ice spiritual energy surging out from the ice stand surged towards all parts of Chen Mo's body and began to strengthen and remodel his body. An unprecedentedly powerful force surged through his blood, limbs, and torso. Self-discipline sharing objects can share challenges +1. Self-discipline experience card +1. Meanwhile, 2 messages popped up on the self-regulation panel but Chen Mo didn't have the time to read this information now. The black-backed ice wolf pack was already close at hand, and he had to deal with these black-backed ice wolves first. Moreover, the powerful force surging within his body gave him an unprecedented wariness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 black-backed ice wolves attacked it from 3 different directions. They were fast, while layers of hard, sharp ice crystals grew from their claws. Ice claws, an ability born from the awakening of the black-backed ice wolf to transcendence. Just when they were still 7, 8 meters away from Chen Mo. Boom! With a loud bang, the air around the giant lion hissed and the hurricane surged wildly. Countless snow and ice turned into the sharpest ice blades under the surge of the gale, sweeping out in all directions. Ice storm. Chen Mo unleashed the ice storm with all his might, consuming a full 20 channels of spiritual energy. The powerful ice storm instantly covered a 10-meter radius with Chen Mo at the center. In the next instant, the 3 black-backed ice wolves that couldn't dodge in time were swept up a dozen meters high by the ice storm. And flung it. These 3 black-backed ice wolves were spitting blood from their mouths, and their bodies were densely packed with wounds. It was as if he had just stepped out of a meat grinder. Even after becoming transcendent beings, their physiques gained a great deal of strength, but being attacked at this level was also instant death. However, this didn't make the black-backed ice wolves feel scared. The deaths of their companions, on the contrary, stimulated their ferocity even more, and their ghostly green pupils flickered and the head wolf led the pack to charge at Chen Mo once again. Roar! However, the moment the wolves approached, a deafening lion's roar suddenly rang out. This lion's roar was like substance, and the snow on the snowy ground burst apart in this lion's roar, turned into a sky full of snow and fog. The voice was too terrifying, and with the added power of the roaring lion, its volume has exceeded 200 decibels. What was even more terrifying was the overbearing power contained in this voice. It made all the black-backed ice wolves inwardly unable to help but raise a feeling of being unrivaled. The next instant, with the exception of the head wolf, whose eyes were in a slight trance, and who did not get down, the other wolves of the pack all fell to the ground. They let out wails of agony and blood flowed from their earholes. The head wolf was also affected in no small way, feeling dizzy and a bit dazed in his brain. However, it had only just reacted when it realized that the Lion King not far away had transformed into a white lightning bolt that, running wildly toward himself. Quick! It's too fast! The first thing the head wolf did was try to escape, but after only 2 steps, a huge force came right from its back, and then, he felt himself take off. It was slammed hard and flew a dozen meters. Shenmo's current strength was already comparable to that of a giant elephant, coupled with a speed that far exceeded that of a cheetah. The kinetic energy generated in an instant is simply terrifying. The head wolf had just landed on the ground when he realized with despair that the huge lion had reappeared in front of his eyes. The claws so furious they suffocated the wolf slapped once more. The head wolf died peacefully, not even feeling much pain. Then he has lost his life. Once the head wolf died, the pack of wolves that had just awakened from the lion's roar instantly lost their will to fight. Scattered. Chen Mo turned on the furious mode and chased after him. These black-backed ice wolves had noisy him before. In less than 5 seconds, he caught up with one of the black-backed ice wolves and slapped it straight to death. Then the ice lion erupted with amazing speed again and chased after the other black-backed ice wolf. Less than 3 minutes, 7 black-backed ice wolves, all killed by it. As for the ordinary black-backed bearded wolves, Chen Mo let them escape. There's no point in killing them now. These were potentials, and they would only be worth killing when they awakened to transcendence. Squeak! Scared the crap out of Mousy, the ice crystal mouse let out a long breath. When the wolves had just pounced on him, he had almost been scared of rats. As a result, I didn't expect the battle to be over in the blink of an eye. The Great King is just too good. After confirming that he was safe, the little guy flew to Chen Mo, begins to skillfully kiss ass. It was a pity that Chen Mo couldn't understand, otherwise he would have let the little white mouse speak more if he could. Aisha on the side had looked dumbfounded. He's just defeated a black-backed ice wolf. His own brother had then wiped out all the packs of wolves, including the Wolf King. It knew that its Lion King brother was strong, but it didn't expect it to be this strong. After killing all the awakened black-backed ice wolves, only then did Chen Mo have time to check the changes in his body after the promotion. Frost Cub, Male, Level, Medium Transcendent, Body Mass, 3249, Agility, 3453, Strength, 3248, Spirit of God, 2235, Abilities, Ice Storm, Ice Illusion, Combined Battle Strength, 332-430, progressing from a low transcendent to a medium transcendent. Chen Mo's strength, agility, physique and other attributes gained an all-around boost, and the comprehensive battle strength was nearly doubled. Low transcendent and medium transcendent were only separated by a small realm though, and yet there is still a huge gap. Chen Mo continued to observe himself and realized that the spiritual energy within the ice stand at this moment had unexpectedly grown to 281 Dao. These 6 smoothie fruits have actually allowed me to gain nearly 200 ice spiritual powers. Chen Mo was a bit incredulous. Compared to the flesh and blood of transcendental creatures as well as transcendental crystals, the smoothie fruit was simply amazingly good. Chen Mo felt that he would have to shift his focus a bit next, prioritize the search for the miracle cure, in addition to the increase in physical fitness and psychic power. After advancing to medium transcendent, Chen Mo also awakened a new ability, Ice Illusion. This ability is somewhat related to the divine soul, or spiritual power. Its effect is to create illusions by using ice-based psychic powers to influence or even manipulate the spirits of other beings. This ability is still very useful, both for fighting and running. Roar! Noticing the ice-type spiritual energy that had skyrocketed within her body, Aisha couldn't help but let out a low roar of excitement, because of the same title of overeating lion. That's why it also perfectly digested the ice spiritual energy contained in the smoothie fruit. Shenma observed. It was discovered that at this moment, Aisha already had nearly 50 channels of ice spiritual energy within her ice stand. Xiaobai's digestion efficiency was much lower. Not even 1/3 of Chen Mo's wasted most of the energy of this smoothie fruit. In this regard, although Chen Mo had some pity, he did not regret it. After all, it could be said that the ice crystal mouse was responsible for discovering this smoothie fruit tree. Perhaps, we can focus on cultivating white next? Chen Mo thought silently in his heart. If Xiaobai's treasure hunting ability is enhanced, it will definitely help him better in his search for the divine medicine. Unfortunately, with this promotion, the self-discipline panel increases the number of challenges a self-discipline partner can accept. If there was one more self-discipline slot, it would allow White to follow along. End of chapter. Chapter 29, The Ice Emperor's Flowers, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Chapter 29, The Ice Emperor's Flowers, Request for Follow-Up Reading. After advancing to medium transcendent, Chen Mo could share another self-discipline challenge with Lioness. After thinking about it, Chen Mo finally chose Roaring Lion. At the moment he can only share white quality self-discipline challenges, and of the white titles that have been awarded, Roaring Lion is kind of the best. In addition, this promotion also gave Chen Mo a self-discipline experience card. The effect is, he can select a particular ongoing self-discipline challenge and earn the relevant title in advance. The duration is 30 minutes. Roar, sis. Starting today. You're going to start growling training as well. Practice at least 100 sounds a day like I did before. And give every sound your best effort. I'll be monitoring you. After sharing the self-discipline challenge, Chen Mo growled lowly at Aisha. Roar. Lioness. Roar. Aisha nodded seriously. He understands that his brother is an extraordinary lion and holds secrets, whether it's speed beyond that of a normal lion, or the ability to quickly digest and derive power from flesh and blood, or that killer growl. All those special abilities seem to be possessed by it after completing some special training. Now, the brother has shared this ability with himself. Aisha couldn't understand the source of this ability, but didn't dwell on it. Surely my brother wouldn't harm himself anyway. Thinking so, Aisha carried the 8 wolf corpses, including the Wolf King, one by one to Chen Mo. Then there was a soft growl. Ho, I'll eat first. With that, Aisha couldn't wait to swallow. The effect of overeating lion had given it a good appetite now, and this feeling of getting stronger by eating meat made it feel very satisfied. Chen Mo nibbled on a mouthful of Wolf King meat. However, he soon realized that the previous feeling of his entire body's blood cheering disappeared. Tyrannosaurus Rex's enhancement of the physical body seems to have reached a limit once again. If one wanted to continue to grow, one had to consume transcendent flesh and blood of a higher quality. Thus, Chen Mo stopped eating other wolf meat after eating the Wolf King's meat. These transcendent coyotes give him at most 2-3 points of ice transcendent energy. Might as well let Aisha enjoy it or bring it back to the lions. There are still a few lionesses and cubs in the pride that haven't awakened. And if they don't, faced with an increasingly cold grassland, they are afraid that they will not be able to survive. It's time to go back. He hasn't finished today's Fat Happy Lion self-discipline challenge yet. Chen Mo was just about to leave, but the ice crystal mouse squeaked twice. With that, he ran to the spot where the smoothie fruit tree had withered and began a furious plowing. After Chen Mo ate all the fruits, this smoothie fruit tree withered in an instant. Ice crystal-like trunks, countless fine cracks appeared on the branches and leaves, and then, like broken porcelain, it shattered into powder and dissipated into the air. Soon, the ice crystal mouse was able to dig out a green date-sized, crystal-clear seed in the soil. After Chen Mo observed it, a corresponding message appeared next to the seed. Smoothie fruit seeds. In the slow absorption of ice spiritual energy, it blossoms again in about 420 days. If planted in a place where ice spiritual power is abundant, or irrigated with ice spiritual power, may accelerate growth. Ho! White. Well done. There wasn't a single trace of ice-type transcendent energy flowing out from the top of this smoothie fruit seed. If it wasn't an ice crystal mouse, the odds were that Chen Mo would have to miss it. After returning to the lions, Chen Mo however found that the lions were silent. The male lion and a couple of lionesses had several teeny bloodstains on there. Sanch was using his powers to heal them. On top of that, a lioness is missing. Howl. What's going on? Chen Mo frowned and asked Xiongba with a low growl. Roar. King. It's my incompetence. Xiongba lowered his head and began to explain. As Chen Mo traveled to the depths of the Great Snow Mountain to hunt, Xiongba also led the lions to hunt in another area of the Great Snow Mountain. In the process of searching for prey, the lions suddenly smelled a strange scent. It seemed to be an aroma given off by some kind of fruit. This fragrance was so tantalizing that Xiongba led the lions to the place where the fragrance was located. Then they saw a fruit tree with leaves as bright as fire. There was also a red apple-like fruit hanging from it. The flavor of the red fruit and the richness of the ice spiritual power it contained made the lions think they had encountered a miracle medicine. The stallion tried to pick it off and bring it back to the Lion King, but didn't realize that just as they were approaching, the fruit tree suddenly changed its appearance. It turned into a giant lion-eating flower. Its stamen was like a tentacle, directly entangling several nearby lionesses, trying to drag them into the flowers. In order to free the lioness, Xiangba leads the rest of the pride in a counterattack. The scars on his body are from fighting the lion-eater tentacles. These tentacles looked soft, but they were covered with spikes. Unfortunately, in the end, there was still a lioness who was dragged into the flower by the strange giant flower and completely devoured. Because several lionesses were seriously injured, the male bully didn't dare to continue to stay for long. Then he brought the lions back to the lion territory and waited for Chen Mo's return. Roar! Chen Mo nodded his head, indicating that he understood. This weird giant flower was obviously some kind of transcendental plant. It's not uncommon for plants to mutate into predators when the aura is revived. Roar. After transplanting the smoothie fruit into the lion territory, he let out a lion's roar that, gather the lions and prepare for revenge. So, with the exception of 3 lionesses who stayed in the territory to protect their cubs, the other lions followed their lion king in a grand march. The place where that lion-eating flower in Xianba's mouth grew wasn't too far from the lion's territory, just under 50 kilometers away. And when he was still 15 kilometers away, Chen Mo smelled a nice floral fragrance. At 10 kilometers, Chen Mo saw the lion-eating flower in Xiangba's mouth, almost exactly as described by Xiangba. Maple-like leaves and red fruits with a tantalizing aroma, as if it were a divine medicine. However, Chen Mo already knew that this was just a disguise for the lion-eater flower. He began to make observations on the red fruit trees. Soon the red fruit tree was revealed for what it was. It was a giant bright red flower over 5 meters tall. Bright red, blood-like spiky bracts arch over the structure of the bulb, which consists of numerous stamens, like a huge mouth that devours people. It looks evil. And next to the lion-eating flowers were hundreds of animal carcasses, large and small. It was almost going to be a small mountain of corpses. Apparently, like the lioness, countless animals were attracted by the unusual scent of the, then after getting close enough to be devoured by it. At the same time, the various information of the lion-eater flower also surfaced one by one in Chen Mo's eyes. Ice Monarch. Level, medium transcendent. Body mass, 29. Agility, 3. Power, 12. Divine Spirit, 35. Abilities, Phantom Incense. Ice Lash. Combined Battle Strength, 185-240. End of chapter. Chapter 30, The Art of Pulling, a request for catch-up reading. Chapter 30, The Art of Pulling, a request for catch-up reading. This was by far the strongest transcendent plant Chen Mo had ever seen. The power of the Ice Monarch was forged by the bones of those around it. However, Chen Mo was not panicked at all. The most terrifying ability of the Ice Emperor flower is its phantom fragrance. The ability to unwittingly trick other creatures into deadly traps. And now it has been seen through by him. Plus, Ice Monarchs are transcendental plants with the inherent disadvantage of mobility. Chen Mo pretended to be poisoned by the flower and slowly approached the Ice Emperor flower. On approach to 10 meters, the Ice Emperor flower's tentacle-like stamens came at Chen Mo with teeth and claws. Next, roar. A deafening lion's roar suddenly sounded. The lion's roar created a vacuum area in a dozen-meter radius that, powerful sound waves swept out in all directions like angry waves. Under the sound waves sweeping through, the stamens of the Ice Emperor flower that had just stretched out couldn't help but tremble violently. Shivering with fear, it quickly retracted its tentacles like a snail being salted. But soon enough, the Ice Emperor flower reacted. Hundreds of stamens topping the sound wave and, it was like an iron whip coming towards Chen Mo. Ice Lash. Chen Mo directly turned on his berserk form and quickly ran out 30 meters away. Pop. Snap. The stamens whip against the snow, sending up a shower of flying snow. Chen Mo silently observed. He wanted to see the limit distance of these stamen attacks. It turned out to be like less than 10 meters. So short. So Chen Mo stepped a little closer and mobilized the aura within the ice elixir. An ice storm centered on the Ice Monarch's flower bulb. The gusts of wind wrapped around the ice blades and swept towards the stamen and the body of the Ice Emperor flower. The ice blades and the stamens collided, and they actually made a tinkling, crunching sound. Originally, Chen Mo thought that the ice storm's ice blade would be able to cut off all of these stamens flush. I didn't realize that under the urging of the ice spiritual power, the originally soft stamen became as hard as iron. The ice blades just crumbled small gouges into it, seemingly sensing the danger. The Ice Emperor flower once again retracted all of its stamens back to the center of the. It then quickly closed its fiery red petals and turned into a ball. The ice storm's ice blades chopped at the giant petals, but they didn't even cause a single bit of damage. Seeing this, Chen Mo was not in a hurry. Plant-like transcendent creatures like this one, which were intrinsically immobile, were actually the best to deal with. Just pull and fight. He slowly approached to the Ice Emperor flower and growled again at the tightly wound Ice Emperor flower. Roar! The powerful sonic attack passed through the blades, once again scaring the Ice Emperor flower. In the next second, the Ice Emperor flower became incomparably berserk, and the stamen once again transformed into an ice whip. Drawing toward Chen Mo like a wild storm, Chen Mo took a few steps back and ran right up to Flower Rue's limit attack distance. Pop! Pop! Snap! There was an endless stream of crisp smacks. However, the damage inflicted is 0. After realizing that his attacks couldn't help the Lion King, the Ice Emperor Flower King once again retracted its stamen. Maintaining the ice whip state was consuming ice spiritual energy every second. Fun. Chen Mo looked like he had discovered something interesting. The Ice Monarch in front of me doesn't seem too smart for that. And there are similar properties to Mimosa. Mimosa are touch and shrink back. Ice Monarchs are roar and go berserk. When the Ice Emperor flower retracted all of its stamens and shrank once again, Chen Mo repeated the same trick, runs up to the ice monarch and faceplants it right into the flower ball. Anyway, its lion's roar didn't need to consume any ice abilities, and it could roar for as long as it wanted. Roar, pop, pop, snap, roar, pop, pop, snap. When the Ice Emperor flower retracted its stamen, Chen Mo stepped forward and roared. And when the stamens drew down like a furious storm, he stepped back to a safe distance, pulling like crazy. Amidst Chen Mo's continuous lion's roar, the petals and stamens of the Ice Emperor flower shriveled up as far as the eye could see. In fact, if he went head-on hard, the Ice Emperor flower shouldn't be his opponent either. But odds are, you'll get hurt. Chen Ma adheres to a steady path of development. Naturally, if you can stay out of harm's way, you'll never get hurt. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo realized that Ice Emperor flower's real-time battle power had dropped to less than 80. The probability was that the ice spiritual energy in his body had been depleted. Abbreviations, drained. As the stamens drew toward it once more, Chen Mo realized that these stamens were not only soft and the ice spikes attached to the surface disappeared. So he lunged straight up, frost flooding between his claws, and cut the stamens right off in unison. Ice monarchs? It's getting used to the rhythm. And then you right straight to the face. Bright red blood flowed from the broken stamen. The Ice King flower was in pain and tried to pull back the stamen. Chen Mo naturally wouldn't give it this chance. Directly pouncing in front of the Ice Emperor flower, he made a frantic grab at the stamen right in the center. The first thing the Ice Emperor flower did was to try to close its petals and turn into a defensive stance. Nay, the speed of this giant lion was too fast. It had pounced in front of it the moment it hadn't retracted its stamen. Blood splatters. Soon, the petals of the imperial flower hung limply, completely losing signs of life. Chen Mo glanced at the imperial flower and realized that its attribute panel had disappeared before stopping his attack. Roar! Those who offend the lions will pay in blood. Chen Mo's eyes were calm as he roared at the lions. Now that there are more and more lions awakening to transcendence within the pride, and they are beginning to be spiritually enlightened, there is a need to guide and strengthen the identity of the lions. Roar! Those who offend the lions will pay in blood. Soon the group of lions let out a roar that went on and 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 on. Among them, the one who shouted the most aggressively was Frost Lion Xiangba. After boosting his morale, Chen Mo began to silently devour the branches and stamens of the Ice Emperor flower. Although it was a plant, this Ice Emperor flower was a medium transcendent being. After all, the spiritual power contained in it was still quite considerable. With each bite, a large amount of red blood gushed out. Tender and juicy. This ice monarch is superbly flavorful. It tastes no different than the freshest blood food. What's more, with the blood of the Ice Emperor flower swallowed into the belly, Chen Mo once again felt that his muscles, bones, etc., were gradually becoming stronger. After enjoying the feast, Chen Mo realized that his strength and physique had increased by 1 point each. Divine Soul, on the other hand, grew by 5 points. It's true that what you eat makes up for what you have. The ice spiritual power within the Ice Stand has grown by 89 points. Of these, the demonic elixir of the Ice Emperor flower alone provided 62 points. It's already a pretty good haul. After seeing Chen Mo finish eating the Ice Emperor flower, the Ice Crystal Mouse ran to the place where the Ice Emperor flower died in a flash. As before, the little paws began to dig down and down and down. I don't think so. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo instantly had some sort of conjecture in his heart. These plant-based transcendental creatures don't all explode their seeds when they die, do they? Sure enough, the Ice Crystal Mouse dug out a seed like a flower fire from the earth in the next second. Ice Monarch Seeds. In the slow absorption of ice spiritual energy, it will bloom again in about 1056 days. The growth rate can be accelerated if irrigated with ice-based spiritual energy. Unfortunately, the growth cycle of this Ice Monarch seed is too long for by the time it blossomed again, Chen Mo estimated that he would have long since looked away. The Ice Crystal Mouse handed this red and fire-colored seed to Chen Mo as if offering it as a treasure, and then crossed its arms. A look of whether or not mouse is awesome. Chen Mo couldn't help but reveal a smile. White is so funny. End of chapter. Chapter 31 Elite. Chapter 31 Elite. Chen Mo was engaged in battle with the Ice Emperor flower at the same time. Tanzania Command. An elderly black man with a long beard sat at his desk, dealing with a mountain of paperwork that, his eyes were bloodshot with deep exhaustion. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. A young soldier in uniform entered and saluted. You can tell it's a colonel by the insignia on the shoulder of his uniform. Colonel Karam, what can I do for you? Seeing the young colonel, a small smile appeared on the old man's otherwise tired face. General, reporting back to you on the results of the hunting squad's battle. 15 of the 28 hunting squads that left a week ago have now returned. In total, 49 transcendent creatures were captured, but unfortunately the divine medicine was only found by our cheetah squad. With that, he opened the iron box he was carrying in his hand, and inside was a fist-sized, a dark blue fruit that exudes an eerie chill. This is the snow dragon fruit. We found a total of 2 of them, and by the unanimous agreement of the warriors, would like to give one of them to you. It has a mild effect, and there is a high probability that you will be able to awaken the transcendent if you take it. Colonel Karam spoke up. Your kindness is appreciated. The general smiled and shook his head, pushing the box back. You'd better take the fruit back. I'm getting old. Even if you awaken a transcendent, you won't be able to play a role. Can you bear to see me, an old man, fight with those ferocious beasts? But, Karami tried to advise, but was interrupted by the general. This fruit would be a waste for me to eat. There's still about 1 month before the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm officially descends. By then, the Eastern Xia side will send people over to support them. We can't do that without a decent team of awakened. The general's tone was undeniable. Now that the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm hadn't officially descended, it naturally couldn't attract the attention of other forces, but not after the complete descent. When the time comes, there will be a fierce battle between the various forces for resources. Tanzania would have a hard time getting a piece of the action without a high-ranking transcendent. I understand, General. Kalam's eyes moistened slightly as he saluted the old man once more. As I said before, all those transcendent creatures you captured are at your disposal. Try to tame the ones that can be tamed. And if you really can't tame them, just kill them and treat the cheetah squad warriors to a good meal. The bearded general continued. The flesh and blood of transcendental creatures not only increased the probability of awakening, but also helped the awakened person grow quickly. Yes. After a while, the bearded general spoke again and asked, what about the other 13 hunting squads? All lost. Most of the men have died. 11 of the teams had sent out distress signals before they were lost, and all of them encountered powerful transcendental beings. Karam replied with some heaviness. Also hunting squads number 2 and number 4 did not send any messages before they were lost. There is still some hope of survival. I'd like to take Cheetah Squad to explore the area where they were last lost. With your approval. Although there was little hope of rescue, Karam wanted to try. And those 2 areas might be infested with powerful transcendental creatures, which would have been their goal. Go on. The general nodded and added. But everything is about keeping yourself safe and evacuating at the first sign of a dangerous situation. General, please don't worry. Guarantee to complete the mission. Colonel Karam saluted. As the first awakened of the army, he possessed complete confidence in himself. Since the Aura revival, more than 20 transcendent creatures had died under their squad. It even included 2 creatures of medium transcendence. By the way, the army has recently gained 10 new awakened who have completed their basic training. You can take them for practice on this operation. The general mentioned again. After the revival of the Aura, the probability of animals and plants awakening is much higher than that of human beings. But the human population is so large that there will always be those who are gifted. It will awaken on its own. And the Tanzanian military never stops cultivating and searching for awakened ones. Like the Cheetah Squad, which is a team made up entirely of awakened people. It can be considered the elite of the elite. Fat Happy Lion, Self-Discipline Challenge Day 11. Chunma led the lions on their first migration. Because the transcendental creatures in the immediate area had already been hunted by the lions. It is often necessary to run long distances to find prey. They migrate along the perimeter of the Great Snowy Mountains and establish a new lion territory after a day of continuous running. As for the 2 seeds, they naturally migrated along with the nearby soil with them. Early the next morning, when Chen Mo woke up, he could vaguely hear the roar of a lion in the distance. Diligent lioness Aisha has begun a new day of roaring lion self-discipline. Afraid of disturbing his brother, he chooses to exercise in the fringe areas of the lion's territory. And beside it, Luna, a small black panther, was practicing her growl along with it. The little black panther's face was full of seriousness. It longed to become stronger, feeling sure that I would have no problem practicing along with Aisha. It's just that it's a milky growl. If I had to say there's a killjoy, it would have to be the one that sprouts people to death. Aisha tried to talk Panther out of practicing, but there was a language barrier. But as it practiced, it realized that having a beast to keep it company while it trained seemed not bad at all. Maybe later, when there are more beasts to share, we can form a roaring army. Listening to the roar of the lion sister, Chen Mo secretly thought in his heart. After a 20-bottle binge of Fat House Happy Water, he takes the mice and prepares to go out again in search of the sacred medicine. After getting a taste of the smoothie fruit, he was now more inclined to search for divine medicines or hunt medium transcendent creatures. In the meantime, the area around the Dazetsuzen, a convoy of vehicles traveled quickly across the snow-covered grasslands in the midst of a blizzard. It was the Cheetah Squad led by Karam. 2 days had passed since he had taken up the task of. They first went to the area where hunting squad number 4 was lost. The wreckage of hunting team 4's car was then found near a frozen lake. Soon, they then encounter the culprit that wiped out Team 4, a giant crocodile nearly 10 meters in length. The crocodile's back is covered with sharp, icy spikes, like the ice dragons in mythology. It was a medium transcendental creature. The ice-armored crocodile can travel quickly through a frozen lake, and bullets have a hard time penetrating its scaly armor. Yet it was still no match for the cheetah squad, and the 3 awakened who had awakened the ice seal ability struck. After bringing the ice-armored crocodile briefly under control, all the soldiers, as well as the heavy machine guns carried by the armored vehicles, began to strafe the area. Although the ice-armored crocodile's scale armor could protect against bullets, it couldn't carry such a powerful fire coverage. Not to mention the places not covered by scale armor, such as the eyes and mouth, were shot right through. After successfully hunting the mutated ice-armored crocodile, the hunting team had a meal of crocodile meat for lunch. Then after loading the rest of the crocodile meat into the truck, they hoofed it to Area 2, where another squad was lost. End of chapter. Chapter 32, Fighting the Elite. Chapter 32, Fighting the Elite. Something is very wrong with this area. Looking out at the blanket of snow and wind, Karam frowned. Captain, what's wrong? A burly man beside Karam couldn't help but ask. Have you noticed that we've been traveling for over 2 hours straight? But surprisingly, we haven't even encountered a single transcendental creature. Karam spoke up. This is already at the foot of the Great Snow Mountain, and the spiritual chi is extremely dense. Some transcendent beings will be awakened anyhow. Seems a little strange. The pugilist beside him couldn't help but nod at Karam's comment. The greatest probability that a very formidable predator exists here is that eat all the transcendental creatures in the neighborhood. Karam stared. Ordinary animals hunt other transcendent beings, once they have awakened their transcendence and possessed their intelligence, and thus make yourself stronger. This is the law of nature after the revival of the aura. He sighed. That means the chances of Team 2 surviving are extremely low. Stay on guard. We're moving on. Another 2 hours of traveling. The cheetah squad has found the corpses of many transcendental creatures in a certain patch of snow. This certainly confirms the possibility of the existence of powerful transcendental beings. Half a day later, the cheetah team finally spotted the transcendental creatures 10 kilometers away via military drones. It was a pack of lionesses even larger than the average male lion. Most of their fur is white. It's a pride of lions. And it's a transcendent pride where all the lions within a species have awakened. Sir, I think I see hunting team 2. There was also a young panther that this pride of lions actually adopted. Why does this panther have wings? The soldier operating the drone exclaimed repeatedly and even burst out. Let's see. Kalam took over the drone's controls. Soon, with the exception of a dozen or so transcendental ice lions, he was in the very center of the pride. A surprisingly large giant lion was spotted. This giant lion has snow-white fur, and its body is covered with an ice armor that looks like blue crystal. The body length is even more terrifying at over 6 meters. At the moment it is lazily sprawled on the grass, seemingly taking a nap. Apparently, it was the king of this group of transcendent lions. How could such a terrifying giant lion appear at this stage? Karam was horrified in his heart. This giant lion was at least a B-class ferocious beast. According to the danger level, it might even be A-list. This was a transcendent creature that could only appear on the eve of the descent of the ancient mysteries. According to the experience over in Eastern Xia, humans currently categorize transcendental beings as S, A, B, C 4 grades. Lower transcendence, also known as C-class transcendent beings. Transcendent creatures at this stage have just been awakened. Their spirituality has just begun to develop, and their combat power is not very strong. Most have no ability to withstand bullets or shells. Medium transcendent, B-class transcendent beings. Most of the transcendent creatures at this stage are no longer afraid of bullets unless set on fire with great regularity. Still, it couldn't withstand the bombardment of shells. High transcendent, class of transcendent beings. This transcendental creature has defied bullets and shells. Humans can no longer be harmed by conventional weapons, while possessing intelligence similar to that of adult humans. As for the transcendental order and above, humans did not continue to divide them, nor is it necessary. And this giant lion captured by a drone, judging by its size and strength to rule the pride, it is highly likely that it is an A-class transcendental creature. The moment the drone captured the ice lion, the giant ice lion sprang to its feet and icy blue lion eyes looked to the drone hovering high in the sky. Next, a violent ice storm rose in midair. In an instant, the drone was twisted to pieces and dissipated into black powder in the wind and snow. Roar! While destroying the drone, Chen Mo's eyes looked into the distance. In the vast wind and snow the cheetah squad was soon captured. He couldn't help but be a little annoyed when his nap was disturbed. and the reappearance of the humans gave him a slight headache. Chen Mo had been reborn as a lion for just over 2 months, and there was no loss of emotions regarding humans. He didn't really want to kill anyone, he just wanted to develop obscenely now, but I'm afraid there will be more trouble if we let these humans go back. Chen Mo roughly observed the caravan in the distance. There were surprisingly a full 22 awakened in this squad, with a combined battle strength of between 15 and 50. Of course, the biggest threat was the guns they had in their hands and the heavy machine gun on that armored car, but now I should have no fear of bullets anymore. Chen Mo wanted to try out his current strength, so he opened the berserk state, headed for the human caravan in a frenzy. Roar! You brought this on yourselves. After the Lion King has launched his charge, Xiangba, Aisha, the entire pride of lions followed suit, attacking like a legionary torrent. Sir, should we keep moving? Looking at the screen, which had turned black, the observer in the head car spoke up and asked. Scouting saw more enemies than they could handle. Withdraw. Thinking of the general's earnest advice, Karam finally decided to retreat. Indeed, they are, in themselves, the most precious resource of all. There was no need to engage in a firefight with a suspected class of ferocious beast. However, the convoy had only traveled less than 300 meters when the observers saw the Lion King through their binoculars. This huge lion of terrifying size was running wildly towards them. It's catching up. Prepare to attack. The moment Karam gave the order, the giant lion had appeared in the eyes of every soldier. Seeing the giant lion charging towards them, the soldiers subconsciously opened fire, and the dense bullets turned into a rain of bullets that, the sky was filled with shots towards the giant lion. But this frost giant lion was just too fast. All anyone could see was a white residual shadow, and none of the guns were able to aim them. The only one who could see or even capture Chen Mo's movements, Karam, was hit by Chen Mo's ice illusion technique. It was as if the world in his eyes was now a bunch of mosaics, blurred horribly. In the blink of an eye, the giant lion had rushed to the very center of this small group. A growl followed. Roar! As if a hissing sound from an ancient beast resounded across the snowy plain, the glass of the SUV shattered in unison. The snow also began to turn over from the roar. In the next second, all of them fell into a fainting state as their ears bled out reddish blood. It took another 5 minutes for the lions to arrive. The lions were not surprised to see the humans falling in unison. The Great King is awesome. The Ice Crystal Mouse praised the Lion King on a daily basis. But unfortunately, Chen Mo did not understand it at all. There was a hint of frustration in Aisha's adoring gaze. These days, it felt like it had gotten a lot stronger, but now it seemed that compared to the Lion King's brother, there was still a huge gap. But it was not discouraged. One day, it will catch up with its brother. Ho! Search! With Chen Mo's order, Xiongba led the lions to charge into the crowd, frantically picking at the men's clothes. They soon piled up all the guns, cell phones, and other items. The Ice Crystal Mouse, on the other hand, ran to one of the SUVs and seemed to be looking for something. It sensed a faint ice-based spiritual energy in this SUV. King, come on. Soon, the Ice Crystal Mouse found 2 locked iron boxes and started calling out to Chen Mo. Chen Mo came to the front of the box, and directly after violently opening the box, what appeared in front of his eyes was a turquoise blue jade-like fruit and an ice stand that emitted an eerie cold aura. Pre-ranking settings. Rank, Transcendental. Lower, grade C 1 to 99 channels of spiritual energy in the body. Medium, grade B 100 to 499 channels of spiritual energy in the body. Higher, grade A 500 to 99 channels of spiritual energy in the body. Comprehensive combat power is related to many aspects such as physical fitness, spiritual strength, ability, and so on. A medium transcendent is not an absolute victory over a low transcendent. End of chapter. Chapter 33. What? I was kidnapped by a lion. Chapter 33. What? I was kidnapped by a lion. Sherry fruit, a resource of the first order, which has a certain probability of awakening when taken by mortal beings. Transcendent beings who take it will gain a boost in psychic power and have some healing effects. Ice-armored crocodile pills. The demon pills of medium transcendental spirit beasts contain a small amount of ice spiritual energy. I didn't realize this hunting squad was so rich. Chen Mo was a bit surprised. But for now, they're all his. He then found a giant alligator carcass in the last SUV truck. Obviously, this was the owner of that demonic elixir. These people, do you recognize them? After doing so, Chen Mo walked over to Sanchi and the others and wrote in the snow. Recognize. They're the cheetah squad I was talking about earlier. The fat officer snapped. These days, in order to stay alive, he gave basically everything he had to give. When he saw the military drones earlier, he was inwardly ecstatic. After only 20 minutes, however, his hopes were dashed. After he saw the completely wiped out cheetah squad, The fat officer completely despaired. Even the strongest cheetah squad was completely no match for this Lion King. There was no one left to save them. Chen Mo nodded. He already had a basic understanding of the fighting strength of the Tanzanian military through the mouth of the fat officer. He knows that the Tanzanian army has a strong squad of awakened. I just didn't expect to come across it so soon. But these human awakened don't look like they're very strong, do they? I'm not dead? Where is this? Karam wakes up slowly and realizes that he didn't die in the lion's mouth. Instead, he was lying on top of the front seat of the SUV. That Lion King didn't hurt them? Or was that just your own nightmare? Colonel, are you awake? At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice came to his ears. A dark figure walked quickly toward him with a bottle of mineral water. It was Sanche, the communications officer in the second hunting squad that had been lost. Sanch, it's me, sir, Sanch replied. Why don't you drink some water first? What's going on? Karam looked around and realized that he was the only one in the car. Where's the rest of Cheetah Squad? Don't worry, sir, the Lion Lord didn't kill them. Same as you. It's all housed inside the car, Sanch replied. At this time, Karam subconsciously took a few steps back as if he had seen some terrifying existence, only to see a huge ice lion slowly walk up to him. Right in the snow with your paw. You've been kidnapped. Looking at the giant lion with handwritten Chinese characters, Karam's pupils shrank and his heart was overwhelmed with horror. What was happening in front of him had turned his worldview upside down. And the 5 words, "You've been kidnapped," were even more creepy to read. Before he could catch his breath, the frost giant lion continued to write on the snow. Ransom, exchange. This was the plan Chen Mo had thought of before he decided to launch his attack on the Cheetah Squad. Trading with humans in the form of kidnapping. Unlike the previous hunting squads, this awakening squad meant a lot to Tanzania. It is never easy to give up. After the disappearance, I'm afraid they'll send tanks. Modern killers such as armored vehicles and even warplanes came to his territory. Although Chen Mo wasn't afraid, he didn't want to get into a conflict with humans right now. He just wanted to develop in peace and quiet. And as long as the awakening team is kept in captivity in the pride, but not killed. Meanwhile in Tanzania offered a deal. After making them pay a certain price, they promised to release the Cheetah Squad back after a period of time. Tanzania has thrown in the towel and most likely will not dare to take any drastic action in the near future. This way he could not only buy more development time, but even have a chance to obtain a sum of transcendent resources, 2 for the price of 1. Ransom? Karam couldn't believe his eyes. One day, he was actually kidnapped by a lion. At that moment, Sanch carried an iron box containing a turquoise blue fruit. It was the divine medicine snow dragon fruit that the Cheetah Squad had discovered earlier. 2 snow dragon fruits. One of them was eaten by Karam, giving him a nice boost in strength. There's one more kalam saved for when this mission is done. Rewarded to the best performing warrior. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of the Lion King now. Chen Mo pointed at the fruit and then pointed at Karam. The meaning is obvious. One fruit like this will redeem him. Chen Mo pointed to the 20 or so awakened ones still in a comatose state in the car again. Wrote the number 5 in the snow. 1 fruit for 5 people. I advise you to die. Karam said calmly. The divine pill is worth much more than us. There's no way the general will agree to it. Ho! Try it and see. Chen Mo had originally planned to find out from this colonel's mouth about the transcendent resources currently held by the Tanzanian military, but now it seemed that there was not much hope. Naturally, he didn't bother to continue the conversation. What kind of kidnapper negotiates a ransom with a kidnapped captive? Roar! With a low growl, he had Sanchi dial the number with the memo, General, on Karam's cell phone. Tanzania command. The general sat down at his desk with a disheveled look on his face. 2 hours ago, he called Kalam's phone but there was no answer. The next thing he knew, he was making several calls in a row. Calls were also made to the Cheetah Squad communicator as well as other members of the team. Without exception, all of them did not connect. Cheetah Squad is lost. Its last message was that they had found the culprit who caused the loss of Squad 2. It's a superb pride of lions. Then there was no news. He knew very well the strength of the Cheetah Squad. Even if they encountered a beakless demonic beast, it is also possible to maneuver around or even kill them. What had happened to them to make them all lose contact without even a message coming back? The general prepares to call an emergency meeting and sends warplanes and troops to search for the Cheetah Squad, realizing that Karam, as well as the Cheetah Squad, was trained by him. A squad of awakened ones specifically designed to combat this aura revival crisis. Without this team, the next step in the official descent of the Great Snowy Mountains, Tanzania would be very passive. It would be too late to retrain the awakening squad now. One slow step. Next up, facing even more powerful transcendent beings and even more precious divine medicines, he would have to ask for support from other countries. Just then, the general's cell phone rang. It's a video call. The name is Colonel Karam. Who has been lost? The general was on the phone in a flash. What appeared on the other end of the screen was a young, dark-skinned soldier. The young soldier pulled his cell phone away a bit, and then the general saw an ice lion of enormous size. As well as Colonel Karam beside the ice lion, and the rest of the cheetah squad. General, Colonel Karam and the cheetah squad are still alive, but they are now prisoners of the Lord Lion King, Sanch said calmly. His mental fitness had improved immensely over the days he had been with the lions. The old man across the street used to be the idol he worshipped in his heart, but now, he represents the Lion King. I'm calling you this time because Lord Lion King wants to talk to you about a business deal. What business? The general's face did not change, but his heart was overwhelmed with shock. He hadn't expected the cheetah squad to be captured alive by the transcendent beings at all, and this transcendent creature was controlling the members of the hunting squad who wanted to talk business with him. First day of the month, asking for a wave of guaranteed monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 34 Advancement. Higher Transcendence. Chapter 34 Advancement. Higher Transcendence. The only thing the general was thankful for now, Colonel Karam and the cheetah squad were alive. Ransom with divine medicine or demonic pills of transcendent creatures. Flesh and blood. Sanch said flatly. The relevant transaction process had been explained to him by Chen Mo before. Only the specific amount of the ransom needs to be fine-tuned by Chen Mo behind the scenes. We don't have any divine medicines, but we do have some demon pills and flesh and blood of transcendent creatures. Even living transcendental creatures we can provide. The general was obviously a man of thunder and made his decision at once. Divine medicines are very precious to humans. Don't say you don't have it, but if you did, you wouldn't use it for trading. But the demon pills and flesh and blood of transcendent creatures were not so precious. This was because it was difficult for humans to rely on demon pills to accomplish awakening or enhance their strength. The spiritual energy inside was so violent that even the weakest low-grade transcendent demon pill, ordinary people who take it will also directly explode and die. Even an awakened person would have a hard time absorbing the energy in the demon pills. As for the flesh and blood of transcendental creatures, although it can enhance the probability of ordinary humans awakening, but you can't have too much of it, and it's a lot of the stuff. Yes, one demonic elixir of a medium transcendent creature for 3. Sanch looked at the words on the snow and spoke. As for Colonel Karam, Lord Lionel says that's a different price. It takes 2 demon pills of medium transcendent creatures to do so. The general did not answer at once, and seemed to be thinking. To him, the demon pills of transcendent creatures were not considered precious. The only thing we need to worry about is whether or not these resources will make this ice lion stronger and stronger. Eventually it reaches a point where it is completely unmanageable. In fact, it would be hard enough for them to kill the Lion King right now. Forget it. When the Great Snow Mountain descends, there will be many more transcendent creatures of the Ice Lion King's level. The defense can't come through. It is fundamental to develop ourselves. We don't have many demon pills of medium transcendent creatures either. Only 3. Can it be cheaper? Or we can use the demon pills or flesh and blood of lower transcendent creatures instead, the general said with some difficulty. A moment later, Chen Mo nodded his head, and he wasn't going to push too hard. After much wrangling between the parties, in the end, the Tanzanian military decided to use 3 medium transcendental creatures demon pills and 10 low transcendental demon pills, plus some transcendental creature flesh and blood to ransom the entire cheetah squad altogether, for the safety of the lions, so the people aren't going to be put back anytime soon. But the Lion King Sama will guarantee that they will be able to eat the blood and flesh of transcendental creatures every day to maintain a steady increase in strength. Period. The Tanzanian army is not allowed to scout or launch an attack on the lions in any way, or they will simply tear up the ticket if found. Finally, Sanchez added a few more trade matters. 1 month at the latest. You must release them. The general spoke up. Sanch looked to the Lion King and Shenma nodded. Could be. Then, has a deal. The general agreed straight away. The cheetah squad was undoubtedly much more important compared to the demon pills and flesh of transcendent creatures. After negotiating an agreement with the humans, Chen Mo directly swallowed all of the snow dragon fruit and ice dan. His various attributes had once again improved, and more importantly, his ice spiritual power had improved. It was raised from 389 to 491. The snow dragon fruit provides 52 channels, and the ice armored crocodile's ice elixir provides 50 channels. Chen Mo had a premonition. When the ice spiritual power within the ice dan reached 500 Dao, maybe it's time to advance to high transcendence. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to gnaw on the ice-armored crocodile demon's corpse again. There were still 8 ice spiritual powers left, and with so much transcendent flesh and blood, it should be enough. Halfway through eating, the ice dan in Chen Mo's body swelled a few points once again. As with the previous 2 times, the spiritual energy from the ice elixir ran through his entire body. Start strengthening every part of your body. advancement again. Frost cub, male, level, high transcendent, body mass, 5268, agility, 5365, strength, 5164, spirit of God, 4052, abilities, ice storm, ice illusion, ice wind roar, combined battle strength, 521685. Looking at one side of his panel, Chen Mo was quite satisfied. With its current physique, bullets had been completely unable to cause it any harm. His fastest running speed was even 168 meters per second, which was close to one-half the speed of sound. The strength was even stronger and exaggerated. Knocking an adult elephant right off the ground was a breeze for the current him. At this level of evolution, mankind doesn't use nuclear bombs, supersonic missiles, and other weapons of mass destruction. Conventional weapons can't deal with it anymore. At the same time, a couple of messages popped up above the self-regulation panel. The self-regulated shared objects +1. Double-line self-discipline card +1. One more person to discipline together and share 2 titles. Joy flowed from Chen Mo's ice blue lion eyes. He's ready to give the ice crystal mice the chance to regulate themselves together. Through overeating lion, to boost Mouse's strength as quickly as possible so that he can better search for the divine pill. These days, Chen Mo felt more and more the power of the tyrannical eclipse lion. Take the flesh and blood of transcendental beings. Ordinary transcendental beings eat the corpses of other transcendental beings. It may only get less than 10% of its spiritual power. But, tyrannical eclipse lion can get 60% or more. Conversion efficiency is simply not in the same league. Not to mention the fact that, overeating lion, also greatly enhances digestion and absorption. The amount of food that can be eaten is also more than 10 times that of a normal transcendent being. The only problem is eating 10 kilograms of food a day. This is too much for a rat that doesn't even weigh 10 kilograms itself. As for the effect of the 2-line self-discipline card, it allowed Chen Mo to accept one additional self-discipline challenge, but only once. Glanced at the self-regulation panel. The self-discipline challenge currently underway is Fat Happy Lion. The other 2 self-regulating challenges entangled in chains are Stinky Lion and Build Lion. Stinky Lion is a white self-discipline challenge that only requires 7 days of self-discipline, which is unnecessary. If you want to maximize the effect of the 2-line self-discipline card, you definitely need to use it on higher level self-discipline challenges, green or even higher. It's a pity that Building Lions is a title that favors the life class and doesn't help much in terms of battle power. Never mind. Let's put it away for now. After thinking about it, Chen Mo did not use it immediately. At that moment, a strong hunger pang came from his stomach and the strengthening of the body after advancement digests a lot of nutrients. Looking at the uneaten crocodile meat in front of him, Chen Mo once again gnawed on it. Tanzania's army is on time. The next day at noon, the ransom was handed over. After accepting the ransom, Chen Mo directly swallowed the 3 demon pills of medium transcendent creatures. Another 102 points of psychic power have been added. There were 10 low-grade transcendent demonic pills left, and Chen Mo gave 5 of them to the lion sister. The remaining 5 he was going to leave for Mouse. When White completes the tyrannical eating lion challenge, he can quickly become to medium transcendent. Aisha's transcendent rank had also managed to break through to medium transcendent after absorbing the ice dance spiritual energy. Under the effect of tyrannical eating lion, it was now nearly 4 meters long, and its size was even greater than that of the Xiangba, becoming the only existence in the lion group after Chen Mo. Looking at the fast-growing Aisha, Frost Lion Xiangba was a bit skeptical of lion life. Is it because you're not trying hard enough? Or didn't you lick hard enough? End of chapter. Chapter 35, The Lord's Barrier. Chapter 35, The Lord's Barrier. Fat Happy Lion, Self-Discipline Challenge Day 15. Early morning. Early in the morning, Chen Mo summoned Aisha and Xiongba to his side. Roar! The lions need a larger territory. Next, Sister Lion, you're in charge of opening up territory to the north. And Xiongba, you're in charge of the south. Because of the agreement with the Tanzanian military, he doesn't need to lay too low. Now, a wave of lion territories could be properly expanded. Roar! Aisha nodded. As a young lioness, she wasn't keen on expanding her territory, but it was still a pleasure to help his brother. Roar! King, I won't let you down. Frost Lion Xiangba, on the other hand, looked excited. The chance to show his strength and loyalty to the Lion King had finally come. Fat Happy Lion, Self-Discipline Challenge Day 17. After 7 days of overeating, the Ice Crystal Mouse finally completed the Overeating Lion, Self-Discipline Challenge. Mouse is going to cry. For the past 7 days, it felt like it was going to eat until it threw up. For the first time food doesn't feel so good anymore. Just today, however, as Mouse finished a piece of roasted rabbit with tears in his eyes, it suddenly felt an electric current run through its entire body. After a moment of shivering, Mouse suddenly realized that his body seemed to be strengthened in some way. not only have you become a huge eater, and surprisingly, every bit of food it eats makes it stronger. The ice crystal mouse instantly realized this was an ability bestowed upon it by the Lion King. Previously, he was allowed to overeat every day in order to help him awaken this ability. Praise the Lion King. Roar. Seeing the ice crystal mice that completed the self-discipline challenge, Chen-mo placed the 5 low-grade transcendent creature demon pills from before in front of its eyes. Looking at the demonic pills in front of him, the ice crystal mouse was even more moved. Squeak. Thank you, merciful and great Lion King-sama. Sure enough, it is very important to choose the right backer and follow the right leader. Mouse meow. Straight off the belt. Fat Happy Lion, day 20 of the self-discipline challenge. Time slipped by, and the grassland had been snowing continuously for more than a month. After the Lion King gave the order, Xiongba and Aisha started a frantic expansion mode with the lions. In just 7 days, the territory of the Ice Lion's pride had expanded by more than 10 times. It reached more than 100 square kilometers. A large part of the credit goes to Frosty Lion. To show his loyalty to Chen-mo, he runs off with his pride of lions early in the morning every day to open up the territory, never secretly eating the superhuman creatures they hunt themselves, but bringing them back to the lions. Handed over to the Lion King, a look of loyalty and diligence. The flesh and blood and demon dan of these low-grade transcendent creatures were no longer of much help to Chen-mo. Most of it still goes to Frost Lion. Because of Frost Lion's outstanding performance, Chen-mo also gave it a portion of the blood and flesh of a medium transcendent creature. Under the sustenance of sufficient transcendent flesh and blood and demonic pills, Frost Lion Xiongba finally managed to advance to medium transcendent as well. With the expansion of their territory, the Ice Lion pride has once again subjugated 2 other prides. There are now 48 low-level transcendent ice lions in the pride. There were 3 male lions, 27 female lions and 18 cubs. On top of that, there were 2 additional snow leopards in the pride that had mutated from leopards. The 2 snow leopards were very upset when Xiongba led the lions to encroach on their territory, so they taunted and provoked wildly in front of the Xiongba. Although they can't beat the Xiongba, they can run faster than the Xiongba. The main one is going to disgust you even if he can't beat you. What they didn't expect was that the Frost Lion would go back to get help in a very mean way. When the Lion King, who was nearly 7 meters long and faster than them, appeared, the powerful sense of oppression made the 2 snow leopards directly kneel. While Xiongba and Aisha were expanding their territory, Chen-mo was not idle. He took the ice crystal mouse with him to search for divine medicines and high-level transcendent creatures deep in the Great Snow Mountain. It was a pity that Chen-mo had not encountered a single head of the higher transcendent creatures, but with the help of the ice crystal mouse, he found 3 more divine medicines, and several medium transcendent creatures. After digesting these transcendent resources, Chen-mo Bingden's spiritual power had reached 99 channels. With the acquisition of just 1 more, one would be able to break through the transcendent and reach a new realm. However, it was as if the spiritual energy within the ice dan was saturated, and regardless of Chen-mo's use of the divine pill, the demon pill was unable to break through. This may require an opportunity, or a higher quality of divine medicine. This made Chen-mo slightly anxious and approached Colonel Karam. The Negro Colonel is in good condition at present, though kidnapped, but Chen-mo would give them a certain amount of transcendent meat every day. Now he was on the verge of breaking through to medium transcendent. After listening to the account of this Lion King in front of him, Karam was appalled. You've touched the Lord's barrier? As the strongest awakened in Tanzania, he naturally knew a little more about aura recovery as well as cultivation. The next realm of transcendence is the Lord realm. When a transcendent being or awakened person reaches the transcendent limit, they will touch the Lord's barrier. At this point in time, one had to use a second-order divine pill with the same attributes as one's spiritual energy in order to complete the breakthrough. Advancement Lords. That's the experience on the Eastern Summerland side. After all, Eastern Xia was the first country to start aura recovery. And to Karam's shock, 11 secret realms have descended on the blue planet. And before the ancient secret realm officially descends, not a single awakened, or a single transcendent creature in the area could touch the barrier. Even now, the awakened who can touch the barriers belong to the top existence in Eastern Xia. And this giant lion in front of me, after the aura revival, reaching the transcendent limit in just a month. Karam did not hide anything and told Chen-mo all that he knew. After spending these 2 weeks together, he realized that this Lion King was not the ferocious beast he originally thought it was. The Lion King is neutral or even slightly inclined to be friendly towards humans. That's why he's been trying these days to try and bring the Lion King into the human fold. It would be nice to be like a township beast. Over in Eastern Xia, several powerful beast kings were tamed in the early stages of the aura recovery. Even if it doesn't work, it's important to get on good terms with him and keep him from being a threat to humanity. Chen-mo nodded and then asked about the way to obtain second-order divine pills. Before the ancient mysterious realm completely descends, second-order divine pills shouldn't appear. Karam replied. But as long as you're willing to become the town beast of Tanzania, when the time comes, we'll be the first to help you search for a second-order divine pill with the power of our nation. Regarding Karam's invitation, Chen Mo directly ignored it. He's living the life of a lion king to be a dog for humans? It's not possible. Unfortunately, the answer he got from Karam here left Chen Mo somewhat helpless. It seems like there's no way to raise one's transcendent rank for the time being. You can only improve yourself through the avenue of self-discipline challenges. Tick-tock. At this time, the little Black Panther Luna flew over with a cell phone in her mouth, waving her frosty wings. After the cheetah squad was kidnapped, their cell phones were placed in an SUV by Chen Mo, and put Luna the Panther in charge. At the moment, the cell phone that had belonged to Karam was ticking away. Chen Mo glanced at the screen. General. End of chapter. Chapter 36, Sanch. Chapter 36, Sanch. Chen Mo picked up the phone. Good morning, Lord Lionel. The old man on the other end of the line looked rather tired and, however, he still revealed a smile and greeted Chen Mo. Chen Mo calmly nodded his head and waited for the other party to explain his intentions. Your Excellency the Lion King. I am calling you this time to request your early release of the Cheetah Squad. We are in a very unpromising situation. With the spread and enhancement of the aura of more and more animals and plants are mutating, and we're already having trouble fighting it. Just yesterday, a beast crisis erupted in Sunset Town. An A-class demonic beast, the ice-armored white rhinoceros, has overrun Sunset Town with numerous demonic beasts. I realize that His Excellency the Lion King may not believe it, but it's all true. The videos I'm sending you now are first views captured by the fighters. The old man across the street seemed quite sincere. Chen Mo glanced at the video. The first video is set in a relatively urbanized area of. Chen Mo felt it was likely to be the capital of Tanzania. Just a rat bigger than a dog scurrying around the streets of the city. Soldiers with rifles in their hands shoot at them. And the background sound is a steady stream of screams and gunfire. The second video is of a large black cat that suddenly storms down the street and kills someone. A fierce battle ensued with the arriving soldiers. As for the last video, it was filmed in a small town. A white rhinoceros beast several stories tall and covered in hard ice armor ran wildly through the town. A dozen or so slightly smaller black rhinoceros giants followed closely behind it, trampling the town's houses and townspeople as madly as if they were plowing the ground. Countless bullets and explosives poured onto the body of this white rhinoceros beast, but it was blocked by the ice armor. Regarding Tanzania's current situation, Chen Mo actually had a rough guess. As the aura recovery deepens, the number of transcendental beings appearing will be higher and higher. Even if the city takes action to kill cats and dogs in advance, there is no end to the killing of rats, cockroaches and other creatures. In this day and age, even a tree can mutate, whereas Tanzania has just over 30,000 active soldiers in the entire country. There wouldn't be much left to spread out to each town. This has nothing to do with me. Chen Mo wrote on the snow, and seeing this scene, the general could not help but feel a little frustrated. But soon he saw the ice lion writing again in the snow. But I'm willing to let him go. The general was a bit excited, not realizing that this Lion King was still very talkative. But after writing these 5 words, the general realized that the Lion King was still writing. The 3 words that follow are clearly, you'll have to pay extra. Yes, we are willing to provide you with the demon pills of 2 more mid-stage transcendent demon beasts. The general replied. To them, the value of the demon pills wasn't really that great. It was definitely worth it as long as it led to the early return of the Cheetah Squad. The general even regretted a little inside at this moment. Had he known that this Lion King was so good at talking, should have ransomed the Cheetah Squad sooner. Transaction. Chen Ma wrote again. The Cheetah Squad wasn't that important to him now. With the situation in Tanzania right now, the military obviously couldn't care less about it anymore. And he's past his weakest point. Now human conventional weapons can't hurt him at all. It didn't matter if these humans were released early. Finally, as an expression of good faith, Chen Mo said that he could release the fat officer and the driver, Lao Wang, along with him. These two hadn't awakened to transcendence as of yet, and staying in the lions was purely a waste of food. After the call, the Cheetah Squad crowd was excited. After being held captive by the lions for over a week, now they can finally go home. Lord Lion King, thank you for your mercy. Karam was grateful. Fat Officer and Old Wang are even happier. They had no idea that they would be repatriated together as a gift. The giveaway is so wow. The giveaway is simply great. Then they looked at Sanch with a look of pity. The Lion King left him alone. The poor guy. The Fat Officer came to Sanch and tapped him on the shoulder, slightly conspiratorially. Serve Lord Lion King well. You'll have a bright future. These days, he is not treated well by the lions because of his inability to provide value to the pride. Soldier Sanchez, once under his command, is a mixed bag. It made him very stifled and upset inside. At this moment, all of this pent-up frustration was vented. I'll let you show off. How's that? You've been retained by the Lion King as a talent in his pride. Just as he finished speaking, the fat officer realized that Sanchez's eyes were red and his eyes were sad to the core. Seeing this, he was too embarrassed to continue with the yin and yang. After patting him on the shoulder again, he took old Wang and ran over to the cheetah squad to chat. Sanchez's grief wasn't over being left with the lions. These days, he had gotten used to being around the lions, and even found it a good feeling. His grief and anxiety stemmed from the news he had just heard. Sunset Town is overrun by ferocious beasts, and his parents live in Sunset. Lion King-sama, can I make a call on my cell phone? After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo saw Sanchi suddenly kneel down in front of him. Roar! Chen Mo nodded. Of the humans captured, the one he trusted more was Sanch. In addition to his daily responsibility of grilling meat for Chen Mo, will also use healing of ice to help hunt wounded lions. Sort of the cook plus doctor of the lions. Many of the lions in the pride viewed him favorably and even considered him a friend. That's why Chen Mo put the fat officer and the driver Xiao Wang as gifts, but kept Sanch for a reason. Not to mention the fact that the whole of Tanzania is now in disarray. Humans are not much of a threat to the lions. It doesn't matter if you let him call or even give him back his cell phone for questions. Lord Lionel, my parents are in Sunset, and I'd like to return a call. See if they're still alive. Sanch explained to Chinma the reason for the call. At this moment, his heart was burning with anxiety, and he was incredibly worried about his parents' safety. Sanchi apprehensively dialed his mother's number. Tu Dolu. After half a minute, there was still no answer and the phone hung up automatically. Panic and fear showed in Sanch's eyes. Then he dialed again but still no answer. Eventually, Sanch made a dozen calls in a row, but the result was the same. Tears fell unstoppably from his eyes. Then he suddenly fell to his knees and said somewhat chokingly to the huge lion in front of him, Lord Lion King, will you let me go back? I promise that I will return. If you don't feel comfortable, you can let Xiao Bai follow me. If I could come back, I'd give my all for Lord Lion King. Sanch begged, though he knew the chances that the Lion King would grant his request were extremely slim. He knew the special nature of his healing ability, and the lions shouldn't let him go so easily. Moreover, his destination on this trip was Sunset Town, where ferocious beasts were encamped, and there was a great possibility that he would die. But for the sake of his parents, he had to take out all his chips. Ask Lionel Bo for a chance. End of chapter. Chapter 37 Ice-Armored White Rhinoceros. Chapter 37 Ice-Armored White Rhinoceros, etc. When confronted with Sanch's request, the Lion King simply writes a kanji on the snow. In the icy blue lion's eyes was unquestionable majesty. Looking at the words on the snow, Sanch felt doubt in his mind. Is this permission or denial from the Lion King? But he chose to dutifully wait where he was. Chen Mo took another look at the ice-armored white rhinoceros in the Sunset Town video. A hint of excitement passed through his eyes. It's the first time I've encountered an A-class transcendental creature. I also don't know if its demonic pills and flesh and blood can help me break through the transcendent rank. With that in mind, Chen Mo came to Sanchi's side and clawed his arm. Sanch knew that Lionel was about to type on his cell phone, so he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone. Chen Mo controlled Sanchi's finger, tapped on the avatar with the docketed name of General, and sent a message. Is there any interest in making another deal? The deal with the Tanzanian military went well. Chen Mo stepped in to help the Tanzanian military kill the transcendent white rhinoceros, but Tanzania needs to provide a large amount of supplies and demon pills. This wave, Chen Mo felt like he had earned numbness. First, high transcendent spirit beasts are still very rare at this stage. Its own demonic pills and flesh and blood were extremely precious things that might be able to help Chen Mo break through the Lord barrier. Even if Chen Mo couldn't use it himself, he could use it to cultivate Aisha and Mouse. Second, Tanzania promised to be willing to pay him 2 medium transcendental demon pills and 25 low transcendental demon pills. One could say it's all going to empty the Tanzanian treasury. Third, incidentally, it boosted a wave of Sanchez loyalties. Sanchez is a lot of value to the Lions right now. He is the only nurse in the pride, though not indispensable, but it's still important. And he's willing to give everything he's got and risk everything to go back and save his parents. It shows that he's a man of feeling and perhaps available. Chen Mo naturally would not let him go and let him die outside. 3 in 1. At the end of the call, Chen Mo and the Tanzanian military agreed on a trading location. Upon arrival in Sunset, both parties will hand over the money in one hand and the goods in the other. After getting the resources from the 2 transactions, Chen Mo would immediately release the Cheetah Squad. As for whether the Cheetah Squad wanted to stay and fight together against the ice-armored white rhinoceros at that time, or just leave, that's their choice. After ending the call, Chen Mo summoned the Lion Group. as well as the cheetah squad. A general description of the upcoming battles to come leads the way. With that, Chen Mo walked over to Sang-Chi and used his claws to write 2 Chinese characters on the snow. Until this moment, Sanch hadn't even reacted. Not only did the Lion King allow him to go to Sunset Town to look for his parents, he even had to lead his pride along. Before he could think much about it, he heard a deafening roar from the Lion King. The entire pride of lions poured out. A couple of SUVs were traveling quickly through the vast snowfield, and in their wake, instead, it's an extremely spectacular group of superb lions. There was no danger encountered on the way. After about 3 hours, the lions in the caravan were finally about to arrive at sunset. About 100 meters outside of town, a small Tanzanian contingent is already here waiting. The transcendent creatures within the town were too ferocious and they were no match for them, so they didn't dare to get very close to the town. Lord Lion King, everything you asked for is inside. Please accept it. The heavily armed squad leader placed 2 wooden boxes in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo still cautiously asked Karam to help open it and nodded after confirming that it was correct. Writing in the snow. You can go now. Let's finish the battle at hand first. Karam and others wanted to take part in the ensuing battle. As a soldier, they could not stand by and watch civilians being slaughtered by ferocious beasts. For the cheetah squad's thoughts, Chen Mo didn't care, and after completing the transaction, he led the lions on toward the town. It's been snowing continuously for over a month now. The entire town was covered in a thick layer of snow. However, at this moment, the white snow was covered with a layer of bright red blood. As far as the eye could see, there were collapsed houses everywhere, and the streets were filled with blood and bodies. There are humans and there are animals. Survivors hid among the ruins, longing for the army to quickly fend off and expel these terrible demonic beasts. A transcendent ice rhinoceros of enormous size picks at the ruins, searching for a human in hiding. Once found, it's a bite. The scene was like the end times. Now the owner of this town was no longer a human, but a demonic beast. Seeing the town in its current state, Sanch couldn't help but feel a little scared. But when he thought of the lions behind him, the timidity within him instantly dissipated a few points. Your Majesty, I'll go ahead and look for my parents. Sanchi asked Shenma for instructions. He understood that the Lion King had come to Sunset Town in order to hunt that classic transcendent creature, the ice-armored white rhinoceros. It's impossible to help him find his parents. Being able to escort him to Sunset Town had touched him. The Lion King nodded, then growled lowly at the Frost Lion. Roar! Xiangba, keep an eye on him, don't let him run away or die. Roar! The Frost Lion was dumbfounded, and it was fantasizing about the next messy kill with the Lion King Kaga. How did it become about spying on and protecting a human? Roar! But it was the Lion King's order, and it wouldn't refuse, nor would it dare. And to put it another way, why didn't Lord Lion King give this task to the other transcendent ice lions? This is the Lion King Sama's regard and trust in me. Chen Mo's gaze then looked towards the square in the center of this town. 6 kilometers away, a white rhinoceros, more than 8 meters long and up to 4 meters high, is lying on its side on the ground. It had 2 flattened ice armors growing from the top of its head, one long and the other short and sharp looking. The surface of its skin was covered with a layer of icy blue battle armor-like substance that, as if it were a giant beast from the distant past. This is the king of the ice-armored rhinoceros herd. Ice-armored white rhinoceros, female. Level, high transcendent. Physical fitness, 80. Agility, 15. Power, 45. Divine spirit, 18. Abilities, ice spine armor. Frost spit, ice stomp. Combined battle strength, 354-21. As he observed, information about the ice-armored white rhinoceros appeared next to it in Chen Mo's perspective. At the sight of the ice-armored white rhinoceros's high 80 points of physique, Chen Mo also froze for a moment. Good guy. This ice-armored white rhinoceros seems to have put all its evolution points on defense. But it's a good thing. For Chen Mo, this kind of stupid big guy who only added defense was the most fun to bully. Looking at the Frost Lion Xianba who was following behind him, Sanch felt incredibly relieved and touched. It's amazing that His Majesty the Lion King values me so much. He tapped the gas and the car sped into town, heading for where his parents lived. After his awakening, his physical qualities, his senses had been greatly improved. The ability to sense the scent of transcendent beings in a general way so as to avoid danger, coupled with the extraordinary aura of the Frost Lion beside him. Ordinary transcendent creatures really didn't dare to approach easily. 5 minutes later, Sanchi arrived at his doorstep very smoothly. Looking at the ruins of his home in front of him, Sanchi froze in place. For a moment it felt like I was going to lose my breath. Sanch, get down here. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. End of chapter. Chapter 38, The Guerrilla Battle. Chapter 38, The Guerrilla Battle. A rock not far away was suddenly pushed aside. revealing the face of a dark, middle-aged woman. Sancha's eyes, which had been dead and gray, instantly took on light. The middle-aged woman was none other than his mother. His parents hid under a hole in the ground, and then with a rock. The trees as well as the ruins of the house hid the entrance. Sanch rushed over. It's good that your parents are okay. Next, as long as we hide in this hole in the ground and wait for Lord Lion King to kill these transcendent ice rhinos, they'll be really safe. Run! Before he could reach the hole in the ground, however, his mother suddenly yelled at him to run. Sanchez? He reacted when he saw the giant lion behind him. The mother should have taken the frost lion as a bloodthirsty and ferocious beast as well, and that's why she told him to run. Mom, don't be afraid. It's General Frost Lion. It won't hurt us. Sanch was just opening his mouth to explain, when he heard a loud rumbling from not far away. The ground beneath his feet trembled slightly, as if some terrifying beast was running wildly towards this place. Sanch turned around, and then saw that 100 meters away, a huge rhinoceros over 3 meters tall was running wildly towards him. To be exact, it was running towards Frost Lion Xiangba. It was a low-grade transcendent ice-armored black rhinoceros. Sanchi hurriedly ducked into the hole, then peered through the cracks to see what was going on outside. Seeing the ice-armored black rhinoceros running wildly towards him, Xiangba is not surprised, but happy, and is worried about protecting plus monitoring this human boy. There was no chance of a fight, and as a result the enemy came straight to my door. A pillar of ice rose out of thin air beneath this ice-armored black rhinoceros, piercing right through its skin. Zapping into the ice-armored black rhinoceros. The ice-armored black rhinoceros ate the pain and fell heavily to the ground. After advancing to medium transcendent, Xiongba awakened his second transcendent ability, Ice Spike. Condense ice-based spiritual energy into spikes that penetrate the enemy. And its first transcendent ability is, Ice Condensation. Able to quickly condense ice-based spiritual energy into a physical object. These two abilities together possess great power. Before the ice-armored black rhinoceros could stand up, Xiongba pounced on him again, his sharp claws waving continuously. It easily tore through the ice armor on the outside of the ice-armored black rhinoceros, although it could have killed this ice-armored black rhinoceros with Ice Spike alone. But Xiongba preferred the feeling of claws and talons to flesh. After tearing apart the ice armor of the ice-armored black rhinoceros, the lion's claws swung again and bright red blood gushed out. After killing this lowly transcendent ice-armored black rhinoceros, Xiongba's icy blue eyes whirled around to look at another ice-armored black rhinoceros that was much larger in size in the distance. It longs for battle, and it longs to make itself stronger by fighting. But after thinking about it, Xiongba still didn't go over there. It knew that its most important task now was still to watch over and protect the human. Roar! Roar! At the same time, the sound of lions roaring rose and fell from a short distance away. The entire Frost Lion herd joined the fight. A transcendent ice lion faced the blizzard and fearlessly charged at the transcendent ice rhinoceros. Their eyes were wild, their roars deafening, and they were beyond excited to join the fight. The originally sleeping ice-armored white rhinoceros suddenly heard a violent noise. So slowly, he opened his ghostly green pupils and woke up from his sleep. In a whirlwind, it realized that many lions of enormous size had suddenly appeared in this town. It's fighting its breed and its men. There are other transcendental beings that are invading its territory. Suddenly, its pupils shrunk, and it snapped to the far west. It was a pure white lion cub, and despite its appearance as a cub, its size was quite impressive. The length of the body is more than 7 meters. While the ice-armored white rhinoceros saw Chen Mo was also gazing at the ice-armored white rhinoceros. In the vast blizzard, the icy blue eyes and the sight of the ice-armored white rhinoceros collided. The strong aura of a top predator erupted from both sides. The big battle is imminent. Very strong. The ice-armored white rhinoceros could roughly feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the Lion King. It was a transcendent being more powerful than himself. However, it did not intend to retreat because of this. Aside from its confidence in its own defenses, even more so because this town is now its territory. The reason it chose to invade and take over the town, in addition to getting enough food, and more importantly, it hates humans. As a young child, it had seen its father shot and killed by humans. From then on, when it sees a human, it desperately runs away. Until 2+ months ago, when the aura was revived, it managed to awaken and give birth to intelligence after eating a foreign plant in the meadow. After the awakening, it swelled. Having first conquered his people by absolute strength and defense, it then began to frantically expand its territory and hunt other transcendent beings. It wasn't until the day before yesterday that it found another divine pill, and after consuming it, its strength broke through to high transcendent. The ice-armored white rhinoceros, who felt that his strength had gained a huge boost, led the rhinoceros herd as well as the other beasts he had taken in to attack the town. This time, human bullets could no longer penetrate its skin. It could only let out a wail under its iron hooves. It loves and enjoys the feeling. In the midst of a vast blizzard, some of the humans hidden in the ruins or various hidden places were secretly observing the situation outside. Naturally, they saw the lions and the frost giant lion that was a full 7 meters long. This made their hearts turn to dust and utter despair. The giant white rhinoceros alone put the whole town in a desperate situation. Now there was an even more powerful-looking ice lion, simply not giving them a chance to live. What has happened to this world? Why did so many giant beasts suddenly appear? Is the world really coming to an end? But soon, the humans in the ruins realized, this ice lion-like beast was actually charging straight towards the giant white rhinoceros in the center of the square. The two behemoths seemed to be fighting. Shenmo released Ice Storm when both sides were still 70 meters away. The limit for releasing an ice storm is about 50 meters, but the ice storm still has a 20-meter kill radius. In the next instant, the ice-armored white rhinoceros was surrounded by howling winds. Sharp ice blades strangled the ice-armored white rhinoceros that was in the center of the storm like a rainstorm. Dang it! Seeing this, the ice-armored white rhinoceros didn't even dodge, and the ice blade slashed on the ice armor making a crisp sound. However, this only caused a crack to appear on the surface of the ice armor and did not shatter it at all. At the same time, the ice-armored white rhinoceros jade-like ice armor glowed with a light blue light. With that, a frosty cold chi came gushing towards Shenmo. Frost spit. Shenmo's speed and reflexes were surprisingly fast, and he easily dodged it. His agility attribute was now up to 80 points, over one-half the speed of sound. Seeing that his ice storm managed to just break armor, soon the ice-armored white rhinoceros's body regathered a new layer of ice armor. Shenmo was a bit surprised. This ice-armored white rhino's defense was truly amazing. Not a big problem though. While dodging the frost spit, he had already arrived in front of the ice-armored white rhino. With that, the ice lion leapt high into the air and the 7-meter-long beast exploded with an extremely unscientific jumping ability. Jumping lion, at this moment, actually leaping up a full dozen meters. The distance of more than 50 meters was in a flash. With just one big jump, the ice lion pounced directly onto the ice-armored white rhinoceros. The ice-armored white rhinoceros subconsciously tried to dodge, but the speed of the ice lion was just too fast. It had no time to react. After Shenmo jumped onto the ice-armored white rhinoceros, he aimed an ice wind roar directly at its ears. In the next second, the roar exploded like thunder in the ears of the ice-armored white rhinoceros. End of chapter. Chapter 39, Epilogue. Chapter 39, Epilogue. It was as if a powerful shockwave had swept around the two behemoths. The houses within a 30-meter radius that had not yet collapsed instantly tumbled down. Smoke and dust filled the air, mixed with flying snow, completely enveloping this battlefield. Shenmo's ability awakened after advancing to high transcendent was Ice Wind Roar. Together with the increase of the Roaring Lion, the power was terrifying. What's more, Ice Wind Roar doesn't just deal physical damage. It also deals a huge blow to the target's mind and soul. This roar instantly penetrated the head and even the soul of the Icehorn White Rhinoceros. At this moment, it was as if it had seen its own Teyukai. It has a truly awesome ice armor defense against physical damage. But the thing is, it's not immune to psychic attacks. The ice-armored white rhinoceros had blood coming out of its ears and had been stunned by the roar. Before it could wake up, another lion's roar that hit the soul rang out. Roar! The transcendent ice lion kept roaring. A lion's roar spreading to dozens of kilometers away. The glass of the only remaining houses shattered in unison at that moment. The lions and rhinos that were fighting were also somewhat affected. Fortunately, the transcendent ice lions had usually heard the roar of the king too much, and after a slight daze, they continued to fight. The transcendent ice rhinoceros would have some difficulty adapting. Humans shivering under the rubble of those closer to the battlefield even fainted directly. This lion's roar was simply like the hissing of an ancient ferocious beast. The scene of two giant beasts fighting each other seemed like a movie shining into reality. The fear of the people in the ruins was accompanied by frantic prayers in their hearts. They prayed that the two terrifying behemoths would lose both of them. It would be great if they all died together. After about 2 minutes, the lion's roar and the mournful wailing all came to an abrupt end. Is the fight over? It was only then that those at the edge of the town who hadn't been stunned by the lion's roar dared to poke their heads out and take a look. But he saw that the originally aggressive white rhinoceros beast had already laid motionless on the ground. It was actually directly roared to death by the ice lion. And the giant ice lion stood on top of the white rhinoceros, unharmed. The battle had only just begun. And it was over. After seeing the ice-armored white rhinoceros completely die, the survivors' hearts went cold. Although they wanted this ice-armored white rhino to die in battle, they didn't want it to be killed so hastily. It didn't even do any damage to that ice lion. The ice-armored white rhinoceros was already able to keep the army at bay. And against the even more powerful Lion King, the chances of them surviving are slim to none. At this time, The battle between the Transcendent Lion group and the Transcendent Ice Rhinoceros group was also coming to an end. The difference in strength between the two sides was still too great, and the lions were all superhuman. There were even 3 transcendent middle-order existences, and except for the ice-armored white rhinoceros and the Transcendent Ice Rhinoceros herd, the strongest of them were only low-level transcendents. There are even many unawakened mortal species. Under the organized, disciplined attack of the lions, it was naturally unbeatable. After killing off the beasts occupying Sunset Town, instead of devouring their prey first, the ice lions dragged their prey in unison to their king's side. In unison, they prostrated themselves on the ground and gazed wildly at Chen Mo. Roar! Roar! The group of lions let out a strong, powerful, rising and falling lion roar. A lion is by nature a creature that worships the strong. After the Transcendent Ice Lions awakened their wisdom, they simply worshipped the Lion King as a god. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo just calmly let out a low growl. Ho! Let's eat first. Only then did the Transcendent Ice Lions begin to feast. Chen Mo pulled out the demonic pills of the ice-armored white rhinoceros and prepared to absorb the spiritual energy inside. But after absorbing it for a while, he stopped, and the spiritual energy within the ice elixir was as silent as water. Not the slightest change has occurred. It seemed that if one wanted to break through the limits of transcendence, one would still need a second-order divine pill to do so. So he threw the ice-horned white rhinoceros's ice stand directly to Aisha. Aisha also holds the title of Overeating Lion. There is a great possibility of advancing to high transcendence after perfect digestion. Chen Mo began to swallow the blood and flesh of the ice-horned white rhinoceros. After eating for a while, he realized that under the effect of the tyrannical eating lion, the high transcendence flesh and blood still allowed his physical quality to improve. But it's very little, and it's better than nothing. An ice crystal mouse with snow-white fur drilled out from under the ground and knelt down towards Chen Mo. Maharaja, you are the most powerful transcendent being I have ever seen since I was born. Your power is unstoppable. Your wisdom is beyond the reach of any beast. No beast can surpass your face value. When the Lion King and the ice-armored white rhinoceros fought earlier, in order not to be affected by the waves it had to dig a hole and hide under the ground. It sensed the end of the battle before it burrowed back out. Although Chen Mo didn't understand the rat language, he knew that the little guy was definitely kissing his own ass right now. He used his claws to tear off a large chunk of the ice-armored white rhinoceros's blood and flesh and threw it in front of the ice crystal mouse. This high transcendent giant rhinoceros body was extremely large, tens or even hundreds of tons. Praise the Lion King. After the ice crystal mouse paid his respects to the Lion King once again, he couldn't wait to bite down. Mouse is on the move. Just after the first bite, the ice crystal mouse's eyes sparkled. Yummy. Love it. At this time, Xiongba also brought Shang-Chi back to the lions. The buggy is still a little slow. Ho! King! The man was brought back alive. Ho! Good job! Chen Mo threw 2 demon pills of medium transcendent creatures and a portion of the blood and flesh of the ice-horned white rhinoceros to Xiongba. Xiongba was unexpectedly steady this time, and actually didn't go up to pursue the other transcendent ice rhinos. Instead, he stayed by Sanche's side, keeping in mind the task he had given him. Looks like this guy isn't as reckless as he seems. Roar! Thank you, my king. After receiving the blood and flesh, Xiongba then frantically tore and swallowed. It was the first time it had eaten the blood and flesh of a high-level transcendent creature. Sanche fell to his knees, full of gratitude and thankfulness. Your Majesty, thank you. From now on, this life of Sanche is yours. He realized that without the Lion King, neither he nor his parents would have survived. Roar! Chen Mo nodded calmly and wrote a line on the snow. Treat the injured first. He had come to this town mainly for the ice-armored white rhinoceros blood and ice elixir. And as for subjugating Sanchez, it's also just by the way. Yes, Your Majesty. Sanche hurriedly ran towards the injured ice lions and used Frost Heal to heal them. After the treatment, Sanche hesitated and came to the Lion King and inquired, Your Majesty, may I take my parents back to the lions with me? They can drive. It's good cooking too. At those words, Chen Mo gave Sanche an odd look in his eyes. You're not sending your parents into the lion's mouth, but it does seem like a wise choice for Sanchez. As the recovery of the aura accelerates, the city has become less safe. On the contrary, with the Lion King, the lions are the safest place to be. Sanche could realize this and had the gumption to open up to him. Sort of smart. After getting the Lion King's permission, Sanche began to do his best to persuade his parents. He genuinely felt good about staying with the lions now. At least it was safer than staying in the city. Sanche's parents, while inwardly reluctant to stay with such a terrifying pride of lions, but in the end, he couldn't argue with Sanche and decided to go live with his son in the lions for a while first. Updates are rescheduled to post 2 chapters at 12 p.m. instead. This way everyone may watch it a little more smoothly. Lastly, I'd like to ask for a wave of monthly votes and catch-up reading. And thank you, readers, for your support of this book. End of chapter. Chapter 40, Lioness's Trial, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Chapter 40, Lioness's Trial, Request for Catch-Up Reading. 3 hours later, Aisha let out a pained roar as the aura within the ice elixir began to strengthen its entire body. After swallowing the ice dan and flesh of the ice-armored white rhinoceros, it successfully advanced to High Transcendent. After advancing to High Transcendence, Aisha's awakened ability was Soul Snow. Perhaps it was because the Lion Sister's divine soul attribute was relatively high. The awakening is an ice ability that favors the mental system. Condense mental energy and ice spiritual energy into snow, which drifts down within a certain area. Creatures hit by Soul Snow fall into a drowsy state. The weaker ones will just fall back to sleep. But the release of Soul Snow consumes a certain amount of mental energy. You will feel drained of energy and very tired after using it. With Aisha's current strength, it only lasts for a mere 3 minutes. The range is around 100 square meters. After completing the promotion, strengthening her body consumed a large amount of energy as Aisha began to frantically swallow the blood and flesh of the ice-armored black rhinoceros. Looking at Aisha, who was wolfing down her food, Xiongba had some envy in his heart, and some doubts. The envy is that Aisha has advanced again. Doubtful how this little lioness dry rice is so powerful pinch. He also got a portion of the ice-armored white rhinoceros flesh and blood from before, which was about the same size as Aisha's. She was halfway through her meal and was already bursting at the seams. This young lioness ate all the white rhinoceros meat and is still cook-a-dry. Frost Lion couldn't understand it, so he just gave up thinking about it. If you lick yourself hard enough anyway, I'm sure I'll be the next one to get stronger. During the process of eating, one after another of the transcendent ice lions in the ice lion group let out excited roars. After consuming these transcendent flesh and blood and demon pills, some of the ice lions with good talent broke through to medium transcendent. That includes Lioness. Mother Lion's talent isn't really that great, but she's the mother of the Lion King. Each time it divided the transcendent flesh and blood, it gained more. Meanwhile, the cheetah squad as well as the army were searching for survivors in Sunset Town. They informed these survivors that they were now safe. So, more and more survivors came out of their bunkers or basements and they then realized that the lions really didn't have any intention of hunting them. All of them were peacefully gnawing on the transcendent flesh of the ice rhinoceros. These survivors didn't dare to look at the transcendent ice lion more than once. They just felt very strange in their hearts. These ice lions actually didn't carry out the killing, and the military seemed to have known about it for a long time. It was as if this group of giant ice lions had come to the town for the sole purpose of hunting the rhino giants. At that moment, the town's soon-to-be obsolete radio burst into a staccato sound. Please don't be afraid. The Transcendental Ice Lion Clan are kind and orderly transcendental beings. It won't hurt everyone. Now that the Lion King had solved the demonic beast, Sunset Town was safe. People can come out and rebuild their homes or move with the army to live in other towns. It wasn't until dusk that the lions roughly ended their feeding. But spare them all. They still didn't eat all of it, and had to pack some of it away. Or load it onto a buggy. The Transcendent Ice Rhinoceros was too big. This battle gave birth to 5 medium Transcendent Ice Lions in the Pride. The little Black Panther Luna and the other Snowflake Panther also managed to advance to medium Transcendent. The strength of the entire Ice Lion clan had skyrocketed, which could be considered a huge gain. Looking at the lions that had finished feeding, Chen Mo let out a low roar and prepared to leave with the lions. This human town's aura is still relatively thin, and very few transcendent beings appear. Naturally, he had no interest in occupying the place. And so, as the sun set, an ice lion, dragging its uneaten prey, slowly disappearing at the end of the horizon. Chen Mo had just left Sunset Town not long after leading the lions. The general then couldn't wait to dial Chen Mo's number. The old man on the cell phone screen was all smiles and said to Chen Mo laughingly, "On behalf of all the survivors of Sunset Town, I would like to thank Lord Lion King for his help. In addition, we want to establish an alliance with the Ice Lion clan, together against other transcendental beings. Next, if there is intelligence and information on other powerful transcendental beings, we'll be the first to tell you. What does Lord Lion King think? The current Ice Lion territory is already a power that cannot be underestimated. And the Lion King's strength displayed in this battle is even more crushing. Honestly, there's nothing they can do with it now. Pulling together is the best option." Chen Ma nodded. Agreed. It's nice to be able to white-knuckle a message. He naturally wouldn't take the so-called alliance seriously. He had been a human being in his previous life and had some understanding of human nature. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. Now it was well said that it was willing to help each other and form an alliance with the Ice Lion clan, but it is inherently bound not to believe it. Once the most troubling crisis is dealt with, or an opportunity is found, one will certainly want to take complete control of it. But Chen Mo didn't care. What he needs most right now is time to develop. As long as the relationship with human forces remains non-intrusive or even mutually helpful for the time being, with self-discipline challenges and silent development, he will soon grow to the point of ignoring everything. By the time man thinks he has enough strength, he doesn't realize that he has already taken off. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are worthless. Fat Happy Lion, Challenge Day 25. Whether it's at transcendental level, still Chen Mo, whose physical qualities had all reached their limits, became a bit bored. There seems to be no other way for him to continue to get stronger than to keep drinking coke every day. So he put his main focus on nurturing the lions. On the four beasts Aisha, Xiangba, Xiaobai and Luna to be exact. As the territory of the Ice Lion clan grew larger and larger, Chen Mo needed to train a few transcendent ice lions that could stand alone to help him manage the territory and the lions. Because the flesh and blood of creatures of high transcendent and below could not bring any growth to Chen Mo. So basically all the transcendent creatures hunted during this time had been allowed to eat them. The same goes for the demon pills. Aisha's body had reached more than 720 channels of spiritual energy at this moment, and Little White had also successfully advanced to the late transcendent stage. Luna and Xiangba were still in the mid-transcendent stage because they didn't have tyrannical eating lion. Roar! At noon, Chen Mo gathered Aisha, Xiaobai, and San Chi together. He turned on an oversized tablet. This is what he had the Tanzanian military send over earlier. On top of the tablet was a map of Africa. One of the areas of the Great Snowy Mountain Mystery was shadowed. In addition to this, there are 3 other areas circled in red. Roar! Each of these 3 places currently has an A-class transcendent creature. Aisha, you may pick one of the transcendental creatures and attempt to kill it. Think of it as a trial. Chen Mo opened his mouth to Aisha. Grade A, or high transcendent level demonic beasts, were already the most powerful existences at the moment. Aisha's transcendence level has come to high transcendence. Ordinary transcendent flesh and blood could no longer give it another boost. And in the hundreds of kilometers around the Ice Lion territory, the slightly more powerful transcendent creatures have either already submitted to either that or they've been killed. So Aisha wants to keep getting stronger now. One would have to go to the depths of the Great Snow Mountain to hunt high transcendent demonic beasts. End of chapter. Chapter 41 Rat is not to be messed with, request for follow-up reading. Chapter 41 Rat is not to be messed with, request for follow-up reading. Howl. Brother, are you coming alone? Aisha asked. Chen Mo shook his head and calmly said, Roar. I'll take care of the other 2. At that, Aisha was slightly flustered. Used to crunching and slaying with his brother, now he's left to hunt A-class transcendental creatures on his own. It had more or less nothing in mind. Roar. But in the end, Aisha nodded. When he had just left the pride with Lionel, it is determined to take care of and protect its brother. As it turned out, it was his brother who took care of him later, and even got him all used to that care. Turned into a gnawing disciple lion. It's not good to be like this all the time, Aisha thought to herself. It hopes that one day it will be able to protect its brother instead of its brother protecting it. This trial may be an opportunity. Aisha looked to the 3 areas. The information on these 3 A-class demonic beasts was provided by the Tanzanian military. The A-class transcendent creature in the first area is an ice-tusked mammoth awakened from the African elephant. There are a number of transcendental ice elephants in its territory. This ice-tusked elephant herd has extremely impressive combat power, and it's a good thing they've stayed within their territory for a long time. Not too aggressive. The second area is an A-ranked transcendence as a hyena queen who commands a pack of transcendent hyenas. Hogging a large swath of territory a short distance from Kanila. Kanila's army had fought them, killing large numbers of hyenas. But in the end, it didn't leave the hyena queen behind. The hyena queen would later run into human cities on a killing spree and revenge, and it runs away every time it kills, causing quite a headache for the Kanila military. The last area of the A-ranked transcendent is the ice raptor, a raptor-type transcendent creature that it has made the city of Bassa in Kanila its lair. With the characteristics of being able to fly and high agility, there was nothing that Kanila officials could do with it. Roar. I'll take the hyena queen. Aisha agonized for a moment before finally choosing the hyena queen as her prey. Roar. Have Sanch and White follow you. Chen Mo opened his mouth. Lioness doesn't know how to use a cell phone, and without the help of navigation, I'm afraid she'll get lost halfway through. In fact, this trial wasn't that difficult for Aisha. The lion sister had become a high transcendent, and under the overeating lion effect, it had grown to a body length of nearly 7 meters. The giant beasts that stand over 3 meters tall at the shoulder. The highest combined combat power is even 621. With this strength, even if he couldn't defeat these A-class ferocious beasts, it would be more than enough to save his life. After confirming the target, Chen Mo called Xiongba over. Roar. I'm going to be gone for the next few days, so the lions are in your hands for now. Roar! King, I will never let you down. Xiangbo was excited. It felt the king's trust and regard for him. After saying that, Chen Mo set off. This excursion could take several days. In order not to delay the Fat and Happy Lion's self-discipline challenge, so Chen Mo directly carried 5 cases of coke. As for how it's memorized, Chen Mo had previously had the Tanzanian military make a 6-meter-long lion's backpack with straps. It can easily carry over a dozen tons. This was originally Chen Mo's attempt to collect transcendent creature blood and flesh, spirit medicine, and transcendent ore in the wild. I didn't realize it would come in handy right now. Covering an area of approximately 450,000 square kilometers, the Great Snowy Mountain mystique stretches across Tanzania, the Kanila 2 countries. Aisha's target this time was hundreds of kilometers away, and would require crossing the entire Serengeti savanna, pretty much running from the southernmost to the northernmost part of the Great Snowy Mountain mystery. 1 day later, Aisha had finally arrived at the grassland near the northernmost part of the Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm. After only 1 day away from the pride, he was missing his lion brother a little. Hurry up and finish the trial and go back, Aisha thought to herself as Sanchi's voice came to her ears. Your Highness, we've reached the Hyena Queen's territory. There's a good chance the Hyena Queen is near us. Sanch pointed to the red circle on the tablet and gestured as he spoke. Roar! Aisha nodded, and in the next moment, a blue shimmering light erupted from the lion's eyes that, its perspective quickly extends into the distance. Ice eyes. After advancing to high transcendence, its ice eyes can see creatures up to 30 kilometers away. Soon, Aisha saw a pack of hyenas, a dozen kilometers away, on a snowy plain. They were clustered around a huge hyena covered in ice spikes. It was the very first target it chose, the ice-spiked hyena queen. Ho! Sanch, you stay here. Aisha growled down at Sanch. Although Sanch isn't awakened, his abilities are of the healing type that can't help a bit in terms of combat. Roar! White, you go and lure that group of hyenas away. After spotting her target, Aisha didn't just rush up and, instead, Ice Crystal Mouse was first sent to attract the attention of the hyena pack. The Ice Crystal Mouse responded. After roughly understanding Aisha's tactics, then he darted toward the hyena pack. At a distance of 300 meters from the hyena pack, it began to make a steady stream of mocking squeaks towards the hyena pack. Stupid dog, silly dog. Although the hyenas couldn't understand what the mice were saying, it was clearly a provocation. The hyenas were instantly enraged. As the absolute dominators of the grasslands in this area, even humans are no match for them. Now it's actually being provoked by a mouse. How dare it? So in an instant, a dozen or so hyenas poured out, running wildly toward the Ice Crystal Mouse. But the current Ice Crystal Mouse was not what it used to be. The little guy had not long ago advanced to High Transcendent, and was already an uncompromising A-class demonic beast. And its evolutionary direction is pure speed flow. Its agility attribute is as high as 52 points and its fastest speed is as high as 105 meters per second. These hyenas wouldn't even be able to see the back of the Ice Crystal Mouse if it wanted to. The very moment one of the lowly transcendent hyenas lunged over to try to bite the Ice Crystal Mouse to death, White accelerated violently, then twisted his head and spat out an arrow of frost. The frosty blue ice arrow went straight through the heart of this hyena. This was the ability that the Ice Crystal Mouse gained after advancing to high transcendence. Ice arrow. Stupid dog, silly dog. The Ice Crystal Mouse turned around and squeaked twice more, continuing to taunt. Mouse is not to be messed with. While the mice are being hunted by the hyenas, the hyena queen also opened its ghostly blue pupils, and its gaze looked hundreds of meters away. After advancing to high transcendence, transcendent creatures had a very keen sense of other transcendent creatures. Soon it saw a transcendent lioness that was close to 7 meters in length. This transcendental lioness, although she looks young, but the aura exuding from its body was not weaker than it in the slightest. The hyena queen's eyes showed a biting, killing intent. When the aura was not revived, lions and hyenas were natural enemies. Now that this lioness appeared in its territory, it was obviously here to find trouble. Woo! The hyena queen began to recall the other hyenas. Aisha didn't initiate the attack while the hyena queen was calling out to the other hyenas, just slowly approaching the hyena queen, and a faint blue luminescence shone in the snowflakes falling from the hyena queen's head. End of chapter. Chapter 42, Going Bald, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Chapter 42, Going Bald, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Hearing the hyena queen's call, the hyenas abandoned their pursuit of the ice crystal rats and quickly close in on Aisha. Huddle. Woo. Watching the return of her hyena army, the hyena queen finally couldn't hold back the killing intent within her heart. Leading the attack, it darted towards Aisha. At the same time a white frost rose on its claws and teeth. It couldn't wait to taste the blood of this lioness. The surrounding transcendent hyenas also swarmed around, 10 meters away from the ice lion. The hyena queen swung her claws and, jabbing at Aisha's ass. As the famous chief of anorectal department on the grassland, even after awakening to transcendence, it still retains its fighting style. The second before it swung its claws, however, it suddenly felt its head dim and the eyelids couldn't help but droop. Not good. The hyena queen instantly realized she had been hit, but didn't know when she had been hit. Soul Snow. Once close enough to the hyena queen, Aisha unleashed Soul Snow on her, caught in the flurry of snowflakes that the hyena queen wasn't paying attention. In the moment the hyena queen lost her concentration, Aisha launched her attack. It naturally wouldn't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Aisha rushes right up to the hyena queen's body and then there was a deafening roar against its ear. Roar! The thunderous lion's roar rang in the hyena queen's ears. With the roaring lion's enchantment, Aisha's roar became incomparably terrifying. Not to mention the fact that the hyena queen's eardrums were shattered when she opened wide against her face. Blood continued to gush out of its ears, and it fell to the ground in constant convulsions. With that, Aisha used her claws to slice right through the hyena queen's abdomen, crushing her heart. Soon, the hyena queen fell motionless in a pool of blood. Compared to the ice-armored white rhinoceros, this hyena queen was a bit weaker. Its strongest points were its speed and explosive, but it didn't play out at all with Soul Snow. Seeing this, the other transcendental hyenas tried to escape. Aisha, however, didn't want to let go of any of them, exploding with amazing speed and strength that catch up with the remaining hyenas one by one and kill them. It's got a great talent for fighting. This battle can be said to have maximized his strengths and abilities. Take down an entire pack of hyenas without injury. After killing the hyena queen, Aisha pulled out the ice elixir from its abdomen and didn't use it right away. Instead, he was going to take it back to Lionel. It's not just a testament to your own courage and strength. It also means that now it, the older sister, can now take care of the younger brother as well. As for the hyena queen's flesh and blood, Aisha took a few hasty bites before giving it up to Bai. It's too sour, too smelly, it doesn't want to eat it. Praise be to Her Highness Aisha. The ice crystal mouse paid his respects to Aisha and then began to enjoy his meal. For it, there is no such thing as meat that doesn't taste good. Not to mention the fact that the flesh and blood of this hyena queen could give it tremendous growth. Mouse seems to have been taken flying again. Is this the benefit of having a lot of backers? After wiping out the hyena pack, Aisha had no intention of returning to the lions. Instead, he ran towards one of the cities in Kanila, where the second red circle on the map was located. In the meantime, Kanila, Basa City. It is the second largest city in Kenora, and there was once a national forest park in the center of the city. And at the moment, it has turned into a dead city. After the aura recovery began, the animals in the park mutated one after another and killed the human world. The strongest of them all was a cold ice fierce eagle. This was already one of the most ferocious raptors in Africa, and after becoming a transcendent, with the advantage of being able to fly, he abused a number of transcendent creatures, thus successfully advancing to high transcendent. It arranges the living of the city in a centralized fashion in several hotels around its lair. When I'm hungry, I get up and have a snack. Once someone escapes, they are simply brutally killed. It was as if the entire city was its farm. There's nothing the Kenyan military can do about it. Ordinary awakened people were no match for the ice fierce eagle, and even missiles couldn't hit it. A group of ragged people are locked in one room after another in the dilapidated abandoned building of the hotel. Numbness and despair filled the faces of the vast majority of the people in the room. There have been many suicides these days. The rest of us are waiting for a miracle. Some people were praying for the gods to save them. Someone thought of the ice lion king that showed up in Tanzania earlier. It's said to be the guardian animal of Tanzania. The town of Sunset in Tanzania was originally overrun by transcendental beings as well, reduced to a hell on earth. Then the ice lion king appeared and killed all of that group of transcendent white rhinos, saving the humans there. Why does Tanzania have a Patronus but they don't? Chirp. At this time, a sharp and piercing eagle cry suddenly came from outside the building. Hearing the eagle's cry, a look of horror spread across the faces of everyone in the ruined building of the hotel. The chilly fierce eagle had awakened, meaning it was about to start feeding again. Every time the frigid manticore wakes up, he pokes his head into a random room within the hotel, then eat all the people inside the room as if they were bugs. This time, however, after a minute, the head of that frigid, fierce statue didn't stick its head into any of the rooms either, and its cries became more and more tyrannical and urgent. Some of the bold ones looked through the breached wall and then saw in the distance an 8-meter long, a giant ice lion that was 2 stories tall. It had an armor of ice crystals condensed on its body and snow-white fur, as if from a mythical beast. It was none other than the Ice Lion King that had appeared in Tanzania earlier. In an instant, a spark of hope once again lit up in the eyes of these otherwise numb people. Chenemo slowly walked towards the nest of the cold ice manticore. The ice raptor is very alert, and wakes up from its sleep at a distance of 2 kilometers. Then spreading his wings and hovering in mid-air, his icy blue eyes stared at Chenemo. And every now and then there is an expulsion cry. Chenemo couldn't understand the bird language, but thought it meant to tell him to get lost. This cold ice mighty eagle was cautious, and after sensing the powerful aura on Chenmo's body, realizing that he was not necessarily a match for this ice lion, he did not launch an attack. In the goose feather snow, Chenmo gradually approached the cold ice fierce eagle. This kind of transcendent creature with the ability to fly was actually still a bit difficult to deal with. Currently, Chenmo's only air-to-air means was ice storm, with a maximum release distance of 200 meters. Had to get a little closer for that. When the two were 300 meters apart, the frigid fierce eagle finally couldn't help but attack, only to see one of its ice crystal feathers turn into a sharp arrow and quickly shoot out at the ice lion. Ice arrow plume. These ice crystal feathers shot extremely fast, but Chenmo's speed was even faster. He entered his berserk form, his huge body transforming into a white residual shadow that, dodging while flying closer to the cold ice fierce eagle. In just 2 seconds, it arrived right underneath the cold ice manticore, but the ice fierce eagle was now flying too high, exceeding the maximum distance of the ice storm. It would be easy to scare it away again if you launched the roar of ice hastily. Chenemo decided to show a wave of weakness and focus on dodging. Whoosh! Ice arrow feathers were shot at the ice lion again, much more accurately compared to before. It seemed to be just a little bit short of shooting the transcendental ice lion. Whoosh! So another round of flak. The ice manticore has shot high. It realized that although this ice lion had a powerful aura, it didn't have any means against the air. By flying in mid-air himself and not going down, he was already invincible. As long as one's cold arrow feathers could hit once, this ice lion was going to be heavily injured. The only problem is, persistent shooting might make it a little bald. Righteous fathers, be sure to help out with the catch-up reading of tomorrow's chapter while I'm counting on you all to advance to the 3rd round. Also recommend a friend's book, Who Falls in Love When You're Mixing Rivers and Lakes, and messy book of the same type of martial arts harem. End of chapter. Chapter 43 Fat and Happy Lion activates. Requesting for a catch-up read. Chapter 43 Fat and Happy Lion activates. Requesting for a catch-up read. Soon enough, the frigid fierce eagle realized that his feathers seemed to be a bit insufficient, though after becoming a transcendent, its feathers grow at an alarming rate, but it's not likely to grow back in just a few minutes. Leave yourself few chances. There was a certain longing in the blue eagle eyes. It wanted to kill this transcendent ice lion, to devour its flesh and blood and demonic pills. This results in a huge boost. After thinking about it, the frigid fierce eagle decided to fly lower. If the distance was closer, that ice lion was afraid that it wouldn't be able to dodge its own cold arrow feathers. The frigid manticore swooped downwards. However, just 200 meters from the ground, it suddenly found itself surrounded by a blizzard of wind and snow that became incredibly violent, and a hurricane with a diameter of tens of meters was generated in an instant, wrapping countless ice blades and sweeping towards it. After releasing the ice storm, Chenemo let out an excited lion roar. Gotcha! The cold ice fierce eagle desperately swung its feathered wings, trying to rush upwards out of the ice storm's range. But the next second, a deafening lion's roar rang in its ears. The icy wind roars. In an instant, the cold ice fierce eagle felt a dizzying sensation in his head, a feeling that his soul had gone out of his body. The wings unconsciously stopped flapping. Spinning ice storms swept across the sky and the densely packed ice blades slashed countless wounds on its body, exploding into a cloud of blood mist in the sky. Ice sculptures of enormous size began to fall from mid-air. Boom! Chenemo had long been waiting below for the fall of the cold ice mighty eagle, and pounced over at the moment of its fall. Roar! Another roar straight to the soul. The frozen manticore is dizzy and deaf, and then it seemed a little dead. Even a higher transcendent being, zeroed in on by a loud noise approaching 200 decibels. It can also be seriously injured or even die. Chenemo took a look and realized that the cold ice fierce eagle hadn't died completely enough, so he added a few more voices. It didn't stop until its attribute panel completely disappeared. When will the flying lions be painted? Looking at the corpse of the cold ice mighty eagle wind, Chenemo thought in his heart. He couldn't help but think of the red divine beast from a certain anime in his previous life. He could suddenly kind of understand how it felt now. Can't fly. Too much of a disadvantage. Even an ice fierce eagle he needed to rely on his wits to kill. He pulled out the ice elixir from inside the cold ice manticore and put it into his lion's backpack. With that, he began to devour the blood and flesh of the cold ice fierce eagle. The meat of the cold fierce eagle is very tasty and cold. During that time, a few transcendent spirit beasts ran over. staring at the corpse of the frigid fierce eagle and drooling. They expressed their willingness to submit to Chen Mo, but were slapped to death by Chen Mo with a few slaps. Chen Mo had never had much goodwill towards second fives. The remaining transcendent beings scattered and fled, and Chen Mo didn't bother to chase them. After having a full meal, Chen Mo had originally wanted to hunt the last grade A ice tusk mammoth, but looking up at the snow-covered mountains overhead, it was found that the illusory looming Great Snow Mountain became solidified for a few moments. Perhaps the day when the Great Snowy Mountain Mystery Realm truly descended was not far away. After thinking about it, he decided to go back to the lions first. This remaining ice-tusked mammoth is so far from where it is now that it could be another 3 or 4 days if they are hunted and then returned to the lions. It's been too long. Just as Chen Mo was on his way back to the lions, the video of him fighting the cold fierce eagle spread quickly in countries like Kenya, Tanzania, and others. People in both countries say it is their own national protector, and there is a lot of online bickering over it. On the way, Chen Mo also swiped the relevant video when he swiped his tablet. He felt a little funny. Times have changed. The Aura revival has completely reshuffled the world of Blue Star, and humans are no longer the protagonists of Blue Star. Transcendent beings only. Fat Happy Lion, Challenge Day 30. In the wee hours of the morning, Chenma then tons and tons of 20 bottles of Coke. It's finally over. This month, Chen Mo had already been drinking cola to the point of vomiting. It's good to have finally completed this self-discipline challenge. Are you equipped with the Fat and Happy Lion? Yes. The moment the title was equipped, an electric current of energy ran through the entire body. The familiar tingling sensation struck again, this time lasting a full 5 seconds before it lasted longer than the previous times. It seems to have strengthened his entire body. Chen Mo realized that he had become stronger again, or rather become much sturdier. The body length grew from 8 meters to 5 meters. On top of that, it could visibly feel its skin. The muscles and also the fat had undergone some sort of qualitative change, and the pieces of ice armor on his body had become more numerous and hardened. The skin doesn't look much different, but compared to before, the hardness went up several notches. Chen Mo's claws could easily tear through steel right now, yet when it used its claws to slice hard across the skin, surprisingly it could only leave 2 white marks on it. Even the current him, if he didn't go all out, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to break through the defense. Fat House Happy Lion gave Chen Mo's defense a qualitative boost. His current defense, it was already much stronger than the ice-armored white rhinoceros that died under him a few days ago. This is the rhythm of becoming a hexagonal Lion King. Storming Lion, Raging Lion, enhanced his speed and reflexes. The Overeating Lion increased its strength, while the Fat and Happy Lion boosted its defense. Chen Mo's mind moved as he observed his attribute panel. Frost Cub, Male, Level, High Transcendent, Body Mass, 82132, Agility, 87, Power, 81, Divine Spirit, 65. Abilities, Ice Storm, Ice Illusion, Ice Wind Roar, Combined Battle Strength, 832-1009. The highest combined combat power broke 1,000 for the first time, and now he's already the absolute king of this grassland. Fat Happy Lion is related to Coke. I wonder if drinking Coke will produce special effects. After thinking about it, Chen Mo slammed down another can of Coke. Instantly, joy, excitement, happiness, awesome, and all sorts of other positive emotions flooded the entire body. It even gave him a feeling of floating. On top of that, Chen Mo felt that his spirit became incomparably exhilarated, and his reactions became especially swift. There was also a small increase in physical fitness. The sensation lasted for 30 minutes before it slowly disappeared. After its effects dissipated, Chen Mo felt a bit empty in spirit and his body was quite tired. It's as if they'd been hollowed out. Drinking Coke has an adrenaline-like effect in addition to making him very happy. This, Fat and Happy Lion, is a bit of a thing, directly turning Coke into a strategic material. Thinking of himself drinking a bottle of Coke before fighting in the future, Chen Mo felt inexplicably a bit joyful. Fat Happy Lion, after the self-discipline challenge is complete. New self-regulatory challenges have also emerged on the self-regulation panel. Teaching Lion, White. No less than 50 animals were given 6 cultural lessons, 40 minutes, per day for 7 days. Teach the lion? Seeing the new self-discipline challenge, Chen Mo froze. A culture lesson for the animals? Any more of this self-regulation challenge? After thinking about it, Chen Mo still decided to complete the Stinky Lion self-discipline challenge first. Stinky Lion is also the White self-discipline challenge, which takes 7 days to complete. The effect looks a little more useful than Teach the Lion. Regarding the effect of the Stinky Lion, to be honest, Chen Mo was kinda looking forward to it. It can't be to make your farts super smelly, can it? End of chapter. Chapter 44, The Black Abyss of the Forbidden Land, requesting for catch-up reading. Chapter 44, The Black Abyss of the Forbidden Land, requesting for catch-up reading. Stinky Lion, Self-Discipline Challenge Day 7 a.m. Port of the city of Narada, Tanzania. 2 rows of uniformed soldiers stood in single file, and the soldiers stood straight and seems to be greeting some big shot. After the Aura revival, mutated creatures have appeared in every city in Tanzania, and the military is stretched thin. A reception of this magnitude is already of the highest order. An elderly Negro in uniform and young officers stood on the harbor. It was the General and Colonel Karam. They looked at the sea level in the distance, cocking their heads as if expecting something. About half an hour later, the outline of a warship appeared in the distance on the sea level. Seeing this, they were completely relieved in their hearts. The warship slowly docked at the harbor, and a dozen or so Eastern Xia people in military uniforms walked down from the ship. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with a country face. He carried a 1-meter-long broadsword behind his back and couldn't help but give off a feeling of solemnity. Other Eastern summer soldiers are also notable. Their hair was mostly red or directly bald. Obviously all of them were fire awakened. And beside them, there were all sorts of fire-type transcendent creatures following them. A young girl followed by a firefox with flames burning in its tail. A red rainbow swallow stood on the shoulders of a bald young fellow. And at the back of the procession a flaming orangutan. And a civet cat and police dog with flames rising between their paws. After being tamed, these fire-type transcendent creatures followed the large troop along. The general and Karam rushed to meet them. Instructor Wang. Karam saluted towards the statuesque officer. Before the revival of Aura, this Instructor Wang in front of them was the instructor of their army. Thank you for coming so far to help us, the general said with a smile, holding out his hand to try to shake the other man's. This Eastern Xia squad was the Eastern Xia's Awakened Warrior Squad. The Inferno Dragon Squad. Captain Wang Long is a high-level awakened person who has already touched the Lord's Barrier. More than 1 month ago, when the Great Snow Mountain ancient mysterious realm had just appeared, Tanzania's leaders then contacted Eastern Xia. The Eastern Xia side also expressed its importance to the newly emerged secret realm. A squad of awakened ones was immediately dispatched. After more than a month at sea, he finally arrived in Tanzania. The ancient mysteries haven't officially descended yet, so it's fortunate that we've caught up. Instructor Wang shook hands with the general and made a polite remark. They didn't come here simply to help Tanzania. Rather, it was for the secret realm of the Great Snow Mountain that was about to descend. Both of the ancient mysteries in Eastern Xia have officially descended into the end of the first phase of their strength doesn't make much of a difference on the battlefield, so it was sent here to try to get some chance at the beginning of the descent. Instructor, you didn't run any risks on the way, did you? Karam asked with concern. Don't tell me, it was quite a treacherous journey. Almost couldn't come. Instructor Wang couldn't help but sigh. 3 months ago, a huge ancient secret realm appeared in the Indian Ocean, Black Abyss Secret Realm. This ancient mystery realm is the largest mystery realm that has descended so far. It covers an area of over 1 million square kilometers, larger than the entire land area of Eastern Xia. The Great Snowy Mountain Mystery, like the one that descended on Africa this time, covers an area of just 450,000 square kilometers. From the satellite captures, it's an immense vortex of black water. The interior leads nowhere. After the descent of the secret world, any life that comes near will be captured by this vortex then mutated into a black water monster. There is currently no experience of life entering the black water vortex and then coming out alive. The Black Abyss was classified as absolutely off limits when nations dropped nearly 100 nuclear bombs on it, but it barely made a ripple. Because of the radiation from the Black Abyss, a large portion of the nearby sea has mutated, turned into the Black Abyss monster. Compared to other transcendental creatures, monsters contaminated by black water are more brutal and powerful. And no sanity to speak of. So they've come a long way around from the Pacific side. Even so, they still encountered many powerful marine mutant creatures that, thousands of kilometers out to sea from Tanzania, they had encountered a Black Abyss monster. It was a black abyssal giant crab that had touched the transcendent barrier. Luckily, the warship's firepower was heavy enough for them to reach Tanzania safely. As for empty roads, the whole sky is unsafe now, with countless powerful birds of prey occupying it. Airplanes are complete toys in their eyes. At sea, even if the ship is sunk, they still have a high probability of survival. Once the plane crashed in the air, with their current level of awakening, it would still be 9 deaths. Let's dispense with the niceties for a moment, time is short. General, please take us to the vicinity of the Great Snow Mountain. We'll test the aura concentration first. Wang Long opened his mouth. Good. So the group got in the car and headed for the fringes of the Great Snow Mass illusion. In the car, Karam recounted the current situation in Tanzania to Wang Long. The first to be mentioned was naturally Chen Mo. Instructor, there is a transcendent creature in the prairie that has touched the Lord's barrier. How is that possible? Instructor Wang frowned. Karam didn't retort, just silently handed over the tablet. There are 2 videos on the tablet. Respectively, it was the process of Chen Mo fighting the ice-armored white rhinoceros and the cold ice-fierce eagle, all captured on drone footage. In the video, an ice lion keeps roaring and it had actually directly roared a high transcendent level ice-armored white rhinoceros to death. Large swathes of the nearby ruins were crushed into pieces by the sound waves. It shouldn't. How could a transcendent creature of this level appear at this stage? After watching the video, Wan Long was a bit shocked. That ice-armored white rhinoceros should already be the apex of the ferocious beasts appearing at this stage. Even their Inferno Dragon squad would need to spend some time to hunt it down. Because of their body structure, transcendent rank beasts were naturally much stronger in combat than humans. However, this ice lion was crushing the ice-armored white rhinoceros on all fronts. What was even more exaggerated was that from the appearance of this ice lion, it was still a young lion. And after killing the ice-armored white rhinoceros, a shocking scene appeared. The other transcendent ice lions, dragging their prey with them, walked over to the Lion King and bowed down to the Lion King. This lion group was surprisingly full of transcendent spirit beasts and was absolutely loyal to the Lion King. According to our previous communication with it, the Lion King possesses an extremely high level of intelligence. What's even scarier is Dash, Karam said in a slightly agitated tone. It also knows Chinese. It's a wild lion that can actually use Chinese skillfully. When he finished speaking, he stole a glance at Instructor Wang's expression. After seeing Instructor Wang's shocked face, Karam felt relieved inside. I shouldn't be the only one to face this kind of outrageousness. End of chapter. Chapter 45 Regional Cores. Chapter 45 Regional Cores. Ha! Could this be a Dongxiao lion? The young warrior in the back row couldn't help but guess. It's highly unlikely. Not to mention the fact that it's an ice-based transcendental creature. It would be unrealistic to run from Eastern Xia to here undetected. It's supposed to have a super high IQ and language learning ability. After awakening it learned the language of humans. Wang Long made a guess. Immediately afterward, Colonel Talon recounted the matter about the Ice Lion King in detail to Wan Long, including his own kidnapping. The Ice Lion then used this to extort resources from the Tanzanian military, and what he saw and heard during his week of captivity. After hearing this, Instructor Wang as well as the other 2 awakened in the car were silent, especially after hearing that this Lion King was cool with coke. Everyone was a little tense. I have to say, this Lion King is a bit wild. This Lion King doesn't seem to hate humans. Have you tried pulling the strings? Wang Long asked. In the previous video, the Lion King, after leading his pride to hunt the ice-armored white rhinoceros that attacked the humans, after eating the meat, they left and didn't kill any of the humans. If one were to divide the camps, this Lion King should belong to the neutral order-keeping camp. Of course, we had a brief collaboration and are still allies, but it's hard to make a deeper pull when we don't have something that will make it tick. Karam sighed. If you can contact the Lion King, tell that Lion King about the secret realm as well as the spirit of the region. After thinking for a moment, Wang Long said to Karam, Instructor, why are we telling the Lion King about this? Isn't this making it more difficult for us to find the spirit of the region? Karam asked with some confusion. There's more than one spirit of the region. I'm afraid we'll collide with it when the time comes. Wang Long said quietly. Transcendent creatures that have touched the Lord's barriers before the ancient mysteries have even descended. He can't afford to mess with that. Understood. Karam nodded. He instantly realized that Frost Lion King was already an unsolvable existence. Even the Yanlong squad from Eastern Xia had to retreat. But this is where things get interesting. I'm somewhat looking forward to what those natives in the secret realm will be like after they encounter that Lion King. Wang Long seemed to have thought of something interesting, and a smile could not help but appear at the corner of his mouth. In the meantime, Chen Mo was on his daily hunt in the grasslands near the Great Snow Mountain. At this stage, he's already the strongest being in this grassland, truly at the top of the food chain. Having hunted down a medium transcendent Ice Plains hippopotamus, he was about to take out the demonic elixir that. Instead, a palpitating feeling came from his heart inexplicably. Heart thumping. He couldn't help but look up as the vision of the great snowy mountains became thicker and thicker. It gives a sense of call and response. This ancient secret realm will soon descend. It could be tomorrow or the day after. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. Chen Mo couldn't help but birth this thought in his heart. This premonition wasn't just in his mind. A similar premonition appeared in the hearts of the creatures below the Great Snow Mountain illusion and in the surrounding area, and they frantically fled in all directions. It was only after returning to the lion's territory that the heart-stopping feeling slowly dissipated. Looking toward the towering snowy mountains that stretched on and on not far away, Chen Mo felt slightly uneasy in his heart. For what happens when the secret world descends? What's inside the secret world of the Great Snowy Mountains? He didn't know much. He had asked Karam before, but the colonel didn't know much information either. And the information available online is extremely limited. Undoubtedly, it's better to get as strong as possible. Thinking so, Chen Mo finished another bottle of milk tons and tons. These days, Chen Mo's daily routine is to binge on milk and flaunt soybeans. Make yourself fart as much as you can. I have to say, this Stinky Lion challenge is still a bit difficult. Previous self-discipline challenges have been accomplished by hard work. But, Stinky Lion, the self-regulation challenge, is a bit uncontrollable. It's a good thing the milk and soy combo is a good fart catalyst. By noon each day Chinmo was able to essentially complete the self-discipline challenge for the day. Just as he's slamming down the milk, just one last stinky fart away from completing the self-discipline challenge, his oversized tablet rang. Karam. After Chen Mo chose to connect, he saw a familiar face. Good morning, Lord Lion King. Karam greeted Chinmo respectfully. It seemed to know that the Lion King didn't like to write, so Karam also made his intentions clear straight away. The main reason for contacting Lord Lion King this time is to share some information about the ancient mysteries with you. Chen Mo scratched a question mark on the snow. He didn't know what was in the opposite gourd. When he asked Karam before, the guy still didn't know anything about it. How it was now actively shared up to him. The Awakened One squad from Eastern Summer brought us a lot of knowledge related to the secret realm. I came to share this knowledge with you as soon as I realized it. After all, you are our ally. Karam chuckled. Karam, it's better if I explain. At this time, a bald uncle with a country face beside him took over the cell phone. Lion King, let me talk to you generally about the matter concerning the ancient mysteries. Wang Long opened his mouth. Looking at the huge ice lion on the screen, a subtle feeling arose in his heart. It was the first time he had ever talked to a transcendental being. The first point is that, according to the experience of the two previous secret descents of each secret realm is divided into many areas, as few as a dozen or so, as many as dozens or even hundreds of areas. When the secret realm descends upon our world, each region produces a regional core that, also known as the spirit of the region. As long as one masters the core of a region, one can become the regional lord of that place. Gain absolute control of this area. That's why the most crucial thing after the Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm descends is to fight for the spirit of the region. These spirits of the territory vary in appearance and may be a particular plant that, or it could be a rock of some kind, or something else. The second point is that most of the areas within the secret territory are populated by Aboriginal people. However, based on previous experience, none of these transcendent creatures would be stronger than the transcendent rank. They have the same goal of finding the regional core. The reason I'm telling you this is that I hope you'll choose to raid a different area than us when the time comes. We're attacking from this area, where your current territory is. You can choose these 3 areas nearby. We don't interfere with each other. Wan Long sent a map to Chen Mo and then explained. The map marked the extent of the Great Snow Mountain, as well as the location of Chen Mo's current territory. Of course, if you're willing to cooperate, you're welcome to do so. End of chapter. Chapter 46, The Terrifying Power of the Stinky Lion. Chapter 46, The Terrifying Power of the Stinky Lion. No need. Chen Mo responded by writing on the snow. Though he had an inherently good feeling about the soldiers of Eastern Xia, but he still has too little information at his disposal to be able to discern the truth of this information. It is easy to fall into the trap of humans by cooperating hastily. Humans? That's the most cunning of creatures. That's too bad. The bald uncle regretted. Is there a second-order divine medicine in the Great Snow Mountain? Chen Mo wrote on the snow. Compared to the core of the region in Wang Long's mouth, Chen Mo cared more about the second-order divine pill. There is, but not the ones that originally grew in the secret realm. Second-order divine medicines only appear after the secret realm has descended into reality for some time. It's similar to the first-order divine pill from before. Wang Long didn't sell the information and directly shared it with Chen Mo. These divine medicines don't need to be thought of if the region where they descend already has a regional lord. As for the divine medicine in the land of the unclaimed, it is also necessary to fight with the Aborigines and other forces. Second-order divine medicines, at this stage, for any power, all are most valuable in existence. So the most important thing is still to fight for the spirit of the region. I see. Thank you. Chen Mo wrote. After one person and one lion chatted some more secret realm notes, Chen Mo hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone with a crisp ring, today's Stinky Lion self-discipline was complete. You have completed the self-discipline challenge, Stinky Lion, White. Do you equip it? Yes. Chen Mo couldn't wait to experience the effects of the Stinky Lion. After equipping the Stinky Fart Lion, Chen Mo instantly felt his stomach bulge. Seems a little bloated. This made Chen Mo impatient to release the gas inside. With a loud bang, a cloud of dark green gas jetted out from behind Chen Mo's back. It instantly covered a fan-shaped area behind it with a diameter of 10 meters. Vom! The stinky fart was released towards the back, but it spread quickly, and it enveloped the nearby area of a few dozen meters. Chen Mo was naturally affected because he didn't escape in the first place. The pungent, irritating stench made him vomit right out of his own mouth. With that, he erupted into his fastest speed ever and fled the area. Terror! It's just horrible. I almost fainted from the stench just from the ripple. What would happen if I ate a full fart? Chen Mo simply couldn't dare to imagine. That's a horrible title. Chen Mo growled a few words on his mouth, but in his heart, he was very satisfied with this title. That's another good undercard. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the actual battle, Chen Mo tested it again roughly. Up to 3 farts can be stored, and after releasing it takes about an hour to replenish a stinky fart. After figuring out the exact effect of the stinky fart lion, Chen Mo found a piece of grass to lie down. Start checking out the new self-discipline challenge. The emerging self-regulation challenge is a blue difficulty self-regulation challenge. Lord's Lion, blue, expanding 100 square kilometers of territory per day by marking, occupying, etc. Lasts 3 months. I can't believe I swiped a blue quality self-discipline challenge. Shouldn't be able to brush up on a higher quality challenge anytime soon. Just you. Previously, when he advanced to high transcendent, the self-discipline panel gave Chen Mo a 2-line self-discipline card. Allow him to take on an additional self-discipline challenge. Because it was disposable, Chen Mo had kept it useless. He wanted to find a high-quality self-discipline challenge to maximize the effect. Now finally we wait for the blue autarkic challenge, Lord's Lion. So he first chose to accept the Teaching Lions challenge to self-discipline. Then using the double self-discipline card, another self-discipline challenge of Lord Lion was selected. 2 self-discipline challenges were opened at the same time. Expanding 100 square kilometers per day was not too difficult for Chen Mo. The territory of the Ice Lion Pride now covers more than 200 square kilometers alone. But for 3 months, the territory occupied by the Ice Lion Pride will be 600 square kilometers, equivalent to the size of 1.5 Shanghai cities. It's not a small territory size when you look at the entire African savanna. I don't suppose the territories we're occupying now count, do they? Chen Mo tried it and ran around his territory for a while. Left a little mark of my own by the way. Watching the progress bar of the self-discipline challenge gradually rising, Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief. The territories now in possession do not count. So it seems like this self-discipline challenge isn't that hard. It's just that the time period is a bit longer. The African savanna was vast, and with his current strength, it wasn't difficult to expand. But for now, let's finish the Teach the Lion as self-discipline challenge. Teaching Lion, white. No less than 50 animals were given 6 cultural lessons, 40 minutes, per day for 7 days. Roar! Chen Mo let out a low roar and summoned the lions. Then have Sanch pull a dozen first-grade language books out of the SUV. When this word challenge for teacher was first swiped, Chen Mo then asked Sanchi to buy a bunch of textbooks from the city bookstore. There were books like language, math, history, and biology that kept piling up in the car. After all, it pays to be prepared. Roar! Next, I'll teach you about human language. If you're not interested you can leave. When you're out and about, having an extra language is a great way to get around. Roar! Upon hearing this, almost no lions walked away, all looking at Chen Mo with a face full of curiosity and admiration. Ho! I'll start by teaching you a few simple kanji. I, myself, mean it. Chen Mo wrote the word I on the snow. He didn't teach from phonics. After all, lions don't make human-like sounds, and there's no point in learning them. In fact, Chen Mo doesn't demand much from these lions. It's good enough to know a few Chinese characters. The faces of almost all the lions were filled with confusion as they looked at the complex kanji. It's still too hard for them. Next, Chen Mo taught them a few more commonly used Chinese characters. At first, in the way of the Lion King's majesty, all the lions are learning the hard way. Soon, their expressions became blank, and then they began to wander off into the sky. There were even 2 young lions that had just awakened their transcendentals that didn't hold back and directly fell asleep. And Chen Mo realized that there was also a problem. These first-grade language textbooks might be just right for a young lion, but it's so miniature for an adult lion. It's almost like a slap book. You can't even read the words. But that's okay. He just has to take care of the telling. Whether or not the students listen and understand is none of his business. Let's finish today's self-discipline challenge from Teach the Lions first. Chen Mo spoke for more than an hour in a row, all tired and sleepy. After realizing that most of the lions were paddling and pawing, he was content to do the same. I have to say, there is a really big difference between lions and lions. Obviously they are all transcendent beings that have turned on their intelligence. But most of the lions had finished a class and were already wondering what they were going to have for lunch. Lioness Aisha, on the other hand, easily memorized every Chinese character Chen Mo said. Then there's Luna, the little black panther, who is no less memorable or perceptive than Lioness, and is exceptionally hardworking. It understood and memorized every word the Lion King taught it over and over again, realizing that it hasn't even fully mastered the lion language yet. But in the end, he learned all the kanji that the Lion King taught him the hard way. End of chapter. Chapter 47, The Great Snow Mountain Descends. Chapter 47, The Great Snow Mountain Descends. The other side. Wang Long as well as the general and his group finally drove to the foot of the Great Snow Mountain. Looking at the rolling snowy mountains that were almost turning into substance, the gazes of several people were a bit gloomy. A young warrior beside Wang Long took out an iron box from his backpack. Inside was a silver-colored, thermometer-like instrument, aura concentration meter. It's the Eastern Summerland bribing the guardian Iron Eater, a treasure acquired within one of the relics in the secret world. It can measure the concentration of aura within a 100-meter radius. The young warrior plunged the gauge into the snow. After 1 minute, a number appeared on the screen of the meter, 97 spirit/m. According to this aura concentration, the official descent of the Great Snow Mountain should be today and tomorrow. General, get the warriors ready. When the time comes, in case any transcendental beings break out of the secret realm, be sure to exterminate it at the first opportunity. Wang Long spoke to the general. No problem. Furthermore, the cheetah squad is coming up the mountain with me after the secret world descends. Only when we find and refine the core of the region will we be considered to have achieved initial success in the secret world attack, and we will have a true foothold. Yes, Teaching Lion, Day 2. The temperature of the prairie is getting colder and colder. It's even getting down to about minus 20 degrees right now. However, the creatures that survived in this grassland now had basically awakened to transcendence and adapted to these temperatures. Roar! 10:30 a.m. After Chen Mo gave the lions their morning lesson, Xiang Ba, who had returned from a patrol round in the territory, reported an important news to him. It spotted the Tanzanian army in an area more than 100 kilometers from the lions' territory. A military vehicle, a tank, keeps moving through the snow. A dozen of these military vehicles were also loaded with rocket launchers. According to Xiangba, he also saw crowds of soldiers that, I'm afraid the Tanzanian military has mobilized all the soldiers they can. With the Great Snowy Mountains coming down soon, it's no surprise that Tanzania is making this big move. There's a lot of rain on the mountain. Chen Mo gathered the lions and silently waited for the official descent of the Great Snow Mountain. Finally, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the illusory and lofty rolling snowy mountains materialized in an instant. Land bordering land, yet not causing collapse. Squeezing and such, the two blend together perfectly. It was as if there was originally a snowy mountain in this grassland. Chen Mo gazed at the entire Great Snow Mountain. The moment the Great Snow Mountain descended, he could feel an overwhelming chill that the wind seemed to carry a cold scent from the distant past. The climate will get colder. On top of that, Chen Mo could clearly feel that the concentration of aura on the Great Snow Mountain far exceeded the location it was currently in. It could be 10 times or more. Meanwhile, Chen Mo also saw a bright blue beam of light suddenly bursting out from the top of a snowy mountain, leading straight to the sky. It lasted a full half-minute before slowly dissipating. According to the captain of that team of awakened ones in Eastern Summer, each beam of blue light represents the birth of a spirit of the territory. Looking around, almost every snowy mountain had a spirit of the region born. 1, 2, 346. Chen Mo silently counted the number of beams that were too far away for him to see. There are 46 known beams of. This meant that at least 46 regional spirits had been born in the Great Snowy Mountain ancient mysterious realm. Chen Ma knows. A new world that has officially descended. The lions did not panic to the other creatures in general. Instead, they looked wild-eyed at the 8-meter-long Lion King in the center of the pride's territory. There was not the slightest doubt that at the command of their Lion King, they would charge with them. Roar! Follow me! Finally, their Lion King made the call. Maybe it's the fighting gene that runs in the blood of the lions. It made Chen Mo actually impatiently long for a good fight. After the light dissipated, the summit of a certain snowy mountain in the Great Snowy Mountain mysterious realm. In the midst of a vast blizzard stood a piece of solid ice more than 10 meters high. Sealed inside was a huge white wolf as big in size as a giant piece of amber. And as the snowy mountains descended completely into the steppe, this solid ice melted rapidly. The eyes of the white giant wolf that was originally like a specimen suddenly lit up with a ghostly blue light. Click, click, click. The ice began to rapidly shatter. And this white giant wolf directly broke through the ice. A look of excitement passed through its eyes before it let out a long wolf howl. Ow! The summit of this snow-capped mountain, the mountainside, The foot of the mountain surprisingly stood hundreds of huge ice blocks over 10 meters tall. Within each piece of ice was frozen a lifelike white giant wolf. The moment the secret realm descended on the prairie, these pieces of ice shattered and melted. Hearing the Wolf King's call, countless waking frost wolves ran wildly towards the top of the snowy mountain. Then at the call of this king of wolves, the pack came out, and the frost wolves began to run over the snowy mountains. Search. They shake every tree, every rock, as if searching for something. Another snowy mountain not far away, a cave covered in snow, an ice ghost with the appearance of a ghost, emitting an eerie coldness, also broke through the ice seal. Woke up. Such scenes occurred in every corner of the great snow mountain mystic realm. Winter saber-toothed tiger, ice-scaled python, snow-treading fox, frost cyclops. The moment the great snowy mountain mystery descended into reality, countless transcendental creatures awoke from the ice, and then, at the call of the pack leader, started frantically looking for something. The other side. The moment the great snowy mountains descend, the Tanzanian army, which was waiting in the wings, did not act first. The firepower of the Tanzania army is still not strong enough to cover the entirety of the Great Snowy Mountain secret area with firepower. It's hard enough to cover a snow-covered mountain with fire, so one must wait for an opportunity. When the first secret realm of Eastern Xia descended, countless rocket-propelled grenades the missiles blasted directly at these aborigines, covering almost the entire secret realm. It was a little bit of a heat weapon shock for the natives. However, at that time, Dongxia did not know that it was necessary to first find the spirit of the region to occupy the point. After the transcendental creatures that survived the shelling in that primeval forest had occupied a few areas, the human thermal weapons would no longer be able to threaten them. Even dropping the nukes later wouldn't have helped. So much so that both sides are still in a stalemate up to now. According to the experience of several other secret realms, the moment the secret realm descends, the natives inside will awaken quickly. The first thing they basically do after awakening is to look for the spirit of the territory in the area they are in. Wang Long said to the general. But there will always be races that aren't so good in the head that they don't go to the spirit of the territory in the first place. Instead, they will choose to invade the outside world. Let's wait a while and see if we can't wait for these not-so-brainy races. If not, we'll blast the mountain then. After about 20 minutes, Karam exclaimed excitedly, General, Instructor Wang, there are transcendent creatures running out of the Great Snowy Mountain Secret Realm in Area 3. End of chapter. Chapter 48, Snow-Stepping Fox. Chapter 48, Snow-Stepping Fox. Hundreds of drones are on standby in the vicinity of Dezetsuzen at all times before it even descends. Once the secret world has descended, these drones hover where the snow-capped mountains border the grasslands. Observe the movements on the outskirts of the snowy mountains. At the moment, the drones screen the foothills of Snowmass, just named Area 3 by the military. A creature resembling a frost giant was running wildly from the snowy mountains towards the grasslands. These frost giants were over 4 meters tall, encased in ice crystals, and had only one eye on their faces. The exterior looks ugly and hideous. There's no rush to fire yet. Wang Fan, you have Red Feather Swallow pull all of these cyclops into this area. Wang Long pointed at the map and gave orders to the young warrior beside him. Yes, the young warrior said in a positive voice. Then opened some software on his cell phone and typed in the text after. The cell phone made chirping bird noises. This program roughly translates Chinese into bird language. It is also an important research result of Dongxia during this time. Chirp, with a loud sparrow call. The red-feathered swallow took off from the young warrior's shoulder in a flight of. It flew towards the frost cyclops like a ball of burning fire. The red feather swallow was a transcendent variant of the rain swallow, possessing extremely exaggerated speed. In the blink of an eye, the red feather swallow arrived at the top of the frost cyclops' head. With that it spat a flame-laced mouthful of spit at each of the frost cyclops. Instantly, all the frost cyclops were all enraged. Their one eye kept firing out rays of frost and cold, but the red feather swallows were too fast for the frostbite rays can't hit at all. After attracting a big wave of taunts, the red feather swallow used its speed to lure these frost cyclops to the designated bombing zone a little bit, and then exploded with amazing speed and left in style. After observing through his binoculars the departure of the Akabane swallow, the artillery commander gave the order. Fire! With the command to fire, a dozen rockets were fired in unison with a deafening roar. Boom! 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 Dozens of shells exploded towards where the frost cyclops had gathered. Under the baptism of fire, some of the smaller frost cyclops were directly blown apart. A few rounds in, and all the low-level transcendent frost giants were blown up. The frost cyclops of medium transcendence was also heavily damaged. Only the high transcendent frost giants have a layer of ice armor floating on the surface of their bodies, blocking the artillery barrage. The frost giants let out angry growls, yet had absolutely no idea where their enemies were coming from. Rockets tens of kilometers apart are a completely incomprehensible presence to them. Seeing this scene, the warriors of Tanzania couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. The depression that had accumulated during the previous fight against the transcendent beings was vented at this moment. General, I'll leave it to you guys to hold off these frost giants, and we'll be heading out as well, Wang Long said to the general. After saying that, he led the East Summer Awakened 1 squad as well as the Cheetah squad into an off-road vehicle, speed towards the snowy mountains where the frost cyclops resided. This is the second part of the whole program. After seducing and stalling the natives of one of the snowy mountains, they could then travel to this snowy mountain and search for the spirit of the region on this snowy mountain. As long as they found the spirit of the region and managed to refine it, then they would have a foothold. Chen Mo led the lions to the nearest snow mountain to the ice lion territory. The snowy mountains were so windy and snowy that even Aisha's icy eyes, outside it is also impossible to see the conditions within the snow-covered mountains. Since it was all unknown, the principle of proximity was supposed to be applied. Chen Mo was prepared to first raid the large snow mountain in front of him. Once he entered the snowy mountains, Chen Mo became highly concentrated. Always be on the lookout for enemies that may be around. Although Wan Long said that the aborigines in the secret realm didn't have more than a high transcendent existence, in theory he is the strongest being. Still, he didn't take it lightly and kept his guard high. In this world, there are no absolutes. Aisha's pupils radiated blue light, observing everything on the snowy mountain. The blizzard has put some limitations on its icy eyes. But can still see creatures 500 meters away. The ice crystal mouse on Chen Mo's back also unleashed the ability of transcendent perception. Regarding the matter of the spirit of the region, Chen Mo had already spoken to them long ago. The lion's primary goal now was likewise to find the spirit of the territory in hiding. 5 minutes later, the lions had come to a position on the snowy mountainside. Chen Mo stopped in his tracks as he spotted a small fox next to a rock a few hundred meters away. It has snowy white fur all over, while its ears and the end of its tail are a frosty blue color with frost surrounding it. At the moment the little fox was looking east and west in the snow, looking a little silly. Snow fox, female, level, medium transcendent, physical fitness, 15, agility, 35, power, 12, divine spirit, 36, abilities, ice illusion, ice prism, ice tail, combined battle strength, 26310. Through observation, Chen Mo quickly obtained its relevant information. Aboriginal? After thinking about it, Chen Mo decided to catch it first, so he took off running and made a quick dash for the little fox. Boing! The storm hit his tracks well until the two were less than 100 meters apart. It was only then that this snow-treading fox spotted the ice lion's figure in the blizzard and began to desperately flee up the mountain. But it's late. The snow-treading fox was fast, but Chen Mo was faster. In just 2 breaths of time, Chen Mo's figure had already appeared in front of the little fox. The ice lion then used his forepaw to press the little fox directly to the ground, for fear of pressing too hard and directly killing the little fox. So Chen Mo carefully controlled his power. With its current strength, with a little force, this little fox would be stomped into a heap. I'm afraid. Boing. The treading snow fox under his feet let out a mournful cry, and then flicked his fluffy tail. Shooting out 2 white threads, they flew towards Chen Mo. A silent ice storm rose up, instantly ripping the threads apart. Boing. Seeing this, the little fox at his feet let out an aggrieved wail. Chen Mo took a look at those white near-transparent threads. I didn't expect that it would display relevant information, and this was actually a transcendent item. Silkworms of the psychic ice silkworm. Creatures linked by silk can communicate with each other. So this little fox isn't trying to attack me, but wants to communicate with me? Chen Mo froze for a moment. Interesting. These aborigines actually have this kind of treasure. Chen Mo was fretting that he didn't have much information about the great snowy mountain mystic realm. The natives of Dezetsuzan sent a little fox. Understanding all this, Chen Mo grabbed the little fox and flicked the little guy's tail a few times. From inside, he took out 2 silks from the psychic ice silkworm and wrapped himself and the little fox around them. Instantly, he was able to understand the fox call of the stepping snow fox. Boing, lion, can you not eat the little fox? Fox meat isn't good. The little fox looked at Chen Mo with a pitiful look. End of chapter. Chapter 49, Subduing the Snow-Treading Fox, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Chapter 49, Subduing the Snow-Treading Fox, Request for Follow-Up Reading. How do you know if it's good until you try it? Chen Mo was about to scare the little fox a bit and then set some information out, but in the next second, he suddenly looked up, his eyes gazing at the snowy mountains overhead. The snowy mountains were filled with the sound of foxes barking one after the other. The commotion of the battle just now still attracted the nearby snow-treading fox. They passed messages to each other with howls while quickly running towards Chen Mo's current location. The snow-treading fox is a creature that places great importance on the bloodline of its kin. they do not give up the life of any of their members. So in order to rescue the little foxes, and at the same time repel a foreign enemy, they have even given up on finding the spirit of the territory. Chen Mo observed the information of each treading snow fox. After reading all of treading snow fox's information, Chen Mo smiled. There are no combined battles that reach 800. None of them can fight. Perhaps they were worried that Chen Mo would hurt the little fox. Or perhaps they were worried that Chen Mo's side had a lot of lions. The few snow-treading foxes that arrived first did not attack rashly, but waited quietly in the snow more than 200 meters away from the lions. Chen Mo was naturally happy to do so. Soon, the lions were surrounded by the treading snow fox herd. There were about 200 snow-treading foxes in this group, and most of them were medium transcendence, lower transcendental strength. There are 5 high transcendents. The one with the highest combined battle power, the snow-treading fox, possesses a battle power of 732 to 780. It should be the leader of the snow-treading foxes. It walked slowly up to the lions, then waved its tail and a Tongshin iceworm silk flew to Chen Mo's side. It seemed to want to communicate and negotiate with Chen Mo, seeing that all the snow-treading foxes were assembled. In the next second, Chen Mo gave Xiong Ba, who was next to him, the Aisha a wink. Hands on. Immediately afterward, Chen Mo directly charged towards the snow-treading fox leader. Aisha and the other lions also attacked the snow-treading foxes around them. All negotiations are based on strength. A proper display of your strength is more powerful than all words. The battle was imminent. The moment Chen Mo stormed up, the snow-treading fox leader's eyes flashed a hint of blue light. In the next second, Chen Mo saw the snow-treading fox leader in front of him suddenly disappear. Even the surrounding lions and foxes disappeared with them. It seemed that Chen Mo, a lion, was being left in the vast snowy mountains. Ice illusion. Chen Mo was not unfamiliar with the ability cast by the snow-treading fox, having gained insight into all the abilities it wields from previous observations. Not to mention that Chen Mo himself knew the ice illusion technique. Chen Mo didn't panic. He just built up his strength and adjusted his breathing, then let out a roar. Roar! A deafening lion's roar suddenly sounded. The icy wind roars. The snow on the ground was curling all over the sky, and the snow was trembling and it was as if countless explosives had been detonated in an instant. In the next instant, the treading snow fox leader, the lions, and the foxes reappeared before Chen Mo's eyes. The icy blue fox pupil of the snow-treading fox leader flashed with blue light, and a powerful sound wave wrapped in spiritual impact. It made it let out a howl of pain and was no longer able to continue maintaining the ice illusion technique. Chen Mo's divine soul power was even more powerful than the treading snow fox who was proficient in illusion. Ice Wind Roar was another mental attack that directly broke the treading snow fox's ice illusion technique. At this time, the other 4 high transcendent treading snow foxes condensed hundreds of ice blades that it turned into a storm of ice blades and chopped towards the ice lion. However, seeing the ice blade storm that covered the sky, the ice lion did not hide or avoid it, continuing to charge towards the snow-treading fox leader. Dang it! The moment the ice blade hit the ice lion, it turned into ice crystals and shattered completely. These sharp ice blades actually didn't even cut through the ice lion's skin. Fat and happy lion makes Chen Mo's skin incredibly tough. Possessing an extraordinary defensive ability, the attacks of ordinary high transcendent beings were unable to inflict a single bit of damage on him. At this time, Chen Mo had already rushed in front of the snow-treading fox leader. His forepaw pressed him down dead center. The snow-treading fox leader desperately fought back, but its strength was too disparate compared to the ice lion. Once a mage is in his face, he's a goner. When the other 4 high transcendent treading snow foxes saw this scene, they recklessly rushed towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo unleashed an ice storm around himself, and the howling gale directly blasted them all out. He deliberately controlled the intensity of the ice storm. Not so much as to kill these fragile snow-treading foxes outright. Chen Mo still wanted to subdue this group of snow-treading foxes in his heart. From previous observations, he knew that beings like the snow-treading fox were extremely attached to blood ties, and if he killed a few snow-treading foxes, then the remaining snow-treading foxes would most likely trigger the better to die than to submit buff. On the other side, Aisha had already rushed into the foxes and kept on growling. Snowflakes flew in the sky amidst the thunderous roar of a lion. A head of treading snow fox rolled on the ground because of the pain. Like mowing grass, wherever Aisha went, the snow-treading foxes fell in large swathes. Under the roaring lion's enchantment, each of its lion roars possessed an extremely terrifying power. The transcendental ice lions, on the other hand, followed behind the gaping hole that Aisha had opened, hunting down those treading snow foxes that still have a fighting chance. The strongest ability of the snow-treading fox is to create illusions, and the melee ability is weak chicken. After the ice illusion was disintegrated by a roar, it was no match for the lions. In less than 3 minutes, there were very few standing treadmill foxes left. But spare me, none of the remaining snow-treading foxes escaped. Instead, they continued their fearless assault on the lions. Looking at the snow-treading fox group that had fallen in a large area, Chen Mo felt that it was almost time. So a lion's roar was given to make the lions stop. With that, he slowly walked over to the snow-treading fox leader and connected the other end of the Tongshin ice silkworm. Speaking calmly to the snow-treading fox leader, roar, submission, or death, the choice is yours. For this set of operations, he was already very skillful. Previously, the grasslands had taken in other transcendental creatures, and often lionized them. Demonstrate a wave of your power and the other person basically submits. Upon hearing this, the snow-treading fox chief's eyes all showed unwillingness and anger. The ice lion in front of him was too domineering and arrogant, but at the same time it's too powerful. It's already a transcendent being that's touching the Lord's barriers. As usual, it's by far the strongest being. However, in the hands of the ice lion it was unbeatable. It's only been a short time since the recovery of the aura in the outside world. How could such a terrifying transcendental creature appear? Boing! Mighty Lion King, we are willing to submit. Please spare our people. In the end, the snow-treading fox chief bowed his head slightly. For the survival and continuity of the entire pack, it eventually chose to give in. Only then did Chen Mo realize that the little fox from before was still being held down by the lion mother. The lion's mother thought that anyway. Her 2 children Kagame kills. One more, it is not more. One less. One more. And it's in charge of guarding Foxglove from where it is. After Mama Lion released her claws, the little fox darted over to the leader of the snow-treading foxes. Licking the wounds of the snow-treading fox leader. His face was full of sadness and self-reproach. Boing boing. Roar. You were looking for the spirit of the region before? Chen Ma asked. Boing. The snow-treading fox leader nodded. What exactly does the spirit of the territory look like? Chen Mo asked again. The behavior of these snow-treading foxes can correspond to what Wan Long said. It seems like the spirit of the territory is really something crucial. Boing boing. It's a crystal shard in its own right. However, it is able to manifest itself as any inanimate or living being on the snowy mountains, and only when it is touched will the prototype be revealed. The snow-treading fox leader replied. Chen Mo nodded, then growled lowly. Roar! Now that this snowy mountain is taken over by the Ice Lion clan, you guys stay in the cave in front of you for now. No one can come out without permission. For the treading snow fox clan that he had just taken in, he naturally wouldn't trust them easily, nor is it possible to involve them in the search. Roar! Xiangba, Aisha, you stay here and guard them. After explaining the situation, Chen Mo gave another low roar towards the lions, causing the group of lions to spread out. Look for the spirit of the territory on this snowy mountain from different directions. He, on the other hand, took the mice along with him on his quest. End of chapter. Chapter 50, Refining the Spirit of the Region, Request for Follow-up Reading. Chapter 50, Refining the Spirit of the Region, Request for Follow-up Reading. Region 3 of the Great Snowy Mountain Mystery. Wan Long led the awakened squad through the snowy mountains quickly. Based on the knowledge we've gained from the ruins, it's very important to get the core of the area. It's the key to whether a race can survive next. Wan Long said to Yen Long's squad as well as Cheetah squad. That's why this operation is imperative for us. It didn't take long after going up the mountain for a frost cyclops to spot them. This frost cyclops is procrastinating way too much. It was just getting up when the large group moved in, and then it saw several reptiles appear in its territory. Without further ado, the battle had begun. Wan Long didn't say anything and ran straight toward the frost cyclops. The fierce fire dogs with flames burning between their paws beside him charged along with him. The fierce fire dog was so fast that he arrived in front of the frost cyclops in the blink of an eye. It spat out hot crimson flames from its mouth. The frost cyclops was too late to dodge. The ice armor on his body began to melt under the flames, and the frost cyclops, feeling extremely uncomfortable, hammered his hands at the fierce fire dog, but it was deftly avoided. By this time, Wan Long had already circled around behind the frost cyclops and, using the giant's back as a ladder directly, he jumped to its shoulders after 2 stomps. Wang Long then violently swung the long blade behind him and slashed at the back of the frost cyclops' neck. Build up your strength. Chop! The moment the long blade was swung, raging flames actually erupted from its surface. Frost cyclops' originally bullets are difficult to penetrate the skin surprisingly under the flame blade surprisingly like tofu was cut. This chop directly severed half of the frost cyclops' neck. A roaring fire burns the wounds and blood of the frost cyclops. It made it let out an incomparable wail of pain. Fire-type spiritual energy possessed a strong killing power against ice-type transcendent creatures. Currently, a total of 2 ancient mysteries have descended upon the territory of Eastern Xia. One dominated by fire-type transcendent beings, the other is dominated by wood-based transcendental creatures. Knowing that the Great Snow Mountain secret realm is dominated by ice-based transcendent creatures, That's why the ones sent to support Tanzania this time were all fire awakened and fire transcendent beings. Brush! Brush! 2 more slashes came down. Crimson flames burned in the neck of the frost cyclops. In the end, the frost giant's entire head fell to the ground, and its strong vitality allowed its body to struggle for another 10 seconds or so before collapsing to the ground with a thud. This medium transcendent frost cyclops was no match for Wang Long. As previously planned, everyone searched in 2 teams. After killing this frost cyclops, Wang Long said to the others, they had brought a total of 2 aura concentration testers this time. The spirit of the earth may be any living or non-living thing on the Great Snowy Mountains, but its location will have a significantly higher concentration of aura than other places. The aura concentration tester is simply a godly tool for searching for the spirits of the territory, and after inserting it into the snow for 1 minute, it will be able to measure the concentration of aura within a 300-meter radius. As long as there was a deviation in the concentration of aura in the region, there was a high probability of the existence of regional spirits. Now that time is short. It's certainly more dangerous to split into 2 teams, but the search efficiency is doubled. With the aid of black technology, Wang Long believed that they could definitely be the first to find the spirit of the region. Chen Mo went into a frenzy mode, cruising furiously through the snow at a speed of over 170 meters per second. At the same time his eyes kept observing the objects around him. He was expecting the property box to appear. The spirit of the earth should also be considered extraordinary to be observed by him, and the little white mouse on his back's eyes flashed with blue light, exerting transcendent perception to the extreme. Squeak! On the verge of reaching the top of Snowmass, the ice crystal mouse suddenly sent out a somewhat excited cry to Chun Mo. The mice kept gesturing with their hands. Not knowing the lion language, it desperately pointed towards Chun Mo to a 30-plus meter tall snow ridge spruce in front of him. On top of the spruce lay a snow white furred treading snow fox. It almost blended in with its surroundings. Roar! Found you! The spirit of earth may change into any kind of living or non-living thing, now that all the other treading snow foxes were under his control inside the cave. This sudden appearance of the snow-treading fox was very sudden. Sure enough, after only 2 seconds of observation, the snow fox revealed itself. Spirit of the Snowy Mountains, a gathering of auras in a certain area, with no real consciousness, but it can change into various shapes. Chen Mo directly pounced over. In the next second, the snow-treading fox was pressed under his feet, and the moment he grabbed this snow-treading fox, its shape slowly changed. It had actually turned into an ice blue jade fragment. Is this the spirit of the territory? Chen Mo observed it for a while longer, and after confirming that there was no mistake, he injected ice spiritual energy into it. This was the method Wang Long had told him to refine the spirit of the region. Ice spiritual energy surged rapidly. When Chen Mo injected half of the spiritual energy within the ice dan into this spirit of territory, only 1/8 of it was lit up. If you want to completely refine it, you need to recharge it 4 times at full blue. However, what Chen Mo didn't expect was, when the lighting progress reaches 1/4 of the way through the spirit of the region under his claws, however, suddenly erupted with an incomparably bright and dazzling light. A pillar of light blue light pierced straight through the sky. It was the same as the pillar of light that ran through the sky emitted by the spirit of the region at the beginning of the Secret Realm's descent. Chen Mo did not expect at all that after injecting a certain amount of ice spiritual energy into the spirit of the region, this thing gives off such a dazzling light. Wang Long's side didn't tell himself this point, and he didn't know if it was on purpose or if he accidentally forgot. Chen Mo sighed, but there was no fear in his cold gaze. On the contrary, he was excited. Then let me see the strength of the natives on this secret land. The moment the pillar of light that rushed up to the sky lit up, hundreds of miles in a circle, the transcendent creatures on half of the Great Snow Mountain mystic realm saw this scene. The several groups on the nearby snowy mountains that were originally searching for the spirits of their own land boundary territories quickly assembled, then quickly headed towards the snowy mountains where Chen Mo was. Finding it on your own is not as fast as grabbing it. Of course, there are a small number of races that choose to continue to search for the spirit of the territory in their own territories, or some of the races that were too far away to fight for it didn't come. In Area 3, the awakened team that hadn't been searching for a while naturally saw the pillar of light rushing into the sky. Wang Long all froze. How could any being find the spirit of the region so quickly? Wait, that direction. It seems to be the snowy mountain closest to the Lion King's territory. A guess arose vaguely in his mind. And yet, I can't believe it. In that case, the third step of the plan is disrupted. Wang Long sighed. He had intended to be the first to find the spirit of the region without refining it. After the transcendent beings in the other regions next to him started refining and the other races went to grab them, he would refine them again. But now, before they could find the spirit of the region, some beings had begun to refine it. Hey, we'll just have to wait for the next wave. End of chapter. Chapter 51, Group Chat Between Extraordinary Beings. Chapter 51, Group Chat Between Extraordinary Beings. Chen Mo brought the lions back to the ice cave where the snow-treading fox was located, while he took out a few transcendental crystals from the Lion King's exclusive backpack, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy inside. He asked the snow-treading fox if there was a way to recharge his energy quickly. The answer received was no. About half an hour later, a pack of giant wolves with a body length of over 3 meters and a shoulder height of 1.4 meters appeared in front of Chen Mo's eyes. Their backs bulged with ice spikes, while their fur was as white as snow. The head wolf at the head was even 5 meters long. Chen Mo glanced at the head wolf's panel. Frost wolf, male, level, high transcendent, physical fitness, 72, agility, 50, power, 52, divine spirit, 40, abilities, ice blade, ice cracking claw, ice spit, frost spike, combined battle strength, 809920. It must be said that this frost wolf leader's combined battle power was very high. The level is most likely to be at the apex of the high transcendent, and it is very likely that it has touched the Lord's barrier just like Chen Mo. While Chen Mo was observing the frost wolf leader, the frost wolf leader was also sizing him up. After the frost wolf chief reached the snowy mountain where the treading snowfox clan was located, seeing that it wasn't the treading snowfox clan that had obtained the spirit of the region, but a giant lion cub that hadn't even grown a mane yet, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This is a new being that has risen from the main world? There was some confusion in the frost wolf leader's mind. It's only been 2 months since the main world's aura revived. How could such a powerful transcendent being be born? However, if it was truly a main world being, it meant that the potential was extraordinary and extremely valuable to pull in. So, it also took out a silk of the Tongshin ice silkworm from its tail, trying to get a connection with Shenma. In response, Chen Mo did not refuse. It would be about an hour before he fully recovered the spiritual energy in his body. It would be prudent not to have a conflict until then. You're the new transcendent being that's risen out there? The frost wolf leader's voice resounded in Chen Mo's heart. The two had now begun to communicate mentally. Chen Mo nodded. The frost wolf leader spoke up. Ice Lion, you're very strong. Join our frost wolf clan. Chen Mo was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the frost wolf chief to directly send him an invitation. I need to think about it. Chen Mo naturally wasn't prepared to join any frost wolf clan, but what he needed most right now was to stall for time. I am the son of Frost Wolf King Chopra. Join the Frost Wolf clan and I promise to give you a line of Wolf King's blood. The Wolf King's blood can allow you to break through the Lord Realm and enhance your qualifications. The Frost Wolf leader recounted the benefits of joining the Frost Wolf clan, and then opened his mouth. Of course, in exchange, I need the crystal in your hand, the spirit of the territory. It seemed to it that the other party was bound not to refuse. Ordinary transcendent creatures can only grow to the Lord Realm at the highest, and the Wolf King's blood could not only help it break the limits of its genes, but also skyrocket its strength. Of course, after taking the blood of the Wolf King, the consciousness of that transcendent being will be slowly affected by the. Gradually, he came to think of himself as a member of the Frost Wolf clan. This was something he naturally wouldn't tell the Ice Lion. Sounds good, but I need to think about it. Chen Mo replied, putting on a somewhat torn look. The Frost Wolf leader was silent, waiting in silence. Just under 5 minutes later, another snowmass group arrived. This was a group of giant pythons with light blue scales, and the frost python at the head was more than 10 meters long. The sinuous body slowly swam towards the lions. The Ice Lion of the main world? The spirit of the earth is in his hands. Frost Wolf is trying to subdue this Ice Lion? Seeing the Tongshin ice silkworm silk connected between the Frost Wolf and the Ice Lion, the ice-scale python quickly realized what the Frost Wolf was doing. After the ice-scaled python appeared, a hint of impatience showed in the Frost Wolf chief's eyes. It gazed at Chen Mo once again, and its tone obviously turned much colder. Ice Lion, have you thought about it? For this Ice Lion that had suddenly appeared, the Frost Wolf leader didn't actually have the certainty of a quick kill. The snow-treading fox clan that was originally here was now directly submitting to this Ice Lion, which could be seen in its strength. He feared that once he started a fierce battle with it, the other races would pick up the slack. That's why the idea of pulling it together was born. But now the competition has emerged. Sizzle. The ice-scaled python spat out a Tongshin silkworm silk from its mouth, which Chen Mo gladly accepted. The more beasts the better. It just felt slightly strange in his mind. No, how is it that every race in the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm possesses the silk of the psychic ice silkworm? This race called the psychic iceworms in the Great Snow Mountain was a bit too miserable, right? In the next second, the ice-scale python joined the group chat. The 3 hearts are connected. Ice Lion, I think it's better to join us. Surely Frost Wolf didn't tell you about the side effects of the Wolf King's blood? After roughly understanding the situation, the ice-scale python laughed. That stuff could be mind-altering yet. Our ice-scaled python clan has the bloodline of an ice dragon in our bodies. What it can give you we can give you. What do you mean? The Frost Wolf leader's Mori blue gaze looked indifferently at the ice-scaled python. It doesn't mean anything. The ice-scaled python did not show any weakness and went toe-to-toe. Ow! Between the three conversations, this mountain range resounded with another tiger's roar. It was the winter saber-toothed tiger. It was then like a rush, as other races appeared one after another at treading Snow Fox's mountain. Ice butterfly, ice toad, white ape. The later races saw that all the other races were connected to an ice lion with a fluxing iceworm silk. There seems to be some kind of negotiation going on. They also didn't dare to launch an attack until the specifics were clear. Then, confused, they all took out their Tongshin ice silk and chose to join the group chat. So a very comical scene occurred. A giant frost cub's body was wrapped in a dozen or so ice blue silk threads. And around him were the leaders of the major snow mountain races. The circle that surrounds it further out is every single ethnic group. Inexplicably, there was a vestigial sense of transcendental beings sending representatives to a meeting. If anyone saw the scene, they'd find it a little creepy. What about even mistaking the Lion King in the center for the king of the Great Snow Mountain mystic realm? Aisha looked at the Lion King who was surrounded by the beasts and couldn't help but feel a little worried inside. He wasn't sure what his brother was talking about with the leader of the other pack, just looking around at the beasts with a wary gaze. As soon as they make a move, it strikes, even if the other side has many beasts. Soon, it noticed that many of the lynx alphas were letting out unfriendly snarls of rage. It seemed like it would turn on Chun Mo at any time. Inside the group chat, Ice Lion. Those white apes are the quintessential representatives of the four-legged and simple-minded. They are too poor themselves to give you any favors. Silly cat, you want to fight, don't you? Want a taste of my iron fist? Come on then. Every race that joined the group chat threw an olive branch at Chun Mo, stating the benefits one could gain by joining their own race, while not forgetting to despise the other races. And as more and more beasts joined the group chat, unbeknownst to them, it got noisy. The whole group chat was a mess. How about this? You guys fight first, and whoever wins, I'll join whichever pack. Chun Mo secretly restored his spiritual energy while arching the fire. End of chapter. Chapter 52. A little stinky lion shock for you guys. Chapter 52. A little stinky lion shock for you guys. Otherwise, in case I've just joined one of the packs, and then this pack isn't strong enough to be pressed by the other races, won't I be in danger? Chun Mo also didn't expect things to actually develop to such a point, but it's obviously good for him. At this moment, he had completed 6 recharges, and the spiritual energy in his body had recovered to 20% again. With just another 10 minutes, he would be able to fully recover his spiritual energy and completely refine the spirit of the region. After refining the spirit of the region, he would be able to become the regional lord of this area. And within the region, he was the existence of the Lord Realm. He also has the ability to kick creatures out of his territory at any time. Makes sense. That's it. I've long seen you as a white-haired monster. Upon hearing this, some of the race leaders with hot tempers, or who originally had grudges, expressed their agreement. Whoever wins gets to join the spirit of the territory and the Lion King. The ice-scaled python's cold gaze looked towards the other dozen or so races, but in his heart, he was starting to retreat. There are too many races coming. Refining the spirit of the region would take some more time. Right now, no matter which race got the spirit of the region, it would instantly become a target. It gazed at Chun Mo. The ice spiritual energy around this ice lion was extremely dense. Apparently he was secretly recovering his spiritual energy. The ice scale python spoke in the group chat. I think it's better if we don't make a big deal out of it, so that others don't take advantage of it. Now I'm afraid that the ice lion is about to recover its spiritual power and completely refine the spirit of the region. Upon hearing this, the originally quarreling leaders of the clans instantly looked at Chun Mo in unison, spotted his little move. As the ice scale python had said, this ice lion had already refined most of the spirit of the region. Seeing that all the beasts' gazes were directed at him, Chun Mo felt a slight headache. This snake has some IQ. It's just the last 10 minutes. How about this? Ice lion, you hand over the spirit of the region now. How about we send one beast from each race to fight one-on-one, and the beast that wins at the end gets the spirit of territory? The ice scale python spoke once again. The spirit of the region is given to me. I'll give each race here 5 copies of the first order divine pill, per race, and promise never to violate the territory occupied by other races within the next 6 months. At this time, the Frost Wolf leader suddenly spoke. It was imperative for the first present spirit of the region. Could be. No problem. But Frost Wolf Chief, you have to give us the divine pill first. So be it. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, most of the leaders of the clans chose to agree. Except for the 2 strongest races, the Rincon saber-toothed tiger and the white ape. However, they did not immediately object, but instead coldly looked at Chun Mo. After they realized that this ice lion was taking the opportunity to recover its spiritual power and wanted to refine the spirit of the region, all of them wanted to snatch the spirit of the region from the ice lion's hands first. Now, hand over the spirit of the region. You still have the option of joining our clan, but the Wolf King's blood that was promised before is gone, the Frost Wolf Chief said coldly while approaching Chun Mo a little bit. Ho! Come and get it yourself if you want it. Chun Mo took out the crystals transformed by the spirit of the region. The moment the Frost Wolf leader approached him, he directly unleashed Icy Wind Roar. Roar! A horrible lion's roar sounded. Although most of the major chieftains were already transcendent supreme powerhouses that had touched the Lord's barrier, they were too close to Chun Mo, which was the maximum killing range of the Icy Wind Roar. It was like being hit in the head and feeling confused in the head. Pust! Taking advantage of the moment when these chiefs were confused, Chun Mo's abdomen squirmed and there was a loud, crisp thud. What followed was some sort of dark green gas, and Chun Mo's body rotated at high speed while he farted. It was a new style of stunt he developed in the meantime, the spinning stink fart. It's mostly just to deal with the spectacle of being rounded up. All one has to do is hold one's breath, and then explode into amazing speed to get out of stinky fart range. But the opponent beside himself is bound to get hit hard. The chiefs of the tribes, who had just suffered heavy blows to their ears and spirits, had not yet fully awakened. Once again, I was hit hard in the nose and in the soul. Puff! Puff! The unmistakable stench of the farts made them all fall to the ground, one after another, their bodies jerking and some also showed symptoms of foaming at the mouth. A little, stinky lion, shock for you guys. Only the leader of the ice ghosts, which are half elemental, half spiritual creatures, was spared, and no sense of smell. But the ice ghost is a rather Buddhist being. They came over this time purely because they wanted to watch the fun and act as a crowd of eaters, and had no intention of making a move. At the same time these beast leaders fell to the ground. Chun Mo had already rushed out of the siege. At the same time, after seeing his own leader under attack, the Frost Wolf clan, the Ice-Scaled Python clan, and the White Ape clan all chased after Chun Mo. When the other races saw their already fainted chiefs, they didn't go after Chun Mo at first. Instead, he wanted to salvage his chief, but that green poisonous mist was just too scary. They didn't dare to go in the first time. I didn't realize that this ice lion, which looked quite handsome, was actually a walking biochemical weapon. However, these pursuing demonic beasts didn't run for a few steps before they suddenly felt dizzy in their heads and an uncontrollable sleepiness came over me. Soul Snow. After realizing that the situation was about to get out of hand, Aisha unleashed Soul Snow on the nearby transcendent creatures at the first opportunity. The crystal in Soul Snow was caught in the blizzard and was not noticed by the beast. Along with the snow falling, large numbers of transcendent beings unconsciously passed out. But spare me the hundreds of other transcendent creatures that were out of Soul Snow's range. Scrambling Chun Mo pounced. Aisha, Xiangba led the ice lions in an attack on the frost wolves. Between the heavy snowfalls, the two species fought to a standstill. Roar! Ow! Roar! Chunma and Aisha kept on roaring, like mowing the lawn, running to wherever. All of them could stun demonic beasts in a few meters radius. In order to energize the spirit of the region, Chun Mo did not use ice spiritual energy, relying solely on roars and flesh to carry out the most primitive kills. When the demonic beasts around them converge more, they'll do a spinning stinky fart. Give them a little stinky lion shock. Anyway, with its current defense, even a late transcendent spirit beast would have a hard time breaking through it. At this time, the snow-treading fox inside the ice cave hummed, its pupils blossoming with an eerie blue light. It actually unleashed an ice illusion spell on a few frost wolves. Immediately after that, the other snow-treading foxes also entered the battle. This caught Chun Mo completely off guard. These treading snow foxes, who had just been conquered by him by force, were faced with the other packs that had come to rob them. It was actually a choice to offer to help. The snow-treading fox chief naturally had its considerations for this maneuver. First of all, the treading snow fox race was a pack that didn't like to break promises. Secondly, if you help another race fight the lions, even if you win, they end up losing the spirit of the territory and their homeland. If they helped Chun Mo, they could at least stay here as dependents. More importantly, for some reason, it always felt that this ice lion had a greater chance of winning. End of chapter. Chapter 53 Wolf King's Blood. Advancement to Lord. Chapter 53 Wolf King's Blood. Advancement to Lord. Under the onslaught of Chun Mo, the Transcendent Lions, and the Treading Snow Fox clan, in just a few minutes, a large number of the pursuing transcendental creatures fell. Many of them were fainted or even smoked to death by Chun Mo's stinky farts. Either that or he was stunned by the lion's roar. Terrible. It's horrible. seeing 3 clusters of long-lasting green poisonous mist. The other races of transcendent creatures were all shivering a bit, not daring to come forward at all. Unconsciously, Chen Mo no longer had any of the transcendent demonic beasts around him. He gazed calmly at the transcendental creatures around him. None of the ferocious beasts dared to take a step forward. Chen Ma is waiting. Now all that was missing was the last 100 or so spiritual powers, and the spiritual powers in his body would be fully restored. Then you could just refine the spirit of the region in one fell swoop. Ow. At this point, the Frost Wolf leader finally woke up from his poisoned and dazed state. Before he could wipe the white foam off his mouth, he let out an unmistakably angry wolf howl, getting knocked out by a stinky fart. This was a strange shame of wolf life for it. It had to make this ice lion pay. After sensing that Chen Mo was about to refine the spirit of the region, it took out a light golden crystal from between the hairs on its abdomen, then swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, the Frost Wolf leader's icy blue pupils turned into a dazzling golden color. A terrifying aura rose from him, accompanied by a mournful wolf howl. Its back rumbled with countless ice spikes the body size also became a circle bigger for the naked eye. In a matter of seconds, its length skyrocketed to 10 meters. The aura emitted became even more terrifying. On top of that, its eyes changed dramatically, becoming cold and indifferent. In an instant, it was as if the Frost Wolf chief had changed into a wolf. Seeing this scene, the leaders of the other ethnic groups all revealed grave expressions. Blood of the Frost Wolf King. What the Frost Wolf chief had just swallowed was precisely the Frost Wolf King's blood that it had previously promised to give to Chen Mo. After the direct descendants use it, they will be able to obtain the power of the Wolf King in a short period of time, and their strength will skyrocket. Transcendent creatures like the Frost Wolf Chieftain, who originally touched the Lord's barrier. Naturally, he was able to briefly enter the Lord realm. Seeing this, Chen Mo pulled out his legs and ran. He completely did not expect that this Frost Wolf leader actually had such a great weapon. Now just hold on for a few more minutes. When the spiritual energy in your body recovers, he would be able to become the master of this snowy mountain and kick out all these demonic beasts. Ow! With a howl, the Frost Wolf leader chased after the Ice Lion. After advancing to Lord, its strength had increased several times, at an extremely fast rate. Together with the invisible Lord aura it emitted, it pressured Chen Mo to lose his breath and sharply reduced his speed. In the blink of an eye, the Frost Wolf leader was less than 20 meters away from Chen Mo. It raised its head and spewed a wide-ranging, frosty cold spit from its mouth, trying to turn the Ice Lion in front of him into an ice sculpture. The Lord Realm, a realm very different from the Transcendent Realm. A simple cold ice spit also had an incomparably terrifying power. However, just at the moment when the Frost Wolf leader's frost cold spit was about to hit the Ice Lion, the Ice Lion's body however suddenly erupted with a force field that was not inferior to it at all, and even more terrifying. Not only did this force field annihilate Frostspit, it even directly and brutally tore through the Frost Wolf leader's Lord aura, then shook him away tens of meters away. The moment the Frost Wolf leader launched his attack, Chen Mo thought of the fact that he still had an unused, self-discipline experience card. The effect of this is that he can choose an ongoing self-discipline challenge and receive the relevant title in advance. The duration is 30 minutes. Chen Mo's choice was naturally the Overlord Lion. Although he didn't know what this phrase did. But after all, it's a blue word, and the effect should be strong. He'll be able to advance to the Lord Realm, if he lets himself last another half a minute. Kick the Frostwolf leader straight out. Of course, even if the Overlord Lion is not as effective as it should be, with the strong defense given to him by the fatty happy lion, Chen Mo was also confident in holding out for half a minute. But then he suffered serious injuries and even near death. At the moment of equipping the Lord's Lion, Chen Mo then felt an incomparably majestic power being born within his body. The spiritual energy within the Ice Dan had finally increased from 99 to 100 channels. Immediately afterward, the 100 ice spiritual energy was actually compressed into 10 drops of liquid ice spiritual energy at an astonishing speed. He, too, had advanced to the Lord Realm. Self-regulation shared objects +1. Self-regulation shared objects can be challenged +1. Secondary self-regulation shared objects +5. Shareable self-regulatory challenge quality upgraded to green. Super self-discipline card ×3. At the same time, 5 messages popped up on the self-regulation panel. But Chen Mo was already too late to check this information. He was adapting to the majestic to the core power within his body. The effect of Lord's Lion is to allow the equipper to directly advance to the Lord's Realm. The larger the territory occupied at the same time, the greater the power that erupts. Under the effect of the Lord Lion, the 300 square kilometers of territory he occupied gave it a certain magical power. This force actually mimicked another 30 drops of spiritual energy similar to liquid ice spiritual energy in the Dantian. Now he wasn't just any lowly lord. The amount of spiritual energy within the ice dam alone was 4 times that of a newly promoted lord. Strength and fitness have likewise improved tremendously. The progression happened in a flash of lightning. In the face of the Frost Wolf leader's frosty spit, Chen Mo subconsciously released the lord's pressure to retaliate. This is the most iconic ability of the lord's realm. It's a special force field released by lord-level beings around themselves. It turned out to be so effective that I didn't expect it to work so well. Except for the annihilation frost spit. It also shook the Frost Wolf leader right off the ground. The Lord's Lion seems to have been strengthened for the Lord's intimidation as well. The Transcendent Realm can't fight against the Lord Realm? Simple. I'll just become a Lord. Ow. The Frost Wolf leader's expression remained incomparably cold after being sent flying by the shock. Just a hint of disbelief passed through his eyes. It couldn't comprehend how the Ice Lion on the opposite side had advanced to the Lord Realm. What was even more incomprehensible to it was that the pressure that erupted from this Ice Lion was simply not something that a being that had just advanced to the Lord Realm could possess. It's going to be serious. The Frost Wolf leader thought to itself as a cold, eerie light erupted from its golden pupils. In the next second, an arcane dark blue rune actually appeared on its body. The surrounding ice spiritual energy swarmed towards it. Facing the suddenly stronger Ice Lion, the Frost Wolf leader decided to go all out and directly release the move to kill it. In the raging blizzard, hundreds of ice prism cones over a dozen meters long suddenly appeared above Chen Mo's head. The moment these ice ling cones appeared, an extremely dangerous feeling actually rose within Chen Mo. It made him feel a little weird. As a matter of fact, under the enchantment of the Lord's Lion, he was now several times as strong as the transcendent beings who had just advanced to Lord, and the Frost Wolf leader had only barely advanced to the Lord Realm, releasing an ability that could actually make him feel very dangerous? End of chapter. Chapter 54 Decimation. Chapter 54 Decimation. Without hesitation, Chen Mo began to run furiously towards the Frost Wolf leader as fast as he could on the snowy ground. A sonic boom erupted all around. It's now traveling faster than the speed of sound. Chen Mo wanted to approach to the Frost Wolf leader's side. These ice prisms are clearly ranged attacks, and as long as they're close enough to, then the Frost Wolf leader is going to take damage along with it. Swish! Almost at the same time, hundreds of ice prism cones fell from the sky at the same time. They slashed at Chen Mo like thunder descending into the world, locking him in completely. It also sealed off all the positions Chen Mo could dodge. In the next moment, with the Ice Lion as the center, a giant ice storm rose up. The frost tumbled into a storm, as if there were ice dragons roaring, and countless ice blades chopped towards the ice prism cone. Ice storm. Chen Mo wanted to use offense as defense to weaken the power of these ice prismatic cones. The ice blades slashed at the top of the ice prismatic cone like a raging wind and rain. However, the moment it made contact it was suddenly shattered and turned into a sky full of ice dust. The ice prism didn't get slowed down too much, and went straight through the ice storm, still attacking the Ice Lion at an extremely fast speed. Boom! 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 Hundreds of giant ice prism cones smashed into the snow at the same time, like javelins piercing through the earth. Ice dust splashed everywhere, snowflakes flew in the sky, and in an instant, the visibility of the area of 100 meters in a circle was lower than half a meter. Seeing this, the Frost Wolf leader let out a slight sigh of relief. Heavenly Ice Drop is the most powerful of the spells it can unleash at the moment. Almost all of the ice spiritual energy within the ice dam was used up. When struck by that Heavenly Ice Drop, a freshly promoted Lord-level existence had no chance of survival. It's over. And yet the next second, a white figure suddenly rushed out of the white snow fog. The Ice Lion's body was drenched in blood, and there were 2 bone-deep wounds on its back. Lord Frostwolf's ice prismatic cone was unexpectedly powerful. Even with the fat and happy lion enchantment, the incomparably tough skin, and the ice armor defense, Chen Mo still received a heavy blow. More surprised, however, was the Frostwolf chieftain. Watching the giant ice lion survive the sky ice drop, it was simply unbelievable. Roar! Chen Mo continued to close in on the Frostwolf leader while letting out a deafening lion roar. The sound wave generated by the ice wind roar suddenly attacked the Frostwolf leader. The Frostwolf leader's spiritual energy within his body had been depleted, and he was directly shaken by the sound wave and sent flying. The spirit has been traumatized. It just tried to stand up. A powerful pressure swept towards it again. Chen Mo catalyzed his lordly pressure to the extreme. Under the pressure of the powerful force field, the Frostwolf chief was finally undefeated and fell to his knees. The limbs then forked. It was as if there was an invisible giant hand that pressed it to the ground from above in a deadly manner. It did not yield, but only with a fury that. The unwilling and puzzled eyes looked straight at Chen Mo. This kind of look made Chen Mo slightly puzzled. After using the Wolf King's blood, it was as if the Frost Wolf chief had changed into a wolf. However, Chen Mo didn't think much about it. He just rushed to the front of the Frost Wolf leader and directly stomped on its heart. But even so, the Frost Wolf leader still didn't die outright. Once again, the same kind of arcane blue characters that appeared on the surface of its body before. Chen Mo didn't let it have its way, and a domineering roar directly interrupted it. Finally, the Frost Wolf leader's golden pupils slowly went out, turning frost blue once again. Chen Mo gazed at a short distance away, where the leaders of the other races were scattering in all directions with their own communities. They witnessed the battle between the Frost Wolf leader and the Ice Lion. The Frost Wolf leader was already invincible after ascending to the Lord Realm, yet he was still easily suppressed by the Ice Lion King. Hearts are stomped right out. The sight of it terrifies and frightens them. This alien Ice Lion King was excessively strong, so they moved at the first opportunity, frantically trying to escape from this snowy mountain. Instantly, the top of the originally crowded hill became much emptier. Chen Mo glanced at the direction the ice-scaled python had fled and chased after it. It was this ice-scaled python that started the incident earlier. It wanted to kill him. Chen Mo had never been a lion that repaid a grudge with kindness. On the contrary, he holds a grudge. The main one is a man with a grudge. Seeing the Lion King darting towards him, the ice-scaled python began to beg for mercy. Sizzle, Lion King, there's no need to kill everyone. I also have the Serpent King's blood and can advance to the Lord Realm. It's a shame that there's no Flux Ice Silk link between the two sides right now. Chen Mo couldn't understand what the ice-scale python was saying and directly released the Lord's mighty pressure before chopping it in two with a claw. During that time the ice-scaled python leader was completely immobilized. And for creatures of lesser transcendental rank than himself, the Lords of Prestige effect is outstanding. Poor ice-scale python, until his death, did not have the time to explode, use his own cards. After killing the ice-scaled python, Chen Mo's gaze went back to the fleeing figures of the creatures from the other groups. The Lord's Lion experience card is almost over. Going after him now he should still be able to kill an alpha. Chen Mo glanced at the winter saber-toothed tiger. It seemed to be dancing quite happily before. In a burst of sonic booms, the frost giant lion cleaved through the wind and snow and quickly chased after the winter saber-toothed tiger. Looking at the giant lion running towards him, the winter saber-toothed tiger didn't hesitate and, straight away, he swallowed one of the frost blue crystals in his mouth. Apparently, it was also an undercard similar to the Wolf King's blood in general. In the blink of an eye, the winter saber-toothed tiger let out an agonizing howl, while its size rapidly expanded. The frost blue runes also appeared on top of the two ice teeth. Seeing this, Chen Mo did not hold back and directly chose to retreat, returning to the top of the snowy mountain. Experience card, we have 2 minutes left. He can't always kill the other guy. The winter saber-toothed tiger naturally didn't dare to pursue, with the Frost Wolf leader's tragic situation still fresh in his mind, so it gradually ran away against the goosefeather snow. When we returned to the top of the snowy mountain, the Lord Lion experience card had already ended. The 10 drops of liquid ice spiritual energy within the ice dam once again turned gaseous. Chen Mo's realm also reverted to high transcendent. He glanced at the self-discipline panel, only to find that the reward for advancing to Lord hadn't disappeared. Sort of stuck a panel bug for once. Happy +1 for both the number of self-discipline challenges and who shared them. This time there are also 5 extra spots for sub-self-regulation challenge share recipients. Secondary sharing objects are a little less effective than sharing objects that one can only share a self-regulatory challenge to it. On top of that, after advancing to lordship, the self-discipline panel also gave him 3 super self-discipline cards, green. Effect. When used, the self-discipline time is cut in half, but the demands of the self-discipline challenge are also raised by half. Effective only for self-regulatory challenges in green and below. In the case of Roaring Lion, for example, 200 roars per day for 7 days. Then after using the super self-discipline card, Chen Mo needs to roar 400 times a day, but just stick with it for 5 days. 200 roars for the last half day. Not bad. Chen Mo thought to himself and slowly came to the corpse of the Frost Wolf leader and took out the ice dam from its belly. Try to absorb the spiritual energy inside. He wanted to try to see if he could truly break through the Lord Realm using the demon pills of Lord Realm creatures. However, it failed. The aura within Chen Mo Bing Dan was still stuck at 99 channels, and seemed to be missing some sort of key factor. Unable to continue to ascend. Still want the second order divine pill? Pushing a friend's book. 3 guards. First question. Hua, the far-famed miracle doctor, is treating an electric mouse. Why was he arrested for illegal practice of medicine? A. Did not have a physician's license. B. Did not have an electrician's license. C. Used rat poison. End of chapter. Chapter 55, Annexation. Chapter 55, Annexation. Chen Mo took another bite of the Frost Wolf leader's flesh and blood. Although the flesh and blood were still being rapidly digested, but the feeling of every cell in the body feeling cheered was not present. It wasn't that the Frost Wolf leader's flesh and blood wasn't advanced enough, but the tyrannical eating lion had reached its limit. The effect of boosting physical fitness by consuming transcendental flesh and blood only works on creatures of the transcendental level. So Chen Mo condensed his ice spiritual power and froze the bodies of the Frost Wolf Chief and the Ice Scale Python, prepared to enjoy it slowly later. After doing so, Chen Mo injected his body's ice spiritual energy into the Spirit of Territory to continue recharging. The Lord Realm's spiritual power recovery speed was almost 5 times that of the previous Transcendent Realm peak. Although it had been depleted a bit by the previous battle, it was now largely recharged. Soon, the recharge of the spirit of the region was complete, and the blue icicles that went straight up into the sky slowly dissipated. As the spirit of the region was refined, the ice spiritual energy within Chen Mo's ice dam once again began to condense. A terrifying pressure also appeared around Chen Mo once again. Become a lord again. After refining the spirit of the territory, as long as he was in the territory, his transcendent rank would be raised to the lord rank. Chen Mo felt some sort of close connection with this snowy mountain under his feet. This feeling is like a mountain god. His perspective extended rapidly, as if he had opened the eyes of heaven. Able to gaze into every corner of the territorial range. This snow-capped mountain is about 500 meters above sea level and covers an area of over 10,000 square kilometers. With that he saw several other frost wolves wandering around the base of the snowy mountain. Chen Mo used the kick function without hesitation. Next, these few frost wolves that were still wandering around the snowy plains were directly transported outside the territory by a mysterious force. After making a general tour of the Great Snowy Mountains and confirming that there were no other living things, Chen Mo exited this lord mode. At the moment, Sanch is using Ice Heal to help heal his wounds, with the transcendental lions guarding his side. Their eyes are filled with fervor and adoration. Such powerful frost wolves and ice-scaled pythons were both decapitated by their king. Aisha's lion eyes were full of worry, and when she saw Chen Mo's eyes open, she let out a low roar. Howl, brother, are you okay? Chen Mo shook his head. Roar, it's just a minor injury. With that he looked down at the snow. Because of the previous battle, the snowy ground had been dyed red with blood at this time. Hundreds of other transcendental creatures lay on the snow. Most of them were stunned or even shocked to death by Chen Mo's roar. These flesh and blood and demon pills are a considerable fortune. It could give the overall strength of the Ice Lion clan a big boost. Chen Mo gazed at Xiong Ba. Roar, cleaning up the battlefield. The living supernatural beings will be held in captivity. Confirmation of transcendental creatures that have died. Part of the flesh and blood rewarded to the warriors, the other part stored. Chen Mo said calmly. Roar, yes, your majesty. Of course, the Ice Lion pride was not without losses in this battle. Among the corpses lying on the snow were 3 transcendental lionesses. Several of the lions that were on good terms with the dead lioness stood beside them. And a sad look came into his eyes. After the awakening of the transcendent, they become more emotional. And it's natural to take the death of a fellow human being much harder. Chen Mo's heart was also slightly heavy. In a sense these 3 lionesses died in battle because of him. After thinking about it, he used an ice storm to bury their corpses in the snow after freezing them. It's like going into the ground in the human world. He then asked Xiong Ba to use the ice condensation technique to set up an ice monument for these 3 lionesses. Roar! They are all the most valiant warriors in the Ice Lion's pride. Chen Mo let out a growl. Ho! As long as we remember them, they're not really dead. Instead of grieving for it, we should avenge it. At those words, the Ice Lion clan all let out deafening roars. Although they could not fully understand what the Lion King was saying, they could feel the respect he had for the dead warriors. When the snow-treading fox saw this scene, they were all a bit moved. They were creatures that valued the pack, and at once they resonated with It felt like becoming a Lion King's dependent should not be too bad. The Lion King gazed over at the treading snow fox, and pulled a still usable Tongshin ice silkworm silk. Coming to the snow-treading fox leader. Roar! The territory originally occupied by the Frost Wolf clan and the Ice Scale Python clan should be nearby, right? Chen Mo asked the snow-treading fox leader. These 2 races were the first to come to the snowy mountain where the treading snow fox was located. It is assumed that their territory is not far from here. Yes, their territory is right next to us. King, I can take you there. Hearing Chen Mo's inquiry, the snow-treading fox chief had realized what the Lion King wanted to do. Conquest of 2 nearby areas. Now that the leaders of the Frost Wolf clan and the Ice Scale Python clan have all been killed by the Lion King, the common Frost Wolves died and were injured again. This is the best time to annex these 2 territories. Upon hearing this, the Frost Fox leader opened his mouth as if he had thought of something. King, there is one thing I need to remind you of. Every race on the Great Snow Mountain was descended from kings, and they all possessed king realm existences within their clans. It's not easy to offend too many of them, otherwise you might get their revenge later. King's realm? The realm above the Lord realm? Chen Mo couldn't help but think of the golden blood used by the Frost Wolf Chief. Just one drop could actually cause the Frost Wolf Chief to undergo such a terrifying metamorphosis. His current self was in no way a match for such a being. The snow-treading fox leader nodded. They should all be inside the inner world by now, right? Yes. Before we were frozen. All existences above the Lord level have entered the Rai world. The snow-treading fox leader replied. They seem to be going into a grueling war with a high probability of death. But with so many races in the Great Snow Mountain, there would always be a few King Realm existences that survived. So King, it's best not to offend too many races. Chen Mo nodded, not panicking in his heart. He thought of the ancient secret realm that had first descended upon the blue planet, the green forest capital of Eastern Summer. The capital of Greensboro likewise has the presence of the Rai world. But it's been a year since the green forest capital came down. And still no natives have come out of the inner world. The transcendental creatures within the Rai world don't seem to be able to get out yet. The same is true for other secret areas. So in a short period of time, the Frost Wolf King, the Ice-Scaled Python King would not appear. And by the time they come down, maybe he'll have grown up and it's not certain who's going to get who in trouble when the time comes. Chen Mo's eyes flickered before he calmly said, first take me to Frost Wolf territory first. Anyway, he'd already killed the Frost Wolf leader, and had a vendetta against the Frost Wolf clan. Wouldn't mind a little more killing either. The presence of the Frost Wolf King did give him a fair amount of pressure, but not so much that he was scared. More than anything else, it's motivation and wariness. 40 minutes later, Chen Mo brought the lion and fox packs to the snowy mountain occupied by the Frost Wolf clan. What Chen Mo didn't expect was, when they arrived at the snowy mountain, they found the entire mountain empty of beasts. The Frost Wolf clan had gotten away long ago. Thanks to Drunken Dreams Meteor Shirt Years for the 400 reward. Thank you to True Red Time Years, Lunar Knights v Silver Wolves, Teal, Katni GG, a first-class sinner, a windy cinder of days, a sense of optimism, a drunken dream of fallen pension years. Book Club 2022031500530561. Book Club 202310311212138893. Short ink and light smile. Quag. I ride the kidneys ready to take off. Bookworm 202008201251499091. The Easy Deacon. Infinite Ice Prison. Windless Light. Mo Qian Chang. Luo Xing Yuan 152. The Overlord has passed away. Dark release awaiting for the monthly votes from all the righteous fathers. End of chapter. Chapter 56, Xian Iceclaw. Chapter 56, Xian Iceclaw. The previous battle was too grueling for Clan Frostwolf. The entire Frostwolf clan was now down to less than 1/4 of its members. Fearing reprisals from the Lion King, they didn't even go home. Straight to nowhere. As for the other clans, they didn't take advantage of the opportunity to overrun the Frostwolf clan's territory. After they fled back to their original territories, they mobilized all their forces and the frantic search for the spirit of the territory began. They're afraid that Chen Mo will come and invade their territory. The previous battle between the Ice Lion King and the Frostwolf leader had completely scared them. The only way to give them a little bit of security now is to become the lord of the region. Chen Mo came to the top of the snowy mountain, where there was a 7-8 meter high cave. It should have once been the residence of the Frostwolf chief. Chen Mo walked within the cave and realized that the cave had a large internal space. It was thousands of square meters, and even now it was barely habitable. That Frost Wolf was quite a treat, but it's mine now. Chen Mo was prepared to live here for the time being. It's a real sense of having a home. Immediately afterward, Chen Mo plot out a small farmland in the cave. The lion's backpack was then opened and a chunk of soil was planted. Within these soils was a divine medicine seed, which Chen Mo had previously collected in the grasslands. Among them was also a magic vine, which was not a divine medicine, but a transcendent plant. It's the one Chen Mo picked up in the grassland before. When it was first picked up, it was nothing more than a low-grade transcendental plant that had just given birth to a spirit, more than a meter long, because there is no aggression, and the appearance is quite pleasant. Chen Mo directly brought back to the Ice Lion territory to plant. Now also with Chen Mo along with the move, Chen Mo is going to use this farmland as his own small vegetable garden. Farming, it's a gene engraved deep in the bloodline. After planting the divine medicines, Chen Mo took a look and realized that their maturation time was nearly twice as fast. Smoothie fruit seeds, for example, were shortened from 400 days to 201 days. As the concentration of aura within the Great Snow Mountain increased, its maturation time should become shorter. After doing so, Chen Mo began to carefully observe the cave. With that, he found an animal skin on top of the ice bed where the central frost wolf slept. Chen Mo opened the beast's skin and found that the white beast's skin was filled with some kind of weird and mysterious writing, or symbols. Chen Mo couldn't help but think of the killing move that the Frost Wolf Chief had used on himself after using the Wolf King's blood. This symbol was extremely similar to the runes that lit up on Frostwolf's body when he zoomed in earlier. That move, even the Lord Middle Rank and the Fat and Happy Lion enchantment almost didn't block it. Simply horrible. Bingley, what is this? Chen Mo called the snow-treading fox chief and inquired. Chen Mo already knew its name from the previous conversation. Boing, this should be a beast skin with the law recorded. Bingley's fox eyes twinkled as she replied. Law? What's this? That's for a higher level of utilization of spiritual energy. The abilities we normally unleash are actually the most rudimentary use of psychic power. Iceglaze replied. Is the Skyfall Ice Prism unleashed by the Frost Wolf leader also an act? Chen Mo couldn't help but associate it with the previous battle. It should be. It's still a powerful law. However, it should have utilized the treasures left behind by the Frost Wolf King and not released them on its own. The law can only be released by a great demon of the Lord Realm. But it also takes a long time for a Lord Realm great demon to master a law. And the Frost Wolf leader only broke through the Lord Realm using the Wolf King's blood, so he shouldn't have had time to learn it. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo suddenly realized that the Frost Wolf Chief was also considered a beast too. Not only the blood of the Wolf King, but also the law recorded in the animal skin. There are even treasures that can unleash super powerful moves. Can I learn the law written on this beast skin? Chen Mo asked. The ice prismatic cone released by the Frost Wolf leader earlier was still fresh in his mind. So naturally, he was moved to learn it. King, you only need to infuse your ice spirit power into the scroll to obtain the learning method. You can try. Chen Mo nodded his head and then injected spiritual energy into the beast skin. Soon, the three symbols on the white animal skin were lit up one by one, emitting a pale blue shimmering light. It was only after Chen Mo consumed 3/4 of the spiritual energy within the ice dam that the runes on it were all lit up. Ice Claws. These 3 words suddenly appeared in Chen Mo's mind. This is the name of this law. Immediately afterward, the spiritual energy within Chen Mo's ice dam was guided by some kind of power, and it surged and changed, but it soon fell silent again. The law on the animal skin wanted to teach Chen Mo how to release the Shin Ice Claw in a strange way, but Chen Mo was still only in the transcendent realm, and the spiritual power within the ice dam hadn't been liquefied yet, so it was over before it started. However, Chen Mo roughly understood that he only needed to outline those 3 runes on the beast's skin with liquid spiritual energy. It will succeed in releasing the law. We'll try again after refining the spirit of the region in this area. Chen Mo thought so and put away the beast skin. The symbols on the animal skin run once and then become dimmer. But it should be used 7 or 8 more times. Bingley, so did your grandma leave you anything like the blood of a wolf king or something to keep you alive? Chen Mo asked with some curiosity. It seemed to be quite easy to take in the Treading Snow Fox clan. The snow-treading fox leader was silent for a moment, then replied, no. Before it left, it only explained that when we awaken, we must first go in search of the spirit of the region. Only by refining the spirit of the region can we have the ability to defend ourselves in the future. If I had something to save my life, it had used it directly when the Ice Lion King had led the lions to invade their territory. Of course, maybe that one will end even worse, probably the same as the current Frost Wolf leader. At those words, even Chen Mo felt that Bingley's grandma was a little too stingy, not even a means of preserving their lives for their offspring. If it wasn't for himself, the snow-treading fox clan would definitely not be able to defend their territory. But grandmother ancestor left us an inherited beast skin that records the law. The snow-treading fox leader spoke. It seems to be to prove that its grandma still cares about them. King, if you need it, my inherited beast skin is always available to you. That won't be necessary for a while. After saying that, Chen Mo put away the psychic silk and walked out of the cave. Roar! Sister Lion, Little White, you guys search for the spirit of the region here first. Chen Mo asked Sister Lion to bring the ice crystal mouse and the lions to search for the spirit of the territory of this snowy mountain. He himself was preparing to head to the territory of the ice-scaled python clan. With the ice crystal mouse's transcendent perception, as long as one wanders around more, one will always find the spirit of the region. Roar! When you find it, don't infuse it with spiritual energy first. Wait for me to come back. Roar! Lion Sister and Ice Crystal Mouse nodded their heads. In addition, he had Xiangba assign the group of lions their respective dens. Apart from the huge ice cave where Chen Mo now resides, there were still many ice caves on the snowy mountain where the Frost Wolf clan originally lived, perfectly adequate for the lions to stay here. These frost wolves are also strange good loot. Even the place to live are vacated for them. After doing so, Chen Mo moved to the snowy mountain where the ice-scaled python was located. The results were unsurprising. It was also empty and silent. These species have a great sense of crisis. Chen Mo sighed, and then he and the snow-treading fox clan began to search for the spirit of the region here. 2 is in the 3 male. But the editor says there's still a resurrection game to be played this week. It's life or death this week. If the resurrection fails, the book will have to be shelved in tears QAQ. So bro bud, make sure you help catch up on your reading this week. Wow. If you like to keep the book, please go through the latest chapters every day and turn to the end of the page. One last request for monthly votes, and catch-up reads, and reviews. Love you guys yo. End of chapter. Chapter 57, A Tough Win, request for catch-up reading. Chapter 57, A Tough Win, request for catch-up reading. Early the next morning, the rising sun gilded the rolling snow-capped mountains with a golden glow. Chen Mo, who had been searching with the Treading Snow Fox clan for a night, felt slightly tired. Unfortunately, the spirit of the region here still hasn't been found. At this time, he saw a black figure appear not far away. Luna, the little black panther, waved her wings of ice crystals and brought a shortcut. Ow, King, the spirit of the region of the snowy mountains of the Frostwolf clan has been found. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo told the Snow-Treading Fox clan to continue searching for the spirit of the region on the ice-scale Python Snow Mountain. He himself was speeding towards the Frostwolf Snow Mountain. Soon, the pillar of light through the sky lit up again. This time there were still many transcendent races arriving, but the moment they saw the Ice Lion King, then he fled without a second thought, not even daring to look at it more than once. The image of the Frostwolf leader having his heart stomped out was still fresh in his mind. This Lion King is just too ferocious. It was worth mentioning when Chen Mo's recharge progress bar reached 20%. Not far away, a pillar of light similarly rose from a snowy mountain. There are other transcendent beings refining the spirit of the region? Chen Mo actually wanted to go over and take a look, but you can't leave the region when you're refining the spirit of the region, just to be on the safe side. He also didn't have the lions scouting for information. Half an hour later, Chen Mo finished refining. Since then, the snowy mountain originally occupied by the Frostwolf clan was also formally incorporated into the territory of the Ice Lion clan. The moment the refining is complete, Chen Mo was surprised to find that the two fragments of the spirit of the region were actually attracted by some kind of power and approached each other. In the end, the two fragments of the spirit of the region were actually perfectly pieced together. This made Chen Mo couldn't help but have a bold idea. It's not possible that the entire Great Snowy Mountain Mystery Realm is actually a divine artifact, and the spirit of the territory is a fragment of this artifact, right? After collecting all of them, you will be able to completely control the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm. There were too many questions in Chen Mo's mind regarding the Great Snowy Mountain Secret Realm. Because he was looking for the spirit of the region, he hadn't had time to ask for the relevant information. If you're free later, you can ask the Snow-Treading Fox leader. Perhaps from its mouth, Chen Mo could get the answer he wanted. But what was more important at the moment, he was going to check out the snowy mountain next to him that was lit up with pillars of blue light. Chen Mo wanted to see which race had discovered the spirit of the region and was trying to refine it. If there was an opportunity, he naturally wanted to make a move to occupy another regional spirit. Previously, it was the other races that wanted to snatch his regional spirit. Now, it's my turn. That pillar of blue light that lit up at the same time wasn't too far from the Ice Lion territory. Only two snow-covered mountains separate them. With a full outburst, Chen Mo had arrived in less than half an hour. What he didn't expect was, the one who had found and refined the third regional spirit was surprisingly Wang Long, the leader of that team of awakened ones in Eastern Xia. At this moment, the battle was already at an end. The snowy mountains had been red with blood. There were humans and transcendent creatures, and there were limbs and broken arms everywhere, which showed the grueling nature of the battle. Several bone-deep wounds also appeared on Wang Long's body. However, in the end, he completed his refinement and successfully advanced to the Lord Realm. After advancing to Lord, these are not considered fatal injuries. Pity. Seeing that there was no longer a chance to grab the spirit of the region here, Chen Mo did not stay and directly chose to leave. I didn't realize there were so many transcendent beings who came to snatch the spirit of the territory. Looking at the uncountable corpses in front of him, Wang Long's eyes were tired. He subconsciously tried to release the flame to light the cigarette, but realized that a layer of white frost had risen on top of the cigarette in his hand. After refining the spirit of the region, all of his fire spiritual energy had been transformed into ice spiritual energy, and his eyebrows turned frosty white. Miserable Win, the general sighed, took out a lighter from his shirt pocket, and after helping Wang Long to light his cigarettes, light one for yourself. In order to take over this snowy mountain, the Tanzanian Nila army, as well as the awakened squad from Eastern Xia, paid a rather steep price. More than 200 of Tanzania's army died, and more than half of his fighters died. Tanzanella's cheetah squad, too, had lost nearly half of them. The 12-member Inferno Dragon squad was also 5 people dead. But fortunately, in the end, Wang Long managed to refine the spirit of the region of this snowy mountain. successfully advancing to the Lord Realm has shocked the other races. In fact, they found the spirit of the territory last night, but to prevent being swarmed by other transcendental creatures. That's why they specifically waited until after a pillar of light had lit up nearby and the other races had gone scrambling on a large scale. Inject spiritual energy into the spirit of the region again. The original plan was perfect, but they never expected that the second one to refine the spirit of the region would still be the Ice Lion King. The Ice Lion King has already killed the Aborigines. After seeing the Ice Lion, these Aborigines ran away. As a result, some races on their way back. Suddenly, he saw another pillar of light from the spirit of the region light up not far away. Naturally, I ran with gusto. General, let's start the immigration program next, Wang Long said to the general. With the revival of the aura, and with Tanzania's current military strength, he predicts that many cities will be lost. Countless people will be displaced. This snowy mountain could very well be the last refuge. It's already being arranged. The general nodded. Try to select men who are physically strong, mentally aware, and willing to comply with the arrangements of. Awakened people are given priority. The environment of the snowy mountains is harsh, and it's hard for old people and children to survive, Wang Lung suggested. That's what I thought. So over the next week, the Tanzanian military went into action. First, a group of eligible immigrants was screened and then contacted. Ask them if they would like to travel to live on the big snowy mountains. Now that the aura was revived, the existence of transcendental beings was no longer a secret to everyone. Following the army is a natural choice, but very few people are willing to go to the Dazetsuzen. After all, it's so barren, and it's full of unknown risks, even if the Tanzanian military claims it's perfectly safe. But a lot of people think it's a ploy by the military to try to trick people into passing. Eventually, there were about 100,000 people who wanted to trust the military with various tools, food, machinery into the Great Snowy Mountains in preparation for the construction of a new home, and Canilla, and the rest of the surrounding country, likewise launched an attack on the nearest few large snow-covered mountains. But the natives in the territory are too strong, not to mention capturing the Great Snow Mountain. It was questionable whether they could even hold the onslaught of transcendental creatures from the Great Snowy Mountains. They had no choice but to give up for the time being, choosing to set up a line of defense around the city. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. When Chen Mo went back, he called the snow-treading fox chief. Roar! Bingley, tell me about the secret realm of the Great Snow Mountain. End of chapter. Chapter 58 Ice Phoenix, request for catch-up reading. Chapter 58 Ice Phoenix, request for catch-up reading. King, we don't call this place the Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm, but rather the Frost Divine Realm, because the entire Great Snow Mountain, including the Rye World, is the divine domain of the god of frost, Lord Ice Phoenix, the snow-treading fox leader said slowly. At those words, Chen Mo froze for a moment. He was not surprised by the existence of deities. With all the aura revived, it's not surprising that there are gods and goddesses out there. He just didn't realize that the entire Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm was the dojo of a deity. Or maybe in fact all secret realms are the dojo of the gods? Did the Ice Phoenix freeze you all to this day? Chen Mo asked again. To allow so many beings to survive in a near-dormant state for so many long years. I'm afraid only the gods possess such greatness. The snow-treading fox leader nodded. Yes, Lord Ice Phoenix has granted us new life. Let's awaken in this era of aura revival. It's the first time I've felt such an abundance of aura. Treading Fox's tone was quite emotional. At those words, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel puzzled. What the snow-treading fox chief meant in his words was that they lived in an era without spiritual power. But since transcendental beings can be born, it's only right that spiritual energy should exist. Didn't auras exist in the times you lived in? Treadfox nodded. King, we live in a time when the aura has fallen into exhaustion. The aura concentration of the frost god's domain at the time I was born was probably 1/100th or even less of what it is now. And it's continuing to decay. But right now, the concentration of aura in the Great Snow Mountain is much higher than all the surrounding areas. Wasn't it the aura revival brought about by the secret realm? King, no. The aura recovery is a change in Blue Star itself, the snow-treading fox leader said with certainty. As for the high concentration of spiritual energy in the frost god's domain right now, I guess it's because the frost divine domain possesses the power to quickly gather and collect the aura of the surrounding area and transform it into the ice attribute. The reason Iceglaze made that guess is because, in the time it lived, the aura had been completely cut off in areas other than the god's domain. Only within the divine realm was there a faint aura present. Chen Mo digested the information. He had originally thought that the revival of the aura on the blue planet had been brought about by these ancient secret realms, but I didn't realize that it was the revival of the aura that attracted the descent of these ancient secret realms. These ancient mysteries are more like the marauders of a previous age. Their own times are coming to an end, but they are not willing to fall. and so they seal themselves up, and then reawaken in the age of spiritual recovery. Chen Mo had talked to the snow-treading fox leader, Bingley, for about 2 hours and gained a lot of information from it. He had a deeper understanding of the Great Snow Mountain mysteries. Of course, many doubts arose within him. Bingley, after finding the spirit of the region of the Python Snow Mountain, you guys go back to the Snow Mountain where you lived before. Before disconnecting the ice silkworm silk, Chen Mo spoke again. With the current number of transcendental lions, there's no need to spread out over 3 snow-covered mountains. It would be better to give the original Snow Fox Mountain to the Treading Snow Fox clan to live in and manage. The icing on the cake is not as good as the snow. Originally, Chen Mo only intended to conquer the Treading Snow Fox clan and make it serve the Ice Lion clan. But the battle the day before yesterday had made Chen Mo truly recognize them. Think of it as part of the Ice Lion pride. Boing! King, thank you for your generosity and kindness. The eyes of the snow-treading fox leader, Bingley, twinkled and, somewhat incredulous, he then bent his head in gratitude. What the Ice Lion King had bestowed was beyond its imagination. It was glad it had made the right bet. Of course, it also understood that the Treading Snow Fox clan had only initially gained the Lion King's trust. There was still a long way to go if he wanted to truly integrate into the Ice Lion clan. But the good thing is, they now belong a foothold of sorts in the next wave of aura recovery. After the snow-treading fox leader left, Chen Mo pulled out the inherited beast skin of the Xian Ice Claw and activated it again. This time, under the guidance of the mysterious power, he managed to release the Xian Ice Claw. The power is terrifying, attacking faster. The destructive power was even more than 5 times higher than directly attaching spiritual energy to the claws. However, when Chen Mo himself attempted to outline these 3 runes with his ice spiritual energy, but it was failure after failure. The process of releasing the law is much like writing, but much more difficult. Using spiritual energy as the pen, each stroke of the rune requires precise control, the amount of psychic energy, the speed of the outline. A mistake in all aspects of pacing can cause the rune to break instantly. No wonder Bingley said that even Lord Realm existences needed a lot of practice to master a law. Teach the Lion, Challenge Day 4. The entire Great Snow Mountain mystic realm was already in chaos, attracted by the extremely dense ice spiritual energy. The awakened transcendent creatures in the grasslands all swarmed towards the Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm. They then trespassed into aboriginal territory. The vast majority of these transcendental beings do not understand the existence of the spirit of the territory. But who doesn't like to stay in a place with a rich ice aura? The frantic influx of foreign beasts has caused the aborigines, who were originally looking for the spirit of the region. A large portion of energy had to be dispersed to deal with these alien transcendental beings as well. Either banish them, take them in, or just kill them to make them into reserves. Although the strength of these foreign beasts is generally not high, there are many of them. Many indigenous communities are suffering. The first to suffer were the territories at the very edge of the Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm. But later, as they carried out a series of expulsion and other operations, they drove these stray transcendental creatures deeper into the secret realm of the Great Snow Mountain. The Ice Lion clan did not encounter such troubles. Originally, the transcendental creatures in the nearby area had been hunted down by the lions, and there were very few transcendental creatures that entered the mountain from this direction. There are also a dozen extraordinary ice lions squatting at the foot of the snowy mountain, waiting for a rabbit, just waiting for other transcendental beings to deliver. To them, it's no different than eating at a buffet. At noon, the spirit of the region within the ice crystal python's territory was also found. After refining, Chen Mo occupied 3 connected snowy mountains. Howl, King, shall we go conquer the other snowy mountains? Xiongba asked Chen Mo with some excitement. As a progressive lion, he enjoys the feeling of conquest and territorial development. Chen Mo didn't say anything. He had to say that he was heartened by Xiongba's offer, or so he planned in his mind. As his strength continued to rise, Chen Mo's ambition was also growing by the day. Taking advantage of the fact that the second-order divine pill hadn't appeared, he was now at the peak of his battle power. Forcefully subjugate other races and take over their territories. It would be best to make the entire Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm your own territory. Establish the Kingdom of Lions. Then gradually expand the territory to the periphery until the whole of Africa is occupied. End of chapter. Chapter 59, The Ice Ghost. Chapter 59, The Ice Ghost. Lord Lion's self-discipline challenge is not yet complete. Though, however, Chen Mo had already experienced the effects of the Overlord Lion in advance. The effect is very simple and brutal. Almost every 1 square kilometer of territory could bring him 1 spiritual power. The larger the area of territory occupied, the greater the increase in strength. The great increase that the Lordly Lion would give him if he could take all of Africa. It was estimated that it would allow him to directly step into the king's realm. By the time the Frost Wolf King and these king realms descended and wanted to take revenge, Chen Mo directly sent them to reunite with their offspring. The only concern now is that the other races might be like the Frost Wolf chiefs, holding an undercurrent similar to the king's blood. It can briefly erupt into lord-level combat power. If you really push it and want to fight with Chen Mo didn't have a second, self-discipline experience card. He couldn't enter the Lord's realm again. It's going to be a pain in the ass when that happens, and the probability of that is high. The Frost Wolf clan and the Ice Crystal Python clan. There was also the Rincon Saber-Toothed Tiger clan, all of which had the presence of undercurrents. Of course, Chen Mo also had a similar undercurrent. Crystallized blood of the Ice Python King. Crystallized from the essence blood of the King of the King's Realm Ice Crystal Python King. The blood contains part of the will of the Ice Crystal Python King. After taking it, you can briefly break through to the Lord Realm, but your spirit will be tainted. This was the king's blood he found in the scales of the Ice Crystal Python King's corpse. He was afraid to use it because of the severe side effects. Chen Mo began to think. He realized a strong attack might not be the best way to capture the entire Great Snowy Mountain secret realm. After pondering for a while, Chen Mo had a rough scenario in his mind. A two-pronged approach of softness plus deterrence. He found the snow-treading fox leader and inquired, "Bingley, how is the treading snow fox clan's relationship with the other races? Are there races that are still well connected?" "There are. Frost hounds, ice ghosts, the Holly barbarian cow and the Tongshin ice silkworms are all races that have a pretty good relationship with us," the snow-treading fox leader replied. In the previous battle, these four races had only arrived in the Ice Ghost clan. And it was the one who ate and watched the whole time and didn't take a shot at Chen Mo. "I need you to win them over to the Ice Lion clan. All I need is the spirit of the territory, and they can continue to live in the snowy mountains where they originally resided." Chen Mo opened his mouth. Having chosen the wistful route, he is not fit to step in per se. It'll scare the races. And through the treading snow fox clan, it was also easier to convince these races. Boing! "King, please don't worry. The treading snow fox clan will fulfill its mission." Bingley knew this was the Lion King's test for it. This was also an opportunity for the treading snow fox clan. Since it had already boarded the Ice Lion clan ship, it naturally hoped that the ship would be a bit bigger. Later that night, spooky Snow Mountain. Under the moonlight, a snow-treading fox with snow-white fur ran quickly on the snowy ground. When they were halfway up the hill, suddenly there was a cloud of blue glowing ghosts all around. These ghosts look like Harui dolls, with illusory bodies. There seemed to be countless small points of ghostly blue light swimming around in the body. The ice ghosts quickly approached the group of snow-treading foxes, surrounding them in the center. Purr. Seeing that the intruder was treading snow fox, the ice ghosts couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Boing, Matriarch Curran. Long time no see. Bingley took out the ice silkworm silk and wanted to communicate mentally with the ice ghost in the lead. It had come to visit the Ice Ghost clan this time, naturally in order to fulfill the task given to it by the Lion King. The reason why ice ghosts were chosen first was simply because they are a relatively simple creature. More gullible. No, easier to convince. It's been a long time. I heard that a Lion King has taken over your original territory. It didn't bully you, did it? The Ice Ghost leader asked with concern. Of course, it wanted to pry for information in passing. Earlier, the Lion King came out of nowhere and forcefully killed the Lord Realm's Frost Wolf chief. All races felt an urgent sense of crisis, fearing that the Lion King will suddenly invade their territory and start a war. The Ice Ghost clan was no exception. Boing! Nope. The Lion King has returned to us the snowy mountains where we used to live. Our lives are pretty much the same as they were before. Bingley replied calmly. Purine? Really? The Ice Ghost leader was clearly a bit disbelieving. Boing! We of the Treading Snow Fox clan fought side by side with the Lion King in the previous battle. Gained its trust. If you don't believe me, just visit our territory and see for yourself. The Snow-Treading Fox leader smiled and extended an invitation. Purr. The Ice Ghost leader shook its head repeatedly. It didn't dare to go to the Lion King's territory. Boing, in the afternoon. The Lion King told me that it will be launching an attack on the nearby snowy mountains in the near future, so that the Treading Snow Fox clan should be prepared for battle. Boing, that's why I came to you all night. Purr. At those words, Ice Ghost froze. Purine, will the Lion King invade our territory? The Ice Ghost leader asked with some concern. The most horrible thing is still about to happen. Boing boing. With low probability, I think the Lion King will prioritize attacking the race that provoked it earlier. Bingley opened his mouth. However, before the Ice Ghost leader could breathe a sigh of relief, it continued. Boing boing. But there's no telling. The Lion King may attack your territory if he wants to advance step by step from near to far. Bingley's tone was filled with worry. It is not mere intimidation. This is likely to happen if the Lion King does start a war. In addition to fulfilling the Lion King's mission, it didn't want to see the Ice Ghost clan destroyed. Purr. At those words, the Ice Ghost leader was obviously even more flustered, his eyes somewhat at a loss for words. Your only way out now is to find the spirit of the region, but even if you find it, you guys have to keep it, too. Bingley opened his mouth. Immediately after that, it analyzed to the Ice Ghost chief the two choices that Ice Ghost would currently face. Find the spirit of the territory, high probability that it will be looted by another race. Didn't find the spirit of the territory, high probability of being invaded by the Ice Lion King and other packs. Purr. Chief Bingley. So what should we do now? Boing, maybe there's another way. You guys go straight to the Lion King, Iceglaze advised. Purr. The Lion King, as a newly minted transcendent, doesn't have many dependents right now. There is no way to manage such a vast territory. If you take the initiative to defect to the Ice Lion King, I think the odds are that you'll still be able to keep your current territories. Purr. At those words, the Ice Ghost leader fell into deep thought. It was true, as the snow-treading fox chief had said, that their clan's fighting strength wasn't considered strong. Even if the spirit of the region is found, I'm afraid it will be snatched. So, is it really necessary to voluntarily submit to the Ice Lion King? End of chapter. Chapter 60 Conquest by Force. Kill the chicken to make an example of the monkey. Chapter 60 Conquest by Force. Kill the chicken to make an example of the monkey. Boing, it's too late. I'll go back first. The snow-treading fox leader, seeing that the Ice Ghost was in deep thought, did not continue to persuade him, but prepared to leave. Too much is too little, and saying too much tends to make the Ice Ghost suspicious. And the fire is just right now. After treading Snow Fox left, the Ice Ghost leader called all the Ice Ghosts and discussed where the entire race should go next. After searching for the spirit of the region for 2 consecutive days, but still with no results, the Ice Ghost clan was still quite anxious. Finally, they decide to quietly take a look at the snowy mountain where the original snow-treading foxes live. If it's true, as the snow-treading fox chief said, that he joined the Lion King's camp, seems like a good choice as well. The next day, a similar scene likewise took place at the Frosthounds. Among the many races such as the snowstorm horses, this was Chen Mo's plan. He didn't need these races to immediately come and seek refuge or help from Chen Mo. Instead, it brings them a little bit of crisis and plants a seed. Next, just add a little more pressure on them. Inevitably, a race would choose to take the initiative to contact Chen Mo. Teaching Lion, Self-Discipline Challenge Day 5. Early in the morning, Chen Mo opened his eyes. The cave entrance was found with Lioness drinking tons and tons of coke. On the day of his advancement, Chen Mo shared Fat House Cola Lion with Lion Sister. This title would be a huge boost to defense. Aisha was used to this way of acquiring abilities through special training. In addition to the Lion Sisters, the new self-discipline slot Chen Mo shared with the Frost Lion Xiangba. Chen Mo saw his advancement and the contribution he made to the lions in his eyes. The one Chen Mo shared with him this time was Tyrannical Eclipse Lion. It doesn't even need to be deliberate for Xiangba to accomplish it. Wait for the 7th day. He was going to pretend to reward Xiangba by giving him divine meat. Gives it the ability to overeating lion. A wave of pre-lion manifestation. Seeing Chen Mo wake up, Aisha walked to his side and rubbed his head. Roar, is it time to go, brother? Chen Mo nodded. They need to expand outward today and try to conquer a snowy mountain not far away. Chen Mo led the lions all the way across 3 snow-covered mountains. Eventually, they came to the foot of a snowy mountain. According to the snow-treading fox leader, this great snowy mountain is inhabited by the crystal deer. The most timid race on the great snowy mountains. If it weren't for the fact that, in ancient times, the Great Snowy Mountains had clearly defined that all descendants of the king are not allowed to prey on each other and kill each other. Crystal deer may not have existed then. It's highly unlikely that these crystal deer have an undercard in their hands, and even if they do, it's also highly unlikely that they will resist. The crystal deer is the chicken that Chen Mo wants to make an example of. Chen Mo stepped into the snowy mountain where the crystal deer was located and prepared to lead the lions in a siege. When the crystal deer herd saw the Lion King, they let out a yodeling deer call and then ran away. Although the deer's call was like this, Chen Mo always felt some mockery. Can't stand it. Roar. He locked his gaze on a crystal deer whose combined battle power was clearly a cut above the other crystal deer. Turning on the berserk form, he chased after them. The odds are that this head is the crystal deer leader. Aisha, Xiongba and the other lions also picked their own targets and began to frantically chase after them. Chen Mo's speed now erupted to the extreme, and in the blink of an eye, it then reduced the distance between the two to a few hundred meters. Looking at the Ice Lion King that was getting closer and closer behind him, the crystal deer leader felt an overwhelming sense of panic inside. It was quite confident in its speed, and had thought it could escape the Lion King's pursuit of. But I didn't expect the Ice Lion King to be so fast. At this rate, one would surely be caught up. So the next second, the crystal deer leader suddenly whipped his head around, then dropped to his knees in a slide. This wave of operation froze Chen Mo in his tracks. Then the chief of the crystal deer hastily produced from between his hairs a piece of fluxing ice silk. Trying to communicate with the Ice Lion King, Chen Mo didn't refuse. Yo, Lion King, we are willing to submit, the crystal deer leader said spinelessly. Just yesterday, it had also heard the news about how it could keep its original land if it voluntarily submitted to the Lion King. After all, who doesn't have a few allied races with whom they have good relationships? It was from Ice Ghost's side that the crystal deer leader heard this news. But with his proud speed, the crystal deer leader still wanted to struggle a bit. As long as the spirit of the region was found, there would be no need to worry about the invasion of the Ice Lion King and other races. As a result, I didn't expect the Lion King to come the next day and explode with such terrifying speed. Not even a chance to escape. The huge gap in strength made it feel desperate, so it chose to just vote. Ho! Late! The Ice Lion King's voice was calm and cold. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Mo unleashed Icy Wind Roar. His original plan was to take the Crystal Deer clan to set an example and put a little pressure on the other races. He had to create the appearance that a forced conquest by the lions would end badly. That's how other races get scared. The worse the Crystal Deer leader's injuries are, the worse the Crystal Deer clan will end up after they're conquered. It's the other races that will have the greater sense of crisis. The wind howled, and the terrifying sound waves swept out in all directions wrapped in spiritual impact. Several nearby Crystal Deer were directly stunned. With the effect of a roaring lion, the sound of the lion's roar spreads over tens of kilometers. The creatures of the next few snowy mountains could be heard clearly. The Crystal Deer leader was also dazed by the sound wave, but didn't pass out straight away. It tried to escape, but it was pressed to death by the oncoming Ice Lion King. The huge size difference and power gap made it almost impossible to move. Soon the packs of lions returned one by one, and they all caught a number of Crystal Deer. Aisha even caught 5 heads with soul snow. Of course, a good number of Crystal Deer fled to other territories. Chen Mo didn't bother with the escaping Crystal Deer, or rather he had deliberately let them go. He needs witnesses to spread the word about what happened to the Crystal Deer. Roar! Xiangba, you gather them together and watch over them. Chen Mo instructed the Frost Lion Xiangba, then took the little white mouse, opened the patrol mode. Look for the spirit of the region here. 2 hours later, a pale blue pillar of light rose from the snowy mountains. The nearby transcendent creatures didn't come over to join in the fun after seeing the pillar of light. After all, they had heard that terrifying lion's roar earlier. It's the Ice Lion King. Teaching Lion, early morning on day 6 of the self-discipline challenge. A mass of ice ghosts appeared on Snow Fox Mountain. Purring? Chief Bingley, we would like to seek refuge with Lord Bingley. Can you introduce us? Ice Ghost leader Karen opened his mouth and asked Iceglaze. End of chapter. Chapter 61, Subduing the Ice Ghost. Chapter 61, Subduing the Ice Ghost. The Ice Ghosts then came to Snow Fox Hill yesterday morning to take a sneak peek at the wave of. Finding that, true to form, the snow-treading foxes had remained as they were. Not even a single transcendent ice lion could be seen on Snow Fox Mountain. Then in the afternoon, they heard that the Crystal Deer had almost been wiped out. It ended very badly. The Crystal Deer leader tried to escape, but was still caught up by the Ice Lion King, and was directly seriously injured. So early this morning, the Ice Ghosts came forward to seek the blessing of the Ice Lion clan. Boing! Of course, come with me. Bingley laughed. So it took the Ice Ghost leader to the Lion King's mountain next to it. Slowly, he walked towards the Ice Lion cave at the top of the mountain. On the way up the mountain, Ice Ghost saw a lot of transcendent ice lions. It couldn't help but feel a little alarmed. These transcendent ice lions were very strong. There are 7 or 8 high transcendent ice lions alone. There was even a transcendent lioness among them that had touched the Lord's barrier. Beyond that, the Ice Ghost leader also saw a number of other transcendent races in the Ice Lion territory. The Black Panther, Snowflake Panther, and even the Ice Crystal Mouse were all very strong. In the previous great battle, the clans had left many corpses of transcendent creatures in Snow Fox Mountain. After digesting these transcendental flesh and blood in demon pills, the strength of the Ice Lion clan had naturally gained a huge boost. At this moment, Chen Mo was giving the cubs their morning 8 language lesson. The snow-treading fox leader did not interrupt until after Chen Mo finished his first lesson. Boing, King, the leader of the Ice Ghosts is here. Chen Mo nodded. He had seen it before. Not far away, a cloud of icy blue ghosts floated on the snow. The Ice Ghost looks somewhat similar to the Haruai doll, but the figure appears more ethereal and illusory. There was still a ghostly, eerie chill all around. Purr. Seeing the Lion King, Ice Ghost owed a slight bow and there was a frosty blue, heart-through ice silk floating in front of it. one end of which slowly floated towards the Ice Lion King. After receiving Chen Mo's permission, both spirits were linked. Good morning, Your Majesty the Lion King. The Ice Ghost leader snorted, its voice ethereal, but slightly shaky. Obviously facing the Ice Lion King directly, its heart was still quite apprehensive. Purring, I am Karen, the leader of the Ice Ghost clan. I have come to see you today. Is hoping to join the Ice Lion clan. Ice Ghost made his intentions clear. I hope Your Majesty will accept this ice-based spiritual power crystal. With that, it reached inside itself and took out a piece of blue ethereal light emanating from the apple-sized crystals. Ice crystal, large. It contains a lot of ice spiritual energy. When consumed or absorbed, it will give you a good boost of spiritual power. Looking at the large transcendent crystal that Ice Ghost pulled out, Chen Mo nodded. This Ice Ghost clan really knows its stuff. Roar! Roar! Welcome! As with the snow-treading fox, you may continue to reside in the Ghost Snow Mountain. This is an agreement of cooperation, so I'll let Chief Bingley speak to you. Chen Mo took out an agreement, and then pulled the Snow Fox leader into the group chat. This agreement was rushed out by Chen Mo, who stayed up all night yesterday. Party A, the Ice Lion King. Party B, the Ice Ghosts. Article 1, the ownership of the territory shall be vested in Party A, and the right to use the territory shall be vested in Party B. Article 2, we will protect the races in your territory. However, the sheltered races are required to pay a property fee once a year. Article 3, Party A will help Party B to find the spirit of the territory, but it must be refined by Party A. Article 4, the first second-order divine medicine appears in the area where Party B lives. It must be submitted to Party A. The second-order divine pills born afterward are divided equally between Party B and Party A's clan. Article 28. All interpretations are the property of the Ice Lion King. Boing. Ice Glaze began to explain the contents of the agreement to the Ice Ghost leader line by line. Because this agreement was written entirely in Chinese, it was like a heavenly book to Bingley. Chen Mo explained to Bingley for a long time last night, and Bingley memorized it for another night. The reason why I told the Snow Fox leader about the territory contract, it was purely because Chen Mo felt that there might be a lot of races that would come to submit next, and he didn't have the energy to give a lecture to every race. After hearing that, the Ice Ghost leader's brain was already dizzy. Something about ownership, usage, totally unintelligible. But it remembers two of them. The Ice Ghost clan may continue to live in their original territory and the Ice Lion clan may not interfere. The Ice Lion clan will shelter the Ice Ghost clan. Instantly, it felt that the agreement the Lion King had said was completely acceptable. Your Majesty the Lion King, among other things, can we keep the ice crystals in our territory for us? The Ice Ghost leader asked somewhat pathetically. The Ice Ghost, as a half-elemental, half-psychic transcendent being, their usual diet is certainly not plants, much less meat. Instead, it was a variety of stones that contain trace amounts of ice-based spiritual energy. The snowy mountain territory they now reside in has a mine that produces ice crystals. After the revival of the aura, transcendental crystals have been appearing in this mine from time to time. This transcendent crystal given to the Lion King is the largest one produced in recent times. Roar! As the first race to take the initiative to join the Ice Lion clan, I can grant your request. Chen Mo nodded. Honestly, in fact, if the Ice Ghost hadn't said anything, it wouldn't have known about the existence of this mine. It's true what the snow-treading fox leader said. The Ice Ghost is a rather stupid ahem. Transcendent beings with relatively simple minds. The ice spiritual power contained within the ice crystal stone was too little, and it was troublesome to mine, so its value was not high. It wouldn't hurt to give it up to these ice ghosts. Thank you, Your Majesty the Lion King. An excited look appeared on the Ice Ghost leader's face as he once again owed the Lion King a slight bow. It suddenly realized that the Ice Lion King seemed to be quite a peaceful beast. It's not as brutal as it's rumored to be. Roar! It's not too late. I'll help you find the spirit of the region first. After saying that, Chen Mo brought the Ice Crystal Mouse to the Ghost Snow Mountain, and once again opened the Mountain Patrol mode. Afternoon. Once again, Mouse is credited with successfully finding the spirit of the territory in Ice Ghost territory. After Chen Mo refined it, he had already collected 5 fragments of the spirit of territory. These 5 pieces of the spirit of the territory are connected to each other, and 3 of them can be pieced together in their entirety. The other 2 pieces, though unable to fuse with the others, magically levitated next to the 3 pieces of the spirit of the territory under the pull of some force. After refining the Ghost Snow Mountain's regional spirit, Chen Mo kept his promise and led the lions to leave. Return this territory to be inhabited by Ice Ghost. End of chapter. Chapter 62 Offerings from the 4 Clans, Request for Follow-up Reading. Chapter 62 Offerings from the 4 Clans, Request for Follow-up Reading. The night is getting thicker. On the snowy ground at the top of Lion King Mountain, Chen Mo is giving a group of young lions the evening 8. During the day, Chen Mo was simply too busy, and had to negotiate with the Ice Ghost clan again. Another search for the spirit of the territory. He simply didn't have time to complete the Teach the Lion self-discipline challenge, so had to move the class to the evening. It's a pain in the ass for the young lions. By the time the last class was over, the eyes of a dozen young lions were about to open. But in the way of the Lion King's majesty, they forced themselves to stay awake. The only one who was listening attentively, I'm afraid, was Luna, the little black panther. Being a rolled king panther, coupled with superb talent and enlightenment, it only took less than a month for it to completely master the lion language. Now that Chen Mo speaks Chinese, it has also gotten started and memorized no less than 100 Chinese characters. End of the last session. After Chen Mo announced the dismissal of the class, all the young lions dispersed in a flurry. At this time, under the illumination of the campfire, a snow-treading fox with snow-white fur slowly walked towards it. Boing! King, 4 more races have come over and want to discuss matters of territorial asylum with you. Bingley had already been there for a while, but didn't disturb the Lion King's lesson. Just waited quietly. Roar! Let them come! Boing! Soon, the leaders of 4 different transcendental creatures came before the Lion King. They are the Psychic Ice Moth, the One-Horned Frost Goat, the Frost Hound, and the Ice Air Elf. They're obviously pretty good with each other, too. After learning that the Ice Ghost clan had defected and kept their territory, they came together. Nah, Your Majesty the Lion King, we're just like the Ice Ghost clan. I want to join the Ice Lion clan. The Psychic Ice Moth was the first to speak. With that, he took out a ball of silk from his wings that emitted a glowing blue light. It was the Psychic Ice Silkworm silk, and there were roughly hundreds of them in this mass, so it was considered a very precious thing. The Psychic Ice Silk is actually very precious, belonging to the luxury goods of the Great Snow Mountain. Every beast Chen Mo has encountered before has had. It was only because he was in contact with the alpha beings of the transcendent beings. A tongling iceworm can only produce about 100 tongling iceworm silks from the time it is young to the time it turns into a cocoon and becomes a moth. It may seem like a lot, but Psychic Ice Silk is a consumable item, and once you break the link, it will be completely ineffective. Following the Psychic Ice Moth, the other 3 tribes also offered their own gifts. The Frost Goat clan offered a first-rank divine medicine, although Chen Mo's small garden was planted with dozens of first-order divine medicines. But looking at the Frost Sheep leader's rather carnal expression, it's clear that for it too, this is definitely something precious. The Frost Hound offered the demonic elixir of a high transcendent being. For the current Chen Mo it was also considered better than nothing. Instead, the Ice and Air Elf gift is 2 small ice elves, a man and a woman. Ice Air Elves were also elemental creatures, with an appearance somewhat similar to humans, but with more refined features. They have snow-white skin, are only 50 centimeters to 60 centimeters tall, and have 2 pairs of ice crystal wings on their backs. King, they can take care of you, the Ice Air Elf chief spoke. Possibly due to the success of Ice Ghost's defection, all 4 races prepared little gifts for the Lion King. It's like the ancient times when the vassal states offered gifts to the great powers. In response, Chen Mo naturally accepted it with pleasure. Roar! Chen Mo nodded. Those who are willing to come and defect are naturally friends. Those who are willing to prepare gifts are even better friends. And of these 4 transcendent races, there were 2 that he particularly valued. One of them was naturally the Psychic Ice Moths, and they were the maturation stage of the Psychic Ice Silkworms. Originally, Chen Mo thought that the Psychic Ice Silkworm clan was living a miserable life, having their silk taken by other beasts every day. But then from the Snow Fox leader Ice Glass Mouth he learned that the Psychic Ice Silkworm clan in the ancient times actually lived very moist. By selling ice silk, they not only maintain good relations with the vast majority of the races, a wide variety of resources have also been acquired from the clans. If he took it under his wing, Chen Mo would be able to monopolize such resources. There shouldn't be a very large stock of psychic silk amongst the other races. Once depleted it is difficult to communicate and cooperate with other races. As for the other type of transcendent creature that Chen Mo valued was the one-horned frost goat. Its degree of importance was even above that of the psychic iceworm. According to the snow-treading fox chief, this transcendent creature is an unapologetic clan of eaters. They mastered a special ability called small spirit rain technique. The effect is to gather spirits into rain and irrigate the spiritual plants, thus allowing them to grow faster. In the days before the great snowy mountains creatures were frozen en masse, the aura was depleted, and the spiritual grasses were almost nowhere to be found. And the one-horned frost sheep's lesser spiritual rain spell grants trace amounts of ice psionics to ordinary grass. The flavors are naturally more delicious. The one-horned frost goat is arguably the common best friend among all herbivorous transcendental creatures. Now that the aura has been revived, this ability of theirs can shine even more brightly. As long as the one-horned frost goat clan was subdued, the difficulty of subduing other herbivorous races could be said to be exponentially reduced. Moreover, Chen Mo now had quite a few seeds of first-order divine medicines in his hands, and their growth cycles were all too long. If the unicorn frost goat could speed up the ripening, it would mean that Chen Mo would have more and more divine medicines. Roar! Elder Bingley, speak to them about the specifics of the agreement. Chen Mo growled lowly. Boing! The snow-treading fox elder nodded and began to explain the contents of the agreement to the 4 chiefs one by one. Here. Bah! Woof! Sizzle dash! After hearing this, all 4 chiefs had somewhat confused expressions, but they still nodded. For the conditions proposed by the Lion King, they were actually acceptable. The only thing they were worried about now was whether or not the Lion King would turn his back on the beast. Once the Lion King completely refines the spirit of the region, then their stay or departure, or even life or death. It's all just a thought for the Lion King. In fact, there is absolutely no need for me to enter into these agreements with you, with my strength. I'm perfectly capable of forcibly occupying your territory, Chen Mo said calmly. The only reason I'm willing to communicate with you is that I don't want to see bloodshed. I want to see a big snowy mountain that is peaceful and grows together. Upon hearing this, the psychic ice moth and the other chiefs didn't say anything. This is something they naturally understand. Now the Ice Lion King had become the only Lord Realm existence in the Great Snow Mountain. Like the crystal deer before him, the Lion King conquered directly by force. They can't even put up a little resistance. Even if all the races united, it would be hard to stop the Lion King. The only possible threat to the Lion King now is the explosive cards of the clans. But one of these cards is less than one of these cards, and until the crisis of the survival of the race, the chiefs are not going to use it. In fact, by coming here, they have already made their choice. End of chapter. Chapter 63, Testimonials on the Shelf. Chapter 63, Testimonials on the Shelf. Brothers, there are too many big brothers in the same period, and the resurrection match failed. Shelves go up tomorrow at 12 noon. Ask for a first order of support. It did hit the shelves a little early at 135,000 words haha, but because of grades, I'm afraid if it doesn't hit the shelves now, it's going to be hard to hit the shelves next. Let's kowtow to the righteous fathers first. Ors. I'm going to start a readers group, where I'm going to give out red envelopes on a regular basis. It's a way to make up for this extra money you've all spent for me, and I welcome suggestions and ideas for authors. I love crowdfunding my books. Group link book blog, and at the end of each chapter, there's actually a lot I want to say, and I want to sell it, but after thinking about it, I'll pass. Accomplishments are written on their own, and you can't ask for them. There's time to write these. Might as well code an extra chapter. Thanks again for sticking around to catch up every day during the new book, or for enjoying raising the book, but still help out the righteous fathers who order catch-up reading every day. Your support is what keeps me motivated to keep writing. It's what made the book possible for good. Let's finish with a few updates for the shelves. Update tomorrow at 12 o'clock with 5 chapters of 10,000 words, and try to get 3 chapters a day at 6K for the rest of the day. It's not much different from a budding author because it's the first time I've tried the subject of Fey literature. I write extremely slowly, often 4 hours to hold 200 words, plus it takes a lot more time to change the text, but now we're full-time. After all, there's plenty of time, and 600 words a day should still be doable with some effort. Put a little more pressure on myself to add 10 more chapters if the first booking gets to 500. Write it in a week. I'm begging for a wave of first orders, and I have no words to thank you. Ors. End of chapter. Chapter 64, Catalyzing the Divine Medicine, Seeking First Order. Chapter 64, Catalyzing the Divine Medicine, Seeking First Order. In the end, the psychic ice moth leader was the first to speak, expressing his willingness to join the Ice Lion clan. The other 3 clans then naturally agreed to the agreement. Ho! You guys go back first. Next I will help you find the spirit of the territory in order. Chen Mo said calmly. Roar! Chief One-Horned Frost Goat, come with me. Blay? The leader of the One-Horned Frost Goats looked over at the Lion King, his eyes a little nervous, and slowly followed. Like the student who gets detention from the teacher after school. It wondered what the Lion King was going to do by leaving it alone. You don't want to eat it, do you? It couldn't help but wince a little at the thought. Well, soon enough, the Lion King spoke up. Howl, I've heard that your clan has mastered an ability called the Lesser Spirit Rain Technique, having the power to catalyze spiritual plants. Can you show me? Bah! The One-Horned Frost Goat leader nodded, his apprehensive heart breathing a slight sigh of relief. Turns out it's just about your ability, not about yourself. Roar! Follow me. With that, Chen Mo led the One-Horned Frost Goat leader to his own small garden. Feeling the aura of divine medicines buried beneath the soil, the One-Horned Frost Goat was slightly lost in thought. Surprisingly, All the seeds or seedlings of divine medicines were planted on this land. I didn't realize that the Ice Lion King had actually collected so many divine medicines. Roar! There are a dozen or so divine medicines here. See if you can catalyze them? Bah! The one-horned frost goat nodded, indicating that he could give it a try. It was slightly nervous inside. This is the first time it has tried to catalyze a miracle drug. I don't know if it will work either. In the era it lived in, aura was extremely scarce, not to mention divine medicines. Even spiritual plants that contained a bit of aura were very rare. Just after the Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm descended, although many strains of divine medicines were born within the Great Snowy Mountain, but these days they were too busy searching for the spirit of the region to have time to study this. The only medicine found was also used as a gift to the Lion King. In the next second, Chen Mo saw the unicorn horn above the head of the one-horned frost goat leader emitting a glowing blue light. Phew! A breeze blew by, and then the surrounding ice spiritual energy magically converged together. A rain of aura rained down on top of the smoothie fruit. So this is the little spirit rain technique. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo was puzzled and his eyes looked towards the smoothie fruit seeds buried in the soil. The seeds of the smoothie fruit do not undergo any noticeable change, but by observation it can be noticed that the ripening cycle of the smoothie fruit was shortened from 194 days to 189 days. It's a direct reduction of 5 days. Chen Mo excitedly looked at the one-horned frost goat leader in front of him as if he had discovered a treasure. Very well, one-horned frost goat chief. Later, when the Ice Lion Kingdom is established, you're the first Minister of Agriculture. Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart. Looking at the Lion King's bare eyes, the one-horned frost goat leader was scared again. Bleh? It's not like the Lion King won't try to eat me because the catalytic effect is so bad, is it? With that thought, it took 2 steps back in some fear. Howl, can you catalyze it again? Chen Mo asked. Bah, King. The effect of little spirit rain can only take effect on the same plant once in 2 days. Hearing the Lion King's soft tone, the frost goat leader only slightly lowered his heart again. It opened its mouth to explain, but still released the small spirit rain technique again. The rain of aura that was unobservable to the naked eye once again rained down on the smoothie fruit seed. Sure enough, the maturation cycle of the smoothie fruit seed didn't change much this time. It seems that in a short period of time, continuous catalyzing will not accelerate the growth of the smoothie fruit again. But Chen Mo was already very satisfied. Roar! Frost sheep leader, catalyze the other seeds too. He moved closer to the frost goat leader and said slowly. Bah! The frost wolf chief's head was surging with spiritual energy like a unicorn horn. Then the spiritual rain pattered down again. The little spiritual rain technique is not only useful for sacred medicines, but also has a good effect on transcendental plants. When the spiritual rain falls, Chen Mo saw that the pale blue devil vine that he had previously raised was actually dancing happily. After absorbing the spiritual rain, the pale blue devil vine grew 3 centimeters in size. There was also a slight increase in spiritual energy in the body. Ho! From now on, you'll come and water every 2 days as payment. 1/10 of the planted pills and some of the pill seeds will be given to you. Chen Mo promised. Bah! The frost goat leader's eyes glowed. Come and unleash a couple dozen little spiritual rain spells a day. 10% of the harvest to it. It's already a very good paycheck. What's more is that it can also obtain a lot of divine medicine seeds. As a bleat who loved to plant, the thought of immediately obtaining so many seeds of divine medicine, it then feels very happy. Teaching Lion, Challenge Day 7. In the Lion King's classroom, with the exception of the King of the Rolls, Panther Jr., who was concentrating on the lesson. The other lion cubs had drifted off to sleep. When Chen Mo opened the class on the first day, there were indeed many lions who came to the class. They had thought that His Majesty the Lion King would teach them how to become stronger and how to exercise. As it turned out, they didn't expect the Lion King to teach them human language. Chinese is one of the most difficult human languages to learn. It was indeed still too difficult for these lions who had just awakened their transcendence and opened their spiritual intelligence. So when Chen Mo attended class the next day, there were already very few lions who came to the class. Seeing as there aren't enough lions to listen to the lesson, Chen Mo had to force each family of lions to have a lion to listen to the lesson. So the lionesses unanimously went and chose to have their children attend the class. Roar! When the last session of the day's Lions mini-class ended, Chen Mo saw that the progress bar of Teach the Lion on the self-discipline panel had reached 100%. Teaching Lion, the self-discipline challenge has been completed. Is the title equipped? After choosing yes with his mind, Chen Mo couldn't wait to test the effect. Teaching Lion, the effect of this title is, in all probability, related to lessons. And so, classes dragged on a little bit today, Chen Mo calmly said. Ow. The young lions couldn't help but grunt in their hearts. But facing the Lion King, they have to get their attitude right and act like I love to learn. Howl. These two words mean divine medicine. It is also a transcendental resource for which all races compete. Chen Mo wrote 2 words on the snow. The Chinese he teaches are all words that the lions may use later. Ow. This time, however, the young lions who were originally wandering around because they couldn't understand, however, had a thoughtful expression on their faces. They seemed to memorize the strokes of the 2 words and understand what they represent. Chen Mo spoke a few more words and had roughly figured out the effect of teach the lion. The listener will be more receptive when he or she is imparting knowledge to other creatures. For example, when teaching Chinese to the lion cubs, the Chinese characters that they couldn't memorize for days. Now it takes only a few minutes to memorize and understand the meaning of these characters. On top of that, one's memory seems to have improved slightly. End of chapter. Chapter 65, Planting Lions, Request for First Order. Chapter 65, Planting Lions, Request for First Order. As a title that favored the developmental direction, Chen Mo was already very satisfied with the effect of teach the lion. What's more, this seems to help the Ice Lion Kingdom in the future with linguistic unification. Transcendent beings, even after awakening and giving birth to spiritual intelligence, can only communicate with their fellow beings on a daily basis. Slightly more complex exchanges are unintelligible, and between different transcendental races, it's even more important to communicate with the help of psychic iceworm silk. Very inconvenient. The number of psychic ice silkworm silk wasn't much, far from enough to be used by every beast. He will later, if he can unite the great snowy mountains and establish the kingdom of the lion, without a single, unified language. It's too much of a hassle for the tribes to communicate. Chen Mo intends to build a school when the time is almost right. Then we'll have all the clans in the territory come to school to get their Chinese learned so they can at least communicate in writing. But that's all very much behind us. Right now, the most important thing was to control as many regional spirits as possible and occupy the territory of the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm. Then grab the first second order divine pill. Thinking more about it was not beneficial. Chen Mo began to think about the next self-regulation challenge he chose. This newly refreshed self-regulation challenge is interesting. Seeded ground lion, green. 5 acres of land were cultivated every day and 100 seeds were sown for 30 days. After 30 days, 500 mature plants were successfully grown. This is not the most needed battle self-regulation challenge for Chen Mo at the moment though. However, Chen Mo felt that the title of Plantation Lion might be of great help to the improvement of his own strength, as well as the long-term development of the lion group. Chen Mo guessed that the effect of the land planting lion might be to make him a land planting master. Perhaps it would better help him cultivate the divine medicine. Also, sharing it with the Frost Sheep Chieftain is a good option. It's clearly a better choice than build a lion. With little hesitation, Chen Mo chose planting lion. Immediately afterward, he began to think about how he should accomplish the self-discipline challenge. He prepares super self-discipline card, so he needs to clear 10 acres of land every day, sow 200 seeds for 15 days, and you have to harvest 500 mature plants after 15 days. For him now, tilling 10 acres a day is not a difficult task. Just hang in there. But the problem is that it's not easy to successfully grow 500 mature plants in 15 days. It is essential to choose a plant that is suitable for extremely cold environments and has a very short maturation cycle to be able to do so. Chen Mo then came to the territory of the Icehorn Frost Sheep. Prepare to seek the help of the future Minister of Agriculture of the Kingdom of Ice Lion. Professional problems should of course be sought out by professionals. Bah! Seeing the figure of the Lion King, the Frost Goat Chief was quite apprehensive. Handing out the psychic ice silk that, somewhat nervously, he asked, Blay, King, are you here to help us find the spirit of the territory? Ho! Already looking. Chen Mo nodded his head. Regarding the spirit of the region, he had already asked the Ice Crystal Mouse and the Lion Sister to help look for it. The Transcendent Lion Pack and the Snow-Treading Fox Clan were also sent to the Snowy Mountain where the psychic ice silkworms were located to help in the search. He just has to take care of the refining. Howl. I've come to see you about one more thing. Chief Frost Goat, do you have any seeds here that mature in 15 days and are suitable for extremely cold environments? Chen Mo asked the Frost Goat leader. Blay? The Frost Goat leader looked confused, then nodded. Then he led Chen Mo to the top of the snow-covered meadow. Halfway up the mountain, a head of Icehorn Frost Sheep was releasing small spiritual rain arts on a variety of spiritual grasses and flowers. This was the place where the Icehorn Frost Sheep planted their grass. Every Icehorn Frost Sheep is a little grower. After confirming their defection to the Ice Lion clan yesterday, they stopped searching for the spirit of the region. Instead, he started his old business, farming and selling vegetables. The Icehorn Frost Goat led Chen Mo to the cave where he lived. Outside the cave was a piece of land that had already been reclaimed, planting a variety of spiritual plants in different blocks, many of which had now sprouted seedlings. Blah, King, this plant called Iceplant should fulfill your request, Blay. The ice-horned frost goat pointed with its hoof to a patch of plants planted in the corner. Its appearance is somewhat similar to that of an ordinary chard. It was only the color of the leaves and leaf veins that were frosty blue, and it contained an extremely trace amount of ice spiritual energy. Blah, even without using the lesser spiritual rain technique, in a place where the aura is thick. It also only takes about 5 days to mature. Roar. Then give me 400 seeds of iceberg lettuce first. I'll bring them back and try them out. Bleh. Chief Young froze. The Ice Lion King wants these seeds because he wants to go back and plant them himself? The Lion King grows vegetables. And the picture is simply beautiful. Bah, King, please wait. So many iceberg lettuce seeds that it couldn't get them out for a while. These iceberg lettuces are also grown purely for their flavor. But it's not a big problem. It can be ripened using the small spirit rain technique. After irrigating spiritual vegetables like this one, which has a very short growth cycle, with spiritual rain, it takes only an hour to go from seed stage to germination to flowering. Spiritual chi gathered, and spiritual rain rained down on them. Immediately thereafter the iceberg lettuce on the vegetable patch began to start growing at a very exaggerated rate. The leaves of iceberg lettuce, which were only seedlings, grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. The iceberg lettuce, which was already in the growing stage, is stretching its leaves and entering the flowering stage. Bah! The frost sheep leader in turn releases an icy wind to pollinate these ice cauliflowers with sheep labor. After another 10 minutes, the ice cauliflower was thoroughly ripe and an icy blue pod-like fruit grows, and inside the pod is a dark blue iceberg lettuce seed. Bah! After removing these seeds, the frost goat chief began to catalyze them again, until the spiritual energy within the ice elixir is exhausted. It was only barely able to catalyze the 400 seeds that the Ice Lion King needed. Chen Mo nodded. Howl. I'll take these first. Frost goat leader, can I learn the lesser spirit rain technique? Watching the ice vegetables grow meaty after the frost goat leader released the small spirit rain spell, Chen Mo had some eye candy. Blah, King, that's a little hard to do. In his heart, the frost goat chief naturally felt that Chen Mo was unable to grasp it. If the little spirit rain technique was so easy to learn, every beast in the Great Snow Mountain would be able to grow vegetables. This was a unique talent of their frost goat clan. Of course, facing the Lion King, of course it didn't dare to say that. Just silently, he took a piece of bark from the stone wall next to him, and on top of the bark were 6 frosty blue symbols. It was a piece of inherited bark that had recorded the law. Bah! On the bark of the tree was the great spiritual rain technique, a more advanced technique than the small spiritual rain technique. It was also the legacy that the Frost Sheep King left to the one-horned Frost Sheep clan before he left for the rival worlds, but only after advancing to Lord. Can they be sensed? Ho! I'll try it, and if it doesn't work, I'll return it. Chen Mo also didn't expect the Frost Goat Chief to be generous and directly gifted the inherited law to it. Bah! End of chapter. Chapter 66, The Stinking Lion Army, 3 shifts. Chapter 66, The Stinking Lion Army, 3 shifts. Roar. At that moment, a lion's roar came from not too far away, and Aisha walked slowly. King, we found it. The ice crystal mouse on Aisha's back let out an excited yelp. In its hand it held a crystal shard that emitted a blue ethereal light. It is the spirit of the region of Frost Goat Mountain. Seeing the spirit of the region held in the ice crystal mouse's hand, the Frost Goat Chief was slightly emotional. The spirit of the territory, which they have searched for so many days without finding. The unassuming mouse in front of me was actually found in just 2 hours. The Ice Lion clan can really have a lot of beast talents. Roar. Nice. Chen Mo nodded and then began to refine it. 15 minutes later, the pillar of light blue light slowly dissipates, symbolizing that the snowy mountain has an owner. Chen Mo's transcendent rank had also come to the Lord Realm once again. He then injected his spiritual energy into the bark where the great spiritual rain technique was recorded. As before, the spiritual energy within the ice elixir was pulled by some magical force that it began to surge on its own, slowly outlining 6 spirit symbols. Chen Mo desperately tried to memorize the feeling of spiritual energy surging and these 6 characters. Unfortunately, it's the same as before. When he tried it on his own, it was a waste of time. Not even the first character had coalesced in its entirety. Brain, I learned. Hand, no, you don't. Chen Mo was not in a hurry. Equipped with the Teaching Lion title, he felt that his enlightenment had also increased. You can always learn it if you practice it a few hundred times. If 100 times doesn't work, then 1,000 times. After leaving Frost Goat Mountain, Chen Mo did not return to Lion King Mountain. Instead, they came to the snowy plains next to the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm. There isn't that much land on Lion King Mountain suitable for cultivation, and 10 acres a day of cultivation. Still the meadow is a bit more suitable. Boom! Right now Chen Mo's power was frighteningly strong, like a giant bulldozer, storming through the snow. In just 1 hour, He had finished trenching 10 acres of land. He then sowed 200 iceberg lettuce seeds in order and watered them. I have to say that planting the seeds and then waiting for them to germinate is quite a process to look forward to. Maybe that's the joy of farming. After letting the 2 transcendent ice lions guard the ice vegetable field, Chen-mo returned to Lion King Mountain. Another transcendent race has come to defect. Frost Crane. A transcendent bird with a wingspan of over 3 meters and snow-white feathers. Chen-mo naturally welcomed them. Although the Frost Crane clan's combat power wasn't very strong, their speed was amazing. It can also fly with heavy loads on its back. It's great for scouting, transportation, or combat. It stands to reason that the Frost Crane, with its ability to fly and its extraordinary speed, after finding the spirit of the region and also not being afraid to snatch it, there was no need to rely on the Ice Lion clan. Nay, the Frost Crane clan were all picky eaters, and if it wasn't fresh spiritual plants, they would rather choose not to eat them. When the Frost Goat clan defected to the Ice Lion clan, and then all the spiritual plants were no longer sold to the outside world, the Frost Crane clan decisively chose to defect to the Ice Lion clan. Since then, the Ice Lion clan was considered to finally have an air force. Seated Lion, Day 2. Chen-mo called Xiongba over early in the morning. Today was the last day of the Xiongba, Tyrannical Eating Lion, challenge. Roar, King, you're looking for me? Roar, you're doing well these days. Eat this frost wolf. You will gain superhuman abilities. Chen-mo growled lowly and placed a frozen frost wolf corpse in front of Xiongba. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiongba directly wolfed down the entirety of this frost wolf. Halfway through eating it, he suddenly felt his body gain some sort of reinforcement. The frost wolf meat in his abdomen was quickly digested, turning into a burst of warmth that continuously strengthened his body. The leaps of the heart became more powerful, and the strength that surged through the limbs became more abundant. Roar, King, thank you for your gift. Xiongba will always serve you. Feeling the changes within his body, Xiongba was pleasantly surprised. It's the trust that His Majesty the Lion King has placed in him. Its efforts are finally recognized by the Lion King. Roar, go ahead. Next 20 bottles of milk a day. And these, after 7 days of use, you will gain another ability. After Xiongba completed the Overeating Lion, a self-discipline challenge, Chen-mo shared Stinking Fart Lion with it again. It must be said that Stinky Lion can be extremely effective in real combat. It's just a little bit of a pushover. Before, in order to stay alive, he had no choice. In the future, it's better to leave the use of this kind of biochemical weapon to Xiongba. If the number of sub-sharing places becomes larger in the future, Chen-mo was even prepared to establish a legion of stinky lions. Roar, King, thank you. Xiongba had been moved numb inside. I didn't realize that His Majesty had rewarded himself twice in a row. You must work harder yourself next. For the next few days, Chen-mo lived a very disciplined life. Every morning, when I get up, I start frantically clearing the land, then planting, watering, and gathering ice aura. Although it doesn't rain auras, but manipulating the aura in an area was still possible. It also slightly speeds up the growth of the spirit plant. After completing the self-regulation of farming, he then took the ice rats to the home of the subjugated race in search of the spirit of the land. Mouse has advanced to high transcendence. Together with the uninterrupted use of transcendent perception, during this time, the proficiency level was about to be brushed up. Nowadays, it often takes less than half a day to find an area of the spirit of the territory. For refining at least one spirit of the region every day, Chen-mo didn't need to deliberately complete the Lord Lion, a self-discipline challenge these days. Meanwhile, every day, a new race of aborigines found their way to Chen-mo, expressing his willingness to submit to the Lion King. The vast majority of them were herbivorous transcendental creatures. Compared to flesh-eating transcendent creatures, their combat power was naturally weaker. Not to mention that the spirit of the region had not been found. Even if it had been found, it would most likely be plundered. Coupled with the fact that these days the treading snow fox, frost sheep, and other races trumpeted the existence of the Ice Lion King. What if they surrendered to the Lion King? They could keep their original territories. And what if the Ice Lion King would shelter them? What? If you join the Ice Lion clan, you can enjoy delicious herbs every day. It can be very well publicized. Many herbivorous transcendental creatures without much ambition or fear were naturally moved. Snowstorm horse, holly brute, snow hedgehog. Batch after batch of transcendent beings came to the Lion King's mountain with gifts, requesting an audience with the Lion King. After roughly understanding the agreement, they have chosen to join the Ice Lion clan. Chen-mo said that there are too many submissive communities. There was even a queue to get him to help find the spirit of the region now. The ice crystal mouse was also tired and numb, coming out early and returning late every day. Enjoyed a wave of 007. I'm so tired. Only a variety of transcendental flesh and blood and miraculous medicines can soothe Mouse's weary heart. End of chapter. Chapter 67 Food Crisis, 4 Shifts. Chapter 67 Food Crisis, 4 Shifts. Seated Lion, Day 6. In 4 days' time, Chen Mo refined another 8 pieces of the Spirit of Territory. There were a total of 64 snowy mountains in the Great Snowy Mountain Mysterious Realm, and now the Ice Lion clan occupied 14 of them. Of course, apart from the great expansion of the Ice Lion clan, in the past few days, other regions of the Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm also had blue pillars of light running through the sky one after another. The other transcendent races have also found the spirits of the territories in their territories one after another, gained their own respite. Most of them are beastly types of transcendental creatures, like that winter saber-toothed tiger from before, who grabbed 3 pieces of the spirit of the territory, one after the other. Perched in the northwestern corner of the Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm, there was also a snow mastiff, which likewise occupied 3 snowy mountains. There was also a white ape that grabbed 2 snowy mountains. It is said that all these races used an undercurrent similar to the king's blood to advance to the rank of lord. When they were fighting for they, bursting out with strength that crushed the beasts, because Chen Mo wanted to help his dependents refine the spirit of the region. There wasn't much time to grab these spirits of the region. Of course, if a beast is refining the spirit of the territory in a nearby area, he's definitely still going to go over and take a look. Grab it if you can, but if you can't, just wait and see what happens. One of them was a piece of the spirit of the region, which Chen Mo had snatched from the Icewing Queen Bee. In addition, it is worth mentioning, native transcendental beings awakened on the African savanna, after being viciously bullied by the Aborigines, formed an organization similar to the Outlander Alliance. The leader was the high transcendent ice-tusked mammoth that Chen Mo had previously spared. With a strong physique, its combat power was not inferior to some alpha-level transcendents on the Great Snow Mountain. Ice-tusked mammoths led their herds and other supernatural beings to expel all the natives from a snowy mountain, and they learned about the existence of the spirit of the land from the natives. By virtue of the many beasts, they soon found the spirit of the region on the snowy mountain. The ice-tusked mammoth refined it. The snowy mountain has also become the home base of the local transcendental creatures, attracting countless transcendental creatures that come to the secret realm of the Great Snowy Mountain to gather here. There was no shortage of high transcendent existences among them. For example, the Alliance's deputy leader was an ice tree demon that was over 30 meters tall and could move slowly. Seated Ground Lion, Day 7. Chen Mo ran all the way to the 50-acre farm at the foot of the mountain in the morning. A new day begins with self-discipline. I came to the farmland only to find that those first plantings of iceberg lettuce had already bloomed. Looked at the self-regulation challenge. Successful cultivation of 500 plants. 1390/500. It seems that iceberg lettuce is considered mature at this stage of growth. The first 200 iceberg lettuce seeds planted survived for over 390 plants. Survival rates are pretty good. At this pace, if things go well, the second condition of planting lion will be completed the day after tomorrow. Next, just keep tilling the ground and planting vegetables every day. Seated Ground Lion, Day 12. As the Great Snowy Mountain Mysterious Realm officially descended, the concentration of spiritual energy in the nearby area also grew higher and higher. Compared to the time when the Snowy Mountain vision first appeared, the concentration of spiritual energy in the area around the Great Snow Mountain had now doubled. The rise in aura concentration caused the cities and the transcendental creatures that appeared in the wild to become more and more numerous. Rats, cockroaches, bugs. These once insignificant creatures are now the most terrifying of all. Although these creatures were still weak even after their awakening, it belonged to the most trashy existence of C-class transcendent beings. But it can't be helped by the sheer numbers. Millions of rats and cockroaches have mutated. They turned into black torrents, and the cities they passed through were turned into a dead silence. In just 3 weeks since the Great Snowy Mountains descended, hundreds of millions of people have died across Africa. This catastrophe surpasses all previous catastrophes faced by mankind. The remaining human shrinks can only huddle in shelters or strongholds guarded by awakened ones. Many cities in Tanzania have also been hit by rat and bird tides, killing and injuring many. Because most of the Tanzania military's forces were in the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm, there was no way to support them. Many cities have been completely reduced to a paradise for transcendental creatures. The military sends out a lot of rescue squads. Another portion of the population was taken to migrate to the Dazetsuzen and the area around the Dazetsuzen. Those who had previously settled down in the Great Snow Mountain had naturally heard the news outside. They are incredibly glad they chose to trust the military. And while celebrating, they are worried about the future. In this day and age, mankind, is there a future? Chen Mo naturally didn't have the time to pay attention to the human world's situation. These days, he lives each day with extreme self-discipline, farming in the morning, practicing the great spiritual rain technique, Xian Ice Claw method, In the afternoon, he took Mouse to refine the core of the area while expanding his territory. More and more indigenous people are choosing to join the ice lions. There are now 24 races in the lion territory. There are 18 herbivorous transcendental creatures and 2 elemental transcendental creatures. There are 4 carnivorous transcendental creatures, the frost hound and the snow treader fox, snow leopard and also frostblade cat. While his power was rapidly expanding, Chen Mo naturally discovered quite a few problems. First and foremost is the food crisis. Whether it's the transcendent ice lion, or the other 4 carnivorous transcendent creatures, every day, you need to acquire a large amount of transcendent flesh and blood to ensure your growth and development. And no other creatures existed inside the Great Snow Mountain except for the transcendental creatures that were frozen. Chen Mo naturally wouldn't let the races kill each other. Not to mention that those vegetarian transcendent creatures were not strong in battle, but they were more valuable to Chen Mo. These days, these carnivorous transcendent creatures all travel to the grasslands near the Great Snow Mountain mystic realm to hunt, and after this half-month of trapping, most of the transcendental creatures in the area around the snowy mountains had already been hunted. Though with the current trend, it's holding up for almost another 15 days, but once no food could be found in the nearby grasslands, these carnivorous familiars would have to travel to more distant regions if they wanted to hunt. This takes a long time to go back and forth. If a war breaks out between the lions, they can't be the first to arrive. It's time to build ranches and develop farming in a big way. Chen Mo couldn't help but think, this seems to be the optimal solution for the current situation. And the difficulty with this method is the cultivation of transcendental creatures, which involves breeding science. Roar! Chen Mo sighed. If only I could brush myself with another, farming lion, phrase. How to develop the farming industry. Chen Mo thought about it for a while and came up with 2 main directions. The first direction is selection, picking relatively docile and incredibly fast-growing. The organisms that reproduce quickly are bred. You can start by setting up 2 test pastures and getting a few creatures to try. The other direction is to plant spiritual herbs that possess special effects, like being able to speed up the rate at which ordinary creatures reproduce, or make those creatures grow up quickly after eating them. Growing meat fast. The effect is similar to hormones in the human world, but non-toxic and harmless. End of chapter. Chapter 68, A Plea for Help from the Humans, 10,000 words and 5 shifts. Chapter 68, A Plea for Help from the Humans, 10,000 words and 5 shifts. After confirming the direction, Chen Mo called for the snow-treading fox chief and the frost goat chief. Breeding of animals suitable for breeding and matters relating to the establishment of experimental farms. Chen Mo was prepared to let the treading snow fox clan take charge. After all, currently among all of Chen Mo's dependents, the treading snow fox clan was considered to be smart. Your Majesty, what do you want with me? Bingli bowed her head and asked respectfully. Bingli, I'm going to establish a few ranches and develop the farming industry. Chen Mo opened his mouth. Boing, Your Majesty, I do have some experience in this area. The snow-treading fox leader revealed a hint of a smile and said, in our time, my people and I farmed a semi-transcendent creature called a snow spirit rabbit. The snow-treading fox lived in the age of the end, where the aura was depleted and ordinary mortals were unable to awaken transcendence at all. And most of the living transcendent beings are descended from kings, and the Great Snow Mountain stipulates that king ethnicities are not allowed to abuse each other. In this situation, it could be difficult to eat transcendent flesh and blood. So treading snow fox found a lot of female rabbits of the mortal species, and then coerced a snow spirit rabbit. Put him in a cave every day with those female rabbits for mating. Thanks to the efforts of this snow spirit rabbit, these females later gave birth to a batch of semi-transcendent snow spirit rabbits. This batch of snow spirit rabbits had not awakened their spiritual intelligence, but their blood and flesh contained ice spiritual power. The main thing is that it tastes really good. This successfully solves the problem of transcendental flesh and blood. Then the matter is in your hands. You can go to the human world or the grasslands to catch some transcendental livestock suitable for captivity and try to breed them. Chen Ma nodded. He originally let the snow-treading fox clan do the farming purely because they were smarter. I didn't realize that there was actually farming experience. So naturally that's great. Boing! King, the snow-treading fox clan will not let you down. Try to find domestic animals that breed or grow at an alarming rate for breeding. It doesn't matter if it's a transcendental being or not. Chen Mo reminded again. With the current concentration of aura, even an ordinary mortal species, after eating spiritual herbs for a period of time, it can also quickly and automatically grow into a transcendent being. Afterward, Chen Mo's gaze went back to the frost sheep leader next to him. Howl, frost sheep leader, did you know you can make livestock grow faster? Or plants that enhance their reproduction rate? Bah, king, if it's used for breeding livestock, iceweed might be able to satisfy your needs. The frost goat leader thought for a moment and replied. It then took a seed from the seed ice jar it carried and began to catalyze it on the spot. With the watering of the spiritual rain, the seeds broke through the buds and grew rapidly. Not long after, a spiritual grass similar to the dog's tail grass appeared in front of Chenmo's eyes. This spiritual plant called ice grass had an extremely strong vitality, and could survive with just a little bit of ice spiritual energy. In their era of aura depletion, this was the only spiritual plant that could still be seen on the Great Snow Mountain. Blah! This grass is very easy to digest because of its low ice spirit energy content. Vegetarian creatures can eat about 30% of their own body weight in snowgrass a day. Like me, I can eat over 200 kilograms a day. In order to show the easily absorbed characteristics of ice weed, the frost goat leader directly used himself as an example. In their time, this used to be a favorite of the frost sheep chieftains. Of course, the frost sheep, which had planted many precious spiritual plants now, no longer ate snowgrass. The difference between a mountain of food and a course meal, king, and this spirit grass grows extremely fast. If you catalyze it using the small spirit rain technique, it only takes 10 minutes to mature. Chief Frost Goat continued to explain. Chenma nodded. Roar! Then plant this ice grass on the ranch first. Also, you try to cultivate spiritual plants that can speed up the fertilization and reproduction of chickens, ducks, pigs and goats. Blah, good blah. Although the spirit plant that the Ice Lion King had asked it to cultivate was very strange, but the Frost Sheep leader answered anyway. Ho! Also, in addition to the ranch, I'm also going to open up 2 more experimental farms in the grasslands under the snowy mountains to grow various spiritual plants. Chief Frost Goat, you will be in charge of the construction of the farms. The land on the Great Snow Mountains suitable for the growth of spiritual plants was ultimately limited, and now, relying solely on the production value of Frost Goat Mountain, it was getting close to being impossible to supply so many herbivorous transcendental creatures. In addition to pastures, farms need to be established along with them, and the farm is adjacent to the ranch, which makes it a lot easier too. At that moment, a crisp wind chime came from outside the ice cave. Several trumpet flower-like spirit plants swayed gently. This is the doorbell of the spirit plant that Chun Mo asked Ice Ghost to install for himself. Luna, a small black panther, flew in. Roar! Father, a human wants to see you. Ho! Bring him in. Soon a young black officer in a light green uniform with an inch head walked in. It was Karam's second sighting of the Ice Lion King after half a month. Compared to before, the Ice Lion King had become even larger in size. The aura that flowed from his body did not allow one to rise a single thought of confronting him. It's gotten stronger. Your Majesty the Lion King, it is a pleasure to see you again. Karam bowed his head in respect. At that moment, the Ice Air Pixie beside the Ice Lion King waved its wings and passed the other end of the psychic ice silk to Karam. Ho! State where you're coming from. Chenmo's ice blue lion eyes looked at Karam. Lion King, I have come to ask for your help on behalf of Snow City. I hope you can take in some of the humans. These days, the survivors of Tanzania have built the beginnings of a city on Snow Mountain 3, calling it Snow City. Karam spoke up and then began to explain the cause. These days, because of the intensification of the aura recovery, the rat tide, the beast tide broke out one after another. The city outside is becoming extremely dangerous. Many of the survivors fled to take refuge in Big Snow Mountain number 3. In the beginning, the shortage of 3 big snowy mountains naturally welcomed these people, but as more and more people fled to the Big Snowy Mountain of No. 3, it is now well over the upper limit of the population living in the Great Snowy Mountains. Food, management, resources, violence, all kinds of problems have arisen. Of course, the most important thing is the food. The food previously carried was soon consumed, and there is no way to feed that many people in the Big Snowy Mountains of number 3 right now. The Tanzania military ultimately chose to close off the Great Snowy Mountains and only go out and not in, but they couldn't bear to give up on the growing number of people who came to escape. After thinking about it, I decided to ask the Ice Lion King, a former ally, would you like to help them relieve the population pressure? After all, the Lion King has occupied so much territory in the Great Snow Mountain. A little freeing up of an area would allow many to survive. For this reason, even if they are made to hemorrhage a wave, they are willing to do so. In exchange, we can provide you with a batch of demon pills from transcendent creatures. Karam opened his backpack, and inside were 5 high transcendent demon pills. End of chapter. Chapter 69 Threats from the Sea. Chapter 69 Threats from the Sea. Roar! I can take in some of the humans, but these humans will henceforth be part of the Ice Lion clan, and the candidate will be chosen by me. Chun Mo said slowly. He did have the idea of raising a human team in mind. First of all, humans can do a lot of things that transcendent beings can't do, like statistics, planning, management, infrastructure. Secondly, The abilities they possess after awakening are much more varied. Some abilities may have unexpected effects, and the 2 test ranches and 2 test farms that he's preparing to build. Humans are also capable of performing basic and menial tasks, like sowing, harvesting, feeding, so that the rest of his transcendental dependents can do the catalyzing, plowing the land and such more jobs that require superhuman strength. This is something I need to go back and ask the city lord and vice city lord for their opinions. If it goes well, I'll bring someone over in a little while, and you'll choose them yourself. Karam spoke up. Chen Mo nodded and then asked, Howl, how's your ranching and farming going now? In order to obtain a steady supply of food, human beings are bound to develop agriculture and pastoralism. He wanted to see the progress of the development next door. In agriculture, it's fair to say there's been no progress at all. Karam sighed. The temperatures were so low in the Great Snowy Mountains that almost none of the plant seeds they had brought with them had survived. And the growth cycle of spiritual plants is too long, and most of them are not suitable for human consumption. They have not yet found a variety suitable for growing in the snowy mountain environment. The farming side of things has been productive. When the humans in Region 3 made their migration, they made plans to develop a new farming industry. There are many farms in the villages and towns of Tanzania. After the revival of the aura, these domestic animals have also mutated to a greater or lesser extent. A portion of them, although awakened to transcendence, had not been born with spiritual intelligence and had relatively docile personalities. When the army took the inhabitants of Tanzania and moved them to the snow-covered mountains of, it also carries a lot of these domestic animals along with it. After half a month of cultivation, it is still in its infancy, but it is already bearing fruit. We are currently raising a breed of pig called the overeater. Although its intelligence is flawed, it is exceptionally good at eating and grows quickly. It takes just 2 weeks from the birth of the piglets to the pen. After a moment's hesitation, Karam said truthfully, Of course, there are problems. They're so edible. We simply don't have that much grass to feed them. I'll need 3 breeding pigs for the overeaters, and some other livestock like chickens, ducks, geese, and cows. Hearing this, Chen Mo spoke. In exchange, I can provide you with some crop seeds that are suitable for growing in cold winter conditions. Right now he lacked transcendental creatures suitable for breeding. Although the cultivation could be successful by letting the snow-treading fox chief collect it, it would take quite a bit of time, and in exchange with humans, one pays nothing more than some worthless seeds. This wave is kind of mutually beneficial. Lord Lion King, this is not for me to decide. I need to go back and ask my superiors. Karam replied. Although he felt sure that the instructor and the general would agree to this deal, he didn't dare to do so hastily. There is a special magnetic field in the secret realm of the Great Snow Mountain, and the cell phone has been in a state of no signal, and as the aura recovery intensified, the magnetic field of Blue Star changed in some way. A lot of satellites have lost their signal. Otherwise a direct phone call would be enough now. Chen Mo nodded. Your Majesty the Lion King, I have another piece of information I would like to share with you on this visit. After getting the deal roughly agreed upon, Karam spoke again. Karam came to Chinma and opened a saved video on his tablet. The background of the video is the infinite ocean. A tens of meters long black giant whale swam rapidly in the rough sea. Its skin took on a pure black color, like a giant submarine. The giant whale has many sharp bone spines growing on the surface of its skin and exudes a tyrannical aura. In the waters within 100 meters of it, the sea was dyed ink-like black. A sea fish's body directly shattered and turned into large swathes of flesh and blood. The Lord's mighty pressure. It's obviously a Lord-class transcendent giant whale. It unreservedly unleashed its lordly pressure to kill the surrounding beings, and then crazily devoured the flesh and blood. This is a video taken 2 days ago on the western side of the Indian Ocean, just over 200 kilometers from the Tanzania Sea. The giant whale in the video is the blue whale of the Black Abyss, which was captured once by Eastern Xia half a month ago. Low Lord level. A monster infected by the Black Abyss secret realm. Chunma nodded. Regarding the Black Abyss mystery realm, he had heard about it, and unlike other secret realms, creatures affected by the Black Abyss mysteries tend to lose their minds and become monsters that only know how to kill. I don't think this blue whale has evolved the ability to swim fast on land, though, it couldn't make a difference to him now. Your Majesty, you proceed to the next page. The video continues to play and its progress bar is only at January 4th. This giant whale, tens of meters in length, is on a killing spree in the sea, but when the video reaches 48 seconds, a sudden flash of panic passes through its black eyes, and its huge body swims frantically, bursting out at an extremely impressive speed. It seemed to be hiding from some terrible presence in the water. The previous blue whale of the Black Abyss was not the subject of the video. In the next second, a huge black tentacle suddenly appeared in the deep seawater. With great speed, The entire body of the black abyss blue whale was wrapped in bound. These tentacles were like hard chains, binding the giant whale firmly. Then the tentacles began to stretch and stir. In the next second, blood and flesh splattered on the surface of the sea. This Lord-class giant whale was actually directly twisted into countless pieces of flesh and blood, as were the fish and shrimp that it had previously shattered with its lord's mighty pressure. Chen Mo's gaze became grave. The original of these tentacles, though it is not known what kind of creatures, but to be able to easily kill a Lord-class giant whale was obviously an extremely terrifying existence. Howl. What is this? And we're not sure exactly what kind of creature it is. The probability is that it's a transcendent existence born in some unknown deep-sea secret realm. The only blessing is that it is not a creature of the black abyss. Rather, it is a transcendent that possesses the same wisdom as you, Your Majesty. It has not been seen since that appearance, but the nearby marine transcendental creatures have begun to eerily gather and cooperate. As far as we can surmise, the tentacled monster is continuing to take in familiars. It's supposed to be an ocean kingdom. What's more, its dependents are at this very moment moving ever onward in the direction of the surging waters, and they're heading in the direction of the African continent. It is highly likely that these sea creatures will land on land and then conquer the entire African continent, Karam said with worried eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 70, Winter's Embrace. Chapter 70, Winter's Embrace. Roar. Chen Mo's eyes were calm as he nodded his head, indicating that he knew, not that he was panicking. Let's not talk about whether or not this tentacled monster will come here. But the fact that most marine transcendental creatures dislike the terrestrial environment dooms them to a very low probability of conquering land. Even if they do try to conquer the land, by the time they reach the great snow-capped mountains of Chen Mo believed that his strength had definitely grown to new heights. It's not certain who will eat who when the time comes. Early the next morning, Colonel Karam then brought many people and livestock to the Ice Lion territory. King, the committee agreed to your deal. These are the overeating pigs. He pointed to the 3 large white pigs beside him. There wasn't much difference between the 3 storm eaters except for the fact that they were about a size larger than a domestic pig. Chen Mo glanced at the snow-treading fox leader, and Bingley understood. Straight away, he brought out the livestock that Karam had brought with him. These are the people who are willing to live in the Ice Lion territory. Lord Lion King, take a look. Chen Mo scanned the crowd. There were about nearly 1,000 people. Finding that the number of young people is not small, and that most of them are ordinary people, there are only 2 awakened people. Many of the humans who chose to come here were survivors of the original Sunset Town, or someone who has a soft spot or even an admiration for the Ice Lion. Looking at the huge Ice Lion in front of them, they were a little scared, but not to the point of panic. Noticing the Lion King's scrutinizing gaze, they lowered their heads, not daring to meet it. Roar! To join the Ice Lion clan, you still need to pass a quiz. With that said, Chen Mo had the snow-treading foxes unleash the illusory ice technique on these humans, release their inner fears or dark side. Soon, the humans on the snow began to make all sorts of moves. There were people having seizures, people in fear, and people trying to launch themselves at the person next to them. The vast majority of the people's demeanor changed, and only a few were able to keep their eyes clear. Even realized that he was under an illusion. One of them was the black-haired, black-eyed teenager who looked like an Eastern Xia native. Chen Mo slowly approached him, and the teenager woke up from his ice illusion spell. What came into view was the huge Ice Lion King. Instead of backing away, he dropped to one knee. Lord Lion King. Chen Mo gave a look to the Ice Air Elf next to him, and the Ice Air Elf waved his wings and take out the ice silk to help link the Ice Lion King with the human in front of him. Howl. What's your name? My name is Bai Chi, a native of Eastern Xia. Howl. You're not afraid of me? A little scared, but I know you won't hurt me. Back in the middle of Sunset Town. It was you who saved me and my mother by killing the ice-armored white rhinoceros. Bai Chi spoke fluent Chinese. Oh, so, you're here to return the favor? Chen Mo glanced at the teenager's attribute panel. The awakened ability was Ice Gun Art. There are 56 points of combined combat power. Being an awakened and not weak, if one wanted to stay in Winter City, it was inevitably possible. Aha! The teenager nodded. Other than that, I want to get stronger and protect my mother and the people I want to protect. Bai Chi slowly spoke. In the previous disaster, his father died trying to protect them, mother and son, so he wanted more power. He felt that defecting to the Ice Lion King was a better option, so he came of his own accord. Roar! You'll be their leader from now on, Chen Mo calmly said. He needs to have a role like captain to manage all the humans. Humans have complex minds and are too much trouble to manage, but if a captain is elected, he only needs to manage the captain. If the captain doesn't work, then there's another one. Meanwhile, the trial has ended. Everyone woke up from their visions. This trial has screened out some of those who are not of the right mind. In the end, more than 300 people were left behind. These will be the first humans to live in Ice Lion territory. Your Majesty the Lion King, are you really not considering taking in a few more people? Karam was a little sad. More than 300 people. Well below his expectations. Chen Mo didn't say anything. He just calmly glanced at Karam and the former colonel immediately stopped talking. Then I'll go back first, Lion King Sama. With the mission accomplished, Karam is crestfallen. The pressure brought to him by the main Ice Lion King was just too great. Even without releasing his might, just standing in front of him stressed him out. After Kalam left, the rest of the group all stayed where they were with anxiety. Most of them kept their heads down, not daring to look directly at the Lion King. Their eyes were confused and uneasy. They did not know what fate would greet them next. Ho! Sanch, you talked to them about the next arrangements. After Karam left, Chen Mo gazed at Sanchi next to him. As you wish, Lord Lion King. Sanch owed a slight bow, then walked over to the crowd. Don't worry everyone, since you chose to join the Ice Lion Kingdom, your safety will naturally be guaranteed. As for food and more resources, you will need to work hard to obtain them on your own. Sanch took the speaker and said slowly. This young warrior had matured a lot after spending some time in the Ice Lion clan. Next, you will be traveling to a small town. As long as you complete the appropriate work each day, then you get food. And the food is transcendental flesh and blood, with not particularly bad luck. Becoming an awakened is almost a nail in the coffin. Chen Mo did not intend to arrange these humans on the snowy mountains. Instead, they resettled the closest town to the Great Snowy Mountains. Sunset. He was going to build his farm and ranch next to the town of Sunset as well. After the previous invasion of the Icehorn White Rhinoceros, the vast majority of the town's residents still chose to leave. The town is now almost an empty town. There is still a part of the house there that has not collapsed, and it saves these people from having to build their own houses. You can be a real lion for people yourself, like me, who was once but one of the most ordinary communicators in the army. After defecting to the Lion King Sama over 2 months ago, he is now a high transcendent awakened. Using himself as an example, he began to paint a picture for these people. At the same time, he was somewhat quite emotional. He was suddenly incredibly glad that he had been captured by the Ice Lion King at that time. Then by mistake he became the first human to follow the Lion King. At those words, a hint of longing appeared in many people's eyes. After Sanchi finished speaking, the ice spiritual energy coalesced in front of his body and the dozens of people in front of him felt their bodies warmed and energized. Winter's embrace boosts the cold tolerance of other beings, and slightly boosts strength and spirit. This was the ability that Sanchi had awakened after breaking through the high transcendence. Talent makes for another support class ability that he sometimes felt that he was born to be a nursemaid saint. Hope appeared in everyone's eyes after feeling the magical power released by Sanchi. Transcendent power. Who wouldn't want to have it? End of chapter. Chapter 71, Survivors of a Small Town. Chapter 71, Survivors of a Small Town. Now, I'm going to give you all your first job assignments. Sanch made a dozen or so circles in the snow, and within each circle was the name of a job. This is the type of labor that is currently needed to build farms, ranches. Separately, they are livestock breeders, farmers, cooks, construction workers, vigilantes, statisticians, and so on. People can stand in the appropriate circle for whichever job they feel they are suited for. The crowd was packed and soon stood in different circles. Lord Lion King. Sir, we're ready. After everyone had made their choices, Bai Chi opened his mouth. Ho! Then let's go. The Ice Lion King walked out of the ice cave. At the moment, there were several of the Ice Lion King's dependents leaders standing on the snowy ground outside. Ice Crystal Butterfly, Icehorn Frost Goat, Holly Brute, Frost Hound. This was the next transcendental creature in Chen Mo's family that was prepared to build a ranch, a farm. Seeing the Ice Lion King, they kneeled down and saluted. Roar! After assembling, Chen Mo set off with a large troop of people in great numbers. The first day of building the farm ranch, he's still going to check it out, and when the frame comes out of he wouldn't need to go any further. In about 20 minutes, the large group arrived on the snowy plain next to the town of Sunset. The original grassland has been covered with snow, and the original grass has long since withered because of the extreme cold. The soil is fairly fertile. Moo! At the command of the chiefs of the clans, action began within the transcendental beings, with all the brute strength of a hollyhock brute bull starting to plow the field. The Icehorn Frostgoat was responsible for releasing the small spirit rain spell to catalyze the growth of the seeds, and the Ice Crystal Butterfly was responsible for pollination. Humans are responsible for the work of planting seeds, harvesting, etc., each in its own way. I have to say, each one of these transcendental creatures is a little bit of a planter. The efficiency is even much faster than mechanized farming. On the other side, The ranch is being established rapidly. The ice and air elves used ice condensation to build an ice fence, circling an area of different kinds of livestock will be bred inside. Roar! Chen Mo's gaze then looked toward the town not far away. There are still some humans as well as transcendent rats in Sunset Town now. These transcendental rats were very different from the ice crystal rats, although they possessed a certain amount of ice spiritual energy in their bodies. However, no spirit was born, and the appearance was quite ugly. His people would have to clear out the transcendental rats if they wanted to move in. If you can, by the way, pull the survivors in the town into the Ice Lion Kingdom as well. Roar! Chen Mo left this matter to Aisha and Sanchi, while he himself plowed and sowed. After all, today's self-discipline challenge from Planting Lion hasn't been completed yet. Sunset Township. Inside a certain locked house, Lu Bo and his wife were lying on the bed, and the room was dark. There was a little girl with fair skin between the two. He and his wife are both Eastsiders who came to Tanzania 4 years ago to help with the construction. As a result, they were trapped here after the aura was revived. When the wave of ice-armored white rhinoceros beasts attacked the town before, they luckily dodged a bullet. Because their houses weren't vandalized and the rest of the area wasn't peaceful, so they still decided to stay in this town. As the aura revival intensifies, some of the town's rats, insects awakening to transcendence, the town becomes more and more dangerous, and going outside becomes a tougher thing to do. At first it was fine. With the supplies that I had hoarded from the supermarket I was able to live on. But 2 days ago, their daughter had a high fever because of the bad weather. Lu Bo had anxious eyes. After rubbing his temples, he suddenly stood up from the bed, like some kind of determination. Xiao Ping, I'm going out. The town's hospital is very close. There should be fever-reducing medicine in there too. Lu Bo whispered to his wife beside him. Why don't I go? My awakened ability is Ice Shield, so it's easier to protect myself. Xiao Ping opened her mouth. Lu Bo said in a tone that could not be questioned. What words? I'm an awakened too. I'll be back. Xiao Ping, just wait here. If I don't come back, be sure to take care of. Before Lu Bo could finish, his wife covered his mouth. Don't make flags. I'm afraid. I'll go then. Lu Bo got up, gently revealing a crack in the door that only allowed one person to pass through, and then quickly rushed out. He made a mad dash for the hospital as fast as he could. A safe journey to the town hospital, finding the medication and then a quick mad dash to the house. He hadn't encountered any transcendent creatures along the way, and it had gone so smoothly that he felt a little incredulous. Yet just as he was more than 400 meters away from his doorstep, 3 gray shadows suddenly sprang out of a ruin. It's 3 rats bigger than a dog. The moment they discovered Lu Bo, a bloodthirsty light flashed in their eyes, rapidly rushing toward him. After becoming transcendental creatures, their recipes expand rapidly. This naturally includes humans. Looking at the door of his home close at hand, Lu Bo did not hesitate to choose to reverse the escape. He exploded into his fastest speed ever. Yet the rat demon was getting closer and closer to him. So Lu Bo used his ability, Hail. This is supposed to be an ability with a decent attack. But for some reason, after he released the hailstones would just take shape and turn into water balloons, which did not have the slightest bit of killing power at all. This time he used his ability in the hope that a miracle would happen. And then in response to him still a mass of water, smashing on top of the transcendent mouse demon's head. It's like giving them a bath. Hiss! The transcendent mouse demon let out a sharp and ear-piercing sound and pounced towards Lu Bo. Looking at the transcendent rat demon that was getting closer and closer behind him, Lu Bo couldn't help but think of his wife and daughter in his mind. Parental faces. In this world, why? Roar! However, in the next second, a thunderous lion roar suddenly came from Lu Bo's ears. Hearing this horrible sound, Lu Bo felt his ears stinging and his head was a little dizzy. Instead, these 3 transcendent mouse demons behind him were like seeing some kind of natural enemy. No longer able to care about him, he quickly ran in a certain direction. What the hell? Lu Bo covered his ears, regardless of this, and ran wildly in the direction of his home. The iron door opened and when he entered, his wife quickly locked it again. The lion's roar didn't stop outside the door, followed by the hissing and roaring of various transcendental creatures. Lu Bo and his wife bravely tiptoed to the window, trying to observe the situation outside through a gap in the curtains. What came into view was an ice lion of incomparably huge size. Next to it was the frost hound with pure white fur, the snow fox, the Ice Lion King? Lu Bo was naturally no stranger to the Ice Lion King, the transcendent creature that had once saved Sunset Town. I didn't expect the Ice Lion King to reappear in the nick of time this time. End of chapter. Chapter 72 Applying for a Job. Chapter 72 Applying for a Job. Wait, it doesn't seem to be the Ice Lion King. Soon, Lu Bo realized that this giant ice lion was a female lion, not the previous Ice Lion King, but is just as powerful. At this moment, this transcendent ice lion was leading many powerful transcendent creatures to clear out the rat demons within Sunset Town. With a lion's roar, the transcendent mouse demons hidden in all corners and shadows either fled in panic or were directly shocked to death. These are extremely dangerous beings for them. In the hands of this transcendent ice lion it was weak to the point of being unbeatable. Great! We're saved! A hint of joy passed through Lubo's eyes, but it quickly dimmed again. Even though the transcendent ice lion had helped them kill the rat demon, their situation was still worrying. Food, water, security. These are the questions. Tanzania's military has abandoned the town, and they are now left to fend for themselves. And trying to leave the town could lead to encounters with even more powerful transcendent beings. The situation will also be more dangerous. It took about 10 minutes for the horrible lion roar to stop. At that moment, a loud and looping horn suddenly sounded from outside. His Majesty the Lion King has now sent his troops to purge the rat demons within Sunset Town. Surviving friends can go out without fear. Furthermore, His Majesty the Lion King is ready to rebuild the town of Sunset, and build ranches and farms next to it. We are looking for 100 farmers, 100 laborers, 5 cooks and 5 interpreters. Breeders 10. Awakened unlimited. Food and shelter are included. Security is guaranteed. And you have the opportunity to become an awakened person. Everyone is welcome to sign up. Registration will take place at the town center square. Lord Lion King is building a farm here? Inside the house, a strange feeling rose in the hearts of Lubo and his husband. With the Ice Lion clan killing all the rat demons, now the owner of Sunset Town had naturally become the Ice Lion clan. For the matter of transcendent beings becoming the rulers of the town, Lubo did not feel resentful or resistant. Maybe it's because the last time the town was invaded by transcendental beings, it was the Ice Lion King who saved them. This time, the Ice Lion clan reappeared and wiped out the rat demons that had wandered into the town. Simply their savior. But a lion building farms, ranches and even a city boggles his mind. The world is just too magical and ridiculous. But from the hype and the speakers, it seems, that's not bad? What's most important to the average person in the apocalypse? Undoubtedly food and safety and security. Now if you put in the labor, you get food and shelter. Just like going to work before the end of time. Lubo and his wife felt it was an opportunity. Maybe give it a try. Let's go together. Lubo stroked his square-framed glasses with some intent. Yes. When Mr. and Mrs. Lubo both came to the enrollment place stated on the flyer, it was found that there was already a long queue in the square. Nearly 1,000 people at a cursory glance. Most of the survivors of this town are here. In addition to trusting the Ice Lion King, more importantly, this way they might be able to survive. The line slowly moved forward. Lubo observed that every person who had finished applying for a job had a smile on his face. It seems that most people get okay jobs. It took about an hour or so before it was finally his turn. However, after seeing the interviewer, Lubo could not help but freeze for a moment, because the interviewer was no stranger to him. It was the woman next door to him, Auntie San Lam. At first, she seemed to have followed her son and left with the Ice Lion King. I didn't expect to be here now, and I'd become the interviewer. Lubo, Xiaoping, I'm so happy to have met you guys. Naturally, Auntie Sanlin recognized the couple, or most of the people in this town she knew. This was the reason why Chen Mo had put her in charge of this job. What position are you applying for? Auntie San Lam, are there any positions available for architects? You know we all built houses before. Lubo opened his mouth and asked. Yes. I'll check you in. Auntie Sang Lan nodded her head. Sunset Town needed to be rebuilt, and architects were considered to be a talent that was just needed. Also Auntie San Lam, I'm an awakened. I wonder if there's any preferential treatment. Lubo asked with slight apprehension. Awakened one. A smile appeared on the wrinkled face of Auntie San Lam. Awakened people definitely have preferential wow. Based on different abilities and work contributions. You can also get spiritual plants and transcendent flesh and blood. Her son, Sanch, had spoken to her earlier, telling her to keep an eye out for more awakened amongst the humans. Gather information about their abilities and pull in as much as you can. We need to help His Majesty the Lion King gather more talent. As a result, it took more than an hour to register before finally meeting the second awakened. Lubo, what is your awakened ability? Can you show it? Hail. But it might be a little different than regular hail. Lubo said slightly nervously. There was little difference between him, an awakened, and an ordinary person's combat power. Taking a deep breath, he slowly mobilized the ice spiritual energy in his body. Soon, an ice crystal appeared in front of him, just condensed when it was still an ice crystal. But in the blink of an eye it turned into large water droplets, snapping on the snow. These water droplets fell on the ground, and miraculously did not freeze immediately. Keep in mind that it's below -20 degrees outside right now. Lu Bo was slightly apprehensive in his heart. After his awakening, the ice-type spiritual energy in his body seemed to have mutated, leaning a bit towards the water-type. Hailstones, which had some damage, turned directly into precipitation in the area. This is not hail. This is clearly a rainfall spell. It's good for farming. Not bad. Not bad. Sanlam was pleased. She had heard from her son yesterday that Lord Lionel had taken the farm very seriously. And Lu Bo is perfect for farming with this ability. You're kind of a talent in our area. I'll take you to my son. He's in charge of a lot of people now. Pride showed in Sanlam's eyes. He was immensely grateful for his son's death-defying act of dragging them to the Ice Lion King in the first place. She hadn't expected the situation to change so quickly. After the Snow Mountain mystic realm descended, countless towns and cities were invaded by transcendental beings in just half a month's time. The remaining humans struggle to survive. And they're in the Ice Lion King's territory. Not only are they clothed and fed, even became awakened by consuming the flesh and blood of transcendental creatures. Choices that change destiny. Led by Sanlam, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Bo came to the farm next to the town. They were then stunned by the scene before them. Only a dozen heads of enormous size were seen on the vast snowy plains. The giant oxen with ice horns on their heads are plowing the fields quickly, and the land that had been plowed was seeded by humans as well as ice ghosts floating in midair. Then an ice horn frost goat with a unicorn horn used its ability to catalyze these seeds. Snow cranes for aerial reconnaissance, frost hounds for patrols and guards, and winter horses for transportation. A variety of transcendental creatures labored in the fields in their own ways. Lu Bo was inwardly overwhelmed with emotion. It's only been just over 2 months since the aura revived. It's amazing that these transcendent beings have already established a civilization of their own. Farming, cultivation, transportation, breeding, all kinds of work are well organized and even more efficient than humans. Times have changed. When transcendent beings with powers greater than those of humans also possess an intelligence not unlike that of humans, humans are naturally no longer the world's protagonists. Of course, Lu Bo was just lamenting. The times have changed, and his personal power seems incredibly small, unable to change anything at all. He just wanted to simply live. End of chapter. Chapter 73, The Miraculous Effect of Planting Lion. Chapter 73, The Miraculous Effect of Planting Lion. The awakening ability is rainfall? Very good. Do you want to come to the irrigation group first? I think you could be good enough to head up the irrigation crew. That should suit you just fine. Sanchi was happy when he learned about Lu Bo's ability from his own mother. Currently both the plowing and the catalytic sessions are well served by the transcendental beings, but the watering session still requires primitive watering. Frost Goat's little spirit rain technique rained down actually aura, not water. Now that there was such an awakened person who was destined to water, it could increase efficiency quite a bit. Irrigation group? The different groups responsible for planting the farm. There's the seeding group, the plowing group, and so on and so forth. These groups are usually headed by transcendent beings. If you become a group leader, you get an extra serving of transcendent flesh and blood each week. So I'll try? Lu Bo is just a microcosm of the survivors in Sunset. By the afternoon most of the men were engaged in building ranches or towns. For these, Chen Mo was not concerned. After completing the self-regulation challenge, Planting Lions, he then returned to his territory to exercise the Xian Ice Claw. The Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm is only 70 kilometers away from Sunset Town, and with his current speed, 10 minutes to reach Xian Ice Claw, he has been practicing for 10 days. And of the 3 characters, he had been able to skillfully coalesce 2 of them, and the last one was just a little bit short of success. After trying more than 10 times in a row, Chen Mo was blessed as if he had tried again. Finally, he managed to write the 3rd character with his spiritual energy. In the next second, ice spiritual energy surged between his claws, and then in the blink of an eye, he completed his ice crystallization. The sensation was as if the forepaw was equipped with a colonizer. The claws swung out blatantly. With a dull thud, the snow in the area of a dozen meters around exploded violently and the tundra was plowed directly into 3 furrows. At the same time, the power of frost surged through these 3 gullies. Its surface was quickly covered with a layer of silver frost. Whether it's the speed of the attack, or the power of the outburst, it's also much stronger than simply attaching ice spirit energy to your claws and swinging them out. Chen Mo felt that the power had increased by more than 5 times. Moreover, after the Xian Ice Claw hits the opponent, the ice spirit power will spread along the wound into the opponent's body. This results in secondary injuries. Is this the power of the law? A hint of joy flashed in the Lion King's eyes. Ice claws, he finally learned. The night is getting thicker. Through the joint efforts of the various dependents, the farms and ranches have taken shape. In all, the brute has reclaimed tens of thousands of acres of land. These lands are divided into areas according to the type of seed and look quite neat. Most of the seeds of the spiritual plants had already been sown, and under the catalyst of the frost sheep's little spiritual rain technique, some of the plants with short growth cycles have already grown seedlings. The ranch, on the other hand, roughly encloses a meadow of thousands of acres. There aren't many transcendental creatures being farmed at the moment, and these lands are more than enough. It's not too late to expand the pasture area after a few generations of subsequent breeding. It's planted with isoplant seeds. It's catalyzed. The entire pasture has been covered with blue-green isoplant. Some transcendent creatures such as the overeating pig and the ice spirit rabbit were eating rapidly. Foods like isoplant are just too tasty for them. They were patrolled by 2 other frost hounds. The frost hound's role is that of a sheepdog, and in addition to keeping the pastures safe, also responsible for grazing. The central square of Sunset Town. The town cleared of transcendental creatures had a bonfire for the first time in a long time. Lu Bo and his wife were sitting on the floor, and they were holding 2 large steamed iceberg lettuces. There was a relief on his face that he hadn't felt in a long time. The iceberg lettuce was their reward after a busy day, the vast majority of which had been grown by the Lion King. He had grown too much iceberg lettuce before. The end of a busy day. Lu Bo feels a little dreamy. He never thought he would one day be able to farm with transcendental beings. Those transcendental creatures that are either large in size or have a special form possess their own intelligence. Seems to be pretty friendly. At this time, a sudden cacophony of voices came from not far away. I saw dozens of big men carrying one big iron barrel to the center of the square. The smell of meat wafted from the iron barrel. Wait, what's that smell? It smells so good. Looks like gravy. In celebration of the rebirth of the town of Ice Lion today, Lord Lion King will grant each person a bowl of broth made from the blood and flesh of transcendental creatures. It will help everyone get rid of the cold. Sanch took the speaker and addressed the crowd. Thank you, Lord Lion King. Thank you, Lord Lion King. Survivors chanted and then lined up for the broth. They were then surprised to find that the broth was actually boiled with the blood and flesh of transcendental creatures. When you drink it, your whole body is warmed up and all the coldness in your body is dispelled. Tasting the delicious broth, the survivors felt grateful to the Ice Lion King from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Mo made these humans consume transcendental blood and flesh broth. It is natural to hope that they will awaken earlier and thus be of greater value. Seated Ground Lion, Day 15. Early morning. Chen Mo started sowing seeds early in the morning. After 4 hours of working in the fields, Chen Mo finally completed the last day of the Planting Lion Self-Discipline Challenge. After completing the Self-Discipline Challenge, he immediately chose to equip the title. He was very much looking forward to the effects of the Planting Lion. After equipping the title, Chen Mo suddenly felt that the ice vegetables and fields in front of him became much more friendly. He subconsciously gathered the ice spiritual energy around him. This time, however, these ice spiritual energies flowed in a special rhythm that, in the end, it coalesced together and rained a spiritual rain. Under the effect of the small spirit rain technique, the ice vegetables sprouted and grew rapidly. Although the irrigation area of spirit rain is only about 2 square meters, but Chen Mo was still excited. Little spiritual rain technique. I know it too. Chen Mo once again opened the inheritance bark of the Great Spirit Rain technique and tried a wave. This time it still didn't work, but it was a lot smoother than before. Chen Mo condensed his first rune for the first time. Learning the law related to planting lion, is also a bonus. Chen Mo, who had learned the small spiritual rain technique, gleefully released the small spiritual rain technique on every piece of land in his vegetable garden, draining the spiritual energy within his ice stand almost dry before stopping. Only after doing this did it suddenly occur to Chen Mo that he hadn't checked out the new self-discipline challenge yet. The effect of Seated Lion was so amazing that he forgot to open the next self-discipline challenge. The newly refreshed self-discipline challenge caught Chen Mo's eye. Predatory Lion plus, green. Consumption of more than 100 kilograms of extraordinary meat per day for 1 month. It's definitely one of the titles he needs right now. End of chapter. Chapter 74, Giant Mutant Iceweed. Chapter 74, Giant Mutant Iceweed. After advancing to Lord, the original, tyrannical eating lion, could no longer be used to good effect. Eating the flesh and blood of a Lord-class creature did not continue to enhance his physical quality. Chen Mo was originally a bit fretful. I didn't expect the enhanced self-discipline challenge of Tyrannical Eclipse Lion to be swiped straight out of the box now. Without hesitation, going straight for the Overeating Lion plus self-discipline challenge. Then the Super Self-Discipline card was used. Next he needs to eat 200 kilograms of transcendental meat per day for 15 days. It didn't take long for Chen Mo to realize that the surprises brought to him by the Planting Lion didn't stop there. About half an hour later, the iceberg lettuce, which was already close to maturity, after being nourished by the spiritual rain, was rapid growth and blossoming. Among this batch of ice vegetables, Chen Mo found one that seemed to be a little bit special. Its color is similar to the blue of other iceberg lettuces, but it is more than twice the size. It looked unusually solid. Chen Mo made an observation of it and soon obtained the relevant information. Iceberg lettuce, mutated. A mutation of the ice vegetable. The leaves contain an extremely unstable ice spiritual energy. The slightest touch could cause an explosion. The spirit plant mutated. After equipping the planting lion, plants grown will have a very small chance of mutating. With special effects. Chen Mo waited for this mutant ice vegetable to flower and bear fruit, and after collecting the seeds, he gently pulled out the ice vegetable, and threw it. The moment the ice dish touched the ground, it made a bang sound, and the frost splashed everywhere. The power is almost similar to an earth bomb. Kind of funny, iceberg lettuce bombs are not very powerful, but they are extremely cheap to make. It's still a great toy if you can grow it in bulk. Growing vegetables. Keep growing vegetables. Chen Mo wanted to see if this mutated ice vegetable could be cultivated in bulk, and whether other mutant plants can be bred. So next, he unleashed the small spirit rain technique on all the other ice vegetables that hadn't grown. Then he went out to refine the spirit of the region. White found another spirit of the territory, just in time to come back and test the results. Late afternoon, after refining the ice crystal butterfly clan's regional spirit, Chen Mo arrived at the farm at the first opportunity. Wanted to see if any new mutant plants were born. The results were slightly disappointing to him. Most of the seeds sown by that previous mutant iceberg lettuce grew up to be just normal iceberg lettuce. More than 200 mutant seeds produced only 3 exploding iceberg lettuce. The probability is slightly higher. The other 500 or so ordinary ice beet seeds, surprisingly, only gave birth to 1 mutated ice beet plant, and still exploding iceberg lettuce. It seems that the probability of a plant mutation is negligible, only a few thousandths. The probability is small, but it's not a big problem. As long as enough are planted, then it is still possible to cultivate mutant plants. It's a shame there's no mutation of iceberg lettuce with other effects. Or is there only one mutant variant possible for a plant? Chen Mo guessed in his heart. With that, he gathered some of the seeds and began a new round of sowing. After thinking about it, Chen Mo decided to make a trip to the frost goat territory. There are 2 main purposes. One is to share Planting Lion's self-discipline challenge with the frost goat leader to strengthen its planting level. The second is to approach the frost goat chief for more plant seeds suitable for the snowy mountain environment. Try to grow more mutated plants that have special effects. Chief Frost Goat is cultivating all kinds of spiritual plants. Ever since the Lion King gave him the task of cultivating spiritual plants to enhance the breeding speed of creatures, last time, it had been cultivating all kinds of spiritual plants day and night these past few days. It hoped to cultivate the spirit plant that the Lion King wanted. After seeing the Lion King, it rushed over. Roar! Frost Sheep Leader, I've learned the lesser spirit rain technique. Do you have any seeds of other spiritual plants here? It's best to have a few hundred of each. Chen Mo directly indicated his intentions. Bleh, the frost goat leader froze. Seeing the frost goat leader freeze, Chen Mo roughly guessed what it was thinking. So I just did a little spirit rain. Looking at the Ice Lion King who was skillfully releasing the small spirit rain technique, the frost goat leader was so shocked that he lost his concentration. No. It was really learned by the Lion King Sama. Realizing that at one time there were countless vegetarian transcendent beings who wanted to learn the lesser spirit rain technique, but none of it was learned. Most of the transcendent abilities are innate gifts of that race, and it is difficult for other races to learn them. It had previously given the Lion King the inherited bark, in addition to currying favor with him. It was also certain that the Lion King would choose to give up after a fruitless attempt. The Lion King would have wanted to learn how to grow vegetables on a whim, and would have given it up within a few days. After all, what's a meat-eating lion doing learning to grow vegetables? As a result, the Lion King had learned the small spirit rain technique in just 2 weeks. Could it be that the Lion King Sama is really a genius at planting land? Luckily, the Lion King Sama hadn't learned the great spirit rain technique yet. Otherwise it's really going to wonder about sheep birth. After gleaning 26 different plant seeds from the frost sheep chief, Chen Mo returned to his small vegetable garden with satisfaction. In addition to seed gathering, he asked Chief Frost Sheep to keep tilling the ground and growing vegetables every day. In particular, it provides mutated iceberg lettuce seeds in order to successfully complete the Planting Lion's self-discipline challenge. After burying all the seeds into the soil, Chen Mo released the small spirit rain technique again. Then the seeds were watered again. After all this work, looking at the neatly organized dozen or so vegetable plots, each vegetable patch is planted with different seeds. Chen Mo felt very satisfied. And I wonder what kind of mutant plants can be grown from these seeds. He suddenly realized the joy of farming. This feeling of not knowing what you can grow is just too much for Lion to get on top of. Time flies. For the next few days, Chen Mo in addition to refining the spirit of the region every day. Just addicted to farming. Barely a moment passes without a visit to one's vegetable garden to see if any plants have ripened. And did it produce mutations? If you don't have one, give them a small spirit rain spell. Day 1. Of the seeds sown, only the isoplant matured. Because of the large number of plantings, mutated icegrass naturally arose from them. Iceweed, mutated. Iceweed mutant. Giant. Mutant iceweed doesn't have any special effects. It's just extra large. Ordinary icegrass was only a dozen centimeters tall, but mutant icegrass was several meters tall. Grass that grows as tall as a small tree. After Chen Mo planted the mutated icegrass seeds for a few generations, the finally got iceweed seeds with a 10% mutation rate. This mutation probability is already high. Chen Mo called the frost goat chief. Mutant iceweed has a very good value and is truly a one-plant cure-all. It is entirely possible to grow it on a large scale in a pasture. Looking at the 7-8 meter tall ice grass in front of him, the frost goat leader blinked his eyes and stared blankly. Is it true that isoplant this big exists? End of chapter. Chapter 75, Super Magic Vine. Requesting subscription. Chapter 75, Super Magic Vine. Requesting subscription. On the third day, under Chen Mo's night and day irrigation with the small spiritual rain technique, 5 more spiritual plants matured. Unfortunately, because of the small number of seeds cultivated, only 2 types of mutated individuals were produced. Ice shoots, mutated. Mutated individuals of ice shoots will become psychotic within an hour of consumption. Ice crystal rosebud, mutated. A variant of the ice crystal rosebud, which slightly increases cold tolerance when eaten. Ice asparagus is equivalent to the effect of coffee, and transcendental spirit beasts will be more energized after eating it. The effect of the ice crystal rosebuds to improve cold resistance is not very useful. Nowadays, the transcendent creatures that could survive in the great snowy mountains generally had good cold tolerance. But those humans who haven't yet awakened their transcendence, you'll also be better able to survive the big snowy mountains after consuming it. In the next few days, Chen Mo cultivated a dozen more variant spirit plants one after another, but the vast majority of the effects don't do much, such as changing colors, giving off a certain aroma, etc. Only 2 of the spiritual plants were quite effective. Iced bean, mutated. Ice beans are a mutant that promotes digestion and farting when consumed. Mutant ice beans increase to Stinky Lion was very large. Stinky Fart Lion can be useful in battle, but 3 farts is a bit too little. If you take ice beans, you can quickly replenish your stinky farts, which is not a small boost to Xiongba's battle power. In the future, if you really want to form an army of lions, this is a must-have for every lion. Sparkling acorns, mutated. A mutant of the ice acorn, which explodes with a brilliant blue light upon impact. The glitter acorns work really well, too. Its bursts of blue light can blind creatures within a 5-meter radius, and even low-level lord creatures are not immune. Currently Chenma already has an air force, and if the snow cranes carry glitter acorns, air-to-ground bombing would be enough to cause a flash storm. Blinds all enemies in the area. Still very tactical. As before, Chen Mo handed these mutated seeds to the frost goat chief. Let it go to the farm to expand the planting. Seeing strain after strain of mutated spirit plants cultivated by the Ice Lion King, the frost goat chief was completely stunned. If cultivating a mutant spirit plant might be the luck of the draw, but cultivating so many mutated spirit plants in such a short period of time was definitely strength. He never imagined that a lion could be so talented at growing vegetables. Not only did he master the little spiritual rain technique so quickly, but he was also able to cultivate so many kinds of mutated spiritual plants. His Majesty, the Lion King, is simply a natural-born vegetable-growing saint. Bah, Lord Lion King, please teach me how to farm. After thinking about it, the Frost Sheep leader decided to humbly ask the Lion King for his experience. Roar! There is no trick to growing spiritual plants. Only more practice, as long as you follow what I said before. After persistently clearing 10 acres of land and sowing 300 seeds every day for a month, you can also get a huge boost in your growing. Chen Mo opened his mouth. He had shared the Planting Lion's self-discipline challenge with the Frost Sheep leader 6 days ago. Now as long as Chief Frost Sheep keeps up his daily planting self-discipline, the title of Planting Lion will be awarded after 1 month. For farming like crazy. When the time comes, the Frost Sheep leader will not be suspicious of his suddenly elevated level of farming. More importantly, it could bring Chen Mo a good profit from this period of time when it was planting like crazy. Bah! The Frost Sheep leader nodded, and then ran off to the fields to plant the seeds with great vigor. Looking at the energetic Frost Goat Chief, Chen Mo could not help but feel a sense of guilt rise in the bottom of his heart. In a previous life, his behavior of letting his employee 007 would have been hung up on a street lamp. Overeating Lion Plus, Day 7. Chen Mo was awakened with a start. Half asleep, He vaguely sensed that something within the cave was crazily absorbing spiritual energy. Upon awakening, he realized that not far from the field of sacred medicines, a turquoise blue thick magic vine was rapidly absorbing the surrounding ice spiritual energy, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unexpectedly, after Chen Mo had watered it several times with the small spiritual rain technique, surprisingly, it has also mutated. This vine was no more than a meter high yesterday, and it turned out that when I woke up, it had poked right through the top of the cave, the tops of the vine snaking and circling several times. The height of the cave limits its height. The direction of the pale blue devil vine's mutation was similar to that of the previous icegrass, polar polarization. Seemingly sensing Chen Mo's proximity, the pale blue devil vine intimately stretched out two vines, rubbing against Chen Mo's body. Perhaps it was because of the plant. Even after awakening the transcendent, the pale blue devil vine's mind was not mature, pretty much the same as a child. Chen Mo's careful care over the past few days had made it treat the Lion King like a father. Chen Mo pulled up the soil in its vicinity along with it and then migrated to the entrance of the ice cave. The magic vine's originally suppressed main vine instantly stretched out, then absorbed the surrounding ice magic power. Start growing again. The mutation doesn't seem to be completely over. 20 meters is not its limit. Watching the size of the pale blue devil vine continue to grow, Chen Mo's mind moved. The surrounding ice spiritual energy gathered into rain and rained down over the pale blue devil vine. After he used the small spirit rain technique to drench it, its vine branches and leaves twisted wildly. After obtaining the nourishment of spiritual rain, it was obvious that it was extremely joyful inside at the moment. The blue magic vine bent its vines into the shape of a love heart. Mantukan. After obtaining the spiritual rain to water it, the magic vine's growth speed was a few points faster, growing almost as fast as the eye can see, and soon growing to over 30 meters. The main part of the vine had even reached the point where three people couldn't even hold it together. After about 3 minutes, the breath flowed from the pale blue devil vine's body, and it had actually broken through to high transcendent. Chen Mo observed for a moment and saw the panel of the magic vine. Pale blue magic vine, mutated, level, high transcendent, physical fitness, 85, agility, 10, power, 30, divine spirit, 15, abilities, stretching, drawing, rapid growth, splitting, combined battle strength, 315-432. The pale blue devil vine became even bigger and, at the same time, the vine's toughness has gained a huge boost, as evidenced by its high body mass of 85. I think it was less than 20 before the mutation. It's like a quantum leap. On top of that, the pale blue devil vine had also mastered an ability called Split Vine. Chen Mo was more curious about this ability, so he used the psychic ice silkworm silk and a mind link was made with the pale blue devil vine. Father God, the spirit of the pale blue devil vine was pure, and its voice was filled with admiration and gratitude for Chen Mo. Can you show me your newly acquired abilities? Good. Because of its low spiritual intelligence, it took a while for the pale blue devil vine to understand Chen Mo's meaning. The response was given sluggishly. It was seen that one of its branch vines had silently dislodged itself from the main vine, which then burrowed into the tundra. It began to rapidly absorb the surrounding ice spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye it breaks the ground and grows to a height of 1 meter. End of chapter. Chapter 76, The Divine Medicine Comes Out. Chapter 76, The Divine Medicine Comes Out. Under Chen Mo's small spirit rain technique, it quickly grew to a height of 10 meters again. This ability of the pale blue devil vine is similar to a bilocation, where the main body can detach a part of it can quickly grow into another pale blue devil vine with an abundance of spiritual energy. Chen Mo observed and realized that the new pale blue devil vine possessed a combined battle power of 115, also inherited all abilities except Split Vine. The awareness of the main and branch vines is shared within 5 meters. When the main vine dies, this branch vine re-emerges as the new main vine. It's kind of a life-saving technique. Is it still possible to do a split vine? Chen Mo felt that this ability was a bit strong. Vine can't. It was a long time before the magic vine responded. From now on you'll be in charge of the caretaker. Looking at the huge pale blue devil vine in front of him, Chen Mo couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Vine wants to be with Father God. After a while, the pale blue magic vine slowly expressed itself. Then let your split vine follow me. Chen Mo nodded. The pale blue magic vine also has the ability to stretch. The smallest can be reduced to less than 10 centimeters in length. Carry it around with you, and it can barely be used as a base card. At some point it might work surprisingly well. The devil vine was speechless, only using its curved vines to express its inner joy to Chen Mo. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye. Most of the region spirits on the Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm now had owners. 64 spirits of the region, of which 30 were solely occupied by Chen Mo. A lion. There are still 2 snowy mountains with the spirit of the region it hasn't come to find yet. The Aborigines of the Great Snowy Mountain Mysteries occupy 17 spirits of the realm. 1 in Tanzania. Egypt, as well as other countries, also took 2 of the spirits of the territories, which carpet-bombed 2 of the snow-covered mountains and deployed fighter jets, together with the awakened people from the support of other countries. The 2 snowy mountains were forcibly occupied. Of course the damage to the army was extremely heavy. There are only 10 snowy mountains left where the spirit of the territory has not yet been discovered. Of these 10 snowy mountains, 2 of them are the territory of the boundary keepers. Yes, the boundary keeper did not disappear after the official descent of the Great Snowy Mountains. They each occupied one of the snowy mountains, and no transcendent beings dared to disturb them. Both the Aborigines and the newly risen transcendental beings, Chunma, had gone to the roughly original location to look for it, out of curiosity. As a result, the figure of the canopy ice spider was seen on this snowy mountain. Even if he becomes a quasi-lord now, but it's still impossible to see any information about it other than its name. There is still a huge power gap between the 2 sides. The second-order divine pill still hadn't appeared in the world. Chenmo still had refining the core of the region as his top priority. After all, the more regional cores that are refined, the greater the probability that the first divine medicine would appear in the area under his control. A certain snowy mountain in the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm. Ice-tooth saber-tooth tiger territory. Snow is flying and a giant white tiger over 7 meters long is lying on a snowy mountain. It's surrounded by piles of skeletons. There were a few skeletons where you could tell they were rincon saber-toothed tigers based on their shape. Suddenly, in the middle of the vast blizzard, 2 more giant beasts came along. White apes up to 7 meters tall and snow mastiffs of equally huge size. Seeing the arrival of these 2 behemoths, the winter saber-toothed tiger snapped its eyes open and then he threw out 2 threads of the psychic iceworm. This was the guest it had invited today. Long time no see. White Ape King. Snow Mastiff King. The pupils of the winter saber-toothed tiger scanned the 2 giant beasts in front of them, their tone cold and dry. I didn't realize that you guys had come back to life using this method as well. It can't be helped. Who let the offspring not compete? The white ape spoke. So much for catching up. The winter saber-toothed tiger spoke calmly. According to the current concentration of aura, second-order divine medicines will be coming out soon. That Lion King refined nearly half of the area. The likelihood of a second-order divine pill descending on his region of dominion is very high. What can be done about it? It's impossible to fight. And now more and more races are defecting to it. Those herbivorous fools actually believed that the Lion King would keep his word and cede the territory to them. The white ape was indignant. Damn it, if we truly advance to Lord, do we still need to be afraid of that Lion King that has just risen to power? The snow mastiff spoke. Foolish, do you really think it's a newly risen being? The winter saber-toothed tiger narrowed its eyes and said flatly, to be able to kill the Frost Wolf King and take in so many races in such a short period of time. It also refined nearly half of the region's core. And you're saying it's a newly risen being? It should be an old monster from another secret realm. The winter saber-toothed tiger spoke. It's a pity that the Frost Wolf King died too tragically, before it could fully recover. It was decapitated by that Lion King. The white ape lamented. It's kind of a stone throw. If it doesn't die, it could have been us who died then. It's good to be dead. One less competitor. The icy blue pupils of the winter saber-toothed tiger glowed with indifference. When the second-order divine pill comes out, it will inevitably lead to a fight. When the time comes, I hope you can join me in the fight against the Lion King. The winter saber-toothed tiger spoke. Could be. Joining forces is fine, but there's no way I'm going to give up the second-order divine pill. The white ape replied. Then added. The point is that if the divine pill appears in the Lion King's territory, it's capable of kicking us out at any time. I naturally thought of that. The lord of the region can only kick living beings out of the region. I have mastered a method of the spirit melting decree, which allows me to merge into the area for a short period of time, turning it into an existence similar to that of dead wood and rocks. I'll teach you this method. That way, it won't be able to kick us out. The winter saber-toothed tiger spoke. Kill that Lion King first. The distribution of the second-order divine medicines will be discussed at that time. Overeating Lion Plus, Self-Discipline Challenge Day 8. Chen Mo was in the small garden using the small spirit rain technique to cultivate new varieties when Xiongba ran in. Roar! King, the second-order divine pill has appeared. Roar! And this divine pill appears in an area currently unoccupied by beasts. Xiongba's tone was agitated. Second-order divine medicines, like first-order divine medicines, when they have not yet matured. It doesn't fluctuate much. They grow, bloom and finally bear fruit silently. Only at the moment of the result does it explode into over-the-top volatility. But there are so many transcendent beings looking for the core of the region in no man's land right now that as a result, This second-order divine pill was discovered when it had just grown. The first one to discover the second-order divine pill was a snow chestnut squirrel. It had originally and naturally wanted to take it quietly for itself, but halfway through, they were discovered by other transcendental beings, and a fierce battle broke out between the two, attracting more transcendent beings, and so the news of the second-order divine pill descending into the world spread. End of chapter. Chapter 77, Competitor of the Divine Medicine. Chapter 77, Competitor of the Divine Medicine. Roar! Follow me! Upon hearing this, Chun-Emo got up at the first opportunity. Then he led the lions on a wild goose chase toward this snowy mountain that was temporarily without a lord. Soon, Chun-Emo arrived at Snow Mountain number 8. This was originally the territory of the ice-clawed lynx, but their leader and elite died while fighting the snow mastiffs for the spirit of the territory. The remaining ice-clawed lynx couldn't hold on to their original territory, so they had to give it up, and this place became a no-man's land. At this moment many transcendental creatures had gathered at the foot of the mountain, but seeing the Lion King, they both shrank backward in disbelief. Chun-Emo came to the position halfway up the mountain, and his gaze passed through the blanket of wind and snow to see the situation on the top of the mountain. At this moment, many powerful transcendent beings had already gathered on the mountaintop. The snow had been dyed red with blood, and a huge corpse lay across the white snow. Looks like a fight has broken out. Some relatively weak beings who wanted to fish in troubled waters were directly killed. The winter saber-toothed tiger. The ice-tusked mammoth also had a snow mastiff in a triangular position around the front of a 3-meter-high fruit tree. The leaves of this fruit are as crystalline as glass, and the branches are as sinuous as ice dragons. Obviously, this ice grass was a second-stage divine pill, but at the moment it's not ripe for the picking. Ice dragon fruit tree, a second-order elixir that, when taken, can help creatures at the peak of transcendence break through the Lord's barrier. 14 hours and 12 minutes to maturity. Maybe it's a second-order elixir. This ice dragon fruit plant. Chun-Emo observed it for 3 minutes before getting its relevant information. Chun-Emo said a few words to Aisha, Xiongba, and the little white mouse beside him, then walked alone towards the top of the snowy mountain. Seeing the appearance of the Lion King, the gazes of the 3 giant beasts that were originally in a stalemate all looked toward it. The delicate triangle is broken. Here comes one of the strongest. In the eyes of the winter saber-toothed tiger and the snow mastiff, the Ice Lion King was an existence of the Lord rank. They are always ready to use their cards. The 3 beasts coincidentally regarded Chun-Emo as their greatest rival. The winter saber-toothed tiger flung psychic silk at the other 2 beasts. Howl! Both of you, how about we join forces first? The winter saber-toothed tiger spoke. Mu Dash, you charge first, we'll follow you. The 3 beasts went from enemies to comrades in arms in an instant, but no one struck first. After all, no one wants to be cannon fodder. Seeing this, Chun-Emo flung psychic ice silk over towards each of the 3 beasts and joined the group chat as well. Ho! Don't panic. I'm just checking in. Regarding Chun-Mo's words, the 3 transcendent beings at the peak of transcendence clearly did not believe them. Howl! Are you trying to sit on the fence? The winter saber-toothed tiger didn't believe Chun-Emo. Chun-Emo was too lazy to bother with it, but it's really not a good time to go to war, now that the divine medicine hasn't matured. Otherwise it would just be a cheap shot at the other beasts. As time went on, more and more transcendent beings learned of the news that took the beasts to the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. 9 of them touched the Lord's barrier. If one could snatch the second-ranked divine medicine, one could become the only Lord realm. But the Ice Dragon fruit hadn't ripened yet, and if he started killing now, it would cheapen the beast for nothing. So all the beasts froze in front of this Ice Dragon fruit. Chun-Emo had a Buddhist face as he observed the information of the other ferocious beasts. 8218199967. These chiefs basically have a combined combat power of 800 or more. The tallest winter saber-toothed tiger had even reached 1100, which was already not even close to it. After this rincon saber-toothed tiger escaped from him last time, the battle power surprisingly increased again during this period of time. Time flew by, and the sun set and the stars hung. Soon it was already evening. The ice dragon fruit grew at a rapid pace and had now grown to half a meter tall. Less than 5 hours left to maturity. All the beasts were refreshing themselves and adjusting themselves for the fight that was to come. In the night, an ice crystal mouse quietly ran up to the Ice Lion King and squeaked twice at it. Chun-Emo nodded and suddenly stood up. The rise of the Lion King attracted the attention of the other chiefs of the. They gazed warily toward the Frost Lion King. Is it trying to start a bloodbath early? Every move of this brightest of the brightest stirred the nerves of the other beasts. However, just when they thought that the Ice Lion King wanted to strike early, instead, the Ice Lion King turned around without a care in the world and slowly walked towards the foot of the mountain. Instantly, all of these transcendent leaders expressed a bit of confusion at the Ice Lion King's strange demeanor. But it's ultimately a good thing to have one less of the strongest contenders anyway. The winter saber-toothed tiger looked at the departing back of the Ice Lion King, pondering its motives in its mind. Do you want to get out of the meatpacking ground at the top of the snowy mountain for a while and then come back when the time comes? The Ice Lion King, as the strongest person in the Great Snow Mountain, would never suddenly give up the second-order divine pill. This departure must have had its purpose. Roar! So the winter saber-toothed tiger leader gave a low growl to the two high transcendent winter saber-toothed tigers beside him, telling them to go and track the Ice Lion King to find out what the hell it was up to. After Chen Mo left, two more skirmishes broke out among the transcendent creatures on the mountaintop. Some of the weaker transcendent creatures had even become the bellies of other transcendents. However, existences such as the ice-toothed saber-toothed tiger and the snow mastiff that had reached the limit of the transcendent realm, neither exploded with all their strength. The divine pill had not yet matured, and it was not yet time to fight with full force. I don't know how much time has passed. The ice dragon fruit tree has grown to a height of 5 meters, with 4 peach-sized fruits growing from its branches. The fruit was crystal clear and seemed to have ice dragons circling inside. The divine medicine will soon be ripe. The snowy ground around the ice dragon fruit tree had been drenched in blood, and the atmosphere was a bit saber-rattling. Several powerful transcendent beings were determined to obtain this ice dragon fruit tree. However, just as they were in a stalemate, a pillar of blue light suddenly shot straight up into the sky at the foot of the mountain. A transcendent being is refining the spirit of the region of this snowy mountain. The transcendent being next to the ice dragon fruit tree instantly realized. They all coincidentally thought of the Ice Lion King who had suddenly left earlier. It turns out that it left to find and refine the spirit of the region. It was really too cunning. It's going to be bad. If we don't go and stop the Ice Lion King from refining the spirit of the region now, when it became the regional lord of this snowy mountain, they wouldn't even have the slightest chance. But now that the ripening of the ice dragon fruit was imminent, if one went to stop the Ice Lion King from refining it and happened to miss the words, that would be a complete do-over for the other beasts. Instantly, all transcendent beings were caught in a dilemma. Only the strongest of the few transcendent beings had calm eyes. Roar! The three beasts, winter saber-toothed tiger, white ape and snow mastiff, gave a low roar to their dependents. It seemed that they were commanded to stop the Ice Lion King and slow down the Ice Lion King's speed of refining the spirit of the region. He himself was still standing next to the ice dragon fruit, waiting for the divine medicine to mature. Seeing this, the vast majority of transcendental creatures did not leave. Obtaining the divine medicine was the most important thing at the moment. End of chapter. Chapter 78, Destroy if you can't get it. Chapter 78, Destroy if you can't get it. 5 hours ago, after Chen Mo left the top of the mountain, he ran towards the foot of the snowy mountain under the leadership of the ice crystal mouse. When we reached this snowy mountain before, Chen Mo then asked Aisha to bring the ice crystal mouse to search for the spirit of territory of this snowy mountain. Just find the spirit of the region and refine it. Then in this territory, he was invincible. Not to mention after becoming the lord of the region, he also has the ability to kick other beings right out of this snowy mountain. Being able to quickly find the spirit of the region was the greatest advantage that only he possessed. On his way down the mountain, Chen Mo naturally spotted the two stalking winter saber-toothed tigers. Snapping his head around and using his arcane ice claws to take them out easily one claw at a time. His current combat power completely crushed ordinary high transcendent beings. The ice crystal mouse led the way. And soon Chen Mo arrived at the place where the spirit of the region was. Lioness is already here waiting. It's a cave. The spirit of this snowy mountain's locale masquerades as a flat stone within the cave. Chen Mo grabbed the spirit of the region and didn't rush to refine it. If it was refined at this moment, the pillar of light emitted would inevitably attract other beasts to surround it. If those transcendental beings had a little bit of brains, I'm afraid that I will soon guess Chen Mo's attempts. So Chen Mo was prepared to jam the first 45 minutes before the ice dragon fruit ripened before refining it. He had prepared a lot of first-order divine pills that could restore the spiritual energy in his body extremely quickly. It would only take half an hour to completely refine this spirit of the region. And from the snowy summit to the fringe of the mountain on which it now stands, even a faster flying bird would take 10 minutes to reach it. The vast majority of transcendent creatures wouldn't give up the temptation of a second-order divine medicine to fight it to the death. It's 45 minutes until the ice dragon fruit ripens. Chen Mo injected spiritual energy into the spirit of the region while using divine medicines to restore the spiritual energy in his body. Roar! It wasn't long before a beastly roar came to his ears. Winter saber-toothed tigers, white apes, snow mastiffs, ice-bursting bears. A head of transcendent creatures appeared in front of him. But none of the transcendent creatures dared to take the lead. They were ordered by their respective leaders to slow down the Ice Lion King's refining of the spirit of the region. But they all knew their strength. How could they be a match for the Ice Lion King? If you go forward, you'll only die. They're all working people. So what's the point of fighting for your life? Roar! King, let me do it. These transcendent beings wanted to rub it in, but Frost Lion Shenba wouldn't let them. Wanting to make a mad show of himself in front of the Lion King, he took the initiative to meet him. He went straight into the herd and took a stink bomb. The green poisonous fog instantly covered the battlefield, and the transcendent beings in the area were foaming at the mouth. Heavy fall to the ground. Bioweapon attack. Then Lioness Aisha naturally joined the fight. There weren't many beasts that didn't even have a high transcendent, so naturally, they weren't a match for them. It soon fell away. Half an hour later, when Chen Mo injected the last ounce of spiritual energy into the spirit of the region, the blue pillar of light slowly dissipated. This fragment of the spirit of the territory also drifted toward the other fragments, becoming part of the invisible sphere. The ice spiritual energy within Chen Mo's body condensed once again. He was once again a lord. In the next second, he got up, erupted in a burst of sonic booms, and ran wildly towards the top of the snowy mountain, Snowmass Peak. Another tussle broke out here. However, at the sight of the blue pillar of light dissipating, these transcendent creatures coincidentally chose to stop. A look of resignation spread across the faces of the many chiefs at the top of the mountain. The lord of the territory has the ability to kick other transcendental beings out of his territory. So now, that Lion King could kick them out of the area whenever he wanted. But faced with the soon-to-ripen ice dragon fruit, they were resigned. At this time, a snow chestnut squirrel's ice spiritual energy surged in front of its body, and it actually condensed an ice arrow. Trying to shoot at the ice dragon fruit. It holds on to the idea that if I can't have it, then no one can have it. Directly striking out, he wanted to directly destroy the ice dragon fruit, but in the next second, the figure of the snow chestnut squirrel suddenly disappeared, vanishing into the realm. Transmission. It was kicked away by the regional lord of the snowy mountain. After losing the guidance of spiritual energy, the ice arrows also slowly dissipated. After seeing this scene, many spirit beasts were not shocked but delighted. They actually followed suit and wanted to destroy this ice dragon fruit. There was not the slightest chance that they would be able to obtain this second stage divine pill now. It's too dangerous to remain here. So these transcendent beings had only one thought in their minds at the moment. That's get out of here quick and stay on your own territory all the time. Until a second-order divine medicine appeared in his territory. And by destroying the ice dragon fruit, you'll get the Ice Lion King to kick them out of there, thereby getting out of the area quickly. In less than 2 minutes, the snowy summit had become incredibly empty. All that was left were bloodied corpses and a handful of transcendental creatures all over the ground. At this time, Chen Mo had also arrived at the top of the mountain. At the moment, there were only 4 transcendent creatures left on the mountaintop. They are the winter saber-toothed tiger, the white ape, the snow mastiff and the ice-tusked mammoth. Among them, the winter saber-toothed tiger, the white ape and the snow mastiff. Chen Mo tried to kick them out of this field, but for some reason it didn't work. As for the last ice-tusked mammoth, Chen Mo did not kick it. At this moment, the aura of the Lord Realm erupted from all 4 of these transcendent creatures. All have a combined combat strength of over 300. Apparently, they had used the bottom card left to them by their ancestors. What surprised Chen Mo was the frost mammoth, which after swallowing some sort of golden blood, the size of the body had risen insanely. And surprisingly, it had also advanced to the level of Lord. This golden blood should have been snatched from the natives before. At this point, there were still 8 minutes to go before the ice dragon fruit ripened. These 4 beasts faced each other 2 by 2. The winter saber-toothed tiger, the white ape and the other 2 fought each other. When Chen Mo appeared, but then coincidentally stopped killing, the snow mastiff was the first to break away from the battle, then threw a psychic ice silkworm silk at Chen Mo. Roar! Brother lion, help me out. Let's finish them off first, and then how about competing for the divine medicine again? Oh, good. Chen Mo nodded, but did not join the fight. It's not good to sit back and watch the tigers fight. By the way, he quietly observed the combined battle strength and abilities of the 4 transcendent creatures. Winter saber-toothed tiger, male. Rank, low lord. Body mass, 145. Agility, 126. Power, 135. Spirit of God, 192. Abilities, ice spine armor. Ice horn piercing. Ice stomp. Ice flame burning. Ice burst. Blizzard. Ice claws. Combined battle strength, 3250 3600. Snow mastiff. Rank, low lord. Combined battle strength, 2891 3100. White monkey. Rank, low lord. Combined battle strength, 3050 3102. Ice tusked mammoth. Rank, low lord. Combined battle strength, 1820 2100. End of chapter. Chapter 79, Backstabbing. Chapter 79, Backstabbing. There's something about this Rincon saber-toothed tiger that has mastered so many abilities. The combined battle power is even a little higher than mine. While observing, Chen Mo pulled out coke, ice asparagus, and ice beans from the small backpack used for the Lion King's suit, ice bananas and various other spiritual plants or snacks, then ate at a leisurely pace. All of these foods seemed mediocre, but they could actually enhance Chen Mo's combat power. Coke and ice shoots will get him going, and ice plantains will boost his ice resistance for a short time. Seeing this scene, the four beasts unanimously stopped fighting. No, we're fighting here and you end up watching and even eating. And why don't you a lion eat grass instead of meat? The Lion King at this moment exuded a special aura. If a human had seen it, he or she would have said it had a looseness to it. Roar! The winter saber-toothed tiger and the white ape naturally didn't want to see this situation. So coincidentally, they put down the opponent in front of them and came towards Chen Mo to kill. Roar! Brother lion! I'm here to help you. The snow mastiff roared and stopped the white ape. It was going to pretend to help the Ice Lion King and play a fake match with the white ape first. Let the Ice Lion King and the winter saber-toothed tiger fight it out. There was no doubt that these two transcendent creatures were the most powerful existences in the Great Snow Mountain. If they could lose both of them, it would naturally have a greater probability of obtaining the divine pill. The ice-tusked mammoth then retreated to the side, ready to rest for a while. Looking at the oncoming winter saber-toothed tiger, Chen Mo was not afraid in the slightest. Under the effect of the fat and happy lion, right now his emotions were nothing but joy and pleasure. Promotion to lordship, together with the increase in the various titles of self-regulation, Chen Mo felt that his current self was frighteningly strong. Roar! When the winter saber-toothed tiger was still 20 meters away from him, he let out an icy wind roar, followed by 3 icy blue runes appearing on his lion's palm. The Xian Ice Claw, which emitted an eerie cold aura, blatantly slashed towards the neck of the winter saber-toothed tiger. A sudden lion's roar disrupts the rhythm of the winter saber-toothed tiger's attack. It was a bit disoriented by the roar, but it still slightly sidestepped in the nick of time, and Chen Mo's lion paw ended up landing on its back. The winter saber-toothed tiger's spine had been torn open in 3 deep, bloody gashes, and the blood hadn't come out yet. It had been frozen by the frosty cold. After this frosty cold aura invaded, it began to spread towards the flesh and internal organs of the winter saber-toothed tiger. Ice claws. These days of practice had already allowed Chen Mo to initially master this method. The winter saber-toothed tiger misses with a single blow, and quickly pulls away as runes emerge from his body. The frosty cold was instantly dispersed. At the same time, the wound began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oddly enough, after being attacked by the Lion King, the eyes of this rincon saber-toothed tiger unexpectedly showed joy and a hint of remorse in a bizarre manner. Roar! Turns out, you're not really in the Lord realm yet. It seems that you also used some kind of treasure before, so I'm high on you. The winter saber-toothed tiger let out a sardonic laugh and roar. Chen Mo's battle power that erupted from killing the frost wolf leader. It made it keep thinking that this Ice Lion King was an old monster from another secret realm. Now it seems it guessed wrong. Had it known this, it should have joined forces with the Snow Mastiff King and the White Ape King to wipe it out. Still, it wasn't too late. Roar! After the winter saber-toothed tiger let out a tiger whistle, a single dark blue character appeared on the limbs and back. Apparently, it wanted to release some kind of powerful law. Seeing this, Chen Mo no longer hesitated, and while releasing the Lord's mighty pressure on the winter saber-toothed tiger, used an ability gained from promotion to Lord. Frost, a sharp ice cone. Ice spikes quickly condensed and hovered around Chen Mo, like a flying sword hanging and waiting to be fired. Roar! It was accompanied by a lion's roar. In an instant, hundreds of ice cones and ice spikes swept towards the winter saber-toothed tiger like streams of light. The moment the ice pick was about to touch the rincon saber-toothed tiger, its spell casting was complete. An icy blue flame rose up and covered the entire body of the winter saber-toothed tiger. These sudden flares of ice were not flames. To be exact, rather, it was some special form of ice spiritual energy. The ice flames turned into a curtain wall in front of the winter saber-toothed tiger, actually blocking all of the ice picks. With that, the leader of the winter saber-toothed tiger erupted into a burst of sonic booms. The claws burning with ice blue flames swung down without reservation. Chen Mo's reaction under the various buffs was fast to the extreme. Anticipate ahead and make a dodge. Snap! At this time, the pale blue devil vine split vine that had been hiding on Chen Mo's body struck out. The vines, which were originally only a dozen centimeters, quickly extended into 7 meters, and then viciously smacked the rincon saber-toothed tiger in the face. A direct slap in the face to the rincon saber-toothed tiger, not very damaging, but extremely insulting. At the same time, the white ape not far away had ice spiritual energy surging from its body one after another. A spirit pattern was slowly outlined and molded. Law. This white ape had likewise mastered the law, and from the number of runes that It is also a very high-level law. The effect of this discipline is supposed to be for the strengthening of all aspects of physical fitness. When the white ape finished releasing, it directly threw down the snow mastiff and ran wildly towards Chunmo at a supersonic speed. It was surrounded by frosty winds, and every swing of its fist was accompanied by a powerful frost-cold force. Almost every attack is a release of law. Overeating lion, berserk lion, and other various titles that add up. It allowed Shenmo's physical quality to reach a very frightening point, and coupled with the effect of the fatty happy lion, it made its reactions extremely sharp at the moment. Shenmo kept dodging every punch thrown by the white ape and used Xian Ice Claw to counterattack. But as the winter saber-toothed tiger joined the fray, its claws burning with icy flames continued to attack. Shenmo also had a few more wounds on his body. Facing the pincer attack of two Lord Realm existences, Shenmo felt a little hard to fight. Luckily, with the fat and happy lion, he had a thick skin. Roar! Shenmo let out a roar of icy wind. Although it couldn't cause substantial damage to the two transcendent creatures, it could slow down the rhythm of their offense. Ow! Don't panic, lion! I'm coming! At this time, the snow mastiff not far away let out a roar, and the runes on its paws shone brightly, rapidly charging towards the three beasts in the melee. When it was still 10 meters away from the white ape, the snow mastiff leaped high into the air and ice spiritual energy surged from his claws and attacked the white ape. Ow! White ape suffers death. However, in mid-air, the snow mastiff leader's claws were slightly deflected. Its strike appeared to be attacking the white ape, while the real target was the ice lion king in front of the white ape. At the most critical moment, the snow mastiff chose to backstab, or maybe it was supposed to be part of their plan. The lion king would be resolved first, and at that time, the three of them would proceed to the division of the second order divine pill. End of chapter. Chapter 80. Excuse me, my reinforcements have arrived. Chapter 80. Excuse me, my reinforcements have arrived. To the snow mastiff's backstab, Shenmo's response was a fart. Shenmo had never believed in the snow mastiff chief's so-called alliance from the beginning to the end. The mind is always on guard. Once this guy appeared less than 10 meters behind him, Shenmo let out a stinky fart directly. Put! The pungent and irritating green gas instantly enveloped the snow mastiff, instantly smoldering its fur green. Vom! In the next instant, the snow mastiff was foaming at the mouth and couldn't help but start vomiting. The body was even twitching. This stinker is so deadly. The snow mastiff had absolutely no intention of continuing to sneak attack Shenmo and only wanted to quickly leave the range of the poisonous gas. Vile. It's really despicable. The Lion King is so unkind to martial virtues. It wasn't there when Shenmo fought the Frost Wolf leader earlier, so I didn't know that Shenmo had such a despicable trick. At this point, it was 5 minutes until the ice dragon fruit was ripe. After the sneak attack failed and the snow mastiff woke up, it no longer hid itself and ran wildly towards Shenmo. The anger and killing intent in its eyes was even greater than the other two transcendent creatures. Not long ago, it had suffered a severe physical pounding as well as a mental pounding. Looking at the three Lord rank spirit beasts that were charging towards him in a hand position, Shenmo's eyes, however, became more and more excited. Want to gang up? He's not afraid. Ow! Chirp! At that moment, the hissing and chirping of various transcendent creatures came from behind him. One by one, the figures of transcendent creatures emerged. Ice Ghost, Icehorn Frost Goat, Snow Hedgehog, Frost Crane. A full 12 alpha-level transcendent creatures appeared behind Shenmo. And behind these alpha-level transcendent creatures, there were hundreds of other transcendent creatures. It was the same ethnic group that had signed a territorial treaty with Shenmo. As Shenmo moved to this snowy mountain, then he asked Xiangbai and also Luna to go to the race that had submitted to the Ice Lion clan to seek support. Some of them didn't come because they were worried about the safety of their own race, and Shenmo naturally wouldn't blame them. There are other chiefs who have chosen to go to war. It was also these transcendent beings behind the Lion King at the moment. Shenmo calmly looked at the winter saber-toothed tiger, white ape and snow mastiff. Excuse me, my reinforcements have arrived. Roar! Seeing the several transcendent creatures that appeared behind Shenmo, a hint of contempt flashed in the eyes of the winter saber-toothed tiger. Without reaching the Lord Realm, they were ultimately just ants. Even if it's a transcendent creature at the peak of the transcendent, touching the Lord's barrier, under the Lord's mighty pressure, there was also no chance of even getting close. Feeling the powerful lordly pressure emanating from the winter saber-toothed tiger, snow mastiff, white ape and other beasts, ice ghost, snow hedgehog, and frost hound, Frost Crane no longer hesitates to used a life preserver left behind by his forefathers. Snow hedgehog and frost hound, Frost Crane used the blood of the king's realm. The one used by the ice ghost, on the other hand, was an ice crystal gemstone that shimmered with a 7-colored light. As for the other familiars who came to support them, there was no ancestor's item. In the blink of an eye, the four's auras climbed dramatically. breaking through the barriers and becoming Lord-level spirit beasts. Gwyn, so now what? Right now, Shenmo's side had 5 Lord Realm existences, surpassing the winter saber-toothed tiger's side. On top of that, even the ice-tusked mammoth had surprisingly stood in the Ice Lion King's camp. When it saw the snow mastiff sneak attacking Shenmo from behind, it broke out in a cold sweat, couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. These 3 Lord Realm great demons had actually known each other previously and were even acting in front of it. When the Ice Lion King didn't appear, it was the one who fought side by side with the snow mastiff. If it wasn't for the Ice Lion King, there was a good chance that it would have to suffer heavily. The battle was imminent. The snow hedgehog fired the spikes on his body at an extremely fast speed. Frost spikes, the ice ghost, on the other hand, condensed a lotus of ice crystals in front of his body and flew towards the winter saber-toothed tiger. Under the cover of the two, the Frosthound then charged into the storm towards the winter saber-toothed tiger. The claws exuded a cold and chilling light. Seeing this, the ice flame on the winter saber-toothed tiger's body blazed with fire. It actually engulfed the ice spikes and ice lotus together. And then 3 runes appeared on its neck. Boom! Ice spit spewed out. The frosty wind wrapped countless tiny ice blades and ice spikes and shot them towards the Frosthound. The Frosthound quickly dodges, but is still half a beat too slow, and is scraped sideways by the ice spit. It was instantly scratched with dense blood marks. At the same time, its claws scraped off a piece of bloody flesh on the winter saber-toothed tiger. The 3 beasts engaged in a fierce fight. The winter saber-toothed tiger was fighting against 3 Lord-class creatures at the same time, but it was not the least bit defeated. Previously, in order to maintain his physical strength, and wanting to fight for the second-order divine pills again at the last minute, the winter saber-toothed tiger didn't use all of its strength. But at this moment, seeing that the ripening of the ice dragon fruit was imminent, it forcibly stimulated the king's blood in its body and, starting to put up a fight. On the other side, the ice-tusked mammoth and the frost crane were battling the snow mastiff. Although the ice-tusked mammoth has great strength, facing the agile snow mastiffs, it did not take advantage of the situation. If it was not for the frost crane in the air to constantly support, I am afraid that it will be consumed alive by the snow mastiff. Shenmo was up against the white ape. White apes were clearly melee type transcendent creatures. Shenmo naturally wouldn't let it have its way, pulling away while continuously emitting a lion's roar. The surrounding snow instantly exploded into a snowy mist. Ice wind howling. The powerful sound wave made the white ape's head hurt and he became more and more manic. It catalyzed the king's blood in its body to the extreme. It was actually briefly immune to the mental damage of icy wind roar. After getting close to Chunmo, the Iron Fist carried an incomparable manic power and smashed towards Chunmo. Chunmo sidestepped and dodged. Now his reaction speed and velocity had reached a terrifying level. He then leapt high into the air, directly above the white ape's head, runes flowing between his claws. Clawing at its neck, the Xian Ice Claw returned the favor. However, what Chunmo didn't expect was, the white ape didn't even think about dodging, but instead swung his fist again and, it came whistling and smashing towards mid-air. Boom! Rip! The 2 beasts' attacks hit each other almost simultaneously. The berserk force directly blasted Chunmo out of the room. The huge lion's body plowed a tens of meters long deep furrow in the snow. Chunmo felt a surge of chi and blood. This white ape's current power was simply terrifyingly strong. A quick glance revealed that its highest combined battle power had now surpassed 3,500. However, the white ape had obviously received a much heavier injury, with 3 more bone-deep blood scars on his neck. However, it didn't seem to feel anything as it once again ran towards Chunmo like a madman. At the same time, the symbols on its body flashed. The wound on his neck began to recover at an alarming rate. This is clearly another powerful law. Xiangba let out a stinky fart between the white ape and the Lion King, which was all he could do for the Lion King. In a battle of this level, it would risk its life if it got even slightly close. However, the white ape actually ignored it, directly against the dark green stinking fog. Continuing to approach the Ice Lion King, the pace of the charge did not slow down at all. End of chapter. Chapter 81 Evolution. Chapter 81 Evolution. Boom! Boom! Runes flowed on the white ape's fists as fist after fist slammed towards Chunmo in a continuous stream. The belligerent gene in Shenmo's lion blood was completely stimulated, and the Xian Ice Claw clawed toward the white ape's chest. Boom! Rip! Another swap. This swap was earned for Chunmo. A small injury for a serious injury. He has a superb physique. Not far away, the leader of the ice crystal butterflies was still releasing a steady stream of cold ice healing on him. And again, he felt no pain. After that can of coke, Shenmo's emotions were nothing but joy. After activating the king's blood, the white ape seemed to have lost its mind, and the blood on its body had dyed the snow red. But the wariness was getting higher and higher. Aisha, Stompy and the rest of the Ice Lion familiars want to help. But in despair, a battle of this caliber was almost impossible for them to join. The lordly pressure alone made them feel like they were going to gasp for air. If you release a long-range attack, you are afraid of hurting a friendly. 2 minutes until the ice dragon fruit is ripe. On the other side of the battlefield, the winter saber-toothed tiger had the complete upper hand. The frost hound's body was covered in dense bloodstains, and it collapsed to the side without knowing whether it was alive or dead. After the winter saber-toothed tiger spat out another mouthful of cold ice spit, temporarily freezing the ice ghost. It didn't bother about the snow hedgehog in the slightest, then ran wildly in Chen Mo's direction. The divine medicine will soon be ripe. In order to be sure, it had to take care of the Ice Lion King first. After all, there was only one chance to forcefully stimulate the king's blood in his body and raise his strength to the lord level. This meant that they had to take the second-order divine medicinal plant this time, or else they would only die. The addition of the winter saber-toothed tiger instantly made Chen Mo, who originally had the upper hand, a bit overwhelmed. The icy flames on its claws were wrapped in some kind of supreme coldness, and even a slight touch of Chen Mo even felt the places rubbed by the ice flame start to become stiff. Coupled with the desperate white ape, soon Chen Mo's body was also dyed red with blood. If it weren't for the fact that Fat and Happy Lion has made its physique exceptionally strong, I'm afraid he's going to be killed now. But for now, Chen Mo could hold out for a little while longer. He realized that the winter saber-toothed tiger, the white ape, and the snow mastiff were all forcibly stimulating the king's blood within their bodies. This results in a strong fighting force. This explosive state doesn't last long, and as long as they're kept from obtaining the second-order divine pill, after the king's blood in their bodies burned out, they were naturally no match for Chen Mo. The key now was still to hold out and then grab the second-order divine pill. After a long battle, the winter saber-toothed tiger suddenly stopped its furious attack. Roar! I didn't realize that a strong person like you had appeared in this era. The winter saber-toothed tiger let out a growl. Roar! If you are willing to sign this blood contract and serve me as your master, I will let you live. The Ice Lion King in front of its eyes was far beyond its imagination in terms of defense and resistance to blows. It's simply not possible to kill it in 2 minutes. If they continue to fight, I'm afraid that they would let the white ape or snow mastiff take advantage of them. That made it change its mind. Chen Mo didn't even bother to answer and continued to fight the two giant beasts. At this moment, there were still 30 seconds before the ice dragon fruit ripened. He had to stall these two ferocious beasts. With 10 seconds left for the ice dragon fruit to ripen, Chen Mo once again let out an icy wind roar, releasing the spinning stinky fart that, at the same time, he ran wildly in the direction of the ice dragon fruit. Naturally, the Rincon saber-toothed tiger and white ape that had been mentally polluted quickly chased after them. 5, 2, 0. The moment the countdown hit 0, accompanied by a gust of dragon chants, ice dragon phantoms appeared on the leaves of the ice dragon fruit count, and the 4 blue fruits on top of them exuded majestic ice spiritual energy. And just at the moment when the ice dragon fruit ripened, a white figure suddenly burrowed out of the dirt beneath the ice dragon fruit. It was none other than the ice crystal mouse. Mouse had dug a hole and lurked next to the ice dragon fruit tree before, now drilling out and instantly harvesting all 4 ice dragon fruits. Howl! Don't you dare! The winter saber-toothed tiger, who had been paying attention to the movements of the ice dragon fruit, let out a growl. The snow mastiff and white ape also charged towards the ice crystal mouse at the same time. After the ice crystal mouse picked the ice dragon fruit, it quickly ran towards Chen Mo's side. At this point, the frost crane troopers who had been hovering high in the air as well as Luna, the little black panther, suddenly threw down a single bag. The inside of the bag was filled with crystal clear ice blue mushrooms. Flash chill mushroom, the special variant of the cold ice mushroom that Chen Mo had previously cultivated. The moment the ice dragon fruit was about to ripen, Chen Mo let out a roar. Have flying units ready for flashbang bombing. Bang! 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 The moment the flash cold ice mushroom touched the ground, it erupted into a blinding, intense light. The entire snowy mountain instantly lit up like day. All 3 of the transcendental creatures were in a state of blindness. Chen Mo was naturally blinded as well, but he could still see Mouse's attribute box. Naturally, it was a step ahead of the winter saber-toothed tiger. After Chen Mo and Mouse ran in both directions, they swallowed the 4 ice dragon fruits in one gulp without hesitation. In the next second, he felt the ice dragon fruit instantly transform into a majestic ice spiritual energy that, it surged into the ice dam. Immediately after that, the powerful spiritual energy that erupted from within the ice dam swept through the entire body, rapidly strengthening every corner of its body. Blood, bones, even every cell. It's all changing dramatically. At this moment, Chen Mo finally realized why he could only advance by consuming second-order divine pills. There's some kind of mysterious medium-like power in the ice dragon fruit. It caused the spiritual energy within the ice dam to undergo a qualitative change. quickly condensing into a liquid state, and then pushing the body's genes and blood to change. It's life leveling. Previously both the spirit of the territory and the title of Lord Lion, all of which merely made the Ice Dan rank into a Lord rank. Only now was he considered to have truly stepped into the Lord realm. It's almost like the difference between a golden elixir and a false elixir. Chen Mo felt his body itch a little and the hairs on his body began to rise like crazy. Upon promotion to Lord, the strengthening of its body by spiritual energy also allowed it to grow rapidly from its juvenile form to its youthful form. The ice crystal shards also grew rapidly, covering the entire body like a crystal battle armor. Not only does it possess a strong physical defense, but for the attacks of spiritual cohesion, it can also be largely immunized or even weakened. The effects of the flash mushroom bombardment lasted only 2 seconds, when the winter saber-toothed tiger opened its eyes again. But in despair, he realized that the Ice Lion King had already swallowed the ice dragon fruit, and was growing bigger and stronger at an astonishing speed, and the wounds on its body are recovering at an alarming rate. The intimidating pressure emanating from it grew stronger and stronger, and his own power was rapidly draining away, and he was even going to fall down to the Lord level soon. The king's blood in his body had burned out. Roar! Don't kill me. I'm willing to sign a blood pact with you and take you as my lord. The winter saber-toothed tiger handed out the psychic ice silkworm silk to Chen Mo and actually opened its mouth to beg for mercy. It doesn't want to die. Since one's consciousness awakens from the body of one's offspring, it means that one's own body has long been dead. Now that it has managed to rise from this body by virtue of the backhandedness of its arrangement, and it was greeted with a glorious era of aura revival and 10,000 beasts competing for passage. It wants to live more than anyone. End of chapter. Chapter 82, The Blood Pact. Chapter 82, The Blood Pact. Seeing the winter saber-toothed tiger directly begging for mercy, the snow mastiff and the white ape also knelt down one after another. Pray for forgiveness from the Ice Lion King. Chen Mo's eyes were calm as he saw the combined battle power of the winter saber-toothed tiger decreasing. With that, he unleashed his lordly pressure without reservation. The powerful lord's pressure instantly crushed the 3 beasts to the ground, unable to move. Roar! Feeling the mighty pressure that was almost about to crush him, the winter saber-toothed tiger begged for mercy again in a hurry. Roar! Lion King, I'm an existence of the king realm from the last era. I have mastered many hidden knowledge and laws. My lord, I can tell you all of this knowledge without reservation. Hearing what the winter saber-toothed tiger said, Chen Mo was creeped out in his heart. He had suspicions about the true identities of the winter saber-toothed tiger and other beasts before. Sure enough, I'm afraid that these 3 transcendent demon beasts are no longer their original selves. What now occupies their bodies? The probability was that it was their ancestors, those so-called king realm existences. They retain their spiritual consciousness in their blood, and tell the offspring that the king's blood will save their lives. When their offspring use this blood, the consciousness of these old monsters will then gradually replace that of their offspring. The previous Frostwolf leader thought it must be the same. That's why it can use such a powerful law. And the ancestors of the snow-treading fox had no intention of harming their offspring, so there was no king's blood left for himself. Of course, it's also possible that the snow fox leader's paternal grandmother was simply stingy. Howl! Why should I believe you? Roar! Once the blood contract is established, my life or death is at your whim, and my lord, once you die, I will die with you. Roar! How do you create a blood contract? Chen Mo slightly lowered the lord's pressure. The winter saber-toothed tiger quickly used its own blood and spiritual energy to slowly scratch 6 blood-colored runes on the snow. Apparently, this so-called blood contract is also a law. Roar! My lord, just infuse your aura into the runes and you'll be able to make a blood contract. The winter saber-toothed tiger spoke respectfully. The tone of his voice was humble, and he seemed to have substituted himself in the role of a slave. Chen Mo did not sign the blood contract hastily. Hell, I don't know if this Rincon saber-toothed tiger will pull any tricks. An existence of this level was bound to possess a lot of knowledge and laws that he didn't know. In fact, the most prudent choice was to directly kill these 3 monsters that had borrowed their shells to relive their first life. Lord-level flesh and blood and demon pills could also give him a good boost. But Chen Mo still wanted more. For example, the ways in which they cannot be kicked out of the area by the lord of the area, and various laws. Roar! White ape! You do it! Chen Mo growled lowly at the white ape. Under the Lion King's pressure, the white ape slowly injected his spiritual energy into the blood contract. In the blink of an eye, it was as if the 6 characters had come to life. It turned into a blood snake that swept towards the winter saber-toothed tiger, and then directly drilled into its body. Ho! Did it work? The Ice Lion King's cold voice resounded in the white ape's mind. Ow! The white ape punched his chest with both fists and nodded slowly. However, in the next second, it heard the Lion King speak indifferently. Then kill it. The white ape stood frozen in place, sweating profusely. but did nothing. When the contract was completed, it realized that the winter saber-toothed tiger had played a trick. Although the so-called blood contract was a master-servant contract, but the most it can do is damage the winter saber-toothed tiger through the blood pact, without being able to fully control or kill it. There is even the possibility of reversing the master-servant relationship of this blood contract. White Ape didn't reveal it first, thinking of relying on the Rincon saber-toothed tiger Jedi to turn the tables on him, but it didn't expect the Ice Lion King to order itself to kill the winter saber-toothed tiger in the first place. Roar! The winter saber-toothed tiger seemed to realize what was going on, and began to let out a wail of agony. It was as if some being was clutching at its heart. The White Ape was trying to play along with the Rincon saber-toothed tiger. However, the next second, it suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from its chest. The lion's claw went straight through the White Ape's heart. The White Ape that had long since run out of gas slowly collapsed. Boom! At the same time, the winter saber-toothed tiger let out a wail and then also fell down unwillingly. Chen-Mo stared at the winter saber-toothed tiger and realized that although its life breath had become very weak, but the attribute bar doesn't disappear as a result. This guy is not dead. The so-called blood contract of master dying and servant following is naturally a lie. Ho! Don't act. I know you're not dead. The Lion King slowly walks towards the winter saber-toothed tiger, the Lord's pressure getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that at any moment it would strike and rip out its heart. While still 5 meters away from the winter saber-toothed tiger, a pleading voice came from the bottom of Chen-Mo's heart. Roar! Spare me! Lion King, spare your life. I won't lie to you this time. I would really like to serve you as Lord. There was fear in the winter saber-toothed tiger's voice. It did not expect this Ice Lion King to be so cautious. Seeing that the Lion King did not speak, it hastily used its remaining spiritual energy mixed with blood to scratch out the blood contract talisman. After it finished drawing, Chen-Mo's gaze looked toward the snow mastiff not far away. Feeling the Lion King's gaze, the snow mastiff's body had an icy chill, and his limbs were trembling a bit unself-consciously. The white monkey's death is still fresh in my mind. The only thing on its mind right now is, don't you come over here. Roar! Sorry, it's too late to submit. After saying that, Chen-Mo catalyzed the Lord's mighty pressure to the extreme, making the winter saber-toothed tiger completely unable to move. Then using the arcane ice claw cleanly wiped the neck of the winter saber-toothed tiger. After doing so, Chen-Mo slowly walked towards the snow mastiff. Ow! The snow mastiff shivered. Roar! Create a blood pact. Of these 3 creatures with king realm souls, he only needed one alive. The winter saber-toothed tiger had too many hard eyes, and Chen-Mo was afraid of being underhanded, so he just slaughtered it. Without saying a word, the snow mastiff directly used the blood and aura from his body to write a blood contract. Chen-Mo compared the blood contract left behind by the winter saber-toothed tiger before its death and found that the two were almost identical. He then injected his aura into the blood contract. Soon, the blood contract turned into a blood snake drilled into the snow mastiff. The moment the blood contract was completed, Chen-Mo found that he could clearly see the heart of the snow mastiff more a blood-colored chain, and he could manipulate the chain with his mind. As long as it was clenched tightly, then the snow mastiff would instantly die a violent death. Life and death are entirely at his mercy. Roar! Wagging tail. Chen-Mo calmly opened his mouth, giving orders as if he was training a dog. At those words, the snow mastiff's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of anger. As the king of the last era, this Lion King had done this to it. It's just a strange shame. Then the next second, its eyes resumed a kind of clear stupidity and it began to wag its tail frantically. A dog under the roof has to bow down. Bear with me for a while. Only 2 more shifts today. Trying to jumpstart, Ape God. End of chapter. Chapter 83 Blood Transfusion Therapy. Chapter 83 Blood Transfusion Therapy. The bloody battle was finally over, and Chen-Mo felt that his body and spirit had reached their limits. But things aren't quite over yet. Previously, in order to gain the strength of the Lord's realm, the Ice Ghost, the Frost Hound and also Snow Crane used King's blood. And according to the precedent of the Frost Wolf King as well as the Winter Saber-Toothed Tiger, once the King's blood is used, their original consciousness would then be gradually replaced by the consciousness in the King's blood. These 3 chiefs had just helped themselves, side by side. It was impossible for Chen-Mo to leave them alone. He began with a detailed look at the 4 beasts, in which all is well with Ice Ghost's message, and the Frost Hound, the Snow Hedgehog and the Snow Crane all turned into some sort of anomaly. Blood abnormalities. Some kind of willful presence in the blood is affecting their spirits. Trying to replace them, there's still a problem. Seeing this, Chen-Mo couldn't help but frown. The ancestors of these aborigines of Dishuishan are really inappropriate. Roar! Chen-Mo asked the snow mastiff how to exterminate the will present in the king's blood. It is itself a resurrectionist and may know. Oh, my lord! Unless all the blood in the body is replaced. Otherwise the awakening of the will in the king's blood is an irreversible process. The snow mastiff prostrated beside Chen Mo and shivered, fearing that the Lion King would not be satisfied with his answer and give him a direct claw to his chest. Change of blood. Hearing the snow mastiff say that the entire blood will be replaced, a bold idea was suddenly born in Chen Mo's mind. Whether it works or not, let's try it first. Chen Mo told the frost hound and the other beasts about the awakening of the will of the king's blood. Now their consciousness has not been replaced. With cases such as the winter saber-toothed tiger and the snow mastiff in front of him, for the words of the Ice Lion King, they don't have the slightest doubt, and their eyes can't help but show fear and bewilderment. Next, I will treat you with bloodletting therapy while having the ice crystal butterfly treat you. After replacing the part of the blood that is now inside your body, it is possible that the will in the king's blood will dissipate with it. Shinma's plan is to change blood. One of the abilities mastered by the pale blue magic vine is draw, the ability to absorb or transfer blood or nutrients from other beings. As soon as all the blood is drained from these chiefs, then the blood of their kin is fed through the pale blue demon vine, which can theoretically replace all the blood in their entire body in a short period of time. Now these affected chiefs are still in the Lord Realm, with strong recovery abilities. Combined with the assistance of the divine pill and the treatment of the ice crystal butterfly, there was basically no danger to his life. Ow, King, come on. The frost hound was the first to speak. It wasn't sure if it would work for the Lion King's plan, but it would have to for now. It doesn't want to be replaced yet. Snow Hedgehog and Snow Crane sniffed but pulled their legs and ran. At this moment, their original consciousness had been suppressed by the will in their blood. Chen Mo had long been prepared for this. After letting out a roar of icy winds to stun them, he began to heal them with a blood change. Roar! Your leader is in a life and death crisis and needs your blood transfusion. Chen Mo used the ice silkworm silk to communicate with the transcendent beings of the three races separately, in order to save their leader. The frost hound, Snow Hedgehog and other beasts were naturally righteous. I'm counting on you this time. Magic vine. Good. Father God. The pale blue devil vine instantly grew in size, and the spikes on its body pierced into the skin of the three beasts, rapidly drawing on the blood that possessed the king's will within them, spitting it out onto the ground, and then quickly feeding them the blood of their own kind afterward. 3 hours later, as dawn breaks, the first rays of the morning sun fall on the top of the snow-covered mountain, coating it with a layer of gold leaf. Chen Mo once again observed the frosthounds and other beasts. It was found that the previous blood abnormal status had disappeared. Blood exchange therapy is feasible. The three beasts were no longer in any serious trouble, except for their pale faces and very weak feet. Ow! The frosthound leader wagged his tail and bent down towards the Ice Lion King in gratitude. Snow Hedgehog and Frost Crane Chief also expressed their gratitude to the Ice Lion King when they woke up. This time, if it wasn't for the Ice Lion King, they really would have mailed it. Ho! You guys go back and get some rest first, Chen Mo said gently. These three chieftains, after all, were also injured to help him fight against the winter saber-toothed tiger in them. The contributions they made, Chen Mo silently remembered in his heart. As for the chiefs who didn't come, Chen Mo also unconsciously made a note of it. Moo dash. At this time, the ice-tusked mammoth let out a mournful cry. When it saw that the Lion King had inexplicably changed the blood of its own dependents, it naturally asked in curiosity. It panicked when it learned that by using the king's blood, it was possible that its consciousness would be replaced by some unknown existence. Moo dash, Lion King, please save me. I was just fighting alongside you. Ice-tusked mammoth's voice was thick, giving it a naive feel. Roar, can, but healing isn't free. It requires you to take out the spirit of the territory in exchange. Chen Mo had observed the ice-tusked mammoth before. It was found to be in a condition that also had the blood abnormal status though, but compared to a few other beasts, its symptoms are significantly less severe. It could take years for the will inside to awaken, if it ever wanted to, and there wasn't even a chance for it to do so. Perhaps only direct descendants can quickly revive the will in the king's blood, but Chen Mo naturally wouldn't tell it this. Moo, good. The big guy, the ice-tusked mammoth, looks fierce, but is actually scared to death. Hearing that, he immediately and obediently handed over the 2 fragments of the spirit of the region that he had in his possession. Then very abashedly, it wanted Chen Mo to help it change its blood and heal it. Roar! Need the blood of your kind or you'll bleed to death. Ice-tusked mammoths naturally brought their little brothers to snatch the sacred medicine, but all of them were teleported away by the Ice Lion King before. So the ice-tusked mammoth exploded into its fastest speed ever to find its people, fearing that a little later, his consciousness would be replaced by the unknown presence in his blood. After the ice-toothed mammoth left, Chen Mo came before the ice dragon fruit tree. The fruit of this fruit had fallen into a state of withering after being picked. Chen Mo dug into the soil for a while and found a shining seed. Ice dragon fruit seeds, the second-order divine pill seed, 4,082 days away from full maturity. Ripe fruits that, when consumed, allow transcendent beings to break through the overlord barrier, and gain a large amount of ice spirit power. When consumed, it improves defense, small. The maturation time of a second-order divine pill is surprisingly 20 times that of a first-order divine pill, Chen Mo thought. Then released the small spirit rain technique on the ice dragon fruit seed. Spiritual rain fell on top of the ice dragon fruit seed. Its maturation time was shortened to 4,066 days. After advancing to Lord, the effect of him releasing the lesser spirit rain technique had become a bit stronger as well. It can shorten the growth cycle of a spiritual plant or sacred medicine by about 16 days at a time. That is to say that spiritual plants with a growth cycle of no more than 16 days, after being irrigated by the small spiritual rain technique, it's only a few minutes from seed to fruit. For the second-ranked divine pill, there is a 2-day cooldown on the effect of the small spiritual rain technique. When watered daily, it can grow 8 times faster. Maturation time is reduced to approximately 500 days. Still too slow. We have to master the great spiritual rain technique as soon as possible, Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart. It then slowly walked over to the bodies of the white ape and the winter saber-toothed tiger. Then it was time for the delightful touching of the corpse session. End of chapter. Chapter 84, Breakthrough. Medium Lord Realm. Chapter 84, Breakthrough. Medium Lord Realm. Chen Mo searched above the corpses of the white ape chief and the winter saber-toothed tiger chief. There were no additional discoveries other than the 7 shards of the spirit of the territory. So poor, Chen Mo said in his heart, placing the 7 fragments of the spirit of territory in front of him. Then his gaze looked at the snow mastiff leader beside him. "Ow, my lord, this is mine." The snow mastiff leader, who had already been reduced to a slave beast, instantly understood. Taking the initiative, he handed over the 3 fragments of the spirit of the region that he had refined. From these 3 transcendent beings, Chen Mo had obtained a total of 10 fragments of the spirit of territory. Together with the 2 pieces from the ice-tusked mammoth, he had gained 12 pieces of the spirit of the territory fragments at once. There were a total of 64 regional spirits in the Great Snowy Mountain Mysterious Realm, and Chen Mo had mastered 44 of them in a single beast. After completing the touching of the corpse, Chen Mo gathered the wind and snow, froze all the corpses of the 2 Lord Realm transcendent creatures. Now that he hasn't completed the Overeating Lion Plus Self-Discipline Challenge, it couldn't perfectly absorb the spiritual energy within the blood, flesh, and ice dan of a Lord-level being. Freeze it first. Immediately afterward, Chen Mo began to refine these spirits of the region. During this time he also helped the ice-tusked mammoth change another wave of blood. Perhaps it's psychological. After the blood exchange treatment, the ice-tusked mammoth felt instantly cleaner. Buzz, the Lion King, me and those newly risen transcendent beings, can I join the Ice Lion clan? Before preparing to leave, the ice-tusked mammoth leader suddenly asked. It realized that the Ice Lion King in front of it was definitely a thigh. Anyway, now that it was no longer the lord of the region, it might as well just join the Ice Lion King's camp. Chen Mo nodded. Ice-tusked mammoths are pretty good at fighting, and to be the leader of those newly risen transcendent beings, one would think that the ability to rule should be considered okay. It's kind of a good battlefield. It wasn't until noon that Chen Mo finally refined all the spirits of the region. At this moment, he had become the regional lord of half of the Snow Mountain Mysterious Realm. The remaining 20 areas are also just around the corner. The fragments had roughly pieced together a spherical core of the area, with only small remnants remaining. Chen Mo was very much looking forward to the fact that after gathering all the fragments of the spirit of the region in the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm, I wonder what's going to happen. Anyway, the trip was very rewarding. In addition to the second-order divine pills, there were also the blood, flesh, and demon pills of 2 Lord-level transcendent beings. In addition to this, a head with explosive strength has been taken in, the snow mastiff that could temporarily erupt with the battle power of the Lord Realm. And the value of the snow mastiff leader wasn't just its battle prowess. What's more, the snow mastiff, as an existence of the king's realm in the last era, one should have acquired quite a bit of law and knowledge, and these are also great assets, plus the divine pill seed and 12 shards of the spirit of the territory. It's like earning numbness. Chen Mo closed his eyes and roughly felt it. At this moment, there were 22 channels of liquid spiritual energy within his ice stand. That was 200 Dao of spiritual energy. And the previous 4 ice dragon fruits had provided him with a total of 200 Dao of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, by virtue of Pyrrhic Lion alone, Chen Mo was unable to fully digest the spiritual energy in the second-order divine pills, and about half of the ice spiritual energy in them was wasted. Not enough. Chen Mo was prepared to directly impact the medium lord realm in one go. He estimated that with roughly 100 channels of liquid spiritual energy, he would be able to advance to medium lord. So he went back to the Lion King's mountain, to a frozen warehouse inside the cavern. And this is where he stores his treasures. After pushing open the ice door, What came into view was a huge square piece of unmelted ice, and inside these giant pieces of ice, on the other hand, there were all sorts of divine medicines as well as the ice pills of high transcendent demonic beasts sealed away. This ice vault contained 85 first-order divine medicines and 102 ice pills of high transcendent demonic beasts. All of them were divine medicines collected in the Great Snow Mountain's secret realm this month. With extraordinary perception and observation, Lion, while searching for the spirit of the territory, he and the ice crystal mouse always came across all sorts of divine medicines. So many divine medicines were simply unimaginable to other transcendent beings at this stage. Chen Mo catalyzed his ice spiritual power, and the block of solid ice in front of him quickly melted. He then wolfed down these divine medicines and stuffed them into his mouth. Now that he had the tyrannical eating lion's blessing, he was able to perfectly digest first-rank divine medicines, and each first-rank divine medicine can provide it with about 200 points of spiritual energy. That's 2 channels of liquid psychic power. After eating 40 divine pills, Shenmo's body's liquid spiritual energy stirred and finally reached 100 channels. The ice dan changed with it. Medium Lord's Realm. Self-discipline sharing object +1. Self-discipline sharing object can accept challenge +1. Secondary self-regulation shared objects +5. Self-discipline quality improvement card ×2, green. Messages keep popping up on the self-regulation panel. Before Chen Mo could check it out, he realized that the liquid spiritual energy within the ice dan was surging to all of his limbs and bones. It actually produced an incomparable tingling sensation. The aura was continuously washing and strengthening his body. Chen Mo hastily took a sip of cola, which slightly shielded him from this tingling sensation. It took more than 10 minutes for the sharp stabbing pain to subside. Chen Mo felt that his physical quality had once again received a huge boost. With a thought, he glanced at the changes in his own attributes and the increase in his overall battle power. Silver Armored Ice Lion, Male. Rank, Medium Lord. Body Mass, 255402. Agility, 190331. Strength, 187335. Divine Spirit, 152285. Abilities, Ice Storm, Ice Illusion, Ice Wind Roar, Frost Fall, Lesser Spirit Rain Art, Arcane Ice Claw, Frosty. Combined Battle Strength, 454850. After advancing to Medium Transcendent, he awakened another ability called Frost Condensation. Can manipulate liquids within a certain range and instantly condense them into ice. Feeling the majestic power in his body, Chen Mo was very satisfied. At this moment, the entire secret realm of the Great Snow Mountain, except for the 2 boundary guardians who were unable to move freely, it should just be the strongest being. After returning to Lion King Mountain, Chen Mo began to question the Snow Mastiff King. Because of the link of the blood contract, the two could directly communicate mentally. In the previous Divine Pill competition, why were you able to resist the teleportation authority of the Region Lord? Chen Mo asked. After possessing a medium Lord level strength, he naturally wanted to unify the entire Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm. But the remaining dozen or so regional lords within the region were completely cowering within their own territories, not coming out at all. Chen Mo couldn't do anything about them for the time being. My lord, this is a law called Spirit Melting Technique. I also acquired this technique from the Winter Saber-Toothed Tiger. After releasing the law, one can estringe or change one's aura for a short period of time. At the moment, it was by mimicking the scent of a dead tree that I evaded your banishment. Teach me. Chen Mo directly forced the Snow Mastiff to teach himself this method. The technique was not very advanced, and only required 4 runes to cast. Chen Mo was prepared to learn this method first. Once you learn the Spirit Melting Technique, you'll be able to wander around the other lords' realms, with the strength of a medium lord himself. There wasn't a single transcendent creature or human in the Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm that could stand up to him. Except, of course, for the Boundary Keepers. At that time, he would be able to completely control the entire Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm in his hands. End of chapter. Chapter 85, Sweeping Across the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm, 3 more requests for catch-up readings. Monthly tickets. Chapter 85, Sweeping Across the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm, 3 more requests for catch-up readings. Monthly tickets. Subsequently, Chen Mo extracted all the laws that the Snow Mastiff had mastered. There are 12 laws in total. This includes the Sky Ice Drop, the big move released by the Frost Wolf leader before he died. Very powerful, instantly condensing ice spiritual energy into hundreds of ice lances. It locks onto the target and smashes down at an amazing speed, dealing extremely exaggerated damage to a single target. But the difficulty of learning is also very high, enough to coalesce 52 runes. It was more than 17 times that of Xian Ice Claw. These laws, Chen Mo was prepared to learn them later when he was free. The most important thing at the moment was still to master the Spirit Melting Technique, and then conquer the entire Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm. These next 2 days, Chen Mo had been studying the Spirit Melting Technique method in the Ice Cave. thanks to Teaching Lion's increase in his enlightenment. Plus, the Snow Mastiff, a former king realm existence, taught hand in hand. In only 2 days, Chen Mo had learned the spirit melting technique method. After successfully condensing the last spirit talisman of the spirit melting technique, he let out an excited roar. Roar! He couldn't wait to wander around the other lords' lands. Then let's start close to home. Next door first, Chen Mo thought in his heart and summoned the leaders of the clans. The Great Snowy Mountain Secret Realm Unification War has since kicked off. The first thing Chen Mo came to was the No. 3 Snow Mountain controlled by Wang Long as well as the Tanzania military. The Snowy Mountain is located next door to Lion King Mountain and is a true neighborly relationship. The survivors of Tanzania have built cities on snow-covered mountains, and it began to develop agriculture and farming. This snowy mountain, as it were, has become the last refuge of Tanzania. Chen Mo led the Snow Mastiff chief slowly into Snow Mountain number 3. The moment the incomparably large Ice Lion King stepped into Snow Mountain number 3, the lord of the region, Wang Long, then sensed its presence. Feeling the abyss-like aura of the Ice Lion King, Wang Long was like an enemy. He knew that the Ice Lion King had successfully advanced to the Lord Realm, even if he was the lord of the region. I'm afraid I'm no match for the Ice Lion King, and he understood the character of this Ice Lion King. It was cautious enough. Since he dared to come to Snow Mountain No. 3, it meant that he possessed the confidence to win. Thinking of this, Wang Long squeezed out a bright smile and warmly greeted him. Your Majesty, the Lion King, welcome to our domain. Thank you so much for the iceberg lettuce seeds you provided earlier. They have now sprouted. Wang Long respectfully said. His hand couldn't help but touch his bald head. When he used to be a fire awakener, his bald head sweated easily. Every time I get nervous I subconsciously touch my head. Now after becoming an ice-awakened person but still hadn't changed this habit. The ice air elf beside Chen Mo took out the silk of the psychic ice silkworm from his backpack and flew next to Wang Long. Ho! I'm here because I want to make another deal with you. Chen Mo directly indicated his intention to come. I want the spirit of your region, and in exchange, you will be sheltered by the Ice Lion clan, that you may still dwell on this snowy mountain. It is also possible to travel to other territories in the Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm to live. Chen Mo said calmly. Your Majesty, may I say no? Wang Long forced a smile, helplessness written all over his face. Naturally, he didn't want to hand over the spirit of the region in his heart. He had traveled thousands of miles, left his wife and daughter, and led a squad of awakened ones to come here from Eastern Xia. The reason for this was to become the lord of the region, and then wait for a second-order divine pill to make a breakthrough. Now that it's so hard to become a regional lord, and a regional lord of 2 regions at that, he hadn't yet waited for the birth of the divine pill. So how could he be willing to surrender the spirit of the region? Not long ago, while all the transcendental creatures were attracted by the second-order divine pill, Wang Long, on the other hand, led the awakened squad to intercept the Frost Snow Leopard leader who had failed to loot and wanted to return to his territory halfway. After a fierce battle, Wang Long killed the Frost Snow Leopard leader, and he had successfully refined the spirit of the Snow Leopard Mountains region. And if one does hand over the spirit of the territory and join the kingdom of the Fae, he will return to the transcendental realm. Losing their lordship privileges would also result in a complete loss of their autonomy. The survival was only at the whim of the Ice Lion King. Throughout history, countries that have lost their autonomy have often not fared too well. Just as Wang Long was still torn, the Ice Lion King's voice once again resounded in his mind. You are not my opponent, Wang Long. You can try now. Can you use your lordship privileges to kick me and my slave animals out of this territory? The Ice Lion King's lion eyes looked at Wang Long calmly. Hearing slave beast, the Snow Mastiff woofed twice. It was a king realm existence, and now it was actually being called a slave beast. Forget it. I'm living under a roof. I'll put up with it for a while. Wang Long immediately activated his lord authority, wanting to teleport the Ice Lion King out of Snow Mountain number 3. In the next second, the Lion King's figure did not disappear. Failed. This did not surprise Wang Long. I don't want to see bloodshed. Chen Mo's tone was filled with absolute confidence. I know you're from Eastern Xia, and I think you came here to break through the Lord Realm. I'll give you a chance when the second stage divine medicine appears in this snowy mountain. It's better than dying now. Upon hearing this, Wang Long sighed. The Ice Lion King was right. He wasn't much tied to the ground beneath his feet. The coming here was also simply to seek a chance to break through the Lord rank. The reason for helping Tanzania establish the Winterfell shelter. It's just that he saw the misery of ordinary people under the apocalypse and was a bit intolerant. So he did what he could to do his part. He had long since begun to miss his hometown, his parents and his wife and daughter. Ever since the snowy mountains descended and the signal got extremely bad, he hadn't called his loved ones in almost a month. And the mutated creatures at sea are becoming more and more numerous. The black abyss creatures are increasing in number by the day. He was very afraid that if he was late he might not be able to return to Dongsha. In the end, Wang Long compromised. I know I have no bargaining power. I am willing to hand over the spirits of the regions of Snow Mountains number 3 and number 4, but I hope that you, Your Majesty, will keep your promise and not harm the humans in these 2 snow mountains. You'll be glad you made a wise choice later. Chen Mo nodded and took the spirit of territory of the 2 great snow mountains and began to directly refine them. Soon, 2 more bright blue pillars of light lit up in the sky above the Great Snow Mountain secret realm. After refining the spirit of the region of Snow Mountain number 3 as well as Snow Leopard Mountain, Chen Mo took the Snow Mastiff and hoofed it to another snow mountain ruled by humans. He couldn't wait to refine more spirits of the region and unify the Great Snow Mountain mysterious realm. This snowy mountain was originally the territory of the Ice Crows. Later, Canilla's forces joined forces with 2 squads of awakened ones from the Mi. The Ice Crow clan was defeated and expelled, and its regional core was refined by Anthony, the leader of the Rice Awakener squad, very different from the King's Dragon and the General's establishment of Winterfell, sheltering the survivors. Anthony, the leader of the awakened team from the country of Rice, began his absolute dictatorship after helping Canilla to seize the spirit of the Snowy Mountains territory. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish. All other humans residing within this snowy mountain must be centered on his will alone. Anthony has been kind of trending towards becoming a homelander. End of chapter. Chapter 86, The Might of Frostbite. Chapter 86, The Might of Frostbite. The moment the Ice Lion King set foot on the snowy mountain, as the lord of the region, Anthony naturally felt the Ice Lion King's aura. The Ice Lion King? What's it doing here? Without a moment's hesitation, he directly used his kick privilege. Anthony's original plan was to linger until the second-order divine medicines appeared in his territory. Until then, never leave the mountain. Any being that could be a threat to him was kicked directly out of his area. Wouldn't it be nice to be the only emperor in the snowy mountains? For this powerful being who was well known in the Great Snow Mountain mystic realm, Anthony thought that he was no match for him. Naturally, the first thing they want to do is to expel them from their territory. But the next second, he froze. The huge figure of the Ice Lion King was still in his line of sight and had not disappeared. Seemingly sensing his gaze, the Ice Lion King grinned, revealing a very frightening smile. As if to mock him, the Area Lord's teleportation ability was surprisingly ineffective. Watching the Ice Lion King quickly run towards him, Anthony frantically activated his kicker permission. Yet not once did it take effect. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was only 1,000 meters. At this distance, it wouldn't take the Ice Lion King 10 seconds to reach it. Anthony hurriedly collected his inner emotions and disguised himself as the boy with the fake smile. Your Majesty the Lion King, what is your business here? In fact, he had already roughly guessed the purpose of the Ice Lion King's visit here within his heart. The Ice Air Elf pulled on the psychic ice silk so that both the Ice Lion King and Anthony could communicate. Roar! Hand over the spirit of the region and I can let you live. At those words, Anthony's heart sank. Sure enough, he knew that once he surrendered the spirit of the region and became an ordinary awakened, it's over on its own. This month, he's done a lot of things to hurt the world. The other awakened on this snowy mountain would absolutely swarm and kill him. So he had to win a silver lining and kill the Lion King in front of him. I'll pay. With this in mind, Anthony took out the spirit of the region and ran quickly towards the Ice Lion King with both hands cupped. Just when he was still 5 meters away from the Ice Lion King, ice spiritual energy suddenly surged through Anthony's body. An ice gun appeared out of thin air in his hand. Give me! Before the ice lance could be thrust out, and the word death cried out, Anthony's body suddenly stood still and pupils are dilated. A white frost rose on his body, and then, as if he had lost his support, he slumped forward and, heavy fall to the ground. Bang! The moment Anthony hit the ground, his body turned into a piece of rubble. It was like an ice sculpture shattering apart. 2 frost blue runes appeared in front of Chen Mo, and were slowly converging their light after the release ended. Frosting instantly freezes any liquid within a 10-meter radius, including blood and living organisms. This was an ability that Chen Mo had mastered after breaking through to Medium Lord. The moment the fluctuation of spiritual energy appeared in Anthony's body, Chen Mo realized that this guy was not speaking of martial virtues, trying to sneak up on him. So this new ability was used. The effect was unexpectedly good, directly killing the human in seconds. Roar, too weak. Although they were both at the same lord level, the human battle power in front of him was worlds apart from him. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation in Chen Mo's ice blue pupils. He then grabbed the spirit of territory from the center of Anthony's fragmented body and began to refine it. The instant of its death, the piece of the spirit of the territory once again became masterless, and in the process of Chen Mo refining the spirit of the region, one after another, several awakened in the snowy mountains came towards it. stopping when they were still a few hundred meters away from each other, and then they fell to their knees, facing the Ice Lion King. Their eyes were not fearful, but instead filled with gratitude. Anthony took control of their families when he became lord of the region, then forced them, the awakened, to go hunting for transcendence in a nearby area. While many people awakened during that time, many more died. Some people tried to escape or resist, but in the end it didn't end well. The gap between an ordinary awakened and a regional lord was too great. At this moment, this tyrant was easily put to death by the Ice Lion King. The legend about the Ice Lion King had been widely circulated in the kingdom of Kinnera before. In the hearts of most Kinnilians, the Ice Lion King was the auspicious beast. Lord Lion King, thank you for saving us. Chen Mo didn't care about the emotions of these people. He just calmly refined this spirit of territory. Then they let Sanchi and Xiangba take over to temporarily take over the governance of this snowy mountain, incorporate it into the Ice Lion clan. He himself was running towards a nearby snowy mountain again. On the first day, Chen Mo conquered a total of 4 snowy mountains and refined 4 regional spirits. At this moment, of the 64 pieces of the spirit of the region, he had already refined 47 of them, with only the last 17 pieces missing. He would be able to collect all the pieces of the spirit of the territory. Now, Chen Mo could already roughly tell that the complete divine realm core should be a sphere. I also wonder what happens when you gather all the spirits of the region. In this regard, Chen Mo was quite looking forward to it. Looking at the blue beams of light that lit up one after another on the snow-covered mountains, the races on the Great Snow Mountain couldn't help but feel shocked by the Ice Lion King's power. The remaining region lords were even more trembling. What the hell? Why, how is it not even safe to hide inside your own territory now? Overreading Lion Plus, Day 12. Chen Mo brought several chiefs to a snowy mountain called Ice Sparrow Mountain at the center. King, the lord of Ice Sparrow Mountain is an ice sparrow that boasts of being a descendant of the god of winter. It resides in a snow sycamore tree at the top of the hill. On the way, the snow-treading fox leader explained the information about the snow mountain lord to the Ice Lion King. Is it really a descendant of the god of winter? The likelihood is almost zero. The descendants of gods are born in the king's realm, and how could it appear in the surface world of the winter god's domain? The snow-treading fox leader shook his head and replied with a smile. On his way up the mountain, Chen Mo was surprised to see a variety of transcendent creatures on this snowy mountain. There are all sorts of transcendental birds, as well as natives like the ice-clawed lynx and the winter saber-toothed tiger. There are also up-and-coming transcendent creatures from the grasslands. Are there so many transcendent creatures here? So mixed? That ice sparrow seems quite accommodating. Chen Mo opened his mouth and asked, somewhat curious. Generally lords do not allow other beings to set foot in their territory except for their own dependents. King, in fact, it's entirely because that ice sparrow is too lazy to govern his territory. The snow-treading fox leader replied. The ice sparrow spent the vast majority of its time sleeping after refining the spirit of the region in this area. It didn't care what happened outside, not even in their own territories. That's why transcendent beings of any race can enter here, provided, of course, that no other predators are killed. End of chapter. Chapter 87, The Ice Sparrow. Chapter 87, The Ice Sparrow. Halfway up the mountain, Chen Mo also saw a dozen frost wolves. After the death of the frost wolf leader, the remaining frost wolves all ran away. Chen Mo thought that the probability was that they had run away to the outside world, but he didn't expect that they were hiding here. Seeing the Ice Lion King and the vast army beside it, these dozen frost wolves pulled their legs and ran. However, while they were escaping, Great General Xiangba had already taken the lead and charged out. Grand General Xiangba said he would never let go of any opportunity to get ahead. The current Xiangba has also touched the Lord Barrier, and with the addition of tyrannical eating lion, it's not what it used to be, and it's far stronger than these frost wolves. Soon, it led several transcendent ice lions to arrest all the frost wolves. Ho! Take it back first. Chen Mo let out a low growl. These frost wolves were good laborers, and seemed pretty good as miners. In a short while, Chen Mo arrived at the top of the mountain. What came into view was a dozens of high ice sycamore tree, with leaves like ice crystals. It looks gorgeous. It was clearly a transcendental plant as well, and at the top of the ice sycamore tree, perched on a meter-long finch. It had feathers like an ice sculpture and 3 long tail feathers on its back. At first glance, it did look quite like the ice phoenix he remembered. At the moment this ice sparrow seems to be sleeping. Seeing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. The other lords are at your doorstep and you're still sleeping? How did you sleep? Wow. Could this be the ice sparrow's characteristic flaccid sensation? As Chen Mo watched, information about the ice sparrow surfaced before his eyes. Ice sparrow, female, level, high transcendent, physical fitness, 50, agility, 89, power, 36, divine spirit, 150, abilities, frost plume, Ice Storm. Freeze. Hibernation. Combined battle strength 980-1350. Descendant of the divine Ice Phoenix. With an extremely weak divine bloodline in his body. Unawakened. After seeing Divine Descendant, Chen Mo froze for a moment. No? You're really a descendant of the Ice Phoenix, aren't you? However, I'm afraid that this divine bloodline has become extremely thin, and the current Ice Sparrow, in addition to having an extremely high divine soul, is, other than being very fast, the other attributes were comparable to those of an alpha-level transcendent being. It was important to know that a true deity descendant was at least a king realm existence. Roar! The Ice Sparrow in front of him looked like he couldn't wake up, so Chen Mo prepared to physically awaken it. He let out a lion's roar, and at the same time, in order to prevent the Ice Sparrow from escaping, unreservedly, he unleashed his lordly might. The powerful force field and sound wave directly caused the sycamore tree to tremble violently. The Ice Sparrow, who was sleeping on top, was naturally shaken down. It was only in midair that the Ice Sparrow finally woke up in a daze. In its ice blue eyes was boundless anger. A beast actually dared to disturb its sleep. Don't you know that he has a very heavy wake-up call? Chirp! Let me see which ungrateful one dares to disturb Ice Sparrow-sama's sleep. Chirp! The Ice Sparrow let out a grunt. Its expression clearly enraged to the extreme. As a result, it raged a bit. Puff! Under Chen Mo's lordly pressure, it fluttered its wings a few times, but it didn't fly. Straight out of the tree. He fell straight down into the snow. Headfirst, he fell backwards. It was only after releasing his lord's pressure that the Ice Sparrow once again finally took flight. Also saw the beast that dared to disturb his sleep. It was an ice lion of the Lord Realm. Feeling that mountainous pressure, a trace of gravity appeared in the Ice Sparrow's eyes. I obviously only slept for a little while. How did a transcendent creature advance to Lord so quickly? But I have lordly authority. Bye-bye. Ice Sparrow thought darkly in his mind. It didn't have the certainty of victory, so it didn't want to fight the Ice Lion. So he directly activated his Lord authority and wanted to kick Chen Mo out of his territory. However, in the next second, the giant Ice Lion was already in front of it, and the corners of its mouth rose slightly as it, Blue Eyes stared at it intently, as if in mockery. Joe, how is that possible? Now, Ice Sparrow really panicked. Chen Mo unleashed his Lord's pressure to the maximum, restricting the Ice Sparrow's flight altitude. At the same time, he took a step towards Ice Sparrow. I'm so sleepy. How can I just wake up and want to go back to sleep again? Looking at the approaching Ice Lion, the Ice Sparrow wanted to gather the spiritual energy within the Ice Dan and launch an attack. Instead, he suddenly felt a strong wave of sleepiness come over him. At the same time Chen Mo made his move. Aisha beside him unleashed Soul Snow at the location where the Ice Sparrow was. Puff! The Ice Sparrow planted itself on the ground once more. Looking at the Ice Lion King, who was getting closer and closer, it couldn't help but feel panic inside. Chirp! You can't kill me. I'm a descendant of the Ice Phoenix. Roar! Surrender the spirit of the territory. Chen Mo said to Ice Sparrow, who was now 5 meters tall and 10 meters long. Every move carried some sort of mountainous, devastating aura. The Ice Sparrow's eyes were a bit torn, but in the end, he shook his feathers spinelessly. From it, he shook out a shard of ice blue crystal. Chirp! Here you go. Chen Mo was not polite and directly injected his spiritual energy into the spirit of the region. Now that the spiritual energy within his Ice Dan was already very strong, he directly refined it in one breath, watching the Ice Lion refining the spirit of territory of his territory little by little. Ice Sparrow had a resigned and meaty look on her face. Soon, the pillar of blue light on the snowy mountain slowly dissipated. Another shard in the core of the divine realm. This is now the territory of the Ice Lion Kingdom. If you want to stay on, you need to pay rent. After the refining ended, Chen Mo calmly said, this Ice Sparrow in front of him, he wanted to take in. It wasn't just because of the faint Ice Phoenix bloodline in its body. More importantly, it was because the Ice Lion clan's air power was currently weak. Currently, the flying forces of the Ice Lion Kingdom are only the Snow Crane clan, and their combat power isn't very strong. It can only be used for reconnaissance or flashbang bombing. Except for the fact that Luna the Panther fights pretty well, there is not a single beast in the Air Force that can stand alone. At those words, Ice Sparrow was about to die of anger. It took its territory and now it actually wants it to pay. It went straight from landlord to tenant. The Ice Lion King in front of him was truly abominable. Chirp! After thinking about it, it relented and plucked a feather of its own, wanting it as rent. It's all that's left of it. Being too lazy, it naturally doesn't collect anything. Seeing this scene, even Chen Mo felt that the Ice Sparrow was a bit too miserable. So after receiving the feather, he said calmly, this is only a week's rent. I'll come by in a week, to show you the way. Mining might be a good option. Looking at the distant Lion King and the lions, The ice sparrow breathed a sigh of relief, with a faint sadness in her eyes. Bird is just too bad. After losing the spirit of the territory, its transcendence level also reverted back to high transcendence. And next thing you know, you're going to have to worry about rent. Before he could be guilty, however, a wave of sleepiness suddenly came over him. Must be too tired from the fight just now. Never mind. Let's get some sleep first. End of chapter. Chapter 88 Eating Canopy Ice Spider, 3K. Chapter 88 Eating Canopy Ice Spider, 3K. Just 3 days. Chenemo then conquered Snowy Mountain after Snowy Mountain by ironic means. The 64 regional spirits of the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm were now just short of the last two. Two boundary keepers inhabit the area above where these two spirits of the territory are located. Looking at the ball of light in front of him, which was only 2 shards short of A, Chenemo pondered on how he should obtain the last 2 regional spirits. A strong attack is definitely not an option. After advancing to the Lord Realm, Chenemo had gone to the territory occupied by the Sky Curtain Ice Spider to watch from afar. The information on the Canopy Ice Spider is still only its name. The transcendental rank column is still 3 questions long, and the rest of the information is even less known. It was at least as strong as the King's Realm, or even stronger. As for wanting to sneak into the territory and quietly refine the spirit of the region wouldn't work either. Chenemo searched around the snowy mountain after observing the Canopy Ice Spider. However, no spirit of the territory was found. Chenemo guessed that although the Canopy Ice Spider and the other boundary guardian had not refined the spirit of the territory, but surely the spirit of the territory has been found and brought with it. After pondering for a while, Chenemo suddenly thought of Dong Xia's method of conquering the Green Forest capital's boundary guardians. That is, food tactics. It's an unpretentious move, but it might work wonders. The Canopy Ice Spider didn't seem to have been frozen, and had stayed in the snowy mountains. And again, its range of motion seems to be limited to an area of a few hundred meters in circumference. Have been starving for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years old. The Sky Curtain Ice Spider shouldn't be able to resist the taste of food, right? The more Chenemo thought about it, the more feasible he felt. It's worth a try. Anyway, even if he failed, he wouldn't lose anything. So he at once summoned the cooks among mankind and told them to make all kinds of great meals, because he didn't know what the Canopy Ice Spider liked to eat. Chenemo prepared meat, a little bit of everything. After this is done, Chenemo was slightly apprehensive as he brought his food to the territory of the Canopy Ice Spider. He stopped 2 kilometers away from the Canopy Ice Spider. Then have a few frost wolves bring a variety of delicacies to the Canopy Ice Spider. These frost wolves were exactly the ones Chenemo had caught in Ice Sparrow Mountain earlier. They warily carried their delicacies on their backs and walked a little bit towards the Canopy Ice Spider. Roasted suckling pig, chilled rabbit meat, spicy rabbit head, and salads made of various spiritual plants. There's even a copy of the divine medicine. Just when the frost wolves were still 100 meters away from the Canopy Ice Spider, the 8 ice blue compound eyes of the Canopy Ice Spider suddenly opened together. The huge body like a glazed glass slowly stood up, and a sense of oppression came over him. The frost wolves were prostrate on the ground, their hearts filled with fear. The pressure of the Sky Curtain Ice Spider alone made them completely afraid to move. The Canopy Ice Spider completely ignored the frost wolf and gazed at the food. Then an icy blue spider silk shot out, and all the delicacies entered its mouth in turn. Starting with the spirit plant salad, the Canopy Ice Spider began to taste them one by one. Not far away, seeing the Canopy Ice Spider begin to enjoy its food, Chenemo let out a slight sigh of relief. It's good to be able to eat. The Canopy Ice Spider ate gracefully and swiftly. 2 bites of a roasted suckling pig, 1 bite of spicy rabbit head. In just 10 minutes, it had swallowed all of Chenmo's carefully prepared delicacies into its stomach. The main one is meat and vegetables. After savoring all the delicacies, the gaze of the Canopy Ice Spider suddenly looked towards where Chenemo was. Chenemo, who was observing from 2 kilometers away, felt Ice Spider's gaze and was slightly nervous. He knew that the Canopy Ice Spider was looking at himself. In the next second, an ice blue stone flew out from underneath the Canopy Ice Spider's body. It quickly flew in Chenmo's direction under the traction of the spider silk. Chenemo was startled and thought that the Canopy Ice Spider was going to make a move on him. However, he soon realized that this stone was actually the fragment of the spirit of the region that he had been longing for. Chenemo was somewhat surprised and pleasantly surprised inside. He had originally planned to use gastronomic tactics to get on good terms with the Sky Curtain Ice Spider first, and then we'll figure it out. Not prepared to succeed all at once. As it turned out, he didn't expect this Canopy Ice Spider to understand him so well. Nice food, little lion. At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded in Chenmo's heart. It was the Canopy Ice Spider talking to it. Without the aid of the psychic ice silk, mind contact with other life forms is possible at a distance of 2 kilometers. Thank you for your gift, Senior. Chenemo politely returned. There is no need to be courteous, it is not food that you give away by giving you this piece of the spirit of the region. Rather, it's because you have a lot of potential. You're still missing the last piece of the spirit of the region, right? That old turtle is an elemental being. You're not going to get away with this. Take it. Show it this object and it will give you the last piece of the spirit of the territory. The words. Chen-mo saw that another blue pearl emitting a morose cold aura appeared in front of the sky curtain ice spider, which quickly flew towards him and finally hovered in front of him. Chen-mo looked at it for a few seconds. The information appeared next to the blue jewel. Ice silk balls. Ice beads formed by the highly condensed silk of the canopy ice spider. After refining it, it can shoot out extremely tough ice spider silk. Thank you, Elder. Chen-mo realized that this sky curtain ice spider was terribly broad. The old turtle it spoke of was naturally another boundary guardian. Did the canopy ice spider mean that as long as he took the ice silk spider orb over there, he would be able to obtain the last fragment of the spirit of the region? Cheer up and grow. Come back to me when you've reached the limit of the Lord Realm and I'll send you a chance while helping you open the door to the inner world. The voice of the canopy ice spider came again. What's inside the inner world? Chen-mo asked curiously. Regarding what exactly was within the inner world, he had asked the snow mastiff before. The snow mastiff said that the inner world is actually a complete small world. Although it was called a small world, its area was even more vast than the entire blue star. Once the world of the Great Snowy Mountains was a snowy tundra that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. It was truly a place of extreme cold, where even transcendent beings could be frozen to death. And the concentration of aura within the world is also greater than the current concentration of aura in blue star. Beings of Lord level and above live there. Of course, this is the ancient world of World. Now that an unknown number of years have passed, the divine ice phoenix could have fallen. The world may not have been the same a long time ago. The snow mastiff said its last memory was at the beck and call of the ice phoenix. There's going to be a massive war. It senses that its chances of survival are slim. That's why he left a fragment of his will and soul on the king's blood, leaving a backstory for himself. You'll see when the time comes. The canopy ice spider didn't answer directly. Damn riddle spiders. Chen-mo spat in his heart. Rather, I didn't dwell on it. He's just simply curious about the world. And until he has absolute power, it was absolutely impossible for him to travel to the world. I'm going to sleep. Little lion. Your food is good, so you can come back more often. Chen-mo's cold and silent voice of the sky curtain ice spider once again came from his heart. A fist-sized transcendent crystal was then dropped in front of it. Large spiritual crystal. Chen-mo glanced at the canopy ice spider and realized that its 8 compound eyes were slowly closing. It seems to have fallen into a deep sleep again. So, this is meal money? In Chen-mo's heart. However, he could not help but feel a little amused. Earlier, the canopy ice spider had spoken in such a serious manner. He'd really thought it wasn't interested in food and was helping him because it saw the potential in him. But before leaving, this can come often in the future directly reveals its foodie attributes. The canopy ice spider was really still thinking about food. And the guy is so arrogant that he obviously loves it but doesn't say so. Overreading Lion Plus, Day 14. Chen-mo arrived at another snowy mountain occupied by the boundary guardians. It's amazing that there's an unfrozen lake in the center of this snow-covered mountain. The other boundary guardian of the Great Snow Mountain's secret realm, the Tongtian turtle, then slept in the lake. Most of the Tongtian turtle's body was hidden in the lake water, with only the turtle's back exposed. The turtle's back that was exposed to the surface of the water spanned hundreds of meters, much larger than the canopy ice spider, and from a distance it looked like a small mountain. The size of its body is even more unimaginable. Tortoise, transcendental rank? It was still a panel so strong that there were only question marks, and it was estimated to be in existence above the king's realm. Although the sky curtain ice spider said that the cuisine was ineffective against the Tongtian turtle, Chen-mo was still prepared to try it. This time, it was still Frostwolf Daredevil who was in charge of the feeding. The Frost Wolves, who had not survived the ordeal, were of course very resistant to this feeding mission. It was a stroke of luck the last time I fed the canopy ice spider. Who knows if this boundary keeper would have swallowed them all together as a dessert. But now they don't have a choice. And the Ice Lion King gives just too much. Chen-mo promised to return them to their free beast status, as long as he feeds them another wave. No need to mine every day. The Frost Wolves decided to let it go. When the Frost Wolves gallantly placed a variety of food around the lake. Yet the water rippled without stirring a single movement. Roar! Chen-mo thought about it and told the Frost Wolves to throw the food into the lake. After food such as roasted suckling pig, cold ice grass, roasted chicken, and various spiritual plants were thrown into the lake. The surface of the lake suddenly exploded as a variety of spirit fish erupted in a fierce struggle for this food. Chen-mo did not expect that there were actually fish in this lake, but the island in the center didn't budge. Apparently, as the ice spider had said, This Tong Tian turtle was not interested in food, so Chen Mo took out the ice silk spider orb. In the next second, the lake suddenly made a huge ripple of. The spirit fish that were originally fighting for food had dived into the lake. The hill in the center of the lake rises upward. A giant turtle, nearly 1,000 meters long, surfaced, its armor covered in moss. Like a green mountain. The Tonto turtle slowly opened its frosty blue eyes and his eyes looked straight at the Ice Lion King, who was 1,000 meters away. Who are you? Why do you have the ice spider's spider orb? The Tongtian turtle took the initiative to communicate mentally with Chen Mo. The voice of the Tongtian turtle was old and hoarse, with an air unique to the ancient Manhwa era. End of chapter. Chapter 89, Lord of the Great Snow Mountain. 3K. Chapter 89, Lord of the Great Snow Mountain. 3K. Naturally, the Sky Curtain Ice Spider gave it to me. It said to take this and come to Senior Elder will give me the spirit of the region of this place. At those words, the Tongtian turtle actually heaved a sigh of relief. With that, he did not hesitate to gift the fragment of the spirit of territory of this snowy mountain to Chen Mo. After completing the gift, the Tongtian turtle once again sank to the bottom of the lake, only revealing a small section of the turtle's back. With this, Chen Mo had obtained the last regional fragment of the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm. After the fragmentation of the area was slowly integrated into the orb, the entire surface of the orb emitted an icy blue glow. There are runes running through it. Immediately afterward, a mysterious power flowed into Chen Mo's body. At the same time, a bright blue pillar of light went straight up into the sky. It was hundreds of times brighter and thicker than any of the pillars of light that had lit up before. Even from thousands of miles away, you can see it clearly. At this moment, all the living beings on the Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm couldn't help but raise their heads and look towards this pillar of light. They knew that the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm had ushered in its true master. In about 30 minutes, the blue light pillar gradually dissipated, and Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. He had become the true regional lord of the entire Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm, the absolute king. After refining the entire core of the region of the Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm, he gained 3 special abilities. The first special ability is Divide and Conquer. He could have partitioned every snowy mountain within the Great Snowy Mountain Mystery to other transcendent beings. The person who is partitioned will become the acting lord of the region, with the same authority as the lord of the region, and his or her transcendent level will be raised to the lord level. Of course, Chen Mo could take back these regional lords at any time. The second special ability is Teleportation. After Chen Mo injected his spiritual energy into the Divine Domain Core, one would be able to view every part of the Frost-Cold Divine Realm at any time, just like watching surveillance. At the same time, he could teleport to any part of the Frost-Cold Divine Realm at any time. This ability meant that in the Frost-Snow Divine Realm, he was practically invincible. The third ability is called Spirit Gathering. Just as the Snow-Treading Fox Chief had guessed before, the Frost-Cold Divine Domain was able to absorb and converge auras within a radius of thousands of kilometers and transform them into ice-based spiritual energy. And after refining the core of the God's domain, Chen Mo realized that the Frost-Cold Divine Domain's current rate of absorbing aura was not turned up to the maximum. It was only around 50%. Chen Mo didn't hesitate to adjust it to the highest. In addition, he could also manipulate the spiritual energy concentration of every snowy mountain within the Frost-Cold Divine Realm. After thinking about it, he adjusted the aura concentration of Lion King Mountain and Frost Goat Mountain to the highest level. It's about a 3x improvement. These two areas were where Chen Mo mainly planted divine medicines. The increase in the concentration of aura could make these divine medicines as well as the many spiritual plants grow a bit faster. Chen Mo observed for a moment and realized that after the concentration of aura was raised, the first batch of more than 100 first-order divine medicines planted were still about 60 days away from maturity. I'm afraid that with the little spirit rain technique to catalyze it, it would be almost ripe in 10 days. At that time, he would once again experience a surge of strength. Now that I've completely mastered the Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm, it's time to formally establish the Ice Lion Kingdom, and embark on the expansion of the surrounding area now. Chen Ma thought to himself. The effect of Lord Lion is that the larger the area of territory occupied, the stronger the increase. The Great Snowy Mountain Mysteries cover an area of just 450,000 square kilometers. The whole of Africa has a land area of about 32 million square kilometers, and the Great Snowy Mountain secret area is only 1/67th of it. If he could, Chen Mo wanted to conquer all of Africa, but he and the Ice Lion clan alone would never be able to occupy such a vast land. If he wanted to continue expanding his territory, he needed the familiars within the Great Snow Mountain to open up the territory for him. Townside. That was why he needed to establish the Ice Lion Kingdom and complete the integration between his various dependent forces. Thinking so, he called for the Snow-Treading Fox leader as well as Wang Long and the others. The establishment of a kingdom first requires the revision of a charter, or law. Need a complete set of rules governing the behavior of the dependents. It also needs a sound incentive mechanism to motivate the various familiars to fight for the Ice Lion Kingdom. Overeating Lion Plus, Day 15. The early hours of the morning. After Chen Mo had finished eating 2 roasted mob hogs, found out that the last day of the Overeating Lion Plus self-discipline challenge has been completed. Its belly squirmed. The flesh and blood he had just eaten was quickly digested, but the hunger still lingered. So he took the frozen frost wolf meat out of the cooler and nibbled on it along with the ice residue, just in time to feel the effects of Overeating Lion Plus. Chilled wolf meat tastes like something else. The long-lost pleasure swept through his body again, every cell cheering. His physical fitness is improving at an alarming rate. Compared to Overeating Lion, the enhanced version has a more dominating effect. After eating the blood and flesh of the frost wolf leader, Chen Mo's physique, the strength and also agility have been increased by 10 points. Previously, Overeating Lion could only add constitution and strength when consuming transcendent meat. This time even add agility. Followed by the flesh and blood of a winter saber-toothed tiger, and the flesh and blood of a white ape leader. With dozens of tons of meat, Chen Mo actually finished it in one meal. His body was like a giant furnace, rapidly digesting the transcendent flesh and blood. These transcendent flesh and blood quickly turned into spiritual energy and nutrition, nourishing the entire body. Chen Mo could clearly feel that his muscles were becoming more and more powerful and his strength was getting stronger. However, when he finished eating the flesh and blood, he suddenly felt a strong sense of drowsiness. Much like the dragons of Western mythology, his own body seems to need slumber to develop. Go on. Chen Mo forcibly restrained his sleepiness and began to absorb the spiritual energy within the Frost Wolf Chief's ice den. Immediately after that, after he had absorbed all of the spiritual energy within the 5 low lord level demon pills, only then did he close his eyes and fall into sleep. About 3 hours later, Chen Mo woke up and suddenly realized that the ice cave had become a few degrees narrower. Of course it wasn't the ice hole that got smaller, but he got bigger again. Chen Mo glanced at his information and realized that his body length had reached 10.8 meters. The height also grows to 5 meters. Needless to say, he was now a super beast. On top of that, his physical fitness has improved tremendously. Chen Mo felt that he relied on his physical strength and speed alone. It would be able to wrestle with medium lords and even higher level transcendent beings. If one looked at it from the perspective of immortal cultivation, Chen Mo was an uncompromising physical cultivator. Moreover, the progress of physical cultivation was still one stage faster than the progress of Dharma cultivation. Moreover, that's not even my limit. The limit should allow me, by the power of my flesh alone, it'll be able to resist the Lord's limit. On top of that, Chen Mo realized that the liquid spiritual energy within the ice dam had risen by another 103 channels. There isn't much spiritual energy contained in transcendent flesh and blood, and I'm afraid it only adds up to a dozen or so. The real big head is still the ice dam of these Lord-level great demons. Now he's 250 liquid psychic powers away from being a high lord. After the first batch of first-order divine pills matured, he should be able to complete his advancement. Let's see what new self-regulation challenges have been refreshed first. Chen Mo opened the self-regulation panel. After completing Overeating Lion Plus, the self-discipline panel is refreshed with a new self-discipline challenge. He had just fallen asleep after eating and he hadn't even had a chance to check. Newly refreshed remains a green self-regulation challenge. Fishing Lion, green, fished consistently for 3 hours a day and caught 10 fish a day for a month. Looking at this self-discipline challenge, Chen Mo froze. He had not been a fisherman in his previous life, and had tried to, but after sitting there for half a day without even catching a single fish, I gave up on this recreational sport altogether. The bigger problem is, he's a lion now. Expecting a lion to go fishing is a bit of a pipe dream. I'm afraid that if I push myself a little bit, the rod will just explode. There's also the question of, the temperature in the secret territory of Dezetsuzan is 30 degrees below zero. Lakes without ice hardly exist at such temperatures, radiating from the secret realm of Dezetsuzan. I'm afraid there won't be a lake without ice for thousands of kilometers. Or should we still go with the construction lions? Chen Mo was a bit hesitant. In terms of tidal effects alone, he felt that the odds were that the angling lion would be a little better. Wait, it doesn't seem like it can't be accomplished. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mo suddenly thought of something. Both of angling lions' difficult problems seem to have solutions. The first one is the fishing rod issue. He doesn't need a fishing rod at all. Who says you have to use a fishing pole to fish? He can just use his own tail. Secondly, it's not as if there aren't lakes within the secret territory of the Great Snowy Mountains. The place where the Tongtian turtle was sleeping was a lake. The last time Chen Mo visited the Tongtian turtle, it was then discovered that many transcendent fish were actually growing within this lake. At the time, he wasn't interested in these transcendental fish. but now he was. It's decided that it's you. In the end, Chen Mo still chose the Angling Lion as self-discipline challenge, and choose to use the super self-discipline card. That means he's going to have to keep fishing for 6 hours a day for the rest of his life. Also catch 20 fish. Chen Mo ran furiously all the way to the lake on Turtle Mountain, ready to start today's Angling Lion self-discipline challenge. Come to the lake. Chen Mo first tied a few slices of fishy grass, which contained weak ice spiritual power, to his tail. Then after he glanced around to make sure no transcendental beings were present. It's like flinging your tail like a line. After all, this kind of fishing with the tail was too shameful, and if other transcendental beings saw it, there is a loss of his Lion King image. Snap! The tail touched the surface of the water, then quickly sank into the lake under Chen Mo's control. At this moment, Chen Mo's body length was already close to 11 meters, and the length of his tail was also close to 6 meters. More than enough for fishing. Chen Mo turned his back to the lake and began to look forward inwardly. I also wonder if this method will catch fish? Hopefully the fish here will know better. If he didn't take the bait, don't blame him for killing the lake and directly releasing the Lord's might to fry the fish. End of chapter. Chapter 90, The Ice Lion Laws. Chapter 90, The Ice Lion Laws. Maybe it's because there's never been an angler in this lake before. These transcendental spirit fish are quite simple. After smelling the good smell, they swam. After only a minute, Chen Mo felt his tail itchy and something seemed to be tearing at his tail. There are fish on the hook. Chen Mo's current skin hardness and defense rating. Naturally, it wasn't something that these lowly transcendent spirit fish could break through the defense. He catalyzed the ice spiritual energy within the ice stand, and a wave of it surged toward his tail. It directly froze this transcendent spirit fish as well as all of the nearby lake water. Swish! With that, Chen Mo flicked his tail and directly threw the 2 spirit fish that had frozen into ice onto the shore. Xian Bing Carp. Level, Medium Transcendent. Combined battle strength, 20 to 48. Flavorful and perfect for soups. Longbeard Carp. Level, Medium Transcendent. Combined battle strength, 12 to 52. The long tentacles help them absorb spiritual energy and are tasty and perfect for braising. Blue boxes appeared next to both spirit fish. I didn't expect that both of these spirit fish were actually medium transcendent beings, and both appeared to have flavorful introductions. Yes, go back and try. Chen Mo glanced at the self-regulation panel. Fishing time, 2/360. Number of lincod fished, 2/20. Sure enough it works. Watching the changes in the self-regulating panel, Chen Mo was in a happy mood. Then after tying the ichneumon on the tail again fling the rod. However, this time, Chen Mo had been fishing for nearly 10 minutes without a single spirit fish taking the bait. Sure enough, it's still a bit harder if you want to catch spirit fish. Although the fish has not awakened its spiritual wisdom, it has already developed the instinct of avoiding bad luck. After their companions had gone without a return, they naturally did not dare to go near the fragrant tail again. In that case, only plan B will be used. Chen Mo directly collected his breath, then directly pounced into the lake. Roar! In the next instant, the Lord's mighty pressure and icy wind roar were released at the same time. The surface of the water was instantly blasted with countless splashes, and it actually set off a water wave more than 10 meters high. The Ice Lion King, who can't catch a fish, opts for a fish fry. Real fish fry. Hundreds of spirit fish were directly dazed by the shockwave and floated on the surface of the lake. Spirit fish, are you unable to play? Chen Mo catalyzed his ice spiritual energy and directly condensed a thin layer of ice on the lake surface. Fishing up all these spirit fish and shrimps, he placed them in a large ice bucket that he had prepared in advance. The ice bucket is 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, about the size of a small pond. I must say, these spirit fish are all oddly shaped, with horns growing on their heads. There are also those with shiny scales and spikes. Silver scale fish. Level, Medium Transcendent. Combined battle strength, 35 to 89. Flavorful. Scales have good defense. However, almost every fish is described as flavorful in its description. It made Chen Mo a little greedy. Unfortunately, they were too small, and with Chen Mo's current size, I'm afraid that they could only be considered stuffed. Chen Mo glanced at the self-regulation panel. The number hadn't changed. These spirit fish naturally didn't count as his catch, but it's not a big problem. 10 minutes later, the spirit fish awoke. They then saw a huge lion's face. Chen Mo used the psychic ice silkworm silk to start psychic communication with the other dozen or so spirit fish. Get them to cooperate a little and take the bait. Otherwise, just eat them. Although the spirit fish were confused, they still roughly understood Chen Mo's meaning and nodded their heads. So, Chen Mo started fishing directly in the ice bucket. These spirit fish began to scramble and started biting his tail. Chen Mo flicked his tail and actually caught 10 spirit fish in a row. It had a bunch of lincod biting into its tail. Chun Mo glanced at the self-regulation panel. Number of spirit fish caught per day, 15/20. The progress bar came right up to 75%. Fishing, it's still easy. Seeing this, Chun Mo was in a happy mood, and he realized a way to get stuck with the bug. The Angling Lion's self-discipline challenge doesn't dictate that he can't catch the same fish every day, so catching these lingcod is totally reusable. That way the self-discipline challenge of catching 20 fish a day is easily accomplished. As for fishing 6 hours a day, again, there are no regulations on where to fish. Just get yourself a small fish pond in the Lion King cave for home fishing, or be lazy and just fish in a bucket of ice. So Chun Mo blew up 2 more waves of fish, then returned to Lion King Mountain carrying an ice bucket with over 100 spirit fish. Then after he placed his tail into the ice bucket, he transferred the spiritual energy in his body and began practicing the heavenly ice drop, fishing and practicing at the same time. Fishing for lions, the next night, after 2 days of hard work by the Ice Lion King, the Snow-Treading Fox Chief, and Wang Long, the Ice Lion laws have been roughly revised. This Ice Lion law was very different from human laws. First of all, the Ice Lion law confirms the classes of the kingdom. The Ice Lion King was naturally the absolute lord of the Ice Lion Kingdom, possessing the greatest power. Next is the Lord of the Mountain. Chun Mo now possessed the ability to divide and conquer, and he was prepared to divide and conquer a mountain lord for every snowy mountain. These mountain lords were directly responsible to the Ice Lion King, and had the same high level of power within the snowy mountains they were subdivided into. After that it was the Deputy Mountain Lord, the Cave Lord, the Deputy Cave Lord, and the civilians and slaves of the Ice Lion Kingdom. Classes are not set in stone, and are divided primarily based on contributions made to the Ice Lion Kingdom. Of course, one's own transcendence level will also have an effect. Ice Lion laws, in addition to confirming class, it also established the contribution point system and clarified the Ice Lion Kingdom Labor Act. The subjects of the Ice Lion Kingdom will receive a certain number of Lion King contribution points after contributing to the Ice Lion Kingdom. For example, after completing the labor of sowing 1 acre of field, you can earn 1 contribution point. Another example would be hunting a hostile low-level transcendent fierce beast, which would earn 2 contribution points. If you make a high transcendent fierce beast submit to the Ice Lion Kingdom, you will receive 50 contribution points. These contribution points could be used to purchase spiritual plants, transcendent flesh and blood, psychic ice silkworm silk and even divine medicines. It can be said to be the most important currency of the Ice Lion Kingdom, and advancement to Deputy Cave Master. Cave Master. The prerequisite for positions such as Deputy Mountain Master is that the accumulated contribution points need to be met. In addition to these, there are many prohibitions introduced in the Ice Lion laws, such as, the living beings in the kingdom shall not kill each other, or they will be sentenced to a severe punishment, sent to the digs to play their part. All medicines and mines in the Ice Lion Kingdom are state-owned. Private possession is punishable by a heavy sentence. Schools will be built in the kingdom. All sons and daughters of deputy cave masters and above beings must receive 3 years of compulsory education within the school. Among them, concerning schools and education, Chun Mo still pays quite a lot of attention. He spent his 2 subsharer slots. The Teach the Lion entry was shared with the 2 smarter snow foxes, allowing them to act as teachers. End of chapter. Chapter 91, Founding of the Nation. First Lords Divided. Chapter 91, Founding of the Nation. First Lords Divided. The school's curriculum focuses on the Chinese language and on instilling knowledge of the people of the Kingdom of the Ice Lions and the students to strengthen their sense of identity with the Kingdom of the Ice Lions. The promotion of Chinese is still important. Dongha has developed a simultaneous translator. Bidirectional conversion of Chinese as well as the languages of various transcendental beings is possible. This means that as long as transcendental beings master the Chinese language, it would be possible to communicate and interact with the vast majority of transcendent races. The psychic ice silkworm silk was too precious after all. It was a luxury item and not every beast could afford to use it. Translators, if you build the appropriate factories, can be made in a steady stream. According to Wan Lung, there are now several more such factories in the city of Tanzania. Keep an eye out when expanding territories through these cities in time. In addition to the cultural courses, in the future, the school may also add classes on law and combat techniques. Of course, this was after most of the races had learned Chinese. Roar! Luna, you go and inform the clan chiefs. Let them attend the founding ceremony tomorrow at the foot of Lion King Mountain. Chun Mo said to the little black panther. Ow, okay, father. Luna, the little black panther, nodded her head and coalesced her ice crystal feathered wings, quickly flying off into the distance. After formulating the laws, Chun Mo was going to gather the chiefs of all the clans tomorrow. Announcement of the official establishment of the Ice Lion Kingdom and the introduction of the Ice Lion laws. Now he has the absolute power to make these laws work well. Next, the the beings on the Great Snowy Mountains. Both humans and transcendent beings should abide by the provisions of the Ice Lion laws. At present these laws, though rather crude and imperfect, and not always correct, but that's okay, time will correct it. Chen Mo's most urgent thing right now was to expand his territory and raise his strength. Angling for lions, day 3. Early morning. Wang Long woke up early. After a bit of exercise, he and the general, Karam, made their way to the foot of Lion King Mountain. Yesterday Black Panther conveyed to them a notice from the Ice Lion King. Today the Kingdom of the Ice Lions will be officially established as the leader of one of the snowy mountains. Wang Long, as well as Karam, General and others were invited to the founding ceremony. When he helped the Ice Lion King revise the law, Wang Long had a premonition in his heart. The Ice Lion King might make a big move, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. When Wang Long arrived at Lion King Mountain, it was discovered that there was an additional palace of ice here at some point. A giant icicle rose up from the ground, looking quite majestic. On either side of the palace, there were snow futons of varying sizes, placed. The name is labeled in Chinese next to it. These are the seats of the major chiefs when they attend meetings. Of course, since most of the transcendental chieftains don't speak Chinese, that's why there are drawings of the corresponding races next to them. And at the very top of the palace was a frozen throne that had become entirely condensed from ice crystals. At this moment, all sorts of transcendent creatures were busy inside the palace, or use ice spiritual power to condense all kinds of icicles, or arrange all kinds of spiritual plants and fruits, or to greet the transcendent beings who have come for the founding ceremony. Seeing this scene, Wang Long's heart inevitably still felt some emotions. It was totally inconceivable that Ice Lion King had actually, in just 2 months' time, just unified the Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm and even prepared to establish a kingdom dominated by transcendent beings. At the same time, he was glad that it was the Ice Lion King who completed the unification. After refining the core of the area of Snowy Mountains number 3 and number 4, the Ice Lion King kept his promise. It did not strike at the humans on these 2 snowy mountains. There was even a lot of help given. The 3 found their seats and sat down. Soon, one after another, they were filled with the leaders of various transcendental creatures. All the chiefs sat quietly in their seats, waiting for the Lion King to descend. It wasn't long before they saw a huge figure coming down the snowy mountain. This giant ice lion was more than 10 meters long, and the majestic lion power it emitted was like substance. It made the beasts feel palpitating and a little breathless. Nowadays, the absolute king of the Great Snow Mountain, the Ice Lion King. The moment the Ice Lion King appeared, the chiefs of all the transcendental beings stood up, or bowed their heads or get down on one knee to show your respect and submission. Chen Mo came to the ice throne, but didn't sit on it, only sweeping the beasts with his gaze. He then glanced at the psychic ice moth. The psychic ice moth understood and took out the ice silkworm silk, linking all the Great Snow Mountain chiefs to each other. Chen Mo was slightly emotional. The last time there was a similar scene was when he had just entered the Great Snow Mountain's secret realm. At that time, many transcendental beings gathered to discuss how to draw him in, and take the spirit of his region. And at this moment, as the only king of the secret realm of the Great Snowy Mountains, the kingdom of the Ice Lions will be announced here. The chiefs are called here today to tell you that in the future, you will no longer be scattered races, but a collective. You will all be part of the Ice Lion Kingdom. Through the mind link, the Ice Lion King's domineering voice resounded in the hearts of every beast, every person. The first thing is to divide the mountain lords. Before the establishment of the Ice Lion Kingdom, I then promised some of these chiefs, promising them autonomy over their territories. Now after annexation to the kingdom, but only if it doesn't infringe on the kingdom, I will divide them into the first mountain lords and will be responsible for the affairs of the kingdom. Chen Mo said calmly. These mountain lords were also the next center of power in the Ice Lion Kingdom. Aisha, I'm making you the Snowstorm Mountain Master, responsible for leading the Ice Lion Division. Roar. Lion's sister nodded. The Snowstorm Mountain was the original snow mountain where the ice-scaled python resided, neighboring the Lion King Mountain. Regarding Chen Mo's territorial division, it was actually not very interested. It would rather live with its brother if it could. Xiongba, I'm making you the Frost Lion Mountain Master, in charge of the second division of the Ice Lions. Roar. Thank you my king. Bingli. Boing. King, I'm here. I'm making you the Snow Fox Mountain Master, in charge of the Treading Snow Fox clan, and mainly responsible for education. As soon as the words fell, a powerful pressure suddenly rose from the Treading Snow Fox's body. At the same time, the Snow Treading Fox chief suddenly realized that the spiritual energy within his ice dam was rapidly growing and compressing. It then turned into liquid spiritual energy. It was actually a direct breakthrough to the Lord Realm. Ow, how is this possible? Jojo? What the hell? The Ice Glaze leader has been promoted to a lord? Bleh? I don't know. In the group chat, many chiefs were shocked and stared blankly. With the Lion King's division, the snow-treading fox chief had actually advanced to the Lord realm? Same as becoming a regional lord. Nope, even more amazing than the lord of the region. The lord of the region can only maintain his lord realm strength if he is within his territory, and once he leaves, it will become transcendent again. And now the treading snow fox leader was on Lion King Mountain, yet still advanced to the lord level. End of chapter. Chapter 92 Expansion War. Chapter 92 Expansion War. The Ice Lion King's partition allows the partitioned person, even if they're not in the territory, still retains lord-level strength, effective within the Great Snowy Mountain Mystery. Boing, many thanks, Your Majesty. The snow-treading fox leader was pleasantly surprised, and then he prostrated himself on the snowy ground and show your gratitude and respect to the Ice Lion King. Amidst the shock of the beasts, the Ice Lion King's voice sounded once again. Unicorn Frost Goat. Bah! The one-horned Frost Goat was excited, his eyes glowing. I appoint you as the Frost Goat Mountain Master, commanding the Frost Goat clan and in charge of the planting of spiritual plants and divine medicines. Just like the snow-treading fox leader, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the Frost Goat leader's body. The spiritual energy within the Ice Dan quickly condensed and became liquid. Bah! The one-horned Frost Goat dropped to one knee, his face filled with joy. There is also a future in farming. Seeing the change in the two beasts, the other chief's eyes coincidentally showed envy and fire. The Ice Lion King was surprisingly able to directly promote other beings directly to lords, becoming the lord of the region. Such means, unheard of, are like gods. Meanwhile, the remaining chieftains inwardly prayed that they were among the divided list. Ice Crystal Mouse. I'll make you the Ice Mouse Mountain Master, responsible for searching for heavenly treasures. At those words, the Ice Crystal Mouse raised its head with an incredulous expression. Does the rat have a part in it? It bowed its head towards the Ice Lion King. Praise the Lion King. Frost Hounds. Ow. Ice Ghost. Purr. Wong Long. I'm making you the Lord of Starfire Mountain, in command of the human race. Just at the moment when Wong Long froze, but he suddenly heard the voice of the Ice Lion King. He froze for a moment, suddenly realizing that the spiritual energy in his body was surging, and only then was he convinced that he had heard correctly. The Lion King had previously divided and sealed all but the core of the Ice Lion clan. All of them were races that had submitted to them in the first batch, or races that had made great contributions in the fight for the Second Order Divine Pill. He didn't even think that he would be subjected to a division. I hope you lead the surviving humans and contribute to the Ice Lion Kingdom, the Ice Lion King calmly said. Thank you, Your Majesty, Wong Long said gratefully. This time, Chen Mo had only divided 18 Mountain Lords and 45 Vice Mountain Lords. These Vice Mountain Lords, he decided to wait and see for a while longer. It wouldn't be too late to divide them after they had made enough contributions to the Ice Lion Kingdom. Second thing, I'm here to announce the Ice Lion Laws. That's the next rule everyone needs to follow. Regarding the Ice Lion Laws, Chen Mo only briefly mentioned it. The next step will be for the Snow Fox clan to introduce each law in detail to each Mountain Master and Deputy Mountain Master, and have them promoted in their snowy mountains. The last thing and the most important thing, territorial expansion. The Ice Lion King's majestic voice resounded in the hearts of all the transcendent chiefs. This matter will be introduced to everyone by the Bingley Mountain Lord. There are currently over 500 transcendent beings in the Ice Lion King kingdom. With so many transcendent creatures, the amount of spirit plants and transcendental flesh and blood that needs to be consumed every day is astronomical. The snow-treading fox leader said slowly. It was now acting like a military advisor. That's why we have to expand externally. There are two main directions for the first expansion, the two countries of Tanzania and Kanila. Both Karam and the general couldn't help but perk up their ears at the sound of their country's name. Both of these areas were originally human territory, but after the Aura revival, the vast majority of the cities have been occupied by transcendent beings. Our next step is to occupy these two areas. As for the humans and other transcendent creatures encountered on the road, if they are willing to submit to the kingdom, they can be absorbed appropriately and then observed. And where appropriate they can be added to the various packs. After all, we have a limited number of beasts in such a large area. It's difficult to fully manage. Next, Bingley gave a detailed account of the current strength of the Great Snowy Mountains, detailed tactics of the War of Expansion and the organization of the work for which each clan was responsible. Well organized. The other transcendental chiefs attending the meeting were listening intently. The hearts of the chieftains who had not previously been divided were on fire. Expansion, inevitably, also means war. And war, by necessity, means credit. If we get enough credit for the War of Expansion, His Majesty the Lion King might also divide them into mountain lords. Xiangba looked at the eyes of the other extraordinary leaders eager to build a career. The heart felt bad. Damn, it's rolled up. His Majesty the Lion King's favor is limited, and he himself wants to maintain his present position. Definitely need to work harder on that. Day 2. The Ice Lion clan split their troops into two. A northern army led by Frost Lion Xianba and Lion Sister Aisha, targeting Kenila. The southward marching army, commanded by the Ice Lion King himself, aims for Tanzania, where Frost Crane is in charge of scouting and food transportation. Supplies aren't really a problem, and both armies were carrying tons of seeds, and with Frost Goat around, using the small spirit rain technique, can create a large amount of ice grass in a short period of time. Half a day later, above the vast snowy plains, a legion with many transcendent beings was rushing forward in great numbers. King, just ahead is Arusha, the original third largest city in Tanzania. Karam opened his mouth to Chunemo. The ice lions are advancing very well on this journey. Nothing that could threaten the legion's existence appeared. During that time, the ministries had also taken in a number of passing transcendental beings and humans. The first city where mankind once lived will be entered next. Chenemo looked extremely far away and roughly saw a large view of the city more than 30 kilometers away. What was once a city has now become a paradise for transcendental creatures, with tall buildings reduced to rubble. And between these pieces of rubble, a black cloud hovered above the city. It's a swarm of ice locusts. Countless mutated ice-eating locusts ravaged the city, devouring everything in sight, both life and non-life. When the concentration of aura became high, countless locusts became transcendent creatures. Not only have they become much larger, but their food intake has increased dramatically. Their hungry nature makes them gnaw on everything they see, even their own kind. After seeing this scene, Chenmo's lion eyes barely fluctuated, and he simply let out a low roar. Roar! Charge! Soon, the Ice Lion Legion was at the city's doorstep. The scent of creatures was felt, and it was the scent of large numbers of fresh and powerful transcendental creatures. The swarm of ice locusts turned into a black cloud and swept towards the Ice Lion army. Unfortunately, they have met a tough match this time. Roar! Battle! At the command of the Ice Lion King, transcendent creatures from every tribe of the Legionnaire's legion scrambled to attack the swarm of ice locusts. I was afraid that if I was a step behind, I wouldn't be able to take the credit. They are eager to show the Lion King their contributions so that they can earn a share of the Ice Lion King's title. First came the bombardment of the Frost Crane troops, who dropped a mutated iceberg lettuce from high in the sky. Immediately after that, he then activated his spiritual energy to release a wide-range group attack ability similar to the cold ice spit. These mutated iceberg lettuce were detonated in mid-air. Bang! 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 End of chapter. Chapter 93, Instantaneous Seconds. Chapter 93, Instantaneous Seconds. The explosions were endless, and the mutated ice beat produced shockwaves that knocked down large swaths of ice locusts. The power of a mutated ice beat explosion isn't too great. It's hard to injure a powerful transcendent being. However, it was more than enough to deal with these ice locusts. The vast majority of ice locusts were unable to block the shockwave from the explosion. Close behind were the Holly Brute and the Frost Hound, who unleashed freezing gas that, an area of extreme cold was created around itself, freezing the ice locusts in large swathes, like two sharp knives, directly chiseled through the ice locust camp. With that, Chenemo also went down. He didn't use a single trace of his ice spirit power. He just released his Lord's pressure, then run into the swarm. The Lord's pressure can instantly purge ice locusts within a 100-meter radius. It was also an absolute no-go area for the ice locusts. Any ice locust that entered this area would be instantly crushed into powder by the powerful force field. A rain of locusts fell from the sky. The ice locusts were extremely numerous, and although under the attack of the legions of ice lions, the large swaths of them died, but a number of them still stuck close to the Ice Lion Legion. However, their attacks are even too weak. They couldn't even break their defenses in the face of this legion of super transcendent beings. Chenemo erupted at the speed of sound and harvested in large swathes. Soon, he saw an unusually large-sized ice locust at the back of the black-packed ice locust swarm. Ice Locust King. This was actually a giant locust that had touched the Lord's barrier. At the moment, it was devouring a few medium transcendent ice locusts beside it as it did so. One side swept towards the opposite direction of the Ice Lion Legion. It wants to run. Unlike ordinary death-defying ice locusts, the king of ice locusts has initially awakened his spiritual intelligence, knowing to tend to the good and avoid the bad. It realized that it was in no way a match for this Ice Lion King. Staying here is life-threatening. Some underground shelter. A group of skinny, bony people huddled in a corner in the dim light. Behind the thick iron doors stood or lay hundreds of survivors, including more than a dozen awakened ones. These survivors couldn't help but feel some despair as they looked at the scene outside through their observation mirrors. One day ago, a swarm of ice-thirsty locusts arrived in the city and began devouring everything in it. Food. Living beings even eat grass roots. Although these ice-eating locusts are weak in single combat power, Even ordinary people with sharp weapons can kill them, but there are just too many to kill. The blackness swooped in and many of the creatures were instantly reduced to a skeleton. Once surrounded, there is only death. Luanka, the outside is completely covered by a wave of insects. There's no way to get out. What should we do? One of the burly awakened asked a short-haired woman somewhat anxiously. There's nothing to do but wait for the swarm to recede. Going out now is a dead end. Everyone is saving their food these days, and there's still enough here to feed us for over a week. The short-haired woman known as Luanka said in a calm tone. The swarm will inevitably disperse in a week's time, and we'll go out and gather food then. The Bug King. The Bug King is coming over. At this point, the observer suddenly let out an exclamation of surprise, only to see the figure of a giant ice locust appear amongst the countless ice locusts. With a wingspan of over 5 meters, it looks as if it is a hideous and terrifying alien creature. At those words, everyone held their breath, not daring to make a single sound. The iron gate of the shelter could isolate the ordinary ice locusts from tearing through it, but it definitely couldn't stop the Ice Locust King. Once they're discovered, they're done for. Fortunately, the Ice Locust King didn't stay long, and the loud noise buzzing above his head quickly moved away. Phew, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous, and I'm glad it wasn't discovered. We'll move as soon as the ice locusts are gone. But, where can we go? Curled up in the corner, a middle-aged man with dirty hair and skinny bones spoke. After the revival of the aura, there doesn't seem to be a clean slate in the entire continent of Africa. Where there are demonic beasts, where there is blood and death, where there are piles of corpses. It was from other cities that he fled to Arusha, originally thinking he was safe. But I didn't expect Arusha to be overrun by a swarm of ice locusts after only a week. Facing a swarm of ice locusts like a tidal wave, the dozens of awakened in the city didn't have the slightest ability to resist. As for guns and other hot weapons, they are not even remotely effective. Don't be afraid, everyone. I've heard that in the place where the great snowy mountain mystery descends, there is a town called Sunset, where the people are sheltered by the Ice Lion King, and only need to put in a certain amount of labor each day that, just get food. At that moment, Luanka spoke in a soft tone to everyone at the shelter. This was 2 weeks ago, before the internet went completely offline. A post she read on a forum. The owner of the post seems to be a townie from Sunset. His post describes in detail how Sunset was transformed from a wasteland overrun by supernatural beings into a paradise. The Ice Lion army led by the Ice Lion King swept through the transcendent mouse demons with a mighty force. Then the order is re-established and food is available as long as labor is done. He also took a lot of pictures of what Sunset was and is. Authenticity is high. Luanka, is there really such a place? A woman in the crowd, who had broken a finger, asked that she couldn't help but see a hint of longing in her eyes. There will be. When the wave of ice locusts recedes, we'll set out, Luanka said in a firm tone, even though she had some doubts in her mind about the existence of this paradise. But in order to inspire the others, she had to pretend to be determined. She knows, the most precious thing in the last days is hope. If even hope is gone, then they will soon become a walking corpse. Captain, it seems like the entire city's ice locusts are gathering towards the city entrance. At this time, a short observer who was responsible for observing the situation outside suddenly surprised him. They're leaving this way? Strange. They haven't even chewed their way through this city. To actually leave like that? Luanka was a little puzzled. As far as she knew, the ice locust swarm was extremely greedy. It would never leave a place until it had thoroughly nibbled on its food. Wherever the ice locusts have been, not even a crumb will remain. She came to the looking glass. Buzz. At this time, the Ice Locust King once again swept past their heads. It seems to be an intuition that Luanka felt that this Ice Locust King's flying posture was slightly wretched, as if it was fleeing. In fact, the Ice Locust King was indeed running away, and it's running away with all the strength of his life. However, just when the Ice Locust King thought he was about to escape, in the next second, a storm sprang up around it. Frost surged wildly, and countless ice blades strangled towards it. After Chen Mo advanced to Medium Lord, the maximum release distance of the ice storm had reached 1,000 meters away. Meanwhile, Luanka in the underground shelter saw the scene of a lifetime. With the Ice Locust King as the center, a raging cold wind suddenly rose up and the frost and gusts of wind formed a giant ice storm over 100 meters in diameter. The ice storm quickly closed in and swept towards the Ice Locust King at the center. In the midst of a high-speed swirling ice storm, the Ice Locust King, whom she had seen as virtually invincible, even the bugs within 100-meter radius of the Ice Locust King were completely crushed into dust by the ice storm. Instant seconds. End of chapter. Chapter 94, Tragic Ice-Armored Crocodile. Chapter 94, Tragic Ice-Armored Crocodile. This greatness was beyond Luanka's imagination. Then she saw that hundreds of meters away, A giant ice lion that was 3 stories tall slowly made its way towards the center of the city. The ice locusts within 100 meters of it were all crushed to pieces by some invisible force. It actually formed an absolute field. The ice storm just now should also be its handiwork. This is Ice Lion King. Luanka thought of the picture of the Ice Lion King that accompanied that post. The Ice Lion King in the photo was just as majestic and powerful as the giant lion in front of us. As if it were a divine beast from the ancient times. But seen in person, the visual impact of the Ice Lion King is much stronger than in photos. The kind of power that was so strong that it crushed everything was simply unimaginable. The battle had only lasted less than a quarter of an hour before the curtain had completely fallen. When the Ice Locust King died, the remaining ice locusts scattered in all directions like headless flies. But the ice lions have been killing like crazy, constantly unleash a variety of wide-range abilities to baptize the ice locust swarm. Hundreds of millions of locust swarms, and no more than 10,000 ended up escaping. The city, and the snow outside of it, was covered in a thick layer of bug corpses. Looking at the ruins of the city in front of him and the bug corpses everywhere, Karam's eyes were slightly sad. I'm afraid that there are only a handful of humans who can survive in the cities that have been taken over by the ice locust hordes. Roar! Chenemo calmly let out a low growl and told the ministries to clean up the battlefield and conduct search and rescue efforts. Frost hounds, snow leopards, and other transcendent creatures dazzled the ice locust corpses on the ground as one side coalesces the ice and collects them. These ice locusts were likewise transcendent creatures. Although the ice spiritual energy contained within their bodies was extremely low, but it was a very nutritious and tasty meal for some of the lower-ranking dependents. Chicken flavored and crunchy. The cooking crew among the humans sprang into action, and fully 24 men began to start pots or set up grills. Several fire-awakened and fire-transcendent beings from Eastern Summer used their abilities to help build the fire. Soon, the cookshop fighters skewered the ice locusts and grilled them on the grill. Some of the transcendental creatures curiously came over to get a taste of the flavor. The results naturally spoke for themselves, as most of the transcendental creatures' eyes glazed over after tasting the love the feeling. It turns out that the ones that have been cooked by humans are surprisingly delicious. Jerk off. Cool. Team 1. Team 2. Follow me to the city to search for survivors. Karam and Wan Lung, on the other hand, led human squads into the city to search for survivors. Many of the transcendental creatures are also entering the city and launching rescue and pulling efforts. For every eligible transcendental creature, or human, that is drawn in, they all get a nice reward of contribution points. Inside the underground shelter, after watching the Ice Lion King exterminate all the ice locusts, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Can our city be like that town? Expectations could not help but arise in Luanka's mind. Subsequently, through the looking glass, she saw a squad of humans as well as a force of transcendental creatures emerge one by one from behind the Ice Lion King and pour into the city. These troops turned over the rubble. It seems to be searching for survivors. Meanwhile, on a military vehicle, horns were blaring and I can hear something faintly. This city has been occupied by the Ice Lion King and has become part of the territory of the Ice Lion Kingdom. All survivors, you are now safe. The night is gone and the dawn will come. Everyone who passes the test will join the kingdom of the Ice Lion, become a blessed subject of the Lion King, and with labor, you will be fed. Of course, if one is unwilling to join the Ice Lion Kingdom, one can also leave on their own. We're saved. Everyone out. Luanka said excitedly to the crowd that tears of excitement could not help but flow from his eyes. One by one, humans are coming out of the underground waterways, basements, and shelters. Places like the underground shelter, of which there are many in this city. But these survivors want to join the kingdom of the Ice Lion King. You also need to pass the illusion test of the Treading Snowfox clan, primarily to screen out possible future rehabs to the city, and human or transcendent beings whose rule by the Ice Lion Kingdom has had an impact. Of course, not every survivor camp is as harmonious as Luanka's underground shelter. There is human warmth, and naturally there is a dark side to human nature. Many people break through to the bottom of humanity right in the middle of the apocalypse, using their power to dominate, oppress, and coerce others, even to the point of killing each other, gnawing on their own kind. Among them, the awakened are again predominant. These people are destabilizing. Under the illusions of the snow-treading foxes, these destabilizers are detected early, weeded out, exiled, or even kill outright. Finally, according to statistics, the new city, newly named Ice Butterfly City, has taken in a total of 876 human survivors and 132 transcendental creatures. After cleaning up the bug wave, they will be the next to rebuild civilization. The city's been chewed up by ice locusts for the better part of a year, but there's still a lot of infrastructure that hasn't been completely destroyed. For example, houses, factories, power stations, etc. Both have great value. Chen Mo intends to build a farm and ranch around this city as well. In addition to feeding the city itself, it was also able to constantly transport food and spiritual plants to the middle of the Great Snow Mountain, just like sunset before it. The next day, after leaving behind about 1/20th of the transcendent creatures to help build the city and farms, Chen Mo led the legions of ice lions towards the next city. For the next few days, similar scenes took place in Tanzania as well as in various cities in Kenya. The War of Southern Expansion did not affect the progress of the Droopy Lion Self-Regulation Challenge. Chen Mo loaded his ice bucket and spirit fish onto a van. You can brush your hours by placing your tail in an ice bucket when you're empty. 3 days later, angling for lions, day 6. Over Lake Victoria, an ice sparrow with gorgeous blue feathers hovered in midair, and between the swings of its wings, a blast of freezing air scraped toward the frozen lake below. In the center of the continuous freezing gas, a high transcendent ice armor crocodile was struggling to hold on. A layer of frost had risen above the scales on its body. The limbs and torso were also stiffened by the freezing air. Although it was also an ice-type transcendent creature, its strength was a far cry from the ice sparrows. There was no way to withstand this strand of cold wind that seemed to freeze the spirit. At this moment, the ice-armored crocodile's heart was incomparably dumbfounded. Since the recovery of the aura so far, the creatures that have awakened their transcendence have all had their own territories. Normally, transcendental creatures of equal strength would rarely invade the territory of other transcendental creatures. As one of the kings of Lake Victoria, he just went to sleep and woke up wanting to hunt for food. This dead bird that came out of nowhere just kept blowing cold air on its head. On the contrary, this dead bird was still very powerful. Coming up, it froze all the waters near it, so that it couldn't even dive into the lake to escape. End of chapter. Chapter 95 The Conquest of Tanzania. Chapter 95 The Conquest of Tanzania. Chew, did you get it? The ice sparrow let out a loud and clear chirp high in the air. During the previous founding ceremony, it was assigned as the Vice Mountain Lord of Ice Sparrow Mountain. Although it has become the Deputy Mountain Master, it still has to pay rent to the Ice Lion King. The Ice Lion King told it, just hunt down a high transcendental creature, turning in blood, flesh and ice elixir would earn you 10 contribution points. If you take in a high transcendent creature for the Ice Lion Kingdom, you will receive 50 contribution points, and as long as it scrapes together 100 contribution points, it will become the Mountain Master of Ice Phoenix Mountain, and qualify for permanent residency. In order to be able to pay enough rent to continue living in Ice Sycamore, so it was forced to participate in the expansion. The ice sparrow has become a dedicated working sparrow these days, frantically searching for transcendent beings. It has taken in many extraordinary beings, and its track record even ranks in the top 3 of all ice lion familiars. After discovering this high transcendent ice-armored crocodile, the ice sparrow then releases freezing gas on it without hesitation. Attempts at physical persuasion. But I didn't expect this ice-armored crocodile to be so tough, holding out for so long under its attack. It's freezing to death and it hasn't succumbed yet. Woo, God bird, I'm willing to submit to you, please let go woo. The ice-armored crocodile kept making whimpering sounds. This dead bird apparently has the power to kill itself. But then deliberately using freezing gas to torture yourself. It's just too sick. Gah! Ice Sparrow-sama. It doesn't seem to understand you ga. At this time, an ice crow with light blue feathers beside the ice sparrow hesitated and still couldn't help but speak up. If this continued, this ice-armored crocodile was going to be frozen alive by the ice sparrow. Chirp. Yes. At those words, Ice Sparrow suddenly realized why this ice-armored crocodile would rather die than give in. It turns out that the ice-armored crocodile doesn't understand bird language and it doesn't understand crocodile language either. So the odds are that the ice-armored crocodile has actually succumbed, but can't understand it on its own. Chirp. Of course I know it doesn't understand. I'm deliberately trying to wear it down. That way it will submit more easily. Ice Sparrow said. Tough talk. Gah! So it turns out, as expected of Ice Sparrow-sama, Ice Crow dawned on him with a look of adoration. It was the first transcendental creature that Ice Sparrow had taken in not too long ago. After joining the Ice Lion Kingdom, he decided to hold on to the Ice Sparrow's thigh. Another transcendent flesh and blood, and no need to worry about being bullied by other transcendent creatures. It's simply too friendly to transcendental creatures like them that don't have their own territory. The Ice Sparrow pulled a psychic iceworm silk from between his feathers with some heartache. A mental link was established with the ice-armored crocodile. Chirp, submit, or die. Ice Sparrow shouted rather dominantly. Woo, submissive, I submit, the ice armor crocodile said in a hurry, fearing that he would be slow to speak. Another beating from this dead bird. It felt very aggrieved inside. It was obvious that he had said he surrendered a long time ago, but as a result, this dead bird was still attacking him one after another, almost freezing myself to death before communicating with myself. The ice-armored crocodile's eyes were full of tears, and it finally didn't hold back the flow. Chirp, don't panic. I'll take you to therapy. Looking at the ice-armored crocodile is already dying. If not treated, I'm afraid that my life will be lost. Ice Sparrow said slightly sheepishly. However, when it thinks of the cost required for treatment, its heart is quite distressed. For a treatment of this magnitude, it would require the hand of a high transcendent crystal butterfly. It will cost at least 5 contribution points. But if the ice-armored crocodile died, he seemed to be at a greater disadvantage. Forget it, let's just put this contribution point on the ice-armored crocodile's head for now and let it return it to me later. Ice Sparrow thought silently in his mind and brought the ice-armored crocodile to the medical department of the Ice Lion Legion. Naturally, the miserable ice-armored crocodile couldn't have imagined that, before officially joining the Ice Lion Kingdom, it's already in debt. 1 week later, Angling Lion, Day 13. The expeditionary force of the Ice Lion Kingdom had arrived at the last city in the plan, Dar City. At this moment, the Ice Lion Legion was left with just over 200 people and over 200 transcendent creatures. Many of the dependents that Chen Mo had brought out from the Great Snow Mountain as administrators had stayed in the corresponding areas. Along the way, almost 100,000 transcendent creatures and hundreds of thousands of humans joined the Ice Lion Kingdom. Most of these new additions of transcendental beings and humans also stayed where they originally lived, the grasslands where the transcendental beings live, the lakes, and the various cities of Tanzania. Dar City has a high concentration of spiritual energy because of its proximity to the Great Snow Mountain. Several high transcendent demonic beasts were born, but in front of the Ice Lion Legion, the strength of these high transcendents was simply not enough. In just 3 hours, the Ice Lion Legion had taken complete control of the port city. Chen Mo stood on a high slope overlooking the entire city. He spoke calmly to the Frost Crane leader beside him. Frost Crane Chief, this city will be called Frost Crane City from now on and will be managed by the Frost Crane clan. All you need to do from now on is come to Big Snow Mountain once a week to report on your work. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Frost Crane leader was a little excited. Along the way, the Ice Lion King has built a total of 42 cities. Most are named after the Ice Lion clan and the races of his dependents. Now the Frost Crane clan also finally had a city of their own. As of this moment, all of the original Tanzania's territory had now become the territory of the Ice Lion Kingdom. The troop strength and population that Chun Mo now possessed also did not allow him to continue expanding outward. It's time to go back. If Lioness Elsa and the others also move well, the region of Kanila will also be merged into the Ice Lion Kingdom. This would give the Ice Lion Kingdom a staggering 1.6 million square kilometers of territory. If you convert it according to 100 square kilometers equals 1 channel of liquid spiritual power. The Overlord Lion's increase to it was 16,000 channels of liquid spirit power. It was important to realize that the minimum threshold for High Lords was only 501 channels of liquid spiritual power. 16,000 channels of liquid spiritual energy is enough to make it into the King's realm. Even the existence of a medium King's realm. Chen Mo was already very much looking forward to that day. He glanced at the self-discipline panel. Today was already the 50th day of the Lord Lion Self-Discipline Challenge. In another month or so, he would be able to see a qualitative change in his strength. In order to be able to complete the Lord's Lion Self-Regulation Challenge next, in the Expansion War, Chen Mo had deliberately left a few areas not far from the Great Snow Mountain, so as long as he made his daily rounds, it could be easily accomplished. Before you leave, Chen Mo suddenly thought that there was a tentacled monster in the Indian Ocean that could easily kill Lord-level existences, and it was approaching the African continent with its own dependents. Although the likelihood of them coming ashore is extremely low, save for a rainy day. Frost Crane City is next to the Indian Ocean, and if the sea beasts were to invade, it should be possible to observe it in advance here. So he gave another account of the Frost Crane leader. Chief Frost Crane, for the rest of the day, you'll be patrolling along the nearby coastline. If you see a large-scale invasion of marine transcendent creatures, come to the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm and report to me immediately. King, the Frost Crane clan promises to complete the mission. The Frost Crane leader let out a loud crane call. On the way back, Chen Mo passed by the first liberated city, Arusha. He saw the survivors who joined the kingdom of the Ice Lions. The work of rebuilding after the disaster has begun with the help of transcendental beings. Ranches and farms have been established. The city has begun to come back to life compared to the ruins it was in before. More importantly, whether they were humans or transcendent beings, their eyes were filled with hope. And the ranch, the human or transcendental beings that are working on the farm. Upon seeing the passing Ice Lion King, they all kneeled down and worshipped, showing their respect and gratitude. The peaceful life they had now was all brought about by the Ice Lion King. Thank you for the 473 points reward from Big Brother Lee Idol. Fellow righteous fathers begged to catch up on their reading. Wow. End of chapter. Chapter 96 Advancement. Higher Transcendent. Chapter 96 Advancement. Higher Transcendent. Angling Lion, Day 14. Chen Mo once again returned to the Great Snow Mountain's secret realm. At the foot of the mountain, a patchwork of farmland was in order, with humans as well as transcendental beings hard at work. Bah, Your Majesty, you're back. Seeing the return of the Ice Lion King, the Frost Goat Chief immediately greeted him. Chief Frost Sheep did not join the expedition. Instead, they dutifully helped Chen Mo cultivate divine medicines as well as spiritual plants. On top of that, it needs to complete the Planting Lions self-discipline challenge. Today is the 29th day. How's the divine medicine cultivation going? Chen Mo asked. Your Majesty, during your absence, 78% of the first batch of divine pills have already matured, totaling 124 divine pills with Chen Mo's use of the spirit gathering permission. After raising the concentration of spiritual qi in the divine pill field area, the maturation time of these divine medicines was once again shortened. Coupled with the uninterrupted watering of the frost goats with their small spiritual rain technique, the first batch of divine medicines had already mostly matured. 124 divine medicines, almost providing me with 250 channels of liquid spiritual energy. It's almost time to advance to the High Lord realm. Chen Mo thought to himself and complimented. Oh, good job. He then took out a dozen different varieties of divine medicine seeds from the backpack behind him. On the way to this expansion war, he and Mouse had picked up quite a few divine medicines along the way. After the divine pill fruits were eaten, these divine pill seeds were left. Bleh, thanks, Your Majesty, the Frost Goat leader said gratefully. As a Ba with a penchant for gardening, in addition to gardening and cultivating new spiritual plants, it doesn't have many hobbies left. The seeds of divine medicines and spiritual plants were the best praise for it. Your Majesty, there is one more thing. Earlier you asked me to cultivate a spirit plant that can accelerate the reproduction rate of domestic animals, and I've already cultivated it The Frost Goat Chief reported to Chen Mo with a somewhat agitated tone. Howl. Chen Mo instantly became interested. The Frost Goat leader took a few oddly colored, blue-on-pink mushrooms out of his backpack. Bleh, Your Majesty, this is a mutant Mamatomo mushroom that I have cultivated. It has the ability to increase the speed of reproduction. These days, it's been cultivating all kinds of spirit plants, day and night. A constant selection of seeds from several plants that stimulate fertilization in animals is followed by a constant cultivation of new plants. Finally, he had successfully cultivated the spirit plant that the Ice Lion King wanted. Chen Mo glanced at it, and its relevant information quickly appeared. Peach mushroom, mutated, taste is average. After taking avian biology, males will dramatically increase fertilization ability. Housing ability. When consumed by avian organisms, females, it enhances fertility and produces large numbers of eggs in a short period of time. Avian organisms, females, can fall into a period of exhaustion after large-scale egg production and are unable to continue laying eggs. Peachy mushroom can't take effect on it again for a short period of time. Seeing the effects of the peach mushroom, Chen Mo froze for a moment. There's still something about the Frost Goat Chief, now that it hasn't been augmented by the Planting Lion. I can't believe I can cultivate mutant plants too. King, I've already had one of Frost Crane Mountain's vice cave masters try it out last night. It says the medicine works very well. Several of its wives have started laying eggs today. The Frost Goat leader held his head high. As a breeder goat, it was still a source of great pride and joy to cultivate this mutant mushroom. Roar. Very good. Can be used first on avian poultry such as snow-ruffed chickens at the ranch. Chen Mo let out a low growl, quite satisfied with the Frost Goat leader. He or she really wasn't wrong about the sheep. Upon completion of Planting Lions, I'm sure Chief Frost Goat can cultivate more spiritual plants that possess magical effects. Okay. The Frost Goat leader's eyes were agitated, and he went on. Your Majesty, there is something else I need to report to you. 2 more second-order divine medicines have appeared within the secret territory of our Great Snow Mountain. The moment the divine medicines descended, the other chiefs and I took control of the surrounding area. It's all picked now. Bleh. There was no need to mention the value of the second-order divine pill, being able to break through the transcendent barrier and advance to Lord. But the races that remained within the Great Snow Mountain did not dare to covet it. It was too obvious after being promoted to Lord, and the Ice Lion King was bound to liquidate it when he returned. For the power of the Ice Lion King, the transcendent creatures of the Great Snowy Mountains are feared and worshipped, and under the paws of the lion, there was more than one dead lord-level existence. It didn't even need the Ice Lion King to clear it. Outside of the other mountain lords besieging the chances of escape are slim. Very good. Chen Mo expressed his approval and added, take me to the place where the divine medicine is stored. Your Majesty, please follow me. Chief Frost Goat led Chen Mo to an ice warehouse. The entrance was guarded by 2 high transcendent frost hounds. The aura inside the ice vault was extremely dense. Inside is a sealed strain of divine medicine. At the very center, there were two strange spiritual plants emitting strong aura fluctuations. It was the second-order divine pill. Without hesitation, Chen Mo urged his ice spiritual power to unseal the divine pill. Then he directly swallowed all the first-order divine pills. The tyrannical eating lion plus operated, and the furnace-like stomach frantically digested the spiritual energy in the divine medicine. It then turned into pure ice spiritual energy that surged within the ice stand. After a long time, Chen Mo opened his eyes. This batch of first-order divine medicines provided it with a total of 268 channels of liquid spiritual energy, a little more than it thought it would be. At this moment, the liquid spiritual energy within his ice stand had also reached 510 channels, successfully advancing to High Lord. Just like before, the ice spiritual energy within the ice stand surged towards the limbs and bones and began to strengthen the blood, bones, muscles. After a sharp pain, his physical quality was once again greatly improved. Attributes such as strength, agility, and so on were raised by dozens of points. The combined battle power had increased by another 200 points and was now at a terrifying 850 points. On top of that, he has awakened a new ability, the Wild Reawakening, to stimulate the wildness hidden deep in the genes, to go into a frenzy. 2. There will be a huge increase in speed and strength in a short period of time. This ability is somewhat similar to Berserk form, but the effect mainly enhances one's own strength. Chen Mo then glanced at the self-regulation panel again. Self-regulation shared objects +1. Self-regulation shared objects can be challenged +1. Secondary self-regulation shared objects +5. Self-discipline quality improvement card ×2, green. One more spot to share in the self-discipline challenge. Previously, the quota to advance to medium transcendent was given to Little Black Panther by him. It's decided that it's you. Chen Mo thought for a moment before deciding to give this spot to the pale blue devil vine. After the mutation, Little Devil Vine's potential and fighting ability are very good. The draw is again similar to the effect of Overeating Lion Plus, which is sort of complementary. Mostly, the little magic vines are pretty cute too. Roar! Chen Mo let out a low roar, and then the lion drilled out a turquoise blue jade-like vine from inside his backpack. Right now, except for sleeping, the Devil Vine's branch vines were following Chen Mo around. Hearing Chen Mo call himself, the vines of the little devil vine bent into a shape. End of chapter. Chapter 97 Title Upgrade. Chapter 97 Title Upgrade. Magic Vine. You'll be eating meat for the next month. Chen Mo first shared Tyrannical Eclipse Lion Plus with Little Devil Vine. First, the pale blue vine was able to accelerate its own growth by absorbing nutrients from blood and flesh. The pale blue devil vine would be over 30 meters tall by now. The size will certainly be even more terrifying by then. Little Devil Vine, show me your limits. When Overeating Lion Plus is finished, then share Fat and Happy Lion with Komodo. Enhances the toughness and defense of the vines. After Little Devil Vine's transcendent rank was raised, he must be a very powerful battle force. Chen Mo placed a Storm Eater Pig in front of the Devil Vine. The spikes of the vines pierced into the body of the tyrannical eating pig and began to rapidly absorb the flesh and blood inside. Soon, the overeating pig dried up. The vine can grow up to 25 meters in length. Devouring 100 kilograms of flesh and blood a day is also simple for it. Meat is not good. Lingyu is good. After eating this overeating pig, the pale blue devil vine aggressively conveyed vague intentions to Chen Mo. Apparently, it didn't really like the taste of flesh and blood, but at the request of God the Father, it still ate it all. For him, the most delicious food is the spiritual rain released by God the Father. Chen Mo condensed his ice spiritual energy and released a sheer spiritual rain above the little devil vine's head. Under the spiritual rain, the torso of the pale blue devil vine staggered as if it was drunk. Convey the emotion of joy. Thank you, Father God. After irrigating the little devil vine with a wave of water, Chen Mo continued to check the harvest from this promotion. There are also 2 self-discipline quality enhancement cards. In addition to the self-discipline sharing slots, the self-discipline panel also gives 2 self-discipline quality improvement cards. The effect is that it can directly upgrade an acquired white title to green quality. The self-discipline panel had given one when he had been promoted to the medium lord realm before. This meant that he could now upgrade 3 white titles. Currently Chen Mo possessed quite a few white titles. Raging Lion, Storming Lion, Roaring Lion, Jumping Lion, Teaching Lion, and so on. Because as one's transcendental level rises, the quality of the self-discipline challenges refreshed by the self-discipline panel will also increase. Chen Mo felt that he should rarely encounter white quality self-discipline challenges in the future. So it was decided to use up all 3 of the self-discipline quality enhancement cards. Thinking about it, he upgraded all of the Raging Lion, Roaring Lion, and Teaching Lion titles respectively. Instantly, A surge of electricity once again surged through the body. This was the body enhancement that came with the upgrade of Raging Lion. Chen Mo had long ago gotten used to this tingling and sour feeling. After the quality upgrade, Chen Mo couldn't help but glance at his attribute panel. Silver Armored Ice Lion, Male. Rank, High Lord. Body Mass, 614. Agility, 460508. Power, 489. Spirit of God, 412. Abilities, Ice Storm, Ice Illusion, Ice Wind Roar, Frost Fall, Lesser Spirit Rain Art, Xian Ice Claw, Frost Condenses, Wildness Resurfaces, Combined Battle Strength, 6588-23. Among them, Raging Lion boosted his agility by more than 40 points, and his speed was once again greatly increased. The Berserk form was also upgraded. Chen Mo tried it out and realized that his burst speed could now reach 540 meters per second. This is well beyond the speed of sound. Running at full speed, the vast majority of creatures couldn't even catch him. In addition to physical fitness, the effect of Roaring Lion plus Green is to make Chen Mo's lion roar more powerful, while attaching some sort of fear effect to it. A subconscious fear arises in the minds of creatures that hear the lion's roar. Teaching Lion, the effect of the upgrade is an increase in the level of teaching, and the teaching of knowledge or the law of other transcendental beings can understand and comprehend it more easily. On top of that, it also slightly boosted Chen Mo's own enlightenment, slightly increasing the speed of learning the law. With my current level of teaching, I might already be able to pass on the law. It's worth a try. After feeling the changes in his body, Chen Mo's gaze looked ahead. At this moment, only the 2 second-order divine medicines at the center remained in the ice vault. Chen Mo grabbed it up, then slowly walked out of the ice warehouse. These 2 divine medicines Chen Mo was going to give Lion Sister Aisha and Xiongba to use. They are Chen Mo's real close friends and are quite trusted, purely in terms of the amount of spiritual energy provided. 1 second-order divine pill was equal to 10 first-order divine pills. However, the greatest effect of the second-order divine pill was still to help peak transcendent existences break through to the Lord Realm. He could now increase the spiritual energy within the ice stand by taking ordinary transcendent flesh and blood in first-order divine medicines. It's a little slower, but it can produce the same effect in larger quantities. It would be better to let Lion's sister and Xiongba advance to the Lord Realm and be able to play a greater role. Aisha and Xiongba hadn't returned yet, but it should be just in the next 2 days. The Frost Goat chief quietly stood guard outside the door of the ice vault, sensing the powerful aura emanating from the Ice Lion King. It couldn't help but feel a little heartfelt. Their king is just too terrifying. This kind of breakthrough speed is simply unheard of. Even when their auras were not yet depleted, there were no such terrifying transcendent beings. Bah, congratulations on your breakthrough, Your Majesty. Seeing the Ice Lion King walk out, the Frost Goat chief congratulated from the bottom of his heart. Ho! Do a good job. The next second-order divine pill will be yours. Chen Mo skillfully drew the big pie, and then he asked the little Black Panther Luna to notify all the divided chiefs. He's going to teach a course on the law. He wanted to try the effects of the Teach the Lion boost, because only demonic beasts of the Lord Realm can release the law. That's why Chen Mo summoned all the divided chiefs this time. 20 minutes later, Palace of the Lionheart, Snow Fox Mountain. The Lionheart Palace is the first school to be built in the secret realm of the Great Snowy Mountains, because in Shinma's planning, the Snow Fox clan was responsible for the role of teacher. So the first school was built on the mountainside of Snow Fox Mountain. Hearing that the Ice Lion King wanted to pass on the law, all the divided chiefs moved at once, came to the Palace of the Lionheart. When these chiefs arrived, they found that the Ice Lion King was already there, so they stood or crouched in the snow, as well behaved as a schoolboy. Respectfully, he looked at the Ice Lion King in front of him. Today, I'll teach you the simplest method, the Xian Ice Claw. After the transcendent leaders had almost arrived, Chen Mo began to speak the Dharma. The release of the law, like writing, requires extreme control over spiritual energy. There are a total of 3 characters in the Xian Ice Claw, so I'll show you all how it works first. Outline the first character, taking care to articulate the psychic energy at the turn, and to maintain the stability of psychic energy. Chen Mo described his feelings about the Xian Ice Claw, one by one. Under the Teaching Lion plus S augmentation, the transcendent leader below was actually listening to it as if he was mesmerized and quite enlightened. Let's all try it first. After a complete explanation, Chen Mo opened his mouth. The many transcendent primarchs below jumped into action and began to mobilize their spiritual energy to try it out. End of chapter. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Such as the Ice Crystal Butterfly. Transcendent beings without hands or claws such as Ice Ghost leaders naturally couldn't master the arcane ice claws, but they were still learning to draw runes. The release of other laws likewise requires the drawing of spirit symbols. Releasing the method. The most crucial thing was still the mastery of spiritual power. On the first try, Most of the chiefs still flopped, but they all feel like they've got the hang of it, and with a little more practice, then you will be able to completely master this dharma. For the first time, these transcendental chieftains felt as if they were still gifted, but then it dawned on him that this was something the Ice Lion King had taught him well. Boing! Thank you, Your Majesty, for passing on the law. The leader of the snow-treading foxes leaned down. Obsequious. The law is not lightly transmitted. Each law is extremely valuable, and in general, if you are not of the same clan, you will not be able to use it. It won't be passed on at all. It is important to realize that the power of the law is far greater than the abilities awakened when a transcendent being advances in rank. When a transcendent of the Lord Realm who has mastered the Dharma fights against an ordinary lord, has a very big advantage. I didn't expect His Majesty the Lion King to be so generous as to impart the Xian Iceclaw method to them. Ow, purr. The other transcendental chiefs likewise expressed their gratitude. Before the partition ceremony of the founding of the country, there are also expansion wars that have strengthened their internal identification with the Ice Lion Kingdom. At this moment, the Ice Lion King himself taught the law, which made them even more glad that they chose it in the first place. Became one of the first dependents to follow the Ice Lion King. If loyalty is any indication, their loyalty to the Ice Lion King at this moment was at least 80 points. Out of 100 points, Chen Mo nodded and then took out a beast skin. It was the beast skin scroll that carried the Xian Iceclaw, and after Chen Mo learned the Xian Iceclaw, the runes on it hadn't completely dissipated yet, like dots of blue fireflies flowing. This inherited beast skin could probably be used 5 more times. Chen Mo divided the 3 chances among the snow-treading fox leader, the frost hound leader and the little black panther Luna. They should be the most suitable transcendent creatures to learn the arcane ice claws. For the remaining 2 times, he was going to leave it to Lioness and Xiangba, who had not returned from their conquests. With the help of the inherited beast skin, the snow-treading fox chief successfully drew his first spirit talisman. This surprised it quite a bit, and it was the closest it had come to releasing the law. The frost hound leader was slightly less perceptive, and halfway through the first spirit symbol condensation, then it shattered suddenly because of the excessive force. And what shocked Chen Mo was 3 icy blue characters surprisingly quickly appeared on the claws of Luna, the little black panther. An extremely cold aura then converged between its claws. Swish! In the next second, the little black panther's claws swung out blatantly. Boom! The snow and fog were so thick that 3 marks more than 10 centimeters deep appeared on the snow. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo was stunned. Is Teach Lion Plus that effective? One time and you've taught it? But the other transcendental creatures didn't learn it, and even Gnosis was pretty good. And the snow-treading fox leader who had also used the inherited beast skin was just barely able to write a character. That's why the most important reason should still be Little Black Panther's amazing enlightenment. Is the Little Black Panther really a genius? The other transcendent leaders were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Ha! That's what you learned? Ow! The Little Black Panther was very excited to see this scene. Roar! Luna! You'll be the one to temporarily teach them about arcane claws for the rest of the day. Shenma shared the Teach the Lions Plus self-discipline challenge with the Panthers. This could further enhance the Little Black Panther's enlightenment. Moreover, after discovering Little Black Panther's amazing enlightenment, Chen Mo was ready to focus on cultivating him. Ow! Luna was a little confused. It was still a 1-year-old baby, and father was asking it to teach. Angling Lion, Day 15. In the early hours of the morning, Shenma started fishing at home on his own to complete the last day of the self-discipline challenge. 6 hours later, the day had just broken. Angling Lion, the progress bar for the self-discipline challenge came to 100%. You have completed the self-discipline challenge, Angling Lion, green. Do you equip it? Gear up. The moment the title was equipped, it was as if the spirit fish inside the ice bucket suddenly saw some kind of flooding beast. Terrified, he leapt out of the ice bucket in a frantic attempt to escape the place, realizing that they were originally accustomed to this environment. This change is naturally related to the Angling Lion. After equipping the Angling Lion, Chen Mo realized that a special angler aura would be added to his body that could make all aquatic creatures tremble in fear from the depths of their souls. Chen Mo tried to collect this special aura, and the spirit fish in the ice bucket returned to calmness. Angler's temperament. Not bad, but that should only be one of the effects of the. We may still have to fish a bit to find out the exact effect. Shenma thought to himself. I wonder if it increases one's probability of catching rare lingcod. He's going to go fishing at Tonto Turtle Lake to try the results. But before that, Shenma took a look at the newly swiped line of self-regulation challenges. Lying Lion, green, lay on the floor for no less than 12 hours a day for a month's time. Looking at the refreshed self-discipline challenge this time, Chen Mo froze for a moment. Laying flat is actually a form of self-discipline. It's reasonable to imagine. As long as you keep laying flat every day. How's that for self-discipline? The Lay Flat Lion self-discipline challenge is pretty simple and can be easily accomplished with a little extra sleep each day. Moreover, Chen Mo was also very curious about the effects of the Lay Flat Lion. With little hesitation, he chose Lay Flat Lion. Glanced at the time, 6:30 a.m. Luckily, I'm in the habit of finishing my self-discipline challenge early on the last day. Now it's more than enough if you lay flat for another 12 hours. And when you lie flat, you can go do other things on your own. For example, fishing. Soon, Chen Mo once again arrived at the snowy mountain where the Tongtian tortoise was located. Who made the lake on this snowy mountain the only lake left in the secret realm of the Great Snow Mountain? After making sure there were no beasts around, he plopped down on the bank and, then, after flinging the tail tied with fishy grass into the lake, he began practicing sky ice drop, fishing and the self-discipline challenge of laying flat lion while practicing Dharma. Who can have him roll? When the fragrant lion's tail reappeared in front of the lingcod, they were eager to take a bite. But this time, these spirit fish had learned their lesson and didn't dare to try it easily. After about 10 minutes or so, Chen Mo suddenly felt a weight coming from his tail. So, carry the pull. All that could be seen was a clump of hydrilla-like plants, ice blue in color, floating on the lion's tail. There are streams of fluorescent flashes on it. Blue fluorescent grass. First order divine medicine. 70 hours from maturity. After taking it, it can help mortal beings break through the transcendent and increase a certain amount of ice spiritual power. Looking at this divine medicine, Chen Mo froze for a moment. Can you even fish for sacred medicines? End of chapter. Chapter 99, Fishing for Anything But Fish. Requesting subscription. Chapter 99, Fishing for Anything But Fish. Requesting subscription. There's no need to say much about the rarity of divine medicines. It is not an exaggeration to say that this blue fluorescent grass was sent to me. He realized that this was definitely the effect of the angling lion. Chen Mo instantly became interested. A quarter of an hour later, there was once again a strange movement from its tail. Something's hooked again. Wow! The tail was flung out of the water, and along with it was brought out a piece of palm-sized leaves with blue ethereal light shimmering in the veins. Phoenix Spirit Sycamore Leaf. The leaves of the third-order spirit plant. The Ice Phoenix Sycamore. A rare spiritual plant that will be born where the Ice Phoenix resides. There is a 0.001% chance of obtaining the Ice Phoenix bloodline when taken by an avian transcendent creature. Beings with the Ice Phoenix bloodline have a chance to purify or awaken the bloodline within their bodies. Looking at this Phoenix Spirit Sycamore leaf, which was emitting an eerie blue fluorescence, Chen Mo's first thought was of the ice sparrow. The ice sparrow possesses an extremely thin bloodline of Ice Phoenix. The Phoenix blood sycamore leaf in front of it was definitely an extremely precious treasure to it. Let Ice Sparrow trade for contribution points when the time comes. Keep fishing. Chen Mo, who had caught two types of spirit plants one after another, was excited. Sunset. Chen Mo had already spent the afternoon fishing at the Tongtian Turtle Lake. Turns out not a single fish was caught, but it caught 3 transcendent crystals, 2 Phoenix Spirit Sycamore leaves, and the water avoidance pearls, ice and iron stones and all sorts of other weird stuff. Looking at these strange but completely unrelated to fish, Chen Mo fell into deep thought. Nice guy. Anglers can catch anything but fish. Ha! I'm afraid that another effect of this angling lion is to drastically increase the probability of angling for creatures or non-creatures other than aquatic creatures. This one seems to work pretty well too. There must be something strange and weird in the depths of the sea. There might be some ancient treasures or sacred medicines in them. You can try sea fishing in the future if you have the chance. This lake in front of him alone seemed to contain a lot of good things. Just as Chen Mo was about to leave, he suddenly felt a strange sensation coming from his tail once again. It seems that some creature is biting. Finally a fish on the hook? Chen Mo excitedly flicked his tail, and the result of the flick out of the water was a crystal clear end. A turtle with a back like a giant blue crystal. Jeweled turtle. Level, medium transcendent. Physical fitness, 80. Agility, 12. Power, 16. Divine spirit, 26. Abilities, ice armor. Ice shield. Ice crystal armor. Hardening. Ice crystallization. Ice seal. Combined battle strength, 185-240. Elemental creature with strong ice control and defensibility. This jeweled turtle was still not a fish, not even considered an aquatic being, but a purely elemental creature. I'm afraid this isn't the descendant of the Tongtian turtle, is it? This was the first thought in Chen Mo's mind. This jeweled turtle, like the Tongtian turtle, also belonged to the elemental creatures. And it's amazing that just medium transcendence has mastered 6 abilities. Although these 6 abilities are all defense-type abilities, that's enough to see how extraordinary it is. Forget it, just put it back. For the boundary guardians, Chen Mo did not want to offend. However, Chen Mo had just removed the jeweled turtle from its tail. This jeweled turtle then butted up behind him and took another bite of his tail. Is this in love with your own tail? After Chen Mo removed it, he threw it directly into the lake. However, what Chen Mo didn't expect was, it didn't take long for the jeweled turtle to unexpectedly appear before his eyes once again. The little one fought to swim to his side. Then he looked at him with his own big, pitiful eyes. This is relying on me? Chen Mo couldn't help but feel somewhat amused that, instead, they did not continue to expel the jeweled turtle. Instead, he threw out the psychic ice silkworm and established a mental link with the jeweled turtle in front of him. Please, take the turtle. This jeweled turtle's spiritual intelligence didn't seem to be high, and its voice gave off a naive feeling. Why, turtle? Turtle wants to see the outside world. The jeweled turtle has lived in this lake since birth. There was a giant turtle at the bottom of the lake that it felt very close to, though, the jeweled turtle had tried to communicate with it, but that giant tortoise was just too lazy, and spent the vast majority of its time in a state of slumber. The occasional awakening was nothing more than a casual chat with it before it fell asleep again. The jeweled turtle gradually felt bored with everything in the lake. The world is so big, it wants to go out and see it. Jeweled turtle also wanted to turtle walk the sky, but he is really a turtle speed. Simply cannot go far. Do you know the Tonto turtle? Chen Mo asked. Is that the big guy in the water? No, not cooked. Jeweled turtle shook her head. Then you follow me. Chen Mo felt that the jeweled turtle in front of him was quite interesting and had good potential. The jeweled turtle has a very strong defense. Just medium transcendence has a whopping 80 points of constitution and numerous defenses. When you grow up later, carrying it on your body can play a similar role as a bulletproof undershirt. After receiving Chen Mo's permission, the jeweled turtle nodded its head vigorously and obediently lay down beside Chen Mo. Only its eyes looked at Chen Mo's fragrant tail from time to time. However, it seemed to know that if it bit Chen Mo's tail again, it would definitely be thrown back into the lake again without mercy, so it forcefully held back. At this time, a turquoise blue vine drilled out from within Chen Mo's backpack. Sensing the jeweled turtle's aura, the little devil vine curiously stretched out its vines and danced continuously. It seems to be a greeting. The jeweled turtle looked at the magical vine in front of her and curiously came up. Chen Mo did not pay attention to the two little ones and looked at the calm lake. If you're here, you have to get something out of it. Looking at the empty ice bucket, he decided to fry another wave of fish before he left. The main thing was that the spiritual fish in this lake tasted really good. He's craving grilled fish. Roar! So he let out a lion's roar as before and used the lion's roar kung fu to fry the fish. The originally calm water surface instantly exploded. Huge waves rolled over, and hundreds of spirit fish surfaced. With his belly in the air, he was actually roared to death directly. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo froze for a moment. His original plan was to blow these spirit fishes unconscious, and for this reason, Chen Mo had deliberately restrained the power of his roar. The power of the lion's roar has not changed. So this is another effect of drooping lion. Chen Mo experimented a bit more and then realized that after equipping the angling lion, the damage dealt by yourself to aquatic creatures will be increased by 100%. What an aquatic life killer. Chen Mo's first thought was that in the previous video, the transcendent being in the Indian Ocean that could instantly kill a lord realm. Give it a little angling lion, shock if it dares to come ashore. I have to say, as a green quality title, the value for money of the angling lion can be said to be pulling out all the stops. End of chapter. Chapter 100 Heaven's Chosen Working Sparrow, Request for Subscription. Chapter 100 Heaven's Chosen Working Sparrow, Request for Subscription. Laying Flat Lion, Day 3. Aisha and Xiangba returned to the Great Snow Mountain. The War of Northern Aggression also came to a close. Ho, brother, I'm back. The first thing Aisha did after returning to the Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm was to head straight to Lion King Mountain to look for Chen Mo. It had been a full 2 weeks since it had seen its own brother. Ho! Hard work. Chen Mo rubbed Sister Lion's soft fur and let out a low growl. He had already learned about the battle from Luna, the little black panther, who was a communicator. The War of Northern Aggression likewise went very well. Compared to Tanzania, Kanila is farther away from the Great Snowy Mountain secret area, and the concentration of aura in the region is low. No very powerful transcendental beings were born. Along the way, the Ice Lion Legion practically pushed their way across, and after occupying this territory, Aisha, according to the original plan, had the transcendent chiefs of the Great Snowy Mountains and their clansmen each hold down an area or a city. Since then, the original boundaries of Kenila were also officially included in the territory of the Ice Lion Kingdom. Roar! Chen Mo then took out 2 frozen second-order divine medicines and placed them in front of Lion Sister and Xiongba respectively. Howl! Your Majesty, this is second-order divine pill. Looking at the second-order divine pill in front of him, Xiongba's eyes were filled with disbelief. There was no need to say much about the value of second-order divine medicines, which could be said to be the most precious treasures at this stage. It did not expect His Majesty the Lion King to reward itself with such a treasure. It made it inwardly ecstatic. It wasn't just about obtaining a second-order divine medicine. It was also the importance and trust from the Ice Lion King. It shows that His Majesty has him in his heart. Chen Mo nodded. Ho! Eat! Roar! I will not fail your Majesty. After saying that, Xiongba excitedly swallowed this second-order divine pill. Aisha was very touched inside, but at the same time, she was feeling pressurized. When will it fly its brother instead of the brother flying it? He doesn't want to spend his life as a lion. Roar! Consider this your reward for this war of northern aggression, Chen Mo calmly said. After Xiongba and Aisha took the second-order divine pills one after the other, the spiritual power within the ice elixir was under the influence of the medium of. It became more and more solid and gradually morphed into liquid spiritual energy, and then the liquid spiritual energy began to strengthen their entire body. In the midst of the excruciating pain, they felt a huge boost in their physical fitness. It's a leap in the hierarchy of life. A few moments later, a powerful lordly pressure flowed out from Lion Sister and Xiongba. The Ice Lion Kingdom had two more true lord-level warriors. Chen Mo glanced at the two lions' messages. Aisha has awakened an ability called Ice Needle Storm. Maximum combined combat power directly 1100 from soaring to 3200. Xiongba's awakened ability is Heavy Ice. The maximum combined combat power has also increased from 1050 to 3100. According to the Lord Realm beings we encountered before, Chen Mo estimated that the highest combined battle power of an ordinary low-level lord was almost between 200 and 400. Like before, when the winter saber-toothed tiger burned the king's blood and forcefully raised its battle power, it's also just 3500 battle cry. Sister Lion, Xiongba and the others have just advanced to the Lord Realm. Just having 300 out of the combined battles is good enough, and they have a lot of room for improvement. Whether it's the challenge of self-discipline or mastery of the law, both give them a huge boost in strength. The afternoon, Chen Mo was practicing the Great Spiritual Rain technique in the Divine Pill Field on Lion King Mountain. A finch with gorgeous blue feathers stopped by its side. It was the Ice Sparrow. Chirp, Lion King, I have something for you. Ice Sparrow's eyes were excited, and there was a hint of imperceptible pride in her tone. These days it did nothing but sleep to help the Ice Lion Kingdom earn contribution points by taking in transcendent creatures. It physically convinced a total of 5 high transcendent fierce beasts during the Southern Expansion War, 82 medium transcendent fierce beasts, and hundreds of low transcendent fierce beasts. Whether it's a transcendental creature on the steppe, or in a frozen lake, if it sees it, not a single head. Performance ranked first among all Ice Lion familiars, but it's still a little short of 500 contribution points. So these days it runs to the farm for watering and irrigation, to the mines for digging, and to other places to collect transcendental creatures. That's what finally made up the 500 points needed to become a mountain lord. Seeing that the Ice Lion King didn't take care of himself, the ice bird was somewhat distressed as it took out a psychic ice silkworm silk from between its feathers and carefully handed it over. Chen Mo had just received the psychic ice silkworm silk when Ice Sparrow's excited voice came from his ears. Lion King, I've gathered enough 500 contribution points. Do you honor your word from before? Icefinch removes 50 ice blue coins from his feathers. These coins have the number 100 engraved on the obverse and a majestic and dominant lion's head on the reverse. These are the contribution points of the Ice Lion Kingdom, made by the Ice Ghost clan. It has a special spiritual imprint left on it that cannot be reproduced. Of course, now you are the mountain master of Ice Sparrow Mountain. Chen Mo nodded. In fact, this position was originally reserved for the Ice Sparrow. Great! Finally no beasts to disturb my sleep this time. After receiving the Ice Lion King's promise, the Ice Sparrow's eyes were filled with excitement and longing. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. Was made lord of the mountain. This Ice Sparrow's first thought was actually not that it could become the regional lord of a snowy mountain after the partition, and that its transcendent rank could be raised to the lord level. Rather, it's no beast can disturb its sleep anymore. How much do you like to sleep? If you don't count the time he was frozen. Ice Sparrow is now almost 1 year and 3 months old. How do you sleep at that age? Chen Mo asked. What about the familiars you just took in? It's okay, they're already mature beasts. Surely they'll take care of themselves, and they're part of the Ice Lion Kingdom now. They get contribution points just for working. It won't starve. Ice Sparrow was full of certainty. Chen Mo nodded. The Ice Sparrow hadn't lied to him about that. Those transcendent creatures that had been physically persuaded by the Ice Sparrow were now actively engaged in various positions in the Ice Lion Kingdom. Play your light and heat for the Kingdom of Ice Lion. Chen Mo suddenly felt that this Ice Sparrow in front of him was quite good in terms of strength and ability. It would be a shame to send such a golden salesman to bed. Nope. Still need to give it a bit of a boost to get going. Follow me. Thus, Chen Mo brought the Ice Sparrow to his cave. The Phoenix Spirit sycamore leaf that had been sealed in ice was then taken out from the ice vault. The moment the ice sparrow saw the leaves of the phoenix spirit sycamore, it was so excited that it exploded. Chirp! Your Majesty, you actually have the leaves of the phoenix spirit sycamore. A spiritual plant like the leaves of the phoenix spirit sycamore might not be of much use to other transcendental beings. But it has a fatal attraction to it. This leaf could help it enhance and even awaken the thin ice phoenix bloodline in its body. If it went well, its life form, potential and strength would be greatly enhanced. No one will be able to disturb its sleep again then. End of chapter. Chapter 101, Siren and Giant Snake, request for subscription. Chapter 101, Siren and Giant Snake, request for subscription. For only 100 contribution points, you can take it away. Chen Mo calmly spoke to Ice Sparrow. The phoenix spirit sycamore leaf was hardly useful to him. Anyway, might as well use it to let the little ice sparrow do a little more for the Ice Lion Kingdom. Jojo? Ha! Hearing this heavenly price, the ice sparrow's small face instantly collapsed. Knowing that 500 contribution points had sent it running for a long time before, it took the opportunity of the war in the south to get it roughly together. It turns out that this phoenix spirit sycamore leaf costs 100 contribution points. It's going to be a monkey's life before we get it all together. However, the phoenix spirit sycamore leaf was too valuable to it, and it could never give it up. Damn it, it's being held by the Ice Lion King. Your Majesty the Lion King, can it be cheaper? Ice Sparrow began to bargain. Chen Mo shook his head. He ate up the phoenix spirit sycamore leaf's fatal attraction to the ice sparrow, and it's a trophy of his fishing, with additional attribute value. Chirp! Okay. The ice sparrow fondly took another look at the phoenix spirit sycamore leaf, then flew away with high spirits. Obviously struggling to go for contribution points. It's ready to lead its newly acquired dependents to other regions that go collect another wave of minions for the Ice Lion Kingdom. Looking at Ice Sparrow's energetic appearance, Chen Mo's eyes were filled with relief. It's really a chosen bird. Indian Ocean. Unlike the African continent, which is on the verge of an ice age radiating from the snow-capped mountains, the ocean remains warm. More than 200 meters down in deep water, a blackened, giant squid over 50 meters long traveled quickly through the deep sea. It unabashedly unleashed its own wild and evil aura. Apparently, it was a black abyss creature. At this moment, it exploded into its fastest speed and seemed to be fleeing. There were countless blood marks on the black abyss squid's body, and black blood flowed out of it. It drenched the seawater in the area of several hundred meters around it into a bizarre black color. Behind it were hundreds of humans with lake blue hair. If you look closely, you can see that these humans don't have legs. The hind limb is a fishtail covered in blue scales. Mermaids, or sirens. The sirens held a bow and arrow in their hands, and above the bow and arrow the watery spiritual energy converged into arrows that, towards the black abyss squid kept shooting. They're chasing this black abyss squid, and beside them, there were all sorts of transcendental creatures. Transcendental sea fish, dolphins, sea shrimp, sea crabs, killer whales. Under the command of Siren, these transcendental creatures launched rounds of attacks at the black abyssal squid in an orderly fashion. The black abyssal squid releases the pressure of its lord, and its 8 tentacles continue to roll towards the surrounding sea fish and shrimps. After devouring it frantically, it quickly dived into the deep sea, trying to get away from its pursuers. At this time, the same lord's pressure erupted from the body of the leading siren. Fighting each other with the black abyssal squid, her forehead flickered with spiritual lines and, in front of his body, a trident that was completely condensed from water flow was condensed, obviously a powerful law. The moment the trident was formed, it exploded into supersonic speed and chopped towards the black abyss squid. It was actually not hindered in the water in the slightest. Boom! The 8 tentacles of the black abyss squid tried to grab the trident, but it underestimated the power of the trident. One of the tentacles was actually directly chopped off. Then it ran through 3 more of its tentacles in succession before it was finally blocked. Roar! Seemingly enraged by the trident Jin penetration, the black abyssal squid entered a berserk state and stopped running away. Instead, he turned violently and came at the siren and the other transcendental creatures. The remaining 7 tentacles clawed at the nearby transcendental beings. Run! At the order of the siren leader, all the sirens and transcendent creatures quickly fled in all directions. Their strength lies in their long-range attacks, which can be consumed by constant long range. Because the sirens dodged in time, all of the black abyss squid's tentacles fell short. Roar! The black abyssal squid let out a sound of impotent rage. Taking advantage of the distance between them and the sirens too, it once again erupted with amazing speed, trying to escape. Just then, 2 beams of blinding golden light suddenly lit up in the dark, deep sea, and, like 2 dazzling golden suns, the golden sun slowly approached, and under the illumination of its light, a huge beast could be vaguely seen. It was a huge snake, covered with reddish scales, and under the light of the golden sun, These red scales actually exuded a fascinating metallic luster. The huge body of the giant snake swam rapidly through the deep sea. But unlike ordinary giant snakes which have countless thick tentacles at their necks, the two dazzling golden suns are its golden pupils. The moment the black abyss squid saw the giant snake, it actually trembled as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Trying to escape, his body froze in place. In the next second, a dozen light blue runes surfaced on the scales of the giant snake's forehead. It then spat out a giant column of water with a diameter of over 10 meters from its mouth. Whoosh! The column of water blasted towards the black abyss squid like a laser cannon. Extremely fast. Boom! The moment the water column touched the black abyssal squid, it actually pierced through the head of the black abyss squid like a laser, leaving a 10-meter hole. The three hearts of the black abyss squid were also completely crushed by the water column in an instant. Water cannon. With just one blow, this Lord middle stage black abyss squid completely lost its life breath. Black blood continuously flowed out of the giant hole in the center of the main body, like a ball of ink dripping down into clear water. It quickly swooshed out into the surrounding sea. These black bloods of the black abyss squid are highly corrosive. This was also a major reason why the siren chief had not allowed the sirens to approach before. Seeing this, the giant snake's mouth spat out a dark blue dragon pearl. The dragon balls flew to the place where the black abyssal squid died. It was actually rapidly absorbing the black abyss breath that was like ink. In the blink of an eye, the black turbid corroded sea water regained its clarity. The body of the black abyss squid also returned to its normal purplish color. The giant snake then opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all of this flesh and blood. Lord Neptune, you're here. The leader of the sirens shouted respectfully to the giant snake. And after the giant serpent appeared, she brought all the transcendental creatures to their knees in unison. No need to be polite, the giant snake calmly said. Lord Sea God, I didn't expect the black abyssal sea beast to appear here as well. The siren leader emitted some kind of special sound wave, communicating with the giant snake. Normal. The black abyss is expanding faster and faster. There are also more and more transcendental creatures infected by the black abyss, and there will always be some that will run away to other seas. It's just a matter of killing them when they come across them, just so that they can become nourishment for my growth. The giant snake's tone was icy cold, and then it opened its mouth to the siren leader. The temperature of the sea here has dropped a lot. I also felt a faint ice aura. In the south, there might be an ancient secret realm related to the ice system descending. Siren, take the people over there and take a look. If an ancient secret realm is really found, don't do anything rash. Come back and tell me first. End of chapter. Chapter 102, Returning to the Ruins of the Western Sea, Request for Subscription. Chapter 102, Returning to the Ruins of the Western Sea, Request for Subscription. Yes, Lord Neptune. Siren leader Siren said respectfully, only by finding other ancient secret realms and obtaining third-order divine medicines will we be able to return to the returning ruins. After saying that, the giant snake with a body length of 100 meters slowly closed its golden pupils. The huge body slowly faded into the murky waters. The giant snake was born in the Western Sea returning ruins, an ancient secret place in the deep sea. When the Western Sea returning ruins mystery realm descended upon this heaven and earth, it was still just an egg. It was irrigated by the aura before it broke out of its shell. Siren, because it is the son of the god in whom all beings in the secret realm believe. Not only did these races, the unicorn dolphins, take the initiative to submit to it, but they also collected a lot of divine medicines for it. With his talent and ample resources, in just 6 months' time, the giant snake had then grown to the peak of the Lord realm. Unfortunately, the concentration of aura in the secret realm was not enough to give birth to a third-order divine pill. It's about 6 months away. If nothing happens, the giant snake will definitely stay in the returning ruins. Waiting for the birth of the third-order divine pill. But 2 months ago, the black abyss suddenly descended. A black abyss unicorn python led countless black abyss creatures in a desperate attempt to encroach on their territory. A fierce battle broke out between the giant snake and this black abyss unicorn python. In the end, it briefly repelled this black abyssal one-horned python. However, the contamination of the black water was an irreversible process, and many of the returning sea race had been eroded by the black abyss, gradually losing their sanity. The giant snake had no choice but to migrate with the surviving beings in the returning ruins. Right now, the only way it could advance to the king's realm was to obtain a third-order divine pill. Thus, he completely defeated that black abyss unicorn python and returned to the returning ruins. After the giant serpent left, the siren leader, Siren, emitted some sort of special frequency that gathered the sirens around himself. Spirit dolphin tribe, you search along these 3 directions where the sea water temperature gets lower. The siren leader gave orders to one of the siren tribes. Almost all the sirens of the spirit dolphin tribe have tamed a unicorn dolphin. This transcendental creature is extremely fast in the sea, capable of running hundreds of kilometers per hour, making it ideal for reconnaissance missions. Other groups, come with me to search in these two directions. Laying flat lion, day 5. Frost Crane City. A warship stood still on the calm harbor. An undamaged warship from the eastern summer of. It also has people up there to keep it running at a basic level. Above the warship, a frosty crane with white feathered wings quickly swept by. It actually made a sonic boom. It's none other than Chief Frost Crane. Nearly a week had passed since the Ice Lion King left. These days, it alternates daily patrols with its own people along the coastline. For the task explained by the Ice Lion King, the Frost Crane chief didn't dare to slack off or take it lightly. After it flew hundreds of kilometers off the coast, suddenly in the distance there were other creatures that were swimming fast in the sea, making 5 white lines on the surface. The Frost Crane leader flew slightly closer. Immediately afterward it saw 5 unicorn dolphins, and on their backs riding a single humanoid creature. It's a mermaid. At the moment, these unicorn dolphins were rushing towards the direction it was currently in at an extremely fast speed. The target is most likely Frost Crane City. In an instant, the Frost Crane chief thought of the Ice Lion King's dying wish. Next, transcendent creatures from the Deep Sea Kingdom are likely to come ashore from Frost Crane City and the nearby coastline. Report to it as soon as you spot these transcendental creatures. The small team in front of them was most likely the scouting team sent by that Deep Sea Kingdom. This news must be told to His Majesty in a hurry. In addition, never let this scouting team go back alive. These two thoughts instantly arose in the Frost Crane leader's mind. So it immediately turned around and quickly returned to Frost Crane City to prepare for help. It wasn't absolutely confident that it could kill or capture both the 5 unicorn dolphins and the mermaid on top of them. Upon returning to Frost Crane City, the Frost Crane leader let out a sharp crane cry. As a result, the Frost Cranes and other transcendent creatures that were originally busy in various parts of Frost Crane City quickly assembled. The Frost Crane chief is the lord of Frost Crane City and has a lot of power. Whoosh! After gathering their troops, the dozen or so Frost Cranes all erupted with amazing speed. Like a warplane it flew quickly in the direction of the mermaid. And on their backs, they all have a little bag. This is the tactical backpack that the Ice Lion King asked the humans to design for them. The backpack contains a variety of tactical plants. Soon, the Frost Crane leader led his men back to kill the sea where the mermaids were. They swooped down quickly from the heights of the sky. In its paws, it carries an ice pop mushroom and an ice apple. When the two were only 100 meters apart, the Frost Cranes unanimously released their claws. The siren and the unicorn dolphin didn't think to run away the first time they saw the strange mushrooms. Instead, they gathered the water currents and launched an attack. The siren wanted to blow up these strange fruits in the air, and naturally the result was an early detonation. Bang! Bang! With icy blue mushrooms and apple-like fruits falling into the water. The huge impact made them explode instantly. In an instant, the nearby sea was enveloped by countless dazzling white lights. In the blink of an eye, all the mermaids are in a blinding state of. They are aware of an organized attack, so their legs quickly changed into fishtails and subconsciously tried to dive to the bottom of the sea. Soon however they couldn't control themselves and began to laugh maniacally. These blue apple-like fruits were a new mutated fruit cultivated by the Ice Lion King. Laughing ice fruit. A mutated variety of the frost grain ice fruit. The fruit is filled with maniacal laughter powder. When inhaled, it makes most creatures laugh. Ho ho ho. From uncontrollable maniacal laughter, the mermaids' tails flicked and, unable to escape in the first place, the Frost Crane leader was already spearheading yet another new round of attacks by the Frost Crane forces. Refrigerant gas. After accepting the partition of the Ice Lion King, although not in the realm of the Great Snow Mountain, but the Frost Crane leader's transcendent level also manages to stay at the transcendent limit, plus a dozen or so Frost Cranes releasing freezing gas at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the seawater in the area near the mermaid was frozen into ice. The 5 mermaids who were still laughing maniacally as well as their mounts, the horned dolphins, were all frozen in the seawater. There was no lord rank presence in this mermaid scouting party. The strongest is only a high transcendent. Almost instantly, all 5 mermaids and their mounts lost their ability to resist. That's tactical. Immediately afterward, the Frost Crane leader swooped down into the water, grabbed a large block of ice, and a mermaid was sealed right inside. The mermaid inside didn't die, and the water-based spiritual energy surged within the ice. Apparently it's doing its best to break the seal. The Frost Crane leader unblocked the ice from this mermaid's head, and before the mermaid could react, then he forced another can of blue juice into her mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 103, Siren Maiden, request for subscription. Chapter 103, Siren Maiden, request for subscription. Ice Peach Fruit Juice. This was the juice from juicing the ice peach fruit, a new mutated spirit fruit cultivated by the Frost Goat Chief. After consuming it, the spiritual energy in the bodies of beings below high transcendent will be briefly frozen. The ice peach fruit has a long cultivation cycle, is relatively rare, and is not yet fully equipped to, but it's obviously not a bad idea to use it on these mermaids. A living captive is obviously worth more than a dead body, and may be able to interrogate something. The other frost cranes also fed juice to the remaining 4 mermaids and the transcendental dolphin. Looking at the completely defenseless mermaid, the frost crane leader let out a sigh of relief. These mutant spirit plants cultivated by His Majesty and Chief Frost Goat are really good. Without much thought, the frost crane leader grabbed this mermaid beside him and then he spoke again to the other frost cranes. Frost wind, frost snow, you will take the other fish back to Frost Crane City's prison and keep them under strict guard. The other cranes continue to patrol the coast. I'm going to make a trip to the royal capital. Tell His Majesty the news here. If it's as Your Majesty says. These mermaids are behind the words of an ocean kingdom. After they've been missing for a while, the other transcendental creatures of this kingdom will inevitably look for them in the area where they disappeared. At that time, the existence of Frost Crane City would also be inevitably discovered. His Majesty must be informed as soon as possible. 2 hours later, the Frost Crane leader almost played with his flight, exploding into supersonic speeds that, in just under 2 hours, we had arrived at Lion King Mountain. Is this a mermaid? Looking at the person in front of her with long lake blue seaweed-like hair, fair skin, the humanoid creatures with delicate figures and mermaid tails, Chen Mo couldn't help but think of mythical creatures. This mermaid in front of us is certainly not a sudden mutation of a real-world creature. Become a mermaid. Although the aura revival allows creatures to advance to transcendence, but not so much that it turns humans right into mermaids, right? The odds are that she's from some descending secret realm. With a quick scan, information about this mermaid surfaced one by one. Siren, level, medium transcendent, physical fitness, 35, agility, 36, power, 27, spirit of God, 52, abilities, siren song, downstream, water arrow, combined battle strength, 34480. It's really a siren. It's rumored to be a beautiful creature with the upper body of a human and the tail of a fish. Possessing a voice like heavenly music, he often wanders between reefs and isolated islands to compel people. Chen Mo waved his claws, and the ice that had frozen the mermaid quickly melted. The mermaid girl, who had just awakened from the ice, was a bit confused and all she could remember was that the scouting team had been sneaked up on by a flock of frost cranes with white feathers, and then came here. This is land? The mermaid girl's fishtail turned into human legs in a matter of 2 seconds. The water streams are transformed into dresses and skirts. Immediately after that, the first thing she saw was the ice lion king that was like a hill in front of her. On the body of this ice lion, she felt a terrifying aura like an abyss, like meeting a natural enemy. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled out her legs and ran. Chen Mo realized that it might have been his own, drooping lion, aura that scared the siren maiden, and so converged on that aura, at the same time releasing the Lord's pressure, controlling it at just the right level to make the siren maiden unable to move. The 2 ice air elves pulled on the psychic ice silk and handed it to the siren maiden. After the siren girl realized that she couldn't move, she looked at the giant lion in front of her with a face of fear. Even if the giant lion seemed to have tightened up the aura that gave her the creeps, but its huge body still filled her insides with fear, feeling like she was going to suffocate at any moment. This kind of powerful pressure was not possessed by their leader either. She had only ever felt a similar kind of pressure in the body of a sea god. I didn't realize there was such a powerful presence on land. Roar! Sirens, why are you trespassing on my territory? Just then, a majestic and domineering voice came from the heart of the siren maiden. Greetings, great lion god. I come from the siren clan of the ocean kingdom. By order of the sea god, we came to check out this area. We didn't know it was your territory. We meant no offense. The siren girl replied after a little thought. She realizes that she should be trespassing into the realm ruled by this powerful being that's why Frost Crane was brought here. Poseidon? Is that it? Chen Mo suddenly thought of a video that Karam had once shown himself more than a month ago. The tentacle monster that could easily kill a lord-level being. So have the Ice Air Elf play this video for Siren. Although only the tip of the iceberg was revealed, the Siren Maiden recognized at once that the powerful being that kills the giant whales of the Black Abyss in the video is none other than the giant serpent deity they worship. It's our Lord Poseidon, and it's hunting the Black Abyss creatures. What is the purpose of your visit to the land? Chen Mo asked again. In search of other ancient secret realms and transcendent divine medicines. In order to fight against the creatures of the Black Abyss, we have to get stronger. Lord Lion God, please spare us. We didn't know this was your territory. We meant no harm. The siren girl opened her mouth. Her tone was timid, giving the impression of a soft little white flower that it's easy to inspire a human to be protective. But Chen Mo was no longer a human being and was completely immune to this. Roar! Tell me about your Poseidon and what's going on in the oceans right now. The majestic voice sounded again. Lord Sea God is the lord of the Western Sea, returning ruins mystic realm, guarding the safety of the Western Sea. The siren girl hesitated for a moment before she began to answer respectfully. It didn't matter that she was talking about where Lord Neptune came from. About half a year ago, because of the revival of the aura of the Western Sea, we woke up one after another from the Western Sea returning ruins. Soon, Chen Mo learned about the specifics of the sea god from the siren girl. Poseidon has the appearance of a giant snake over 100 meters long. The transcendent rank should be above the High Lord realm, but less than the King realm, and was the master of the Western Sea returning ruins mysterious realm. The Western Sea returning ruins mystic realm descended much earlier than the Great Snow Mountain mystic realm, because all the races within the Deep Sea City believed in the Giant Serpent clan and regarded them as gods. That's why Giant Snake unified and integrated the resources in the secret realm a long time ago, and with a large supply of divine medicines, he managed to break through to High Lord. Originally, it was supposed to become stronger little by little in the Western Sea returning ruins mystic realm, and then become the overlord of the ocean. However, 1 month ago, the Black Abyss mysteries spread to the area where the Western Sea returning ruins were located. Influenced by the Dark Abyss, the Western Sea returning ruins were greatly polluted. If they continued to stay in Deep Sea City, both the spirit and the flesh of the returning Sea Clan would be tainted. The Giant Serpent then began to migrate with the returning ruins Sea Clan. Along the way, it continued to subjugate the ocean familiars, searching for ancient secret realms and divine medicines. I hope to one day destroy the Dark Abyss and return to the Western Sea returning ruins. The Siren Girl was captured by the Frost Crane leader while she was searching for the secret land. Then it was brought to him. End of chapter. Chapter 104 All in One Net. Requesting subscription. Chapter 104 All in One Net. Requesting subscription. Regarding the information about the Black Abyss secret realm, Chen Mo had learned about it from Wang Long. It's a rather special ancient secret realm that, the black water it emits is like a black hole encroaching on the sea, and there is nothing humans can do about it. Rather, it could match what the Siren Girl said. However, Chen Mo didn't completely believe in the Siren Girl's words, but regardless, he was greatly interested in the giant snake and the forces behind it. The Ice Lion Kingdom now had an air force and an army. The only thing missing was a navy. Chen Mo now needed a marine family. This tribe of sirens in front of us, and even the god they believed in, the Giant Serpent, was great. If there was a chance, Chen Mo wanted to take them all under his wing, prepare in advance for future conquests of the sea. Strong, mighty, great, wise lion god, I speak the truth. Will you spare me? The Siren Maiden pleaded with flashing eyes. Please don't worry. Our returning market clan can be peace-loving. We don't hold grudges at all. Definitely won't seek revenge on you. We can also establish an alliance if we can. The Siren Maiden thought of the Siren leader's sage advice. That is, try not to kill or be violent when confronted by other transcendental beings. Instead, they take the approach of pulling together and cooperating. Only by uniting all the forces that could be united would they have a chance to be able to fight against the Black Abyss creatures. Let's forget about allies. But the returning Ruins clan can join the Ice Lion Kingdom. Accept the shelter of the Ice Lion Kingdom. The Ice Lion King's tone carried unrivaled confidence. As if this is something that should be taken for granted. It's not something I can decide. Lion God Sama. How about you talk to our matriarch or Lord Poseidon? The Siren Maiden was surprised by the Ice Lion King's bold idea. Then she blinked and spoke. You let me go back and I'll get the Lord Patriarch to come talk to you. She still wanted to save her life now. The matriarch will surely come looking for them when she realizes they're missing. But there was something in her that hoped the matriarch wouldn't come to her rescue, because she had a feeling that her own clan leader shouldn't be a match for this giant lion in front of her. Coming could have met the same fate as her. Only Neptune-sama is allowed. Interesting. Chen Mo felt that the Siren Girl in front of him was quite daring. I'll just wait for them to talk to me. After saying that, he let out a deafening lion's roar and began to gather his familiars. Elsa, Stompy, Bingley, a head of transcendent beings quickly rushed towards Lion King Mountain. Chen Mo told Frost Crane to bring the Siren Maiden back, and then ran out furiously at an astonishing speed. He was going to make a trip to Frost Crane City. From the description of the Frost Crane chief, and of the Siren Maiden, he deduced, after the disappearance of the Spirit Dolphin team, the Siren Chief and even that giant serpent god that the Siren clan believed in should soon be traveling to the place where they disappeared to search for them. I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before Frost Crane City is discovered. He had to set it up early to get it right. And then they'll, all in one net. 2 hours later, Frost Crane City coast. A dozen or so sirens quickly approached Frost Crane City while dodging the watchful eyes of the patrols in the sky. After about 10 minutes, they circumvented the frosty cranes and made their way to shore unnoticed. Their fishtails instantly transformed into human legs, and currents of water encircled them as the illuminate into clothes. If you look closely, you can see fish scales hidden on their wrists as well as on their thighs. Matriarch, it's so heavily guarded here. It was almost discovered. The spirit dolphin squad should have been captured by them. A siren guard with a height of over 2 meters and a stocky body spoke. Siren leader Siren nodded. Following the discovery of the disappearance of the Aardvark scouting team, she then led the other sirens in a tracking search along the direction where the spirit dolphin squad had disappeared. Soon they found the city on land. Siren soon realized that the Auroran dolphin scouting party was most likely spotted by a land-based transcendental being and captured, and the tightly patrolled security at the moment was proof of their suspicions. At this time, to the left of Siren Patriarch Siren, a petite siren couldn't help but whisper, "Sister, the water spiritual energy here is too thin. It's so hard to bear." Similar to the relationship between ice and water, ice-type spiritual energy and water-type spiritual energy could also transform into each other. The siren was able to feel the presence of both ice-type spiritual energy and water-type spiritual energy at the same time. Although there was water-based spiritual energy in Frost Crane City, the air was even more abundant with ice-based spiritual energy. This environment is not friendly to them. Seija, you can go back first if you don't feel well. Siren spoke to her sister. She also felt a little helpless about this vegetable and fun-loving sister. "Nah, I want to do my part too," Sejal spilled. Instead of continuing to talk to her, Siren closed her eyes and sensed the concentration of aura in this city and the surrounding area. After a minute, she opened her eyes and looked much more relaxed. There should be an ancient secret realm of the ice system descending on this land. According to the current concentration of aura, this secret realm should have just descended not long ago. There shouldn't be any powerful transcendental beings. Ching Scale, Moca, you tell Lord Sea God the news of the ancient mysteries descending, Siren said to the two well-built siren guards beside him. "Yes, sir, yes, Matriarch." The two siren guards sniffed and quietly leaped into the water, their legs instantly transforming into fish tails that, swimming fast in the distance. "Everyone else, follow me into the city and look for information on the Spirit Dolphin Squad." Soon, the sirens had charmed the humans in Frost Crane City, through their illusions, then changed into human clothing. The siren leader changed into a tattered black robe as she slowly approached a young man and then slowly removed his hood. At the same time, her dark green pupils radiated a certain regal glow. The young man's eyes began to lose focus and gradually became lax the moment he saw the siren leader. Apparently, he had been charmed by the siren chief. "Tell me, has anything strange happened in this city lately?" Siren's voice was filled with a certain deadly seduction. "Yes, there is. The city lord seemed to have captured some strange transcendental creature not too long ago," the young man said slowly. "Earlier when the Frost Crane leader swept through the sky with a huge block of ice in his mouth, there were quite a few people in Frost Crane City who saw it." "Who is this lord of the city you speak of? Where is he now?" "The city lord is the patriarch of the Frost Crane clan, and it should be in the city lord's mansion." "Where is the city lord's mansion? Tell me its location." Siren continued to inquire. "South of the city. Follow this road for about 1 kilometer and then turn left." The young man lifted his arm and pointed his gaze dully in a certain direction. "Okay, then next please forget about all this and think of it as a dream." The siren leader waved his hand, and a seductive light emanated from his dark green pupils. The young man could not help but fall back to sleep. Let's go. End of chapter. Chapter 105 Peach Mushroom, Super Chicken Feed. Chapter 105 Peach Mushroom, Super Chicken Feed. The siren leader who got the clue kept approaching Frost Crane City with the siren leader. With each distance the siren leader traveled, she opened her mouth and an ultra-low audio was emitted that was imperceptible to humans and the vast majority of living beings. This ultra-low audio can travel up to 5 kilometers away and is also the way that the siren clan communicates with each other. Siren sent out a dozen or so ultra-low audios in rapid succession, but got no response. This means that the Spirit Dolphin Squad is perhaps in a coma, or perhaps not in the area. Just as the sirens were passing through a patch of farmland, the siren Seija, who had long seaweed-like blue hair, couldn't help but gasp in amazement. "Sister, what kind of grass is this? It grows too tall, and it's amazing that the transcendental creatures here aren't cannibalizing people, and they're cultivating farmland with humans. It's unbelievable." Only in the distance, on the grass, there was a continuous growth of giant ice grass. These 7 or 8 meter high ice plants are practically like trees, and as far as the eye can see, it's like a forest of blue, ghostly grass. And in the farmlands, humans and transcendental beings toil in their own ways. The scene in front of them caused all the sirens to be in awe. It's amazing that the creatures here are so friendly. So friendly. You know that since the recovery of the aura, apart from the kingdom of Neptune established by Lord Neptune, other sea creatures basically meet and kill each other. "Sister, look at that chicken." That's when Sejal let out another gasp. just a few hundred meters away in the pasture. A massive hen was leisurely eating some kind of strangely colored mushrooms with blue and the pink. Halfway through the meal, this old hen suddenly squatted. Then an egg fell from its tail like a machine gun. Put! In less than 2 minutes. It's amazing that this massive old hen produced over 30 eggs alone. The combined size of these eggs was even close to the size of the old hen herself. And after the laying of the eggs, the old hen was a wreck. At that moment a human being took a 7-meter high grass and placed it in front of the old hen, while the old hens are grazing. Smilingly, he put all the eggs under the old hen into a bamboo basket and took them away. This scene made all the sirens look dumbfounded. It's just a little bit magical for them. This chicken seems. It's kind of awesome. Sister, after we rescue the spirit dolphin squad, should we steal 2 chickens back? Good. After more than a week of rebuilding, the vast majority of the ruins of Frost Crane City have been rebuilt, and ranches and farms have been established, and also used from the Big Snow Mountain Sanctuary development of black technology chicken feed peach mushrooms and super large ice grass, with the exception of the old hens that lay huge eggs and produce huge amounts of. The sirens then saw the giant eating pig, the one-horned frost goat that was catalyzing the plants in the farmland. All of this was an eye-opening and dazzling experience for these sirens. This city is so weird. The siren leader felt that this place revealed oddities everywhere. A sense of foreboding couldn't help but rise in his heart. If we continue to stay here, there's a good chance something is going to happen. However, she had sensed the area within a kilometer radius, and there were no other Lord-level existences. Don't look. The priority is to hurry up and find the Spirit Dolphin Squad, the siren leader urged. Inside Frost Crane City's City Lord's Mansion, it was originally a park, and after it was occupied by the Ice Lion Legion, it was transformed into the City Lord's Mansion. The Frost Crane leader has converted one of the largest of these spirit trees by the park's frozen lake into his nest, and a wall of ice was built around the spirit tree with ice, forming a rather simple residence for the city lord. At this moment, a huge-sized ice lion was lying on its back at the edge of the icy lake, its eyes showing excitement. Finally, as early as the time the Siren Patriarch appeared on the coastline of Frost Crane City with numerous sirens, they were spotted by the Aerial Inspection Force. The Frost Cranes, who had been ordered in advance, did not strike, but let them enter the city. The siren leader thought he had perfectly circumvented all patrols, realizing that in fact, their whereabouts were always under Chen Mo's control. Too bad it's just a couple of small fish, Chen Mo thought to himself. The one who came this time was merely a lord-class siren, which should be the siren chief, and not the giant serpent deity the siren maiden spoke of. But it's fine, so let's break them down one by one and eat these sirens first. As long as the sirens have been Hulkbuster to save Grandpa, then the chips one holds in one's hand will grow. When the time came to duel with that giant serpent deity, he would also be able to take the initiative and advantage. Chen Mo glanced at the several siren maidens imprisoned inside the igloo. They did not wear shackles or other implements on their hands and feet. At this moment, these sirens' eyes were excited and their mouths were slightly open, as if they were responding to something. Because Chen Mo had used the spirit melting technique, they hadn't sensed its aura at all. Thought the Ice Lion King had left. That's why it dared to respond after sensing the ultra-low audio of the matriarch siren. This is a godsend. The ultra-low audio released by the siren girls was heard clearly by Chen Mo. Instead, he didn't react in the slightest, and slumped to the ground and faked a nap, just waiting for the fish to take the initiative. Siren takes the 2 sirens on a quick walk through Frost Crane City, and with 5 kilometers to go to the City Lord's Mansion, Siren finally got a response from the Spirit Dolphin Squad. They were indeed right in the middle of the City Lord's Mansion. Go! That foreboding feeling rose again in her mind. This sense of crisis was not lost on the siren leader, and with the transcendental rank of her senses became sharper and sharper. This sense of crisis is actually one's subconscious mind discovering the danger. They seemed to be going a little too well, and she always felt that there was some kind of unknown risk hidden in this weird city. At the moment, she felt like she was taking a step into a spider's web. After rescuing the Spirit Dolphin Squad, leave the city at the first opportunity. Siren leader Siren thought in his mind. Soon, they arrived at the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion was silent, and very few transcendent beings or humans could be seen, for towering walls of ice sprawled before them. The fluctuation of the Spirit Dolphin Squad was coming from inside. They were in this building surrounded by walls of ice. At this time, that ominous foreboding in the heart of the Siren Chief Siren once again surfaced. So she unleashed her powers, trying to sense the transcendent beings that existed within the walls of ice. Soon, she sensed the presence of a number of transcendent beings within the ice walls. However, these transcendent beings were generally not strong, and there were no Lord Realm existences. After ending her senses, Siren breathed a slight sigh of relief and she then came to a wall of ice that was more than 10 meters high. She gently touched the ice wall with her hand, and then gathered the water spirit power in her body. In the next second, the hard ice wall actually rapidly melted into water. A 2-meter hole was soon broken open. Get in there! The siren leader quickly burrowed along the hole with 2 siren guards. However, what met their eyes was an incomparably large ice lion with silky white fur and ice crystal armor covering its entire body. It looks rather kingly. At the moment, the giant ice lion was lazily sprawled on the snowy ground. The ice blue pupils stared at them. Seeing them, this ice lion even waved and greeted them. It seemed to have been waiting for them for a long time. End of chapter. Chapter 106, Conquering the Siren Clan. Chapter 106, Conquering the Siren Clan. In a flash, the siren leader took out a bow and arrow inlaid with blue gems from behind his back. An arrow that was completely condensed from water currents then quickly formed. Almost without aiming, this water god arrow shot towards the ice lion at an astonishing speed. The other sirens similarly bent their bows and shot arrows, and a dozen arrows of water currents flew towards Chen Mo. The battle was imminent. The siren leader didn't feel any aura fluctuations on this giant lion's body, but that size, and that sense of oppression, definitely a lordly existence. Apparently, the ice lion intentionally restrained its aura, using this spirit dolphin team as bait, actively seducing them to come. It's a trap. Facing the attack of the siren leader, Chen Mo simply released his lord's pressure. A powerful force field suddenly appeared, and all the arrows condensed by the water flow actually hovered in midair, couldn't go any further. Immediately afterward, these water arrows quickly condensed into cold ice in the blink of an eye, and then fell to the ground. It turned into a flurry of ice crystals. After realizing that the water god's arrow was unable to cause any damage to the Ice Lion King, the siren leader began to hum softly immediately afterward, and a demonic light erupted from his dark green pupils. The ethereal song of the siren clan rang out. It was as if it possessed some kind of power to drag living beings into a deep ocean vortex. Siren's voice, song has the power to charm and even manipulate other beings, and is a unique ability of the siren clan. Roar! Yet the response to her was a lion's roar. The siren leader couldn't put into words the power of the lion's roar. The moment the lion's roar rang out, her mind went blank and all the sounds in his ears all but disappeared at that moment. The siren's voice came to a screeching halt. Suffocation and fear spread uncontrollably in the siren leader's mind. The upgraded roar gave Chen Mo's lion's roar a deterrent fear effect. At some point, the Ice Lion King had already walked in front of them. The siren leader struggled and tried to fight back, but was crushed to the ground by the mighty lord's force field. Completely immobile. The other dozen or so sea demons did the same. The difference in strength between the two sides is too great. Submit, or die. After using the Tongling Ice Silk Link, the Ice Lion King's majestic and calm voice rang out in Siren's mind. Siren didn't answer, but the indomitable and anger flowing from her turquoise pupils already represented her attitude. The Siren clan will never be slaves. You can kill us, but Lord Poseidon's wrath is not for you to bear. She thought of the green scales and ink pupils who had passed on the message, and feared that it wouldn't take long for the Lord Poseidon would be able to know about the emergence of the ice secret realm here. When the time comes, Lord Poseidon will avenge them. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid your Lord Poseidon won't be able to save you for a while. Chen Mo saw through the siren leader's inner thoughts and let out a low roar, and behind him, the frost crane leader brought up the two mermaids. One of them was petite, with pupils as black as ink. The other arm was covered in greenish scales. It was none other than the green scales and ink pupils. When Chen Mo arrived at Frost Crane City, the first thing he did was to start sending out frost cranes. The Ice Sparrow and Panther Jr. blockade the airspace over the nearby waters. The siren's self-professed secret of whereabouts had actually been within his grasp. Green scale. The ink pupil leaped into the sea not long after the Ice Sparrow, who was bent on earning contribution points, sensed their presence through the power of her powerful divine soul. So they used freezing gas to freeze the water near them and then captured them. Seeing the figure of the green scale ink pupil, the siren chief siren couldn't help but feel some despair. She was a little remorseful of her carelessness, misjudgment because of aura concentration. I didn't expect such a powerful being to be born on this land. But remorse is useless now. With Lord Poseidon's habit of sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, when he realizes they're missing, I'm afraid it'll be at least a week. Since you have such hopes for your own Lord Poseidon, all the more reason for you to choose to submit. After all, staying alive is more important than anything else, isn't it? Chen Mo slowly walked towards the siren girl next to Siren, then grabbed her in his hand with his forepaw. As long as he exerted a little force, the siren would be killed. Let her go. Seeing this, the siren chief couldn't help but shout, Sister, why don't we just submit? Lord Neptune will soon come to our rescue. After being grabbed by the Ice Lion King, Sejal was already pale with fear and choked out a sob. "We would like to pledge our allegiance to you," the Siren Chief eventually spoke bitterly. Chen Mo let go of the Siren Girl, then waved his claws and the two Ice Air Elves held up an animal skin with runes written all over it to the Siren leader. "It's a familial contract." It was the knowledge Chen Mo had squeezed from the Snow Mastiff King, a one-sided contract similar to a blood contract, but relatively milder. If the Siren clan breaks the contract, they will be subject to a horrible curse. The Siren Chief's eyes hesitated a bit after touching the contract and confirming the information. In the end, he sighed and injected his spiritual energy into the contract of sale. The Ice Lion King was right. There is hope in living. Soon the deed was established. Looking at the gray-faced sirens, Chen Mo kindly comforted them. "Don't be sad. I'm here waiting for your Lord Neptune to arrive. If it defeats me, then you are free." He knew that these sirens still held hope in their hearts. Before that giant snake appeared, even if they were forced to sign a contract, it was impossible for them to sincerely submit. In this regard, Chen Mo did not care, because his real goal was to hunt the gods behind these sirens. It was also that high lord-class giant snake. As long as they defeated and subdued the giant snake, were they still afraid that these sea demons wouldn't submit to them? Of course, for giant snakes, Chen Mo did not take the enemy lightly. As a high lord class and suspected to possess a divine bloodline, there must be many hidden cards. But Chen Mo was also quite confident in his current strength, by virtue of the many self-discipline titles. Now, as long as one is not in existence of the king's realm and above, can't even help it. Just set up ahead of time and take the initiative to establish an advantage, occupying the right place and the right time. Then there is still a high probability that the hunting plan can be successful. How dare you even presume to deal with the Sea God Lord? Upon hearing this, the Siren Chief felt shocked inside while not feeling a bit amused. Although this Ice Lion King had some strength, it was just too arrogant, too self-important. It had no idea of the power that Lord Poseidon possessed. Facing Lord Sea God, the Ice Lion King didn't have a single chance of winning. But that's fine. As soon as Lord Poseidon arrives, they can regain their freedom. Seeing the extremely arrogant Ice Lion King, the Siren Chief breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. End of chapter. Chapter 107, The Calm Before the Storm. Chapter 107, The Calm Before the Storm. For the next few days, the entire Frost Crane City entered a state of urgency and high pressure. Chen Mo gave high importance to the upcoming giant snake. He spent a great deal of time every day practicing the Heavenly Ice Drop, a law that possessed great power. Teach the Lion Plus boosts his gnosis, allowing him to learn the law with twice the effort. Together with the previous accumulation, Chen Mo felt that spending another 2 days, he would be able to master it himself, and hopefully the giant snake would come a little slower. In that case, he would have one more card to play. The original survivors of the city have all moved to the west side of Frost Crane City. That is, a location away from the coast. In the farm, 2 youths who had completed their morning's labor were resting on their backs in the grass. "Brother, I feel like something big is happening next." One of the slimmer youths nibbled on a mouthful of iceberg lettuce and said to the taller, stronger man beside him, "There's no need for you to say that. Haven't you seen so many powerful transcendent beings appearing in the city lately? It is said that those are all leaders from the Holy Land, the same level as our city lord." The tall, stout man spoke up. All cities within the Ice Lion Kingdom, including Frost Crane City, all refer to the Great Snowy Mountain Mystery as a holy place. There's supposed to be a war going on, and the opponents are presumably giants of the ocean. The thin, dark-skinned man guessed. "I'm afraid the transcendental creatures in the ocean are even more terrifying than those on land. Let's hope His Majesty the Lion King wins. It's so hard to live in peace." The tall, stout youth also sighed. Since the Ice Lion Legion occupied Frost Crane City, they had expected a sad fate to greet them. A city dominated by transcendental beings. They couldn't even begin to imagine how miserable the humans living in it would be. As a result, I didn't expect the Ice Lion King to bring order and peace. Not only is their safety guaranteed, the transcendental creatures that once popped up in the city from time to hurt people were no longer there. And food is guaranteed. If you contribute to the Ice Lion Kingdom, you'll get contribution points, thus getting food. What's more is that the Ice Lion Kingdom gives everyone the opportunity to become awakened. The 2 brothers were successfully awakened after consuming transcendental flesh and blood for a long time. Not very capable, but at least life is getting better. They feel that life now is no worse than it was before the calamity. Now they all thank the Ice Lion King, who had brought it all about, from the bottom of their hearts. It's going to win. The thin man spoke firmly. The front line seems to need a lot of mutated plants, so let's go help carry them after we eat. We can't go to the front line, but let's try to contribute as much as we can. In just 2 days, the transcendent primarchs with combat power in the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm, as well as their dependents, were all transferred to Frost Crane City and deployed in various regions. Meanwhile, all sorts of mutated spirit plants and transcendent flesh and blood are transported to Frost Crane City from various city farms, ranches in Tanzania and Kenya. Mutant ice mushrooms that can erupt in dazzling white light. Mutant ice vegetables that can create explosions. Mutant ice berries that make creatures laugh. Baskets and baskets of these mutated plants were sent to the ammunition dump. They may have an unexpected effect in the next war. At this moment, the war potential of the Ice Lion Kingdom was completely displayed. Like a war machine, everything was set up tightly. Once the Sirens signed the contract, they were not bound, just not allowed to leave the city. The Siren leader felt quite shocked inside after seeing the scene in the city. It can't be that this Ice Lion King can really defeat Lord Sea God, right? Her insides actually faltered for a moment, but soon, she realized that something was wrong with her mind. Impossible. Lord Neptune's strength is completely beyond the imagination of these beings. They are now doing nothing more than making a futile effort. There's no use in getting all fancy. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Laying flat lion, day 15. 0:30 a.m. The entire Frost Crane City was silent. Chen Mo was lying on the snowy ground, spirit symbols flowing between his claws. While brushing up on Lay Flat Lion's self-discipline hours, he practiced the Sky Ice Drop method. He's been in Frost Crane City for more than a full week now, but still no wait for the giant snake. During that time, the Siren clan did come back with a lot of reinforcements. All of them were taken down by Chen Mo and his dependents. The Siren chief was a very high-ranking member of the Siren clan, and after she disappeared, a steady stream of sirens were sent inside Frost Crane City. It's like a siren trap. Right now, there were more than 200 sirens inside the Frost Crane City City Lord's mansion. Almost half of the Siren clan was here. But spare a thought for the god they believed in, the Great Serpent. It still hasn't shown up. Right at this moment, the sound of waves rolling over came faintly from Chen Mo's ears. At the same time, he keenly sensed that the entire Frost Crane City was vibrating slightly. So Chen Mo ran to a nearby high slope, only to see a huge wave suddenly rise from the distant sea level. The rolling waves were dozens of meters high, as if a super tsunami was coming. It's the giant snake. This giant snake didn't have the slightest intention of hiding its aura. Instead, they announced their arrival with a monstrous wave and swore their anger. It's a sign of extreme confidence. And in the midst of the giant waves, countless marine transcendent creatures also appeared. Unicorn dolphins, killer whales more than 20 meters long, all kinds of shrimps and crabs. And of course there were the scattered siren clans. This is the army of the Neptune Kingdom. Follow their gods alone. Finally, in the face of the loud and terrifying scene, the Ice Lion King did not have the slightest fear in his eyes. Instead, it was filled with excitement. With amazing eyesight, Chen Mo's gaze passed through the shocking waves and I saw the culprit who was making waves. It was a large snake that was over 100 meters long, as if it came from mythology. It possessed a pair of golden pupils that were like flowing candles in the darkness of the night. The scales on his body ringed with a primitive metallic luster. Soon, Chen Mo obtained information about this giant snake. Hydra giant snake, juvenile, rank, High Lord, body mass, 720, agility, 485, power, 420, divine spirit, 240, abilities, water dragon cannon, water dragon chant, giant serpent tail, maelstrom, mythic revival, combined battle strength, 9300-11005, Hydra snake. Seeing the name of the behemoth, Chen Mo couldn't help but think of some kind of mythical creature from Western mythology. Legend has it that this is a monster with 9 heads, somewhat similar to the Shangliu of Chinese mythology. And this giant snake in front of him that was over 100 meters long was actually still only a juvenile. End of chapter. Chapter 108 Battle at the Peak of Lords. Chapter 108 Battle at the Peak of Lords. Probably descended from the gods. This Hydra giant serpent's highest combined battle power was even more than 100 higher than the current Chen Mo. This was also the first time Chen Mo had encountered a being whose highest combined battle power had broken 10,000. Boundary Keeper unable to observe combined combat power. Undoubtedly, this was definitely the most powerful opponent Chen Mo had faced since he was reborn. If it was in the ocean, Chen Mo thought to himself that he would never be a match for this Hydra beast. But if this giant snake dared to come ashore, it was a bad idea. Lion King, Lord Neptune has come, and you cannot withstand its wrath. Spare us, it's the only way you'll survive. Looking at the rolling waves in the distance, the Siren Chief's eyes were filled with excitement and thrill. If you release us now, I assure you, I will intercede with Lord Poseidon on your behalf. These days, she realized that this Ice Lion's personality was actually quite good. It didn't embarrass or hurt them. More importantly, it was also the master of an ancient secret realm. It's a target worth pulling for. facing the Black Abyss mysteries, which were expanding more and more rapidly. They were in desperate need of allies. Chen Mo didn't pay any attention to the Siren Chief. He just let out a deafening lion's roar. Begin to gather your dependents. He then erupted with amazing speed and ran towards the distant hillside. At the same time, the ice lion familiars in Frost Crane City saw the huge waves rising from the ocean. There were also oceanic transcendent beings densely packed in the giant waves. There was no fear in their eyes as they faced the loud, raging army of the sea race that, instead, it was filled with excitement. War, which means military service. Soon, Chen Mo arrived at an empty snowfield dozens of kilometers away from Frost Crane City. This was the place he had chosen for the duel between himself and the giant snake. It's far enough away from both the ocean and Frost Crane City. If we fight here, even if the giant snake is not defeated and wants to escape, you can't easily return to the ocean for a while. Beyond that, Chen Mo also did not want the Frost Crane City, which had been rebuilt with great difficulty, to fall back into ruins because of the Great War. The Hydra Giant Serpent was naturally the first to sense the Ice Lion King's aura, because Chen Mo had used the spirit melting technique to conceal his aura. So to the Hydra Giant Serpent, this Ice Lion was nothing more than a mere medium lord level. How could a mere medium lord level Ice Lion dare to capture its dependents? How dare you provoke it? Who gave it the courage? At this moment, the Hydra Giant Snake's heart had been ignited by anger, and without much thought, it directly ran towards the location where the Ice Lion was. Beneath it, giant waves rolled and clustered around the Hydra Giant Serpent as it moved forward quickly. The Hydra Giant Serpent had absolute confidence. Below the King Realm, it was invincible. Just when the Hydra Giant Serpent was still 1,000 meters away from the Ice Lion King, it was the first to attack. 6 spiritual talismans appeared at the bottom of the Hydra Giant Snake's neck, and the water-based spiritual energy rapidly converged on the. Immediately after that, its mouth spat out an oversized water column with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Water cannon. The speed of this water cannon was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo activated Berserk form at the first opportunity while using Wild Awakening. After, Raging Lion's quality is upgraded to green. The increase for speed and reaction time is increased by another 50% or so. The Ice Lion King instantly erupted at twice the speed of sound and easily dodged the attack of the Water Dragon Cannon. Boom! The column of water spat out by the Hydra Giant Serpent turned out to be like a destructive death ray. Destroys everything it touches. The moment the hard rocks touched the water column, they were completely reduced to pieces. It was unimaginable that water currents could explode with such power. The Hydra Serpent is trying to correct the direction of the Hydra Cannon. However, he found that he was surprisingly difficult to capture the Ice Lion's figure, let alone hit it. This Ice Lion was too fast. Meanwhile, a flock of frosty cranes flew by in the night and they all had a strange-looking frosty blue mushroom clutched in their claws. Using the cover of the night, they sneak up to fly over the Hydra Giant Serpent. They release their claws as the Hydra Giant Serpent unleashes the Hydra Cannon. Then countless glittering mushrooms fell from the sky like a rain of mushrooms. Bang! Bang! In an instant, countless streaks of dazzling white light exploded. Without a bit of defense, the Hydra Giant Snake instantly fell into a blinding state. At this time, its heart was beating wildly, and it vaguely sensed that a great crisis was descending. Crisis premonition. As a powerful existence at the peak of Lord, it had a keen intuition of crisis, and the source of the crisis at the moment was that Ice Lion. After the effects of the glittering mushrooms dissipated, Hydra couldn't help but look up, her eyes gazing into the sky above her, only to see hundreds of teeny, frosty blue ice lances suddenly appear in the night. They hang over one's head like the sword of Damocles. It seemed like it would fall at any moment to cut it down. Ice Pendant. After practicing for more than half a month, Chen Mo was already able to unleash the spell. It's just that the pre-shake of the release is a bit long, a good 5 seconds. The flash mushrooms dropped by the Frost Crane unit then created enough time for it to do so. This was also Chen Mo's battle plan. At this moment, all of these ice lances had completely locked the Hydra Giant Snake in place. The sense of crisis in the Hydra Giant Serpent's heart reached its peak. This was definitely not an attack that a medium lord being could make. The odds were that this cunning Ice Lion was hiding its transcendent rank. The ice lance fell at an astonishing speed. It was too late to dodge completely in the face of the blistering rain of ice lances. The giant Hydra Serpent closed its eyes directly and moved quickly by intuition. Bang! Bang! Ice crystals fluttered about. Hydra Giant Snake ends up dodging about 60% of the ice shots, but it's too big for that. It's hard to completely dodge all the ice shots. These ice lances were much more powerful than it had ever imagined. Each one pierced through its hard scales and into the flesh and blood. There were even 2 ice lances that went straight through its body. Like 2 pillars of nailed dragons pinning them to the snowy plains. As of now, the war was going according to Chen Mo's plan. take advantage of the giant snake's gullibility and anger and seduce it to land away from the ocean. Then with the time it took for the flash mushrooms to blind them briefly, he managed to release Sky Ice Drop himself. Directly open up to hit the giant snake hard. Facing a comparable opponent, Chen Mo was not the slightest bit careless. The effect of Sky Ice Pendant was even better than Chen Mo had imagined. Under the effect of the Fishing Lion, the Sky Ice Pendant was incredibly powerful. With just one strike, the Hydra Giant Serpent was directly and heavily injured. After having the title of Angling Lion, Chen Mo was simply called an aquatic animal killer. The Hydra Giant Snake may be a snake, but it's a water snake. Again, this falls under the category of aquatic life. The Hydra Serpent runs the pounds of power in his body, instantly shattering the two ice lances that pierced through his body. Golden blood flowed out. Roar! You've succeeded in provoking me. The Hydra Giant Snake let out a roar, and an incomparably strong desire to fight flowed out of its golden vertical pupils. I thought it was just a little lion that I'd run over with my hand. Unexpectedly, this ice lion was unexpectedly powerful, which made its battle spirit high. The Hydra Giant Serpent quickly swam towards the Ice Lion King, wanting to engage in a close combat with him. In the process of coming at Chen Mo, the Hydra Giant Serpent unleashed its lordly pressure without reservation, and the majestic serpentine might swept out in all directions. Seeing this, Chen Mo did not show any weakness and similarly released his lord's pressure. End of chapter. Chapter 109 Hexagonal Lion King. Chapter 109 Hexagonal Lion King. The two lords' pressure collided with each other and tilted. The boulders shattered, and the snowflakes rolled wildly in the sky. The area of 1,000 meters around the center of the two giant beasts had become an absolute no-go zone. Any behemoth that tries to set foot in this area will be crushed to the ground by a powerful force field of. Some physically fragile creatures would even be directly squeezed into a puddle of blood mist. This is a battle between top lords. Even ordinary lord-level beings didn't have a chance to intervene. The Hydra Giant Snake's huge snake body snaked and swam, rapidly approaching Chen Mo. At the same time, dozens of light blue spirit symbols appeared on its scales. The water is rapidly coalescing. Immediately after that, two water snake heads that were extremely similar to the body's head actually appeared on the left and right sides of the Hydra Giant Serpent's huge head. Obviously, this is also a powerful law. Just what I need. Looking at the Hydra Giant Snake that was rapidly approaching him, Chen Mo thought to himself, the heavenly ice pendant just now consumed most of the spiritual energy within the ice dam. Now the spirit power within the ice dam could only support it to release the Xian Ice Claw a few more times. The speed of the Hydra Giant Snake was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived beside Chen Mo. The left and right snakeheads launched a surprise attack. At the same time, the tentacles next to the giant snake's head transformed into a wild whip and waved. Attacks were launched at Chen Mo from different angles, covering almost all the area around the Ice Lion King. Apparently, this Hydra Giant Serpent's melee combat ability was also extremely astonishing. What the Hydra Giant Serpent didn't expect, however, the Ice Lion King erupted with amazing speed. It was actually rapidly shuttling between the water snake's head and the countless tentacles. Shaped like a ghost, fast as lightning, rampaging lion. After upgrading, it's a huge boost to his speed and reflexes. Coupled with the enhancement of the storming lion, Chen Mo was now able to easily explode into a superfast speed of twice the speed of sound. It can run 700 meters per second. What an exaggerated speed this is. And while performing the dodge, Chen Mo directly closed into the position of the Hydra Giant Snake's back. Spirit symbols flowed between its claws, and a frosty cold aura spread between its claws, heavy on the 7 inches of Hydra's giant snake. I'll hit the snake with 7 inches. This big snake was a bit bigger in size, but it was still a snake after all. The claws slashed across the basalt-like scales, bursting into dazzling sparks of fire that 3 wounds more than 10 centimeters deep were left behind, and golden blood continued to drip down. Roar! Enraged, the giant Hydra Serpent's left and right water snake heads directly transformed into separate beings. Once again, it tore towards Chen Mo. The two giant beasts battled to a standstill. The Hydra Giant Serpent became more and more alarmed the more he fought. The speed of this ice lion was simply too fast to be normal, and too flexible. It attacked so violently, but surprisingly, it did not cause any damage to it. What's worse for the giant Hydra Serpent is, this ice lion was constantly dodging its own bites, tentacle slaps and bindings while, surprisingly, there was still energy left, using his claws to constantly inflict damage on its body. Thanks to the effect of the angling lion, each of Chen Mo's Xian ice claws was able to slice through the hard snake scales and invade the giant snake with frosty cold chi. If the Hydra Serpent had a blood bar, it would be possible to visualize that the life force of this giant beast was being eroded a little bit. Slow but deadly. But what made Chen Mo strange was, despite this, the Hydra giant serpent still didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. According to the original plan and prediction, the Hydra giant serpent should be retreating back into the ocean at this moment. This Hydra giant snake still has cards. It looked like it had been hit hard now, but one still had to be careful. While observing the giant Hydra serpent earlier, Chen-mo then noticed that it had mastered a mythic revival ability, which was most likely the Hydra giant serpent's bottom card. What Chen-mo didn't expect was that at this moment, the Hydra giant snake was already a bit on top. It had in mind that it had to hit the Ice Lion King a little bit to make it work. Swish! The Xian Ice Claw slapped down again, grabbing off 2 more snake scales of the giant snake. Chen-mo then sidestepped to dodge the attacks of the 2 water snake heads. However, at that moment, the Hydra giant serpent's serpentine tail was suddenly accelerating. This time it had actually predicted Chen-mo's evasive position. A very spiritual giant snake swung its tail, and the powerful force directly threw the Ice Lion King out. Got you! The Hydra giant serpent was ecstatic in his heart. The smile had just risen, only to freeze in the next second. Not hee. This was because it saw the Ice Lion King, who had been swatted away, quickly get up from the snowy ground, looking unharmed. The fat and happy lion, and overeating lion, granted Chen-mo unparalleled defense. He is now a full-fledged bodybuilder. Seeing this, the golden pupil of the Hydra giant serpent couldn't help but show a horrified color. His own imperative strike hadn't even caused substantial damage to the Ice Lion King. The Ice Lion King's physical qualities were far beyond its imagination. No, if you're fast, why is your defense so exaggerated? What a hexagonal warrior. Where did this Ice Lion King come from as a monster? It couldn't be some kind of deity descendant as well, right? The giant serpent Hydra couldn't help but have a certain terrible suspicion in his mind. At this moment, the sharp pain coming from its torso made it realize that it was at an absolute disadvantage in this battle. Gullible, the giant serpent Hydra found on land. He himself was unexpectedly crushed in all aspects by this Ice Lion King in front of him. If they continued to fight like this, they would definitely not be able to take any advantage. At this moment, it had already developed a sense of retreat in its heart and wanted to shift the battlefield to the ocean. Roar! So it let out a roar. The 2 water serpent heads attacked the Ice Lion King with incomparable fury. Feigning an attempt to attack, he dives into the huge waves, trying to get back to the nearby waters. Meanwhile, the other side of the battlefield, the Ice Lion King as well as the dependents of the Hydra giant serpent were also in a battle. King against king, general against general, soldier against soldier. The sea god country had 3 Lord Realm existences in addition to the Siren Chief, a killer whale, a spooky dolphin and a giant crab with huge pincers, respectively, where killer whales and spooky dolphins do not have the ability to move freely on land, so they use a surfing move and ride the waves. While riding the waves on their way, they spit out thick jets of water at will to attack their enemies, just as the unicorn dolphin was aiming for a frosty crane overhead. The next second it was suddenly feeling a sharp pain. It was as if a million needles had gone through its scalp and pierced its brain. And indeed, it does. This is the new ability that Aisha awakened after she advanced to Lord Ice Needle Storm, coalescing ice spiritual energy and mental energy into invisible ice needles. A direct fatal blow to the opponent's spirit. Maybe it's because of the higher attributes of the divine soul. Almost all of Lioness's awakened abilities are related to mental attacks. After Ice Needle Storm scored, Aisha followed up by releasing Soul Snow. Flurries of blue snow drifted down on the heads and skin of the unicorn dolphins. The unicorn dolphin had not yet recovered from his headache, when he felt dizzy and consciousness became drowsy and could not help but fall into a deep sleep. End of chapter. Chapter 110. Chapter 110. Lioness Aisha has perfectly inherited the fighting style of her younger brother. Old 6. Under the cover of the night, it is hidden in the shadows in very low profile, then swoop in at the critical moment and strike a blow. On the other side, Frost Lion Stallion also charged very actively. Its chosen opponent is the Orca, which is over 20 meters long. The Orca summoned a huge wave and came at the Frost Lion with a vengeance. When they were still 10 meters away, Frost Lion Xianba was suddenly turning around, and then let out a stinky fart. It has completed Stinky Lion, a self-discipline challenge. After experiencing the mighty power of Stinky Lion, it fell in love with the ability and even used it as its main means of offense. Or rather, the starting move, because it was so sudden and the killer whale charged so fast. The dark green stinky fart met it head on and instantly enveloped it completely. The rampaging Orca general took a direct, sharp intake of pungent, irritating gases run through its entire body. Instantly, General Orca's pupils dilated and his expression froze, then began to vomit wildly. The smell is simply horrible, yet this is only the beginning. Facing the Orca general, who had fallen into a semi-fainting state, Xiongba took the initiative to approach and then another stinky fart to its head. The action was less than elegant, but the effect was surprisingly good. With his last will, General Killer Whale tried to dive into the water, and then it didn't work. The dark green gas directly stained the seawater a poisonous color at first glance. Xiongba let out 2 more stinky farts in quick succession. Long before the battle, Xiongba had consumed a large amount of mutated ice beans. This mutated spirit plant that Chun Mo had inadvertently cultivated could catalyze farts in large quantities in a short period of time. With Stinky Lion, it's a killer. Facing Xiongba, who did not follow the rules, this killer whale was mailed at once. A steady stream of stinky farts caused the orca to foam at the mouth, belly up, and pass out completely. The lost the ability to resist. The unconsciousness prevented it from maintaining the current around it, so it became stranded right on the snowy plain. Xiongba had originally wanted to directly disembowel the killer whale general in front of him, but thinking of what His Majesty the Lion King had said to them before the battle, not to kill these sea people as much as possible, His Majesty wants to take it into his favor. The Kingdom of Ice Lion does not currently have a navy, so Xiongba finally didn't lay a hand on him, and after giving General Orca a complimentary stinky fart, they're going to other battlegrounds. On the other side of the battlefield, the Snowmastiff chief burned the king's blood in his body and climbed up to the lord level once again. It was a 50-50 fight with the giant crab leader. A lord who burns his king's blood to advance is not a true lord. With the king's realm of combat experience and mastery of the law, Snowmastiff chief is only barely 50-50. Just as it was struggling for support, it suddenly realized that the giant crab leader was holding his head in both pincers and it seems to have suffered some kind of powerful mental attack. Ice Needle Storm. At the same time, a huge ice cube fell from the sky, directly smashing it into unconsciousness. This was the transcendent ability, Heavy Ice, that Xiongba had mastered after advancing to the Lord Realm, able to create ice of exaggerated density and mass by utilizing ice-based psychic powers. Pairing it with its ice congealer can instantly cause great power. Just one look, Aisha and Xiongba, who had ended their respective battles, then stepped in and subdued the giant crab general. So far, in just under 10 minutes, the Sea Clan's 3 Lord Realm beings had actually all fallen. The Snowmastiff leader who saw the scene couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. The Ice Lion King was just that. I didn't realize that even the 2 Ice Lions under the Ice Lion King's command now surpassed his own fighting strength. At the center of the battlefield, a fierce war also erupted. A giant vine more than 30 meters tall stood in the center of the battlefield, which was the body of the pale blue devil vine. As the vines fluttered, a large number of sea race transcendent creatures fell down. The ice mouse begins to roam the battlefield. The ice crystal arrows kept piercing through the hard armor of the shrimp soldiers and crabs. With its super-fast speed and perception, it can easily dodge the majority of attacks. And on the back of the ice crystal mouse, there was also a jeweled turtle with a jewel-like turtle armor lying on its back. After the jeweled turtle was brought back to the Great Snowy Mountain Secret Realm by Chun Mo, it was soon with the little devil vine. The ice crystal mice have become an inseparable iron triangle. At the moment, the turtle's limbs, head, and tail were all shrunk into its shell, perfect as a shield for the ice mouse. Some of the splash damage was absorbed perfectly by the turtle. The turtle-rat combo also became a completely unmanageable presence for the Shanghai soldiers on the battlefield. The ice crystal mouse felt very free inside. I didn't realize that the rat would have a big kill day, driven by the contribution points. The ice sparrow has also gone crazy, waving its feathered wings. The freezing gas continuously froze the transcendent beings in the sea tribe's army. The Hydra giant serpent brought about hundreds of thousands of transcendental beings, but most of the sea people didn't have the ability to go ashore, so they could only stare at the coast. Only some transcendental spirit crabs, transcendent beings such as flying fish, retain a certain amount of combat power when they land, and the Ice Lion King's familiars have been in ambush for a long time. All sorts of ice moves swept towards the sea race army like a torrent. Every leader in the Ice Lion familiars possessed the strength of a quasi-lord, possessed the ability to fight 1 against 100. They are also equipped with a variety of exploding ice fruit, and maniacal laughter ice fruit, plus Xiongba and Aisha, who were free after resolving the 3 major lord levels of the sea race. They unleashed their lordly might without reservation, and charged in chiseled formations as if they were mowing grass. This war is completely lopsided. Aisha's pupils glowed slightly as she looked towards the center of the battlefield after finishing the fight. A bit of worry couldn't help but show in his eyes. The gazes of the other transcendent beings in the Ice Lion Kingdom also coincidentally looked toward the battlefield where the Ice Lion King and the Hydra Beast were fighting. The decisive victory of this battle still depended on the outcome of the engagement between these 2 behemoths. But with a roar, the giant serpent quickly rode the waves and slithered forward in the direction of the sea. It wants to escape. It realized that on land, it was no match for this Ice Lion King. The sea, that's its home turf. The sea demons in the distance couldn't believe it when they saw this scene. In their eyes, the invincible, Invincible gods now actually had a day to run away. The sirens prayed for their gods that the giant serpent would show its power and defeat the giant lion. Seeing that the big snake wanted to escape, Chen Mo naturally wouldn't let it get what it wanted. If it really escaped back into the sea, then Chen Mo wouldn't be able to do a thing about it. He unleashed the ice storm at the first opportunity. The water around the giant snake instantly condensed into ice, and the Hydra giant snake didn't care about that. The huge body broke through the ice and moved forward. At that moment, the nearby group of snow-treading foxes simultaneously used ice illusion on the giant snake Hydra. The giant snake's mental power wasn't particularly strong and couldn't completely immunize itself against so many ice illusion techniques, so the giant Hydra serpent produced a momentary trance. End of chapter. Chapter 11, Myth Revival. Chapter 11, Myth Revival. Immediately after that, the frost crane unit in the sky dropped another round of flash mushrooms. Dazzling white light illuminated the dark night, and the 100 meters around the giant snake was as bright as day. All creatures in close proximity are instantly blinded. The Hydra serpent's forward progress was slowed, taking advantage of the 5 seconds created by his own dependence. Chen Mo had already arrived at the Hydra giant snake's side once again. He no longer hid his angling lion temperament. This was one of Chen Mo's hidden cards until now. Can cause a great sense of oppression to all aquatic life. Instantly, the Hydra giant snake's body trembled, as if it had encountered some kind of natural enemy. The scales on his body actually completely exploded in this instant, looking incomparably terrifying. How is this possible? Inside the Hydra giant serpent was in utter disbelief. As the descendant of a deity, it would actually be fearful of an ice lion king with a mediocre bloodline. Taking advantage of the moment when the Hydra giant snake's body stiffened, Chen Mo once again used the Xian ice claw. Grabbing off dozens of snake scales, he left 3 deep and visible scars on its 7 inches. Looking at the pursuing ice lion king, the fear in the Hydra giant serpent's heart quickly transformed into anger. Roar! The Hydra giant serpent let out a roar as blood boiled throughout his body. Obviously already furious to the extreme. It is a descendant of the gods. This ice lion king in its eyes dared to bully it like this. Roar! You're looking for death. Hydra giant snake has decided to fight for his life. Dense dark blue spirit symbols appeared on the surface of its scales that emanated a metallic luster. The surrounding water spiritual energy was agitated, frantically converging in the direction of the giant snake. Obviously, this is an extremely powerful law. Myth Revival. Stimulate the mythological bloodline in your body and gain unparalleled power in a short period of time. Unlike the king's blood that the Frostwolf leader had used before, it inspired. It's the power deep within your own bloodline. The only disadvantage of this method is that it consumes too much. The end will be followed by a long period of weakness. Soon, 2 protrusions actually grew next to the Hydra giant snake's head. Once these 2 protrusions appeared, they grew larger at an extremely exaggerated rate. In the blink of an eye, the 2 protrusions grew to the size of the Hydra's giant serpent's head. Something seems to be coming out of it. At the same time, the aura emitted by the Hydra giant serpent became stronger and stronger. The combined battle power was rapidly climbing at a rate of several hundred per second. The mythical Hydra serpent had 9 heads, a veritable Hydra. The forced growth of these 2 heads would inevitably give it a huge boost in battle power. If this continued, it wasn't impossible for the Hydra giant serpent's battle power to rise to the king realm. Chen Mo didn't hesitate and launched frost condensation at the first opportunity, trying to freeze the blood inside the giant snake. Myth Revival is essentially a bloodline awakening. Freezing the blood flow it should slow down its recovery. Soon, a layer of white frost rose on the surface of the Hydra's giant snake's body. The 2 heads that were about to grow also stopped growing. Effective, but after just less than 3 seconds, the white frost on the Hydra giant snake suddenly dissipated and the mighty blood flowed again. And Chen Mo had already jumped onto the Hydra giant snake's face by this time. A roar of icy wind at the head of Hydra's giant serpent. Roar! An unparalleled loud noise exploded in the Hydra giant serpent's ears. Hydra giant snakes have no external ears, but still retain their inner ears and auditory bones. And the power of this lion's roar had materialized into a powerful shockwave. It swept out in all directions. The lion's roar could be heard for hundreds of miles around the area, and the snow on the snowplains exploded into. Even the Ice Lion King's dependents covered their ears, wanting to flee the area as soon as possible. When the volume reached its extreme, the power it produced was extremely terrifying. Not to mention that Icewind Roar also contained a mental attack. Again, it was released against the ear. Instantly, the Hydra giant snake felt his brain go blank. Chen Mo had briefly tested it, and after Roaring Lion was upgraded, its power had roughly doubled. Coupled with the Angling Lion enchantment for the Hydra giant serpent, the damage dealt has been doubled. This can't be right. One last thought flashed through the Hydra giant's mind, and then another lion's roar followed. Roar! its consciousness then sank into darkness. The Hydra giant serpent that had suffered heavy blows one after another hadn't even fully unleashed its mythic revival. He was then stunned by Chen Mo's two icy wind roars against his face. Of course, naturally, it hadn't died yet. It had only fainted briefly. After the Hydra serpent lost consciousness, the two large meat packets next to its head naturally stopped growing and shrunk at an astonishing speed, then returned to peace. How is this possible? In the distance, when the Siren Chief saw this scene, he couldn't help but fall to his knees, his eyes frozen in shock. There was disbelief in his eyes. Their god. They've lost. Roar! Chen Mo let out a deafening lion roar, announcing that the battle had come to an end. The ice lion familiars let out deafening cheers as Aisha, Xiangba and the other beasts came to Chen Mo's side. The Frost Crane leader thought about it and brought the Siren leader along with him. The Siren leader, who had been so excited an hour ago, looked incredibly disoriented at the moment. It was as if the light had been lost in her pupils as well as those of the other sirens. Seeing Chen Mo, she knelt down on both knees and prayed, "Please, spare our gods. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it." The Hydra giant serpent was a god served by the Siren clan through the ages, and in the ancient days, it had been the totem of their clan. "Don't forget that you are originally my dependents and have no business bargaining with me." Chen Mo's tone was icy cold. "Find a way to convince your gods. As long as the returning Ruins clan joins the Ice Lion Kingdom, naturally, I will not take another shot at it." Of course he still wanted to take in the Hydra giant serpent in his heart. This big guy is not only powerful, he's got amazing potential. What's more, it was a god for a maritime empire. As long as they were subdued, Chen Mo would be able to directly obtain tens of thousands, or even more than 100,000 ocean dependents. Chen Mo would have to have a marine force if he wanted to expand his marine territory in the future. What's more, Hydra occupies a significant area of the sea. After subjugating them, these waters would naturally be considered the territory of the Ice Lion Kingdom. A dependent's territory is naturally its territory. The Hydra giant snake is extremely resilient and woke up after only 10 minutes. Seeing the Ice Lion King, there was still unbelief remaining in its eyes. Chen Mo had long since made a mental link with it using the psychic ice silk, so he directly spoke, "Serve me and I'll let you live." The Ice Lion King's voice carried a majesty that could not be refused. End of chapter. Chapter 112, Conquering the Hydra Giant Serpent. Chapter 112, Conquering the Hydra Giant Serpent. Ice Lion, are you of mythological descent? The Hydra Giant Serpent didn't answer, still reeling from its defeat. Since its birth over half a year ago, it had never met an opponent. Even if it was that Black Abyss unicorn python, it was 50-50, and now to have lost to a mediocre-looking. But the actual battle power of the Ice Lion is very exaggerated? Chen Mo shook his head and then said calmly, "I am a newly risen being in this heaven and earth, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that I beat you. Submit to me, and I promise to bring you back to the Western Sea returning Ruins someday, and make that your territory. In addition, I will prioritize giving it to you when the Third Order Divine Pill appears in my secret realm." Chen Ma tries the first round of persuasion. A being with a mythic bloodline might be more or less arrogant and not that easy to take in. In the mouth of the chief siren, Chen Mo learned that the Hydra giant serpent used to live in a secret realm in the deep sea, only for it to be eroded by the Black Abyss. The giant Hydra serpent was forced to take them away. And this time, when I came here, I felt the possibility of the existence of other secret realms. They want to conquer the secret realm here, and then obtain the Third Order Divine Pill so that they can advance to the King's realm, and then kill back to the Western Sea returning Ruins. The Hydra giant serpent's current greatest needs were firstly, a Third Order Divine Medicine, and secondly, revenge. Chen Mo chose to treat the symptoms. There were now two choices before the Hydra giant snake: to die in obscurity, or to revive the glory of the Hydra clan. Return to the secret realm of the Western Sea of returning Ruins. Roar, Lion King, I will submit to you. To Chen Mo's surprise, the Hydra giant snake directly agreed. He had thought that the Hydra giant serpent would have to weigh things up inside before he could possibly agree. Even the persuasion of the Siren Patriarch was useless. The Hydra giant snake was sober. "Can you eat mythic bloodlines? It's hard to live." Seeing his god cleanly choose to submit, the Siren Patriarch was also relieved. If Lord Poseidon would rather die than give in, they'd naturally choose to keep fighting. 2. Until the last drop of blood is drained from his body. Roar! With the submission of the Hydra giant serpent, all the sea races also dropped their resistance. Of course, there weren't many sea people left who possessed the power to resist. Fortunately, most of the sea people were only injured, not killed. After realizing that the scales of victory were completely tipped in favor of his side, Aisha then told the transcendent beings of the Ice Lion Kingdom to try not to kill the sea creatures. These sea clans, in all likelihood, would soon become part of the Ice Lion Kingdom as well. Wise choice. Then, signed the contract. The ice air elf beside Chen Mo took out a beastskin scroll. It's the same family contract as the Siren clan. After confirming that the contract was correct, the Hydra giant serpent injected its own ice spiritual power into the completed the deed. How big is your territory? After completing the contract, Chen Mo inquired. The Hydra giant serpent shook its head. It never cared about the size of the territory or the number of dependents. In addition to the Siren clan that initially followed it in Deep Sea City, the Unicorn Dolphin clan as well as the Orca clan, all the other dependents were just little brothers taken in by the way on their way to find the divine pill. Then you should have found quite a few divine medicines in the ocean, right? I need the seeds of divine medicines. Chen Mo opened his mouth. He was going to build ocean farms and cultivate water-based divine medicines and spiritual plants. From there, a group of water-based transcendent beings as well as human awakened beings were bred. The Ice Lion Kingdom's current army has too many single attributes. Moreover, there was a high probability that the abilities born from water-based transcendent creatures or awakened beings were of the healing type, which was still very useful for the Ice Lion Kingdom today. Seeds? What seeds? The Hydra giant serpent froze for a moment, and there were actually a few moments of college student clarity in his golden pupils. Seeing this, Chen Mo didn't hold much hope for it anymore, and it was estimated that when this guy ate the divine medicine, it swallowed with the branches and leaves and roots. Chen Mo gazed at the nearby Siren leader, Siren, and instructed, in the future, divine medicines as well as spiritual plants found in the oceans will be uniformly handed over to the Ice Lion Kingdom, conducting unified cultivation. Yes, Your Majesty the Lion King. The previous week, the Ice Lion King had not completely restricted their freedom. The Siren has visited the farms and ranches of Frost Crane City. It was simply an eye-opener. She had never imagined that divine medicines could actually be grown in bulk and catalyzed. 2. It's unbelievable that it only takes a few short months to mature. At that time it was thinking that it would be nice if the Ocean Kingdom could also grow divine medicines in such large quantities. I didn't expect this wish to come true so soon. It's just that the path to realization is way off from what she imagined. Okay, you guys go back. Before saying goodbye, Chen Mo handed a few copies of the Ice Lion Laws to the giant serpent Hydra. Howl. What is this? Hydra giant snake asked suspiciously. The Ice Lion Laws? The rules that should be followed by the Sea Clan in the future as well. After saying that, Chen Mo gazed at the Siren Chief. You remember everything you were taught before, don't you? The week or so before, Chen Mo taught the Siren leader about Chinese language and Ice Lion Law in his free time. Let it learn it and then spread it among the Siren clan as well as the other ocean dependents. Under Chen Mo's personal tutelage, Siren had already learned Chinese by heart. For the first time, Siren realized that she was so amazingly perceptive, and that learning was like heaven's help. It's amazing to learn such a complex language in just 1 week. And then the Ice Lion King said, "You're the worst student I've ever taught." It instantly doused the pride within it. It also realized that the Ice Lion King should have used some kind of special method, or treasure that. Only then did he or she learn a complex language in a short period of time. Should, probably all remember? The Siren leader said with some uncertainty. His mind frantically recalled the relevant contents of the Ice Lion Laws. Forget it, Bingley, send a snow-treading fox to teach these sea clans. Seeing this, Chen Mo opened his mouth. Time flies. A week had passed since the subjugation of the Hydra behemoth and its dependents. Laying flat lion, day 23. The kingdom of the Ice Lions is now beginning to move into steady growth. Whether it's the secret realm of the Great Snow Mountain or the cities of the Ice Lion Kingdom, it's all a thriving look. The law of the Ice Lion was quickly popularized and became the law to be followed by all living beings in the new era. Ranch, and the farm is expanding in size. The spiritual plants and domestic animals produced by the various cities now not only supply local demand. There was even a large output that could be shipped to the Great Snowy Mountain secret realm. The number of transcendent beings and awakened beings is growing in number and strength. And in this peaceful environment, many transcendental beings have begun to reproduce. The birth rate is climbing rapidly, especially the Frost Crane clan. Since the use of the black tech peach mushrooms, the Frost Crane clan, which originally had more than 300 clansmen, in just 1 month, the number of frosty cranes skyrocketed to over 100, excluding some single cranes. An average of 10 young frost cranes were born to each family. End of chapter. Chapter 113, The Limit of the Lord Realm. Chapter 113, The Limit of the Lord Realm. At the same time, the area around the Ice Lion Kingdom was also quietly changing. After hearing about the system and benefits of the Ice Lion Kingdom, the transcendent beings and humans of the nearby countries, a lot of them want to come forward and pitch in. Apparently, the Ice Lion Kingdom had become a paradise in their minds at this moment. But it's not easy to join the Ice Lion Kingdom. Transcendent beings are a little better, but for the vast majority of ordinary people, It wasn't easy to trek hundreds of kilometers or even more to reach the Ice Lion Kingdom safely. Transcendental beings, other human beings. Bad weather is a huge threat and challenge for all of them. As a result, the special service of bodyguard escort was born. Some of the awakened and other transcendental beings began to act as guards to help the Congo, Uganda and other countries to the kingdom of the Ice Lions so as to collect exorbitant payments. The Ice Lion Kingdom's lord didn't pay attention to such trivial matters. Chen Mo lay on his back in front of the divine medicine field, brushing his self-discipline hours while lying down, while practicing the great spiritual rain technique. After subjugating the Hydra giant snake, he mainly practiced the great spiritual rain art. After all, the great spiritual rain technique could drastically increase the growth rate of spiritual plants and divine medicines. It helps a lot with transcendental leveling. The great spiritual rain technique is only 6 characters long though, but its difficulty was even higher than the dozens of characters in Sky Ice Drop. These 6 spirit symbols were so complex that every mistake would lead to a lost cause, sparing the planting lion and teaching lion. Chen Mo had practiced for almost a month. It was only finally approaching success. At this moment, Chen Mo had already finished outlining the first 5 spirit symbols. When the last stroke of the 6th character was sketched out, Chen Mo breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. It's cool. It feels like solving the last big problem in math. In an instant, the 6 spirit talismans emitted a dazzling blue light that, the aura in a radius of 1,000 meters rapidly converged, actually forming a vortex of aura. Unlike the gentle rain of the little spirit rain technique, this time it was pouring down. Sizzle. Chen Mo released the little devil vine as well. The little guy greedily and contentedly drew in the nutrients from the spiritual rain, his vine stretching in his body actually dancing involuntarily. Sensing the movement within the spirit field, the frost goat leader also rushed over. Then he saw the rain of aura in front of the Ice Lion King. The raindrops containing rich spiritual energy fell onto the spiritual field. The divine medicines on the spiritual field were actually growing, blossoming, and bearing fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. You know this is a miracle drug. A miracle drug with an extremely slow growth cycle. Blah, this is the great spiritual rain technique. The frost sheep leader's heart was filled with shock but it's not as shocking and feels as incredible as it did before. At the moment, in its mind, His Majesty the Lion King was omnipotent. His Majesty's seed field sacred body, mastering the great spiritual rain technique, was as it should be, very reasonable. And since cultivating the land and planting seedlings every day, as taught by His Majesty, he has found that he has gained a great deal of improvement in his growing. Not only has the effect of the lesser spiritual rain technique been boosted, it also often cultivates a variety of spiritual plants that possess special effects. Chen Mo looked at the spirit field in front of him. When the downpour dissipated, Chen Mo realized that within the spiritual field, surprisingly, there were 10 divine medicines that had all matured. He glanced at those divine pill seedlings that had yet to mature. It was found that their maturation cycle was directly shortened by 60 days. The lesser spiritual rain technique speeds up the growth of a spirit plant by about 6 days at a time. The catalytic effect of the great spiritual rain technique was even more domineering, with its effect being 10 times that of the lesser spiritual rain technique. The pale blue devil vine had also grown about 3 meters taller. The liquid spiritual energy in his body also increased by 5 points at once, all equivalent to the effect of consuming 2 first-order divine medicines. Of course, the great spiritual rain art consumed really much spiritual energy. Releasing this great spiritual rain technique, it directly consumed more than 500 channels of liquid spiritual energy from Chen Mo. With the concentration of aura here in Frost Goat Mountain, if you want to fully recover, it takes about half a day. But none of that matters. After mastering the great spiritual rain technique, this meant that the first-order divine medicines that originally required 200 to 300 days for their growth cycle could now mature once a week. A second-order divine medicine whose original growth cycle required more than 200 days. It also manages to mature in 2 months. Not only would this allow his transcendent rank to quickly reach the Lord limit, what's more is that it can continuously breed batch after batch of Lord-class dependents. Without hesitation, Chen Mo ate all of the matured first-order divine pills and then sowed the seeds again. After spending only 3 days, Chen Mo relied on the divine medicine he had catalyzed to let the liquid spiritual energy in the body reach 99 channels, the limit of the Lord Order. On top of that, the effect of Tyrannical Eclipse Lion Plus had once again reached its limit. At this moment, Chen Mo's body length had reached a terrifying 13 meters and his height was 7 meters. The battle power was even a terrifying one. 200 points, twice that of an ordinary High Lord being. It's almost at the limit of lordly creatures. If you want to continue to improve your strength next, in addition to obtaining a new title, it would only be to advance to the King's realm. And from the Snow Mastiff King, Chen Mo had already learned the conditions for advancing to the King realm. There are 3 elements to advancing to the king's realm. The first element, the accumulation of 99 channels of liquid spiritual energy within the ice stand, which was also the most basic condition. Second element, third order divine medicine. Just like the previous advancement to Lord, the advancement to King similarly required a third order divine pill as a medium, prompting the spiritual energy within the ice stand to undergo a qualitative change. At the current stage of the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm's aura concentration, it was impossible to give birth to a third order divine pill. If he wanted to wait for the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm to give birth to a third order divine pill, it would take at least half a year. However, Chen Mo already had a general idea in his mind. That was the ice crystal snow lotus behind the sky curtain ice spider. Chen Mo had glanced at it in passing when he had visited the canopy ice spider earlier. It was discovered that it was a third order divine pill. To the sky curtain ice spider, this shouldn't be considered a particularly precious divine medicine. If you make more treats for it yourself, there was still a high probability that it could be taken from the canopy ice spider. Even this ice crystal snow lotus was reserved for him. The sky curtain ice spider had once told himself to go find it when he reached the peak of his lordship. It will help open the door to the inner world. Chen Mo guessed that the probability was that the canopy ice spider wanted him to go to the inner world to help it accomplish something. And this third order divine pill was most likely the payment. Chen Mo decided to pick up and pay a visit to this powerful but passionate foodie boundary keeper. The third element for advancing to the king realm was king's blood. To advance to the king's realm, one needs to use the blood of a king as a guide to awaken or change the bloodline. Thus, you can completely elevate the level of your life. If one is a direct descendant of a being above the king's realm, as long as one awakens the king's blood that inspires the body, then you can advance. But for ordinary beings, it would be necessary to use the essence blood of a kingly being, forcibly transforming one's bloodline in order to advance. Chen Mo, as a newly risen being, naturally did not have any kingly bloodline in his body. The right king's blood for you is even more impossible to find. But for this third element he had a bold plan in mind. The cultivating the truth through falsehoods won't press the protagonist to level up and promote the king within 5 chapters. End of chapter. Chapter 114, Third Order Divine Pill in Hand. Chapter 114, Third Order Divine Pill in Hand. Because I've experienced the effects of the Lord's Lion before, Chen Mo knew that the effect of the Lord Lion could force a breakthrough through the current realm. When there was no second order divine pill, but experiencing the Lord's Lion, he still advanced to the Lord rank. Though this Lord Order, there was a slight gap between it and the true Lord Order. Chen Mo called it the pseudo-Lord Realm. But this pseudo-Lord Realm is the one recognized by the panel as the Lord Realm. He also gave himself a promotion reward in the first place. Ditto. With the size of the territory he currently owns, as long as he completes the Lord Lion as self-discipline challenge, he would be able to advance to the pseudo-King Realm. By then, wouldn't his own bloodline be the king's bloodline? As long as we eat another third order divine pill, and the 3 elements come together, one would be able to advance to the true king's realm. Now everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. All that was needed was for the third order divine pill to be in place, and Chen Mo would be able to attempt to advance. Thus, Chen Mo once again came to the Ice Spider Mountain. During the month of the Expansion War as well as the Frost Crane City War, Chen Mo was not in the Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm. Naturally, he did not travel to the Ice Spider Mountain, but he had the Frost Wolves feed every day with food prepared by the cooks. The Frost Wolves are free, but in the kingdom of the Ice Lions, everything they eat, drink, live and move around requires contribution points, so they finally volunteered to accept the seemingly high-risk job of feeding the boundary guardians. The canopy ice spider also lived up to its name as an eater, though every day when Frostwolf feeds, he's still in a deep sleep. But when I went to feed the next day, the food was long gone from the snow. Sensing Chen Mo's aura, the sleeping sky curtain ice spider slowly opened its eyes. What an amazing growth rate! The canopy ice spider couldn't help but feel a little alarmed when it sensed the Ice Lion King's transcendent rank. For it, a month is about as long as it takes to sleep and snooze. As a result, he didn't expect that this little lion had already reached the limit of lords and touched the barrier of the king's realm in just a month's time. Elder, dine first. Chen Mo opened his mouth. The food seemed extraordinarily hearty this time compared to before. In addition to a wide variety of spiritual plants, there's roasted duck, steamed ice carp, and Buddha jumps over the wall and many other famous Eastern summer dishes. And they're all purposely made into plus versions. Previously, during the conquest of Tanzania, there were many talented people who joined the Ice Lion Kingdom. One of them is a chef from East China that won prizes at world-class culinary competitions before the catastrophe. So Chen Mo asked the chef to make a full banquet on the spot. Smelling the aroma of the food, the canopy ice spider was not polite and used its spider silk to start tasting the food in turn. Its pupils dilated as it savored a couple of Chinese dim sum dishes. obviously never tasted such delicious food. But soon, it controls its expression. However, when it tasted the cinnamon cake, it still couldn't help but have its pupils dilate and its body tremble slightly. Seeing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Sure enough, Eastern summer cuisine is unrivaled wherever it is placed. It looks like the next thing to do is to have that Eastern summer chef prepare food for the Sky Curtain Ice Spider while it's time to stock up on desserts and treats. Chen Mo thought to himself as he realized that the Canopy Ice Spider seemed to have a special love for sweets. While savoring a sweet treat, the body of the Canopy Ice Spider couldn't help but tremble from excitement. Not bad. You have a heart. After savoring all the food, the Canopy Ice Spider licked its mouth and there's a bit of a flashback in his eyes. Apparently, it was very pleased with the meal. You must have come here this time because you want to ask me about the method to break through the king's realm, right? The Canopy Ice Spider took the initiative to ask. Chen Ma nodded. Normally, breaking through the king's realm requires a third-order divine pill. With the current concentration of aura, it's not enough to give birth to a third-order divine pill, but it just so happens that I have a plant. Here you go, little lion, just for the meal. After saying that, the Canopy Ice Spider used its spider silk and sent the ice crystal snow lotus behind it directly to Chen Mo. The large ice crystal snow lotus was beautifully illuminated by the sunlight, emitting a 7-colored glow. Ice crystal snow lotus, third-order divine medicine, which contains a large amount of ice spiritual energy. After consuming it, it can help lords to advance to the king's realm. Thank you, Elder. Chen Mo was slightly excited in his heart. A third-order divine medicine. This is it. But if you want to advance to the king's realm, the third-order divine pill isn't enough. You also need king's blood. The Sky Curtain Ice Spider opened its mouth. It's a pity that the difference between my race and yours is too great for you to bear. Or else you could have used my blood. Once upon a time, there were quite a few kings and even heavenly calamity-level winter lion kings among the Ice Phoenix familiars. It's a shame they all died in the divine war. But their essence blood is sealed in the Ice Phoenix Temple in the inner world. Once you pass the 10th level of the temple's trial, you'll have the option of obtaining the essence blood of the Lion King of Winter. How about it? Do you want to go to the temple trials? I can help you open the door to the inner world. As it happens, I need you to help me go to the rival world to accomplish something. Hearing this, Chen Mo did not feel surprised. Sure enough, the Sky Curtain Ice Spider had given herself the spirit of the region before, and now she was giving herself the divine pill. Her purpose wasn't simple. And it's not just food money either. What is it exactly? I want you to travel to the Rai world and help resurrect the ancient Ice Phoenix. The Sky Curtain Ice Spider's icy voice. Chen Mo's mind resounded. Tens of thousands of years ago, Her Highness the Ice Phoenix and an evil god broke out in a divine battle. In the end, Her Highness the Ice Phoenix won miserably, put that evil god to death completely. But Her Highness the Ice Phoenix herself has paid a great price, with her flesh and soul all worn out, can't even make it to Nirvana. Fortunately, Her Highness, the Ice Phoenix, left a backhanded plan and left her soul and essence blood in the temple. As long as we have enough spiritual materials and treasures, we can help Her Highness the Ice Phoenix remodel her divine body, complete the resurrection. This is a great opportunity for you. Her Highness, the Ice Phoenix, has always been one to reward merit. As long as you succeed in resurrecting Your Highness, your future achievements will definitely not be lower than mine. Even the legendary Divine Spirit realm has a chance to advance. Then why doesn't Senior go herself? Or let the Ice Phoenix's former dependents go as well? Chen Mo wondered. All of Her Highness the Ice Phoenix's former dependents are dead. That evil god, before he died, unleashed some sort of rule-based curse at the cost of his own life. All beings associated with Her Highness, the Ice Phoenix, including the familiars as well as the descendants of the familiars, have been cursed. All of Her Highness the Ice Phoenix's dependents melted into a puddle of blood. Fortunately, this curse cannot cross borders. That old turtle and I escaped. But that curse hasn't gone away so far, and as soon as I enter the Rai world, I'm afraid I'll be instantly cursed. The Canopy Ice Spider said indifferently. Isn't the inner world dangerous? Otherwise Senpai wouldn't have given me so much help. Can't wait for me to grow up. Can you? Chen Mo was still a little worried. End of chapter. Chapter 115, Tyrannical Eating Devil Vine. Chapter 115, Tyrannical Eating Devil Vine. Now that nearly 10,000 years have passed, I'm not sure what has become within the Rai world. I'm not going to lie. With the concentration of aura in the Rai world, there should be a lot of dangerous existences. The strength of a peak lord is indeed not enough, but the area connected by this boundary door is the temple. I can guarantee that at least you'll be safe when you go in. The Canopy Ice Spider confessed. Seeing that the Ice Lion King remained unmoved in the face of the big pie he had drawn, the Sky Curtain Ice Spider continued to speak. The temple is a place of trial left by the Ice Phoenix for its core dependents. As long as you pass the test left behind by the Ice Phoenix, you will be rewarded accordingly. And that includes the blood of the heavenly calamity-ranked Winter Lion King. You'll get it when you pass the 10th level of the trial. These are great opportunities for you. Should we try it first? Just come back if it's dangerous anyway. Elder Ice Spider, I would like to try it on my own for now. Chen Mo replied. As you said, Lord Realm's strength is simply not enough in the rival worlds. I'm afraid the spirit materials needed to help the Ice Phoenix remodel its body are not something I can obtain right now. Why don't you wait until I get stronger? Chen Mo was still more worried that after he went in case the Sky Curtain Ice Spider closed the boundary door. It wouldn't be good to be trapped in the inner world by yourself. Who knows if what the Canopy Ice Spider is saying is true or not? In case of simply trying to trick yourself into the Rai world, it might be possible. There was no need to take the initiative and risk it now. He's far from maxed out, and by virtue of the self-discipline to challenge that, he still has tremendous room to grow. It wouldn't hurt to go to the inner world after you were strong enough. Upon hearing this, the Canopy Ice Spider nodded and didn't say anything more. Since this little lion in front of him didn't believe in himself, it would be good to let him touch the wall a little more. In its opinion, there was simply no king's blood in the outside world that was suitable for the Ice Lion's advancement. When the young lion tries to go many times to no avail, he ends up asking for help sooner or later. There's no rush. Time flew by, and before we knew it, another week had passed. In the middle of this week, 2 more second-order divine pills appeared in the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm. Chen Mo gave the Little Devil Vine and the Little Black Panther respectively, helping them advance to the Lord Realm. After advancing to Lord, the Little Devil Vine's main body height had reached a staggering 80 meters. The awakened ability is called Crazy Plants. It's a ranged attack type of ability that grows plants quickly in a certain area. And it causes terrible power. On top of that, the number of split vines created was raised from 1 to 3 after the Little Devil Vine leveled up. These 3 subvines, after being irrigated by the spiritual rain, it can instantly grow into a behemoth of 60 meters or more, as well as explode with the combat power of a low lord. Luna, the Little Black Panther, on the other hand, had awakened the Ice Wing Charge ability. It could make the ice wings transformed by the ice spiritual power become incredibly hard, like a blade, and with the super fast speed added, it could instantly cut the enemy in half. A very powerful attack ability. Since then, the Ice Lion Kingdom's Lord-level existences had reached 5 from the sea race, and in the entirety of Africa, other than the Ice Lion Kingdom, there was no other Lord Realm born. After all, only the Great Snowy Mountain Mysterious Realm could give birth to a second-order divine pill. Laying flat lion, day 29. Early morning, Chen Mo placed the corpse of a 3-meter-long tyrannical pig next to the pale blue devil vine. Little Devil Vine, you won't need meat after this meal. Today is the last day of the Pale Blue Magic Vine, Tyrannical Eclipse Vine Plus, Self-Discipline Challenge. Sniffing. The Pale Blue Devil Vine let out an excited sound. Feeling the emotions of the Little Devil Vine, Chen Mo couldn't help but think of his own previous life when he was a child. The days of being forced to eat vegetables by your parents. The Pale Blue Devil Vine thrusts its barbed vines into the Tyrannical Eclipse pig. Start using the draw ability to digest and absorb the blood and flesh of the Storm Eater pig. Soon, all that was left of the Overeater pig was a thin skin. Just when Little Devil Vine was glad that he finally didn't have to eat meat, suddenly, he realized that some kind of magical change had taken place inside of him. A strong feeling of hunger suddenly came over me. Overeating Vine Plus, the self-discipline challenge is complete. Now it's in dire need of nourishment. The meat that it had previously found to be unpalatable had even become delicious in its eyes at the moment. Father God, I'm so hungry. The Little Devil Vine conveyed its vague intentions to Chen Mo. Seeing this, Chen Mo mobilized the spiritual energy within his body and fired a great spiritual rain technique at the Pale Blue Devil Vine. Since the little guy doesn't like meat, after completing the Overeating Lion Plus Self-Discipline Challenge, Chen Mo did not intend to continue forcing it to eat meat, but used the great spiritual rain technique to feed it. The aura turned into a downpour of rain and poured down, slapping on the Devil Vine's leaves with a crackling sound. The Little Devil Vine greedily absorbed every drop of spiritual rain. All the spiritual rain instantly turned into pure aura that was absorbed by the roots. Under the effect of Tyrannical Eclipse Lion Plus, the height of the Pale Blue Devil Vine began to climb once more. 90 meters, 100 meters. At the same time, the spiritual energy within the Pale Blue Devil Vine grew. It was only after about an hour that the Pale Blue Magic Vine temporarily stopped growing. At the moment, its main body had reached a staggering height of 120 meters long, with branches and vines that intertwined. It was lush and green, as if it was a mythological vine that passed through the sky. That's not even the limit of it. Chen Mo estimated that after the effective Tyrannical Eclipse Vine Plus reached its extreme, there is a high probability that the height of the little magic vine can exceed 200 meters. Father God, thank you. The pale blue devil vine naturally understood that the changes in his body were the handiwork of Father God. Little devil vine, this is the result of you insisting on eating meat every day before. The next thing you'll have to do if you want to keep getting stronger is drink another food called cola. Chen Mo smiled and fooled. Then the fat and happy lion, as self-discipline challenge was shared with Little Devil's Vine. Okay, Father God. Little Devil Vine's mind was simple. And when he heard Father God say that he could become stronger, it decides that it will drink the drink called Coke no matter how bad it is. So, Chen Ma took out 20 bottles of Pepsi from the cave. It was poured all over the land below the pale blue devil vine like a flower. He had long ago achieved Coke freedom, with a large stockpile of Coke in the ice cave. Inside the Ice Butterfly City, the closest city to the Great Snow Mountain, there was a factory that made Coke that wasn't completely destroyed. Half a month ago, this plant had resumed production. Some of them were then transported to Lion King Mountain. The little magic vine carefully sipped a sip of cola from its roots. The next second, its vine branches swayed unconsciously. Originally, the pale blue devil vine thought that this coffee-colored liquid was a food that was as difficult to eat as meat. But after tasting it, it instantly fell in love with the flavor. Air bubbles rose within the pale blue devil vine, giving it a strange feeling. Yummy! Love it! Little devil vine said excitedly. Laying flat lion, day 30. Lord's lion, day 82. Finally the last day of the laying lion. Chen Mo practiced the law while lying down. Truly lie flat while disciplining yourself. 12, noon. After laying flat for 12 hours straight, Chen Mo looked at the autopilot panel. He was actually very curious about the effect of the lay flat lion. The moment the lay flat lion self-discipline challenge progress bar reaches 100%, a line of blue lighted letters popped up on the self-discipline panel. You have completed the self-discipline challenge, lay flat lion, green. Do you equip it? End of chapter. Chapter 116, Global Transcendent Beings Ranking. Chapter 116, Global Transcendent Beings Ranking. After Chen Mo chose his equipment, suddenly, he realized that the spiritual energy he had previously consumed by releasing the Great Spiritual Rain technique was recovering at an astonishing speed. Compared to before, the speed of spiritual power recovery had increased by about 20 times, and when Chen Mo stood up, the recovery speed returned to normal. The effect of lay flat lion is that as long as you are lying down, you can quickly regain blue. Immediately after Chen Mo's testing, he found that in addition to the effect of blue return, the lay flat lion also has the effect of blood return. As long as you lie down, it is equivalent to always have a nurse in the crazy milk you. A 7 or 8 centimeters deep wound heals in just a dozen seconds, and even a moderate. Some abnormal statuses such as dizziness can also be healed. The effect of the laying flat lion is still very powerful. Chen Mo couldn't help but think in his heart. The effect of lay flat lion, both in combat and in cultivating spiritual plants, all have important effects. Unfortunately, after completing lay flat lion, the newly refreshed self-discipline challenge made Chen Mo a bit worried. Necromantic lion, blue. 5 hours of research on undead creatures per day for 3 months. Cumulatively researched 30 different undead creatures in 3 months. Necromantic lion. A title that sounds like it would work really well. And a blue title at that. But the question is, whether it's the real world, or the 12 secret realms that descend upon the blue planet. Chen Mo hadn't even heard of the existence of undead creatures. This means that he simply can't complete the self-discipline challenge. Chen Mo sought out the Snow Mastiff King and asked if it knew of any traces of undead creatures. My lord, undead creatures are only born in places with a strong undead odor. Perhaps there will be massive undead creatures in other secret realms. The Snow Mastiff King spoke nonsense. It also had no information about the other secret realms. Immediately afterward, Chen Mo questioned Wang Long and the others, but still no answer. And with the exception of the necromantic lion, the other 2 challenges on the self-discipline panel right now were the building lion, which had been put on hold by himself, and the Lord's lion, which still had 8 days left to complete. Those 8 days will be wasted waiting for the new self-discipline challenge to be refreshed. Thinking about it, Chen Mo finally decided to complete the construction lion as self-discipline challenge first. The build a lion self-regulation challenge consists of construction of a lion's den of 10 square meters or more per day that can accommodate a family of 3. Lasts a month. For today's Chen Mo, it was naturally a breeze. 1 week later, building lions, day 7. Noon. Wang Long hurried to Lion King Mountain. Your Majesty the Lion King, I have 3 important pieces of information I need to report to you. Say it. I just finished my call with the original leader an hour ago. Wang Long opened his mouth. Isn't the satellite broken? How can you still get in touch with the eastern Xia side? Chen Mo said with some doubt. Almost as soon as the Great Snowy Mountain mystery descended, there was a drastic change in the global magnetic field. The It causes the vast majority of satellites to fail. The world is basically in a state of disconnection. Most countries have become islands. Dongxia launched another newly developed satellite this morning, able to function in today's environment. Wang Long replied. He served as the captain of the Inferno Dragon Squad, a pioneer in exploring the secret realm of the Great Snow Mountain. The Eastern Xia side contacted him at the first opportunity after the signal was restored. Wang Long was originally a bit torn between whether or not to tell the Ice Lion King about these things. After thinking about it, he finally decided to come clean with the Ice Lion King, because the information he was told by the Eastern Xia side was not top secret. Even if he told the Ice Lion King that nor will there be any loss of interest on the part of the Eastern Summer. And some of this information is very important to the Ice Lion Kingdom today. The first intelligence. My old leader before me gave me a current global profile of transcendental beings, and a ranking was made based on the battle strength of these transcendent beings as well as the region of command. Your Majesty, I have printed out the relevant information. With that, Wang Long took out 3 documents from his backpack. Chen Mo looked at them in turn. Only the cover of the first document bears the title, Summary of Information on Supernatural Beings, Natural Disaster List. First place, Black Abyssal Dragon. A boundary guardian in the secret realm of the Black Abyss, in the form of an oriental dragon, with a body length of over 1,000 meters, once stood up to hundreds of nuclear bombs without a scratch. Currently the most dangerous existence in the Advent Mystery realm. Hazard class, world class. Second place, Golden Crow. The boundary guardians in the secret realm of the Golden Crow's nest over the Pacific Ocean. The appearance is that of the mythical 3-legged golden crow, with dazzling golden feathers. A blazing heat emanates from its surroundings, and any creature that comes near it will be burned to ashes. Anywhere beyond a 10,000 meter radius is an absolute no-go zone. Hazard class, world class. The first Heavenly Calamity list recorded basically all the boundary guardians of the various secret realms, 32 in total. Chen Mo also saw the information about the canopy giant spider and the Tongtian turtle. They are ranked 18th and 31st respectively. The fact that these rankings don't really mean much, because humans rarely witness the battle scenes of these beings. Moreover, all of these were transcendent creatures at the level of natural disasters, an existence that humans were completely unable to cope with. Fortunately, they all seem to have to guard the boundary gate without easily leaving the area they are in. The second document recorded the King's Realm beings that had been discovered up to that point. First place, Black Abyss Unicorn Giant Snake. A powerful creature from the secret realm of the Black Abyss, with scales as black as ink and a body length of about 70 meters. Tyrannical and bloodthirsty by nature, they will attack all creatures in sight and are extremely dangerous. Before advancing to the King's Realm, he had fought with the mysterious giant snake once, and the victory or defeat of both sides was unknown. But for the moment both of these transcendental creatures are alive. The last sighting was in the central Indian Ocean. Hazard class, world class. Second place, Xia Yang. Humanity's first and so far only King Realm existence. A fire-awakened person. Third place, Wooden Unicorn. The first of the natives to descend on the secret land of Midori no Mori. Occupies 1/2 of the territory of Green Capital Forest. Has the bloodline of the divine beast, the Wooden Kirin, and possesses the ability to instantly craft a giant forest. There is now a partnership with the East Summer side. Hazard class, world class. Fourth place, Three-Headed Thunderbird. The regional master of Electric Canyon, North America. Having once instantly destroyed 26 of the latest 6th-generation fighters from the United States of America, and after suffering dozens of nuclear strikes, he is currently healing within the Electric Canyon. Hazard class, world class. The information on the King Realm beings then totaled only 4. There are already King Realm beings existing outside? Chen Mo was slightly surprised. It had originally thought that its growth rate was already considered fast. After all, the tyrannical eating lion allowed him to digest and absorb divine medicine several times more efficiently than ordinary beings. Plus the hundreds of divine medicines, it was enough to make up for the gap in time. But I didn't realize that there were already so many King's Realm existences in the world. It was true that you still couldn't underestimate other transcendental beings. One has a self-regulating panel, but other transcendental beings have their own wonders. End of chapter. Chapter 117, The Secret Pyramid Realm. Chapter 117, The Secret Pyramid Realm. I didn't expect that an existence of the King's Realm was even born among you humans. Chen Mo opened his mouth. Your Majesty, Major General Xia Yang was able to be promoted so quickly because of the efforts of the Eastern Xia's entire nation. Provision all over. He was originally a Special Forces soldier, one of the first awakened. Wang Long opened his mouth. And the aura recovery in Eastern Summer is 1 year earlier than in Africa. A year? No, half a year later. I'm sure your Majesty can become a powerful existence in the King's Realm as well. Wang Long's tone was respectful. I hope so, Chen Mo calmly replied. Now the third order divine pill is in hand. There are 2 days left to complete the Lord's Lion self-discipline challenge. Whether or not he could advance to the king's realm depended on it. Chen Mo continued to look down. The third document is the information on the Lord Order beings. Chen Mo came up and saw information about the Hydra giant serpent. First place, mysterious tentacle giant snake. A powerful serpentine transcendent being that appears in the Indian Ocean, with many huge tentacles around its neck. It was initially determined to be from some undiscovered deep-sea secret realm. Possessing no small amount of wisdom, he established a maritime kingdom. Battles had once erupted with the Lord-level Black Abyss unicorn giant serpent, last seen in the northern Indian Ocean. The battle record was an instantaneous second kill of a mid-ranked Lord's Black Abyssal creature. No wonder the Hydra giant serpent is so intent on revenge. I'm afraid that it was defeated in the battle with the Black Abyss unicorn giant serpent, which forced it to leave the Western Sea returning ruins. Second place, Blazing Tiger King, an aborigine of the Flame Mountain mystic realm in Eastern Xia, possessing the strength of a top lord. It had now been taken in by Xia Yang. 92nd, Ice Lion King, the Low Lords, transcendent beings rising from the African savanna, possessing a super high IQ and learning ability. He occupies one of the snowy mountains in the Great Snowy Mountain Mystery Realm. Your Majesty, the information about you was provided to the Eastern Xia military by me more than a month ago. You defeated the Hydra giant serpent, so naturally you deserve to be the strongest lord in existence. Seeing that the Ice Lion King was silent, Wang Long touched his bare head and, slightly nervously, he was a little worried that the Ice Lion King would be offended when he saw his ranking, but I didn't expect the Ice Lion King's eyes to be quite calm. It's okay, it's fine the way it is. Chen Mo didn't like meaningless high profile. Such rankings are meaningless, only one's own strength is fundamental. You didn't report the situation in the Ice Lion Kingdom to the Eastern Xia military, did you? Chen Mo suddenly asked. Said some irrelevant information, but information about you, Your Majesty, and the specifics of the Ice Lion Kingdom I did not reveal. Wang Long hurriedly opened his mouth, but I don't reckon it can be hidden for long. There is information about you and the Ice Lion Kingdom over in the other African countries. No harm done. You don't need to hide it. Just report truthfully. Chen Mo was indifferent, that he and Dongxia are far apart and have no direct conflict of interest. It would also be good if we could use Wang Long as a middleman to share information. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Wang Long inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. What about the other two pieces of information? Chen Mo nodded and asked with some curiosity. The second piece of information is about the Black Abyss secret realm. The Black Abyss mystic realm is expanding at an alarming rate. The black water has now spread to a small half of the Indian Ocean and the black abyssal creatures are spread all over the world. The oceans have become extremely dangerous. Most of the seas are infested with black abyss creatures. Wang Long's tone was bitter. The spread of the black abyss. The proliferation of the creatures of the black abyss. It means he can no longer return to Dongxia by sea, and by the overland route, in addition to being a long way to travel. In the middle, there were also two ancient secret realms to cross, and there was a high probability that they would encounter great dangers. Only after advancing to the Lord Realm could one safeguard oneself, and with the current situation, it's only going to get worse. He had to advance to Lord as soon as possible in order to do so. The only good news is that after the military signal is fixed, he and his wife's parents were able to communicate by phone from time to time. Your Majesty. In addition, East Summer's satellites captured the Black Abyssal Unicorn Giant Serpent, which is number 1 on the list of King's Realm beings, appearing in the northern waters of the Indian Ocean. Judging by the direction in which it is now advancing and the trajectory of its movement, this Black Abyss Serpent is most likely targeting the African continent. If it ever does land on the African continent, I'm afraid the entire continent of Africa will be reduced to purgatory by then, Wang Long said in a grave tone. In front of the King's Realm Black Abyss beings, the whole continent of Africa is nothing but food for it. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo had a rough guess in his heart. 9 times out of 10. This Black Abyss Unicorn Giant Serpent was rushing towards the Hydra Giant Serpent. Once these two giant snakes fought a 50-50 battle, and after the Black Abyss Unicorn Giant Snake completed its advancement, there's a high probability that it will come with a vengeance. Chen Mo substituted into the perspective of the Black Abyss Unicorn Giant Serpent and was afraid that he would do the same. Taking advantage of the fact that he had just made a breakthrough and his battle power had become stronger, he eliminated the hidden dangers in advance. Chen Mo glanced at the general location where the Black Abyss Giant Snake was currently located. The heart breathed a sigh of relief. Even if this Black Abyss Serpent is heading in the right direction, it's still at least 4. It takes 5 days to reach the sea near Frost Crane City, and 2 days later, Lord Lion's self-discipline challenge will soon be completed. I'm afraid that my own strength will undergo a qualitative change at that time. If one advances to the King's Realm, or even the middle-ranked king, Either that, or even if this black abyss unicorn giant snake didn't seek it out, he would have to take the initiative to hunt this giant snake. In addition to its flesh and blood and demon pills, what was more important was likewise the elimination of hidden dangers. I see. Keep an eye out for more information about this black abyss unicorn giant snake for me, Chen Mo said in a calm tone. Your Majesty, rest assured. This is information concerning the well-being of the entire African continent. I am bound not to conceal it. At present, the satellites of Eastern Xia are also tracking the movements of this black abyssal serpent day and night. And if it does come toward Africa, I ask your Majesty to be prepared. I'm afraid that only within the great snowy mountain mystic realm can guarantee safety at that time. Wang Long lowered his head and said in a heavy tone. I see. And one more piece of information? Chen Mo asked. The last piece of information is the coming of the new secret world. Wang Long took a deep breath and then spoke. Late last night a new ancient mystery descended on Egyptian territory. Hundreds of huge pyramid silhouettes appeared out of nowhere over the desert. Each of these pyramids is over 1,000 meters in height. And they are spectacular. Wang Long opened his mouth and at the same time handed the printed picture to the Ice Lion King. The picture is of a succession of giant pyramids that, the material used to build these pyramids would have been metal. Some of the pyramids look like gold casting, emitting a dazzling light. Some are as plain as black iron forging. What are the attributes of this secret realm? Chen Mo inquired. There was a vague sense of anticipation within him. Pyramids and undead can go together a bit. If only they were undead-based. End of chapter. Chapter 118 The Egyptian Expedition. Chapter 118 The Egyptian Expedition. Your Majesty, the probability is that it's of the undead lineage. Wang Long replied. Since the appearance of the secret void, many strange things have happened all over Egypt. Octogenarian woman bizarrely revives after death. A lot of sacred beetles burrowed out of the bottom of the original pyramid. The graveyard is even more frequent with a lot of skeletons and ghosts and apparitions. At those words, Chen Mo was ecstatic inside. It's still really undead. This pyramid secret came at the right time. His own, necromantic lion, self-discipline challenge had a place. Sure enough, the self-discipline challenges that appear on the self-discipline panel won't be completely unattainable on their own. Or rather, the self-discipline challenges panel refreshes the self-discipline challenges most likely based on the situation you are currently experiencing and your surroundings. For example, the moment when he was just reborn as a lion. The self-discipline panel then refreshes the Stampede Lion and Rampage Lion that can speed up your speed and repair leg injuries. Later self-regulation challenges such as Lord's Lion, Fat and Happy Lion also come after you have the ability to complete them. I'm afraid there's still more than a month before the secret realm officially descends now. Before that it's just right to finish building lions. Before that, I know. The information you've brought in this time is very important. Each one can be exchanged for 200 contribution points. Go find Bingli to exchange them. Chen Mo calmly said. The information Wang Long brought to himself was important. Whether it's the news of the descent of the pyramid mysteries or the movements of the black abyss unicorn giant serpent. Although he would know this information sooner or later, he would be able to make a lot of arrangements if he knew it in advance. Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Wang Long couldn't help but feel a little excited inside. Right now, his most pressing matter was to advance into the Lord Realm. And a few days ago, he saw that the official stores of the Ice Lion Kingdom had actually begun selling second-order divine pills. This meant that the Ice Lion Kingdom already possessed the ability to cultivate second-order divine medicines in bulk. While Wang Long felt incredulous, he also felt that this was his chance to advance to the Lord rank. It's priced at a whopping 20,000 points. But it's definitely worth every penny. And now these 600 contribution points were close to 1/3 of the value of a second-order divine medicine. In the future, if you have similar information intelligence, remember to tell me first. The Ice Lion Kingdom is willing to establish a cooperative relationship with Eastern Xia for the exchange of intelligence information. Chen Mo opened his mouth. He didn't ask Wang Long to betray Eastern Xia. As a soldier of the Eastern Xia, and of upright character, let him betray his native country. I'm afraid that's hard to do. And there's no conflict between the Ice Lion Kingdom and Eastern Xia. Establishing a partnership for information exchange is also a win-win situation for both parties. Your Majesty, thank you for your kindness and wisdom, Wang Long said gratefully. Now he needed to earn contribution points as soon as possible to exchange for second-order divine pills. Intelligence from Eastern Xia is an important avenue. After Wang Long left, Chen Mo called for Bingli, Xiangba, Ice Sparrow, and the Frosthound leader. A new ancient mystery has appeared in Egypt. Not yet fully descended, but radiated by its. There should be quite a few awakened beings and undead-type spirit plants in the surrounding area. Through the psychic ice silkworm, Chen Mo's voice resounded in the hearts of the 5 transcendent beings. You guys serve as the vanguard and go ahead and occupy all the areas around the pyramid secret realm. With the Ice Lion Kingdom's current troop strength and combat power, it was already fully capable of conquering another country. 2 months ago, the African continent's aura was in full revival. Egypt is no exception. Although Egypt's aura is far inferior to that of the secret realm of the Great Snowy Mountains, however, a number of low-level transcendent beings were still born, during which there was naturally constant fighting and death. And that much of Egypt has suffered from rats and beasts, with the exception of the capital and the surrounding areas, which have not fallen. All other cities have become a paradise for transcendental beings, and this time, after the pyramid mysteries descended, many of the deceased beings revived once again. The vast majority of them do not retain their raw intelligence, yet they possess traits that make them difficult to kill. This adds to Egypt's already dire situation. But after the pyramid mystery descends, the awakened people in Egypt are expected to have thoughts about it. To this, Chen Mo only wants to say, the pyramid realm is too dangerous for you to grasp, so let me do it. Yes, Your Majesty, the snow-treading fox leader, the frost lion stallion and the frost hound leader said in unison. Their eyes are filled with frenzy and excitement. After more than a month, the ice lions would finally be on the march again. Your Majesty the Lion King, is there a reward for contribution points? There was still no one more excited than Ice Sparrow. Ever since the last time I saw the Phoenix Spirit Sycamore Leaf, here at the Ice Lion King, it then takes its minions to other countries to collect transcendental beings or human awakened beings. However, the aura of these regions had not yet fully recovered, and there were very few high-level transcendent beings. Ice Sparrow has been working early and late every day for the better part of a month. It was only barely enough to gather 800 contribution points. We're still a long way from 100 points. Now the opportunity has finally come. Sure. Looking at the impatient little Ice Sparrow, Chen Mo felt that the heaven's chosen working sparrow really lived up to its name. Furthermore, you choose a group of humans and ordinary mortals among the clans who have volunteered and have not yet awakened their transcendence to go near the secret realm and see if they can awaken the undead lineage. Chen Mo continued. Now that the secret realm had not yet completely descended, he himself did not need to go down in person. Just keep the situation generally under control. Finally, you keep an eye out for some special spiritual plants, divine medicines and minerals. A few test farms can be set up around the pyramid mystery first. Yes, sir. After arranging all of this, Chen Mo himself set off for Frost Crane City. The official descent of the pyramid secret realm would take at least another month, so there was no hurry. Right now, the most important thing was to deal with that Black Abyss Unicorn Giant Snake. Chen Mo still decided to go to the Hydra Giant Serpent first to ask for relevant information. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles. Chen Mo's current speed was extremely fast, and it took less than half an hour to travel hundreds of kilometers. He had then arrived by the coast of Frost Crane City. Chen Mo let out a lion's roar. Soon enough, Siren, the matriarch of the Siren clan, quickly swam in. Your Majesty, what is your business? Half of Siren's body was hidden in the seawater, and her tone was respectful. Where's Hydra? Your Majesty, I don't think Poseidon heard your call. I'll go call it for you. Siren said, slightly nervous. The Hydra Giant Serpent is asleep in the deep, and since this defeat it has completely swung for the fences. After being awakened by the Siren leader, the Hydra Giant Serpent, though reluctant, but still, he quickly arrived in front of the Ice Lion King. Hydra, your former adversary, the Black Abyssal Serpent, is now rapidly approaching these waters. It should be directed at you, and it has already advanced to the king's realm. Chen Mo opened the door. At those words, the golden pupils of the Hydra Giant Serpent could not help but shrink. That Black Abyss Python had unexpectedly grown so fast, and he's just broken through and is about to come after himself. End of chapter. Chapter 119, Lord Lion, completed. Chapter 119, Lord Lion, completed. Lion King, where did you get that information? The Hydra Giant Serpent asked with some urgency. You just need to know that the information is reliable. Chen Mo replied. Lion King, if you're worried about the threat posed by the Black Abyss Giant Serpent, you can cancel the contract at any time, and I'll take the returning Ruins clan away. The giant Hydra Serpent spoke. The dominance of the familial contract was completely in Chen Mo's hands, and he felt that the Ice Lion King had come to it this time, and by telling it this news, it should be trying to banish it. No need. Since you have become my dependent, then this part of the sea is my territory. I will not allow other beings to invade this place. Chen Mo spoke in a calm tone. After being reborn as a lion, his character gradually changed. Male lions do not allow other beings to encroach on their territory unless they are defeated or killed in battle. Lion King. The gap between the king's realm and the lord's realm is even greater than the gap between lords and transcendents. Even if you and I join forces, we won't have a single chance of winning. At those words, The Hydra giant serpent was somewhat touched in his heart. Faced with an unprecedentedly powerful enemy, this Ice Lion King surprisingly didn't think of expelling it directly. Instead, he wanted to fight the Black Abyss Unicorn Python. If it comes here and senses the scent of other ancient mysteries, he will absolutely come over and overrun your secret realm. By then all the creatures in the grasslands will be corrupted by the Black Abyss. You just need to tell me about the weaknesses and information about that Black Abyss Unicorn Python. Looking at the confidence that flowed out of the Lion King's icy blue pupils, the Hydra giant serpent slowly spoke. I don't know much about the Black Abyss Unicorn Python either. Just know that it's very different from the other creatures of the Black Abyss. It may look cruel and tyrannical, but it actually has a very robust character. When it first invaded the Western Sea returning ruins, it and I were evenly matched, but halfway through the battle, it then retreated of its own accord. Lion King, if you have any undercurrents that can briefly erupt the strength of the king's realm, it might scare it away. Shenma nodded. Does it hold powers you know about? The giant Hydra serpent nodded. As far as I know, the abilities mastered by the Black Abyss Unicorn are Black Abyss Devouring, Shadow Devouring Sphere, and Black Death Light, Black Abyss Voiding, Black Abyss Vortex, of which the Black Death Light is already its most powerful ability, able to spit out columns of very destructive light from his mouth, very fast. Black Abyssal Voiding is its defensive ability, the ability to turn its body into black water in an instant. Evade damage. Physical attacks are hard to damage it. The Hydra giant serpent told the Ice Lion King everything he knew, but it remains pessimistic about the next battle. The Ice Lion King in front of me, though he had enough courage and confidence to, but it had no idea what it was up against. I know, it's good that you continue to live here. I'll be back for you in 2 days. After obtaining the information about the unicorn Black Abyssal Giant Snake, Chen Mo left. Looking at the departing back of the Ice Lion King, the Hydra giant serpent sighed. If it was before that one's submission was only to save one's life, then now, to the point of really having a few heartfelt moments. Unfortunately, if the Black Abyss giant serpent was really coming at it, maybe leaving now is the right thing to do. But thinking that the Lion King was able to formulate a meticulous plan to defeat himself, he must not be a brainless lion. Again, there was something vaguely expectant within Hydra. 2 more days. Then, time flies. 2 days later, Lord's Lion, day 90. In the early hours of the morning, Shenma traveled to the territory that was originally Uganda's, occupying 100 square kilometers of land at a very fast pace. This was originally the place he had prepared for himself to brush up on the Lord Lion Self-Discipline Challenge. You have completed the Self-Discipline Challenge, Overlord Lion, Blue. Do you equip it? Chen Mo did not hesitate to choose the equipment. It was a day he had been waiting for a long time. Whether or not you can rely on the Lord Lion to advance to the rank of king, success or failure also depends on this. The moment the Lord's Lion is equipped, Chen Mo felt a special kind of link with the land beneath his feet. His perspective extended infinitely, just like when he became the Lord of the Great Snow Mountain, Tanzania, Kenala, and even the waters occupied by Hydra's giant serpent. And after the waters occupied by the Hydra serpent, Chen Mo soon sensed the other side of the sea that was as black as ink. There was barely a trace of light to be seen here, but Chen Mo could sense countless tyrannical and evil creatures that. There were even a few black-scaled giant snakes with a body length of tens of meters in the center. These are the creatures of the Black Abyss. Since when do you have such a territory? Chen Mo himself froze for a moment, and then the sudden realization. This is supposed to be the territory of the Hydra giant serpent. It was also the once secret realm of the Western Sea of returning ruins. Although the secret realm is occupied by the beings of the Black Abyss, but the lord of the area of this secret realm was still the Hydra giant serpent. It's just that after the secret realm was infested with black water, it was no longer suitable for ordinary beings to live in. That's why the Hydra giant snake was forced to migrate. Well, that's a bit of a surprise. Soon, all of the territories Chen Mo had all of them in his sights. Then he clearly felt countless milky white earth vein power emerge from these lands. These earth vein forces quickly surged toward it across countless distances at an astonishing speed, and then merged into his body. After these earth vein forces were integrated into Chen Mo's body, immediately after that, it mimicked countless channels of spiritual energy similar to liquid ice spiritual energy. This feeling was already familiar to Chen Mo. It was a similar situation before when I used the experience card. The effect of the Lord's Lion is the ability to manifest one channel of liquid psychic power per 100 square kilometers of territory. In the end, the power of the earth vein had mimicked a total of 200 liquid spiritual energy. This meant that Chen Mo now possessed a terrifying 32 million square kilometers of territory, of which the land area is approximately 6 million square kilometers. That means the ocean's territory is only 720,000 square kilometers. This was a little smaller than Chun Mo expected. The Hydra giant snake wasn't too powerful. Together with the Western Sea returning ruins mystic realm, it was surprising that it was only 720,000 square kilometers. Immediately following, more than 20,000 channels of liquid spiritual energy within Chen Mo's body that were illuminated by the energy of the earth veins surged into the ice dan in a brainwave. As a matter of fact, this amount of liquid spiritual energy had already far exceeded the limits of the Lord Realm. You know that you only need 100 channels of liquid spiritual energy to advance to the King's Realm. Even advancing to the King's middle stage was only 100 channels of liquid spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, the ice dam was as unbearable as a general. Directly broken. Pain. An unparalleled and immense pain. Chen Mo swallowed the ice crystal snow lotus without hesitation. The ice-cold ice crystal snow lotus went into his stomach, slightly relieving the burning pain in his body. Soon, Chen Mo then felt that the huge to terrifying spiritual energy in his body was catalyzed by some magical power, and even began to gather, compress, and coalesce, as if it was going to turn into some kind of even more powerful form of energy. Immediately afterward, these compressed liquid spiritual energy actually perfectly integrated into his blood, bones, and, among the muscles. The intense pain made Chen Mo feel like he was going to faint at any moment, and under the stimulus of spiritual power, the blood throughout his body was also undergoing some amazing and unknown change. End of chapter. Chapter 120 Bloodline Tracing, Evolutionary Mythical Beast. Chapter 120 Bloodline Tracing, Evolutionary Mythical Beast. Immediately afterward, countless images suddenly surfaced in Chen Mo's mind. A lion with golden flames burning all over its body ran wildly through the boundless land of lava. The flames rose between its claws and its mane blazed like a dazzling giant sun. The Frost Lion King, who was over 10 meters tall and covered in ice armor, waved his huge claws, directly slapped a large-sized white bear to death, bathed in an endless sea of thunder and devouring lightning. The purple lightning berserker lion's tail was like a rippling current that, the lion of the waves. All of these are transcendent creatures of the King's realm. These images I am looking at are memories etched deep in the genes and blood of all lions. Chen Mo's heart was enlightened. These transcendent giant lions he was seeing now were all once powerful members of the lion race. Although his original bloodline was just an ordinary mortal lion, going back hundreds of generations upwards. Thousands of generations, dating back to a time when the aura was once abundant. Its ancestors had also been transcendent beings, even existences of the King's realm. In fact, every living being possessed a king's bloodline or even a more noble bloodline. After all, whose grandparents haven't been broad? It's just that after hundreds, if not thousands, of generations of dilution, these kings' bloodlines had long since thinned to the point of being almost non-existent, and the process he was going through now was bloodline tracing. Stimulate the ancestral bloodline hidden deep within the bloodline, so thin that it is difficult to be detected. Under the stimulation of the incomparably powerful spiritual energy, and under the catalyst of the third-order divine pill ice crystal snow lotus, the bloodlines within Chen Mo's body were awakened. Seeing traces of their former existence, Chen Mo felt something in his heart, and at this moment, he was able to choose one of the giant lions of the King realm, refine the blood in your body towards it, thus achieving the King's realm. But the images in his mind continued to flicker, still tracing even more ancient bloodlines. The transcendent giant lion that then appeared in Chen Mo's mind was even more terrifying. The golden lion whose body is like gold casting, the earth lion king whose body is like a mountain, the nine-headed lion king with 9 heads. These are all natural disasters, or even existences above natural disasters. The tracing of the bloodline still hasn't stopped. In the next second, Chen Mo saw a giant lion tens of thousands of meters tall, with 2 horns on its head and flowing hair. It was like a god. It stood in the middle of a barbaric land that, surprisingly, the rolling hills around it weren't even as high as its calf. Mythical animal, swan. Chen Mo couldn't help but have the name of this mythical being appear in his mind. This was a powerful existence in the divine spirit realm. Boom! In the picture, the mythical beast spat out a pillar of light like extinction from its mouth and it penetrated the body of an equally enormous purple flying centipede. And beside the mythical beast, the figures of the fire phoenix, the green dragon, and other divine beasts flickered away. Battle of the gods. The scene comes to a screeching halt here. This mythical beast seemed to have sensed Chen Mo's gaze, and a trace of approval flashed through its sacred golden eyes. I didn't expect that tens of thousands of years of offspring would still be able to sense my bloodline. In that case, bestow my inheritance upon you. The mythical beast let out a low roar, and then it actually transformed into a golden sea of, wrapping Chen Mo's consciousness completely. In the real world, Chen Mo closed his eyes tightly and the spiritual pressure around him had reached an extremely terrifying point. The original snow was pressed down to a thin layer, and the land in a 100-meter radius was sunk downwards by a few meters. In the next second, Chen Mo opened his eyes. The original icy blue pupils had now turned into a pure dazzling gold color. He felt like his whole body's blood was boiling at this moment. The originally bright red blood actually had an extra splash of gold color. At the same time, the aura of the entire Great Snow Mountain swarmed towards Chen Mo. It had actually formed an icy blue spiritual energy vortex that was dozens of kilometers in circumference. The images of this scene were incomparably shocking, and almost the entire living beings of the Great Snow Mountain could see it. Sensing that it was the great commotion coming from the Lion King Snow Mountain, the countless dependents of the Great Snow Mountain all paid homage. Your Majesty is advancing to the King's realm. The Ice Ghost leader couldn't help but think in his heart. The legendary existence of the King's realm. This was a realm that could only be reached by the most gifted existences of their race. And all those king realms had practiced for 100 years or even hundreds of years within the Ryworlds with abundant spiritual chi. Only then did he achieve kinghood. And there was almost no comparison with the Ice Lion King. Wang Long was also shocked to the point of losing his concentration when he saw the huge aura cyclone. Last night, he got information from the eastern Xia side. That black abyss python is only 200 kilometers from the east coast of Africa. Its route of travel is most likely Africa. Originally, Wang Long was still very worried and anxious, but now that he saw the Lion King advance to king, he suddenly felt a sense of reassurance, associated with the Ice Lion King's previous calm demeanor. It seemed to have prepared for this. Ice Spider Mountain. The Sky Curtain Ice Spider also awoke from its slumber, sensing the huge fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from Lion King Mountain. Incredulity flowed from its 8 ice blue pupils. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It doesn't realize that in just a few days' time, where did that little lion get the king's blood from? But that would make it even harder to get that cautious lion cub to go to the Ryworld. Damn it, if I had known that, I wouldn't have given the ice crystal Snow Lotus to it so early. The feeling of the canopy ice spider at this moment was one of regret. Great regret. The aura vortex lasted for a full hour. When all the mutations ended, Chen Mo woke up completely from the spiritual world. He realized that the blood throughout his body had turned a golden color. The powerful energy hidden in every drop of blood. The blood of a true king. Chen Mo could now seal his spiritual consciousness within the king's essence blood. Do something like Frostwolf King's shell rebirth. This method of rebirth has a major drawback, though, because the soul is not an exact match for the body. The battle power and potential are greatly affected. At the same time, the spirit and memories are not intact after rebirth. Chen Mo condensed his ice spiritual energy and created an ice mirror to observe the current appearance. This evolution, he didn't change much above his size. It just grew from a body length of 15 meters to about 20 meters. But one's appearance is radically changed. First of all, his pupils changed from icy blue to pure gold, becoming even more majestic and domineering. It's like a god. The ice armor all over his body had all but disappeared, turning instead into long, snow-white fur that, it was actually a bit ethereal. In addition, he realized that 2 small horns were actually growing out of his head. No wonder he felt an itch on the top of his head after advancing. These 2 small horns had arcane and mysterious runes engraved on them, which could accelerate the speed of releasing the spell. Chen Mo felt that his current self was already 7 points godlike the mythical beast he saw in the spirit world. Or maybe it's not too much of a stretch to say he's a juvenile version of the mythical beast. Majestic, mysterious, noble. At this moment, he truly looked like a being from mythology. One more chapter is going to be a little late, Still coding. End of chapter. Chapter 121, Totem Lion. Chapter 121, Totem Lion. In addition to the changes in appearance, the changes that occurred within Chen Mo's body were not small. Although the ice dam was shattered, the spiritual energy had already been incorporated into the flesh and blood. This caused Chen Mo's physical strength to take a qualitative leap. A casual strike would carry the mighty power of spiritual energy. At the same time, the speed at which he released the law became more rapid. Plus the increase in horns on the head. Highly difficult spells like Sky Ice Drop were now something he could do instantly. It was important to know that the previous forward swing of releasing the Sky Ice Drop took a full 5 seconds. Chen Mo was satisfied with the changes that had occurred in his body. This wave of advancing into the king's realm could be said to be a return to ancestry. But it was different from a return to ancestry. It was his own search for the first glimpses of his bloodline that, then he forcefully refined the blood of his entire body into the blood of the mythical beast. Since there was no king's blood, it would be good to hammer yourself into it. Chen Mo had never felt power like never before. With a gentle leap, his figure had appeared 1,000 meters away. When he landed, the ground under his feet then exploded as if he had been bombarded by a missile. So strong. Is this the king's realm? The current version of himself is simply strong and scary. Other than the boundary guardians, Chen Mo felt that he was probably the most powerful existence on the blue planet. With a thought, His own information appeared before his eyes. Mythical Guybeast, male, rank, medium king, body mass, 4,860, agility, 4,200, power, 4,187, divine spirit, 4,120, abilities, Ice Storm, Ice Illusion, Ice Wind Roar, Frost Fall, Lesser Spirit Rain Art, Arcane Ice Claw, Frost Condensation, Wild Resurrection, Mythical Beast Body Forging, Mythical Beast Meditation, 9 Changes of the True Spirit, Jin Demon, Stop Go, Combined Battle Strength, 821481082330. The highest combined combat power has been increased by more than 10 times in its entirety. This didn't mean that Chen Mo's strength had just increased by 10 times. The current him could single-handedly take on countless of his pre-promotion self. The beings below the king were not even qualified to challenge him. It wasn't a level of beings at all. And after advancing to king, Chen Mo gained 5 new abilities at once. 2 of these abilities were each abilities that he had awakened after he had advanced to the king's middle stage, Jinmu, and Jigua. Although they were awakened abilities, the effects of both abilities were extremely perverse, even more so than the vast majority of ancient and powerful laws. Demon Squelching. Suppress all evil spirits. It's a megascope domain-like capability. After advancing to the king realm, the Lord Force field completely metamorphosed into the king field. The demon-suppressing domain that Chen Mo had awakened was the exclusive domain of the mythical beast. As the realm of mythological beings, the suppression of demons, although it has only the simplest of suppression effects, but the effect is extremely frightening. In addition to the suppressed person not being able to move his body, his spirit, and the spiritual energy in his body will also be completely suppressed. Once suppressed, they cannot use any of their abilities. In addition, the more exaggerated point is that the judgment of the demons and monsters is decided by the mythical beast. In other words, whoever Chen Mo considered to be a demon, then whoever was the object of suppression. Of course, this field has a great increasing effect on truly evil demons. Stop the war and calm the fighting. Again, this is a domain class ability. One could even say it's a rule-based ability. All fighting is forbidden within a 100-meter radius, and those who disobey will be punished by heaven. Of course, the prohibition does not include oneself. While doing so, Stopper also removes the opponent's attacks, nullifying them. 3 more abilities are inherited from the animal's bloodline. Mythical Gaby Body Hardening Technique, Mythical Gaby Guan Si 9 Changes of the True Spirit. The Mythical Gaby Body Tempering Technique and the Mythical Gaby Visualization Technique were both cultivation methods for the Mythical Gaby clan to exercise their bodies as well as their spirits. It can dramatically improve physical fitness and divine soul power. The 9 Changes of True Spirit was a special method of transforming spiritual energy. Use True Spirit 9 Changes. Chen Mo could transform the ice spiritual energy in his body into any kind of spiritual energy with any attribute. In addition, he can perceive and absorb other attributes of spiritual energy and the ability to learn abilities and laws of other attributes. After awakening his mythical beast bloodline, Chen Mo was naturally no longer an ordinary ice system transcendent giant lion. Instead, it's a true mythological bloodline. After slightly feeling the majestic power within his body, Chen Mo gazed at the surrounding dependents. Aisha, the Ice Ghost Chief, and other transcendent beings guarded his side during the breakthrough. Brother, you made another breakthrough? Looking at the giant lion in front of him whose appearance had changed drastically, resembling a mythical being, Lioness's eyes were filled with excitement and surprise, though he longs for the day when he can catch up with his brother, but it preferred its brother to keep getting stronger. Chen Mo nodded. I've managed to break through the king's realm. To celebrate, all living beings on the Great Snow Mountain are taking a day off today. The Ice Lion King's intimidating voice resounded in the minds of every transcendent chief within a few hundred meters of the area. After advancing to king, Chen Mo no longer needed the psychic ice silkworm silk. It will be possible to make mental links with other beings. This should be an ability that comes with advancing to the king realm. It's the same as the Lord's Might, the king's domain. Congratulations to your majesty for breaking through the king's realm. Upon hearing this, the beasts congratulated each other. The breakthrough of the Ice Lion King has caused these transcendent chieftains of the Ice Lion Kingdom to feeling joy and excitement from the bottom of my heart. The stronger the Ice Lion King was, the safer and more stable the Ice Lion Kingdom would be. As a part of the Ice Lion Kingdom, at this moment, they all had a feeling of honor and commonality. You guys go back first. Hearing the Ice Lion King's voice, the beasts retreated. Let's start by checking out the rewards for promotion and the newly refreshed self-discipline challenge. After the beasts retreated, Chen Mo began to check the self-regulation panel. Rising directly from the Lord Realm to the Medium King Realm, a lot of information appeared on top of the self-discipline panel. Self-regulation shared objects +2. Self-regulation shared objects can be challenged +2. Secondary self-regulation shared objects plus 10. Self-discipline title precognition card plus 1. Self-discipline quality improvement card, blue. Super self-discipline card, blue, times 3. Advancing to king, as well as advancing to the middle stage of king, had given him many props. One of the effects of the self-discipline title forewarning card is the ability to view the effects of the self-discipline title in advance. And it's permanent. Chen Mo didn't hesitate and used it directly. With that, he checked the effect of the necromantic lion. Necromantic lion, blue. Title effect. 1. The ability to transform oneself into an undead form. 2. Enlightenment for learning necromantic spells is increased by 100%. 3. Possesses the leadership qualities of the undead clan, and can make undead creatures submit more easily. Just transforming into undead form is strong, and it gives me the aura of an undead leader. I wonder if we can form an undead army later, Chen Mo thought in his heart. If he had known that the pyramid secret realm was coming down, he would have chosen necromantic lion. Unfortunately, right now it's only after completing building lions. It's only then that we can start the necromantic lion as self-discipline challenge. With that, Chen Mo checked the newly refreshed self-discipline challenge. The newly refreshed self-regulation challenge is called Totem Lion, blue. End of chapter. Chapter 122 Shock of the Sky Curtain Ice Spider. Chapter 122 Shock of the Sky Curtain Ice Spider. Totem Lion, blue. The self-discipline challenge, developing 100 believers a day who see you as a spiritual, and pray to you sincerely for more than 2 hours. Title effect. 1. Blessing. Empower their followers to gain a brief boost to their transcendent rank. 2. Descent. Briefly descends on a believer, level 3 believer or higher. 3. Faith into God. Acquiring faith will enhance your spiritual power. Chen Mo felt that this title was also quite strong. Taking the route of faith to become a god. Being able to continuously raise spiritual power through faith. And the descent and reinforcement abilities are also very useful. The Totem Lion self-discipline challenge isn't too difficult either. Chen Mo was going to build a mythical beast temple next in the Great Snow Mountain as well as in every area of the Ice Lion Kingdom. That should do it. In addition to the self-regulation title preview card, the panel rewards for advancing to the King's Realm also include 3 self-discipline quality improvement cards, blue. This is an upgraded version of the previous self-discipline quality enhancement card, green. Ability to upgrade a green title earned to blue. After advancing to King, it is expected that the self-discipline panel will rarely swipe the green quality self-discipline challenge again. Chen Mo did not hesitate and prepared to use all 3 self-discipline quality enhancement cards to boost a wave of battle power before saying anything. Overreading Lion Plus, definitely an upgrade. Not only does it boost your digestion rate, it also dramatically improves one's physical fitness. Beyond that, Planting Lion, Fishing Lion, Lying Lion, Roaring Lion Plus, these green titles made Chen Mo a little torn. After thinking about it, Chen Mo finally decided to upgrade Planting Lion and Laying Lion. Seated Lion, although it doesn't intuitively increase his battle power, but it could enhance his level of farming and could better cultivate mutated spirit plants and high-grade divine medicines. After upgrading the Laying Lion, the effect of returning blood in blue will be further improved. Maybe if you just lie down yourself, you can release a steady stream of law. Combined with its strong defense and recovery ability, it is enough to make opponents of the same level despair by transforming into a true eternal motion lion. After confirming this, Chen Mo upgraded the 3 titles. Overreading Lion Plus becomes Taodai Lion, blue. In addition to inheriting Overreading Lion Plus, S effect of getting stronger by eating meat. The Taodai Lion is truly a supplement for what you eat. Or, dirt, flowers and trees all became turned into his recipes. Truly everything is edible. The Planting Lion has turned into the Shinnom Lion, blue. After advancing, the effects of all farming-related laws were enhanced. For example, the catalytic effect of the Great Spiritual Rain technique was greatly enhanced. Upgraded from 60 days to 90 days in a single ripening. In addition, Divine Farmer's Lion also increased the probability that Chen Mo would cultivate a plant mutation, and gained immunity to the vast majority of poisons. Lying Lion has become Lying Lion Plus, blue. After lying down, the speed of returning blood in blue is increased by about 3 times again compared to Lying Down Lion. After the title was upgraded, Chen Mo realized that his highest combined battle power had exceeded 110,000. Scary as hell. Both the Self-Discipline Title Precognition card and the Self-Discipline Quality Improvement card are panel rewards after advancing to the King's Realm. The panel rewards after advancing to the King's Middle Order were 3 Super Self-Discipline cards, blue. The effect is the same as the previous Super Self-Discipline card, green. Cut self-discipline time in half and double the intensity, but it can work on words of blue quality and below. Glancing at the halfway through the Construction Lion Self-Discipline Challenge, Chen Ma was tempted to use one of the Hurry up and finish it. Then open the Totem Lion, or Necromantic Lion, self-policing challenge. But in the end he held back. Super Discipline card, used on the green self-discipline challenge, which only shortens the time by 15 days. It's still too much of a loss. The day after advancing to King, Chen Mo got a message. The message came from Frostwolf, who was in charge of feeding the canopy ice spiders. The Sky Curtain Ice Spider asked him to make a trip to the Ice Spider Mountain. There were some things he needed to communicate with him. It should be that after knowing that I've advanced to King, I'm trying to fool me into going to the rival world again. Although Chen Mo already knew the purpose of the canopy ice spider, he still decided to take a look. He was looking forward to seeing the expression on the face of the canopy ice spider. At that time, it was certain that it would not be able to advance to the King realm. Chen Mo jogged all the way and soon arrived at the Ice Spider Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Chen Mo then saw the gigantic figure of the canopy ice spider. Then it began to observe it. This time, after observing for about half a minute, Chen Mo finally obtained the information on the transcendent rank of the canopy ice spider. Canopy ice spider, rank, totem, other than the transcendental level. All other information remains full of question marks. During the process of advancing to King, Chen Mo saw the strongest of the transcendent lion clan through bloodline tracing. He knew that the rank above the king was known as the cataclysmic rank. Above the heavenly tribulation is the legend. Above the legend is the totem realm. And above the totem is the true spirit. That is, the divine spirit realm. Chen Mo did not expect the strength of the Sky Curtain Ice Spider to be so terrifying. At the same time Chen Mo was observing the Sky Curtain Ice Spider. The Sky Curtain Ice Spider's gaze also looked at Chen Mo. At the first sight of Chen Mo, the canopy ice spider's pupils shrunk. This is mythical beast. Mythical beast, a mythical creature on the same level as the ancient ice phoenix. The essence blood of such a mythical creature was absolutely impossible for even it to get. Where did this Lion King, who had risen from his native land, obtain the mythical beast's essence blood? Where did you obtain the animal bloodline? The canopy ice spider couldn't help but ask through telepathy. The fact that the Ice Lion King had advanced to the King realm in a short period of time was enough to surprise it, but it never expected the Ice Lion King to have evolved into a mythical beast. At this moment, the canopy ice spider felt a layer of mist shrouding the body of this Lion King in front of him. I myself possess a mythical animal bloodline, Chen Mo replied calmly. He's telling the truth. Though this trace of bloodline had been negligibly thin. Canopy ice spider? But after thinking about it, it does seem like that's the only possibility. In that case, the previous Ice Lion King's unification of the Great Snow Mountain in a very short period of time was reasonable. Your life level has already reached the level of the Middle King realm. How did you do it? The Sky Curtain Ice Spider opened its mouth and asked, a hint of curiosity showing in its eyes. Its life level was several great levels higher than Chen Mo's. Naturally, he saw through Chen Mo's current realm at a glance. It is important to realize that even the descendants of myths, in this aura-poor environment, I'm afraid that it would also take several years or even longer to advance from a low-ranked king. The little lion in front of him had actually advanced from lord to the middle-ranked king realm in just a few days. It can no longer be explained by talent. End of chapter. Chapter 123, Hunting the Black Abyss Python. Chapter 123, Hunting the Black Abyss Python. After awakening the bloodline, the water falls into place and naturally advances to medium king. Chen Mo calmly said. Upon hearing this, the canopy ice spider nodded its head. It naturally did not believe Chen Mo's bull ********. This young lion had a huge secret on him, and while he was curious, he didn't want to pry into it. It wasn't a bad thing for the little lion to advance to a middle-ranked king anyway. The stronger the ice lion was, then the higher the success rate of the plan to revive the ancient ice phoenix would be. The only bad news is that the ice lion is unwilling to participate in the plan to resurrect the ice phoenix. The canopy ice spider's mind pondered how to make this little lion in front of her willingly travel to the inner world. Senior, can you open or close the boundary gate at any time? Seeing how the canopy ice spider looked like it was thinking, Chen Mo had already guessed what it was thinking, so he took the initiative and asked. It can, but every time you turn it on or off, you need to consume a lot of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of this place has not yet fully recovered, and I can only turn on and off 2 rounds at most right now. The canopy ice spider confessed. That means Senior only has 2 chances. If I fail, it's down to 1 last chance. Chen Mo opened his mouth. Wait a little longer. Now is not the time. If I become a little stronger, it will naturally be easier to help the Ice Phoenix remodel her divine body, isn't it? Yes. The canopy ice spider nodded. With its knowledge of the Ice Lion King's character, it knew that there was absolutely no way to convince the Ice Lion King to travel to the rival world now, and there was some truth to what the Ice Lion King said. It's been such a long wait. Anyway, wait a few more decades or even centuries, it doesn't matter. There was no telling what this young mythical beast would bring to the table next. I'll go back first then. Chen Mo was ready to leave. The canopy ice spider nodded, then took out a large transcendent crystal from behind her. The dessert was good last time. I hope we can make more next time. Good. Looking at the mythical beast's distant back, the canopy ice spider closed its eyes once again. After Chen Mo returned from Ice Spider Mountain, he headed straight to Frost Crane City. Yesterday, Wanlong got the latest news about the black abyssal python from the eastern Xia side. Satellites have observed that the python is only 400 kilometers away from the east coast of Africa, and Chen Mo had now advanced to the king rank realm, or even the king middle rank. He naturally intended to actively hunt that black abyss unicorn python. With Chen Mo's current speed, the distance of hundreds of kilometers was reached in the blink of an eye. Roar! As before, Chen Mo roared towards the sea. Hearing the familiar roar, both the Siren Chief and Hydra Giant Serpent quickly rushed over. But the moment they saw the strange giant lion, both the Siren Chief and Hydra Giant Serpent froze. The Siren leader quickly reacted. This divine-looking giant lion in front of him should be the original Ice Lion King Majesty. And after the Hydra Giant Snake sensed the King Realm aura emanating from Chen Mo, without saying a word, dive straight into the deep sea. How the land is scarier than the ocean. Other than that giant lion, there was actually a King's Realm existence. Moreover, from the looks of it, this was a King Realm existence with a mythic spirit bloodline. Seeing the Hydra Giant Snake turn around and run away, Chen Mo was also somewhat speechless. It felt like the big guy was a little less intelligent. He then directly opened the mental link, and his voice rang out in the Hydra Giant Serpent's mind. Don't panic, it's me. The Hydra Giant Serpent's golden pupils stared in disbelief and froze for a few seconds before reacting. Your Majesty, you have advanced to the rank of king? It swam out of the water, stunned. And how did you become like this? It's just awakening the bloodline. Your Majesty, I told you that you are descended from mythological beings. At those words, the Hydra Giant Snake was inexplicably happy. Regarding its previous defeat to the Ice Lion King, it had always held a grudge within its heart. After all, he was the descendant of a mythological being, and he had actually lost to a newly risen transcendent being. I'm afraid that if this kind of thing gets out, the Hydra Serpent will be kicked out of the circle of mythological beings. Now that it saw Chen Mo's revealed real body, it was instantly relieved in its heart. The Ice Lion King's current appearance was at first glance a top existence among the descendants of mythological beings. It's just too normal that it can't be beaten as a juvenile. Losing to the top mythological descendants doesn't throw snakes. The Black Abyss Unicorn Python should be arriving soon, and this time I'm going to let you be the bait. Chen Mo didn't talk nonsense and opened the door. Yesterday Wan Lung told him that the latest movements of the Black Abyss Unicorn Python appeared in the sea 400 kilometers from Frost Crane City. The Black Abyss Unicorn's whereabouts are still relatively easy to keep track of. Because it would contaminate large swaths of the surrounding ocean with black water, it would be easy to capture its movements after the satellites recovered. I can go as bait. But Your Majesty the Lion King, are you confident that you can defeat it? Hydra Giant Snake nodded. It was fine to let it be bait, but in case the Ice Lion King couldn't beat it, it would be embarrassing to die in vain yourself. I'm already at the king's middle stage, Chen Mo said calmly, then released his king's domain. The strong sense of oppression made the Hydra Giant Serpent feel like it was suffocating. At those words, the golden pupils of the Hydra Giant Serpent stared in disbelief. In 2 days' time, he broke through from the Lord rank to the king's middle rank. This is too much of a stretch. Even those topmost mythological beings couldn't do it, right? Not to mention in an environment where the aura has not yet fully recovered. But the truth is right in front of it. It could only silently sigh a sentence about how this mythical beast in front of it was too perverted. What do you need from me, Your Majesty? The Hydra Giant Serpent opened its mouth, realizing the mythical beast's terrifying strength. His tone became much more respectful. We took it upon ourselves to seek out the Black Abyss Unicorn Python, and you disguised yourself as an avenger. Hook it up and leave the rest to me. Chen Mo opened his mouth. The voice was filled with absolute confidence. Because of the steady nature of the Black Abyssal Unicorn Python, if you go hunting directly, I'm afraid it will just scare it away. The deep sea was not his home turf after all, and if the Black Abyss Unicorn Python dived into the deep sea, it was also difficult for Chen Mo to track it. Could be. The Hydra Giant Serpent nodded. An intense excitement flowed from its candle-like vertical pupils. It never thought it would actually get a chance to get revenge so soon. Chen Mo was about to leave with the Hydra Giant Serpent when Siren, the leader of the Sirens on the side, said in a respectful tone, Your Majesty, this is the spiritual plants and divine medicines we've collected over this period of time. Behind her, a Siren maiden dressed in a dress conjured by the currents of. In their hands, they each held a marine spirit plant. having since surrendered to the kingdom of the Ice Lions. She then had the returning Ruins clan and other oceanic transcendent beings search the ocean for spiritual plants and divine medicines. So little? Chen Mo swept a glance at the spiritual plants and found that there were surprisingly only 40 or so types. Among them, there was even only one divine medicine. It was important to realize that the Great Snow Mountain alone had given birth to hundreds of spiritual plants. End of chapter. Chapter 124, Devil's Jiao. Chapter 124, Devil's Jiao. These are all spirit plants found in the nearby sea. The aura here is too barren. Siren leader Siren explained. There are quite a few spiritual plants and divine medicines near the Western Sea returning Ruins mystic realm where we originally lived. But after being contaminated by the black water, most of them died. And some of them underwent horrible mutations. Chen Mo nodded his head. Then he activated his spiritual energy and released the Great Spiritual Rain technique. The water spiritual energy in a few kilometers around quickly converged, turning into spiritual rain and pouring into these oceanic spiritual plants. Instantly, these seaweeds, seagrass-type spirit plants began to grow and blossom as far as the naked eye could see. It was ripe in the blink of an eye. Chen Mo took a look and found that 10 spirit plants had all produced mutations. 2 of the mutated spirit plants were quite effective. Blue leaf seaweed, variation. It has the effect of clearing heat and detoxification. Sea spirit grass, mutated. It slightly increases swimming speed when taken. For spirit plants that have not mutated, after Chen Mo collects the seeds, continue to catalyze using the Great Spiritual Rain technique. Soon, these seeds were once again growing and maturing at an amazing rate. Under the enchantment of the Divine Farmer's Lion, ordinary spirit plants could be catalyzed by Chen Mo in a matter of moments. In the end, all 40 kinds of spirit plants Chen Mo cultivated mutated species. Most of the mutated spirit plants were not effective, and some even produced bad mutations. Only the 4 mutant spirit plants worked okay. In addition to the previous 2, there is also a mutation in the direction of giganticization of seaweed can be used as a food source for many marine organisms. Another type of mutant green algae possesses water purifying properties. Seeing this scene, the Siren Chief's gaze froze. When she had seen those frost goats using the small spirit rain technique to ripen their plants earlier, she had found it particularly amazing. However, compared to the Lion King in front of him, it was nothing. This means of making spiritual plants grow instantly was like a god of nature. Continue collecting spirit plants. In addition, these 4 types of spirit plants you can try to cultivate. Chen Mo opened his mouth. He's planning to build a sea ranch. Unfortunately, the frost goats didn't have the ability to catalyze water-based spirit plants. It wasn't like he could come every day to catalyze the plants, so he could only rely on the oceanic one to plant and cultivate them themselves. As you wish. The Siren leader bent his head and respectfully said, "Go." Chen Mo gave a low roar to the Hydra giant snake. Then a pair of ice crystal feather wings appeared behind his back. It sticking to the surface and flying off into the distance. Half a day later, southern waters of the Indian Ocean. A huge lion with snow-white fur and a handsome posture ran wildly across the sea. All the seawater in a few hundred meters around him solidified into solid ice in an instant. This allowed Chen Mo to run on the surface of the sea as if he were on the ground. Although Chen Mo now possessed the ability of spiritual power transforming wings, he could transform into ice crystal wings. But flying is nowhere near as fast as he can run. After running wildly on the sea for about half a day, Chen Mo slowly stopped, based on the navigation of a satellite cell phone. Now their position was only about 100 kilometers or so away from the Black Abyss unicorn python. He manifested ice crystal feathers and flew into midair, then looked into the distance. After advancing to King, his eyesight had also improved greatly. Now you can see up to 100 kilometers away. Through the clouds, Chen Mo saw a black sea in the distant sea of. The black as ink waters were still eroding in all directions. Chen Mo continued to advance for a few dozen kilometers, and then his gaze passed through the dark and cold black seawater. Chen Mo saw many ferocious and tyrannical black abyss creatures. They were frantically brutalizing other creatures in the ocean, with killings and deaths being born almost every second. This black water was like a huge shura, and at a depth of 200 meters of water, Chen Mo was in the middle of countless black abyss creatures. A giant snake about 150 meters long and covered in black scales was seen. The giant snake quickly sped forward while frantically devouring the surrounding creatures. Every second, countless black abyss creatures were devoured by it. The giant serpent's 4 scarlet eyes radiated a bizarre red light in the deep sea. It then has a single horn on top of its head. This is not a giant snake, but a dragon. Black Abyss Unicorn. Rank, Low King. Body Mass, 1460. Agility, 1705. Power, 1530. Divine Spirit, 1622. Abilities, Black Deathlight. Black Abyssal Magic Sphere. Integration into the Dark Abyss. Destructive Storm. Great Tsunami. Black Fields. Combined battle strength, 2873130230. With a thought, the information of the demonic Jiao surfaced in Chen Mo's eyes. Not bad for the scions of mythical creatures. He's just been promoted to the early king stage, and he already has a combined battle power of 30,000. It's all going to be close to 1/3 of your own strength. Immediately afterward, Chen Mo looked around the surrounding sea again and a small island has been spotted 70 kilometers northwest. This island would be perfect for the final showdown. Although he had advanced to the rank of king, thousands of meters into the deep sea, he didn't have absolute certainty that he could catch up with the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Jiao that was also at the King Realm. If that Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Jiao escaped and dived into the deep sea after that, it would be difficult for Chen Mo to kill it again. He didn't want to let the Black Abyss Unicorn Python run away and leave a hidden danger for himself. Follow me. Chen Mo let out a low roar towards the Hydra Giant Snake, and then exploded into an extremely fast speed. Continuing to run quickly in the direction of the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Sculptor. Roar! Lion King, slow down. I can't keep up. The Hydra Giant Serpent, filled with helplessness, exploded into his fastest speed. It was just barely enough to keep up with the Lion King. The Hydra Giant Snake let out an angry roar when it was still 5 kilometers away from the Blackwater Sea. Roar! Little black snake, come and die. Roar! Chen Mo similarly let out an angry and provocative lion roar. At the same time, he controlled the aura he exuded at the peak of Lord. At the moment, Hydra is playing the role of Avenger. For in the eyes of the Black Abyss One-Horned Devil's Skull, the Hydra Giant Snake did not know that he had already advanced to the King Realm, and the possibility of pulling a peak Lord Realm Helper to take revenge was still very high. Chen Mo has already written the script. Whether or not it will follow the script he wrote next remains to be seen. Sure enough, the roar of the giant Hydra Serpent was heard. The black water in the distant sea suddenly exploded, and then a one-horned black ogre 100 meters long broke out of the water. Hovering in the air, his scarlet pupils stared at the Hydra Giant Snake and Chen Mo in death. After transforming into a Jiao, it already possessed the ability to navigate the air. What made Chen Mo feel amused was this Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Jiao had even controlled its own aura at the peak of the Lord Realm as well. As expected, this Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Jiao was also an old Ingbi, trying to wait to get close enough to land a hit. Interesting, the sight of the giant Hydra Serpent. Excitement and pleasure leaped from the 4 blood-red pupils of the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Skull. I was about to go looking for you, but I didn't think you'd come to the door on your own. End of chapter. Chapter 125. Who is the hunter? Who is the prey? Chapter 125. Who is the hunter? Who is the prey? There's also a peak Lord Realm Ice Lion with him. Thinking that you can kill me just because you found a helper at the peak of the Lord Realm? Unfortunately, I've advanced to King. The Black Abyss One-Horned Devil Skull fought in his heart, and then he let out a furious roar that rapidly attacked the Hydra Giant Serpent. Roar! Seeing this, the Hydra Giant Serpent dove into the seawater without saying a word. Swimming quickly towards the island a few dozen kilometers away. Chen Mo naturally fled along with him. Seeing this scene, the Black Abyss One-Horned Demon Jiao had some doubts in its heart. He thought that the Hydra Giant Serpent had gotten help and would definitely attack himself head-on. When the time came, he suddenly burst out with the strength of the King's Realm and directly killed him in seconds. Thinking of the unbelieving gaze of an enemy who had once been his equal before he died, and he felt wonderful, but it didn't realize it had just begun to pursue. The Hydra Giant Serpent and that lion that were provoking themselves earlier just ran away. Does that lion have a special ability to see through my true realm? The Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Jiao didn't think much about it either. After advancing to the King Realm, it was incomparably bloated. It felt like he was already the strongest being in the world, straightforwardly crushed through with strength. Thus, it no longer hid its strength, and its speed suddenly exploded, emitting a sonic boom that, quickly chasing after the Hydra Serpent. In the meantime, First Command of Eastern Summer. Sitting here are all the bigwigs of the Eastern Xia Military Department. At this moment, on the big screen in the center of the command center, it was clearly an image of the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Sculptor chasing the Hydra Giant Serpent. For transcendental beings like the Black Abyss Unicorn Python, which is a great threat to humans, after the satellite repair, the Dongxia side then it conducts real-time surveillance, then captured this scene of the Hydra Giant Snake picking a fight and then running away. I'm afraid that mysterious giant snake is going to be gone. Its growth speed is still a step slower than the Black Abyss Demon Serpent. A country-faced man wearing a military uniform and standing straight said with some emotion. He was a lieutenant general as well as an awakened at the peak of the Lord Realm. Unfortunately, that mysterious giant serpent possesses a certain amount of intelligence. It's an object that can be drawn in. I didn't expect to die here. An old man with graying temples and a thin body side. Though all of these powerful transcendental beings are a threat to humanity, but compared to the existence of a destructive camp like the Black Abyss Demon Serpent, they naturally wanted that mysterious giant snake to win even more. Rather, that lion-like beast, which I don't seem to have seen before. It's somewhat similar to the mythical beast in mythology. Unfortunately, it's going to fall in this sea along with the mysterious giant snake. Elder Tang, a powerful ice lion king, has indeed appeared over on the African continent, unified the two regions of Tanzania and Kenya. A man with black-rimmed glasses, a balding head, and a slightly blonde figure spoke up. He was none other than Wang Long's leader, Li Zhang, with the rank of lieutenant general, mainly responsible for the information and resource collection of the secret realm outside of Dongxia after the revival of Aura. Perhaps that Ice Lion King is connected to this white-furred giant lion. After thinking about it, Li Zhang still took out his satellite cell phone and sent the picture of the mythical beast on the screen to Wang Long. Ask him if he recognizes it. That mysterious giant snake ran away to an island. At this time, the country-faced lieutenant general spoke. On screen, the Hydra giant serpent sped all the way towards the center of the island, finally catching up with the Black Abyss unicorn demon skull before they landed on the island. Could there be something in the center of that island that can resist the Black Abyss demon serpent? Watching the giant Hydra serpent and the mythical animal run straight towards this island, the old man known as Tang Lao couldn't help but guess. There's a straight line between the Hydra serpent's path on the map and the island, obviously on the island with a purpose. Boom! Just then, the scales on the underside of the Black Abyss unicorn demon Jiao's neck suddenly lit up with a single black and red rune. An extremely destructive energy then quickly coalesced in its mouth. Boom! In an instant, the huge black and red beam of light wrapped in unrivaled destructive power and heat blasted straight toward the Hydra giant serpent. Black Death Light. Is it going to end? Seeing this scene, everyone in the command post couldn't help but hold their breath. An attack of this intensity. I'm afraid that mysterious giant snake is in dire straits. A second before the Black Abyssal unicorn demon sculptor unleashed the Black Death Light, the Hydra giant serpent's heart jumped. A deadly danger was felt to be descending. Turning back, what met his eyes was the Black Death Light that seemed to destroy everything. My life is over. The Hydra giant snake closed his golden pupils, and that was all that remained in his mind. It tried to dodge, but the speed of the Black Death Light was too fast to make it in time. It was in front of his eyes the moment it realized. Unfortunately, he didn't get to see the Ice Lion King kill the Black Abyss demon serpent with his own eyes, but his own mission was accomplished. At this moment, that Black Abyss unicorn demon Jiao had already chased after it to the off-center position of this island. It would take some time to abscond back into the deep sea. Let's hope the mythical beast can kill this Black Abyss demon snake. Using his body as bait, he had not died in vain. In the next second, however, the Hydra giant serpent was stunned to realize that he didn't seem to be harmed. It opened its eyes, only to find that the path that had just been so devastating, the Black Death Light that was about to hit him had actually strangely disappeared. It made no waves, as if it were merely a hallucination of its own. See this scene. Not only the Hydra giant serpent, the Black Abyss unicorn demon Jiao that fired the Black Death Light was even more confused. What about a Black Death Light as big as your own? How did it suddenly disappear? The sea was calm, as if the Black Death Light had never appeared. Only a large chunk of the Black Abyss energy missing from his body could prove that it had actually existed just now. Looking at the dissipating Black Death Light, Shen Mo's face was calm. The moment the Black Death Light was about to hit the Hydra giant serpent, he used the new ability he had mastered after advancing to the king's realm. Stopping. Within a certain area, all moves and abilities lose their effect. This rule-based ability is the most unreasonable. Chen Mo had previously tested that the ability he unleashed could erase about 50% of his power, but I didn't expect the effect to be so remarkable when used on the Black Abyss unicorn demon Jiao. It was like an eraser that wiped the Black Death Light right off. The Black Abyss one-horned demon Jiao saw its attack suddenly disappear, even though it didn't know what had happened. But the premonition of crisis coupled with its natural cautious nature made it an instant decision. Abandon this pursuit. Get the hell out of here. However, in the next second, the Black Abyss unicorn demon Jiao suddenly realized that it was unable to move its body. It was crushed to the ground by some horrible invisible force. Under this huge invisible force, the flesh and blood of the Black Abyss unicorn demon skull shattered and the black blood fell on the sand, and it actually corroded the surrounding land like super strong sulfuric acid. Soon, the Black Abyss one-horned demon skull revealed its white bones. Cracks then continued to appear on top of these hard keel bones as well. What horrifies it even more is that he tried to mobilize the Black Abyss energy in his body to fight back. But instead, he realized that he couldn't even manipulate these Black Abyss energies anymore. End of chapter. Chapter 126, Slaying the Demonic Jiao. Chapter 126, Slaying the Demonic Jiao. After the dark abyssal energy in the body was suppressed, the The Black Abyss Unicorn Python couldn't help but think of the time when he was at his weakest. In an instant, boundless fear engulfed its heart. Looking at the miserable state of the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Zhao, Chen Mo also froze for a moment. In a script he conceived himself, he had prepared a set of silky combos for the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Scroll. As a result, I didn't expect this Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Zhao to be so unbeatable. With just the appetizer, Jin Evil, the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Zhao couldn't stand it anymore. But it's normal when you think about it. Chen Mo was now at the middle stage of the King Realm, and the Transcendent Realm alone crushed the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Zhao. And the ability, Suppress Evil, has a remarkable effect on evil things. The Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Scroll naturally belonged to the category of evil creatures. Plus the damage dealt by Angling Lion to aquatic creatures is increased by 100%. It can be buff stacked. Having that kind of damage is no surprise, but to be on the safe side, Chen Mo continued to maintain the Suppress Evil domain. After all, this Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Zhao's character was devious, and it wasn't certain that it might be able to undermine itself. The already dying Black Abyss One-Horned Demon Sculptor looked at the giant lion that was slowly walking towards him. It was appalled, and at this moment it realized, whether it was the Black Death light that had suddenly disappeared earlier, or the field that was now rendering him immobile. It's all in the power of this giant lion. This was an existence whose strength far exceeded his own. This giant lion also hid its strength and then waited for itself to take the bait. It thinks it's the hunter, when in fact it's the prey. Roar, please, let me go. I'll do anything for you. The Black Abyss One-Horned Demon Zhao wanted to create a mental link with Chen Mo, in order to stay alive. It's completely out of the box. Even if this giant lion in front of him wanted to take it as a slave, it could still accept it. It had only just advanced to the King Realm, becoming the topmost existence in this world. I'm going to die on this island for no reason. Death at the hands of a giant lion that came out of nowhere. It was not happy with such an ending. Your Majesty, this Black Abyss giant serpent is an absolutely evil creature, devious and cunning. It is absolutely impossible to submit sincerely. Not far away, after seeing the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Skull's pleading stance, the Hydra giant serpent became anxious. The Black Abyss One-Horned Devil Skull is a King Realm existence. If the Lion King took him as a slave or even a dependent, he himself would be in danger. You know that when the Lion King defeated himself, he didn't kill it directly. Instead, they want to take it into their family. Chen Mo nodded. In the face of the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Zhao's pleas for mercy, he was not moved in the slightest. The powerful familiars that helped him pioneer the oceans, just one would be nice. Although the Black Abyss One-Horned Demon Zhao was now stronger than Hydra, in Chen Mo's eyes, there isn't much difference. And as a creature of the Black Abyss, the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Scroll belonged to the evil and chaotic camp. What's more, wherever the Black Abyss One-Horned Demon Sculptor goes, all of its territory would turn into a black water, where only the creatures of the Black Abyss could survive. This is also not at all in line with Chen Mo's future plans to develop the oceans. So, it was just a matter of letting this Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Zhao die for a bit. Chen Mo's mind moved, and the sky above the head of the Black Abyssal Unicorn Devil Skull suddenly appeared densely. Countless huge ice lances. Ice Pendant. This high-level spell originally required a long forward swing before Chen Mo could complete the release. But after advancing to the rank of king, he was already able to do it instantly, and the power was increased by hundreds of times. Seeing that one giant ice lance overhead, the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Dragon wanted to use its Black Abyssalization ability to escape, but under the Evil Suppression domain, the Black Abyssal energy in its body was like a pool of stagnant water. It simply cannot be mobilized. Roar! In the midst of incomparable despair, the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Zhao let out a final roar. In the next second, countless ice lances pierced through its huge auger body. Crucify it completely on this nameless island. Dark acidic blood splattered, and the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Zhao slowly closed its scarlet pupil. The breath of life completely dissipated. After seeing the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Zhao completely die, Hydra let out a sigh of relief. The great revenge had been avenged. Its heart was unbelievably free. Your Majesty, in the future, Hydra as well as the returning Market Clan will be your sharpest minions. I would give everything I have for you, including my life. The Hydra giant snake bowed its head respectfully to Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded. He knew that he was now considered to have completely tamed this mythical child. First Command of Eastern Summer. After seeing the giant lion kill the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Zhao with an absolutely crushing stance, the room was silent. Before this, no one could imagine that the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Zhao would actually die like this. Realizing that it's still early in the aura's recovery, even Lord-level beings were a rarefied existence. The Black Abyss Demon Serpent is arguably the most powerful living being in the Blue Planet. ranked first among all the king's transcendent beings, but now it was actually completely suppressed and then killed. It was as if an ant was being crushed. To be able to instantly suppress and kill a kingly being in seconds. What kind of strength did this huge beast that looked like a mythical beast have? The peak of a king, or above a king, a good death. The Black Abyss Demon Jiao, as a powerful being born in the Black Abyss mysterious realm. Its death must have slowed down the expansion of the Black Abyss mystic realm. The country-faced lieutenant general spoke up, but this giant lion's strength is even more terrifying. And that power that just dissipated the Black Death Light, as well as the power to suppress the Black Abyss Demon Jiao. They all seem to be rule-based abilities. Tang Lao's eyes were heavy. Unlike those boundary keepers who are confined to a certain area, this mythical beast is allowed to walk around at will. In case he came to East Xia, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist with East Xia's current strength. Major General Xia Yang, if you were on land, what are the odds that you would be able to block the giant lion? Elder Tang opened his mouth and asked. In an instant, all eyes looked toward a dark-skinned, short man in a green uniform. He's none other than the super warrior that Dong Xia used a large amount of divine medicines to cultivate. It was also the first human in the world to break through the king's realm. Major General Xia Yang. Xia Yang watched the video carefully. The mind continued to deduce the various images of himself engaging in battle with these two giant beasts, and then sighed. Elder Tang, it's less than 10%. Xia Yang hesitated for a moment and then said, that's still the most optimistic scenario. If our nuclear weapons and missiles can do them harm, and the divine beheading sword brought from the ancient ruins can do good things to it, not to mention that giant lion, against that Black Abyss one-horned python, I have less than a 50-50 chance of winning at best. Compared to these foreign beasts, we humans are still too weak. Tang Lao spoke in a low tone. After the revival of the aura, Blue Star has reshuffled its cards. Mankind can no longer maintain its supremacy. Elder Tang, I'm going to head to the Flame Mountain Mysterious Realm's inner world for cultivation next. If we can go further, we might be able to resist this giant lion. Xia Yang thought about it and said in a firm tone. End of chapter. Chapter 127 Everything is edible. Chapter 127 Everything is edible. Elder Tang was silent for a moment, then spoke. Rear Admiral Xia Yang, do we have to travel to the Rai world for this to work? Can't even first or even second order divine medicines help you anymore? The inner world was too dangerous. And Xia Yang, as the only king realm awakened in eastern Xia, naturally, he didn't want Xia Yang to take the risk. Xia Yang nodded. Elder Tang, first order, second order divine medicines are a bit of a drop in the bucket for me right now. Unless there are enough of them to do so, these resources wasted on might as well leave it to the other awakened. Although our world has been increasing in spiritual concentration, but right now, it's still far from being enough to feed the growth of a king realm being. That's why I want to try the inner world of the Flame Mountain to see if there's any chance of a breakthrough. Elder Tang, only if we are strong enough can we deal with future crises. Tang Lao hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Good, then tell us whatever you need, and the country will help you in every way possible. Don't take risks so easily, always put your own safety first. Ahem, everyone, there's no need to be so pessimistic for now. I've already obtained information about this mythical beast. Looking at all the seriousness and worry on everyone's faces, Li Zhang stroked his black-rimmed glasses and, slowly, he spoke. We previously dispatched a team of awakened ones called Yanlong Squad to Tanzania for assistance, and I've just learned about the mythical beast from Yanlong Squad leader Wang Long. This mythical beast is the Ice Lion King of the Ice Lion Kingdom. It's just that its growth rate is extremely astonishing. In less than 6 months, it just grew from an ordinary lion to the mythical beast that now crushes the king's python. At the first sight of the animal, Li Zhang felt a sense of familiarity. Although there was a huge difference in strength between this mythical beast and the Ice Lion King, they looked a bit similar, so he instantly sent a message asking about Wang Long. As it turned out, I didn't realize that the mythical beast was the Ice Lion King, the master of the Ice Lion Kingdom. This information was deliberately leaked to the Eastern Xia military by Chen Mo by Wang Long. After advancing to the rank of king, it was already strong enough that it didn't need to hide anything anymore. On the contrary, showing how strong you are will enable you to better cooperate with the Eastern Xia side next. How is that possible? How long has it been since the Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm descended? The growth rate of this mythical beast is too fast, isn't it? At those words, everyone in the command felt incredulous. As much as I can't believe it either. The facts are right in front of us. Fortunately, this animal is relatively friendly to humans. It has even mastered the language of Eastern Xia. As long as we don't provoke it, we shouldn't need to consider it a threat for now. Li Zhang opened his mouth, and from Wang Long's mouth, I got good news. That is, this Ice Lion King wishes to cooperate with us in certain areas. Intelligence, for example, the sharing of law, The Ice Lion Kingdom wants drawings and production lines for high-tech products like the Transcendent Being's Simultaneous Translator, or a measuring instrument. In exchange, the Ice Lion Kingdom can provide us with some seeds of mutated spirit plants. The Ice Lion Kingdom has mastered the technology to rapidly cultivate spiritual plants, divine medicines. This may also be the reason why the Ice Lion King has risen rapidly. Is the news reliable? Donald asked. In the face of such a major event concerning the fate of the country, there is no room for sloppiness. It should be reliable. But further confirmation is needed. Li Zheng thought about it and didn't say anything to Death. But from what he had learned, the information was largely accurate. Then let's try to work together first. Tang Lao immediately made a decision. At least we can confirm that this mythical beast is not an evil creature. This has been the greatest good news. Somewhere on an isolated island in the Indian Ocean, spiritual energy in a radius of dozens of kilometers quickly surged toward the island, forming a huge vortex of spiritual energy. Chen Mo absorbed the spiritual energy as madly as if he were swallowing it like a whale. The concentration of aura here is still too low. Chen Mo sighed. He had just unleashed two abilities, Stop Gore, and Suppress Evil. About a quarter of the spiritual energy in his body was consumed. But with just this quarter of spiritual energy, the recovery was a bit slow. Even if he had Lay Flat Lion, which increased his recovery speed by 60 times, it also takes about an hour to fully recover. If you don't have Lay Flat Lion, after emptying Blue here, it'll take him a full 20 days to fully recover. After thinking about it, Chen Mo was ready to go back and recover his spiritual energy again. Let's eat first. Looking at the huge auger dragon's body, Chen Mo did not hesitate and immediately bit down on a mouthful of auger dragon meat. Swallow it in your mouth. The blood of the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Skull is like a strong acid, possessing super strong corrosive properties, but it was completely ignored by Chen Mo. The Taotai Lion gives a true sense of iron stomach. Everything is edible. Just after swallowing a mouthful of blood and flesh, Chen Mo felt his physical quality begin to strengthen once again. To the Taotai Lion, the flesh and blood of a king realm being was the best tonic. Your Majesty, wait. Watching the mythical beast begin to eat the blood and flesh of the demonic augur raw without saying a word, the giant Hydra serpent was taken aback. Lion King, this Black Abyss demon serpent is a Black Abyss creature. Its flesh and blood are full of Black Abyss energy. It will pollute you. Hydra giant snake panicked. His serpent Dan did have the ability to purify the Black Abyss energy, but the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Jiao was a king realm existence, sufficiently higher than it by one life level. Serpentine cannot purify it. He didn't expect the mythical beast to be so ferocious and eat directly. It wouldn't be good to wait for the joy to turn into a Black Abyss demon lion. It's ready to run at any moment. Don't worry. This bit of dark abyssal energy, no harm done. Chen Mo replied calmly through the mind link. After overeating Lion Plus evolves into Taotai Lion, it is able to digest everything, whether it's dirt or metal rock. It can be its sustenance. The Black Abyss energy is no exception. Chen Mo could feel the blood and flesh of the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Jiao being rapidly digested after it entered his stomach. The Dark Abyss energy was also transformed into pure liquid spiritual energy. Looking at the animal that was feasting on the food, the Hydra giant snake was a bit greedy. At the same time, looking at the animal without the slightest difference in its body, it felt a little stunned. Your Majesty, this is too fierce. It took about half a day. Chen Mo swallowed the entirety of this demonic jiao that was over 100 meters long. The blood and flesh of the demonic augur were all turned into nutrients and pure spiritual energy, taking Chen Mo's strength to the next level. Took a look at his attribute panel. Strength, agility, and constitution have all been boosted by about 300 points, and divine soul by 250 points. Combined combat power increased by 600. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Devouring a king realm demonic augur, the Taotai Lion, was still far from reaching its limit. Unfortunately, there were only a few king realm beings on the blue planet at the moment, and it wasn't easy to continue to ascend. End of chapter. Chapter 128 Matriarch Siren's Gratitude. Chapter 128 Matriarch Siren's Gratitude. Your Majesty, what should be done with the remaining Black Abyss creatures? Seeing that the Lion King had finished eating, the Hydra giant serpent opened his mouth and asked. After the Black Abyss one-horned demon Jiao died, the other Black Abyss beings didn't dissipate because of it, still making endless kills in the black depths of the sea and spreading the black water to nearby waters. These black waters were like a virus, constantly spreading wildly in all directions. Will they ever regain their senses? Chen Mo asked. Your Majesty, although my inner elixir can dispel the Black Abyss energy, but it won't help them regain their sanity. Hydra giant snake lamented. These beings infected by the Black Abyss energy have completely lost their minds, like zombies that only bloodlust and the instinct to kill. In that case, help them out of their misery. Chen Mo unleashed the king's pressure without reservation, then exploded into 3 times the speed of sound, pushed straight across. Bang bang! The explosions were unrelenting. The bodies of all the Black Abyss beings within a 1-kilometer radius of it burst apart in an instant. The black and red water became more and more turbid. After clearing a small half of the sea, Chen Mo gave up. There are simply too many tainted creatures of the Black Abyss, and the sea is too vast, and by virtue of a single, it's hard to purify all the seas. We have to find a way to control the expansion of the black water before we can do that. At this rate, sooner or later, the black water would expand into his territory and even pollute the entire ocean. After thinking about it, Chen Mo sealed a portion of the black water with firm ice first. Prepare to take it back as a test sample. Since the serpent Dan of Hydra's giant snake can purify the black water, then the black water must be able to be purified by some substance. Among the many spiritual plants that the Siren Chief had provided him with earlier, there is just one mutation that has a detoxifying and purifying effect, so I wonder if it can purify the black water. If that didn't work, Chen Mo was prepared to continue cultivating the spiritual plants and divine medicines in the ocean. I hope to cultivate a mutant spirit plant that can purify and absorb the black water. Soon, the Ice Lion King and Hydra Giant Serpent returned to the waters of the Ice Lion Kingdom. Your Majesty, Matriarch, you have returned. Seeing the figures of Chen Mo and Hydra Giant Snake, Siren and the crowd of sirens breathed a sigh of relief. As they traveled to hunt the Black Abyss Unicorn Demon Serpent, Siren was extremely worried inside. It wasn't that he didn't believe in the strength of the Ice Lion King and Hydra Giant Serpent. It was really that the Black Abyssal Python was too strong. She inwardly prayed that they would just come back safely. Even if it didn't kill the Black Abyss Giant Snake, it didn't matter. Siren, that black-scaled python has been killed by His Majesty, Hydra Giant Snake said slowly, his golden pupils flashing. Until this moment, it still could not hide the joy and excitement in its heart. Upon hearing this, excitement flowed out of the Siren's turquoise eyes. And then she bent her head towards Chen Mo and said, Your Majesty, thank you for killing the Black Abyss Demon Serpent. You are the Lord of the land and the King of the sea. Any other living being pales in your presence. At this moment, she inwardly marveled at both the Lion King's power and her heartfelt gratitude towards him. That black abyssal one-horned demonic serpent had killed many of her loved ones. The Siren had a great hatred for it in her heart. Hearing Siren's rainbow farts, Chen Mo felt a bit amused. For the first time, I realized that the cold-looking Siren leader was so talkative. He nodded, calmly, bring me those mutant spirit plants I gave you earlier. Soon, the 2 Siren maidens held their hands up and handed the 4 mutated spirit plants to Chen Mo. Chen Mo took out the previously frozen black water and partially unsealed it. With that, the first to be put in was a mutant green algae. This mutated spirit plant called purifying green algae has the ability to purify the water. It was also the most likely spiritual plant that could purify the black water. After this green algae is immersed in black water, the branches and leaves blacken rapidly. However, the black water within its fringe area was slightly lighter in color. Seeing this, Chen Mo released the great spiritual rain technique, directly catalyzing thousands of units of purifying green algae. He then poured a portion of the purifying green algae into the giant ice cube that held the black water. Only the color of the black water was visible to the naked eye as it became lighter, as if the ink was constantly being diluted. After about 10 minutes, the black water inside the ice cubes completely regained its original color. All the black abyss energy in the black water was absorbed by the purifying algae. Seeing this scene, both the Hydra Giant Serpent and the Siren were pleasantly surprised. This means that Blackwater's expansion is likely to be effectively controlled. It also meant that they would have the opportunity to return to their homeland, the secret realm of returning ruins. Yet Chen Mo was not satisfied. Although the purifying algae possessed the ability to purify black water, the effect was too weak. He can catalyze about 100,000 units of green algae at a time, and thousands of units of purified green algae can only purify about 100 cubic meters of sea. That means one shot of the great spiritual rain spell can purify 100 cubic meters of ocean. The number may not be small, but it's too small for an entire ocean. Thinking about it, Chen Mo was still prepared to teach the Siren clan as well as the water transcendent beings with higher IQs to learn the small spirit rain technique. Compared to the greater spiritual rain technique, the lesser spiritual rain technique is much simpler. With the bonus of Teach Lion Plus, there is still a high probability that they can learn it. As soon as it can be learned, then the entire population will grow this purifying algae. Instead, you can purify the polluted waters a little bit. As you can see, this purifying green algae has the effect of purifying the black water. You guys try to grow it in large quantities first. Furthermore, gather all beings above high transcendent and I will teach you the lesser spiritual rain technique. Whether you can learn it or not is up to you. I'll go and inform them. Thank you, Your Majesty. For the law. Siren said excitedly. She was naturally clear about the magical effects of the little spirit rain technique. I never thought that His Majesty would be willing to teach them such a precious method. It took about half a day to. Chen Mo managed to teach a few sea races with decent understanding to release the small spirit rain technique. After that, Chen Mo was ready to return to the Great Snow Mountain. Upon returning to the Ice Lion territory, he saw the figures of Xiongba and Bingli and other beasts. Previously, they were sent by Chen Mo to develop and control the surrounding area of the Pyramid Mystery Realm. Now that it appeared in the Ice Lion territory, it must have completed the task it had explained to it. Your Majesty, you've gotten stronger again. Seeing the Lion King, whose appearance had changed drastically, but whose breath and pressure had become more and more powerful, Xiongba's eyes were filled with respect and admiration. When it first submitted to Chen Mo, it more or less still had the idea of chasing after it in its heart. But soon, all that remained within it was adoration. When the difference in strength between the two sides is so great that there is no thought of competition at all. It's good enough to follow the lore. What's the situation? Chen Mo asked. His voice resounded directly in the minds of Xiongba, the leader of the snow-treading foxes, startling them. However, the snow-treading fox leader, Bingli, quickly reacted and lowered her head, respectfully replying, Your Majesty, the Ice Lion Legion has successfully captured Egypt, taking in a total of 37 species of undead creatures. 342 only. We found 46 types of undead-type spirit plants and 2 divine medicines. In addition, we have established undead farms and ranches in the vicinity of the Pyramid Mysteries. But Frostgoat's Great Spirit Rain spell doesn't work on these undead-based spirit plants. Nice. At those words, Chen Mo froze slightly. He had originally just intended to control the Pyramid Mystery Realm and the surrounding area just fine. I didn't realize that the Ice Lions would just take over Egypt. End of chapter. Chapter 129, Conquest of Africa. Chapter 129, Conquest of Africa. Facing the raging Ice Lion Legion, the awakened of the Pyramid Kingdom didn't dare to act rashly at all. Among them, the strongest existence had only just advanced to High Transcendent, and in the Ice Lion Legion, there was more than one Lord Realm existence. The difference in strength between the two sides is too great. In just half a day, the Ice Lion Legion led by Xiongba and other beasts then firmly controlled the Pyramid Secret Realm, thinking that since they have come, they will take all of Egypt along with them. Where's Ice Sparrow? Chen Mo asked. Of the transcendental chieftains he had previously sent to control the secret realm of the pyramids, the only thing I didn't see was the little Ice Sparrow. It's also searching for transcendent spirit plants, most of which were discovered by the Ice Sparrow. The snow-treading fox leader answered truthfully. I have to admit, Ice Sparrow's business skills are truly outstanding. Chen Mo nodded. Ice Sparrow in order to earn contribution points in exchange for the Phoenix Spirit sycamore leaf in his hand. I am afraid that the motive Super Working Bird has already been activated. You go and inform the various clans of the Great Snow Mountain to gather at the foot of Lion King Mountain tomorrow. Afterward, Chen Mo said to the snow-treading fox leader, it's time for a second round of expansion wars. He's ready to take over all of Africa. Chen Mo wanted to put the effect of the Lord's Lion first. Raise your transcendental rank to the peak of King. The total area of Africa is approximately 22 million square kilometers. Theoretically, after occupying all of Africa, the Overlord Lion can provide him with 300,000 channels of liquid spiritual energy, and the limit of the King's realm was only 100,000 channels of liquid spiritual energy. However, the Lord Lion was only a blue quality title after all, corresponding to the King's realm. The odds are that it will still be difficult to break through the Great Realm. There was little hope of being able to advance to the realm above the King, the Heavenly Tribulation Realm, although the probability of advancing is not high. But the Advancement King Late panel also gives some nice rewards. With Chen Mo's current strength, it was not difficult to conquer the entire African continent. He had already achieved the middle stage of the King's realm, so he didn't need to worry too much. There was nothing left to resist him. Just push straight through flat. Yes, Your Majesty. At those words, both Xiongba and Bingli felt their blood boiling. They know, the Ice Lion Kingdom is about to grow again. The next day, the army of the Ice Lion Legion assembled again. The chiefs of the various transcendent races were all present. Then, under the leadership of Chen Mo, they began to move from south to north. The road to conquest began with a circular route such as Mozambique, South Africa, Central Africa, Algeria, Egypt. To Chen Mo's surprise, the conquest of Mozambique went extremely well. The cities still inhabited by human beings at the sight of the legions of Ice Lions. It actually took the initiative to open the city gates to welcome the Ice Lion Legion. There were even a lot of people banging drums to celebrate the arrival of the Ice Lions. They can't wait to be part of the Ice Lion Kingdom. Since the descent of the Great Snowy Mountain Mystery, Most of the cities in Mozambique have lost contact with each other. Every city has become an island, and the country, as well as the government, has ceased to exist in name only. The survivors of the city, led by some of the awakened, have established a new order. Still, with the threat of wild transcendental creatures and the shortage of food resources, life is extremely difficult. For being neighbors with the kingdom of the ice lions, they had naturally heard that the humans in the ice lion kingdom didn't have to worry about their safety, so naturally they desperately wanted to join. A month before that, there were just a lot of people who had traveled thousands of miles trying to sneak into the ice lion kingdom. As for the transcendental creatures that take up residence in the wild, after sensing the powerful aura from the ice lion king, they came over to defect. Transcendent creatures with a little bit of brains knew that this was an existence they absolutely could not mess with. As for the brainless or headstrong transcendental beings who try to resist, naturally, it was easily taken down by the Ice Lion Legion. And so, there was hardly any fighting. Chenemo then turned the original territory of Mozambique into part of the Ice Lion Kingdom. Sure, it's easy to conquer, but it's not easy to get the city going again. There are no longer enough full-fledged troops in the Great Snowy Mountains. If a farm were to be established, even one city would arrange for a frosty goat. There aren't even enough frosty sheep. In the end, Chenemo decided to gather these survivors together and centralize the establishment of 3 large cities. These large cities are established in cities with a higher degree of integrity and better infrastructure. After a period of respite, when the population, as well as the number of transcendental beings, comes up, just go ahead and build the new city again. Mother, this area will be yours to govern from now on. After conquering the original Mozambique's territory, Chenemo spoke to Lion Mother. Howl, Lion's mom, who was still crunching and showing off her roast, froze at the words. Ever since the Ice Lion Kingdom was founded, it has been living a prosperous life. Mother and child, as the birth mother of the Ice Lion King, wherever she goes, those transcendent chieftains of the Great Snow Mountain all maintained a respectful attitude towards it. That's why her favorite thing to do every day is shopping. Seeing the other transcendental creatures look at him respectfully felt dark in his heart. Howl, may I? Lioness herself was a little unsure. She still knew her level. Although the transcendent rank had already reached the peak of transcendent under the accumulation of divine medicines, but it knows nothing about governing and managing cities. It's fine. I'll leave behind 10 or so transcendent ice lions to help you. In addition, I'll have Sanch come over and help you govern. After occupying the Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm, the ice crystal butterfly had become the new medical mainstay. Next, Chenemo would have to develop the water spirit beasts. A large number of transcendent beings with healing abilities will be trained, thus establishing the medical sector of the Ice Lion Kingdom. Sanch's ability to heal doesn't seem so important anymore, and being human, even with an ample supply of divine medicines, his growth rate was far less than that of a transcendent being, but he had helped Chenemo in the early stages, after all. Therefore, Chenemo was prepared to let him retire in this area. At that, Lioness nodded. Anyway, this place wasn't too far from the Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm. In case something happens, just go back to Dashua Mountain and look for your son. After leaving a small number of transcendental beings and awakened beings in each of the 3 cities to help establish the new order, Chenemo then continued onward with the Ice Lion Legion. Right now, the most important thing is to unify Africa as soon as possible. It's a good thing, both for yourself and for the survivors. Construction Lion, Day 22. In just less than 10 days, Chenemo occupied half of Africa. Almost everywhere the Ice Lions went, they conquered. The speed of territorial expansion depended entirely on the speed of the advance of the Ice Lion Legion. The only problem at present is the lack of manpower. Africa was too vast, and the Ice Lion familiars of the Great Snowy Mountains were somewhat insufficient. The transcendent chiefs who previously sat in a city are now going to sit directly in a country. End of chapter. Chapter 130, Advancing to the Late King Stage. Chapter 130, Advancing to the Late King Stage. On the way to conquering Africa, thanks to the effect of the Lordly Lion, Chenmo's transcendent rank was also watertight as he advanced to the Late King Stage. Unfortunately, just as Chenmo had guessed, when the liquid spiritual energy in the body reached 99 channels, it wouldn't be able to continue to grow. As a blue quality title, the Overlord Lion could at most help him raise his transcendent rank to the limit of the King's realm. If you wanted to advance to the Heavenly Calamity realm, you wouldn't be able to do so unless you upgraded the Lord's Lion to a purple quality. And after advancing to Late King, the panel reward is double-line self-discipline card, X3. Chenmo used the 2-line self-discipline card and directly opened the self-discipline challenge of the Necromantic Lion. The Necromantic Lion, as self-discipline challenge requires the completion of 2 conditions. 1. 5 hours of research on undead creatures per day for 3 months. 2. Cumulatively research 30 different undead creatures in 3 months. There was no rush in terms of the number of undead creatures. Previously, the Ice Lion Legion had brought him back a number of undead creatures from Egypt. During this conquest, they participated in this battle as many undead legions as well. War always brings death, and carrion and the scent of death are the favorites of these undead creatures. It also allows them to grow tremendously. Soon, Chen Mo arrived at the location where the undead legion was. Despite being called the Undead Regiment, the legion now had less than 30 undead creatures. There are currently 3 main types of undead creatures: skeletal beings that exist primarily in skeletal form, undead that exist primarily as specters, and undead creatures like ghostly-eyed spiders and telltale birds. Sensing Chen Mo's aura, these undead creatures shivered and there was a skeleton bone dog frantically digging the ground, trying to dig a dirt pit to bury itself in. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo inexplicably felt that this little skeleton was quite comical. I just don't know what counts as research. Observing the way they eat should count as research, right? After thinking about it, Chen Mo came to the front of this skeleton bone dog. This is an extremely gluttonous skeleton bone dog with a passion for carrion. Chen Mo had shown Ba feed the skeleton bone dog a mouthful of rotting meat. In an instant, the skeleton bone dog, which had been about to bury itself in the ground, stopped and the pale soul fire at its eye socket steeply flourished as it pounced on the carrion and swallowed it in one bite. Because it's just a skeleton, so Chen Mo could totally see that the carrion didn't directly fall to the ground after being swallowed. Instead, they decayed further, at an alarming rate, as the undead energy, the death breath contained within it, was then transformed into gray-black undead energy, which was quickly absorbed by the skeleton bone dog's soul flame. Chen Mo glanced at the panel attributes of the skeleton bone dog, and the combined battle power had increased by 1 point. The vast majority of undead creatures are able to augment themselves by consuming carrion, plus the property of being able to be resurrected if its soul fire is not extinguished. Simply the perfect soldier. Chen Mo glanced at the self-regulation panel and it was discovered that Necromantic Lion, a self-discipline challenge progress bar had grown slightly. It's up by 5 minutes. Sure enough, observation is considered a form of research. Then this self-discipline challenge is similar to Observe the Lion, which is not too difficult. But with the use of the Super Self-Discipline card, he needed to observe undead creatures for 10 hours a day. It's going to last another 45 days. This is such a waste of time. After a little thought, Chen Mo thought of a way to perhaps get stuck with the bug. Thus, he slightly released a trace of his own intimidating pressure, gently touched the skeleton bone dog with his paw. In an instant, the powerful force caused the bones of the skeleton bone dog's entire body to scatter all over the ground. The soul fire in its eye sockets didn't go out, though. Under the pull of the soul fire, the scattered skeletons began to gather at a slow pace. After testing a transcendental low-level skeleton dog's entire body falling apart, how long it takes to recover should be considered a study, right? Chen Mo no longer cared about it, but closed his eyes and started practicing the mythical geomancy meditation technique. Only countless flowing fluorescent lights appeared on its body. A mythical beast silhouette that was extremely similar to it appeared behind him. The mythical geyser meditation is an ancestor of Chen Mo's. It is also the method created by the most primitive one, the mythical beast, which elevates the spirit and condenses it by visualizing itself. About 3 hours later, the white giant lion slowly opened its eyes, and Chen Mo felt full of energy and the divine soul attribute has increased by more than 20 points. Although it couldn't be compared to his current divine soul attribute, it could always be improved. In front of him, the skeleton dog gathered his own bones and completed his resurrection. It was just that the soul fire was dimmed compared to before, slightly weaker. Feeling the gaze of the mythical beast, its bones shivered, not daring to move. Chen Mo actually saw the pitiful demeanor from the pile of bones. He glanced at the Necromantic Lion's self-imposed challenge that noticed that the progress bar had instantly grown by a large amount and was approaching 1/3. Sure enough, it works. I'll just have to commiserate with you for a bit, and I'll make it up to you later, Chen Mo secretly said in his heart, and then he released his mighty pressure once again, splitting the skeleton bone dog, which had just finished reorganizing its skeleton, apart again. Chen Mo, on the other hand, started practicing the mythical beast body tempering technique. This time, this method could stimulate the power in the bloodline and continuously enhance one's physical qualities. Under the enhancement of the Taotai lion, Chen Mo's strength, speed, and physique were the strongest in his class. If you can exercise the mythical beast body tempering technique to the extreme, he would be able to achieve invincibility in the king's realm with his physical strength alone. After about 4 hours, the little skeleton dog finally finished reorganizing his skeleton with great difficulty. Compared to before, the soul fire at its eye sockets had dimmed a little more. At this rate, I'm afraid that 3 or 4 more times, its soul fire will be completely extinguished. The extinguishing of the soul's flame also means that its life is completely coming to an end. So this time, the moment it completed its reorganization, without saying a word, it just started plowing the hole and trying to bury myself. Among all the undead creatures, this skeleton bone dog was considered to be the smarter one. Chen Mo glanced at the self-discipline panel, but realized that the progress bar was not growing. It doesn't count as research time because I've researched it before? In that case, after I raise the transcendent rank of the skull dogs, it should be fine if we do some more research, Chen Ma thought to himself. Testing the resurrection time of a primary transcendental skeleton bone dog is a form of research. Then the resurrection time of the medium transcendent and high transcendent skeleton bone dogs naturally counts as well. So, he took out a dozen or so seeds of the fruit of the underworld tree from his backpack and, casually, he unleashed a round of the great spiritual rain technique. Under the effect of the True Spirit 9 transformations, the aura in the body was rapidly transformed into necromantic spiritual energy. It then fell as a heavy gray and black rain. These Sai tree fruits sprouted and grew in the blink of an eye. They grow as if the accelerator button has been pressed. Rooting, branching, flowering and fruiting. End of chapter. Chapter 131 Necrotic Crow. Chapter 131 Necrotic Crow. In 10 seconds or so, a dozen trees more than 3 meters tall grew in front of Chen Mo. Ghostly spectral fruit tree. 7 or 8 dark purple, pear-shaped fruits sprouted from the top of each spectral fruit tree. Chen Mo removed one of the fruits and placed it in front of the graveyard of the skeleton dog. The skeleton dog that had been playing dead in the earth smelled the smell of the fruit of the dead. Instant groundbreaking. It looked at Chen Mo timidly like a real puppy, and after seeing Chen Mo nod his head, the skeleton bone dog's soul flame flickered a few times, and then it began to wolf it down. In just a few mouthfuls, it swallowed all of the necrotic fruits. After the underworld fruit was swallowed, it quickly transformed into pure undead energy. Toward the eye sockets as well as the spine the soul fire surged. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton bone dog's aura rapidly grew stronger, successfully advancing to medium transcendent. With Chen Mo's current ability, he could completely catalyze spirit plant divine pills in bulk, create large numbers of medium or even high transcendental beings. After the skeleton bone dogs successfully advanced, their soul flames were much more vigorous than before. However, before it could be happy, it suddenly realized that the terrifying aura from before had reappeared. In front of the king's pressure, there wasn't much difference between a low-level transcendent and a medium-level transcendent. The body parts of the skeleton dog were once again scattered all over the place. After about 3 hours, the skeleton dog finally resurrected again. Although its transcendent rank had been increased, this time Chen Mo had raised the power of the king's domain. Break some of their bones. It took a lot of work for the skeleton bone dogs to repair the damage on these bones. Chen Mo glanced at the self-regulation panel. Sure enough, this time, the necromantic lion's self-discipline progress bar for the day went up a whole lot more. After the skeleton bone dog completed its reorganization, it didn't leave right away and just looked at Chen Mo with bated breath. The fire of the soul reveals the emotion of pleasing, begging. Sure enough, Chen Mo did not let it down. This time, hundreds of spectral fruits were placed in front of it. Soon, the strength of the skeleton bone dog managed to break through to high transcendence. After the breakthrough, it was prepared in advance this time in the face of the impending pressure. If you can exchange the delicious and power-boosting spectral fruit for yourself when you're destroyed, well, it's willing. The skeleton bone dog's eyes were filled with determination. Just let the blizzard come harder. After studying the resurrection time of this skeleton bone dog again, Chen Mo also completed today's necromantic lion self-discipline challenge. Next he can work on the little skeletons, the skeleton wolves. The resurrection time of other undead creatures such as soul-sucking ghosts. Researching the resurrection time of an undead creature is almost enough to complete a one-day self-regulation challenge. But there were only 9 undead creatures that followed the ice lions on their journey. The other newly discovered undead creatures are near the Pyramid Mystery or in the Great Snowy Mountains. It just so happens that it's not far from Egypt anymore. Let's have a look then, Chen Ma thought to himself. Building Lions, Day 25. Egypt, the secret land of the pyramids. A succession of giant pyramid silhouettes hovered in mid-air over the desolate desert. Underneath these pyramids are the former sites of the original pyramids. These dozens of meters-high pyramids looked extremely small in front of the giant pyramid vapors. One with ice crystal wings and long tail feathers, shaped like an icy phoenix skimming quickly through the interior of a pyramid. It was the ice sparrow. It looked down from the sky, and soon, spotting the top of one of the pyramids, a grayish-black plant grew in the gap in the center of the 2 boulders. So swooped down quickly, reaping it with the dirt. Chirp! A new spirit plant has been found. Ice Sparrow's eyes flashed with excitement. Since the Ice Lion Kingdom took control of this area, this is where it looks for undead creatures and undead-based spirit plants. After all these days of observation, Ice Sparrow discovered that these original pyramids where the spiritual plants were easily mutated, and there were even divine medicines being born. Crow, Lord Mountain Lord, Crow is back. At that moment, not far away flew an ice crow, which held a black branch in its beak. It was covered with thumb-sized, black fruits like mulberries. Crow, Lord Mountain Master, I found a new spirit plant. Chirp, good job. Ice Sparrow nodded. What the ice crow had discovered was also a new spirit plant that was even close to the level of a first-order divine medicine. Lord Mountain Lord, can I have one of the fruits? Every transcendental creature has a strange intuition about spiritual plants and divine medicines that are beneficial to them. After discovering these black mulberry fruits, a strong desire to devour them arose within the ice crow, but it forcibly restrained this primal instinct of the body. Though this black mulberry plant bears a lot of fruit and it doesn't matter if you sneak a few of them, but he's a loyal jay and would never do such a sneaky thing. The ice sparrow used its wings to split the black mulberry branch in half of which was thrown directly to the ice crow. Follow the contribution point rewards posted by the Ice Lion Kingdom. A transcendent spirit plant not recorded by the kingdom is worth 300 contribution point rewards, but the transcendent spiritual plants that had already been discovered and even planted on a large scale would be worth only 5 contribution points. The Ice Sparrow knew that the Ice Lion King as well as the Frost Goat possessed the ability to quickly cultivate spiritual plants, so the key thing is to find new spiritual plants. It wouldn't hurt to share half of the fruit with the Ice Raven, and to give some of the spoils of war to the transcendental beings under his command. It could greatly stimulate their desire to find new spirit plants, which was the key to the Ice Sparrow's ability to discover so many new spirit plants. There's also the advantage that most of Ice Sparrow's henchmen have the ability to fly. It was easier to spot spiritual plants and divine medicines if you looked down from the sky. Crow, Lord of the Mountain, may I eat? Chirp, eat. Ice Sparrow nodded. Crow, Ice Crow ate all 6 black mulberries in one bite. The Ice Sparrow also looked curiously at the Ice Crow, wondering what would happen to it next. Crow, after half a minute, the Ice Crow suddenly let out a sharp and agonizing chirp. It felt as if a flame had ignited within it, to burn its blood to the ground. Seeing this scene, Ice Sparrow was also a bit anxious. This guy's gonna eat himself to death later. One must know that all the ice crystal butterflies above the High Transcendent in the Ice Lion Kingdom are now following the Lion King on his expedition. There are only a few moderately transcendent ice crystal butterflies left here in Egypt's medical department, with an average level of healing. After thinking about it, Ice Sparrow released freezing gas, trying to help Ice Crow relieve the pain. Crow. As a result, the Ice Crow let out an even more agonizing chirp. Then his head lolled and he passed right out. Jojo. Seeing this, Ice Sparrow hurriedly placed Ice Crow on her back and quickly flew towards the Ice Lion Legion's medical department. The Ice Crow was the #1 right-hand man under him, and it would be ridiculous if he died like that. And in flight, the Ice Crow's feathers underwent some sort of magical metamorphosis. Pale white flames slowly rose up over the Ice Raven's body, burning out the original dark blue feathers. Then pale white flames replaced the original feathers. End of chapter 132. Chapter 132 Boundary Guardian Sphinx. Chapter 132 Sphinx the Boundary Keeper. Soon, Ice Sparrow brought Ice Crow to the medical department. Ice Sparrow Mountain Lord. Inside the medical department, 2 ice crystal butterflies were helping to treat patients, and upon seeing the Ice Sparrow, they say hello. Chirp, save it. Seeing the Ice Crow's life breath getting weaker, Ice Sparrow said anxiously. One of the ice crystal butterflies saw this scene and said with a smile, Here, Lord Mountain Lord need not worry. It should be awakening. These days, they see many beings who, before awakening to the transcendence of the undead lineage, all have similar symptoms. At those words, Ice Sparrow breathed a sigh of relief. After a long time, the Ice Crow felt the burning sensation on its body was fading away, and it slowly opened its eyes. A pale white soulfire unexpectedly ignited between his pupils. Seeing this scene, Ice Sparrow froze for a moment. After swallowing these undead mulberries, the Ice Crow had actually awakened the power of the undead lineage. At the same time, the ice ability it originally possessed was retained. Let's just say that Ice Raven's bloodline was perfect for the undead lineage. This was also why it developed a strong desire to devour the undead mulberry after seeing it. Crow, Lord of the Mountain. Am I dead? Why does it feel a little light? Ice Crow felt light all over and couldn't help but ask. The ice bird mobilized the ice spiritual energy in his body and condensed it into an ice prism, placing it in front of the Ice Crow. Chirp, you're getting bald. Crow. Ice Crow was taken aback and hurriedly looked in the mirror, realizing that all of his original magnificent feathers had disappeared. In its place was a pale white flame. This could be considered handsome in many human aesthetics, but in the eyes of the vast majority of birds, it is now a bald man in every sense of the word. Crow. It's over. It's over. It frustrated it beyond measure that the image of itself. Now, how is a jay going to find good-looking little female jays in the future? I should have known better than to eat these strange fruits. But you've gotten stronger too. Seeing Ice Crow's drooping head, Ice Sparrow comforted him and then opened his mouth to ask, "Chirp, Ice Crow, have you awakened any new abilities?" Crow, the Ice Raven, half of whose body had turned into undead form, nodded. The Ice Crow's awakened ability was called Undead Language Proficiency. After waking up, Ice Crow felt his brain rising in addition to his body feeling light and airy. A lot of unfamiliar knowledge appeared in his mind, which was the unique writing of the Undead clan. True brain-up knowledge. Chirp. At those words, a trace of excitement passed through the Ice Sparrow's eyes. Previously, the Ice Sparrow had flown around the pyramid void in an encirclement. It saw above those pyramid vapors which had not yet descended that the seal engraved with many complex and arcane symbols and words. These texts should record important information. Unfortunately, Ice Sparrow couldn't read the words at all. It guessed that this writing was most likely the language of the undead ones. Now that Ice Raven has awakened the ability of undead language mastery, it would definitely be a huge feat to read or even decipher it. It might be possible to get a lot of contribution points. Chirp, Ice Crow, come with me to the pyramid overhead. Look at the runes on it to see if they are the writing of the undead ones. Ice Sparrow spoke up. Crow, good Crow, Lord of the Mountain, Construction Lion, Day 26. Chen Mo had entered the original Egyptian territory, having been conquered by the legions of ice lions more than half a dozen years ago, making it part of the territory of the Ice Lion Kingdom. Having come all the way here, Chen Mo planned to take a look at the Pyramid Secret Realm. It had been nearly a month since the appearance of the Pyramid Secret Realm's shadow. It shouldn't be far from the time of the official descent. Soon, Chen Mo arrived at the desert where the Pyramid Secret Realm void was located. From afar, a giant pyramid silhouette that towered over the clouds was suspended in mid-air. It's spectacular. Chen Mo manifested ice crystal feather wings and flew into mid-air with a view of the mountains. There are 99 pyramids in total in the secret descent of the pyramids. A supersized golden pyramid 9 large bronze pyramids, and 89 black iron pyramids. The tallest pyramid, the Golden Pyramid, is over 500 meters in height and towers over the bronze pyramids are between 100 to 200 meters high, while black iron pyramids are under 500. All pyramids appear to have only 4 sides, but actually have 8. Each side actually consists of 2 inwardly sloping faces. Each side had a huge stone door with some kind of weird symbols sealed on it. The odds are that it's some kind of unknown language. And at the bottom of the Golden Pyramid, Chen Mo also saw the boundary guardian of the Pyramid Secret Realm. It was a behemoth hundreds of meters tall, with a lion's body, a human face, and wings the whole body is like gold casting. Sphinx, rank, totem, a powerful existence on the same level as the sky curtain ice spider. At this moment, it was closing its eyes tightly, but it was emitting an incomparably terrifying pressure. In front of this kind of existence, even though Chen Mo had now advanced to the peak of king, he was still small. This made the idea of becoming stronger within Chen Mo a few more points stronger. Although he was now at the forefront of the transcendent beings of the blue planet, but it's far from peak, there is no room for complacency. Chen Mo no longer continued to look at this boundary guardian, but instead looked down on the pyramid below. Soon, Chen Mo captured the ice sparrow's figure in the pyramid building below, so he swung his wings and quickly approached it. Feeling the violent gusts of wind and the unmistakable aura of feeling Ice Sparrow who was searching for spiritual plants couldn't help but turn back, looking at the back with wings and flowing fur. The giant lion that resembled a mythical creature hovered in front of her, and Ice Sparrow was too shaken to speak, although it already knew from other transcendent beings that the Ice Lion King's appearance had changed after it advanced to king, but this change was too big, right? Chirp, good afternoon, Your Majesty the Lion King, Ice Sparrow said respectfully. Chunma nodded. Looking for spirit plants? Aha! Your Majesty, I've saved up enough for 10,000 contribution points. Can I come to you to exchange the Ice Phoenix Sycamore leaf now? Ice Sparrow said blearily. For the Ice Phoenix Sycamore leaf, it had been coveting it for a long time. This period of hard labor allowed it to finally gather enough 10,000 contribution points. Among them, its newly discovered undead-type spirit plants amounted to 35 species. Converting it into the corresponding contribution points would be 10,500 points, as well as the 2 newly discovered divine medicines and the other undead-type transcendent creatures that had been taken in. The sum of all the bits and pieces added up to just under 20,000 contribution points. In terms of contribution points alone, it was estimated that there wasn't a single transcendent prime in the entire Great Snow Mountain that could be compared to the Ice Sparrow. Could be. Chen Mo nodded. With that, he took out an Ice Phoenix Sycamore leaf from his backpack. use psychic power to make it hover in front of the ice sparrow, and without realizing it, he revealed 2 other ice phoenix sycamore leaves. End of chapter. Chapter 133. Chapter 133 Ice Sparrow Advancement. Lay Flat Sparrow, activated. Chapter 133 Ice Sparrow Advancement. Lay Flat Sparrow, activated. Chen Mo had fished quite a few phoenix spirit wutong leaves from the lake on Tongtian Turtle Mountain. There should be a lot more in that lake. For Chen Mo, although these ice phoenix sycamore leaves were third-order spiritual plants, but nothing worked. To the ice sparrow, this was a treasure that attracted it even more than a second-order divine medicine. Holding the ice phoenix sycamore leaf between his own nostrils with his claws, the ice sparrow inhaled deeply. A mesmerized look passed over his face. It's so fragrant. It then saw the other 2 ice phoenix sycamore leaves that Chen Mo had inadvertently shed. Momentarily wide-eyed. Such a phoenix spirit sycamore leaf. His Majesty has 2 more. If not more. Ice Sparrow took one look and then withdrew his gaze. Sniffing again at this phoenix spirit sycamore leaf between his paws, his mouth was about to water. But in the end, it suppressed the strong desire within it to devour the phoenix spirit sycamore leaf. After using this phoenix spirit sycamore leaf, it has a high probability of breaking through its current realm. But it will take some time. Now that His Majesty is right next to him, it would be really rude to make His Majesty wait for his breakthrough. Seeing Ice Sparrow's strong swallowing of saliva, Chen Mo laughed. You can consume it now. He was actually quite curious about the effects of the phoenix spirit sycamore leaf. It was a third-rank spirit plant that contained the same power of the medium. Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the ice sparrow no longer hesitated and directly swallowed the phoenix spirit sycamore leaf into its mouth. Soon, the ice sparrow's aura gradually climbed. When it reached a certain apex, the ice sparrow suddenly erupted with a powerful energy wave that, the wind and snow surged around them. Chen Mo's gaze passed through the wind and snow, and he could see that the ice sparrow was dancing in the wind and snow. The mold has changed slightly. The plume is like ice crystals and the tail is like a floating belt. So it really has the temperament of a few divine birds and ice phoenixes. It advanced the phoenix spirit sycamore leaf as a third-order spiritual plant, and it was an exclusive treasure of the Phoenix clan. For the ice sparrow it was even much better than the vast majority of second-rank divine medicines, in addition to the transcendental rank advancement after. More importantly, the ice sparrow had awakened part of the ice phoenix bloodline within its body. The original ice phoenix bloodline in its body may be less than 1/10,000%. Now it's raised to about 1%. If one could continue to improve, it would be possible to be like Chen Mo when advancing to the king's realm. Through bloodline tracing, the ice phoenix bloodline is truly awakened and becomes a mythical race. After advancing to the Lord realm, the ice sparrow was extraordinarily excited. Your Majesty, thank you. Can I come to you again to exchange phoenix spirit sycamore leaves? After feeling the effects of the phoenix spirit sycamore leaf, the ice sparrow naturally wanted more. At the same price as before. Of course, Chen Mo nodded. It was natural for him to want his dependents to grow up as well. The phoenix spirit sycamore leaf had no value to him and was originally intended to be given to the ice sparrow. Now it looks like there's a bright future ahead for the little ice sparrow to be the one to share in the self-regulation challenge. As well, conduct focused training. Through observation, Chen Mo saw that after the ice sparrow advanced to the Lord realm, the combined battle power went straight from around 100 to 2,950 points. If it's augmented by a title like Overreading Lion plus Laying Lion or something like that, it's very possible to reach a combined combat power of 10,000 or more at the Lord realm. Chen Mo was going to share Lay Flat Lion with Little Ice Sparrow first. The title fits the Little Ice Sparrow's character perfectly. Overreading Lion plus, it's actually a good choice. 2. Unfortunately, Overreading Lion plus requires eating over 100 kilograms of meat per day for 1 month. For the current Ice Sparrow, this is almost impossible to do. Ice Sparrow, next you're going to be guaranteed more than 12 hours of lying down to sleep each day. Chen Mo directly said to Ice Sparrow through telepathy, if you can hold out for a month, I will grant you a special ability that, and grant you another phoenix spirit sycamore leaf. Now that Chen Mo had advanced to the king realm, he possessed absolute strength. Strengthening one's dependence is not at all a cover-up. All he had to do was to describe the effect of the self-regulation title as a blessing. Joe, Your Majesty, really? At those words, Ice Sparrow couldn't believe it. How dare His Majesty tell himself to stick to sleep? Sleeping enough for a month grants it special abilities and a wind spirit sycamore leaf. I can't believe there is such a good thing. You know it has no other hobby. Just love to sleep. This wave is really a double happiness. Chen Mo nodded. This ability suits you well, and you'll know it when the time comes. Remember, always lie down when you sleep. Thank you, Your Majesty. After confirming that the Lion King wasn't joking, the joy in the Ice Sparrow's eyes almost overflowed. By the way, Your Majesty, I've got a rough grasp of the information about this pyramid secret realm. Ice Sparrow suddenly thought of something and spoke. It was so overly excited after its advancement that it almost forgot to report the information about the pyramid secret realm to His Majesty. That fast? An unexpected look appeared on Shenmo's face. He knew that Ice Sparrow had strong business skills, but he didn't expect them to be this strong. The information about the secret pyramid realm was figured out before it had even descended. It's thanks to my lieutenant, Ice Crow. Ice Bird introduced Ice Crow to Chen-Mo. Beside it, the Ice Raven took a step forward. Crow. After seeing Chen-Mo, Ice Crow looked extraordinarily excited, but at the same time, he was also quite constrained and nervous. It feels like a new employee meeting the chairman of the company. Chen-Mo looked towards the Ice Crow. Only the Ice Crow's wings and the pale white undead fire between his pupils could be seen swaying in the wind, as if a messenger from hell. It's kinda cool. This Ice Crow even awakened the undead lineage? Chen-Mo thought to himself as his gaze swept over, and information about the Ice Crow quickly surfaced. Ice Crow. Level, medium transcendent. Attributes, Ice. Undead. Body mass, 25. Agility, 42. Power, 11. Spirit of God, 42. Abilities, Ice Arrow Plume. Freezing Gas. Regeneration. Curse Spell. Combined Battle Strength, 283-65. The combined battle power is already close to that of a high transcendent, and it's a double attribute. This cold Stygian Crow's talent isn't bad either. The Ice Raven was uneducated in the language of the undead after its awakening, and then by deciphering the writing on the surface of those pyramids, roughly cracked the secret of the secret pyramid. Your Majesty, why don't we show you around? Ice Sparrow said respectfully. At the moment, its heart was overwhelmed with excitement and thrill. It couldn't wait to share it with all the beasts. Good. Chen-Mo nodded his head and once again manifested ice crystal feathers. Soon, a lion and two birds came to the top of one of the small pyramids. This pyramid vista is about 400 meters high, with 8 faces that, the whole body was constructed of some kind of dark stone. Only at the top of the pyramid, a rabbit-like statue emitting a dazzling golden glow. It seems to be made of gold. This hair stands bipedal like a human, and its eyes are a Q-like symbol. Your Majesty, at the top of each pyramid is a statue of a powerful being, meaning this pyramid is their dojo. The cold Stygian Crow stammered, like a fan who was overly nervous at the sight of an idol. For example, this hair-like being on top of this pyramid is named Uzit, in that it is a powerful existence of the totem realm. Shenma nodded. He had seen a golden statue at the top of each pyramid earlier when he looked down on the secret pyramid realm from afar. I didn't realize that these golden statues were the symbols of the pyramid's owner. End of chapter. Chapter 134. Chapter 134, The Dead Pass. The Living Stop. Chapter 134, The Dead Pass. The Living Stop. What is written above the stone door? Chen-Mo asked. Each of the 8 faces of the pyramid has a giant door 12 meters high and 8 meters wide. At the moment these huge doors were closed. On top of the giant door, there were densely written runes that seemed to be the writing of some ancient civilization. The cold Stygian Crow first pointed the tips of its wings at the symbols above the head of the giant black iron gate, and then translated. Raven, Your Majesty, these words mean that the dead pass and the living stop. Only the undead can enter these pyramids? Aha, Your Majesty, that's what it says. The cold Stygian Crow nodded. The writing on it also states that if a living person forces his way in, and then you will be cursed with some horrible curse and suffer pain worse than death. Furthermore, the undead writing on the door also records the origin of the owner of this pyramid and the purpose for which it was built. That every pyramid here is actually a divinely chosen place built by some powerful being. The purpose is to select gods chosen for themselves. The cold Stygian Crow pointed at the writing on the giant door with the tips of its wings and translated it word by word. The undead who enter the pyramid will open the trials of the divine chosen. There are a total of 9 levels in the trial, and every time you pass a trial, you'll receive a generous reward. The undead who complete all the trials will become the chosen of Uppity, truly be the master of this pyramid. In addition, it has a qualification to the river Styx. Chen-Mo nodded. He understood roughly. These 99 pyramids were actually places of trial built by 99 powerful beings from ancient Egypt. Undead creatures that pass the trial are rewarded, slightly different from the spirits of the regions of other secret realms. The Pyramid Mystery Realm had to pass a trial left by the Pyramid Master in order to become the territorial lord of an area. And the probability is that the so-called River Styx is also some territory in the Rai world. Although after completing Undead Dharma Lion, Chen-Mo was able to turn into his undead form. It should also meet the requirements to participate in the Pyramid Trials. But for those who participated in the trials and became the chosen ones of these Egyptian gods, Chen-Mo was uninterested. He has the topmost mythical beast inheritance right now, and the most suitable cultivation method for him. There's also the self-discipline challenge panel. There was no need to participate in these so-called trials at all. He was still most interested in the secret pyramid realm of those impacted by the undead energies. The awakened undead creatures. It would help him complete the necromantic lion as self-discipline challenge. By the way, it would be nice to build another army of undead for fun if you can. Of course, when the secret pyramid comes down, the necromantic lion as self-discipline challenge is almost complete. So there's no harm in taking on an undead form and taking a look inside the pyramid when the time comes. I also wonder if there are any aboriginal people inside these pyramids. Immediately afterward, the cold ice Stygian crow took Chen Mo to visit the other pyramids. This includes the gold pyramid at the very center, and 9 bronze pyramids. These bronze pyramids were once owned by beings at the peak of their totem. For example, the owner of this pyramid is named Apep. According to the writing on the stone door, it's a strip with golden scales that, the giant serpent of the undead, surrounded by the aura of chaos, is a symbol of extinction. The owner of the one and only golden pyramid, by the name of Anubis. It's the legendary god of the dead. According to the records on the stone door, it is a true god. The pyramid trial it left behind is also one of the hardest of all. That horrible sphinx is its servant. Chen Mo nodded. On the way, the cold ice underworld crow did its best to answer Chen Mo's doubts. It gave him a general idea of the secret pyramid realm. The explanation you just gave was very good. Go to Treading Snow Fox to receive 100 contribution points. After a general tour, Chen Mo spoke to the tour guide, the Ice Crow. Crow, Your Majesty, can I transfer my contribution points to Ice Sparrow-sama? The cold Stygian crow's eyes flickered. A little nervous. The ice sparrow had saved its life, and the cold ice underworld crow actually wanted to repay it inwardly. Chen Mo nodded his head. Could be. His impression of this cold Stygian crow was 1 point better. Contribution points had no value to Chen Mo, the lord of the Ice Lion Kingdom. It's just a means to make your favorites work hard. Crow, Your Majesty, thank you. Hearing that the cold ice underworld crow had taken the initiative to give up its contribution points to itself, the ice sparrow felt slightly ashamed inside. At this time, the Lion King's voice suddenly rang in its mind. Take me to the farms and undead ranches here. Chen Mo opened his mouth. In order to fulfill the necromantic lion's self-discipline challenge, he needed new undead creatures for his research. In addition, he wanted to try and see if he could cultivate some useful mutated undead system spirit plants. Chirp, Ice Sparrow nodded. Soon, it led Chen Mo to a newly built cemetery. The cemetery is located near the Pyramid Mysteries and covers an area of about 200 hectares. The whole cemetery was shrouded in a kind of black mist, which looked eerie, and through which one could faintly see a headstone erected above the land of the cemetery. This is the Skeleton Farming Park in Undead Ranch. A number and the name of the skeletal creature is carved above each tombstone. Chen Mo had just reached the cemetery just in time to see a man with a dried-out body, pale skin and the lifeless youth dumped large pots of rotting meat mixed with bone stubble in front of the graveyard. Apparently, this youth was an undead type awakened. It is also the keeper of these undead creatures. At the moment, he was feeding the skeletal creatures in the park. Your Majesty, upon seeing Chen Mo's figure, this youth hurriedly kneeled down on one knee and respectfully said. He was excited and nervous inside, not realizing that he would be able to meet the king of the Ice Lion Kingdom one day. In the hearts of the vast majority of people, the Ice Lion King had already become a legendary existence. Busy yourself. Chen Mo's voice resounded directly within this youth. The scent of rotting meat and the constant movement of the soil beneath the gravestones in the cemetery. A skeleton-like undead creature rises from the graveyard. Skeleton dog, skeleton wolf, skeleton fox. All of them had pale white soul fire flickering between their eyes. The most powerful of them was a skeletal wolf whose aura had reached high transcendence. Seemingly sensing the powerful aura of Chen Mo's body, the skeletal wolf shrank back in fear just as it burrowed out of the graveyard. But most of the skeleton creatures only had food in their eyes and began to cook dry. They are not very intelligent. Chirp, Your Majesty, these undead creatures are easy to feed. Usually all you do is eat and sleep. Ice Sparrow spoke up. Immediately afterward, it took Chen Mo to visit the places where other undead lineage transcendent creatures lived. In addition to Skeleton Park, there are ghosts. The Ghost Park is where non-physical undead creatures, such as dead souls, live, and the Ghost Park is where ordinary undead creatures, such as ghost spiders and soul-sucking birds, live. These 3 parks are home to over 90% of Egypt's newly awakened transcendental beings. Under the control of the Ice Lion Kingdom, almost all of the newly awakened undead creatures have been brought here too. It is then managed in a uniform manner. The vast majority of undead transcendental beings are not very bright. Often a few stubs of bone or pieces of carrion will trick them. Immediately afterward, the Snow Fox leader, Bingley, established these 3 parks, and in each park, a king is chosen and trained who is intelligent and loyal to the Ice Lion Kingdom. These kings are then unified with the other undead creatures in the park. In this regard, Chen Mo was very satisfied. These parks in front of us are beginning to take shape as an army of the undead. End of chapter. Chapter 135. Chapter 135, Undead Legion First Army Captain. Chapter 135, Captain of the First Army of the Undead Legion. Chen Mo still recognized the work of the snow-treading fox chief. As expected, Bing Li's ability in management was still outstanding. Soon, Chen Mo came back to the spiritual plant cemetery next to him. The smell of the undead is quite strong here. A variety of spiritual or transcendental plants were planted in the cemetery. Underworld flower, soul-nurturing grass, ghost claw orchid. Because the Frost Goat clan can't ripen these undead-type spirit plants, that's why most of the undead spirit plants are still in the growth stage. Chen Mo condensed the undead spiritual energy around him and rained down a black rain of dead spirits. In an instant, more than 40 kinds of spiritual plants on the graveyard began to grow rapidly at an unscientific speed. Flowering, ripening. Chen Mo scanned the area and found that the vast majority of the spirit plants had mutated. Among them, there was a spirit plant named Underworld Flower that was effective. It could raise the spiritual energy in the body of undead-type beings, and the effect was almost equivalent to a first-order divine medicine. There was also a soul-nourishing grass spirit plant that could quickly replenish undead-type spirit energy. Immediately afterward, Chen Mo collected seeds and continuously cultivated them. After 5 consecutive great spiritual rain arts, it had already consumed all of the undead system's spiritual energy in a radius of over 10 kilometers. And in the cemetery, the undead-type spirit plants had matured in 5 waves. Chen Mo casually took dozens of underworld flowers and placed them in front of the cold underworld crow. Crow, sire, your majesty, is this for me? Sure. The animal's majestic voice resounded in the heart of the cold ice underworld crow. Crow. The pale soul fire in the agitated pupils of the cold ice underworld crow steeply became exuberant. It can smell the scent of the spectral flower. This kind of spiritual plant was even more attractive to himself than the previous mulberry. Obviously, this dark purple spirit flower was of great benefit to one's growth. More importantly, this was a reward bestowed upon himself by the Lion King Sama. The cold Stygian crow was too excited to speak. Eat. After swallowing a dozen or so undead spirit plants, the aura on the cold ice underworld crow climbed rapidly. Successful advancement to higher transcendence. And these remaining spectral flowers were enough to bring it to the peak of transcendence. Fortune Ma now. It was already easy to raise the transcendent level of one's dependence to the peak of the transcendent or even the Lord Realm. Crow, thanks for the reward. Your Majesty. The cold Stygian crow was excited. What powers have you awakened? Chen Mo asked gently. He saw that the cold ice Stygian crow had awakened a dark mist ability after advancing to high transcendence. He was a little curious. Crow. Without saying a word, the cold Stygian crow immediately started the display, only to see a black mist suddenly surging up on the body of the cold ice underworld crow, quickly spreading out in all directions. It soon enveloped a few dozen meters around it. Chen Mo understood the effect of this black mist. In this black fog, the recovery speed of undead creatures will be greatly increased. Whether it's a broken or even fractured bone, or a heavy blow to the soul fire, all can heal quickly in the black mist. Chen Mo roughly tested it, and the recovery speed had increased by about 20 times. This ability can be described as a healing skill unique to the undead, and it's a domain-type healing skill. In the midst of a large-scale battle, it is completely considered a divine skill, not a bad ability. Are you interested in becoming the captain of the First Army of the Undead Legion? Chen Mo asked. The cold ice Stygian crow in front of him had a good talent, and his character was fine. Crow. At those words, the cold ice underworld crow revealed an incredulous expression. Today it simply met all the lucky things in the life of a crow, having gained the appreciation of its idol, the Ice Lion King, and advanced to a high-level transcendent. Now the Ice Lion King was actually going to make it the leader of the Undead Legion, though it had no concrete idea right now about the leader of the First Army of the Undead Legion. But this sounds like a very important, very powerful character. The crow is going to rise. Crow, your Majesty. I do. Chen Mo nodded his head. Then his gaze turned to the Ice Sparrow and spoke. Ice Sparrow, you did a good job this time too. Since only undead creatures can participate in the trials, then let's cultivate more undead creatures loyal to us before the Pyramid Mystery Realm fully descends. Chirp. Yes, your Majesty. After explaining all this, Chen Mo brought along more than 20 different kinds of undead creatures, lead the Ice Lions and set out again. At this moment, only the last 2 pieces of the puzzle are missing to complete the conquest of Africa, formerly Sudan and Ethiopia. It is only a matter of time before Africa is completely reunited. On the penultimate day of the Building Lions Self-Discipline Challenge, the Ice Lion Legion successfully unified all of Africa. A living being at the lord level of existence was already an existence they couldn't fight against, let alone the king realm. Since then, all of Africa has become the territory of the Ice Lion Kingdom. After completing the unification, Manhwa redivided the continent into 32 states. The governor of each state is a peak transcendent or even a lord-level existence. Basically, they are all served by the transcendental chieftains of the Great Snowy Mountains. Each large state is subdivided into cities and counties. After completing the great unification of Africa, Manhwa returned to the Great Snow Mountain's secret realm. First he headed straight for the farm. In the farmland of Lion King Mountain, all sorts of spiritual plants were vibrantly alive. This was the place with the highest concentration of spiritual energy in the entire Great Snow Mountain mystic realm. The body of the pale blue devil vine was also planted here. At this moment, the height of the little magic vine had reached a staggering 150 meters. Seeing Manhwa's figure, the vines of the pale blue devil vine shook and, unabashed expression of inner joy. Boing, Father God, you're back. Seeing the little devil vine, Manhwa also felt in a happy mood. So he mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and a big spirit rain spell at the pale blue devil vine. After, planting lion is upgraded to divine farming lion. His great spiritual rain technique was already able to cause mutations in lord-level transcendent plants as well as first-order divine medicines. There is a certain probability that the pale blue magic vine can undergo a secondary mutation. Boing! The little demonic vine let out a pleasurable sound as its vine stretched and danced. Manhwa's gaze then looked toward a piece of farmland in front of him. Above this farmland grew multiple trees over 2 meters tall, crystal clear through and through. Fruit trees that emanate an eerie chill. It is the Ice Dragon fruit tree. These Ice Dragon fruit trees were the earliest batch of second-order divine medicines cultivated by Manhwa. After Manhwa buried it, he used the spiritual rain technique to catalyze it every day. Originally, after the planting lion was upgraded to the divine farming lion, Manhwa only needed to use the great spiritual rain technique 4 to 5 more times to ripen it. Unfortunately, he was too busy conquering and unifying Africa in the previous half a month to catalyze only the Frost Sheep Chief comes every day to help water and ripen. Under Manhwa's teaching, the Frost Goat Chief had successfully mastered the Great Spirit Rain art, though the effect is still inferior compared to Manhwa's. But now these fruit trees are also nearing maturity. Manhwa's mind moved, and a blue box appeared next to one of the fruit trees. Ice Dragon fruit tree. 78 days to maturity. One more shot of the great spiritual rain technique and these Ice Dragon fruit trees would be completely ripe. End of chapter. Chapter 136. Architectural Lion, completed. Mysterious architectural drawings. Chapter 136, Architectural Lion, completed. Mysterious architectural drawings. Manhwa mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and turned it into spiritual rain to fall. Now his great spiritual rain technique could ripen for nearly 100 days at a time. With the spiritual rain, the 7 Ice Dragon fruit trees grew rapidly, pulling up a meter taller in the blink of an eye. Immediately above each of the fruit trees began to blossom. The crystal clear second-order divine medicine Ice Dragon fruit grew immediately afterward. Manhwa counted. A total of 65 Ice Dragon fruits would allow approximately 30 transcendent beings at the peak of transcendence to achieve lordship. At this stage, look at the entire continent of Africa or even the Blue Star. Lord realms were all extremely powerful existences, enough to sit on a city or even a country. And that's just the Ice Dragon fruit tree. In addition to the Ice Dragon fruit tree, Manhwa had also planted quite a few other second-order divine medicines. It's expected to ripen one after another one of these days. By then, it would be able to catalyze about 300 portions of second-order divine medicines. The next few days, from time to time, movements of transcendent creatures breaking through to the Lord level were heard from the Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm. The group of transcendent beings that had first followed Manhwa had almost all saved enough contribution points. After redeeming the second-order divine pill, he successfully advanced to the Lord realm. The initial transcendent lion group alone had given birth to 6 Lord realm transcendent ice lions. In just a week's time, the existence of the Ice Lion Kingdom's Lord realm exceeded 3 digits. This number is simply horrifying. One must know that right now. The entire Eastern Summer combined, the number of Lord realm awakened did not number 100. And with more and more second-order divine medicines, the number of domestic Lord realm existences of the Ice Lion King would explode exponentially. After completing the catalyzation of the Ice Dragon fruit tree, Manhwa once again arrived at the snowy mountain where the Sky Curtain Ice Spider was located. This visit to the Canopy Ice Spider, he mainly wanted to ask the Sky Curtain Ice Spider about the method of advancing to the Heavenly Calamity realm. The liquid spiritual energy in Manhwa's body had now reached 99 channels. It had reached the limit of the King's realm, but he still knew nothing about the way to break through the Heavenly Tribulation realm. Need a higher level of divine medicine? Or other conditions? Sensing the aura from Manhwa's body, The canopy ice spider awoke from its slumber. After realizing that the mythical beast's transcendent rank had reached the peak of a king, the canopy ice spider even felt that it was his own sense of time that was wrong. It had only been squinting for a while, and had just dozed off. So how did this mythical beast break through again and again? How did you advance so quickly? In the end, the canopy ice spider couldn't help but ask. This mythical beast breaking through the realm was simply like drinking water. Shouldn't it be that the divine medicine is eaten a lot? Chun-mo replied seriously. The canopy ice spider nodded, not doubting it. It knew that the mythical beast was at a strong level of planting divine medicines and possessed the ability to catalyze the growth of divine medicines. So agriculture is the first productive force? Senior ice spider, how should I advance to the heavenly tribulation realm next? Chun-mo asked. He hoped to get an answer from the canopy ice spider. If you want to break through the king's realm, you'll have to shape the origin laws. It's a higher level of energy than psychic power. The canopy ice spider didn't sell out and directly explained. But if you want to mold your own law of origin, it requires some extremely precious resources, or performing special rituals. These are things that the world is not currently able to fulfill. You'll just have to go within the Rai world to find your chance. Are there these resource treasures in the temple trials? Chun-mo asked. I remember that there will be rewards you want above the 20th floor of the temple trials. Do you want to try it? The canopy ice spider asked with a smile. Now there's finally a chance for this lion cub to travel to the Rai world. To be honest, it was actually curious about how things were going within Rai world now. In the beginning, Her Highness, the Ice Phoenix, as well as the Ice Phoenix familiars, and the alien evil god, all died in that divine war. So are there other creatures within the Rai world now? And is the temple safe and sound? These are unknowns. There's no rush, until I get a little stronger. Chun-mo opened his mouth. The increase in strength did not make him become inflated, mainly because it was still too dangerous to rush in without knowing the situation in the inner world. He was going to finish the totem lion, and then, by descending on one of his devotees, re-enter the Rai world. Let's go and see what happens first. Good. If the Ice Lion King had said before that he'd become stronger before entering the inner world, the canopy ice spider would think it was stalling for time. Now then, the canopy ice spider truly believed that the Ice Lion King could continue to grow stronger. After all, in a month's time, he had been promoted from the Lord level to the peak of the king's realm. What kind of surprise could this Ice Lion King with a mythical beast bloodline bring to himself next? Construction Lion, Day 30. The early hours of the morning. Chun-mo maneuvered his ice spirit power and skillfully dug out 10 caves. Finally finished the Building Lions Self-Discipline Challenge. Chun-mo had checked the effects of the Construction Lion before. It improves your ability to build houses and also gives you a random set of plans for a building. You have completed the Self-Discipline Challenge, Construction Lion, Blue. Do you equip it? Chun-mo used his mind to select the equipment. In an instant, he felt countless knowledge being shoved inside his head. He's gone straight to being a master builder. Immediately afterward, Chun-mo took another look at the drawings gifted on the panel. Then he froze, because the set of architectural drawings was a little different than he had expected. Tower. That's the name of this particular building on the architectural drawings. Towers are similar in appearance to most towers, and their construction requires the use of blackstone, cryolite, and ice jade and other special minerals that conduct spiritual energy. The effect is somewhat similar to the kind of buildings found in tower defense games. This set of architectural drawings has 2 towers with different functions. The attacking and guarding towers, respectively. Attacking towers can slowly absorb the free fire spiritual energy in the air once they're built. Ice psionic power or electric psionic power. It is also possible to quickly replenish psychic energy through transcendental crystals. After the spiritual energy stored in the tower reaches a certain value, a being within a tall tower can then maneuver the tower to attack other creatures within a certain range. The attacks come in the form of fireballs, ice arrows and thunder, respectively. Each corresponds to the 3 different types of spiritual energy required for energizing. There are currently a total of 3 classes of attacking tower buildings in the drawings on the autonomy panel. A grade 1 tower 20 meters tall and 4 meters in diameter. The strongest can erupt into a peak transcendent attack, capable of attacking targets in a 500-meter radius. The second order tower is 50 meters tall and 8 meters in diameter, and at its strongest, it can erupt into a peak lord's attack, capable of attacking targets within a 5-kilometer radius. The third order tower is 200 meters tall, 15 meters in diameter, and at its strongest it can erupt into a peak king's attack, capable of attacking targets within a 20-kilometer radius. Guardian towers, on the other hand, open up a certain range of guardian boundaries, again divided into 3 levels. It can guard up to a 20-kilometer radius against attacks that do not exceed the peak of the king. End of chapter. Chapter 137. Chapter 137, Second Mutation. Inquisitive Tongtian Devil Vine. Chapter 137, Second Mutation. Ultimate Tongtian Devil Vine. Underestimating the effect of this title, Shenhua thought to himself. This title of Architectural Lion could be said to have brought unexpected joy to himself. Simply building towers in major cities is the equivalent of a transcendent being capable of infinite attacks. The most exaggerated was the third-ranked Gauntlet, which could explode into a king-level attack after recharging. The striking range is even a staggering 20 kilometers square, the equivalent of just building a third-order guarding tower and an attacking tower that. It was equivalent to having a peak king realm being sitting within a 20-kilometer radius. At this stage it's perfectly safe to shelter a city. Of course, it wasn't easy to build a third-order tower. In addition to the massive amounts of psychic minerals, the interior of each tower was also to be inscribed with runes similar to spirit symbols. Shenhua was prepared to build a few first-level towers to test the waters first. There are just two minerals in the Great Snowy Mountain mysteries that fulfill the need to build tall towers: cryolite and ice iron ore. Both of these spirit mines were on the snowy mountain where the ice ghost was located, and had been mined a lot. Building dozens of first-order towers is no problem. If there's no problem, Shenhua intends to be in the Great Snowy Mountain secret realm, Frost Crane City. The construction of secondary and even tertiary towers in important areas such as cities near the secret pyramids. That the interior construction of the towers could be done entirely by humans and transcendental beings. Only the hardest part of spirit pattern carving needed to come from him. After completing Construction Lion, the newly refreshed self-regulation challenge is called Hypnotic Lion. The word effect is to enhance the divine soul, medium, and to master and enhance the effects of hypnotism. The effect of this title is actually similar to Stinky Lion, Roaring Lion. All of them allow Shenhua to gain some kind of special ability, similar to skills. Thinking about the number of special abilities I have now, Shenhua still chose Totem Lion without hesitation. Totem Lion, Blue. Developing 100 believers a day who see you as spiritual, and pray to you sincerely for more than 2 hours. Title Effect. Title Effect. 1. Blessing. Empower their followers to gain a brief boost to their transcendent rank. 2. Descent. Briefly descends on a believer, level 3 believer or higher. 3. Faith into God. Acquiring faith will enhance your spiritual power. Shenhua needed to complete the Totem Lion, and then proceed to the exploration of the Rai world by way of descent. As of now, if one wanted to advance to the heavenly calamity realm, the inner world was a must. In the moments leading up to the confirmation of the self-regulation challenge, Shenhua then saw that one of the Totem Lion's self-discipline challenges, develop 100 believers per day, progress bar was growing rapidly. It took less than a minute to complete. After turning all of Africa into the territory of the Ice Lion Kingdom, every minute of every day, there are people who take the Ice Lion King as a matter of faith. They're either grateful to the Ice Lion King for re-establishing order, or be grateful to the Ice Lion King and the Ice Lion Legion for saving their lives. There were many other beings who simply worshipped the Ice Lion King's strength. Totem Lion, another self-discipline challenge. The progress bar of believers sincerely praying to themselves for more than 2 hours a day is also steadily increasing. Shenhua had prepared in advance. A rainy day. After knowing the contents of the Totem Lion self-regulation challenge, Shenhua then asked the transcendent race of the Great Snow Mountain to build a mythical beast temple within every city ruled by the Ice Lion Kingdom, for people to make wishes and prayers. Mythical Gaby is originally a mythical beast in Eastern Xia mythology, symbolizing good fortune. In the hearts of the people of the Ice Lion Kingdom, the mythical beast is not only the king of the Ice Lion Kingdom, but also a divine beast that brings hope and happiness. Nowadays, there is a steady stream of people going to the mythical Gaby temple every day to pray for blessings. That is to say, because of the preliminaries, Totem Lion's self-discipline challenge. The Shenhua can easily accomplish this by simply hanging up. Even if you use the Super Self-Discipline card, it doesn't have much of an effect. Necromantic Lion, Day 30. After getting up that morning, Shenhua went straight to the spirit field. Now the spiritual fields of Lion King Mountain had been expanded once more, divided into a total of 24 spiritual fields. Each spirit field was planted with second-order divine medicines or special spirit plants. Divine medicines that were now less than second order were no longer worthy of being planted within the spirit fields of Lion King Mountain. Shenhua walked all the way there while releasing the Great Spiritual Rain technique on the spiritual plants within the farmland. The Great Spiritual Rain technique consumed a huge amount of energy, but whenever the aura was depleted, Shenhua just had to lie down on the ground and then you will be able to recover your spiritual power quickly. With Lay Flat Lion plus Shin Gnome Lion, he was now transformed into a perpetual motion machine. With the watering of the spiritual rain, the spiritual plants within the spiritual field began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. If catalyzed every day, it would only take a month for even a second-order divine medicine to mature. The only thing limiting the number of second-order divine medicines now was the number of seeds, but as more and more second-order divine medicines matured, the number of seeds would also increase. In this virtuous cycle, the number of seeds will begin to grow exponentially each month. It wouldn't take half a year. Chen Mo would be able to cultivate thousands of second-order divine medicines if he wanted to, knowing that at this stage, second-order divine medicines were extremely rare. On such a large scale, it was an extremely crazy thing for any power to do. Soon, Chen Mo arrived at the last piece of farmland, which was also the largest piece of farmland. There were only 2 plants planted within the farmland, one being the pale blue devil vine. There was also a plant that was the third-order divine medicine ice crystal snow lotus. The ice crystal snow lotus consumed by Chen Mo's advancement to king left a total of 5 ice crystal snow lotus seeds. He planted it here, again catalyzing it daily. But so far, it's not even close to germinating. Ice crystal snow lotus seed. The seeds of the third-order divine pill, the ice crystal snow lotus, are still 26 years away from germination, 105 years from maturity. Chen Mo glanced at the information on the ice crystal snow lotus seed. With the current great spiritual rain technique, it will take at least 2 years if you want to ripen it. Immediately after, Chen Mo gave the little devil vine another shot of the great spiritual rain art. After returning from the conquest of Africa, Chen Mo would irrigate the little devil vine with the great spiritual rain technique once every morning. Chen Mo wanted to see if the little devil vine could undergo a secondary mutation. After equipping the divine farmer's lion, Chen Mo's great spiritual rain technique could not only mutate ordinary spiritual plants, first-order divine medicines as well as spirit plants of the Lord Realm also had a certain probability of being able to mutate. The maturation cycle of a first-order divine pill was too short. Chen Mo matured after 2 rounds of the great spiritual rain technique. The probability of mutation is not high, but transcendental spirit plants like the pale blue devil vine are different. It belongs to the sustainable growth category of spiritual plants. It could continuously catalyze the effects of the great spiritual rain technique. With enough irrigation, sooner or later a mutation can occur. Absorbing the spiritual rain, the little demon vine let out a soft hum of comfort and pleasure. Beside it, the ice crystal mouse, the jeweled turtle watched blearily as the little devil vine twisted its body. Unfortunately, they are animals and cannot enjoy the effects of spiritual rain. Every now and then, they yearn beyond belief that they can become plants. Whoosh! Just as this great spiritual rain technique was nearing its end, a sudden change occurred on the pale blue devil vine. Only a flowing blue luminescence appeared on its huge vines, which looked beautiful. It's like a scene from a fairy tale. At the same time, all the spiritual energy in a radius of over 10 kilometers rapidly surged towards it. It's a secondary mutation. Looking at the changes occurring in the little devil vine, Chen Mo's golden lion eyes showed joy. Under its tireless watering, the little devil vine finally produced a secondary mutation. End of chapter. Chapter 138. Chapter 138, Gathering Spirits. City Landmark. Chapter 138, Gathering Spirits. City Landmark. The size of the pale blue devil vine began to skyrocket at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the aura it gave off was rapidly climbing. Seeing this, Chen Mo once again released the great spiritual rain art. Although the catalytic effect of the great spiritual rain technique would not be able to take effect again on the lesser devil vine in the short term, however, the massive amount of spiritual energy it gathered could allow the little devil vine to obtain enough nutrients for growth. The pale blue devil vine began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. 200 meters. 300 meters. It wasn't until the evening that the pale blue devil vine stopped growing. At the moment it has reached a staggering height of 820 meters. The roots of the pale blue devil vine were also deeply rooted in the soil of Lion King Mountain. Its main root reaches a length of 600 meters, and the length of its branch roots varies between 400 to 500 meters. This is still just the Lord Realm, and it's already grown to nearly 800 meters. If one advances to King, the height will surely easily break 1,000. The current pale blue devil vine could be considered a behemoth in the true sense of the word. There was already a real shadow of the Tongtian vine. Thank you, Father God Sama. The pale blue devil vine let out a sound of joyful excitement, and the huge vines bent slightly. Bowed to Chen Ma and thanked him. Pale blue magic vine, secondary mutation. Rank, High Lord. Body mass, 980. Agility, 56. Power, 398. Divine Spirit, 290. Abilities, Stretch, Super Draw, Rapid Growth, Split, Polyjuice, Mad Plant, Photosynthesis, Supergiant, Combined Battle Strength, 62 80 70 82. This is the panel after the second mutation of the Little Devil Vine. The Mega effect of the first mutation was strengthened and became Super Mega. The second mutation also gave the Little Devil Vine a new ability, Spirit Gathering. That is, those ghostly blue fluorescent runes on its body. These blue runes could automatically gather the aura within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, allowing the concentration of the aura in the surrounding area of hundreds of meters to be significantly increased. This effect was similar to the Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm, only slightly smaller in scope. But Little Devil's Vine has a promising future ahead of it, and as the little guy's strength continues to rise, Chen Mo believed that one day its spirit gathering would be more powerful than the Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm itself. Little Devil Vine, how many vine detachments can you split into at most now? Chen Mo asked curiously. A bold idea arose in his mind. Since the Little Devil Vine is now able to gather spirits and still split, then it's entirely possible to plant the subplants in other areas or cities of the Ice Lion Kingdom. This will both help these regions or cities to increase the concentration of aura. It would also help him keep an eye on every city in the Ice Lion Kingdom, as well as become a symbol of the Ice Lion Kingdom. Father God, I can make up to 5 split vines right now, but when I advance again, I should be able to split many split vines. Little Devil Vine replied in a milky voice. After the second mutation, its spirituality was also slightly enhanced. However, the reliance and trust in Chen Mo had not changed in the slightest. Little Devil Vine, you can split 3 more Devil Vine detachments first. Chen Mo opened his mouth. Next, I'm going to plant your 3 split vines in each of the 3 important cities of the Ice Lion Kingdom. I want you to act as my eyes and help me guard and watch over these 3 cities. Yes, Father God. Regarding Chen Mo's arrangement, Little Devil Vine was still very willing. His 2 little friends, the Ice Crystal Mouse and the Jeweled Turtle, often visit the world outside the Great Snowy Mountains, told it a lot of sights and stories of the outside world. So for the world outside of the Great Snow Mountain, Little Devil Vine was still yearning for it. Now, its main body remained in the Great Snow Mountain to continue growing, and one of the split vines followed the Father God. There are 3 other plants sitting in separate cities. In that case, you can stay by Father God's side and go see the outside world at the same time. It's perfect. Chen Mo opened the current map of the Ice Lion Kingdom. It was labeled with every city as well as the habitats of the transcendent creatures. Soon, Chen Mo had a decision in his mind. He was going to plant the branch vines of the Pale Blue Demon Vine in Ice Lion City, Frost Crane City, and Necropolis City first. Ice Lion City was the closest city to the Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm. Because it was the closest to the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm, it was now also called the King City. This is one of the fastest growing cities right now. Near Frost Crane City are the waters where the Hydra Giant Serpent, as well as the returning Market Sea Clan, live. Chen Mo could also be the first to know if there was a situation on the ocean. Necropolis, on the other hand, was the closest city to the Pyramid Mystery. At this stage, there are only 2 secret areas in total on the African continent. With regards to the situation of the Pyramid Secret Realm, Chen Mo also needed to grasp it in real time. Day 2. Ice Lion City. This was originally Sunset, a small town in Tanzania. The town has been hit hard by transcendental beings twice since the aura was revived. Until the Ice Lion Kingdom incorporated it into its territory, the town grew rapidly. Now it was even the premier big city in the entire Ice Lion Kingdom. 2 young girls were talking in whispers on the newly built wide road. Sim, what are your plans for today's vacation? A fair-skinned, dark-haired Eastern summer girl asked a bright-eyed black girl beside her. I want to go to the mythical temple and pray to His Majesty. I hope I can awaken soon. The next midterm can be passed with flying colors as well. The black girl asked with a smile as she made a prayer with her hands. Shaho, what about you? Have you heard? Recently the Lord of Frost Lion City was ordered by His Majesty to. There seems to be a tower being built over in the center square. The Eastern summer girl said softly. Aha, I've heard that too. And it's rumored that after this tower is erected, we'll never have to worry about the threat of ferocious beasts again. The brunette girl sounded excited. Actually, I feel pretty safe right now. With Lord Frostlion in the. Hardly any transcendent beings dare to spread their wings here. The Eastern summer girl continued. My father was one of the engineers responsible for building the towers. He told me yesterday that the main part of the tower has been built. That's why I want to visit that tower. Good. I'll go with you then. That high tower is right next to the mythical beast temple. Why don't we go to the blessing first and then visit the tower? Yes. So the 2 maidens traveled in pairs. Yet when they came to the square in the center of town, only to find the place cordoned off, the entire central plaza, including the tower, several kilometers of buildings, including the mythical temple, were cordoned off, and beyond the cordon, a cacophony of loud noises from the crowded. There were even a number of transcendental creatures among them. A human in a light blue uniform as well as a transcendental being was maintaining order. They were all members of the Ice Lion City Sheriff's Department. These vigilantes were basically all awakened or transcendent beings with extraordinary abilities and intelligence. What's going on here? Seeing this scene, Both of them were a bit confused. End of chapter. 139. Chapter 139, The Miracle of God's Descent. Chapter 139, The Miracle of the Gods. There should be some big shot coming, right? These people seem to be greeting it. The Eastern Summer Girl, Shaho, spoke up. Could it be the City Lord? Lord Frost Lion? Sim guessed. I have a feeling that according to the current lineup, it must be an even more powerful big shot than Lord City Lord. I saw Director Bai Chi of the Security Bureau. He personally led a team to maintain order. The person who came should be at a higher level than the City Lord, Shaho said with certainty. Bai Chi was the first awakened to build Ice Lion City, and his strength had already reached high transcendence. Only one step away from the Lord Realm. For them, that's as big as it gets out of reach. And now he was helping to maintain order. Chief White, where is it? Let me see. The black girl's eyes twinkled. Bai Chi could be said to be the man of her dreams. Not only was he powerful, but more importantly, he was young, not far from their ages. It was rumored that Director Bai Chi was originally an ordinary teenager as well, only to be chosen by the Ice Lion King's eldest, became part of the opening team. Then through his own hard work, he has achieved his current strength and position. In this era of uncertainty, choice and opportunity are often more important than effort. Everyone make way. His Majesty may come to the High Tower today for a visit. Please pay attention to order, and don't lose the face of our Ice Lion City. Once the vigilantes had dispersed the crowd beyond the line of separation, the uniformed, the extraordinarily handsome Bai Chi held up a trumpet and smiled at the crowd. At those words, the crowd instantly exploded. It was important to realize that the Ice Lion King, as the monarch of the entire African continent, had supreme power. For them, it's the big names that you really only see in news reports. As a result, now His Majesty the Ice Lion King is coming to their city. It made them excited and a little nervous at the same time. What? Lord Lion King is coming. At those words, the two young girls on the sidelines were shocked. They guessed that someone big was coming, but they didn't even think it was His Majesty the Ice Lion King. Great! If the prayer is performed in the presence of His Majesty, I'm sure I'll pass all the next exams. The black girl was full of excitement. At those words, he was a bit speechless. Taking his companion's hand, he opened his mouth. Let's check out the rooftop of the building next door. There's a good view over there. There's so many people here. All we can see is the back of one's head. Yes. So the two of them darted to the rooftop of a 6-story building next to the. Excitedly and expectantly, he waited for the Ice Lion King to arrive. After about an hour or so, instead of decreasing, the crowds on the side of the road increased in number several times over. Almost the entire city and the transcendental beings came over. During that time, Shaha saw, one after another, through the binoculars, the Frost Lion General Xiangba, the Chief Frost Crane and several other big names. Finally, after another 10 minutes, loud cheers suddenly came from the far end of the city. The Ice Lion King is finally here. Through his binoculars, Shaho saw a body over 15 meters long and a golden-pupiled divine beast with snow-white flowing fur. Her eyes were dull and, witnessing the existence of such a powerful being with her own eyes caused even more boundless shock to rise in her heart. It was a long time before she froze. So cool! Because of the large number of transcendent creatures living in Ice Lion City, the streets were all built extremely wide. Even with Chen Mo's size, it didn't seem crowded. Chen Mo walked slowly along the streets towards the center square in the middle of Ice Lion City. He was pleased to see the welcoming crowds on both sides. Most of them bowed their heads slightly in a sign of respect after seeing him. Many others cheered his arrival. Clearly, the people of this city had no fear of him, only heartfelt respect and admiration. Soon, Chen Mo arrived at the center square of Ice Lion City. The High Pagoda and the mythical Gabi Temple are located here. Your Majesty, the tower has been built to your specifications and was completed yesterday. Xiongba followed behind Chen Mo and pointed at a 50-meter tall tower and said respectfully. Chen Mo nodded his head. This was a second-order attack tower. The next step would be to make the tower official as soon as it inscribed it. Not yet, Chen Mo replied. Right now, he was still prepared to plant the little devil vines branch vines in the center of the city first. Arriving at a wide grassy field, Chen Mo asked the pale blue devil vine split vine on his body. Little devil vine, what do you think of this place? The small arm-length demonic vine split vine nodded, then slithered forward like a snake. Then it dug headfirst into the dirt. Seeing this, Chen Mo no longer hesitated and immediately released the great spiritual rain art. The spiritual chi within the city quickly converged on this place, and together with the spiritual energy within Chen Mo's body, it turned into continuous spiritual rain, enough to create an illusory rain curtain, making the entire center square look a little hazy. With the pouring of spiritual rain, the young little devil vines quickly broke through the ground and then rose up. The vine skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. 20 meters. 50 meters. In just 1 hour, it had grown to a height of 200 meters, and in places invisible to the naked eye, the roots of the pale blue devil vine were even more deeply rooted in the soil. Chen Mo glanced at it and realized that the magic vine split had a combined battle power of 500, equivalent to an ordinary high-ranking lord. Normally, this devil vine doppelganger doesn't have self-consciousness. There was only the instinct to protect himself and absorb the aura, but it was completely enough. When the city encounters a crisis, Komodo vine's consciousness can quickly take over as well. When huge vines over 200 meters in height rose up out of the ground, all the intelligent creatures in Ice Lion City saw it. Xia He, who was standing on the rooftop, even witnessed the scene in its entirety through the binoculars. Under the Ice Lion King's spiritual reign, a vine surprisingly, in just 1 hour, it then grew to over 200 meters, standing like a skyscraper in the center of the city. This is a miracle. Everyone was too shocked to speak. Everything that has happened in this world since the revival of the aura has continued to reshape their worldview. Still, what was happening in front of them severely subverted their perceptions. It's not over. At some point, a strong wind was blowing in a few kilometers around, with the Tongtian vine as the center. The thick vines of the pale blue devil vine flickered with a trace of crystalline and deep ethereal blue light, as in breathing, and when these ghostly blue lights lit up, the surrounding spiritual energy swarmed around and was gathered together. It had actually formed a huge aura vortex, gathering of spirits. In the city, almost all of the transcendent beings and awakened ones clearly felt that the aura around them had become more dense. Even many soon-to-be awakened humans and transcendental beings have taken this opportunity to successfully awaken. Achievement Transcendence. And that includes Simon. I knew something good would happen when I prayed to His Majesty in person. The black girl's pupils were filled with joy. End of chapter. 140. Chapter 140, Martial Way Sect Lion, 2-1. Chapter 140, Martial Arts Sect Lion, 2-1. The humans and transcendent beings of Ice Lion City soon realized that the change in spiritual energy was brought about by none other than the giant magic vine in front of them. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Xiongba was also so excited that he couldn't speak, and after reacting, he hurriedly bent his head to thank him. The giant vine in front of him it had seen in Lion King Mountain, possessing miraculous efficacy. I didn't realize that His Majesty had planted one in the Ice Lion City it governed. The abundant spiritual energy it brought could allow Ice Lion City to give birth to more awakened and transcendent beings. In addition, a few kilometers around the giant vine will become a sanctuary for cultivation. It allows transcendental beings to grow faster. Xiongba was going to let the publicity department of Ice Lion City go ahead and publicize it next, calling it the Sacred Vine. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. With Xiongba taking the lead, the humans and transcendent beings in the entire city were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Chunma nodded. Although the little devil vine spirit gathering effect was chatty to him, but there are tremendous benefits for the not yet awakened as well as the transcendental beings. Show me the high tower. Since the main body of the tower's building had already been constructed, Chen Mo was prepared to inscribe spirit patterns on it today. The tall tower in front of him was frosty blue in color, emitting an eerie cold aura. Chen Mo opened the self-discipline panel and looked at the architectural drawings of the high tower, beginning to carve spirit patterns on the interior of the tower, as well as giving the building a soul. The spirit pattern engraving of a grade 2 tower wasn't too difficult. The number of runes is about the same as releasing Celestial Ice Drop, at over 100. For the current Chen Mo, it wasn't too difficult. The second time, he then finished drawing all the spirit patterns in one go, using his spirit energy as ink. At the instant the last spirit mark fell, a very sci-fi blue star glow suddenly rose from inside the entire tower. From the bottom up, an icy blue light flickered along the trajectory of the spirit pattern. The secondary tower, officially completed construction. There is a recharge port at the bottom of the tower, and by placing the ice, fire, when the ore of the three spiritual powers of thunder was put into it, it could be quickly recharged. Normally, the tower itself would absorb the spiritual energy from the surrounding area to slowly recharge. The pale blue devil vine's detachment was established right next to the tower. Chen Mo estimated that even if the tower was completely depleted of spiritual energy, it would only take a day to finish recharging. However, Chen Mo was naturally unwilling to wait such a long time. Test the power. Chen Mo's voice resounded in the Frost Lion's heart. As you wish. At that, Frost Lion waved his hand, then growled into his cell phone. In a certain flat area 5 kilometers away, there were 3 huge iron cages shrouded in red cloth. Roar! Ow! Every now and then a horrible roar came from inside the iron cage. Hearing Frost Lion Xiongba's command, several transcendent ice lions slowly will lift the red cloth. Inside the red cloth was a huge iron cage. and inside the cage was a head with crimson eyes that, a ferocious, hideous-looking oceanic beast. The ones imprisoned within the iron cages were all clearly black abyss fierce beasts. The most powerful one, a huge black abyssal crab over 5 meters long, its iron pincers pounding frantically on the iron cage. Trying to escape from it. The aura it emitted had already reached the medium lord realm. The other 2 black abyss demon whales and black abyss ragged sharks were likewise lord realm existences. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, 1 kilometer from several, the same superb giant lion lifted the red cloth. The iron cage likewise held a variety of black abyss creatures. These black abyssal fierce beasts were recently hunted by the Hydra giant serpent as well as the returning market clan. Ever since Chun Mo cultivated the purifying seaweed that could purify black water, in order to one day return to the Western Sea returning ruins, the sea people have begun a wave of universal cultivation, a frenzy of purifying seaweed, and learned the minor spirit rain technique. Now that they've managed to purify a small area of the sea, the creatures of the black abyss within these cages are the prey caught from the black water. In addition to being used for research, they serve to test the power of weapons, just like the tall tower now. After Chen Mo said yesterday that he might want to test the power of the high tower today, Xiongba then followed Chen Mo's instructions and placed each of these lord-level black abyssal creatures about 1,000 meters away from the tower. 3 kilometers and 5 kilometers locations, not far from the iron cage. The residents of Ice Lion City naturally saw the black abyss creatures. Looking at these monsters that kept hissing and roaring, many people felt shuddering and fear of them breaking free from their iron cages. However, thinking that the Ice Lion King as well as many powerful beings were here, he had the courage to take one more look. Looking at the excited and scared crowd, Chen Mo laughed. Next I'll throw out a spirit fruit. The lucky one who picks it up, it will be up to him to complete the first test of the high tower. His voice rang out in the minds of everyone for miles around. After the tower's recharge was complete, even the most ordinary awakened could guide the release of an attack. At that, everyone held out their hands. They were looking forward to the next test session with immense anticipation. That powerful black abyss monster. Could the tower in front of us really kill it? Chen Mo threw out a spirit fruit, which ended up in the hands of a curly-haired girl from the security team. Looking at the spirit fruit in her hand, her eyes were filled with excitement and disbelief. She never expected that she would actually be the first person to test the power of the tower's attack. She had only just awakened not long ago. Could she really do it? The curly-haired girl slowly came to Chen Mo's side and slowly walked into the high tower. Touch the ice ball in the center with both hands and infuse it with psychic energy. You'll be able to see a panoramic view of a 5-kilometer radius. A gentle voice sounded in her head. The curly-haired girl did as she was told with trembling hands, and after obtaining Chen Mo's authorization, the scene before her quickly changed. It was as if she had come to the top of a high tower, looking down on everything around her. Find the black abyssal giant crab 5 kilometers away. Aim and press the button for the ice arrow. Might selects third gear. The gentle voice once again sounded in the girl's head. The girl's gaze traveled through the clouds, and soon found where the black abyssal giant crab was located. Then tremblingly, he pressed the ice arrow button. Almost at the same time, the blue spirit symbols on the surface of the tower flashed and a 2-meter-long frost arrow was then shot out at the black abyssal giant crab at an astonishing speed. Before the black abyss giant crab could react, a large hole was added on top of its hard armor shell, throughout its entire body. The coldness spread quickly, and a thick layer of white frost appeared on the surface of the black rock giant crab's body. Then it stopped snarling and struggling, its huge pincers dropping helplessly. Instant seconds, and the speed of this ice arrow was extremely fast. A distance of 5 kilometers arrived in the blink of an eye. The black abyss giant crab didn't even have time to react. The crowd was briefly quiet before erupting into cheers. The curly-haired girl inside the high tower also saw the scene and couldn't believe it. Such a powerful creature of the black abyss died just like that. Death at the hands of an awakened like her who had only been awakened for 2 weeks. It is surprising that this weapon called the high tower, built by His Majesty, is so incredibly powerful. The power is not bad. Chen Mo was also more than satisfied with the effect of the ice arrows fired from the tall tower. This ice arrow was fast enough and powerful enough to kill an ordinary high lord being, and the spiritual energy consumption of an ice arrow was only 5% of the total energy of the tower. That is to say, after filling up with spiritual energy, such an ice arrow was released 20 times in the high tower. Just a few of these towers within a city. Any living being under the king's realm who wanted to invade was purely sending them to their deaths. This high tower could be completely described as a war-killing weapon. Testing continues. Next, high tower kept releasing ice arrows, ending the other black abyss creatures one after another. Seeing this scene, the residents of Ice Lion City were incomparably excited. Whether it's the sky-high vines from before, or the giant tower now, All that the Ice Lion King displayed was power that was like a miracle. In the eyes of most people, Chen Mo at this moment was already no different from a deity. Living in a city like this is undoubtedly a great blessing. Necromantic Lion, Day 35. With the ample supply of underworld fruits, the Ice Crow successfully advanced to the middle stage of the Lord Realm. Because there's a high probability that only undead-type beings can participate in the Pyramid Mystery Trials. So during this time Chen Mo was also focusing on cultivating undead lineage beings. Among them, Ice Crow was Chen Mo's biggest cultivator. Because of their good potential and loyalty to Chen Mo and the Ice Lion Kingdom, Ice Crow has also become the subject of Chen Mo's self-discipline challenge to share. Following, Overeating Lion Plus, Chen Mo shared Roaring Lion with it. This was because the Ice Crow's awakened ability after advancing to Lord was named Death Song, singing songs of death and devouring the life of other beings. After combining with Roaring Lion, the effect was even more remarkable. Necromantic Lion, Day 45. After a long month and a half of self-discipline, Chen Ma is finally about to complete this self-discipline challenge. After studying the resurrection time of the skeleton sparrow, the corresponding text popped up on the autodidactic panel. You have completed the self-discipline challenge, Necromantic Lion, Blue. Do you equip it? Gear up. Chen Mo's mind moved, and a silver-colored undead fire actually burst out between his pupils. The undead fire then quickly spread throughout his body. His entire body and blood briefly transformed into soul flames as well as death energy. In an instant, it turned from a majestic mythical beast into a skeletal death spirit giant lion. It's like the transformation of the protagonist in Evil Dead, but faster and more dominant. Undeadification. This was the most important ability of Necromantic Lion, transforming into undead form. In this form, Chen Mo was an outright undead creature. Can use a wide variety of undead-based abilities. Of course, Chen Mo felt that the most important role of undeadification was still to avoid fatal damage. In terms of combat ability alone, it wasn't even comparable to his normal form. At the same time, Undead Law Lion could also give Chen Mo the leadership temperament of the undead clan. It's easier to subjugate undead creatures. The skeleton bone dog that had been used by Chen Mo to brush up on his hours earlier was currently looking at him with eyes full of adoration, like an audience with a king. This effect would be very helpful for Chen Mo to form an undead army in the future. The secret pyramid realm is about to descend. If there are undead creatures in there, I'll just Leonize myself. It might be possible to take them all in. After slightly experiencing the effects of the Necromantic Lion for a while, Chen Mo's gaze looked towards the autodidactic panel. Replacing the Necromantic Lion is a self-regulating challenge called Mudo Sown Lion. Mudo Sovereign Lion, Blue. Self-regulation challenge. 1. Practicing martial arts for more than 10 hours a day for 90 days. Effect. 1. Martial talent is improved and enlightenment is increased. 2. Physical fitness, strength, agility, and constitution is slightly improved. This self-regulation challenge is kind of interesting. Chen Mo hardly hesitated. It was a choice between Mudo Sown Lion and Hypnotized Lion. The term martial arts refers to a fighting technique, a way of generating power. Not only humans, but any creature can actually practice martial arts. Chen Mo had now hammered his physical body to the extreme of his current realm, but in terms of combat power, he still had a lot of room for improvement. That is to improve your technique and maximize every ounce of power. These days, Chen Mo had been conducting research, wanting to create his own martial arts techniques. There were some combat techniques in the mythical beast body tempering technique, and Chen Mo combined them with his own fighting style, pioneered a melee combat style all his own. Chen Mo temporarily called it the mythical beast martial arts. At present, the mythical beast martial arts is still only in a prototype form, and appears to be slightly rough. However, Chen Mo believed that as he continued to battle and summarize, he could continue to perfect it and make it his own exclusive method. This, Martial Arts Sovereign Lion, self-regulation challenge can be said to have come at the right time. Chen Mo worked out the mythical beast martial arts. It was discovered that the progress bar for the Martial Arts Sovereign Lion, self-discipline challenge had indeed grown, practicing martial arts for more than 10 hours a day. If you use the Super Self-Discipline card. After thinking about it, Chen Mo still gave up this intention. That's a lot of liver for 20 hours a day of self-discipline. Totem Lion, Day 42. Mudozong Lion, Day 7. District 6 of the Kingdom of the Ice Lions. Originally Egyptian territory. The Secret Pyramid. Chen Mo stood on a mountain range a dozen kilometers away from the pyramid's secret shadow. The eyes gazed at the pyramid silhouette not far away. At this moment, the pyramid shadow was almost turning into substance. Yesterday, the Ice Sparrow had reported to him the undead energy around the Pyramid Mystery Realm had reached a peak, and the Pyramid Mystery Realm was going to officially descend in 2 days. Chen Mo then came around the Pyramid Secret Realm in advance and waited for the Secret Realm to descend. Surrounding it were legions of undead like a tidal wave. In the past month or so, Chen Mo had turned into a super farmer and cultivated a lot of underworld fruits. These fruits can directly raise the transcendent level of undead beings, and the top few undead creatures had already managed to advance to the Lord Realm. This naturally included the Undead Legion's first army's Legion commander, Cold Eye Stygian Raven. The Cold Stygian Raven has advanced to High Lord level, breaking ahead of the other undead creatures. Crow. A second before the secret pyramid descended, a strong omen rose in the hearts of all the nearby beings, and they couldn't help but look toward the secret pyramid realm in midair. The continuous giant pyramid completely solidified and landed on the earth. The land roared and dust flew like an earthquake. Immediately, the black fog condensed by the death energy quickly spread in all directions. The death energy in the area of hundreds of kilometers in a radius got a huge boost. Chen Mo hovered in midair and saw that on the four faces of the 99 pyramids, four huge doors opened at the same time, and behind them was deep darkness. End of chapter. Chapter 141. Chapter 141, Crazy Acceptance. Fighting General. 2 in 1. Chapter 141, Crazy Acceptance. Fighting General. 2 in 1. A shimmering light emanated from Chen Mo's golden pupils, passing through the blanket of black fog and, inside one of the pyramids called Bastard's Pyramid, dozens of bronze coffins located at the edge of the pyramid were seen slowly opening. Inside the coffin was a dead cat whose body was completely wrapped in bandages. Only a pair of cat pupils that flickered with pale flames were revealed. Mummies in cat form. Immediately next to the bronze coffin, a skeletal cat with only a skeleton head crawled out of the dirt. It is important to realize that the image of Buster, the master of Buster's pyramid, is a black cat. So it's quite possible that these cat-form mummies as well as cat skeletons are its former dependents. Chen Mo's mind quickly got the details of the most powerful one. The cat mummy. Dead cat, male. Rank, low lord. Body mass, 110. Agility, 160. Power, 98. Divine spirit, 160. Abilities, curse, deathclaw strike, necrotic pupil, regeneration. Combined battle strength, 3135-48. The low lords also have a pretty good combined war effort. Keep in mind that this was just an undead creature revived from a black iron level pyramid. In addition to the pyramid of Bast, countless undead creatures were revived inside other pyramids. Ghost Beowulf, necrotic rabbit, bone hawk. One of the ghost bearded wolves revived in the golden pyramid had even reached the High Lord realm. It seems that the aborigines in this pyramid realm are much stronger than those in the Great Snow Mountain. After the resurrection of these undead creatures, some of them curiously ran out of the gate of the pyramid. A steady stream of undead creatures poured outward from each pyramid. After they are resurrected, odds are they want to see the outside world. Seeing these undead creatures with transcendent levels ranging from transcendent to Lord Realm, Chen Mo's gaze was fiery. These are the reserves of the Ice Lion Kingdom's undead army. I wonder if it's possible to conquer them all directly with the kingly aura possessed by the necromantic lion. Just when Chen Mo was ready to act, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the center of the pyramid mystery realm. Every living being located in the secret realm of the pyramid heard this ancient voice. The originally sleeping Sphinx had opened its tawny pupils at some point. Some kind of arcane and weird language was spat out from his mouth. Raven, Your Majesty. It's saying that a new round of the undead divine choice has opened. The cold ice underworld crow transformed into a translation crow and translated word by word to Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded. The Sphinx's voice didn't stop, and the chilling Stygian raven continued to translate. All undead creatures are now able to participate in the 99 Gods Divine Chosen Trials. Undead creatures that pass the trials will be handsomely rewarded. The Chosen of God even have the qualification to the River Styx. What the Sphinx said about the trials. It's similar to the written descriptions recorded on every pyramid. After hearing this, Chen Mo no longer hesitated and directly ran towards the pyramid's secret realm. Yet the very moment he stepped into the secret realm of the pyramid, a hoarse and dry voice suddenly came from the bottom of Chen Mo's heart. Mythical beast. This realm is the land of the undead. Stop the living. Please leave immediately or the consequences will be more than you can bear. Chen Mo looked toward the bottom of the only golden pyramid. The amber pupils of the Sphinx, were looking directly at himself. The voice that had just sounded in his mind was the Sphinx communicating telepathically with himself. There was no awe or fear in Chen Mo's eyes towards this powerful boundary guardian. From what we've learned from the Canopy Ice Spider and from the Eastern Xia side, Chen Mo knew that although boundary guardians possessed extreme strength, they were constrained by heaven and earth, often confined to a range of less than a kilometer in circumference, and does not normally strike. In addition, Chen Mo felt that this Sphinx was quite polite and actually used the word please. The Sphinx had actually discovered Chen Mo's presence long ago. It didn't know where this King Realm mythical beast had appeared from. Now that the aura of this heaven and earth has not yet fully recovered, How did this mythical beast advance to the peak of the king realm? Its presence will inevitably affect the undead trials. The strongest existence within the pyramid mysteries was only the High Lord realm. As a matter of fact, High Lords were already the strongest existence in this heaven and earth. However, it was completely inadequate in front of this peak king animal. If this mythical beast is willing, it could even slaughter all the undead creatures inside the pyramid. It was a scene the Sphinx definitely did not want to see, so it had to jump in and intervene. So, now what? Chunmo replied calmly. In the next second, flames erupted from his pupils, and Silver Soul flames rose up. In a matter of 2 seconds, he was transformed into an utterly undead creature. I will strike in my undead form. Seeing this scene, the Sphinx's pupils shrank. It's lived a long life, but it's never seen a living person instantly transform into undead form, and it realized that the animal could still change back to its original form. Since you're also an undead creature, it's only natural that you can participate in the divine chosen trials as well. The Sphinx quickly adjusted his demeanor, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. But please don't interfere with the undead god selection, and don't hurt the other trialists. Don't worry, I won't hurt them. Chunmo nodded and promised. These undead creatures are the reserves of the future undead army. Chunmo naturally would not kill them, realizing that undead creatures don't get tired and hardly ever really die. Definitely a handful to work with. Even 007 has no problem. I think that with your strength, you can participate in Anubis's divine choice trials. I believe you have a good chance of obtaining the legacy of Lord Anubis. The Sphinx spoke up. The emotions within it had changed from initial surprise to elation. Although this mythical beast is exceptionally powerful, as long as one becomes Lord Anubis' chosen one, then the spirit is affected and gradually becomes loyal to Lord Anubis. It would be nice to have one more chosen one so powerful. Definitely a good thing for Lord Anubis' current situation. Chunmo nodded, but in his heart, he was unimpressed. He wasn't interested in the so-called trials of the undead. What interested him were the undead creatures before him. Chunmo first walked to the front of Buster's pyramid, eyes straight at the mummified cats and skeleton cats. Submit to me. Chunmo's voice resounded through telepathy in the hearts of every mummy cat and skeleton cat. The strongest mummified cat just wanted to refuse. It believed in Bast, the god of cats. Yet at the moment of opening the mouth, another thought of wanting to follow this giant undead lion in front of it suddenly rose within it. It was as if this giant undead lion had an innate kingly aura about it. It can't help but want to submit. As if believing in Bast and being a dependent of this giant undead lion in front of me don't conflict. And so finally, the golden pupil mummified cat leader hung his head in submission. As for the other undead cats, they naturally chose to submit at the first opportunity. After Chunmo transformed into his undead form, with a kingly aura it's easier to subjugate undead creatures. After conquering the undead creatures of Bast's pyramid, Chunmo hoofed it to the other pyramids. The intake went very smoothly. It was more or less what Chunmo had expected. His own lion's body shook. The undead creatures coming out of the pyramid then bowed down in submission. Necromantic lion, that's a nice self-disciplined title. Not far away. After seeing the undead giant lion continuously subduing the undead creatures within the secret territory of the pyramid, his pupils dilated and a look of shock flowed out. It was stunned by the undead giant lion's tawdry maneuvers. As a rule, these undead creatures are dependents of other gods. How could a god who already had his own beliefs succumb so easily? Chunmo, with his lion character charm. Soon all the undead creatures within the 89 Black Iron Pyramids were taken as their dependents. The undead army was instantly empowered. Crow, your majesty is mighty. The cold Stygian crow felt hot. The growth of the undead legion meant that it would have more and more gold as the leader of the first legion of the undead legion. But in taking in the bronze pyramid as well as the undead dependents within the gold pyramid, Chunmo is in trouble. These undead creatures did not give in. Obviously, the gods they believe in are much more powerful. And as dependents as well as followers of these gods, Chunmo's kingly aura hadn't been able to subjugate them. The strongest being within the golden pyramid is a bearded wolf, covered in pale golden bandages the pupils are an amber color. There is a resemblance to Anubis, the legendary god of the dead. Lion King, I recognize that you are powerful, but as Lord Anubis's most loyal familiars, there is no way we can submit to you. The Hue Wolf leader spoke up. It didn't submit, but it kept its respect for the undead giant lion. Not only because of Chunmo's kingly aura, but also for the fact that at this stage, it would be able to accomplish the awe of the king realm beings. How about we make a bet? Lion King, you send one of your familiars. We participate in the same trial. If your favorites can go farther than me, we will submit to you. If I win, please don't interfere with our divine selection trial. At this time, a whole body is only bones. And, The necromantic giant serpent with ghostly blue flames flickering at its eyes suddenly spoke. It came from a bronze pyramid, called the Pyramid of Apis. The juggernaut was the earthly python with golden scales. "You're not in a position to bet against me," Chen Mo said calmly, along with slightly releasing his kingly pressure. A terrifying pressure like that of an abyss swept over the head of the leader of the necrotic giant serpent. In an instant, the body was then crushed to death by an invisible force. Its soul fire kept flickering, and the death spirit giant snake couldn't help but let out a wail of pain. There was an incomparable power gap between the two. Chen Mo could crush the death spirit giant snake with a single thought. Enough, giant lion. The Sphinx couldn't help but chortle at the sight. The black iron pyramid. Those undead creatures it could care less about. But this death spirit giant serpent was one of the candidates for the chosen of God. Chen Mo didn't stop immediately. The Sphinx, although extremely powerful, but the cost of it trying to take a shot at itself was immense. Chen Ma understood. Even if it actually kills the necrotic serpent, the Sphinx will not step in. However, Chen Mo was only prepared to teach this death spirit giant snake some lessons, so he did not intend to kill it completely. When it begged for mercy, it withdrew its kingly pressure. The death spirit giant snake that would pick up a life lowered its head, its gaze not daring to look directly at this death spirit giant lion in front of it. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out in its head. "I can have my familiars join you in the undead trials. If you lose, you all need to submit to me." Upon hearing this, the necrotic giant serpent's soul flame flickered, and his gaze looked towards the ghost-bearded wolf leader. It made a sibilant sound and seemed to be deliberating something. A moment later, the necrotic giant serpent leader spoke. "Thank you for your majesty's mercy. The undead one is willing to bet with you." It then bowed its head and begged. "But can we be allowed to choose the location of the divine chosen trial?" Chen Mo nodded. "Can I choose the Pyramid of Apis?" The leader of the necromantic giant serpent did not hesitate to choose the divine chosen trial where his own believing god was located. This was a bronze-level intensity divine choice trial that was perfect for Lord Realm beings. Among the writings on the pyramid gates are the words, "The chosen trials of the Black Iron Pyramid and the Bronze Pyramid are for beings of Lord rank and below. Beings whose strength exceeds the Lord rank will not be able to open the trial. The Golden Pyramid is the chosen trial of Anubis, the god of the dead. The trial can only be opened when the transcendent level reaches the peak of the Lords. Could be. Thank you, Your Majesty. Since Your Majesty allowed us to pick the trial site, then it stands to reason that I should open the trial first." The leader of the necromantic giant serpent spoke, and then slowly swam into the Pyramid of Apis. Infused the death energy into the giant golden serpent statue in the center. With that, the trial began. Meanwhile, projections of the Necronomicon participating in the trials appeared on all 8 sides of the Pyramid of Apis. The projection shows exactly the whole process of the trialist undergoing the trial. It is up to the trialist to choose whether or not to hide his or her participation in the trial. The leader of the necromantic giant serpent chose to go public. In the projection, Chen Mo saw a kind of black mist suddenly rise from inside the pyramid after the trial began. In the blink of an eye, the pyramid was completely enveloped in black mist. These black mists were, in fact, the purest of death energies. The energy of death converges and eventually coalesces into a reddish pupil. Giant snakes over 10 meters in length. Black mist serpent. Rank, low lord. Giant snakes coalesced by the breath of death do not possess true intelligence. Apparently, the trial of the first level of the bronze pyramid was to defeat this black mist giant snake in front of him. This giant snake was not a true living being, but a monster condensed by death energy. Though unintelligent, they have the most primitive fighting instincts and fighting skills and it can unleash different undead spells. Sizzle. Soon, the 2 giant snakes were engaged in a fierce close combat. The necromancer's speed and strength are even better. With Death Tear Bite continuously biting the snake body of the Black Mist giant snake into 2. However, the Black Mist giant serpent also possessed powerful recovery energy, and between the Black Mist tossing and turning, the broken body was then restored as before. Having been resurrected, the black mist that made up its body became much thinner. The combat power has also dropped a bit. Moreover, the necromantic giant serpent took advantage of the gap between the Black Mist giant serpent's recovery to continuously launch attacks. After crushing the body of the Black Mist giant snake 3 times in a row, the body of the Black Mist giant snake was completely shattered. Once again, it turned into a thick black fog and merged into the black fog of the pyramid. The first level of the trial, the necrotic giant snake still passed with relative ease. The giant necromantic serpent gazed behind him, and in the image outside it was as if they were looking at other dead beings. It had a look of pride and confidence in its eyes. Crow, the chilly medieval raven cocked its head in confusion. You, an undead creature of the Middle Lord Realm, defeat a black mist monstrous serpent of the Low Lord Realm. What is there to be proud of? End of chapter. Chapter 142. Chapter 142, Crow Feather Chop. Monster-like strength. 2 in 1. Chapter 142, Crow Feather Chop. Monster-like strength. 2 in 1. The trial continues. The black mist surged. And in the blink of an eye, 3 more low-level black mist serpents coalesced. The moment it was generated, it launched a fierce attack at the necrotic giant serpent. The second level of the trial is to defeat 3 black mist serpents. Facing the siege of 3 black mist serpents, the necrotic giant serpent's soul flame flickered and his eyes were grave. Compared to its previous ease, the necromantic giant serpent appeared to be in a slight mess. It was attacked several times by the black mist serpent, but in the end, he was able to defeat all 3 black mist giant snakes without any danger. With hardly any time to rest, the third level of the trial ensued. This time, 9 giant black mist snakes were born from the black mist. They all charged at the necrotic giant snake and began to physically fight in close combat. Short-handed, the interior of the bronze pyramid seemed a bit small for the Necronomicon. When the number of opponents exploded to 9, there wasn't much room for dodging anymore. After 2 rounds of exchanges, several of the necromantic giant snake's bones were hit hard by the black mist giant snake's tail, and a crack appeared from the death bite. Under the 9-headed black mist serpent's coordinated attacks, the necromantic giant serpent was clearly struggling to cope. Apparently, it's getting close to reaching its limit. Boom! Boom! One of the black mist giant snakes transformed into black mist and flew towards the death spirit giant snake and tore into it. After dodging, the necrotic giant serpent made a turn to accelerate, and the breath of death coalesced between its teeth. Backhandedly, he tore towards this black mist giant snake. In the meantime, the other 4 black mist giant snakes attacked simultaneously from its front, back, left, right, and 4 directions respectively. Facing the attacks of these 4 black mist giant snakes, the necrotic giant serpent didn't dodge. Still launching a fierce attack, the giant snake of black mist was directly bitten into 2. The fracture held the aura of death carried by the death bite, preventing it from recovering. And the necromantic giant serpent wasn't doing well either. The attacks of the other 4 black mist giant snakes blasted solidly onto its body. 6 broken bones shattered. It forcibly killed one of the black mist pythons at the cost of suffering heavy damage to itself. Seeing this scene, both the necromantic giant serpent clan and the other undead creatures felt that the necromantic giant serpent leader was most likely going to stop here. Immediately after that, the necrotic giant serpent repeated the same trick. This time it completely shattered its skeleton with its entire body. Death was the price for forcibly replacing another black mist python. Of course, the necromantic giant serpent didn't die completely. Under the pull of the ghostly blue soul fire, the fragmented skeletons began to coalesce again. Most undead creatures have the ability to resurrect and reorganize their skeletons, but in the process of resurrection, they are often extremely vulnerable. Although these black mist pythons have no independent intelligence, but the fighting instinct made them choose to attack at the same time at this moment. However, the broken skeleton of the necromantic giant serpent was actually strangely emitting a ghostly blue eerie gas, shrouding a dozen meters in its circumference. The moment the black mist python touched these gases, it was as if it had encountered strong acid. The body of black mist was constantly being eroded. In the blink of an eye, the 5 black mist giant snakes that were the first to attack unexpectedly all died. Corruption Fog, the necromonger leader's unique ability. When he resurrects himself, the skeleton releases a blue poisonous mist, which allows its resurrection to be undisturbed. This ghostly blue poisonous mist possesses the power to corrode the spirit and the soul. Although the black mist giant serpent was entirely condensed from death energy, the corruptive poisonous mist replaced the original black mist like a poison in the hawk, became part of their bodies. Normal intelligent creatures don't approach the poisonous mist so easily after discovering that Instead, they will choose to attack using long-range abilities. But these giant snakes of black mist didn't have a brain. After the skeleton of the necromantic giant serpent had regrouped and recovered, the remaining 2 black mist giant snakes were naturally no match for it. The third level of the trial passed with flying colors. At this time, the color of the black fog inside the pyramid turned deeper and deeper, and they quickly gathered together. Soon, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the black fog. The black mist formed a giant python that was over 50 meters long. Not only was it 5 times the size of those previous black mist giant snakes, and with scales and patterns growing on top of the carapace, it appeared more realistic, compared to the previous black mist giant snake. It was as if they were transcendent beings that truly possessed intelligence. The moment it was born, this black mist python took the initiative to attack. It spat out a piece of poisonous mist from its mouth, constantly blocking the position of the death spirit giant snake. The necromantic giant snake wanted to look for an opportunity to counterattack, but the difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. After only 2 minutes of holding out, The necrotic giant serpent was swung around by the black mist python with a swinging tail, slapped hard on the ground, in a state of near death. Sizzle. I concede. Seeing that the black mist python was still going to attack, the dying death spirit giant serpent hastily transmitted the intention of giving up with its soul fire. The black mist python instantly dissipated. At the same time, the black mist covering the entire interior of the pyramid also dissipated, once again restoring the scene before the trial began. At the same time, a stream of black mist surged into the body of the death spirit giant snake. In the blink of an eye, the necrotic giant serpent completed its resurrection, and the injuries on its body were fully restored. Every being who participates in the trial receives healing at the end of the trial, and in front of the statue of the golden serpent, a black apple appeared. Apparently, it was a reward for passing the trial. Corrupted dark fruit. First order medicine. There is a certain probability that a living creature can be transformed into a dead one after eating it, and retains the soul and consciousness of the living. Transcendent necromantic creatures will have their undead power increased by a small amount after taking it. In Chen Mo's point of view, the black apple next to its related information quickly appeared. After passing the 3 levels of trials, they only give first-order divine pills? After seeing the leader of the necromantic giant serpent pass the 3 levels of the trial, surprisingly, he had only obtained a mere first-order divine medicine. Chen Mo felt that this giant serpent sovereign named Apis was a bit stingy. It was clearly written on the stone door that one would be rewarded handsomely after passing the trial, but now it seemed to be nothing more than that. Of course, it's also possible that this necromantic giant snake is too much of a vegetable. The first 3 levels of the trial aren't too difficult, and the rewards are naturally average. There might be a nice reward after completing all the trials. Sizzle. The necromantic giant serpent was still very satisfied with the results of his trial. The bronze pyramid level of the divine choice trials is incredibly difficult, and it's only just been revived. It's almost impossible to come up and finish the pass. To make it to level 4 on the first try is a very good achievement. Next, with a little more honing, there's still a good chance that you can become Lord Ape's chosen one. Sizzle. Your Highness, it's your favorite's turn. The necromantic giant serpent opened its mouth, and it couldn't wait to see which of the Ice Lion King's henchmen it would send out. It had sensed it roughly once before. It could sense that the soul flames of the undead creatures around the Ice Lion King were all very young. All of them were undead creatures that had just been born not long ago, including that cold Stygian crow. Although the transcendent level of this cold Stygian crow had already reached High Lord. However, after entering the trial, the trialist's transcendent level would be suppressed. Freshly born necromantic creatures like these, inexperienced in battle, the abilities mastered were even less, and it was absolutely impossible to pass the 3rd level. This was the most important reason why they dared to bet with the Ice Lion King. Cold Stygian crow. You go. Cold Stygian raven's combined combat power is almost 1/6 times that of necrotic giant serpent. And having also completed the Roaring Lion, Tyrannical Eating Lion plus Self-Discipline Challenge, passing the first 3 levels of the trial should be a breeze. As for the python in the 4th level, with the strength of the cold Stygian crow, Chen Mo felt that there was also a high possibility that he could defeat it. Crow. Good da. The cold Stygian crow leaps to its feet. At this time, the leader of the necrotic giant serpent snaked his body and came in front of the cold ice Stygian crow, said in a tone of seniority, Sizzle. See? It's a gift from Lord Apis. If you can achieve the same results as me, you will also receive the gift of Lord Apis. Seeing the death spirit giant serpent leader's gorgeous expression as well as this first order divine pill held in his hand, the cold Stygian crow couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. That's it? When it was a tour guide for His Majesty rewarded it with dozens of underworld flowers. The effects of these underworld flowers were almost indistinguishable from this first order divine medicine. This existence named Apis was also too stingy, right? And for this reward, you're satisfied with the leader of the Necronomicon? The cold Stygian crow was now clearly a full man who didn't know how hungry he was. Sensing the disdain in the eyes of the ice crow, the necrotic serpent could not sit still any longer. So it was shady. Looking forward to your performance. Crow. Ice Raven answered, then opened the huge backpack she carried behind her. Inside the backpack were all sorts of mutated spirit herbs and fruits, the soul-nourishing grass, which speeds up the recovery of death energy, and the god speed fruit, which briefly accelerates the speed of necrotic flower that increases the effect of undead abilities. There were also several spectral flowers that boosted psychic power. There is nothing in the rules of the trial that says you can't use drugs or props. Since it doesn't state that it's available, that certainly doesn't qualify as cheating. The cold Stygian crow deliberately displayed a wave in front of the necrotic giant serpent. Then he swallowed all of these spiritual plants into his mouth. After using these spirit plants, the cold Stygian crow's combined battle power increased by about 100 points or so. The necromantic giant serpent's gaze froze, and he was inwardly shocked. Isn't that considered cheating? And it's cheating fair and square. Beyond that, it dawned on it. Why is it that this cold Stygian raven has obviously only just become an undead creature? Yet it had the transcendent rank of the High Lord realm. It's all from drugs. Is this giant undead lion so kind to his own men? This made the necromantic giant serpent leader not help but feel a little envious. If I had known that, I would have surrendered earlier. Crow, your majesty, I'm going. The cold Stygian raven swings its necrotic wings and enters the pyramid of Apis. Then he injected his death energy into the golden statue at the very center. The 8th trial is about to begin. The trial is divided into 6 levels. For each level you pass, you get a reward. An emotionless voice rang out in the mind of the chilling Stygian crow. With that, it felt that its transcendent rank had unexpectedly returned to the level of a low lord. There is some sort of rule in this place that when the trials begin, it would force the trialist's transcendent level down to the low lord realm. No wonder that necromantic giant serpent had a self-satisfied look on its face after defeating a black mist giant serpent earlier. Choose whether to turn on the photo mode or not. When you turn on the photo mode, the whole trial will be broadcasted live. The voice from before once again resounded in the cold ice Stygian crow's mind. Crow, without hesitation, the cold Stygian crow chose to turn on the stay mode. Let that stinking snake see what he's made of. The trial is about to begin. Trialists, please get ready. Black mist surged around them. The first level of the trial is the same as what happened to the necrotic giant serpent before. It was a low-ranked Lord Realm Black Mist giant serpent. Crow. The moment the Black Mist giant snake was generated, the cold ice underworld crow did not rush to attack. Instead, it waved its wings in an unhurried manner, and a black ghostly mist appeared around it. Spreading rapidly in all directions. Dark mist. Dark mist allows undead creatures to recover from their wounds quickly. It also speeds up the resurrection of undead creatures. The cold ice Stygian crow is now, even if the bones in its entire body are broken, it only takes about 10 seconds to resurrect, and a few seconds with dark mist. This dark mist can exist for about half an hour. And while the first trial is simple, release it first. He's an intelligent jay. By this time, the black mist giant snake had already rushed over, opening its bloody mouth, and toward the cold Stygian crow came a black mist spit. This giant snake, condensed from death energy, also possessed the ability to fly. The undead fire rose from the wings of the cold ice underworld crow, and then it exploded into an astonishing speed of. In an instant, he rushed out of the range of Death Spit's attack. After dodging the Death Spit, the cold Stygian crow's speed didn't slow down at all. It swooped straight towards the black mist giant snake. Crow's feather chop. This was a move that the cold ice Stygian crow had mastered a long time ago, because according to the necromantic giant snake's experience of participating in the trials, there was no rest in the middle of the trials. There was no time at all to recover the death energy. Once the death energy in your body is used up, you can only fight to the death. That's why every ounce of death energy in the body is precious. Crow Feather Chop consumes less death energy and does not do bad damage. The Black Mist Giant Serpent in the first level. The Cold Ice Stygian Crow was confident that he could defeat it with his own physique. So come up and be short with it. The Black Mist Giant Snake sidestepped and tried to dodge. But the Cold Ice Stygian Crow's speed was even better. The wings burning with the fire of the undead turned into sharp knives and passed right through the body of the Black Mist Giant Snake. Cut it in two. The rules in the pyramid suppressed the transcendent level of the Cold Stygian Raven, but it didn't suppress its physicality. With the Tyrannical Eclipse Lion plus S enhancement, the Cold Ice Stygian Crow's body was now frighteningly strong. Not to mention the spirit fruit that could increase speed and strength had been taken before the trial. The speed and strength were completely not comparable to the Black Mist Giant Snake. The pale fire quickly spread along the break, making it impossible for the Black Mist Giant Snake to recover in a short period of time. Immediately after that, the Cold Stygian Crow used the Crow Feather Slash again. Chop. Soon, the Black Mist Giant Snake was sliced into a dozen or so sections, completely losing its life. Not far away, the black fog gathered, and the figures of three giant black fog snakes emerged from the three vortexes. The second level of the trial begins. End of chapter. Chapter 143. Chapter 143, Iron Bone Crow, 2-in-1. Chapter 143, Iron Bone Crow, 2-in-1. Facing the siege of three giant black mist snakes, the Cold Stygian Crow still chose to just use Crow Feather Slash to fight close to the face, with his own superfast speed, while dodging the poisonous mist and melee attacks of the Black Mist Giant Serpent. Keep swinging and chopping, passing through all the flowers, not touching a single leaf. Compared to a giant black mist snake before, it might be the difference between chopping a dozen times and chopping dozens of times. When the necromantic giant serpent saw this scene, an unpleasant feeling vaguely rose in his heart. This Stygian Crow is clearly a necromantic creature that hasn't been awakened for long. It was only by relying entirely on the accumulation of divine medicines that he had broken through to High Lord. Why does it possess such terrifying speed and power? Why is it so strong? Once again, the black mist rapidly coalesced. This time, the ones that appeared were 9 giant black mist snakes. The third level of the trial begins. At the instant the 9 giant snakes of black mist were generated. The soul fire at the eye sockets of the cold ice underworld crow steeply became vigorous, and then it let out a sharp and ear-piercing chirp. Death song. Facing the 9 black mist giant serpents, the cold Stygian crow no longer conserved its death energy and directly opened fire. With the roaring lion's augmentation, the sound coalesced into a bursting shockwave that it actually directly blew apart the bodies of the 9 black mist giant snakes. The body of the giant snake of black mist became a little bit more illusory. Immediately after that, the death energy contained in the death song began to erode their black mist bodies. In less than half a minute, all 9 serpents of the black mist retransformed into black mist and completely perished. The third level of the trial passed even more quickly and easily than the first 2. Sizzle! How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the death spirit giant snake felt incredulous. The third level that it had barely passed by virtue of trickery. The undercrow had passed so easily. All 9 black mist giant snakes have been seconded. Could it be that it hasn't been suppressed in its realm? Or did the Stygian crow not utilize all of his strength before? But now whether or not Stygian crow can defeat the next mega black abyss python, it can't even lose through the 4th level of the trial anymore. At most, it's a tie with yourself. Is it really necessary to submit to the giant lion of the undead? However, if we can get the same resources as the cold Stygian crow, subjugating the undead lion seems not bad. If he thought about it like that, the necrotic giant serpent leader still had a little bit of excitement inside. Inside the pyramid, the trial is still going on. The black mist quickly gathered together, and the giant black mist python over 50 meters long reappeared. The aura it exuded was clearly of the Lord high rank. However, the cold ice underworld crow felt that the death energy in his body was also beginning to gradually revive. After entering the 4th level of the trial, the power of the rules within this pyramid dissipated partially. It restored its strength to the medium lord realm. So the 4th level of the trial is asking for cross combat? Defeating a high lord realm black mist giant serpent with the strength of a medium lord realm? Facing this giant snake, the eyes of the cold ice underworld crow also had a bit more gravity in them. This big guy in front of him wasn't as easy to deal with as the previous few black mist giant snakes. Raven, the cold Stygian crow once again let out a sharp hiss. Death song. It was a test run. The terrifying song of the undead transformed into an invisible shockwave, wrapped in death energy that continuously attacking the black mist giant snake. The body of the black mist giant serpent slightly stalled after suffering the attack of the death song. The black fog was dispersed a bit. The death energy eroded the black mist serpent body, but the effect was not significant, and the black fog that had just been contaminated was soon back as good as new. Apparently, this giant black mist python possessed an extremely strong recovery ability. Its recovery power was about 10 times more than those black mist giant snakes before. It was much more difficult to deal with than an ordinary high lord realm being. If you put it in the game, it definitely belongs to the boss level beasts. The black mist python let out a roar and spat out a corrosive mist at the cold ice underworld crow in midair. However, because it was affected by the sound wave, the black mist python's attack wasn't very precise. The cold Stygian crow dodged it with his speed. Outside, the death spirit giant serpent couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the scene on the projection. It looks like the cold Stygian crow is going to stop there as well. It still has some regrets inside. Now the necrotic giant serpent himself couldn't say whether he wanted the cold Stygian crow to win or not. Still hoping it fails. It looks like the crow will have to use a surefire technique. After 2 rounds of trial and error and discovering that the black mist python possessed an extremely strong recovery ability, the cold Stygian crow thought silently in his mind. Trying to kill the black mist python with death song or crow feather slash was almost impossible. There were only 2 ways to defeat this black mist python. One was to instantly inflict great trauma and directly kill this black mist python in seconds. The second was to use certain special moves to make the black mist python's ability to recover weaken for a short period of time. The cold Stygian crow was ready to adopt the first option. So after dodging another attack, a pale vertical pupil suddenly opened at the forehead of the cold ice underworld crow. And this third eye radiated a heart-stopping light. Curse of the dead pupil. This was an ability it had mastered after advancing to the late lord realm. By opening the pupil of the necromancer, any being that is gazed upon by the pupil of the necromancer can suffer a curse. What's more, this curse power was stackable, and before the curse breaks out, the cursed being cannot detect the curse. As long as you keep gazing at the black mist python, the power of the curse will continue to stack up. When the power of the curse reaches its limit before detonating it, there is a high probability that it can kill it directly in seconds. The premise is, It has to survive before it detonates. And the necromantic pupil needed to keep an eye on the black mist python at all times. The black mist python rushed over once more, opening its huge mouth of pitch black mist and trying to swallow the cold ice underworld crow in one gulp. The difference in size between the two was vast, and in front of the black mist python, the cold ice underworld crow was like an ant. Crow! In the nick of time, the cold ice underworld crow once again let out a sharp and piercing cry. It's not a death song, it's a simple hiss. However, the shockwave energy wrapped around it still caused the black mist python's body to slightly stall. Taking advantage of this, the ice crow quickly swooped downward, dodging the deadly bite. The next 10 minutes, the cold Stygian crow dodged while continuing to increase the number of layers of dead pupil curse. Whenever the black mist python got close, it let out a sharp hiss that, using the shockwave attached to Roaring Lion, caused the black mist python to stiffen slightly. However, the speed of this black mist python was still swift and incomparable, and its attacks were as fast as thunder. The cold Stygian crow was still swept by one of the black mist python's flailing tails. The powerful force slapped it directly into the walls of the pyramid. Fortunately, with the reinforcement of the Eating Lion Plus, the bones of the ice crow are very hard and can be called iron bones. Just a few slight cracks. The cold Stygian crow flew into the dark mist it had created earlier and quickly recovered. Finally, after holding out for a full 10 minutes, the curse effect of the necromantic pupil had reached its limit. But the cold Stygian crow did not detonate directly, but instead burrowed into the dark mist. While recovering his injuries and spiritual energy, he continued to meander with the black mist python. He's a witty J. The next 5th level of the trial is definitely more difficult, and there's no break between two adjacent levels in this trial. The cold ice Stygian crow was prepared to restore his condition to his best before proceeding to the next 5th level of the trial. After about 20 more minutes, the death energy in the cold Stygian crow was almost restored. Meanwhile, seeing that the dark mist was about to dissipate, it replenished another cloud of dark mist. During that time, the cold ice underworld crow was once again hit multiple times by the black mist giant serpent's attacks. The dark mist created earlier played a huge role, allowing the cold Stygian crow to quickly recover from its injuries. The time has come. The vertical pupils of the cold Stygian crow suddenly ignited with pale white soul flames. The power of the curse that was previously applied to the dark mist python erupted at the same time. Shasta! The body of the black mist python actually began to crumble and disintegrate, visible to the naked eye. It's falling apart like dirt. It finally turned into a piece of black mist. The dead pupil curse, with its curse power pulled to full strength, disintegrated it back into its black mist form. With this level of attack, even if the black mist python possessed an extremely powerful recovery ability, nor can they be resurrected again. 4th level of the trial. Pass. Seeing the cold ice Stygian crow slightly struggling to pass the 4th level of the trial, Chen Mo felt some emotion within his heart. The bronze pyramid trial seems pretty difficult. The cold Stygian raven is gifted with a lot of talent and a self-discipline title bonus, neither of which can be speed passed. It was no wonder that this necrotic giant serpent leader's performance was so crotch-pulling. The leader of the necrotic giant serpent, on the other hand, sighed. Whether or not the ice crow could pass the 5th level of the trial next, it's a gamble they've already lost. Sizzle. At the same time, it recognized the strength of the cold ice underworld crow. Only by actually facing that black mist python could one truly realize how powerful it was. The 5th level of the trial is about to begin. Please prepare for the trial. The familiar voice once again resounded in the mind of the cold ice Stygian crow. The black mist in front of it converged. In the end, it actually formed 3 black mist pythons that were the same as the 4th level of the trial. Crow. Seeing the 3 black mist pythons, the cold ice underworld crow felt a billion points of pressure. Its mind began to frantically think of tactics. It's a little too hard to raven. In the end it decided to follow the same roundabout curse tactics it had used before and then break them down one by one. The necromantic pupil began to open once again, and the power of the curse quietly descended upon one of the black mist pythons. At the same time, the 3 black mist pythons attacked from 3 different directions. 3 pieces of black mist spit out of their mouths. The cold ice underworld crow was like a leaf falling in the wind, drawing a bizarre arc in the air. Dodged the spit of the 3 pythons. At the same time, it let out a sharp hissing sound to slow down the black mist python's attack. However, the 3 black mist pythons that were more than 50 meters long occupied almost the entire interior space of the pyramid, and their attacks even covered half of the pyramid. There was hardly any room for the cold Stygian crow to dodge. Eventually a trace of black mist rubbed against half of the chilling Stygian crow's body. In an instant, rust spots and cracks appeared on this half of the skeleton of the cold ice underworld crow, which had already been corroded. Even though the cold ice Stygian crow had already pushed his speed to the limit, but still, they would be swept by the spit of the black mist python and hit by the death charge. After only holding out for less than 3 minutes, The chilling Stygian crow had already fallen into a state of near death. 1 plus 1 plus 1 is far greater than 3. The pressure from the 3 black mist pythons was far greater than before. It's a good thing the cold Stygian crow burrowed into the dark mist when he was on the verge of death. Then, skeleton reorganization was activated. Under the pull of the soul's fire, it wants to complete the resurrection at an amazing speed. The black mist pythons naturally won't let it come back to life. A black mist spit filled with corrosive power was spat out from his mouth, wanting to completely defeat the cold ice underworld crow. It was good that the cold Stygian crow's physique was different from that of regular crows under the tyrannical eclipse lion plus enchantment. Even though the skeleton was hit by the spit again, it held on. In the dark fog, the figure of the cold ice underworld crow reappeared. Only the soul fire at its eye sockets was much dimmer. Undead creatures, although they can be resurrected in a short period of time, but the price was to consume one's soul power and death energy. If the soul power was completely exhausted, then the undead creature would welcome death completely. After the resurrection of the ice crow, continue to apply dead pupil curse to the previously cursed one within the black fog roll, stacking the power of the curse. At the same time, the cold ice underworld crow rose vertically into the air and pulled away from the black mist python. Based on the combat experience of the last trial, the deadly pupil curse can completely kill a black mist python as long as it lasts for about 8 minutes, and as long as it killed a black mist python, the pressure it faced next wouldn't be as great. Just hold on for another 5 minutes. The 3 black mist pythons naturally launched another fierce attack. 2 minutes later, the cold Stygian crow was once again in a state of near death. As before, it vanished into the dark mist and used skeletal reorganization to try to resurrect itself once more. This time, however, the cold ice Stygian crow appeared densely cracked under the onslaught of the dark mist spit. It seemed like it was going to fall apart at any moment. After resurrection, its skeleton is not as hard as before. Finally, on the eve of the bones about to shatter, it completed skeletal reorganization. The soul fire on the skeleton of the cold Stygian crow steeply became vigorous, and all the cracks instantly disappeared. Like a phoenix reborn from the fire. Crow, it is, once again, resurrected. Dead pupil curse. Hissing, dodging. After resurrecting, the cold Stygian crow remained steadfast in its previous tactics. Seeing that the cold ice Stygian crow dodged with great difficulty, but was still being hit continuously, Shenmo's heart was somewhat touched. The odds are that the ice ravens are going to stop there. However, the perseverance and courage it displayed made Shenmo feel that he had a good eye. Resurrected a second time, the chilling Stygian crow persisted for another 2 minutes. Just one last minute before the curse breaks out. Unfortunately, the cold ice Stygian crow, under the furious attack of the black mist python, the skeletons of the entire body were all knocked apart, falling from the air and scattering in the dark mist. Only the soul fire at the skull remained to shine. The cold Stygian crow is still trying to revive. Just one last time and it would complete the curse and kill one of the black mist pythons. Boom! Boom! The 3 black mist pythons once again released dark mist spit towards the skull of the cold Stygian crow. Cracks as dense as spiderwebs soon appeared on top of the skull. Once the skull was shattered, the ice crow's soul fire would not have a place to bear the pick, and it would most likely go out. Outside, Shenmo, who saw this scene, was also a little anxious inside. End of chapter. Chapter 144. Chapter 144, Trials Reward, King's Law, Black Mist Legion. Chapter 144, Trials Reward, King's Law, Black Mist Legion. Unfortunately, the 4 bronze gates of the pyramid closed completely after the trial began. Unable to talk to the cold Stygian raven via telepathy. Otherwise, Shenmo would have definitely let the cold ice underworld crow choose to just give up. The value of the cold Stygian crow itself was far greater than the rewards gained from passing the trial. Moreover, after passing the 4th level of the trial, the cold ice underworld crow had already helped him win the bet. That's a pretty good score already. There's no need to be so desperate. The skeletons scattered everywhere slowly approached under the pull of the soul fire. However, on the eve of the imminent reorganization, because of the continuous attack of the black mist python, the dense cracks appeared on top of all the skeletons. Click. Finally, with a crisp cracking sound, all of the skeletons, including the skull, were completely shattered. Even with the tyrannical eating lion plus boost, after 2 resurrections, the bones of the cold Stygian crow also reached their limit. Having lost the bone as a carrier of soul fire, the cold ice underworld crow felt that its vitality was draining away, and its soul fire was gradually becoming dim. This is what real death tastes like. Yet its consciousness was growing calmer and calmer. Is it over? Nope. If we succeed in releasing the skeleton reorganization, we can still turn the situation around. The cold Stygian crow thought in its mind as it walked through many images in its mind. It was originally just a mediocre crow, and after the revival of its aura, though it managed to awaken, enlightened, yet still weak, during a feeding trip, he was targeted by a mutant hawk. It was supposed to die like this. Fortunately, at the last moment, Lord Ice Sparrow suddenly appeared and saved him. Then he was honored and cultivated by His Majesty, the Lion King, and from then on, he started his open-ended raven life. It was now the leader of the First Legion of the Ice Lion Kingdom's Undead Legion. It's the only way to not fall so easily. It would do its best to respond to Lord Ice Sparrow's saving grace, as well as the cultivation of His Majesty the Ice Lion. Under the continuous attacks of the giant snake of black mist, the soul fire of the cold ice underworld crow was burning more and more fiercely. Seeing this miracle-like scene, the death spirit giant snake was stunned. The body was shattered, but the will remained. With its unyielding will, the cold Stygian crow still managed to release skeleton reorganization. The bone fragments that had almost shattered into powder quickly coalesced under the pull of the soul fire. In the end, the cold Stygian crow miraculously completed its resurrection. Crow. After resurrecting, the cold Stygian raven unleashes its death song once more. The shrill, ear-piercing chirp once again resounded from within the empty pyramid. Slow down the rhythm of the black mist python's attack through the shockwave energized by the roaring lion. At the same time, the power of the curse continued to be applied. After dying 3 times in a row, the soul flames at the eye sockets of the cold Stygian crow had become much dimmer. Most importantly, its skeleton has become more and more fragile. The full recovery takes a long time. It could no longer withstand the onslaught of black mist spitting from the 3 black mist giant snakes. There's no chance of resurrection, and not a little bit of margin for error. Crow. Finally, the 8 minutes of damnation were up. The cold Stygian raven chooses to detonate the curse. Powerful curse power erupted on one of the black mist pythons, instantly killing it in seconds. Immediately after that, the cold ice Stygian crow continued to unleash the dead pupil curse. The target naturally became another black mist python. And naturally, the remaining 2 black mist pythons once again launched a fierce attack, continuing to fight with greater intensity. The cold ice underworld crow had gradually adapted to the black mist python's attack pattern as well as the rhythm of the attack, and was able to cope with it more and more easily. And with one less black mist python, the pressure that the cold ice underworld crow needed to face plummeted. This time, the cold ice Stygian crow didn't revive once, and was merely in a state of serious injury. It just lasted about 8 minutes. The deadly pupil curse erupted again, and another black mist python fell. The one remaining black mist python was naturally no match for the cold ice underworld crow. With his stance detour, he was once again killed in seconds by the curse of the cold Stygian crow. The 5th level of the trial is passed. I can't believe I passed the 5th trial. Outside, whether it's the ghost-bearded wolf, the giant necrotic serpent, these undead chieftains, still, Chen-Mo and the transcendent beings of the Ice Lion Kingdom were all moved by the cold ice Stygian crow when they saw this scene. Even Sphinx, the Sphinx who was quietly watching the bet, was a bit surprised. The battle power displayed by this Stygian crow, although there was still some gap between it and the divine spirit heirs, but the unyielding will displayed was enough to make up for the gap in talent. With a little bit of exercise, one should be able to pass the bronze level trial and become a chosen one. The future is promising. I didn't expect that this undead giant lion would not only exaggerate his own strength, but actually have such a fierce general by his side. And in the pyramid, the black mist rapidly gathered and changed again. All living beings were curious as to what the 6th level's trial challenge was again. The 5th level of the trial of the 3 black abyss pythons was already an extremely difficult existence to defeat. The 6th level of the trial shouldn't have to face 9 black abyss pythons. On the eve of the start of the 6th level of the trial, the cold ice underworld crow felt the spiritual energy in his body revive once again. His own life level was back to High Lord. The power of the rules that suppressed his transcendent rank completely disappeared. And in front of it, all the black mist of the entire pyramid gathered together. In the end, it unexpectedly turned into a giant python that was over 100 meters long and had golden scales. Every scale on this python is so lifelike. The golden flames in his pupils blazed as if he wanted to burn everything in the world. This wasn't an ordinary golden python, but the silhouette of the master of this pyramid. Apes. Sizzle. The moment the golden python appeared, all the necromantic giant snakes in the outside world all bowed down and listened. This is the god they believe in. I didn't realize that the final level of the apes trial was the apes void. The golden python was the first to attack once it was formed. Its speed was so fast that the cold ice Stygian crow was unable to capture its figure at all. It's hard to imagine such a huge body with extraordinary agility. Boom! The cold ice underworld crow hissed, while bursting into the fastest speed possible to dodge it, but it was still slammed straight into by the golden python. After several resurrections, the ice crow, which was already a bit osteoporotic, was instantly knocked off its feet and fell into a state of near death. After realizing that he didn't have the slightest possibility of defeating the golden python in front of him, the cold Stygian crow chose to abandon the trial with his mind. The current one was not a match for this golden python. When the cold Stygian crow chose to give up, a black mist rolled toward it from all around, surging into it, like the death spirit giant serpent before it. The injuries on the cold ice underworld crow's body completely recovered in an instant. This is not some sort of undead-based healing ability. Rather, it's the power of rules. It was an ability that could only be mastered by a totem-level being. The world inside the pyramid is once again quiet. The cold Stygian crow's gaze looked towards where the golden altar was. A black beast bone appeared in front of the golden statue's altar, inscribed with mysterious runes. This is the reward for passing the 5th level of the trial. Crow, the chilling medieval raven, observed the wave. It could not comprehend what it was, and looked around again and, after realizing that there were no other rewards, he flew out of the pyramid with this black beast bone. Outside the pyramid, countless undead beings gazed at the cold Stygian raven. The soul fire in their eye sockets flickered and admiration flowed from their gazes. It wasn't just the strength of the cold ice Stygian crow, but also the fighting skills and amazing will it displayed. Crow, your majesty. I tried my best, Crow. The cold Stygian crow still feels a bit sad that it didn't pass all at once. Otherwise, I'm sure these pyramid natives would have had even more wonderful expressions on their faces. It's been great, Stygian raven. Next time you don't have to fight so hard for the kingdom. Your life is more precious. Chunmo used telepathy and said gently. Crow. The cold Stygian crow nodded seriously. The heart feels warm and fuzzy. I didn't expect His Majesty the Lion King to value himself so highly. Crow. Your Majesty. What is this beast bone? The ice crow thought of its trophy and hurriedly grabbed the black bone with its claws. Put it in front of Chunmo. This beast bone carries a necromantic law above it. You will be able to learn this Tao by infusing death energy into this beast bone. When Chunmo saw the runes on it, he knew what it was. I didn't realize that the reward for passing the 5th level of the trial was an undead spell. It was also unknown what level the Tao was and what kind of effect it had. Crow, your majesty, here you go. Seeing the silver soul fire flickering in the eye sockets of the giant undead lion, the cold ice underworld crow inexplicably felt in his heart that His Majesty seemed to be a bit interested in this black beast bone. So without much thought, it decided to offer this beast bone to His Majesty. After all, now that His Majesty had also become an undead creature, he could likewise learn the laws of the undead. Chunmo nodded. He was a little curious about the effects of the Tao, and after learning it, through the title of Teach the Lion Plus, he could make it easier for undead leaders such as the cold Stygian crow to learn this spell. Seeing the cold Stygian crow's move of offering a treasure, the frost lion on the side was thoughtful. Cold Stygian raven, you should be the leader of the undead army. Chunmo touched the beast bone and began to learn. With that, the death energy in his body surged on its own. Outlining 20 or so black spirit symbols in the void, he successfully released the spell. As the spirit talisman was generated, black mist surged in front of the undead giant lion. The death energy actually condensed into a giant lion of black mist that was over 50 meters long. This black mist giant lion looked somewhat similar to Chunmo, with a much larger body size. The aura that was exuded was clearly of the king's high rank. The name of the law recorded on the beast bone was Black Mist Legion, a king-level law. After the law also had a rank. This was Chunmo's advancement into the king's realm. The knowledge that was only known after obtaining the mythical beast bloodline inheritance. The ranks of the law are the same as the transcendent ranks, divided into transcendent, lord, king, and cataclysm. Passing the 5th level of the trial and being rewarded with a king-level law was already pretty good. It seemed that it wasn't Apis, the juggernaut, who was stingy, or the undead giant serpent who was too much of a dish. The effect of Legion of Black Mist is to coalesce the energy of death into one or more beasts of black mist with the ability to fight. The beast of the black mist can exist for a long time until its death energy runs out. Chunmo's current limit would allow him to create a black mist giant lion of king's high-level battle power. It's just a bit consuming. Such a black mist giant lion would consume half of his death energy. However, the lying lion had given Chunmo the ability to restore blue, so this was not a problem. This means that with the death energy in abundance, Chunmo could batch manufacture king high-ranked black mist giant lions. Although these giant lions of black mist can only understand the simplest of commands, it didn't possess true self-awareness, but after all, it was a king's high-level existence. It was able to crush the vast majority of beings of the king's middle order and below. Crow, your majesty is mighty. Roar. Seeing the black mist giant lion with terrifying pressure, the ice lion familiars and the undead legion worshipped. In terms of size, this black mist giant lion even delivered a greater impact than Chunmo's original lion. Chunmo touched the beast bone again, releasing Black Mist Legion. Also memorized the flow route of the death energy. The difficulty of releasing Legion of Black Mist wasn't that high, and with his current level of enlightenment and comprehension, learned it in just 2 tries. After completely grasping the Black Mist Legion, Chen Mo gazed at the ghost-bearded wolf and other undead leaders. With that his voice rang out in the minds of these undead leaders. You lost. Now, you are all my dependents. Your Majesty, we are honored to be your familiars, and we would like to crush all enemies for you. The ghost Beowulf leader was the first to kneel down on one knee and respectfully said, Sizzle, willing to gamble, Your Majesty, and we are willing to submit to you. The leader of the giant necromantic serpents similarly bent his head to the ground. Soon the other undead creatures coming out of the bronze pyramid also fell to their knees and chose to submit. Looking at the excitement and deference that flowed from the soul flames of the ghost Beowulf chief and other undead beings, Chen Mo all froze for a moment. What's with the leap of faith and anticipation in your eyes? Wasn't he unwilling to submit to the Ice Lion Kingdom before? What's with the change in attitude all of a sudden? I still like the way you guys were untamed before. Spectral Beard Wolf, I appoint you Legion Commander of the Spectral Wolf Legion of the First Legion of the Undead. Necromantic Serpent, you and the Legion of Necromantic Serpents are the Second Legion. Chen Mo didn't make things difficult for these undead creatures. He just organized them into clans and formed into 10 undead armies. Crow, the cold Stygian Crow was a bit puzzled. You're the leader of the First Legion, aren't you? At this time it heard Chen Mo speak again. From now on, you are all under the jurisdiction of the Undead Legion's Legion Commander, the cold Ice Stygian Crow. Furthermore, you are all members of the Ice Lion Kingdom now. The bill concerning the Ice Lion Kingdom, you can ask the cold Stygian Crow. At those words, the cold Stygian Crow froze for a second. This is another promotion for myself. And so many undead creatures, all of them were their own soldiers. Instantly, it felt surprised and stressed at the same time. One must not fail His Majesty's trust. After seeing almost all the undead creatures submit to the giant lion of undeath, the Sphinx, who was silently watching all this from afar, was slightly depressed inside. These undead creatures are all dependents left behind by the various masters countless years ago, in order to just wait for the aura to revive and screen the strongest existences among them to become the chosen of God. As a result, all of them were now taken in by this alien undead giant lion. End of chapter. Chapter 145. Chapter 145, Killing a Deity in Seconds. Chapter 145, Seconds to Kill a Divine Spirit. It's just that. As long as this undead lion can be Lord Anubis' chosen one, and just go with it, the Sphinx thought to himself. Anyway, it's only loyal to Anubis, the god of the dead. The other masters were all existences on the same level as it, and it was none of its business whether or not it could find the divine chosen. And maybe with this giant lion of the dead leading the way, these undead creatures get better growth, might even have the ability to pass the trials earlier. From there, more chosen ones might emerge. Undead lion, would you like to try the trials of Anubis? The Sphinx said to Chen Mo through telepathy. I believe that with your strength, even if you can't pass all the trials at once, it also gets good grades. Furthermore, Lord Anubis left behind a very generous reward for the trial. As long as you can pass the 6th level of the trial, you'll become a divine chosen, and you'll have the chance to obtain treasures such as the other bank flower and Stygian river water. All of these treasures can help you comprehend the origin energy of death and prepare you to advance to the heavenly tribulation realm. The Sphinx followed the advice. At those words, Chen Mo felt a bit odd. Why did it feel like this Sphinx wanted so badly to be in the Golden Pyramid trials? It's like the Canopy Ice Spiders wishing they were in Ryworld. However, Chen Mo still nodded and calmly said, Good. The Sky Curtain Ice Spider had said to him that the key to advancing to the heavenly calamity realm was to comprehend the origin energy. It requires the use of some precious treasures or the performance of special rituals. These treasures are not found in the main world. After awakening his mythical beast bloodline, he was no longer a single ice-type transcendent being. If he could comprehend the origin energy of death, he could similarly advance to the heavenly tribulation realm. By the time the panel rewards, refreshing the quality of the self-discipline challenge is bound to give him a huge boost. Although Chen Mo could sense that the Sphinx couldn't wait for himself to participate in Anubis' trial, and might be uneasy with good intentions, but after advancing to the king's realm and awakening the mythical beast bloodline, his premonition of crisis became extremely sharp. When a certain thought arises in one's mind, one gets an advance warning if there is danger. For example, before, the Canopy Ice Spider wished to enter the inner world by itself. Chen Mo's heart then produced some crisis warnings, but this crisis warning was not strong. Suggests that there may be danger in the Ryworld, but not much danger. To be on the safe side, Chen Mo did not rush into the inner world. Instead, he was going to observe a wave through his believers after completing the Totem Lion. And right now, after the idea of participating in the Golden Pyramid trial arose in him, There was no premonition of a crisis. It means that no danger is encountered inside the pyramid. The centralmost pyramid, the Golden Pyramid, is even more majestic than the others. With a height of over 1,000 meters, it emits a bright and dazzling light. Under the attention of all the living beings, Chen Mo slowly walked into the Golden Pyramid. Instead, he realized that after entering the interior of the pyramid, he had actually arrived at an extremely expansive divine temple. Countless sky pillars rose up from the ground, with a spectacular spacing of over 100 meters between every two of them. The interior of this pyramid turned out to be a small world, and high up in the temple was a statue more than 100 meters high, with the head of a bearded wolf, clad in ribbons of gold. Sitting on the throne, he had a golden eye in his forehead, and in his left hand he held a golden weighing rod that, on one side of the weighing was a golden feather, and on the other side was a heart. The statue is none other than Anubis, the god of the dead. Anubis is then associated with Anubis in the mythology of ancient Egypt. Legend has it that he is the god of death, and the guide and guardian of the undead. Only by gaining the guardianship of Anubis can the undead be sheltered. And the golden weighing in his hand is called the weighing of judgment, which weighs the good and the evil of living beings. In the legend, Anubis would place the heart soul of the deceased on the left and right ends of the scale for comparison along with the feathers of the goddess Maat, who represented justice and truth. If the heart of the deceased is lighter than a mat feather, it symbolizes that the deceased was a good person during his or her life, can enter reincarnation or be devoured by demons. The statue of Anubis in front of him likewise held the scales of judgment in his hands. This means that many myths and legends could be true. To the right and left of the statue of Anubis, Chen Mo also saw 8 gold statues ranging from 30 to 100 meters tall. Several of the gold statues had a familiar appearance. They're the masters of the other 9 bronze pyramids. This included the golden python Apis from before. Of course, the 2 statues to the left and right of Anubis are relatively unknown, one with a lion's head, and another with a bird and beast. In terms of pure aura, these 2 statues were not even inferior to Anubis. Welcome to the Anubis Trials. The trial is divided into 9 levels. For each level you pass, you get a reward. At this time, a majestic and ancient voice appeared in Chen Mo's mind. It was as if the gods were whispering. Unlike the bronze trial, the gold trial has 9 levels. Choose whether to turn on the photo mode or not. When you turn on the photo mode, the whole trial will be broadcasted live. Chen Mo thought about it and chose to make it public. He was confident enough in his own strength. Properly displaying one's strength would make it easier to subjugate those undead familiars one had just taken in. The first level of the trial is about to begin. Please prepare for the trial. The ancient voice in Chen Mo's mind kept ringing out. At the same time, he felt a force of rules descending on his body, suppressing his life level to the low king realm. Unlike the rule force within the Pyramid of Apis, this rule force was even more overbearing. Even the physical enhancement brought about by the elevated life level was suppressed. Chen Mo glanced at his attribute panel and couldn't help but reveal a smile. It was because he realized that the force of this rule did not suppress the effects brought about by the self-regulation panel title. None of the effects of titles such as Taodai Lion, Storming Lion, were suppressed. In addition, the power from the mythical beast forging technique was not suppressed. His own combined battle power had dropped from just 210,000 to 160,000. Not a lot of them fall off. In a sense, the rules of this trial are very favorable to yourself instead. Chen Mo gazed around. The trial is about to begin. He didn't know what Anubis's trial consisted of. Is it similar to the Beast of Black Mist from earlier? Or is it some other challenge? At this time, the golden giant snake statue located on the far right suddenly emitted a loud rumbling sound. Chen Mo gazed over. Only 2 golden flames suddenly rose up from the giant snake's pupils. The golden flames then spread all over the giant snake statue. Where the flames spread, the golden scales on the giant serpent's body emitted a radiant glow. Instead, a fog of chaos was born around them. Roar! The giant snake let out a roar before slithering forward and the golden chains that spread all over this giant snake's body rubbed against the ground, erupting in a series of sparks. The statue had actually come to life. Lord Apis, outside, seeing this scene, the necrotic giant serpent leader couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Unlike in the final trial of the Pyramid of Apis, that golden python condensed by death energy, the one in front of him was even more realistic and larger. What's more, it was wrapped in the golden chains of Lord Apis' exclusive weapon. In addition, the mist of chaos that surrounded it was a unique characteristic of Lord Apis. It was as if a real god had descended to earth. The necromantic giant serpent clan unconsciously wanted to perform prostrations. This is, after all, the deity they once believed in. Crow. The cold Stygian crow stopped them. These necromantic serpents are now part of the Ice Lion Kingdom's army. The only person they need to be loyal to is your majesty. The leader of the necromantic giant serpent raised his head as he thought about his current status. But it did not feel optimistic about the possibility of Chun Mo successfully passing the trial. I didn't realize that the first level of the Anubis trial would have to face the Apis golden giant serpent, the gods they once believed in. It was worthy of being the Golden Pyramid's trial, and its difficulty was simply beyond their imagination. The first level of the trial was going to be harder than the last level of the Bronze Pyramid trial. Sizzle, your majesty might have a hard time breaking through the first trial. Crow, just watch. His majesty will defeat your former gods with his own hands. The cold Stygian crow said calmly. There was an unrivaled confidence in its gaze, even more confident than when he had participated in the trial himself before. The giant undead serpent looks around and notices the ice sparrow, the frost lion, and other transcendent creatures of the ice lion kingdom. The eyes were all filled with absolute trust. In their eyes, His Majesty the Lion King is invincible. This caused the necrotic giant serpent leader to be a bit stunned. What kind of ecstasy has the necromantic lion given to its own dependents? For them to even trust and worship so much. Not far away, the Sphinx was naturally watching the trial. As the keeper of the secret realm of the pyramids, and a great general under Anubis, he understood the intensity of the Anubis trials. The statue of the giant serpent of Apis in the first level is molded from the underworld. Although it was only mixed with 3 drops of Ape's essence blood, it perfectly inherited Ape's power, possessing powers comparable to those of a mythic child of the same rank, and this statue also possesses a certain level of intelligence that knows certain tactics. The undead giant lion in front of him was a fellow mythological child, so it shouldn't be that easy if he wanted to pass. So weak. Just as these undead creatures were lamenting the power of the Apis giant serpent statue, Chen Mo secretly said in his heart. After a brief observation, he quickly obtained information about this golden python statue. Apis gold statue. Rank, low king. Body mass, 1380. Agility, 2600. Power, 1405. Divine spirit, 1628. Abilities, Requiem, Beast of Black Mist, Death Charge, Curse, Death Gaze. Combined battle strength, 2731035204. Using the earth of the underworld as an embryo. A statue puppet shaped by the blood of the peak totem level golden dusty python Apis essence as its soul. Capable of exerting the strength of a lowly king, this golden python statue looks like a bluff. However, the actual battle power was only a little higher than that of an ordinary king realm being. It was comparable to the battle power of the Black Abyss unicorn demon Jiao that he had encountered before. Even though he had been suppressed, his current combined battle power was still as high as 160,000. It's more than 5 times the size of this statue. Steady. Roar. When the trial began, the golden python let out a roar, then exploded with an astonishing speed that charged towards Chen Mo. This gigantic statue unexpectedly erupted with extreme speed. Apes is known for its speed, and this golden python statue obviously inherited this characteristic very well. Meanwhile, an overflowing fog of chaos filled the area around Apis. The can completely obscure the vision of other creatures. In the eyes of the other undead creatures, the golden python's figure disappeared into the vast mist. Only the sound of chain scales rubbing against the ground announced that the giant snake was gradually approaching the undead giant lion. Chen Mo easily captured its movements with his excellent dynamic vision. Nearly 1,000 meters. Less than a second. This giant python had appeared right in front of him. Under the cover of the fog of chaos, the golden chains on the golden python stabbed at Chen Mo from different directions. In the face of the golden python's attack, Chen Mo did not panic and just calmly used Suppress Evil. This is a large range of rules-based abilities. So the next second, the golden python's figure suddenly appeared in the fog of chaos. At this moment, it was already less than 50 meters away from Chen Mo. 8 gold chains are also close at hand, yet these golden chains could not go any further. Together with the golden python, they were pressed to the ground by a huge invisible force that couldn't go any further. Immediately following, the seemingly hard golden scales on the golden python's body appeared spiderweb-like cracks under the strong pressure. Evil suppressor. Chen Mo mentally labeled the golden python statue as an evil object, and so it was ruthlessly suppressed. Roar. The golden python roars. The roar of the loud noise showed what a tremendous amount of pressure it was being subjected to at the moment. It catalyzed the power in its body to the extreme, wanting to break free from this huge force, but it didn't work. As Chen Mo fully unleashed the evil suppression domain, the cracks on the golden python's body became more and more numerous. It's getting denser. The golden scales cracked piece by piece, like pottery that had been broken. The golden python's pupils were burning with the fire of gold, desperately mobilizing the death energy in his body. But in the end, it was futile, and under the evil suppression field, the death energy in its body had completely turned into a pool of dead water with no fluctuations. Finally, in the cold, calm gaze of the giant lion of the dead. The golden python was dissociated into pieces little by little, and then turned into dust. Seconds up. There's nothing to say. Seeing this scene, all the undead creatures, including the Sphinx, froze. This is a statue of a god. The undead giant lion didn't even move a bit and just slaughtered it. Sizzle. Ha! His Majesty is so fierce. The necromantic giant serpent opened its mouth wide and spoke softly to the cold ice Stygian crow next to it. Crow, calm down, His Majesty's strength is beyond your imagination. The cold Stygian crow nodded. Crow, do well. In the Ice Lion Kingdom, we all have a bright future if we work hard. Sizzle. The giant necromantic serpent nodded vigorously. Suddenly it was clear where the worship of the undead lion by the undead lion familiars came from. That's absolute strength. End of chapter 146. Chapter 146 The Chosen One. The Scale of Judgment. 2 in 1. Chapter 146 The Chosen One. The Scale of Judgment. 2 in 1. Outside, the Sphinx, who was constantly watching the trial, was even more shocked inside. It guessed that this undead giant lion might be strong, but it didn't expect it to be this strong at all. Originally, it thought that this giant lion of the dead, as a descendant of the mythological, passing the first 3 levels shouldn't be much of a problem. But it's still a bit difficult to pass 6 levels of trials at once and become a chosen one. Now it seems that becoming a chosen one is almost a done deal, but that's a good thing. After the golden python statue's body was dissociated, the golden pupil was slowly extinguished. Chen Mo realized that the place where the golden python statue had died had left behind 3 drops of golden blood suspended in midair, and these 3 drops of golden blood exuded a powerful pressure, and next to the blood of gold, there was some gold-like dirt, the blood of the Apis serpent. Quality, totem level resources. The essence blood of the Apis giant serpent, a peak totem being, when consumed by beings of the king's realm and above, there is a very small chance of gaining a totem bloodline and a huge boost in physical fitness. There is a great probability that the body will not be able to withstand the power of essence blood and die a violent death directly. Stygian soil. Quality, catastrophe quality resources. The mud at the bottom of the river Styx is tainted with powerful death essence energy from the river's scouring. It can help undead creatures realize the energy of death. Good stuff. The moment he saw the information about the Stygian earth, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Treasures that could help him break through the heavenly tribulation realm did not expect to appear at the first level. That's great. Still, Anubis is atmospheric, worthy of being the big brother of these gods. Chen Mo was satisfied with the reward for passing the first level of the trial. In fact, it's certainly not a reward for the first level of the trial. Instead, it was the assembly material for the first level of the trial guard boss. When the trialist defeats the golden statue, the earth of the river Styx and the essence blood of the totemic beings would then return to their original positions, regroup, and transform into golden statues once again, waiting for the next trialist to arrive. But this time, the golden python statue had been crushed too thoroughly, and it would take a bit of time to recover. After a little recovery, the blood of gold and the earth of the Styx were, at an astonishing rate, trying to get back to where the original statue was. Upon realizing that the blood of Apis and the earth of the river Styx had shown signs of escape, Chen Mo hurriedly activated the evil suppressing domain to the extreme and suppressed it instantly. Unfortunately, the essence blood contained the will of a totem level being, completely ignoring Chen Mo's evil suppressing domain, flying back to the original statue base. However, the Stygian river's earth was still intercepted quite a bit by Chen Mo. Chen Mo created a piece of solid ice to seal all of the Styx's soil. The remaining earth of the river Styx mixed with the essence blood of Apis once again transformed into a statue of a giant golden serpent. It's this giant snake statue that's in tatters, with many of its scales gone. Even the head was partially mutilated. It was partially intercepted by Chinma. Looks like we're going to have to move a little faster next. Looking at the Stygian earth that had only intercepted 1/4 of it, Chen Mo felt a bit sorry for it. At this point, the statue of the golden sacred beetle king located on the far left side of Anubis rumbled. The second level of the trial begins. Again, the statue was a mixture of the essence blood of a totem level being and the earth of the underworld, king of the golden sacred beetle. Through observation, Chen Mo found that it possessed a super high defense. Looking at the revived statue, Chen Mo already had a rough guess in his heart. Each of the next trials may involve defeating a golden statue under Anubis. The final level of the trial is likely to be a statue of Anubis himself. Compared to the first golden python, the golden sacred beetle's combined battle power was about 800 points higher, but it still wasn't enough in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo didn't even cast any abilities, still simply opening the evil suppression domain. This golden sacred beetle king wouldn't be able to advance half a step. And finally, like the golden python before it, the body of this golden sacred beetle king statue was disintegrated into dust. leaving only 3 drops of essence blood and countless Stygian clays in its place. This time, Chen Mo had prepared in advance, and at the moment the golden sacred beetle king statue was crushed, it then released the ice storm and evil suppressor domain at the same time, trying to intercept more of the Stygian river's earth. Unfortunately, under the guidance of the golden sacred beetle's essence blood, these Stygian earths escaped extremely fast. Chen Mo did his best, but only left half of it behind. Of course, the golden statue was in tatters even after its restoration, and even missing a few legs. I'm kind of making it less difficult for the next trialists, aren't I? Looking at the holy beetle statue that had become tattered after recovery, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. I also don't know if this Styx earth is enough to comprehend the death origin energy. Just to be on the safe side. Still need to collect more next. Next, a statue of a god revived in the huge temple. Then one after another, they were defeated by the undead lions, Sobek, the god of crocodiles, and Num, the god of the Nile sheep. Chen Mo had collected more than 20 tons of Styx earth in its entirety. It was equivalent to 2 complete golden statues. At the moment, most of the statues in the temple were missing arms and legs, looking a bit comical and ridiculous. When Chen Mo defeated the statue of Sobek, the god of crocodiles, in level 6 of the trial, the ancient voice from before resounded in his mind once again. Trialist, congratulations on passing the 6th trial. You have become the chosen one of Anubis. Punish the guilty, condemn the living and the dead. Present the scales of judgment to the Sphinx for passage to the underworld. Meanwhile, directly in front of the statue of Anubis, a golden altar slowly rose. 2 items were placed on top of the altar. One of them was a golden balance, less than half a meter in length. It looked rather miniature compared to Chen Mo's size. A golden feather rests on the left side of the golden scale. The right side is empty. The other item was a golden stone that emitted a strong aura of death. After observing them for a while, Chen Mo got their information. Scales of judgment, imitation. Quality, catastrophe grade, can grow. An imitation of the scales of judgment of Anubis. And proof of Anubis divine chosen. With some of the original items' ability to judge the living or the dead. Curses will be given to beings whose judgment results in grave sins. A being whose trial results in a meritocracy will receive a blessing. The outcome of the trial is influenced to some extent by the user. Anubis's golden warcoat, quality, natural disaster grade. It can be transformed into a golden battlesuit that wraps around the entire body. It is immune to most attacks of king level and below, and can slightly increase the release speed of death spells. Is this the reward for passing the 6 levels of the trial? The golden battlesuit. What Saint Seiya? Chen Mo spat out. It was a bit hard for him to strain himself when he saw the golden battlesuit. He came to the altar and gently touched the golden stone with his paw. The stone instantly came at him like liquid, like venom, becoming a new layer of armor above his own skeleton. The surface of the originally crystalline skeleton was wrapped in a golden color. The protection is good, but unfortunately it's basically not very useful to me anymore, Chen Mo said in his heart. With his current physical quality, attacks below the heavenly calamity realm were already difficult to damage him anymore. So this golden battlesuit was a bit of a chicken ripe. It would be better to reward him with some more Stygian earth. Chen Mo was ready to go out and directly reward the head Iron Crow. The Cold Ice Underworld Crow's desperate performance in the previous trial had caused Chen Mo to give it this nickname. With the golden battlesuit in place, the head Iron Crow probably won't die from any wave. The other treasure, Scales of Judgment, looked more powerful, but the exact effect needs to be tested in real life. Outside, watching the giant lion of the undead gently defeat the 6 golden statues, all the undead creatures froze. Why do you feel like you're the gatekeeper boss of the trial place? Instead, these statues of gods were like challengers, going forward and backward. Then he was mercilessly crushed by the big boss. It's amazing how these gods, so famous in Egyptian mythology, seem so vulnerable to this giant lion of the dead. Sizzle. I take back what I said earlier about doubting his majesty. I was shallow. The leader of the necromantic giant serpent spoke softly to the cold ice Stygian crow beside him. The cold Stygian crow nodded calmly and tilted his head. Crow, fade. This isn't all of his majesty's strength. This undead giant lion's strength is unexpectedly so strong. In the distance, disbelief also showed in the Sphinx's eyes. That's a good thing. I didn't expect to find the chosen one that Lord Anubis needed to find on the first day of his descent, but the difficulty of the 7th level of the trial will take a qualitative leap forward. I wonder if this death spirit giant lion can pass the challenge. The Golden Pyramid trials have existed since ancient times. It often took decades for a chosen one to emerge who could pass the first 6 levels, and there are only a handful of beings who have passed level 7, level 8, in the entire history of the world. At one time, the Sphinx was one of the challengers. The best it's done is pass the 7th level of the trial. This is how he was favored by Lord Anubis and became Lord Anubis chosen of the gods. and then grew step by step until he reached the totem realm. As for the challenger who had passed the 9th level of the trial, no one had appeared yet, because the final trial, which Lord Anubis modeled after himself, and seal a part of your consciousness in it. This statue was equivalent to the Peak King realm Lord Anubis himself. Think far ahead. It's not certain if this undead lion will make it through the 7th level of the trial. Without further thought, the Sphinx's eyes continued to focus on the place of trial within the pyramid. At this moment, the golden statue located to the right of the Anubis statue had revived. It is a giant statue of a heron and beast, whose height is about 80 meters. The beak is curved like a crescent moon, while the back has a pair of golden feathers. He wore an ornate golden robe embroidered with a single necromantic rune, the. In his hand, he held up a book of the dead, Tot, the god of wisdom in ancient Egyptian mythology. This is a true divine spirit realm existence. There was a world of difference from those previous totem peak realm masters. The same is true of the golden statue that carries his blood. Statue of Thoth, rank, Peak King, body mass, 4,203, agility, 3,258, power, 2,354, divine spirit, 4,352, abilities, Necronomicon, death, judgment, golden storm, Necronomicon, prayer of the dead, crescent moon, combined battle strength, 1502341629141. A statue golem molded from the earth of the underworld and the blood of the god Tot as its soul, with some of the power of the god Tot. Finally a decent opponent. Seeing the message from the statue of the Totter god, Chen Mo secretly said in his heart. At this moment, the force of the rules exerted on him completely disappeared. His strength was back at its peak. This statue, it feels as if it possesses intelligence. Chen Mo realized that this statue of the Totter god's eyes were animated after its revival. It was as if it had an independent self-awareness. Finally, another challenger has come. The statue of the god Thoth awakens from its long, endless sleep. Chen Mo guessed correctly. He did have self-awareness. A drop of blood from a divine brightness realm existence could also give birth to an independent consciousness. This statue of a bird and animal person knew its mission from the moment it was born. That was to do its best to defeat all the trialists who came to challenge it. And that was the reason for its existence. He did not feel bored with his day-to-day duties. It had just been a long time since any of the trialists had been able to pass the first 6 levels of the trial, and he had waited for too long. It's hard to wake up once. So let's play longer this time. The statue of the god Thoth thought in his mind. Looking at the undead giant lion in front of it, it was ready to take out half of its strength first. Have more fun with this trialist. After all, the next time you wake up you don't know when. The battle was imminent. Chen Mo still started with, subdue evil, and the field unfolded. Invisible greatness poured downward, but this statue of the god Thoth was calm and, it doesn't seem to have suffered too much. Chen Mo was not surprised by this. This golden statue had the essence blood and will of the god Thoth in it. In a sense, it is considered a divine child. There was a certain immunity effect to one's own evil suppression field. There wasn't really a surprise. Just in time. Let's try the mythical battle technique then. Battle intent rose in Chen Mo's heart. Recently, he's been working on the Mudo Sovereign Lion self-discipline challenge, where he's been working on his melee combat skills every day. It had reached the realm of lifting heavy weights with perfect control over every bit of the body's strength. Moreover, since advancing to the king's realm, he had yet to meet an evenly matched opponent. In reality, the statue of the god Thoth was far less calm inside than it appeared to be. To his horror, he realized that his body was wrapped in an invisible pressure, and his movements were greatly affected. Furthermore, the death energy within himself was suppressed by some force that, it still managed to surge, but it became slow, like bad internet intermittently. The speed of interpretation has more than doubled. In a flash of lightning, looking at the oncoming, extremely fast undead giant lion, the statue of the god Thoth slowly opens the book of the dead in his hand. Replica. The real Necronomicon has countless powerful spells of the undead system written on it. Each one was enough to destroy the sky and the earth. It can be said to be a true artifact. This replica of the book of the dead isn't weak, either. Each page had a spell of Peak King strength sealed on it. The replica book of the dead has a total of 360 pages. If the statue of Thoth is willing, it was even possible to release 360 Peak King strength necromancy spells at the same time. End of chapter. Chapter 147. Chapter 147, Female War Goddess Sekhmet. Chapter 147, Sekhmet, Goddess of War. Because of the suppression of the death energies in the body, it was too late for the statue of the god of Thoth to release the law of the undead, so it no longer hesitated and activated 3 of the pages of the Book of the Dead. Next, above the temple, countless arrows, dark gray and wrapped in the aura of corruption, fell from the sky, shooting towards the undead giant lion spread out. Necrotic arrow. At the same time, a black downpour of rain fell from over the shrine of the. These black rains carry an eerie aura. Even a lowly king realm being would turn into a puddle of rotting water if they were to get a drop of it. Corrosive rain, on the ground. On the other hand, a dozen or so necromantic tentacles with a height of more than 30 meters and somewhat illusory were sticking out. After these tentacles appeared, they slapped towards the necromantic giant lion in unison. Necrotic touch. All three necromantic spells were instantaneous. Facing the strong attack of the Tatar god statue, Chen Mo erupted with amazing speed and easily dodges all the spells unleashed by the Book of Necromancy, the revival of the mythic bloodline, the empowerment of self-regulating titles such as Storming the Lion. It made him as fast as he could be. Almost at the same time, he had arrived in front of the statue of the god Thoth, and the claws of the necromancer swung out and it slapped heavily on the bird-like face of the statue of the god Thoth, causing it to squish and distort instantly. At the same time, a grey shockwave of death poured out of his mouth. These undead-type abilities were all abilities that Chun Mo had awakened after transforming into his undead form. The statue of the Tot god tried to dodge, but realized that the undead giant lion in front of him was incredibly fast. Coupled with the suppression of the invisible giant force, his movements became sluggish and it was too late for him to dodge. Boom! The powerful force directly knocked the statue of the Tot god flying and heavily blasted it onto the stone pillar. The undead shockwave even caused a large hole to appear in the golden robe at its chest along with the body of the underworld. The statue of the god Thoth tried to mobilize death energy to recover, but under the suppressing evil domain, the recovery is a little slow. It depressed him beyond belief. It was also the first time he had encountered such a strange spell. It was actually able to suppress the death energy in his body to a certain extent. Before the totem god could slow down, Chen Mo's attack had already ensued. The giant lion of the undead appeared in front of his eyes once again, and the claws of the necromancer slapped mercilessly. Boom! The statue of the god Thoth was once again sent flying and fell hard onto the floor of the temple. Boom! The Tatar god statue wanted to say something, but Chen Mo didn't give him a chance at all. Undead charge traumatizes it hard. Necrotic lash. Boom! The statue of the god Thoth releases the spell above the Book of Necromancy. However, the giant lion is extremely fast and, after dodging, he himself was mercilessly created to fly again. This infuriated the statue of the god Thoth to no end. Right now he feels like a leather ball, being madly ravaged by this undead giant lion in front of him. He didn't have the slightest power to fight back. The more Chen Mo fought, the more excited he became, and it was quite enjoyable. It had to be said that the statue of the god Thoth was much too meaty than he had expected. Obviously, he was positioned as a mage, but he had resisted so many of his attacks without dying. Scary as hell. It was worthy of being a golden statue molded from the blood of the gods. Damn! How come the challenger is so strong this time? The Thoth god statue was incomparably angry in his heart, and it was the first time he had ever been so stifled. There's a feeling of not being able to make it work. If it continues like this, we're really going to be played to death by this giant undead lion. The statue of the god Thoth thought in his mind, and decided not to hold back any longer, to burst out his full power and defeat this abominable trialist in front of him. You have angered me. Undead speaking. With that said, the statue of the god of Thoth continued to take a beating while raising the imitation book of necromancy in his hand. He activated all the spells on it. In an instant, the death energy within the pyramid stirred, creating an incomparably terrifying pressure that it was as if the end had come. Necrotic hand, Blight Dragon, Shadow's Embrace, Spectral Claw, Necrotic Eye, Bone Dragon Summoning. Countless powerful undead-type skills poured out like they didn't need money. Each one here can easily destroy cities of modest size. At the moment, they were released together, with one goal in mind. Seeing this scene, the sphinxes in the outside world also stared in disbelief. It was a bit mind-blowing and shocking. The statue of the god Thoth, this is activating all the necromancy? Even he hadn't seen the Thoth god statue unleash such a terrifying attack. For countless years, there have been many challengers who have passed the first 6 levels of the trial, opened the 7th level of the trial. In the face of these challengers, the statue of the god Thoth, even if it used the Book of the Dead, at most, they would only release 3 spells of undeath at once. When he first undertook this level of trial, the statue of the god Thoth then ended up releasing 3 powerful necromantic spells. It thought this was the final test for the statue of Thoth. Spara thought it was a little too much for it to handle at the time. It couldn't even think of a big scene like hundreds of undead spells being released at the same time. It should be that the undead giant lion's attack earlier had completely enraged the statue of the Tot god. It was only then that all the necromantic spells were fully unleashed. Facing the overwhelming spell attacks, the eyes of the undead giant lion were calm and continuing to charge fearlessly at the statue of the bird and beast man. It's over. Seeing the undead lion that was flooded by countless undead spells, the statue of the god of Tatar said in his heart. He felt slightly guilty inside. Isn't that a little too much force? This undead giant lion wouldn't be blasted to the ground and unable to be revived, would it? Although the power of the rule, that a trialist cannot die, exists in the Temple of Trials. But this time he hit too hard. This is the first trialist to enjoy such treatment. However, in the next second, the pupils of the statue of the god Thoth dilated. For the hundreds of necromantic spells he had unleashed dissipated as much as they could, without making a single ripple. It was as if it had never existed. And, of course, there was the giant undead lion that had already rushed before its eyes once again. Chen Mo unleashed his undead claw and called out another slap on the face of the statue of the Tot god, shattering half of his face while blasting him heavily against the pillars of the temple. The tremendous force caused the pillar to break right off and topple to the ground. What kind of spell is that? The Thoth god was stunned. He then felt a blur of consciousness. It seemed like he was about to fall into a deep sleep again. The challenger who came this time was excessively strong. Before he fell asleep, he wondered what the ability to eliminate his hundreds of necromantic spells was. Stop. Chen Mo saw that the statue was still strange and pitiful, so he kindly answered his doubts. Then he gave him another heavy claw. Stopper is likewise a wide-ranging rule-based ability that nullifies all spells within its range, after the transcendental levels are no longer suppressed. The highest level of spells that Stop the Gore can eliminate is the King's Peak level. It had to be said that Chen Mo's ability was very much a restraint on the ability of the Tatar god statue. After the Book of Necromancy, the biggest card, failed, the statue of Tatar god completely lost its ability to resist. A new round of ravages followed. Boom! Finally, after another undead charge, the statue of the god Thoth shattered completely. The will of the divine blood contained therein was once again put to sleep, and this time the slumber is expected to be a little long. It was even likely that Chen Mo would directly strike a shadow over him, just like before. At the moment the statue of the totem god shattered, Chen Mo did not hesitate for a second. Then he pulled the king's domain to full capacity, wanting to collect the Stygian earth that had shaped this golden statue. The Stygian soil used to mold the statue of the god Thoth was of a much higher quality. It would allow him to better comprehend the origin of death. However, the gravitational pull of the Thoth god's essence blood is also extremely powerful. This time, Chen Mo only harvested less than 1/8 of the high-quality Styx River Earth. With this much Styx River Earth, it should be able to allow one to comprehend the origin of death, right? Just to be on the safe side. It's better to collect a little more, Chen Mo thought to himself. At the same time, he began to look forward to the 8th level of the trial somewhat. The terror of the opponents in the 8th and 9th trial levels will be even stronger. His eyes went to the statue of Anubis on the left-hand side, which was over 100 meters tall, with a lion's head and a man that, a golden statue with a sun disk on its head. This is a female god of war. Semet, the sun god and god of war in ancient Egyptian mythology. Legend has it that her breath caused wind and sand to gather to form the desert. The golden statue in front of her was made from a few drops of her essence blood mixed with the earth of the river Styx. Its size is immense. Chen Mo, who is nearly 20 meters long, is like a kitten or puppy in front of him. Outside, the Sphinx was overwhelmed with emotion as he watched the undead lion defeat the Tot god. No one knew the difficulty of the Golden Pyramid trial better than it did. Knowing that the statue of the god Thoth, though only laced with a few drops of the blood of the gods, however, its true battle power was comparable to that of a Thoth god of the same rank. Since the statue of the god of Thoth couldn't defeat the undead giant lion with all its might, that is to say that of the same rank, even the Tot god was no match for this giant undead lion. What exactly is the origin of this giant lion of the dead? The Sphinx thought back to the first sight of the undead lion and the outward appearance it had displayed. The neck and body are covered with a flowing white mane of hair. The golden pupils were filled with mystery. It seems to be a mythical creature from the East, a mythical animal. The Sphinx still had some knowledge about the mythical creatures of the East. He understands that those Eastern divine beasts are ridiculously strong head to head, and it possessed all sorts of mysterious and unpredictable abilities, but none of them were as outrageous as this mythical beast in front of him. Rumble. Inside the Golden Pyramid, the trial continues. Sekhmet, the lion-headed god of war, awoke from his slumber. In her hand she held a spear of the sun. Of course, it's also a knockoff. Chen Mo also got it in the first place. Sekhmet statue. Rank, Peak King. Body mass, 8,423. Agility, 6,027. Power, 7,324. Divine Spirit, 1735. Abilities, Solar Storm, Sun Fist, Sun Spear. Combined battle strength, 190234212941. A statue molded from the earth of the underworld, and the blood of the god Sekhmet as its soul. Part of the power of the god Sekhmet, compared to the previous Thoth god statue. The attribute panel of this golden statue was simply exaggerated. One of them was even stronger than him in terms of physique and strength. Its comprehensive battle power was even more comparable to his own. And like the statue of Thoth, the statue of Sekhmet likewise has a will born of the blood of the gods. You're good. After seeing Chen Mo, this lion beast statue spoke using the undead language. Not bad for one of the lions. I think you're better suited for the Samet trials than Anubis. Sekhmet was a god whose battle prowess was in no way inferior to that of Anubis, if not stronger. In ancient times, Anubis used some of the precious treasures of a few drops of essence blood were exchanged to Sekhmet, which led to the creation of this golden statue of Sekhmet. And as a golden statue born of Sekhmet blood, naturally, he preferred the undead giant lion in front of him to go to his own main body. Where is the place of trial? Chen Mo asked. Sandy Sea World. Sekhmet replied, her voice husky and coarse. The Rai World? I'll go there when I get the chance. Chen Ma nodded. Well, without further ado, let's fight. To celebrate your arrival here, I will exert my full strength. A strong battle intent flowed from the eyes of this golden statue. She inherited the warlike character of Sekhmet, the god of war. Just what I need, Chen Mo calmly said. His self-created mythical beast battle technique was still imperfect, and he just needed an opponent to continue exercising. Whoosh! As soon as the words left his mouth, the Samet statue swung the sun spear replica in his hand with force. The spear of the sun erupted with a dazzling light, wrapped in blazing and hot. It sped toward Chen Mo at an astonishing speed. Chen Mo captured the trajectory of the sun spear and dodged it in the nick of time. But the flames it carried still made him feel like his entire body was being burned. This weapon has a significant attack effect on undead creatures and is very much a restraint on them. After narrowly dodging it, Chen Mo unleashed the evil suppressor domain while quickly approaching the statue of Sekhmet, goddess of lions. The necromancer's claws then swung down. Instead of backing up or dodging, the statue of Sekhmet took the initiative to swing. The evil suppression field surprisingly did not have much effect on it. Boom! Necrotic claw and sun fist hit the opponent at the same time. The tremendous force directly blasted Chen Mo thousands of meters away, collapsing a giant pillar of the temple. But because of the fat and happy lion, Taotai lion, Chen Mo's physique had already reached an incomparably strong level, and was not much better compared to a heavenly tribulation level being. The skeleton of the whole body is hard. This powerful and incomparable blow was only a superficial wound to him. On the other side, Samet likewise didn't take much damage. The blood of the gods gave her an amazing physique and recovery ability. Nice! Sekhmet exclaimed in praise, his eyes high with battle intent as he charged at the undead giant lion once again. At the same time, it was as if the imitation of the sun spear possessed a life of its own. It pulled itself out from the ground and once again turned into a stream of light and swept towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo quickly dodged and had somehow appeared behind Samet. He swung his claws to unleash the claws of the necromancer. The Sekhmet statue also reacted extremely quickly, and backhanded it with a backhand blast. Instead, Chen Mo suddenly accelerated and unleashed a necrotic charge while dodging the sunflame punch. The axioms of mythical battle technique are speed and accuracy, utilizing every bit of his body's strength, every bit of his spiritual energy to the extreme. The Samet statue dodged and was blown away. A few cracks appeared in her chest, yet the Samet statue's eyes lit up with growing excitement. End of chapter. Chapter 148. Chapter 148, snubbing the female war goddess to flee. Chapter 148, fooling the female war goddess into fleeing. Boom! Boom! As the battle progressed, the temple continued to emit loud roars. Despite the presence of projections, with the exception of the Sphinx, none of the other beings were able to capture the figure of Chen Mo as well as the Samet statue. In their eyes, they could only see pillars constantly tipping over in the temple, and under the impact of the powerful forces that these stone pillars, which were made of special materials and were incredibly hard, had turned into rubble and dust. It was as if the entire divine temple was going to be demolished by these two behemoths. In the next half an hour, the two exchanged blows hundreds of times in succession, and the more Chen Mo fought, the more alarmed he became, because he was at a disadvantage in all of this melee exchange. The speed and explosive power of the Sekhmet statue far exceeded that of all the previous golden statues. The fighting style is even simpler and rougher to the extreme. There were no fancy spells or skills, all punchy melee attacks. In terms of combat skills and combat awareness, both were stronger than him. This statue of Sekhmet is a no-nonsense bodybuilder. It's not a big problem though. With my current defenses, it can't fatally damage me. Fighting like this will only make my mythical battle technique more mature, Chen Mo secretly said in his heart. Opportunities to hone your skills like this are rare. On Blue Star, he had almost no opponents of the same rank left. If only I could get this golden statue out of here. Chen Mo even secretly planned in his mind to snub this golden statue. After all, he was able to intercept a portion of the Stygian soil that shaped the golden statue. Then it should theoretically be possible to take this lion-headed female god of war out. In that case, he'll have a professional chaperone. Losing his concentration in the gap, the Samet statue seized the opportunity, and his terrifying inflamed fist pounced straight at Shenmo's skeleton. The powerful impact blew Shenmo away and smashed heavily on the floor of the temple, making a deep crater. The crimson flames carried on the Inferno Fist also traveled along Shenmo's bony frame. It quickly spread throughout his body. Shenmo mobilized his ice spiritual power at the first opportunity and froze it, but it still did him a fair amount of damage. Sekhmet is not an undead creature, but a fire being, no less. Mastery of pure flame energy. Shenmo no longer thought much about it and devoted his full attention to the battle. Boom! Boom! The two powerful existences fought with short fists. This high-intensity battle went on for another hour or so. The whole temple has been disfigured. All the pillars had been reduced to rubble and dust, except for a few broken golden statues protected by mysterious forces. Ouch! Sekhmet was still battle-hardened, but ultimately a little tired. And there were also many cracks on his body, and the fire spirit power in his body was almost depleted. Shenmo, on the other hand, was getting more and more courageous. The battle also turned from the beginning where he was at a disadvantage to an even match. In the midst of high-intensity battles, his mythical beast battle technique continued to gain refinement. The combat experience is also rapidly increasing, and on the self-discipline panel, the progress bar for Martial Arts Sovereign Lion was gradually rising. The actual battle cuts were naturally a type of self-discipline for the martial arts clan lions. Sekhmet was a bit surprised at Shenmo's durability. This undead lion on the opposite side had strong defense, physique, and recovery power. So what? I didn't realize that the endurance was so terrible. Just like a perpetual motion machine, it got Samet cooled off. Though, it's been a long time or never since I've fought so painfully. This undead giant lion was very much to her liking. Then let's curtain call with my strongest strike. The Samet statue thought to herself, and then she spoke. Be careful, my next punch is called the Great Sun Divine Fist, and it will be very strong. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the remaining fire spirit energy within the Samet statue quickly surged into his right fist. Endless light and endless heat erupted from the center of her fist like a blazing sun. In an instant, endless white light shone throughout the entire divine hall, leaving the entire heaven and earth with nothing but piercing blazing whiteness. From the aftermath alone, Shenmo felt as if he was immersed in magma. Every breath was scorched. His whole body's skeleton was burned red, like red-hot iron. It exudes a searing heat. In the next second, the Samet statue had appeared in front of Shenmo. Still just a simple swing. The statue of Sekhmet blasted the sun in his hand towards Shenmo. It's over. The next second, however, she saw an incomparably strong aura suddenly erupt from the undead giant lion in front of her, and her appearance rapidly changed. Flesh and blood quickly grew between the crystalline snow-white skeletons. The long, flowing white fur is windless, and the golden-colored lion pupils are not angry. It looks majestic without being mysterious. Ancient recovery. This was the ability that Shenmo had awakened after advancing to High King, to stimulate the hidden power of the bloodline and briefly gain the power of the mythical beast. From there, it explodes into an amazing battle power. A short period of time. The ability to make one's own flesh. Attack strength and many other aspects of the ability are upgraded by a large level. Shenmo's original physical quality. The strength of his flesh was no less than that of a heavenly calamity level being. After using Ancient Revival, his various attributes nearly doubled. The life level had been soared, and the combined battle power had briefly reached 400,000. The revived ancient mythical beast bloodline naturally allowed Shenmo to return to his mythical beast form again. By this time, the Great Sun Divine Fist had already bombarded the body of the white-furred giant lion. Boom! The sun in Sekhmet's hand explodes with endless heat. And what was even more deadly was actually the amazing power contained in that punch. It can even annihilate a large city. This was already completely the intensity of an attack that could only be unleashed by a heavenly tribulation level being. However, in the midst of a sea of fire, the figure of the mythical beast slowly emerged. The white giant lion that took this terrifying blow head on didn't even take a step back. It hits, but does no damage at all. After using Ancient Revival, Shenmo's physique briefly reached the middle stage of the heavenly tribulation. How is this possible? The moment the Sekhmet statue was surprised, Shenmo swung his claw and slapped it heavily on its chest. The incomparably powerful force directly shattered his chest along with his golden battlesuit. The power of its wrapping was several times more powerful compared to before. With just one strike, the Sekhmet statue was heavily damaged. It's time to end it. Seeing that Sekhmet was close to his limit, Shenmo decided not to hold back. It's pretty much practiced anyway. At this moment, The mythical beast battle technique had melted into one. It shouldn't be possible to make another breakthrough anytime soon. If there's a proficiency level, the battle just now had directly raised its mastery by a large grade. Yes, after being hit hard, the statue of Sekhmet is not angry but happy. There was even a strong look of appreciation in his eyes. Again, even though it had already been hit hard and was exhausted, the Sekhmet statue still took the initiative to step forward. And so the two behemoths fought again. After releasing ancient recovery and turning on its full form, Shenmo's battle power had reached a terrifying 400,000. This was already close to the battle power of a heavenly calamity grade middle-ranked living being. The Sekhmet statue is naturally no longer its equal. In just 2 punches, Sekhmet was knocked to the ground by Shenmo. Her golden armor had completely shattered and the body molded by the earth of the river Styx even had countless cracks appearing, seemingly ready to shatter at any moment. She was completely exhausted. I lost. The Sekhmet statue laughed. I have lost this battle. In the countless years since the inception of the trials of Anubis, you are the second challenger to defeat me. Do you want to leave with me? The world outside is recovering its aura. Countless strong people have risen. There are many others as strong as me. Shenma sent an invitation to Sekhmet through telepathy. He knew that this lion beastess war goddess was hungry for strong enemies, hungry for a fight. That's why they want to use powerful opponents to lure this goddess of war out. I'm sorry, as much as I'd like to leave with you. There was a hint of regret in Sekhmet's eyes, but I can't leave here because of the rules. And as the keeper of the 8th level of the Anubis trials, I was created for the purpose of defeating the challenger, or being defeated by the challenger. Thank you for making me taste the joy of battle again. As a thank you, I can give it to you. Saying that, Sekhmet threw the sun spear replica in his hand and it landed right in front of Shenmo's body. It was the most precious thing she had. Since her birth, the mythical beast in front of her was the first creature to make fighting so enjoyable. Spear of the Sun, imitation. Quality, natural disaster grade. An imitation of the Sekhmet sun spear. Forged with the fire of the sun. Containing endless light and heat, it is extremely lethal to undead creatures, shadow creatures, etc. Obviously, this sun spear replica was a rare treasure. Shenmo, however, shook his head and did not accept it. It was a fire-type treasure that was of little use to him. Their own familiars don't have a fire presence, either. Moreover, their strength was still 100,000 miles away from the heavenly tribulation realm. It was the Sekhmet statue itself that he coveted more. Seeing that Shenmo did not accept his gift, the Sekhmet statue was slightly forlorn and guilty. She also wanted to get out, but was bound by the rules of the trial. The final trial is about to begin, and I'm about to fall into a deep sleep. The voice of the Sekhmet statue sounded in Shenmo's mind. Good luck passing the last trial. Don't forget to go to the Sand Sea World. My honored one will love you very much. Also, remember to keep it the way it is now when you go to Sandy World. As a fire being, she did not like undead creatures. Shenmo's original form fit her aesthetic perfectly. Its voice grew fainter and fainter. After saying that, the Sekhmet statue slowly closed its eyes. This time, Shenmo didn't bother to collect the Stygian earth that shaped the statue of Sekhmet. Instead, they were allowed to return to the base of the statue and then slowly recovered to their original form. Outside, watching the statue of Sekhmet fall, the Sphinx scowled with complex eyes. The scene found before its eyes had completely overturned its perception. This mythical beast actually defeated the statue of the god of war, Sekhmet, which was in its full form and hadn't let up in the slightest. The animal has the appearance of a god. Will it be able to pass the next 9th level of the trial? It would be considered a witness to history if it could defeat the statue of Lord Anubis. However, the next operation of the mythical beast froze it, because the 9th level of the trial had just begun. It was already over. Shenmo took the initiative to give up the trial. He'd like to spar with Sekhmet a few more times. Anyway, the treasure for sensing the origin of death had already arrived, so it didn't matter if he could pass the 9th level or not. After all, after clearing the level, odds are you won't be able to do the challenge again. There's another challenge if you don't clear it, and that way he could glean another wave of Stygian earth in the first few levels. Strive to glean all the gold statues of the Styx. The consciousness in the statue of Anubis has only just awakened. I realized that the challenger animal had directly chosen to give up the trial. Unlike the statues of the god Thoth and Sekhmet, they are both born of self-will from the blood of the gods, whereas the statue of Anubis is Anubis depositing part of his consciousness into the statue, the ability to truly represent the divine and even communicate with the being. He woke up when he realized that a challenger had passed the 8th level of the trial. Can't wait to see which chosen one actually manages to defeat the Sekhmet statue. As a result, just after waking up, this chosen one simply chose to give up. What the hell? And he could sense that the challenger was in good shape that it wasn't because of severe depletion or heavy injuries that they had to give up the trial. He was a little puzzled as to what this challenger was thinking. However, he could not force the challenger to give up the trial on his own accord, so he was ready to resume his slumber. Just before slumber, seeing the broken and tattered golden statues around him as well as the temple of trials that had completely fallen into ruins, he couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. It was the first time since the inception of the Anubis trial that such a situation had been encountered. In the current situation, the Temple of Trials seems to have been purchased for $0. He wasn't angry. To him, the earth of the river Styx was nothing precious. The statue of Anubis waved the scepter in his right hand. The golden scepter actually flew out countless Stygian earths, quickly repairing the broken statue. A large amount of Stygian earth was stored within the shrine. Trial battles. The golden statue will definitely be depleted. These stores of Stygian earth are what is used to repair the statues. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo was overjoyed in his heart. Sure enough, he had made the right choice in giving up the trial. Meanwhile, in front of the statue of Anubis, the golden altar rose again. This time, the top is only a crystal vial vat. The bottle contains some sort of golden liquid like quicksand. Styx water. Quality, natural disaster grade. Introduction, the water of the river Styx, where all the souls of the dead are said to be buried. Containing a rich death origin energy, it can help King Realm undead creatures break through. Obviously, the water of the river Styx was more effective than the earth of the river Styx. Chen Mo naturally accepted it without question. After finishing the trial, Chen Mo walked out of the pyramid. For holding the scales of judgment, he found himself in possession of part of the authority of the golden pyramid. Open. Close the door to the trial. It can also expel all creatures within a 20 kilometers radius centered on the golden pyramid. Similar to the lord of the region of the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm. End of chapter 149. Chapter 149, Earth-Eating Lion. Chapter 149, The Earth-Eating Lion. Seeing the mythical beast come out of the golden pyramid, all the undead beings fell to the ground in respect. Now, they are all happy. It was even proud to follow Chen Mo. The giant lion in front of us is their king. Crow, this is for you. Chen Mo casually threw the golden armor of Anubis to the ice crow. This battle armor can only be equipped by undead creatures, and he can't use it himself. It would be a waste to leave it alone. So Chen Mo decided to directly reward the cold ice underworld crow. Crow, your majesty, you're going to reward me with it? The voice of the cold Stygian crow trembled slightly. In the previous projection, the chilling Stygian crow had witnessed the effects of this battle armor throughout. There is no doubt that this is an absolute treasure. Well, your performance in the previous trial was not bad. Chen Ma nodded. After getting an affirmative answer from the animal, only then did the ice crow dare to gently touch the golden stone with its claws. In an instant, the stone transformed into liquid metal and quickly covered the surface of the cold Stygian crow's body. The cold Stygian crow is nothing but skeletons tinted with a golden substance. There were even countless golden feathers growing between the wings. At this moment, the cold ice underworld crow had an additional mysterious aura, as if it was a messenger from the underworld. Seeing that his feathers had returned, the cold Stygian crow was thrilled. Your Majesty, the raven will do everything in its power to be the sharpest blade in your hand if you wish it. The pale white soul fire of the cold Stygian crow flickered violently. If it weren't for the fact that undead creatures didn't have tears, it would probably be unable to hold back its tears right now. Seeing Chen Mo lightly rewarding the golden battle armor to his own men, both the ghost-bearded wolf leader and the undead giant serpent leader revealed expressions of disbelief. Doesn't your Majesty know the value of this golden battle armor? Knowing that such a piece of battle armor is worth a lot of money, even within the underworld, one could even buy a dozen or so absolutely loyal King's Realm undead servants. To be rewarded just like that to an undead creature whose transcendence level was no more than High Lord? It's very unbelievable to them. At the same time, the hearts of these undead leaders were on fire. Now they're His Majesty's dependents, too. If they behave well, is it possible to get a similar reward? Chen Mo was about to study the way to use the Styx River's earth as well as the Styx River's water. That's when the Sphinx's voice rang in his head. Congratulations, you have successfully passed Lord Anubis' trial. If you want to go to the underworld, I can open the passage for you. The behemoth's tone was friendly. After Chen Mo became a divine chosen one and showed terrifying strength in the trial, naturally, the Sphinx would no longer look at him as a junior. It was possible to reach this level on a planet where the aura had only just recovered and there were hardly any resources. After becoming a divine chosen, the animal's strength would definitely be greatly increased. This mythical beast's future achievements were unlimited. Not yet. Chen Mo nodded his head, his tone calm. After the thought of traveling to the underworld appeared in his mind, a strong sense of crisis actually rose. This premonition of danger is much stronger than traveling to the world in the snowy realm. Good. The Sphinx was in no hurry. Indeed, it could be slowed down a bit. There are many powerful people in the underworld. It's not too late to go after you advance to the heavenly tribulation realm. Can you tell me about the underworld? Chen Mo asked. For information about other worlds, Chen Mo was eager to know more. Good. I'll tell you roughly about the history of the underworld and the situation today. You'll know all this sooner or later anyway. The underworld was tens of thousands of years ago. Lord Anubis and 3 other gods established the dojo together. Originally, under the order established by Lord Anubis. The underworld is well organized for both the living and the undead. About 10,000 years ago, a nest of bugs comparable in size to a planet suddenly descended upon the underworld. Countless grotesque worms ravage the underworld. They devour the souls of the living, the dead. It has brought great disaster to the underworld. The bug nests likewise possess a deity-level existence. Anubis joined forces with 3 other gods to battle with him, but was unable to kill him completely. And so the protracted war began. The Sphinx said slowly, "This war has been going on for nearly 10,000 years, during which time there have been significant deaths on both sides. Even the gods have fallen several times. In this war, the creatures of the underworld died and were wounded, and needed to be replenished from the other worlds. That's why Lord Anubis built the 9 golden pyramids. The golden pyramid descends upon the world whenever an aura is revived, absorbing great talent through trials. Compared to the underworld, even if our world has begun to recover its aura, but the aura concentration should still be far inferior, right?" Chen Mo asked with some doubt. "The best of the best that Lord Anubis and the lords need, in the Styx battlefield, not to mention beings below the king's realm. Even the existences of the heavenly tribulation realm and even the legendary realm are nothing more than miscellaneous fish-like existences. Only those who have advanced to the rank of totem and have unrivaled combat power of the same rank. It's the only way to make a difference on the frontal battlefield. And in the world where the aura has just been revived, under the great fortune of there will be beings of extraordinary talent rising. They possess extraordinary potential and have the chance to grow into totems or even deities. Like you for example. The reason why Lord Anubis built the Pyramid of Gold. It is to select these gifted ones. When they grow up, they will be able to share the pressure of the Styx battlefield." The Sphinx said truthfully. Now that the animal has become the divine chosen one of Lord Anubis, under the subtle influence of sooner or later it will become the most loyal follower of Lord Anubis. Chen Mo digested the information revealed by the Sphinx. It turned out that worlds where the aura had just recovered were more likely to have strong people. That's why there are so many secret places coming down all over the world. I'm afraid a lot of them are here to pick talent. Except for the Ice Phoenix. Of course, it was already dead. And the Great Snowy Mountain's secret realm came down to find a person to help it come back to life. But how are these gods supposed to ensure that the transcendent beings of the blue planet will willingly serve them? Or even travel to their world? After all, creatures that can be seen by the gods are strong enough to reign supreme in the blue planet. I'm sure many are reluctant to travel to dangerous other worlds. This kind of sensitive issue was not asked by Chen Mo. After the trial was over, he returned to the Lion King's palace near the Pyramid Secret Realm. This palace was built just a short time ago. The Frost Lion Stallion took on the guise of an inspector and commanded the many undead creatures to carry out the construction. Undead creatures can be the best work unit. They work hard. A piece of carrion will keep it working for 24 hours straight. In their endeavors, this massive palace was built in just under a month. After Chen Mo sat down inside the palace, he began to observe the Styx River's earth as well as the Styx River's water, trying to find ways to use these 2 treasures. This was, after all, a heavenly calamity-class treasure. And it would take some time for the observation lion to parse it. Chen Mo had observed them for half an hour before he got their way of opening. Stygian earth requires the fusion of several other undead spiritual plants, as well as minerals. Make something like a magic potion. The process of making it is complicated. Moreover, the quality of these spirit plants were basically of the 3rd rank, king level, or even 4th rank, heavenly tribulation level, which were only found in the underworld. Chen Mo couldn't find it at all now. However, apart from making a magic potion, there is a very simple and brutal use of ping pong. That's just eating it straight. Under the Taotai Lion, the death origin energy contained in the underworld would transform the original death energy in Shen Mo's body little by little until all of it was transformed into death origin energy. Although the effect is certainly not as good as consuming it together with other spiritual plants. However, as long as the amount of Stygian earth was large enough, it could still theoretically support Chen Mo to complete his advancement. Thus, Chen Mo transformed into his undead form and then began to gorge on dirt. The appearance of the earth of the river Styx is like golden quicksand, and it actually tastes like jelly. It melts in your mouth, but it doesn't have much flavor. It was a bit tastier than Chen Mo thought it would be. The Taotai Lion had granted Chen Mo an extremely enhanced digestive ability, and the Styx earth had just been swallowed. In the blink of an eye, It turned into pure death origin energy, and then a little bit of it was integrated into Chen Mo's fluorescent skeleton. This small wisp of dark gray death origin energy compared to the death energy in Chen Mo's body. The texture is heavier and the color is darker. The moment the two energies came into contact, they began to assimilate with each other. Chen Mo manipulated the spiritual energy in his body to eat the origin of death little by little, and then turned it into his own use. About 100 normal death energies could be successfully transformed into one death essence. Currently, Chen Mo had 99 channels of spiritual energy in his body, and if he could transform all of them, he would be able to advance to the heavenly tribulation realm. Unfortunately, by simply eating dirt, the speed and efficiency of the conversion of death energy is very impressive. About 2 hours later, Chen Mo opened his eyes. In the previous 2 hours, he had eaten a full 200 kilograms of Stygian earth. If he had brushed up on the Eat Dirt Lion self-discipline challenge, he would have been able to complete it easily. This 200 kilograms of Stygian soil contains about 5 death origins, but he only managed to convert one of them. Total progress bar 1000th. He made a rough estimate. When the earth of the river Styx is sufficient, even if it is 007 day and night, it would also take about 100 days to convert all the death energy in his body into death instinct energy. Next, Chen Mo took high-quality Styx river earth and Styx river water. Compared to ordinary Stygian soil, high-quality Styx earth as well as Styx water are much more effective. Conversion is more efficient and faster. High-quality Stygian soil transforms at roughly double the speed of ordinary Stygian soil. The effect of the water of the river Styx was even more powerful. Chen Mo spent 4 hours. Just transform all of the death essence within the entire bottle of Styx water. Enough to convert 50 channels. The progress bar advanced to 5% in a flash. If only there was more water from the river Styx. Chen Mo couldn't help but think in his heart. I wonder what the reward will be if we pass the 9th level of the trial. If only there were 20 bottles of Styx. But at the moment there is still room for improvement in the mythical battle technique. It's better to cut your teeth with the female god of war for a few more days first, and also try to collect as much high-quality Styx earth as possible. Early the next morning, Chen Mo once again traveled to the Golden Pyramid and opened the trial. For the first 6 levels of the trial, Chen Mo still did not hold back in the slightest, using the evil suppressing domain to ruthlessly suppress. Then collect as much Stygian soil as you can. Thus, the newly restored golden statue was once again in a state of disrepair, even more so than the last time. Soon, the 7th level of the trial began. The statue of the god Thoth awakens from its slumber. What's with another challenger? Wasn't the fight just yesterday? Wait, I don't think so. The statue of the god Thoth suddenly had a heartbeat, thinking of some horrible possibility. Opening his eyes and seeing the familiar figure, he instantly felt bad about the whole statue. Sure enough, it's that damn undead giant lion again. This guy probably didn't pass the trial in the back, so he came back to challenge again today. Initial meeting, I'm going to play a little longer. Meeting again, get lost. This undead lion has the power to cancel spells. It also suppresses the ability to die and move within him. It simply restrained him too much. Wait, don't do it yet. I'll do it myself. The god Thoth spoke. He was ready to just kill himself. It's not like you can fight anyway, as opposed to being abused. The totem god preferred that Chen Mo would just skip him. Why bother to fight and kill? Chen Mo ignored the voice of the statue of the Tatar god, completely ignoring it as if he hadn't heard it, and opened fire. After all, he coveted the high-quality Stygian earth on the Tot god. After turning on ancient recovery and entering its strongest form, Chen Mo completely shattered the statue of the Tatar god in 3 strikes, then collected a small portion of the high-grade Stygian earth. Soon, the 8th level of the trial began once again. The statue of the female god of war, Sekhmet, slowly opened her eyes and saw Chen Mo's figure once again. She was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask, "You didn't beat that Anubis guy?" As far as she was concerned, the Anubis statue wasn't nearly as powerful as herself. Since this mythical beast in front of him was able to defeat himself, and even had some strength left over, then it should be possible to defeat the Anubis statue as well. No, after I defeat you, I'll give up on continuing the trial. In that case, I'll be able to come to you every day for a challenge. Chen Mo calmly replied. So it is. At those words, a hint of joy passed through Samet's eyes. In that case, not only would she be able to awaken every day, and you can have a good fight every day. A life like that made her feel good just thinking about it. The more she felt that Chen Mo was obedient. The giant lion in front of him was indeed a battle-crazed lion as well. It was worthy of being one of the lion clans, all of which had the blood of battle running through their bodies. Another fight? Good. Come and fight. Sekhmet's tone was excited, and in his eyes was an undisguised wariness. Chen Mo didn't use ancient revival this time, but simply used mythical beast tactics, fighting with the power of the flesh alone. This time, After the myriad battle techniques had been melded together, the two sides have gradually changed from being evenly matched to Chun Mo gaining the upper hand. End of chapter 150. Chapter 150 New Self-Discipline Challenge Weapon Big Lion. Chapter 150 New Self-Discipline Challenge Weapons Big Lion. Both sides fought until the statue of Sekhmet was exhausted. Just like before, the 9th level of the trial had just begun when Chen Mo chose to give up the trial. Unfortunately, there were no treasures on the golden altar this time. Rewards for the same number of levels cannot be claimed repeatedly. Let Chen Mo's plan of unlimited wool gathering fall through, and after the statue of Anubis woke up again. Once again, I saw the crumbling temple and the pitted golden statues. There was also the giant undead lion that patted itself on the back and ran away, instantly blackening its face. This chosen one's faith isn't religious at all, but in the end, he just sighed and waved his hand to repair the golden statue once again. The trial goes on after all. If that giant undead lion went so overboard again, it was going to be rude. The next few days, Chen Mo once again began a life of self-discipline. Wake up early in the morning and start eating dirt. Then go to the Pyramid of Gold for Anubis trial, while practicing the mythical battle technique, while digesting the Stygian earth in his body. And by the way, another wave of Stygian soil. As for the martial arts sovereign lion S self-discipline challenge, cutting a deal with a Sekhmet statue is the best form of self-discipline. And besides Chen Mo, other undead creatures had also opened their trial challenges. Transcendental Order undead creatures lined up to challenge the Black Iron Pyramid at the Lord rank, then challenges the Bronze Pyramid. Though no undead creatures appeared to have passed the trials, but these undead creatures still gained a lot from the trial. In addition, a new batch of spirit plants matured in the undead farm. There is a surplus of quantities. After the new pyramid natives who joined the Undead Legion exchanged their contribution points for a variety of mutated spirit plants. All stunned, especially the undead giant serpent leader. It worked for just 2 days in exchange for a spectral flower. This underworld flower could increase the spiritual energy in its body, and its effect was similar to that of a first-rank divine medicine, equivalent to the previous reward for passing the apes trial. What's more, the trial reward is a one-time thing and the spectral flower can be obtained in a steady stream. It makes it wonder, what a hard life one used to lead. The 4th day of the Pyramid's secret descent. Totem Lion, Day 44. After Chen Mo defeated the Sekhmet statue once again, he chose to give up the trial, was preparing to leave, only to find that the doors of the pyramid were not open as they had been before, still tightly closed. He looked over to the statue of Anubis in the very center of the temple. The statue of Anubis stared at it with both eyes. You could tell by the expression on his face that he seemed a little pissed off. Why did you abandon the 9th level of the trial 4 times in a row? The ancient and majestic voice sounded in Chen Mo's mind, the same as the previous trial's prompt. I wish I could fight the same statue a few more times to improve my combat skills. Looking at the Anubis statue, Chen Mo was a little embarrassed. He definitely wasn't trying to glean the earth of the river Styx. Do you think I'm not worthy of being your opponent? At those words, a hint of anger was evident in the voice of the Anubis statue. I'm afraid that after defeating you, I won't continue sparring with Sekhmet in the future. Chen Mo said calmly. There was not the slightest hint of fear on his face. The golden statue of Anubis in front of him was no match for himself. It is also impossible for Anubis himself to descend to this world now. At that, the statue of Anubis seemed to be silenced and did not speak for a long time. This undead lion is so confident? But it's normal to be cocky when you can defeat a Sekhmet statue. In that case, why don't we bet on it? Anubis' voice rumbled. You perform the final level of the trial. You win, and I'll let you take the Sekhmet statue with you. You lose, then you pay nothing. It's a deal. Chen Mo naturally agreed. There is such a good thing. So the fight was on. Judgment. The statue of Anubis holds aloft the scales of judgment in his hands. The dense death energy condensed into a huge heart that landed on the side of the golden scale. On the other side of the scale of judgment was a golden feather. After the heart is generated, one end of the feather rapidly rises upwards. This judgment move of Anubis is also a rule-based ability. As long as once the feather ends are fully cocked, the trial is declared a success. The being judged will simply die. Knowing that Chen Mo's strength was extraordinary, he came up and went all out. And Chen Mo was also on fire, coming up and using ancient revival to enter his strongest form. The ancient mythical beast bloodline in his body revived, and his blood boiled. Powerful strength surged crazily within his body. In the next second, a strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in the bottom of his heart. It was as if invisibly, there was a giant hand that pressed down on one's heart, wanting to crush it. Stop! Chen Mo released stopper without moving. The invisible field swept out in all directions. The death energy suddenly dissipated, and the illusory heart at the right end of the judgment scale disappeared with it. The feathered end fell quickly. After stopping the attack, Chen Mo unleashed the evil suppressor domain again without reservation. The same goes for rule-based abilities. At the same time, Chen Mo lunged towards the Anubis statue. He was not given a second trial at all. Facing Chen Mo's extreme speed, the Anubis statue was simply too late to dodge. Boom! The powerful force directly knocked it away. The battle lasted only 3 minutes and ended with the Anubis statue falling. That's 3 minutes gone in the round for Anubis statue to take a beating. All the spells he released were eliminated by Chen Mo with Stopper. It's not like he's a complete match for the mythical beast in a short fight. It shocked him quite a bit, though he was only a trace of will left over from the original Anubis, but holding the scales of judgment and the golden scepter. His battle power was no less than that of a heavenly calamity realm being, yet it was still fully crushed by the mythical beast. This mythical beast was truly invincible at the same rank. If it could grow to the totem rank or even the divine spirit rank, it would also be able to remain invincible at the same rank. It might actually end the protracted war in the underworld. The statue of Anubis closed his eyes, but in reality, he crossed countless spaces and made contact with his true self. The appearance of this mythical animal is extremely important. Its natural qualifications, and the ability to master them, all are the strongest existences since the inception of the Anubis trials. Totally fine as a first cultivator. At the same time, it needs to be allowed to deepen its faith. After about a minute, the statue of Anubis opened its eyes again and the voice resounded in Chen Mo's mind. I know you want to realize the origin of death and impact the heavenly tribulation realm. Take these waters of the river Styx. This is all the water of the river Styx stored within the temple. Soon, the golden altar slowly rose once again, and this time a full 9 bottles of Styx water were placed on it. Thanks a lot. Chen Mo thanked. Water of the river Styx can be much more effective than earth of the river Styx. These 9 bottles of Styx water could almost complete 40% of the transformation of the death origin energy. It saved a lot of time for him to advance to the heavenly tribulation realm. It looks like you won't be needing to eat dirt yourself anytime soon. The statue of Anubis is also very generous, but in the future, you can't continue to steal the earth of the river Styx. I'm sorry, Anubis said, somewhat breathlessly. At this rate, sooner or later, one of the Stygian rivers earth stored within the Trial God's temple was going to be gripped by this giant lion. But this undead lion is extremely gifted, and is also his own new chosen one. Nor can they be disciplined because of some Stygian soil. Chen Mo nodded. With these 9 bottles of Stygian water, plus the Stygian soil that had been accumulated previously, it was already enough for it to advance to the heavenly tribulation realm. In addition, I have now opened to you the highest access to this golden pyramid. Not just Sekhmet, but all the golden statues except mine. All will be at your disposal. Anubis said slowly. Now that the best grooming has been found, the mission of this golden pyramid was accomplished. It would be better to give this mythical beast the supreme authority of this temple of trials. This would also deepen the relationship between the two, as well as deepen the animal's belief in himself. Thanks a lot. At the same time, the other 8 golden statues slowly opened their eyes and the golden statues in the first 6 levels all hung their heads slightly, showing their submission to Chen Mo. The statue of the god Thoth had a horrified look on his face when he saw the figure of the mythical beast. These days, he had been violently beaten up by Chen Mo every day, and had already developed a psychological shadow. Didn't you just get your ass kicked today? Why are you here again? The statue of the god Thoth unconsciously took half a step back. He tried to run, but couldn't get his wings. Come here, Chen Mo calmly said. Of the supreme authority of the pantheon of trials bestowed upon him by Anubis, one of those items is that all the golden statues in the temple do his bidding. These 2 golden statues, though born of will through the blood of the gods, but after all, they are only idols, not real gods, and are affected by the rules of the temple. It's just that they were born through the blood of the gods. After all, the Anubis statues usually give them a few looks and don't give them orders. Chen Mo was not so polite. As soon as the words left his mouth, the statue of the Thoth god reluctantly walked in front of Chen Mo. There was horror in his eyes. I don't want to come over here. Look. How did this lion gain supreme authority over the temple? What the hell is going on here? On the other hand, the Samet statue had calm eyes and even a hint of regret. She had roughly guessed what was going on. The animal passed the 9th level of the trial and was recognized and honored by Anubis. She still wanted the animal to go to her own original. Now none of you will need to meet the challenger at the Temple of Trials, the statue of Sekhmet. In the future, you are responsible for guarding the security of the Pyramid Mystery Realm and the surrounding area. The rest of the time is at your disposal, except when you fight me. Chen Mo spoke to the lion-headed female war god. In areas outside the Temple of Anubis, golden statues cannot be quickly restored once damaged. If it is completely shattered, the consciousness may dissipate with it. Only under the influence of the power of the temple's rules could they be reborn indefinitely. Chen Mo, if he wanted to practice against the Samet statue, the best place to face the battlefield is still in the middle of the temple. Yes, The statue of Sekhmet nods. There was a slight look of emotion in her eyes. As a trial idol, she does not resent her mission. Though, but naturally, I'm eager to see what's out there. Meet some of those formidable opponents that the mythical beast is talking about. Immediately afterward, Chen Mo's gaze went back to the Tatar god statue. The statue of the Tat god didn't dare to look directly at Chen Mo. Don't worry, I won't beat you up again, Chen Mo calmly said. It seems that in order to glean the earth of the river Styx before, the genius had straightened out the shadow of the statue of the god Tat. I'll take you to one of the other secret realms, and you'll be responsible for guarding the security there in the future. At those words, the statue of the god Tat froze for a moment, disbelief first showing in his eyes. This was followed by ecstasy. This nightmare of a life is finally over, and one can actually go and see the outside world? Since the birth of consciousness, though, accustomed to sleeping and then meeting challengers, but apparently the flavor of freedom is even more fascinating. Chen Mo arranged the two idols in the Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm and the Pyramid Mystic Realm respectively, with the existence of these two idols of peak kingly combat power. In the future, even if he wasn't in the Ice Lion Kingdom, shouldn't have to worry about encountering any danger either. The 5th day after the descent of the Pyramid Mystery. It's also the 45th day of Totem Lion. Today, finally, is the last day of the Totem Lion Self-Discipline Challenge. Chen Mo was quite excited about the effects of the Totem Lion and the newly refreshed Self-Discipline Challenge. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the morning, Totem Lion Self-Discipline Challenge complete. This made Chen Mo somewhat moved. One of the self-discipline challenges of the Totem Lion requires the believer to pray devoutly to himself for 2 hours a day. And with the addition of the Super Self-Discipline card, it requires 4 hours of prayer. I didn't realize that anyone else was so religious that they were praying to themselves most of the night. Totem Lion's Self-Discipline Challenge is complete. The Self-Discipline panel has added another self-discipline challenge called Weapon Great Lion. Weaponized Great Lion, Blue. Self-Regulation Challenge. 1. Spend no less than 5 hours per day forging weapons for 90 days. 2. Forge a kingly weapon. Title effect. 1. The skill of forging weapons is improved, and the forged weapons have a chance to have special effects attached to them. 2. With any weapon, the weapon effect is increased by 50%. 3. Proficiency in the use of any weapon. The Great Lion of Weapons. That's an interesting title. Between Weaponized Great Lion and Hypnotized Lion, Chen Mo naturally preferred Weapon Great Lion. Hypnotized Lion, it's just one more ability for him to master. Not much of a boost for overall strength. Weaponized Great Lion, in addition to boosting your strength, it also arms the Ice Lion Legion as well as the Undead Legion, which hasn't been created for long. In Anubis' previous trial, Chen Mo had seen many pieces of imitations of divine weapons, whether it's the Necronomicon, which can unleash countless spells, or the Spear of the Sun, which has the power to cauterize souls, as well as the Scales of Judgment, which judges life and death. They can increase the user's strength significantly. A competent weapon can dramatically increase combat power. If one could forge flying swords that could be maneuvered with spiritual power, when the time came to fly by sword, the 10,000 swords returned to the clan. It's still pretty cool when you think about it. And the potential of the title, Weapon Great Lion, was clearly even better. When he advanced to the Heavenly Tribulation realm or even higher, he would also be able to forge higher quality weapons. End of chapter 152. Chapter 151 Blessing and Descent. The King's Crow. Chapter 151, Blessing and Descent. The King's Crow. It's a shame that the Weapon Great Lion Self-Discipline Challenge is a bit difficult to complete. The first challenge of Weaponized Great Lion was fairly easy. Just keep forging weapons every day. Chen Mo used to brush some sword casting videos often in his previous life. Just follow the steps step by step to forge, even if it fails. And there were quite a few humans in the Ice Lion Kingdom, and there would always be a few forgers or blacksmiths. If you really don't know how to do it, you can also ask them to learn from them. Weaponized Great Lion. The difficulty lies in the second self-discipline challenge. Forge a kingly weapon. This was too difficult for the current Chen Mo. It takes more than just top-notch materials to forge a king-level weapon. It also requires superb forging skills as well as recipes and drawings for forging king-level weapons. Not to mention the materials. But just trying to start from scratch in just 3 months. Raising the level of forging to that of a master is nearly impossible. Unless there's a top-notch master. Hand in hand. It's only possible to forge a king-level weapon in 3 months. Wait. It doesn't seem impossible. Chen Mo suddenly thought of something. Anubis was probably a very good blacksmith. After all, there were so many imitations of artifacts within the Golden Pyramid. The odds are that these imitation artifacts are Anubis replicas. If we can get it to teach forging skills, there's still a chance of completing the self-imposed challenge of Weapon Great Lion. But before looking for confirmation from the Anubis statue, Chen Mo was prepared to experience the effects of the Totem Lion. First, you have completed the self-discipline challenge, Totem Lion, Blue. Do you equip it? Acknowledgement. At the moment of equipping the title, Totem Lion, Chen Mo suddenly found countless streaks of golden rays, either deep or shallow, thick or thin, appearing on his body. These golden rays stretch out into the distance. There was also a particularly thick golden ray that extended towards the top of the head. Chen Mo seemed to have realized something in his heart. These golden rays are threads of faith. The threads of faith that extend far away connect all the beings that regard Chen Mo as a spiritual totem, and the one overhead, connected to the god Anubis. Chen Mo's consciousness merged into several of the darker colored rays. The presence of Lion Sister Aisha, Xiong Ba, Snow-Treading Fox Chief Bengli, and countless other beings were soon sensed. It was the wee hours of the morning at the moment, and except for the undead creature, the cold ice Stygian crow, who was still trying to cultivate, all other beings have slept peacefully. Chen Mo gazed at them and their surroundings from an overhead perspective. What a marvelous feeling. It seems that I can still pass through these threads of faith, ignoring spatial distances and have a conversation with them directly. Because these beings were sleeping, Chen Mo didn't wake them up. Instead, he continued to feel the effects of the Totem Lion. In addition to connecting beings who believe in themselves, Chen Mo realized that he could also sense the emotions of these beings towards himself through these threads of faith, or adoration, or dependence, or respect, or faith. The thickness of the thread of faith represents the strength of the believer. The shade of the color then represents the level of devotion of the believer. Through these threads of faith, Chen Mo was able to clearly perceive the level of faith of each believer, and was able to visualize it as a value of faith through the observation lion. The one with the highest level of faith is undoubtedly Aisha the lioness, the frost lion stallion, as well as the cold Stygian raven that became an undead creature not too long ago. Faith values are all above 95 points. Full faith is 100 points. They were all die-hard loyalists of Chen Mo and the first transcendent beings to follow him. This faith value meant that they would fight for Chen Mo even if their lives were in danger. And then there's the great snowy mountain clans of Chief Treading Fox, Chief Frost Goat, and others, and many other beings in the Ice Lion Kingdom. Faith values are all 90 points or more. As for the Pyramid Undead clan that had just been subdued, the faith value was generally only around 70 points. A few of the undead creatures had slightly higher faith values for their leaders, something like a small skeleton, a bone dog, or some other lowly undead creature with very little faith, just under 40. It's not that they're not loyal. Rather, these lower undead were more clueless as their spiritual intelligence and emotions were not yet fully developed. Just when Chen Mo was still studying it, suddenly there were countless golden lights that quickly came towards him along the threads of faith, and then merged into his body like starlight. These are the power of faith? With the influx of the power of faith, Chen Mo felt refreshed and revitalized. One's spiritual power was increasing at an astonishing rate. He glanced at his attribute panel. The Divine Soul attribute had unexpectedly increased directly from over 400 to over 600. It's a straight-up half. The enhancement of the Divine Soul came from one of the effects of the Totem Lion. Faith becomes a god. The ability to transform acquired faith into spiritual power. As the believer's strength increases and his faith deepens, Chen Mo's spiritual power would be continuously boosted. Enhance yourself through the power of faith. This authority, which is supposed to be reserved for the gods. However, Chen Mo relied on the Totem Lion's self-discipline title to obtain such an ability at the King Realm. These threads of faith extending downward are beings who believe in me. Then this upward stretching thread of faith connects would be Anubis. Immediately afterward, Chen Mo began to study that one distinctive thread of faith. It stretched out into the void, much thicker than the other threads of faith, but pale in color. It meant that Chen Mo's faith value was very low, only less than 20 points. Chen Mo naturally had no intention of believing in Anubis in his heart, and he did not expect that having merely received its favors. Surprisingly, it also produces threads of faith. Wait, there's something odd about this thread of faith. Soon, Chen Mo keenly discovered what was wrong with this thread of faith. There was some kind of unknown energy inside that could make the thread of faith slowly grow without realizing it, then subconsciously influenced Chen Mo's emotions towards Anubis. Eventually became a complete devotee of Anubis. So Anubis is trying to control me by way of faith. At this, Chen Mo was not surprised. He had guessed in his mind before. The pyramid trials cannot exist for the sole purpose of selecting the chosen of God. The chosen one is then given treasures without compensation to help him or her grow. There must be appropriate controls in place. In the words of an old saying, all the gifts of fate. It's all marked up with a good price in the dark. What now? Chen Mo naturally wanted to eliminate the hidden dangers. Since being reborn as a lion, the only thing he has believed in has always been himself. After some observation and research, Chen Mo realized that this strange energy was actually the power of faith as well. To be precise, it is a law that is released through the power of faith. Thus, Chen Mo began to try to manipulate the power of faith to erase this strange energy. Soon, at his will, the power of faith that had previously been incorporated into his body swarmed towards this thread of faith, and then began to eat away at this strange energy. In a matter of seconds, the strange energy was gone. It was actually directly erasing the strange energy in the thread of faith. With the founding of the Ice Lion Kingdom, mythical beast temples were established everywhere. There are simply too many beings who believe in mythical beasts. Although the amount of faith power contributed by each living being was not much, the accumulation of small amounts became a lot. It adds up to a very substantial number. And this particular energy left by Anubis in the thread of faith is not exactly powerful. Overpowering it would grow the threads of faith in a short period of time. It was easy for Chen Mo to discover the difference. More importantly, Anubis was completely surprised that Chen Mo was so perverted. The mythical beast that was only in the king realm actually possessed the ability to manipulate the power of faith. In his opinion, leaving the seed of faith behind was the safest course of action. Chen Mo cleanly erased the strange energy, and was not afraid of Anubis discovering it, leaving aside the fact that the odds are that Anubis won't find out, and even if he does, it's no big deal. The two are a world apart, and Anubis simply cannot descend to the blue planet, and Chen Mo had no intention of going to the underworld at all. After removing the hidden danger, Chen Mo began to continue studying the effects of the Totem Lion. Totem Lion has a total of 3 effects. In addition to faith into God, the other 2 effects are blessing and descent. Both of these abilities briefly boost the strength of one's followers. Blessing is the elevation of a believer to a higher level of transcendence, while descent is even more dramatic. Chen Mo's consciousness descended and directly played for him. Again, this is all power and authority that only belongs to the gods. Let's try exactly how these 2 abilities work first. Chen Mo was a bit curious. It was now the wee hours of the morning, and among the beings with high faith values, only the cold ice Stygian crow was still awake. So Chen Mo was prepared to try on it first. Chen Mo's consciousness felt the presence of the cold ice underworld crow once again through the thread of faith. Crow, can you hear me? Through the thread of faith, Chen Mo tried to communicate with the cold ice underworld crow. Crow. The cold Stygian crow was exercising the crow feather slash when he suddenly heard the voice in his head and was startled. Don't panic, it's me, Crow, your majesty. What do you want with me? The cold Stygian crow quickly reacted, and after confirming that it was the voice of his majesty the Lion King, it immediately looked around, but did not find his majesty's figure. Crow, you try challenging the pyramid of Apis again now. Chen Mo's voice resounded in the cold ice underworld crow's mind. Each undead creature can only choose one of the pyramids to challenge. Once a pyramid has been confirmed, no other pyramid of the same level can be accessed, and the cold Stygian crow has been working hard these days trying to pass the last level of the trial, but ultimately, it's still a bit short in terms of strength. In front of the final trial, Apis, the golden python made of black fog, there was hardly any fight back. Unfortunately, the pyramid trials don't allow the carrying of equipment, or else wearing the golden battle armor. The cold Stygian crow would be completely invincible. Crow, alright, your majesty. The cold Stygian crow nodded. Though it doesn't understand your majesty's intentions, just do as you're told. His majesty won't harm him anyway. Soon enough, the cold Stygian crow arrived in front of the pyramid of Apis once more. It just so happened that an alpha-level undead creature failed its challenge and stepped out of the pyramid. Before entering the land of trials, Chen Mo first used blessing on the cold ice Stygian crow through the thread of faith. In an instant, the aura that flowed from the cold ice underworld crow climbed rapidly. A powerful pressure formed around it. The cold ice Stygian crow had originally reached High Lord in its transcendent rank, and under Chen Mo's blessing, it had even reached the limit of the Lord realm. Unfortunately, the cold ice underworld crow similarly did not have king's blood in its body, and with its current accumulation it wasn't enough to support it to carry out a bloodline traceback similar to Chen Mo's. But this opened up a new thought for Chen Mo. When the cold ice underworld crow itself has reached the limit of the spiritual power in its body, and then, through its bestowal of it should then be very possible to turn on bloodline tracing, while not being able to trace their existence back to the mythical level like themselves. But awakening a king realm or even a heavenly tribulation realm bloodline was still very possible. Most of the beings that rose to power on the blue planet did not have the blood of a king within them. If you want to advance to king you can only search for king's blood, but now there's another, more perfect path. The cold ice underworld crow naturally didn't think as far as Chen Mo did. It just felt the death energy stirring within it. The raven has gotten stronger again. Crow is now going to hit 10. Crow. The cold Stygian crow cried out strangely, then entered the temple of Apis trials with gusto. Upon entering the temple, under the influence of the power of the rules of its transcendent level was back to the High Lord realm. Its own superhuman level is suppressed. But Chen Mo's blessing effect was not affected. Sure enough, seeing this, Chen Mo was not surprised. The self-discipline title is still prioritized over the power of rules. Crow, praise your majesty. Feeling the abundant death energy in his body, the pale fire in the eye sockets of the cold ice underworld crow burned brightly. Wariness is high. The black mist surged in front of it, quickly generating a giant black mist serpent of the low lord realm. The cold Stygian crow took the initiative to meet it, its skeletal wings transforming into blades. Crow feather chop, a white light flashed, and the black mist giant snake was directly cut in two. The trials continued. As the strength of the first 4 levels of the trial were all chilling, Stygian crow passed with ease, not even hurt at all. Crow, the cold Stygian crow felt like he had never fought such an easy battle before. 5th level trial. After the 3 black mist pythons were born, the soul fire burned in their eye sockets as they stared at it. The cold Stygian crow's gaze became serious. Previously it had to be revived at least once to get through this level, with quite a bit of attrition. Seeing this, Chen Mo directly chose to descend. The effects of blessing have been pretty much tested. The next step is to see how well the descent works. His consciousness quickly descended through the threads of faith to the cold Stygian crow. In an instant, an incomparably strong aura erupted from the cold Stygian crow. Raven, the cold ice underworld crow felt that the spiritual energy within his body was undergoing an astonishing metamorphosis. Compression. Constant compression. Then it becomes a higher energy. In the blink of an eye, the cold Stygian crow felt like it had broken through a certain barrier. King's realm. His current self is simply strong and scary, because Chen Mo had greeted him before he descended. The cold ice underworld crow did not feel afraid. It just seems that His Majesty the Lion King is too powerful. Chen Mo roughly felt it. After descending, the cold Stygian crow inherited roughly 10% of his original body's strength. This far exceeded Chen Mo's expectations. What's more, most of the abilities he's mastered can be unleashed through the body of the Stygian raven. End of chapter 153. Chapter 152, Are you coming to the pyramid to buy goods? Chapter 152, Are you here to buy from the pyramid? Roar! While Chen Mo was feeling the effects of the descent, the 3 black mist pythons had already twisted their huge snake bodies and attack on the ice crow. Looking at the 3 giant pythons coming towards him, Chen Mo's eyes were calm. Calmly, he unleashed the evil suppression domain through the body of the Stygian raven. In an instant, an invisible huge force fell from the sky. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a crisp bursting sound, the 3 black mist pythons were crushed into black mist. It was actually directly killed in seconds. Even if one only gained 10% of Chen Mo's main body's abilities, it would still be enough to crush beings of the lower king realm. Not to mention these black mist pythons that were only in the lord realm. It seems that after completing the Totem Lion's self-discipline challenge, it's time to get down to exploring the inner world of the snowy mountain mysteries. Chen Mo thought to himself. The Sky Curtain Ice Spider said that the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall hid a lot of precious things. Moreover, after advancing to the Heavenly Calamity Realm, if one wanted to advance further, one would need to constantly obtain origin energy. With the current concentration of Blue Star's aura, it wasn't enough to breed treasures that contained origin energy. By descending on the believer, it is safe to make the initial exploration. In between thoughts, the 6th level of the trial began. The death energy quickly coalesced into the form of a golden python. Apus. Yet this golden python has only just taken shape. It was directly crushed into black mist by Chen Mo's evil suppression domain once again. Seconds again. A mere High Lord realm golden python. Not even in the king realm. In front of the current cold ice crow, it is completely inadequate. Just brush it off as a glitch. Raven. Seeing the golden python fall in front of his body, the cold underworld crow's heart surged. Is this the power of His Majesty? Just a mere hint of it descended upon himself, and it could destroy and crush everything. The golden python that it couldn't defeat in any way before was even directly killed in seconds after His Majesty descended. It and His Majesty Kaga kill indiscriminately. After passing the trial, a second-order divine medicine named Ghost Mist Snakegrass appeared in front of the statue of Apus, and a golden scale. Apparently, this was the reward for passing the trial as well as the credentials of the chosen of Apus. Not bad. The current concentration of death energy in the secret pyramid realm isn't that high. Undead-type second-order divine medicines were still very rare. The cold ice Stygian crow flew in front of the bronze altar, but did not immediately touch the reward of the trial. Crow, Your Majesty, is this golden scale dangerous? Cold Stygian crow asked, cocking his head. He is a very cautious jay. The door to the pyramid of Apus reads, once all trials have been passed, then you can become the chosen one of Apus. The raven does not want to become a chosen one, and the raven will always be loyal to His Majesty the Lion King. It's okay, Chen Mo replied. He wanted to see how the threads of faith changed after the cold Stygian crow became the apis giant serpent divine chosen. Crow. After receiving Chen Mo's reply, the ice-cold underworld crow extended its claws and gently touched this golden scale. At the same time, Chen Mo saw an additional extremely shallow thread of faith on the body of the cold ice underworld crow, leading into the void. Similar to that thread of faith in Anubis, this one has been similarly tampered with. Over time, the threads of faith would grow and then influence the mind of the Stygian crow. Chen Mo urged the power of faith and directly devoured that strange energy. Crow, for the battle that took place about the power of faith, the cold Stygian crow naturally couldn't see it. It just felt like when it touched the golden scales after it then has a lot of access to this bronze pyramid. It's not quite a master, but it can control the opening and closing of the pyramid gates. And it can forcibly expel other beings within the bronze pyramid. It is similar to the lord of the region in the secret realm of the Great Snow Mountain. In the meantime, outside, a dazzling white light shot straight up into the clouds after the cold Stygian crow passed the pyramid of Apis trial. It illuminated the night, making the area of dozens of kilometers bright as day. Undead creatures have a very netherworldly routine, often sleeping during the day and active at night. It's 5 a.m. And for them it's the eve of getting ready for sleep. They were instantly energized by the sight of the pyramid blossoming into a dazzling light. Besides His Majesty the Lion King, another being has passed the pyramid trial, and a bronze-level pyramid trial at that. Who could it be? Keep in mind that the closest Raven leader to passing the pyramid is still stuck on level 6 even now. The Sphinx, who had been slumbering, was also awakened by the glow. Its eyes look to where the light rises. It's the pyramid of Apis, the cold Stygian raven that became the new chosen one. I can't believe it's so fast. The Sphinx was quite emotional inside. I didn't expect that after my animal, there would be another undead who passed the Apes trial so quickly. The world is full of spiritual talent. At the first opportunity, the leader of the undead giant serpent went to the place where the light had bloomed. Then it saw the cold Stygian crow that had just flown out from within the pyramid of Apis. Sizzle, Officer Crow, you passed the Apes trial? The necromantic giant serpent inquired using the undead language. Crow, the cold Stygian crow nodded calmly. It passed the trial in the end, though with the help of His Majesty's power. At those words, the death spirit giant serpent froze. It was a little incredulous inside, knowing that not too long ago, the cold ice Stygian crow had only barely passed the 5th level of the trial. There was still a big gap left in wanting to defeat the golden python. As a result, the challenge was successful today without a word. However, that wasn't what shocked the undead giant serpent leader the most. Soon, the undead giant serpent detected a hint of aura flowing from the cold Stygian crow. A mere hint of it actually caused its heart to jump. This was a feeling that could only occur when facing beings whose life levels were higher than one's own. Only a king realm being could give it this sense of oppression. Officer Crow, you've advanced to the king's realm? The undead giant serpent leader subconsciously used honorifics. No. The cold underworld crow shook its head, then slowly spoke. I only received help from His Majesty and briefly possessed the power of the king's realm. Don't be in a hurry. Next, His Majesty may select a few of you who are more loyal chiefs. The same will help you pass the trials of the other pyramids. The cold ice Stygian crow told the undead giant serpent leader the relevant information. Naturally, having received Shen Mo's instructions, since the effects of descent can take effect within the pyramid, then we'll just take all the pyramids by the way. Chen Mo secretly thought in his heart. He's going to pick lordly undead creatures with a loyalty of 80 or more. Have them complete the bronze pyramid challenge. One of them was the undead giant serpent leader in front of the cold Stygian crow. What Chen Mo didn't expect among the undead creatures that had just been taken in, the one with the most faith was surprisingly the undead giant serpent leader. Faith is worth a whopping 88 points. The undead giant serpent leader's faith value increased by another 2 points just as the chilling Stygian crow's words left his mouth. Just hit 90. Really? At those words, the undead giant serpent leader's soul fire rose and his heart surged. It wished beyond hope that it was the lucky one chosen by His Majesty. Chen Mo didn't let it wait for long as he ended his descending state on the cold ice Stygian crow. In an instant, the transcendent level of the cold ice Stygian crow fell from the king's realm to high transcendent again, feeling the powerful force recede like a tidal wave. The cold Stygian crow was a little disappointed, but then a high fighting spirit flared up in the fire of its soul. Crow has to try to get stronger too, following in His Majesty's footsteps. One day, at last, one will be able to reach this level as well, or even stronger. Meanwhile, just as the undead giant serpent leader inwardly prayed that its loyalty would be discovered by His Majesty, the Lion King, a majestic voice suddenly rang in its mind. Snake, you go next to the Sobek pyramid. I'll help you pass the trial. The giant undead serpent cackled inwardly. It had observed before that there was no sign of His Majesty the Lion King for kilometers around. But the voice of His Majesty the Lion King unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere in his mind. This power makes it unimaginable. After the undead giant serpent leader hurriedly answered the question, then he traveled as fast as he could to the Sobek pyramid next to it. Sobek is the crocodile god of Egyptian mythology, whose strength is superior to that of the giant serpent of Apis. The difficulty of the trials it sets up is also higher. The undead giant serpent leader was slightly apprehensive inside, and at the same time it was very expectant and curious. What means will His Majesty use next to help it pass the Sobek trial? Upon entering the Sobek pyramid, a powerful will suddenly descended upon it. With that, the undead giant serpent leader realized that the death energy stirred within him. His own strength began to climb at an alarming rate. High lords, king's realm, this power. Feeling the powerful strength surging within his body, the undead giant serpent was simply incredulous. Distance apart grants the believer unparalleled power. I'm afraid that this kind of tactic can only be possessed by a true deity. The awe in its heart for Chen Mo couldn't help but deepen a few more points. And in Chen Mo's eyes was that the undead giant serpent's faith value had increased by another point. Begin. The Sobek trial is slightly different from the others. The trial only required the trialist to survive a certain amount of time at the hands of an ancient giant crocodile, and did not need to be defeated. Surviving 1 minute is equivalent to passing the first level of the other trials, and 2 minutes is the second level. As long as you last half an hour in the hands of the ancient giant crocodile, you will be considered to have passed the 6th level of the trial, could be Sobek's chosen one. But as time passes, the attacks of the ancient giant crocodile will become more and more ferocious. In the end, it would even erupt into a king's realm attack. And this ancient giant crocodile possesses the bloodline of Sobek, the crocodile god. Sobek, as the god of killing, had extremely powerful attacks. The ancient giant crocodile, as its descendant, also possesses superb attack power. However, these did not make any difference in front of Chen Mo's evil suppression domain. A huge force from the sky pressed it dead center directly into the floor of the pyramid. Couldn't move at all. The power of the king's realm. There is literally no difference between being in a bronze-level pyramid trial and being open. Sizzle. The leader of the undead giant serpent witnessed the scene visually, his heart pounding. Strong. It's just too strong. After defeating the ancient crocodile, a necromantic spell called Death Tumble, king level, appeared on top of the altar. Also there is a tooth that symbolizes the identity of the chosen one. This time, however, when the leader of the undead giant serpents becomes the chosen one, after gaining access to the Sobek pyramid, Chen Mo did not see any new threads of faith appear above its head. The odds are that this top totem named Sobek has fallen. Chen Mo guessed in his heart. The underworld is too dangerous and the gods are at risk of falling. Immediately following, the spectral jackal chief. Chen Mo's voice rang in the heads of the 5 undead leaders with faith values over 80, including the mummy cat leader, one after another. Then under Chen Mo's guidance, they all started the pyramid trial. Chen Mo realized that the power he retained after descending was closely related to the degree of faith the descended person had in him or her and his or her own strength. Except for the cold Stygian crow, other undead leaders could only retain at most 6% of their own body's strength after descending. But even 1% of the body's strength was enough to help these undead creatures successfully pass the bronze pyramid trial. With Chen Mo's help, the light that blossomed after the bronze pyramid gave birth to the chosen of God continued to light up. The blinding light woke up all the beings in the vicinity of the pyramid. Other beings from the Ice Lion Kingdom also came over to check the situation. After seeing the cold Stygian raven become a chosen one, the Sphinx went back to sleep. Blue Star's aura concentration was so low now that it had to keep its consumption low by sleeping. 10 minutes later, however, it was once again awakened by the flare of light blooming from the bronze pyramid. What the hell? Another undead passed the trial? It stood at the upper end of the pyramid of gold. Looking down on the leader of the undead giant serpent who had passed the Sobek trial was soon seen. Undead giant serpent, didn't you even fail the 3rd trial before? Upon seeing that the passer was the leader of the undead giant serpent, a hint of doubt passed through the Sphinx's eyes. It knew very well about the strength of the undead giant serpent leader. There's something odd. So this time, instead of choosing to remain asleep, instead, keep a close eye on several other bronze pyramid challengers. It was soon discovered that within the pyramid of Apis, the bull god, the leader of the ghost-bearded wolf easily defeated the final boss of the trial, the golden-horned divine bull, in a completely crushing manner. The strength it displayed was clearly the king realm. This is definitely not the strength possessed by the ghost-bearded wolf chief. It's the mythical beast. This field that suppresses everything is the ability of that mythical beast. The Sphinx reacted quickly, but it was puzzled that the animal was not found within a 10-kilometer radius. The animal has somehow managed to briefly give these undead creatures their own power, and it can be used in the pyramid trials. The Sphinx didn't think in terms of coming down. which was the power of the gods after all. Even it can't do that. It believes that Chen Mo is through some treasure or some special ability that. It was only then that these undead briefly gained power far beyond their own strength. But there's no doubt. It's all cheating. And it's cheating with a straight face. The real strength and potential of the chosen ones who are now being elected are not up to the mark. But with Chen Mo's help, it did become a chosen one. End of chapter 154. Chapter 153, Entering the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall. Chapter 153, Entering the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall. The Sphinx was about to stop it, but finally gave up on the idea. Forget it, I'd rather stay out of it. Not only did the giant lion of the dead pass the 9th level of the Anubis trials, he even gained supreme authority over the Anubis pyramid and was highly regarded by Lord Anubis. After thinking about it, the Sphinx finally decided to pretend he didn't see it. The early hours of the morning, a total of 6 bronze pyramids were conquered. And only then did Chen Mo stop his intention to continue descending. Descending requires the consumption of its spiritual power as well as a certain amount of faith. And there were only 6 undead creatures with a faith value of over 80 at the moment. Watching the undead leaders take over each pyramid one after the other as if they were stocking up, Frost Lion Xiangba was looking a bit greedy. Hate to be turned into an undead creature. How about taking some more undead-type divine pills yourself? But the thought of being turned into a pile of bone stubble, and having to feed on rotting flesh, dry bones, and Xiangba still gave up on this intention. There are millions of ways to become stronger. There's no need to go down the wrong evolutionary route for a small price. As long as you keep following your majesty, you'll definitely have the chance to continue getting stronger. The rising sun rises in the east. The golden morning light gilded all the pyramids. After testing the effects of the totem lion, Chen Mo headed to the golden pyramid. Prepare to search for the Anubis statue to see if there's any chance of completing Weapon Great Lion. Chen Mo awakened the sleeping Anubis statue. You wish to learn the art of forging with me? After learning of Chen Mo's intention, the Anubis statue was astonished. As Chen Mo had guessed, he did have outstanding forging skills. In the underworld, there is even a god of handicrafts and god of the forge. Although he was only a sliver of Anubis's consciousness, he also had notable forging skills. Well, I also wish to master the art of high forging. Yes, the statue of Anubis readily agreed. Teaching this giant lion the art of forging will also deepen his faith. Its principle has released the seed of faith, and as long as it keeps giving favors to the mythical beast, it will be able to deepen its faith unconsciously and ultimately serve it. Anubis could not have imagined that Chen Mo could not only see the seed of faith, but also the seed of faith. He even manipulated the power of faith to eat his seed of faith directly. Sugar-coated. Eat it, shell. Throw it away. Elder Anubis, under your tutelage, do I have a chance of forging a king-level weapon in 3 months? For insurance purposes, Chen Mo asked again. With your understanding, it shouldn't be difficult. The statue of Anubis is quite confident in his forging skills. Forging a king-level weapon wasn't that hard for it. After seeing the Anubis statue nod its head, Chen Mo opened the Weapon Great Lion Self-Discipline Challenge. With the current materials in the Temple of Trials, the only king-level weapon that can be forged is probably the Sword of the Undead. I'll teach you to forge swords first, the statue of Anubis spoke. Chen Ma nodded. The forging technique I'm imparting to you is the underworld fire forging method. By manipulating the underfire, refining the impurities in metals, minerals, it also allows you to control the proportions of each material. First, the first step is to ignite the forge's underfire. So under the guidance of the Anubis statue, Chen Mo began to forge the weapon. Soon, he realized that the process of forging a bronze sword was very similar to the process of releasing a spell. Melting, pouring, healing. It is necessary to control the proportion of various metals, mineral materials, as well as the temperature of the meditation fire. Teaching Lion Plus boosted his enlightenment. Adding to that, Chen Mo's manipulation of his own power had already reached the level of the slimmest. In just 1 day's time, Chen Mo was already able to forge a lord-level weapon. If he practiced like this every day, it shouldn't be difficult to forge a king-level undead giant sword in 3 months. In the next few days, Chen Mo once again began a life of self-discipline. Budo-sensei, Self-Discipline Challenge Day 25. Chen Mo had already digested all 10 bottles of Styx water. At this moment, the progress of death origin energy transformation in his body had reached 52%. If we just rely on eating dirt, we won't be able to advance to the heavenly tribulation realm in a short period of time. It's time to explore the inner world of Dezetsuzan, Chen Mo thought in his heart. According to what the Sky Curtain Ice Spider had said, the same place of trial existed in the snowy realm's inner world. If he could, Chen Mo hoped to pull another wave of wool. It would be even better if he could find treasures that would help him advance to the heavenly tribulation realm. He then contacted the cold Stygian crow again through the thread of faith. Raven, Next I need you to help me explore the snowy realm's inner world. Shenmo's voice resounded in the cold ice underworld crow's mind. He's ready to descend on the cold Stygian crow. Go on a preliminary exploration of the Ryworld through the cold Stygian raven. Currently the cold ice Stygian crow was definitely one of the strongest generals under him. A High Lord's transcendent rank, mastering life-preserving abilities such as skeleton reorganization. It also has a golden battlesuit and is horribly survivable. There are dangers hidden within the inner world that could cost lives. Crow is not afraid of danger. The cold Stygian crow replied without hesitation. Crow, the raven wishes to be your majesty's sharpest blade. It was willing to give everything for Chen Mo, even if it was its own life. Don't panic. When the time comes that I will descend upon you, and meet a danger that I cannot fight, you can just escape back. Raven, after giving some more notes, Chen Mo then brought the cold ice Stygian crow to the Ice Spider Mountain in the Great Snow Mountain's secret realm. You've begun your metamorphosis? The canopy ice spider awoke from its slumber and asked in a surprised tone after seeing Chen Mo. It could sense that the death energy in Chen Mo's body was already beginning to morph into a death essence. The speed at which this mythical beast in front of him became stronger was simply too fast. It was also unknown where it had gotten the treasure that contained the origin energy. I've been lucky. From a newly revived secret realm, I got the treasure that contains the origin of death. Chen Mo spoke in a calm tone. Elder, I came to find you today because I want to travel to the snowy realm. Really? At those words, the eyes of the canopy ice spider lit up with excitement. Finally, the day has come. I'll open the bronze door to the inner world for you now. It can't wait. Right. You take this with you. As soon as the words fell, a small crystal clear spider appeared in front of the canopy ice spider. It was about the size of a baby's fist, and to the current Chen Mo, it could be described as very miniature. What's this? Eye of the ice spider. The canopy ice spider replied. Though I cannot enter the inner world, but it is possible to observe everything that happens to you in real time through the eyes of this ice spider. It can also give you the right advice if you are in danger. Chen Mo took a closer look and realized that its appearance was exactly the same as that of the Sky Curtain Ice Spider. It was most likely an alter ego of the Sky Curtain Ice Spider, but its transcendent rank hadn't even reached that of a lord. It's probably only going to serve as a guide. It's almost impossible to rely on it to help in a fight. It wasn't me who traveled to the rival world this time, but the Stygian crow. I possess a means similar to yours to explore the Ryworld through the eyes of a medieval raven. Let this eye of the ice spider carry it. Chen Mo opened his mouth. At those words, the gaze of the canopy ice spider looked towards the cold ice Stygian crow. Crow. The cold ice underworld crow could sense the terrifying aura emanating from the Sky Curtain Ice Spider. Obviously this was also an extremely terrifying existence, but thinking that it now represented His Majesty the Lion King, it restrained its physical fear and, gathering up the courage to say hello to the canopy ice spider. Yeah, no problem. The canopy ice spider nodded. Something dawned inside. It says how this extremely cautious mythical beast is willing to travel to the Ryworld now. It turns out that he has mastered an ability similar to descent. The tiny, crystal clear spiders ran along the skeleton of the chilly Medusae. Quickly, he climbed up to the head of the cold Stygian crow, and then quietly plopped down. I'm going to open the bronze door. After everything was ready, the Sky Curtain Ice Spider said in a deep voice. It began to mobilize the rule power within its body, and powerful rule power surged into the bronze door. This bronze door connected the two worlds, and it was obviously a divine artifact level existence as well. It requires the power of rules to drive it. With the rule power within the Sky Curtain Ice Spider's body, it could only be opened a mere 2 times. With the influx of rule power, a golden light appeared in the center of the bronze door. Then the golden light slowly extended to the sides. Bronze door. Open. Behind the door was an incomparably dazzling golden light, as if it were a subdimensional passageway that couldn't see behind the door. Crow, Your Majesty, I'm going. The cold Stygian crow swung its burning pale white skeletal wings, took a deep breath and then it flew into the giant bronze door. Crow, the stars are shifting and space is transforming. The moment the icy underworld crow passed through the bronze door, the first thing it felt was a bone-chilling chill. At the same time, its figure descended in a straight line and fell straight down onto a patch of snow. The gravity of the Ryworld behind the bronze door is far greater than that of Earth. Crow, Chen Mo, who had possessed the Stygian crow, felt it roughly for a moment. It was discovered that the gravity of Ryworld is about 10 times that of Earth. In this gravitational environment, if any living beings exist, I'm afraid that the density of their bones, the physical strengths are all much stronger than the beings on Earth. The chilled Medusa fluttered its skeletal wings as it struggled to adjust to the gravity of the planet. Chen Mo, on the other hand, took the opportunity to observe the surroundings. The cold Stygian crow seemed to have descended into an empty, sprawling snowfield. The large snowy plain was empty. with only the snow and the sound of the biting wind. The temperature here was extremely low, and even for an ice-type High Lord realm being like the cold ice Stygian crow, again, a slight chill was felt. At this temperature, unless one is a Lord realm and above being or a high transcendent ice being, otherwise it would never have survived. After opening his spiritual vision, Chen Mo was able to see various types of spiritual energy of very different colors swimming in the air. The spiritual energy of the Rai world was extremely dense. Among them, ice-based spiritual energy was predominant, and even Chen Mo could feel the presence of ice-based origin energy. The ice spiritual energy here was about nearly 10 times that of the Great Snowy Mountain mystic realm. In such an environment, even if one does not consume the divine pill and passively absorbs spiritual energy, transcendental beings also get extremely fast growth, if it can be confirmed as safe. Instead, we can let some core ice familiars with high faith values come here to train, and we can even set up higher farms here again, especially the third order divine pill, Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. I'm afraid it's only in this environment that you can grow up quickly. Chen Mo has a very strong farming gene in his bones. The first thing that was associated with the discovery of the high concentration of aura was the ability to farm. Elder Ice Spider, is this the divine hall? Chen Mo asked. According to the Canopy Ice Spider, the place connected by the bronze door is the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall. It's a perfectly safe place, but this place doesn't look like a shrine in any way. That's right, this is the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall. The Divine Hall was originally a giant snowy mountain. We are currently in a position close to the snowy mountainside, the Canopy Ice Spider replied. It sounded a little agitated. The Ice Phoenix Divine Hall was once extremely huge, with the core area covering over 500,000 square kilometers, almost the equivalent of half of Tanzania. There were once many powerful ice-based transcendent beings living here. The closer to the top of the snowy mountain, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy and the stronger the transcendental creatures that inhabited it. And the ancient Ice Phoenix once perched on the Ice Phoenix sycamore tree at the top of this sacred mountain. Don't worry, since the teleportation didn't go wrong and we arrived at the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall, then this place is perfectly safe. Let's go to the top of the snowy mountain first. That's where Lord Ice Phoenix is sleeping. The most important buildings such as the Trial Tower and the Cold Ice Sacred Spring are all there. The Sky Curtain Ice Spider opened its mouth. Both of these places were the destination of Chen Mo's trip. You'll be rewarded for passing the trials at the Tower of Trials. And the higher Cold Ice Sacred Spring itself was a treasure that contained ice origin spiritual power. Something Chen Mo was currently in dire need of. In fact, the inner heart of the Canopy Ice Spider was also slightly apprehensive. After so many years had passed, it is also not known if these once important buildings exist. More importantly, it didn't know if Her Highness the Ice Phoenix was well now. It took a little bit of getting used to before the cold ice Stygian crow finally spread its wings again. The cold Stygian crow flew for about 10 minutes. After Chen Mo descended, its transcendent rank briefly increased to the king realm at an extremely fast speed. In just 10 minutes, it's been nearly 100 kilometers of travel, came close to the top of the snowy mountain. It was just that along the way. The cold ice underworld crow didn't see any living beings exist. The entire snowy plain was incomparably silent, exuding an aura of death. The absolute silence made the cold Stygian crow feel slightly uneasy, but thinking of His Majesty who descended upon him, and the Canopy Ice Spider, it then felt a surge of peace of mind. Right now, Crow is under the protection of His Majesty as well as Senior Sky Curtain Ice Spider. At last, in the midst of a vast blizzard, Chen Mo saw a towering pure white sycamore tree through the perspective of the cold ice underworld crow. On the pure white sycamore tree, Chen Mo vaguely saw a huge silhouette of a bird with blue feathers. Just by looking at it, it made the ice crow feel a bone-chilling coldness. Obviously, this silhouette is the ancient Ice Phoenix, although it is in a state of slumber. However, the aura it emitted still caused an extremely violent blizzard to be created in the surrounding area. Crow, the ice Stygian crow shivered. The temperature here was already making it feel very cold. Cold winds and blizzards. These are icy winds that can freeze the soul. End of chapter. Chapter 155. Chapter 154, Snow God Crow. Chapter 154, Snow God Crow. Crow, don't go any higher. This is the long sleeping place of Lord Ice Phoenix, filled with the power of the ice laws. The temperature inside is too hot for even a totem level being to approach. Sensing the presence of the cold ice domain, the Sky Curtain Ice Spider breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that the ancient Ice Phoenix was still in a state of slumber and no accidents had occurred. Since we can't get close, how else can we help revive the Ice Phoenix? Chen Ma asked. There are 9 ice altars at the top of Snowmass. Just place the treasure that contains the rules of the ice system on top of the altar. The Canopy Ice Spider replied. There are quite a few treasures that contain the power of rules right inside the Divine Hall. However, most of them are in the Cold Ice Trial Tower, and you need to wait until your strength reaches totem level before you can obtain them. The resurrection is not urgent. You can go to the cold ice trial tower first. Where is the Tower of Trials? Chen Mo asked. He's letting the cold Stygian crow come to Ryworld this time. The main purpose was to hopefully obtain decent resources at the trial tower, preferably treasures that contained origin energy. Thus, he could advance to the heavenly tribulation realm faster. Follow the direction I'm pointing. The little ice spider was directing the direction from above the head of the chilly medieval raven. Thus, the cold Stygian crow struggled through the blizzard. This snowy mountain is really big as hell, and there's no sign of any living being there. It seemed extremely dead. After about another 15 minutes of flying, through the eyes of a chilled Medusa, Chen Mo saw a giant tower building standing above the snowy plains in the midst of the vast wind and snow. The body of the tower was forged from countless translucent, high-quality ice crystal stones. Compared to the Golden Pyramid, this cold ice trial tower was even more lofty and spectacular. The diameter alone is close to 5 kilometers and the height is more than 1,000 meters. And on a small hill next to the high tower, Chen Mo also found 3 pools of spring water. The clear spring water was crashing. It's hard to imagine that at nearly minus 100 degrees Celsius, surprisingly, there are unfrozen springs. Moreover, from afar, Chen Mo could feel the rich ice spiritual energy emanating from these 3 pools of spring water. In one of those springs, located in the uppermost part of the, Chen Mo even felt the presence of the ice origin. Sacred ice spring. Quality, natural disaster grade. Description: the ice spring nurtured by the land of extreme cold is rich in ice origin spiritual energy. Can help King's Realm ice creatures break through. Can enhance the physical qualities of ice spirit beasts. Through the observation lion, Chen Mo obtained information about these 3 pools of spring water. The quality of the bottom pool of the cold ice sacred spring is of Lord level. Helps Lord level beings harden their bodies and raise their transcendental levels. This pool in the middle is King level, which is very beneficial to King level existences. And the pool of cold ice holy spring above was a heavenly calamity level treasure. A treasure no less than the water of the river Styx. It's mostly volume. Crow, check out that spring over there first. Chen Mo's voice resounded in the cold ice underworld crow's mind. If it was correct, this pool of cold ice sacred spring alone would be enough for him to advance to the heavenly tribulation realm. Raven, after coming next to the cold ice sacred spring, the cold ice underworld crow took a deep breath, somewhat intoxicated. The rich aura refreshed it and made its bones a few points softer. In addition to being an undead creature, it likewise had the attribute of ice. It could feel the spiritual energy in the ice spring, and the cold ice sacred spring in front of it was of great benefit to itself. This is the cold ice sacred spring. In the past, only the ice phoenix familiars who gained merit were qualified to immerse. The canopy ice spider introduced, after all these years, because there has been no biological use of. I didn't realize it had accumulated so much already. Crow, can crows take a dip in a hot spring? The cold Stygian crow asked weakly. Of course, Chen Mo responded. The cold Stygian raven was still taking quite a risk as the only pioneer member of this expedition. Naturally, you are entitled to enjoy the holy springs in front of you. These cold sacred springs are a reward for the brave. Remember, never drink it, or you'll turn into a frozen crow. The canopy ice spider reminded. The cold ice sacred spring in front of him didn't look frozen, but the temperature was incredibly low. If you drink it directly, the cold Stygian crow will be directly frozen into an ice sculpture. The cold ice Stygian crow came to the lowest pool of the cold ice sacred spring. First, he reached out his paw to test the temperature of the water. In an instant, a coldness quickly spread along the skeleton of the ice Stygian crow throughout his body. Water temperatures below minus 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Crow. The cold underworld crow took a deep breath and leapt into this cold ice sacred spring. In an instant, a thick layer of frost hung on the outside of its entire skeleton. Boom! On the skeleton, the pale white fire of the soul shivered. Raven. The cold Stygian crow felt like it was going to freeze. I don't know how long it took, but it finally felt the coldness in its body begin to gradually recede. It seemed to have gradually adapted to the temperature of the cold ice sacred spring. Meanwhile, the entire skeleton of the cold ice underworld crow's body had slowly morphed from grayish white to fluorescent white like jade, with layers of bright blue flowing on top of it, exuding an eerie cold aura. It looks rather mysterious. After the baptism of the cold ice sacred spring, the skeletal bone density of the skeleton of the cold ice Stygian crow, the hardness has taken a quantum leap. Physical fitness has improved dramatically. On top of that, the transcendent level of the cold ice Stygian crow came to the limit of the Lord Realm. Crow, you can come out now. The sky curtain ice spider opened its mouth. The ice spring quenching has ended. Now this cold ice sacred spring no longer had any effect on the cold ice Stygian crow. Because of the accumulation of tens of thousands of years, the amount of cold ice sacred spring consumed by the cold ice underworld crow was almost minuscule. This cold ice sacred spring could also help many ice spirit beasts to quench their flesh. Crow. The cold underworld crow soul flame flickered, quite excited. At this time, Chen Mo's voice rang in its mind. Crow, get ready. I'm going to help you impact the king realm next. You are likely to see many powerful beings. Don't be afraid. Those are your ancestors. You choose the bloodline that best suits you for transformation. Seeing that the spirit power within the cold ice underworld crow had reached its limit, Chen Mo decided to help the cold ice crow complete the awakening of its bloodline through the gift of grace. I wonder if I can help the Stygian crow complete the bloodline tracing? In fact, Chen Mo was also a bit uncertain inside. After all, he hadn't tried it yet. If we can open up the bloodline traceability, hopefully, the Stygian crow will trace back to a mythical being like the golden crow, referring to the mythical creature associated with the raven. The first thing Chen Mo thought of was the three-legged golden crow, but this is extremely unlikely. Even if the bloodline traceability was turned on, with the current accumulation of the cold Stygian raven, it's also hard to trace back to mythic-level beings. Crow. The cold Stygian crow nodded, although it had some inner doubts. After all, it was known that advancing to the king realm required a king's bloodline, but it had absolute trust in Chen Mo. Bestow blessing. Through the thread of faith, Chen Mo unleashed his ability. Boom! The ice spirit power within the ice Stygian crow had reached its limit. However, under Chen Mo's blessing, the spiritual energy began to climb and compress again. Soon, these compressed ice spiritual forces began to stimulate the hidden power in the bloodline. Just like Chen Mo at the time, intense pain swept through every bone of the cold ice underworld crow. Crow. The cold Stygian crow couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. And then it suddenly had this image in its mind. In the midst of the lightning and thunder, a black crow with lightning feathers danced wildly in the rainy night. Before it could react, the image flashed by. Once again, it appeared in its mind's eye as a bird bathed in fiery flames. A red-feathered raven with crimson feathers. Bloodline tracing. The beings that appeared in the mind grew stronger and stronger. What finally appeared in the cold ice underworld crow's mind were three beings close to the totem realm. One of them was a pure white raven with ice crystal feathers, with wind and snow surrounding its feathers. Snow god crow. There is also the eclipse crow with its black wings, which cover the sky, and the black feathers of the Xianjin crow with golden pupils. The cold Stygian crow followed his instincts and ended up choosing the snow god crow. In the blink of an eye, flesh and blood and white feathers grew from its skeletal remains. The steed is extraordinary. The aura emanating from it began to rapidly grow stronger. The cold ice underworld crow also officially advanced to the king realm. And not just any king's realm. Same as Chinma. Awakening the snow god crow bloodline. The cold Stygian crow can freely switch between its normal and undead forms. Crow. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Many thanks to Lord Ice Spider. After completing the advancement, the cold ice underworld crow expressed its gratitude to Chen Mo as well as the sky curtain ice spider at the first opportunity. An ordinary raven like it would normally not be able to encounter such a chance. Snow crow. Rank, low king, body mass, 1860, agility, 1605, power, 1460, divine spirit, 1822, abilities, blizzard, undead snow, crow feather slash, ice seal, necrotic eye, combined battle strength, 3473135230. Chen Mo glanced at the snow god crow's current attribute panel, and the combined battle power had increased several times at once, awakening the bloodline of the legendary creature, the snow god raven. Coupled with the tyrannical eating lion plus, and the addition of the roaring lion, its combined battle power was already comparable to that of a mythic scion of the same rank, if not stronger. When the lay flat crow's self-discipline challenge is also completed, the snow god crow will be able to truly stand alone as well, become a veritable legionnaire of the undead. The current cold ice underworld crow had even become much stronger than the ice sparrow. It's much smoother now. The sky curtain ice spider opened its mouth. Above the head of the cold Stygian crow, the little ice spider it had taken on was comfortably sprawled out. Feathers can be much more comfortable than a skeleton. The cold ice holy spring at the top contains rich ice origin spiritual energy. You can come and have a dip then too. The canopy ice spider said to Chen Mo. This much ice origin is enough for you to advance to the heavenly tribulation realm. Aha! Chen Mo nodded. He was going to let the snow god crow explore the neighborhood one more time to make sure there was no danger. And then, just bring Lioness and the others alone. Crow. Go check out the Tower of Trials next. Crow. Good da. The cold Stygian crow nodded and quickly flew in the direction of the cold ice trial tower. Looking at the towering cold ice trial tower in front of him, the cold ice Stygian crow leaped forward. It had already advanced to king and had the help of his majesty, so it was very confident. Raven is going to pass all the trials this time. Levels 1 to 5 are trials for Lord Realm beings, and levels 6 to 10 correspond to the king realm. The canopy ice spider slowly spoke through the eye of the ice spider. Now that you have advanced to the king's realm, you are able to proceed to the first 10 levels of the trial, but with me here, you won't have to try hard. Crow, the chilly medieval raven cocked its head. I'm one of the administrators of the Cold Ice Trial Tower, and I have certain privileges. It could just put you through the trial. The Sky Curtain Ice Spider slowly spoke. The purpose of the Cold Ice Trial Tower being built in the first place was naturally to temper the strength of the Ice Phoenix familiars. Let them work on their practice. Right now, the top priority was to help resurrect the ancient Ice Phoenix, which required Chen Mo to grow up quickly. Having enough strength to do so, it is natural to open the back door as much as possible. Moreover, it realized that Chen Mo seemed to have gained the attention in favor of another god. It must have been from this god that those treasures containing origin energy were obtained. This caused a sense of crisis to rise in the heart of the canopy ice spider. Crow, though the cold Stygian crow craves rewards through combat, but this white whoring feels good too. Coming to the bottom of the ice-cold trial tower, more and more intuitively could feel the grandeur of this building. In front of them was a curved, towering wall, and the trial tower in front of them was like a tower to the sky. The little ice spider leapt down from the snow god crow's head in a single bound. Then it came to a huge door that was frozen with snow. After injecting spiritual energy into your body and entering the password, the giant door slowly opened. The interior of the trial tower resembled one giant coliseum. In the coliseum is a lifelike, different models of ice sculpture. Ice golem. This was a kind of puppet made with ice crystal stones as its driving core. It is also the guard boss of the ice trial tower. Find a random coliseum and go in. The canopy ice spider said to the snow god crow, then possessed the little ice spider and climbed right up to somewhere on the edge of the gate of ice. A slab of stone resembling a manipulation panel rose from the ice door. Crow. The cold Stygian crow did as he was told and arrived at one of the coliseums with ice bird puppets. The moment he entered the coliseum, the ice bird puppet clicked. The center of his body blossomed with a dazzling blue light. It may have been slightly slower to recover because it hadn't been wrapped for so long. In the meantime, in the center of the coliseum, another parrot-like ice sculpture puppet let out a clear bird chirping sound. Trialist detected his first time to perform ice trial goo. You can start the challenge from the first level. Good luck. On the other hand, the canopy ice spider gave a manipulation to the stone slab. Soon, the blue light on the icebird golem dissipated and it fell into slumber once more. A block of ice appeared in the center of the Colosseum field. Inside the ice was a frozen, jewel flower-like spirit plant. The leaves are clear as ice crystals and edged with a light frosting. Frosted crystal flowers. Quality, Lord, second order. It briefly enhances the power of ice spells after taking it, and can slightly increase the ability of the ice system. After the icebird puppet, a new puppet was revived, but the ice spider had already turned on the administrator's rights and opened the fast pass mode. The puppets had just been activated, and it showed that the trialist had successfully passed the test. I have to say, it's just cool to be open. End of chapter. Chapter 156. Chapter 155 Bloodline Traceability. Full King. Chapter 155 Bloodline Retrospective. Full King. All the way to the 10th level. The ice-carved parrot once again made a clear, pleasant sound. Drops trialist strength detected at low-level King's Realm Goo. The highest level of trial that can be performed is the 10th level. Congratulations. You have passed all the trials. Please try again after you've improved your strength. Once upon a time, the Ice Phoenix familiars would all open the cold ice trial after they possessed a certain level of strength. Each level you pass earns you a generous reward. At the same time, the number of pass layers is also a symbol of their strength and a capital to show off to their buddies. It can even be said to be the equivalent of a diploma in the human world. The Snow Crow, with the help of the official plugin, has not experienced any combat. Then you easily pass the 10th level of the trial. The rewards of the Cold Trial Tower are much better than the Pyramid Trial. In just the first 5 levels of the Lord level trial, the Snow God Crow had obtained many second-order divine pills, second-order minerals, and even the King's Essence blood that Chun Mo had so badly needed before. Starting from level 6, it even rewarded third-ranked divine medicines and king-level ice spells. There were even 2 treasures that contained ice origin, a fist-sized, diamond-like, extremely cold plutonite. There was also a piece of 10,000-year-old unmelted ice that emitted an eerie cold aura. Crow. The Snow God Crow packed away the extremely cold underworld stone as well as the 10,000 years of unmolten ice. It's ready to go back and give it to His Majesty the Lion King. From the previous conversation between the Canopy Ice Spider and His Majesty, the Snow God Crow knew that His Majesty had recently been in the critical process of metamorphosing into the Heavenly Calamity Realm, and was in dire need of some treasures that contained origin energy. These things are very precious, but it can't use them right now. By the time he was ready to advance to the Heavenly Tribulation Realm, His Majesty the Lion King would definitely have become even more powerful. At that time, with the help of His Majesty, it would certainly be easy to get promoted. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? The Ice Phoenix Divine Hall connected by the Bronze Gate is very safe and there's a lot of treasure. The Sky Curtain Ice Spider couldn't help but speak to Chen Mo. The Snow God Crow was rewarded handsomely for its help. If you had come earlier, you might have advanced to the Heavenly Tribulation Realm by now. Chen Mo nodded. Had he known that the rewards of the Cold Ice Trial Tower were so generous, he would have just come over. One is still too conservative. The resources here are already enough for you to advance to the Heavenly Tribulation Realm. So should we consider abandoning the Undead Path and restarting the Ice Path? The Canopy Ice Spider continued. I'm telling you, there can be no unmerited gifts in this world. For every gain, there is a price. Your acquisition of those undead-type treasures now may become your shackles in the future. On the contrary, you won't be in any danger if you help revive Lord Ice Phoenix. One can enjoy all the resources with peace of mind. The voice of the Canopy Ice Spider was cold and ethereal, but looking at the little ice spider on top of the Snow God Crow's head, again, inexplicably, it feels like a contrast. Well, the path of the undead is not the right path. Chen Mo nodded. Although the Canopy Ice Spider had its own calculations, there was nothing wrong with what was said overall. Anubis did try to manipulate himself through the power of faith. Only with the help of the totem lion, it was hoarded out by itself instead. Now with the resources of the Tower of Ice, he really does not need to continue to eat dirt. That's right, the Canopy Ice Spider was satisfied with Chen Mo's answer. And now your true self can come over. And you can bring your sister that. Bring all the spouses and stuff. After being baptized by the Holy Spring, they all get a huge boost in their physical qualities. The Transcendent rank can also be raised to the limit of the Lord Realm. And with me, as long as they take part in the Cold Ice Trial, they'll all pass the first 5 levels of the trial. Get rewarded. If they could advance to the King's Realm, they'd be just like the Snow God Crows. Get rewarded for the first 10 levels. The Sky Curtain Ice Spider opened its mouth. Having witnessed the Cold Ice Stygian Crow advance to the King's Realm, and having obtained the bloodline of the Snow God Crow, the Canopy Ice Spider sort of knew where the bloodline in Chen Mo came from. Bloodline tracing, an extremely old and difficult way to advance. When the spiritual power in the body has reached its limit, then, through a special way, let the spiritual energy in the body rise again, thus stimulating the bloodline to revive. The most difficult part of bloodline retrospection was to continue absorbing spiritual energy after reaching the limit. It's the equivalent of keeping a filled bottle filled with water. It didn't know how the animal had done it, but figured it had to come at some sort of cost. This mythical beast was really good to his dependents. Chen Mo nodded. He inexplicably felt that the Heaven's Shadow Ice Spider in front of him was quite cute. You're really not soft at all when it comes to pulling the wool over your own pantheon. Next, Chen Mo had the Snow God Crow scout around the nearby snow plains for a while, confirm if there are any hidden dangers. After advancing to the King's Realm, the blizzard could no longer have much effect on the Snow God Crow. At full speed, about 3 hours, the Snow God Crow then patrolled all of the lands surrounding the Cold Ice Trial Tower in a radius of several dozen kilometers. Even vegetation was scarce on this seemingly limitless mountain of snow. Living beings are even more completely absent. After confirming that it was safe, Chen Mo had the Snow God Crow wait here at the Cold Ice Sacred Spring. Then the descent ended. Outside, in front of the bronze door, the huge-sized mythical beast slowly opened its golden pupils. Chen Mo didn't rush into the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall, but through the thread of faith, contacted all Ice High Lord level beings with a faith value over 90. A faith value of over 90 points means that these beings, even if threatened with death, nor would they betray themselves. So almost at the same time, Aisha the Lioness, Mama Lion, Little Ice Sparrow, Frost Lion Stallion, Snow Treader Fox Chieftain. A majestic voice resounded in the minds of the Frost Goat Chief and the many chieftain-level transcendent beings of the Great Snowy Mountain. All of you come to the Ice Spider Mountain and assemble now, and I'll take you into the Snowy Realm's inner world. I have to say that after having the Totem Lion, it's also much easier to connect with your own dependents, crossing countless spaces and talking directly to his dependents. There's also no need to worry about no signal, or the other person not seeing it. These Ice Lion familiars all rushed towards Ice Spider Mountain as fast as they could after hearing Chen Mo's voice. Then they saw the mighty mythical beast. There was also the Sky Curtain Ice Spider on the side as well as the bronze ancient door that was in an open state. These Ice Lion familiars are aware of the existence of the Rai world. When they realized that they were going to enter as pioneers, they were quite emotional. Chen Mo was the first to enter the inner world, followed by the other transcendent beings. Upon entering the Rai world, Aisha and the other beasts looked very excited. The ice aura here was extremely abundant. If one could cultivate here, the growth rate would definitely be faster. Only the Frost Goat Chief had a thought similar to Chen Mo's at first. A place with such abundant spiritual energy should be perfect for farming. No wonder before entering the inner world, His Majesty the Lion King had asked himself to bring along the seeds of various spiritual plants. Follow me, Chen Mo calmly said. In a vast blizzard, he led these ice-type transcendent creatures through the snowy plains quickly. Soon, they arrived at the location of the cold ice sacred spring. The gurgling cold ice sacred spring exuded a rich spiritual energy that, between the rubble stood a white crow with snow-white feathers and a handsome appearance. Crow, Your Majesty. Seeing the mythical beast, White Crow said respectfully, Jojo, who's this? Looking at the snow god crow in front of him, which exuded a kingly aura and had a divinely handsome appearance, the ice bird was a bit puzzled. It sensed a familiar aura on this snow god crow, but couldn't recall where it had seen it before. Lord Ice Sparrow. Seeing the long-awaited Ice Sparrow, the snow god crow looked quite excited. Even though its strength now exceeded that of the Ice Sparrow, it still subconsciously addressed it as Lord. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Ice Sparrow instantly reacted. Cold Crow. This is the same chill crow that was on its ass a month ago. No, you're developing too fast by following His Majesty. But Ice Sparrow isn't bad either. After listening to Chen Mo's teachings, Ice Sparrow returned to Ice Sparrow Mountain, started his own nourishing life of laying flat. It turns out that I didn't realize that after a month of insisting on swinging for the fences, it found that it had actually mastered a special ability. Just by lying down, one could constantly restore one's spiritual energy and heal wounds at the same time. Chen Mo also kept his promise and gave it all the remaining Ice Phoenix sycamore leaves. This caused it to revive part of its Ice Phoenix bloodline again, possessing the laying lion phrase, coupled with the revived part of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Now Ice Sparrow's battle power was also quite impressive, and all that was missing now was the transcendent rank. This cold ice sacred spring can help you quench your bodies and also raise your transcendent rank, Chen Mo said to the beasts. Get in there. Upon hearing this, Aisha took the lead and was the first to enter the cold ice sacred spring. Roar! It had only just entered the sacred spring when it froze. This spring is just too cold. However, upon realizing the abundant spiritual energy coming towards her body, Aisha began to grit her teeth. Lion Mother, the snow-treading fox chief, the frost goat chief, and other transcendent beings followed close behind. The lowest level of the cold ice sacred spring is about 500 square meters. Enough to hold a dozen or so transcendent beings of enormous size. Roar! After the Lion Mother felt the piercing cold, she immediately wanted to walk out of the cold ice sacred spring, but he was glared back by Chen Mo. Ow! Lioness whimpered in resignation. Although it knows that these springs enhance its strength, but Lioness felt that there was little point in raising her own strength. As long as your own son is awesome, he just needs to settle down and be a nibbling lion. But seeing Chen Mo's eyes, it still returned to the cold ice holy spring with a look of death as like a homecoming. Seeing the Lion Sisters and their transcendent levels gradually increase under the nourishment of the cold ice sacred spring, Chen Mo headed towards the topmost pool of cold ice sacred spring. When they reached the limits of the Lord's realm, he himself could help them trace their bloodline through the blessing and thus advance to the king realm. At that time, the Ice Lion Kingdom would directly have a dozen or so more king-level combatants. It was a force that could sweep across the entire blue planet. As for Lion Sister Aisha and Frost Lion Xiangba, Chen Mo was prepared to let them use their essence blood to advance. It was now at the peak of the king's realm, and was even about to metamorphose into the heavenly tribulation realm. Its essence blood was naturally king's essence blood. Moreover, Chen Mo himself had a mythical beast bloodline, and his essence blood even contained the power of mythical life. Although it was impossible for Lion Sister Aisha and Xiongba to inherit all the power, compared to the other bloodlines, the potential and battle power in other aspects were top-notch. When the ice lions were soaking in the ice fountain, Chen Mo himself came to the highest level of the cold ice sacred spring. The sky curtain ice spider told him that the cold ice sacred spring also stimulates the body, thus accelerating the effect of absorbing the ice origin ability. Chen Mo first swallowed the 10,000 years of unmolten ice that the cold ice underworld crow had previously obtained as a reward for the trial. Then he directly leapt into the cold ice sacred spring. Upon stepping in, the bone-chilling cold invaded his entire body. With Chen Mo's current physique, it was surprising that he could still feel the cold. The temperature of this pool of spring water can be imagined. Immediately afterward, the powerful ice origin spiritual energy surged into his body. The spiritual energy within Chen Mo's body began to devour and assimilate these ice originals. Chen Mo, on the other hand, started practicing the mythical beast battle technique in the bone-piercing spring water. Mudosome Lion, Self-Discipline Challenge. Activated. Time flies. Without realizing it, half a day had also passed. Chen Mo stopped his cultivation. 10,000 years of unmelted ice has been completely digested. At the moment, he was so used to the temperature of the spring that he could hardly feel the cold anymore. And the effect of the cold ice sacred spring on one's quenching of the body has reached its limit. And observe the lion. Chen Mo realized that his combined battle power had increased by more than 10,000 again. Now even heavenly disaster realm beings known for their physical qualities, in terms of strength, speed, and, physically, it's not as strong as it is. True flesh becomes God, and the ice origin spiritual energy in his body had already been transformed by about 7%. The speed of the ice spiritual energy origin transformation was a little faster than he had imagined. With the current trends, if there was no shortage of treasures like 10,000-year-old unmelting ice and other treasures that contain ice origin spiritual energy, he would be able to advance to the heavenly calamity realm in just a week's time. Chen Mo gazed down and realized that the lion sisters and them had all finished quenching their bodies. Physical fitness has improved dramatically. At the same time the transcendent ranks had almost all reached the limit of the Lord realm. At the moment, they looked excited. There's nothing better than getting stronger. I've come to help you break through. Seeing this, Chen Mo followed the thread of faith and unleashed the bestowal of blessings. The next second, treading snow fox, the frost goat chief and the other ice-type transcendent creatures all felt that the spiritual energy in their bodies, which had already reached its limit, unexpectedly began to grow once again. They then went through a similar process as the snow god crow before. In the midst of severe pain, the bloodline trace was opened. Various powerful beings appeared in their minds as they walked around. Lion sister, lion mother and frost lion Xiangba, as well as the little black panther Luna all obtained a few drops of the mythical beast's essence blood. The beings that come to their minds have snow white, flowing fur, and 2 horns on their heads, majestic and mysterious. Heck, it was just like Chen Mo. While the ice lion familiars were advancing, Chen Mo transformed into his undead form. Start using the underworld fire forging method to forge the underworld fire sword. The daily self-discipline challenge cannot be interrupted. For the previous week, Chen Mo had followed the Anubis statue and practiced every day. Already mastered the skill of forging a king's grade weapon. Next, as long as you keep practicing and improve your proficiency, you'll have a chance to forge a king's grade weapon. Complete the self-regulation challenge of Weaponized Great Lion. End of chapter. Chapter 157. Chapter 156, The Black Abyss Demon Dragon's Revenge. Chapter 156, Black Abyss Demon Dragon's Revenge. During the practice of the martial way zone lion, Chen Mo had been able to perfectly manipulate every bit of his own power. The control of power has reached a level of meticulousness. Now it was naturally twice as effective when used for forging weapons. Silver-colored soul fires rose up in the snowy plains, and instead of being eerie, instead, it looks a little holier than thou. In the soul fire, a black sword embryo slowly took shape. The weapon Chen Mo was currently forging was called the Underworld Flame Sword, and the upper limit was a king-grade weapon. It was only that the materials Chen Mo used were flat alternatives, and for the time being, he was still focusing on improving his forging proficiency. About an hour later, the soul fire dissipated, and the black underworld flame sword emitted a cold light. Chen Mo had successfully forged a Lord-grade underworld fire sword. Slightly flawed, but overall great. The grasp of the fire is still a little short of being perfect, but with a little practice, you can attempt to forge a king-level weapon. Your Majesty, we completed the promotion. After Chen Mo finished forging, Xiongba's voice came from his ears. On the white snowy plains, a single molded, greatly altered. However, the transcendent beings that emanated the pressure of a king were waiting for him quietly and respectfully. All of the ice lion familiars had completed their metamorphosis. Nice. Chen Mo nodded. He saw that treading snow fox had 2 more tails. This was the snow-treading 3-tailed spirit fox, also a legendary realm spirit beast. If there was a chance to open the bloodline traceability again, Dingli would even have a chance to trace back to the 9-tailed fox. The frost goat chief had a few more mysterious lines of ice around his neck as well as on his body, and his figure became slender. It had 8 more tails at once, which was even more exaggerated than the treading snow fox leader, somewhat similar to the mythological creature. Of course, the frost goat leader isn't traced directly to the mythological creature, zebra. Through bloodline tracing, it was just traced back to a foreign beast with the bloodline of a mean. This meant that the frost goat leader could also be raised again in the future if the opportunity arose. Beasts such as the frost crane, frost hound, and others are also traced back to legendary bloodlines. Lion sister Aisha, lion mom, and frost lion Xiangba were all transformed into mythical beasts. Only compared to Chen Mo, they didn't have long horns on top of their heads, and their eyes were still ice blue in color. It didn't turn a golden color and looked a bit bloodless. Seeing this scene, the Heaven's Shadow Ice Spider had been completely dumbfounded. Previously, Chen Mo helped the Cold Ice Underworld Crow complete its promotion. It had thought that the animal should have paid a price, but now that we've helped 12 transcendent creatures in a row all advance to the rank of king, the animal still looked relaxed. Apparently, to help trace the bloodline of his own dependents. And completing the promotion of the king's realm was not a difficult task for the mythical beast. What's even scarier is that this success rate is a staggering 100%. This ability, even it does not possess. Only Lord Ice Phoenix has such an ability. How did this mythical beast do it? When it froze, Shenmo's voice came from the bottom of its heart. Elder Ice Spider, they've all advanced to the king realm now. Do you think they need to open the cold ice trial to sharpen them as well? Shenmo said with a smile. 10,000 years of unmelting ice has already been used up by it, and it wants to continue to advance. It would have to be more origin treasures to make it work. Now he needed the Canopy Ice Spider to use its administrator status to help him gather some more treasures. It would only take a week to glean away from every beast here. He would be able to advance to the Heavenly Tribulation realm. It's natural. The Canopy Ice Spider readily agreed, and then let the Lion Sisters and other beasts take the stage one by one. The difficulty of the Cold Ice Trial Tower rose exponentially from the 6th floor. A being like Lion Sister Aisha, who had just advanced to the rank of king, even with Chen Mo's help, passing the 8th level of the trial would be the limit. But it's not the same with the Canopy Ice Spider to help kick things off. Soon, Chen Mo had a variety of ice origin treasures piled up in front of him. These treasures are already enough for me to complete my promotion. You can go back, or you can continue practicing here. After delivering his instructions, Chen Mo once again entered the highest level of the Cold Ice Sacred Spring. He was next prepared to advance to the Heavenly Tribulation realm in a single breath in the Cold Ice Sacred Spring. Just as Chen Mo entered the depths of the Cold Ice Sacred Spring to cultivate Eastern Indian Ocean waters, the waters here are still dark and murky. Countless Black Abyss beings were engaged in a never-ending killing spree in the waters. Although the returning Ruins clan as well as the nearby sea clans had begun the universal cultivation of purifying seaweed, but the oceans are just too massive. This area is still a place where the Black Abyss beings are active. Amidst the black water, a giant electric eel with a pitch-black body was swimming in the deep sea. It had blue like lightning lines on its skin, and was surrounded by a rich black abyssal energy. Apparently, it was a Black Abyss creature, and an intelligent creature of the Black Abyss. At this moment, this Black Abyss electric eel had a sad look on its face as it murmured in a low voice. Father God told us to hunt the ferocious beast that killed the Black Abyss demon Zhao. But this mythical beast is too strong. It's simply not something we can handle. The Father God in the mouth of the Black Abyss electric eel was naturally the Black Abyss dragon, the Lord and boundary guardian of the Black Abyss mysterious realm. Ever since the Black Abyss demon Jiao was killed by Chen Mo in this sea, the Black Abyssal dragon had also gotten the news at the first opportunity. The Black Abyssal dragon decided to take revenge right away, although the Black Abyss demon sculptor wasn't particularly important to it. But after all, it is also its spokesperson, and still has part of its bloodline. This revenge, it must be avenged, because he himself was unable to leave the secret realm of the Eye of the Black Abyss. The Black Abyss demon Zhao utilized his own essence blood to. The 3 Black Abyss creatures that were close to the king's realm were transformed, helped them advance to the king's realm and awakened their intelligence. This Black Abyss electric eel was one of them. The other 2 heads were a giant black goldfish, and a morphing jellyfish. To be able to kill a Black Abyss demon scroll of the king's realm and possessing a mythological bloodline, the animal's strength naturally should not be underestimated. The Black Abyssal dragon naturally didn't want to give these 3 Black Abyssal beings it had just created for nothing, so it used its own essence blood again, to concoct some kind of forbidden drug that, forcing the Black Abyss electric eel and the other 3 living beings that had just advanced to the king realm to the middle king stage, or even close to the high king stage. Of course the cost was overdrawing the life force and potential of the 3 Black Abyss beings such as the Black Abyss electric eel. Their lifespan may only be 1/10 or even less compared to King's Realm existences of the same race, and it can never go on a step forward, but it was still a boon to the numerous and muddled beings of the Black Abyss. At the command of the Black Abyssal Dragon, the 3 Black Abyss beasts of the King Realm ran all the way to the sea where the Black Abyss demon skull had fallen, holding their ambitions. They were then surprised to find that the entirety of this sea had been controlled by the returning Market Sea Clan. The returning Ruined Sea Clan had actually cultivated some sort of plant that could purify the black water. The 2nd Black Goldfish and the 3rd Morphing Jellyfish wanted to just transform the returning sea race into Black Abyssal creatures as well, but it was stopped by the Black Abyss Electric Eel. It's discreet enough. Before confirming the other party's specific strength, there was no desire to hastily maneuver the Black Abyss army to launch an attack. So, both the Black Goldfish and the Morphing Jellyfish quietly infiltrated the returning Sea Clan as well as the nearby cities on land to begin gathering intelligence. The 2nd Black Goldfish has the power of invisibility and can hide itself perfectly. The 3rd oldest, the Shape-Shifting Jellyfish, has the ability to shapeshift, freely transforming into other creatures. All are good at scouting for information, so to speak, after half a month of sleuthing, yet the results obtained were beyond their despair. That mythical beast was terrifyingly powerful, and might even have possessed the strength of the High King realm. Plus there's the Hydra giant serpent and the sizable returning sea clan. If you go to war head-on, you'll only die, but to go back like this will surely expose you to the wrath of God the Father, not to the point of losing their lives, but certainly to the point of being punished in an extremely harsh and cruel manner. Must take a bit of loot back with me. The three brothers deliberated for a long time and finally decided to settle for the next best thing. First kill the giant Hydra serpent and take its head as a trophy. This should result in no punishment and even a commendation from God the Father. After all, Hydra giant snake is also one of the murderers who killed the Black Abyss demon Zhao, but because they were quite afraid of the mythical beast, they never made a move. Instead, he patiently hid in the waters of the Black Abyss and waited for his chance. Bring me the head of that mythical beast. The Black Abyss electric eel recalled the last words of the Black Abyss dragon before parting. Unlike the Black Abyss demon Zhao, although they also possessed the bloodline of the Black Abyss dragon in their bodies, but not really considered a divine child, though they boasted of being the children of the Black Abyssal dragon. In a sense, they are all just experimental products created by the Black Abyssal dragon. Because of this, the Black Abyssal electric eel is very eager to be recognized by God the Father. At this time, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared on the pitch-black sea not far from the Black Abyss electric eel. The waves churned, and it seemed as if invisible beasts were swimming rapidly in the deep sea. The whirlpool slowed to a halt before the Black Abyssal electric eel, and the dark waters of a giant black and gold fish slowly emerged. Its scales took on an eerie black-gold color, as if they were discolored ink. Even in the deep sea, it exudes a metallic luster. It's none other than the oldest two black gold lobsters, and in the case of the black gold lobster, a seemingly insignificant translucent seaweed began to rapidly extend, and in the blink of an eye became a giant jellyfish with dozens of meters of black tentacles. 2, 3, what's the situation now? Seeing the black gold dragonfish's agitated expression, the Black Abyss electric eel inquired. Big brother, that mythical beast currently seems to be heading to the inner world for seclusion. It shouldn't be able to appear in this sea in a short period of time. Now is the perfect time for us to do it. If you move fast enough, by the time the animal reacts to we've long since returned to the Black Abyssal Sea, in Father God's territory. If that mythical beast dares to come after him, he'll have a death wish. The black gold dragonfish's mouth spat out bubbles continuously, and its tone was uplifted. It was huge, with a body length of nearly 100 meters. The black gold dragonfish is actually more of an evil dragon than a fish. Do you know the current location of Hydra's giant serpent? Well, it's now over 400 kilometers out to sea from us. It's at the division between the Black Abyssal Sea and the returning Ruins Sea. The Black Abyssal jellyfish replied. Good, then I'll summon the other Black Abyss creatures right away. The Black Abyss electric eel was excited. The opportunity they have been waiting for so long has finally come. There are a lot of Black Abyss creatures near the border between the Black Abyss Seas and the returning Ruins Seas. Moreover, the returning Market Sea clan as well as the Ice Lion's troops on the road were difficult to support. For them, this was simply the perfect battlefield. Now the strongest Ice Lion King mythical beast was unable to provide support. It's safe to say that the timing is all right for them. How can this still lose? Sizzle. The Black Abyss electric eel emitted an eerie sound that could travel a long way. In the next second, in the tens of kilometers of the Black Abyss Sea, the various Black Abyssal sea beasts that were killing each other coincidentally stopped killing and began to rapidly rush in the direction of the Black Abyssal electric eel. Although ordinary Black Abyss creatures do not have higher intelligence, under the sonic stimulation of the Black Abyss electric eel, they began to quickly assemble and then set off towards the border between the Black Abyssal Sea and the returning Ruins Sea. Swimming fish, the turbid Black Abyss Sea instantly boiling. Countless sea beasts rolling up the continuous huge waves. He swam rapidly towards the sea where the returning Ruins Sea clan lived. It was a beast tide made up of tens of millions of Black Abyss sea beasts, hundreds of kilometers out to sea. The whole sea is blue and black in yin and yang. The area of blue water was covered with a kind of ghostly blue aquatic grass. A sea beast was traveling between the water plants. They're in order. They're seeding. They're catalyzing. These purifying seaweeds were then allowed to absorb the Black Abyss energy from the black water. The Hydra giant serpent and the siren leader were also in this huge group. The Hydra giant serpent was surrounded by water-based spiritual energy surging, so the clouds above his head became dark and spiritual rain fell. It was as if a divine dragon that traveled in the clouds and made rain. In order to return to their homeland as soon as possible, they come to plant water-purifying plants almost whenever they can. Over the generations, purifying watercress has been bred to produce even better varieties. These purifying seaweeds could not only purify the black water, but they could also transform the Black Abyssal energy into water-based spiritual energy. After purifying the black water, it can be consumed directly. These water-purifying plants are good medicine for water-based supernatural beings, and the flavor is not bad either. On current trends, it will only take a couple of years, at most, they can then completely purify all the seas from Africa to the secret realm of returning ruins. Lord Hydra. For some reason, I woke up today with a bad feeling. It seems like something bad is going to happen. In between planting, the beautiful siren leader Siren and Hydra giant snake chatted. During this period of time, because of the ample supply of spirit plants, its strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. It had reached the peak of the Lord Realm. I had a hunch about that, too. The Hydra giant serpent's gaze was grave. The higher the transcendence level, the more accurate the intuition will be. At that moment, they suddenly saw, not far from a high tower, suddenly a striking red flare rose. Soon, dozens of kilometers away, over another tower, again a red flare broke through the sky. Immediately afterward, like the beating of a drum, red flares rose up in the sky, and then blow up. End of chapter 158. Chapter 157, The Might of the Third Order High Tower. Chapter 157, The Might of the Third Order High Tower. These tall towers were exactly the buildings that Chun Mo had constructed through the drawings attached to the construction lion. At the will of the Lion King, in the seas where the returned ruins clan lives, every few dozen kilometers a first-order tower is constructed. These towers in the ocean are like lighthouses that not only function as scouts and guides, it even serves as an inn and stagecoach stop. At the very top of the tower was a startled seagull. They both have amazing eyesight and can see far out to sea, and are usually responsible for scouting. When they discovered the tide of black abyss beasts sweeping through the Black Sea, the gulls were the first to sound the alarm, also known as a flare. One of the red flares is the highest danger level warning. That means there's a massive invasion of black abyss creatures. There are also extremely powerful individuals among them. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. With the sound of a long conch, the sirens who were originally leisurely planting vegetables have picked up their bows and arrows, summoned their sea animal companions, and switched to their battle forms. The sirens' eyes were firm and battle-hardened. A modified version of purifying seaweed gives them all a boost in strength. The sirens were fearless in the face of the black abyss sea beasts that had once invaded their territory and killed their loved ones and friends. Even if this war may be the end of their lives, but none of the sirens would choose to retreat. Boom! With the sound of loud waves, the Hydra serpent maneuvered the giant waves, lifting itself in mid-air. Looking extremely far away, trying to see exactly what's happening. Soon, it saw, dozens of kilometers out to sea, looked at a monstrous black wave that stretched over a dozen kilometers was sweeping towards the direction they were in. In the midst of the churning black waves were densely packed, uncountable black abyss beings. The leader was a black abyssal electric eel with a body length of nearly 100 meters, with a pitch-black skin and a unicorn horn. On either side are the giant black abyssal jellyfish and the black gold dragonfish. 3 heads of King's Realm existed, and they were all black abyss beings of the middle stage of the King's Realm. This is a war like no other, and it's probably coming at me. The Hydra giant serpent was keenly aware of his opponent's intentions. Living beings of the King's Realm are extremely rare at this stage, and among the living beings of the Black Abyss, the King's Realm existences were also rare. But now 3 heads appeared at once, not to mention they triggered a wave of black abyss beasts. It's about revenge. Seeing this, without saying a word, the Hydra giant serpent directly swam towards the deep sea in the distance. It runs straight through. During this time, with an ample supply of spiritual plants, the Hydra giant serpent's transcendence class has also seen a nice boost. But each stage of the King's Realm requires a long time of accumulation to ascend. That's why it is still currently in the low-level King Realm. The higher the level of life, the greater the gap between each level, although there is only a small difference of 1 grade. However, the current Hydra giant serpent felt that he shouldn't be a match for a medium King Realm being, not to mention the 3 heads on the other side. Not good. It's a very bad situation right now. His Majesty is in seclusion in the inner world of the Great Snow Mountain, and cannot be contacted at all for a short time. In addition, not long ago, His Majesty did take in 2 Peak King's Realm idols, but one of these 2 idols was in the Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm, and the other was in the Pyramid Mystic Realm. Extremely far from this sea, the frost crane that delivered the message flew there as fast as it could, and it would take close to half a day. But, if we can get to Frost Crane City, we may still have a chance of survival. A third-order tower has been constructed on the side of Frost Crane City. This tall tower could unleash an attack from the Peak King Realm. As soon as we can reach the waters at the edge of Frost Crane City, a third-stage high tower would be able to kill all 3 of these Black Abyss black beasts. Even after the Black Abyss behemoth sensed the danger and crouched outside to guard it, it also just needs to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Moreover, These three King's Realm Black Abyss creatures were clearly targeting themselves, and if they escaped by themselves, they can also be drawn away to prevent them from massacring other sea people. In a life and death situation, the Hydra giant snake thought of the only way to live. It erupted with astonishing speed and quickly rushed towards Frost Crane City. At this moment, all the potentials hidden deep in the body were stimulated and it directly turned on its mythic recovery form and became a three-headed Hydra. Your Majesty, help me. In the middle of the run, the Hydra serpent suddenly thought that not so long ago, His Majesty has spoken to some loyal dependents. If in danger, you can keep calling his name. He might hear and respond. Nothing important had ever happened before, and the Hydra giant serpent naturally didn't dare to try it easily. At this moment of life and death, it began to pray frantically while swimming rapidly. What the Hydra giant serpent didn't expect, however, was, soon, the voice of the Lion King mythical beast resounded in its mind. Hydra, what happened? Chen Mo was cultivating in the cold ice sacred spring when he suddenly sensed the Hydra giant snake's plea for help. After equipping the totem lion, as long as one's followers call one's name reverently, or pray to yourself, and Chen Mo would be able to sense it through the thread of faith. This ability is likewise an authority that only the gods have. Of course, if every believer's heartbeat was listened to, Chen Mo was afraid that he would be annoyed to death. That's why he directly blocked the signals of believers with a faith value of less than 90. Hearing the majestic voice, the Hydra giant serpent was so excited that he almost cried out. His Majesty actually did respond. It answered in a rush. Your Majesty, it's the creature of the Black Abyss. There is an abundance of sea life in the waters where we live. There are also 3 kings middle stage black abyssal sea beasts among them. Us are not rivals. I understand. Stay calm. First, you try to close in on Frost Crane City's direction. I've called for backup, Chen Mo said calmly. With that, he ended the call. A mere 3 black abyssal sea beasts of the medium king realm naturally didn't need him to make a move yet. So, Chen Mo followed the thread of faith and contacted Sekhmet, the lion-headed female goddess of war who sits in the secret realm of Egypt. Say, a powerful enemy has appeared in the waters near Frost Crane City, and you are needed to make a run for it. Enemies? Really? At that, the eyes of Sekhmet, who was observing the cows and sheep, lit up. After being tricked out by Chen Mo earlier, this female war goddess, however, realized that there were no decent opponents in the outside world. The animal is already the strongest existence. In the meantime, though, she discovered a lot of interesting things. For example, large-scale planting and ranching, towers under construction, and so on. The days are not boring. Now that she heard that she could do the fight, this female god of war instantly became invigorated. After learning the enemy's location, a pair of golden feathers burning with blazing fire appeared on its back. With a wave of her wings, she transformed into a speeding fire meteor, a long flaming tail in the sky. The other side. After ending the call with Chen Mo, the Hydra giant snake felt much more peaceful inside. Then the next step is to just hold on until backup arrives and you're safe. All it needed to do now was run away and play for its life. Just as one suspects, these 3 black abyssal beasts completely ignored the other sea beasts and, instead, it chased straight toward it. That's what it's all about. After a few moments of wild ride in the deep sea, the Hydra giant serpent realized that the 3 King Realm Black Abyss beasts were still following him. But they don't seem to be as fast as they think they are? The distance between himself and the 3 black abyssal beasts had barely been shortened much. That's not really surprising. Hydra Giant Snake had also completed quite a few self-discipline challenges at Chen Mo's request during this time as well. Currently possessing the self-discipline title, Overeating Lion Plus, as well as Godspeed Lion. His strength, speed, and other all-around aspects have been enhanced, adding to the fact that it was a true mythological child. Its physical quality was naturally stronger under the same rank. And any living being at its limit can often burst out at an even more amazing speed than usual. Big brother, third brother, why is this Hydra giant snake so fast? I'm going to die of exhaustion. The black and gold dragonfish had exploded into his fastest speed. Yet in desperation, he realized he still couldn't catch up. This Hydra giant snake is too much of a runner. I'm not building it. The giant jellyfish spat a bubble. It was like an octopus, with its tentacles wrapped tightly around the body of the black gold dragonfish. Movement speed wasn't its strong suit in the first place, so it had to hitch a ride this way. Fortunately, it is extremely lightweight and will have little effect on the swimming of the black chinook. That Hydra giant snake should have taken some sort of secret medicine. With a little more effort, we'll catch up when the drug wears off, the black abyss electric eel replied. And after it finished speaking, it utilized the electric current to stimulate its body's potential. The speed went up a notch. Big brother, wait for me. Seeing this, the black gold dragonfish wanted to chase after it, but it was unable to do so because its current speed was its limit. Penis, do you want me to stimulate you? The black abyss electric eel returned. The words had just fallen, and before the black gold dragonfish could reply, the black abyss electric eel had then released a powerful black current. Crackle! Black mesh arcs of electricity flashed across the black gold dragonfish's body. Roar! Stimulated by the electric current, the black and gold dragonfish instantly catapulted to start bursting out with a speed much faster than before. He instantly shortened the distance between him and the hydra giant snake. It's the faint scent of meat coming from between the waters. Seeing this scene, the hydra giant serpent was also startled. Still, it's a good thing that Frost Crane City isn't far away. The attack range of a third-order tower reaches a staggering 20 kilometers in a circle, and that third-order tower happens to be built right on the beach. The giant hydra serpent marches along, while silently calculating the distance between it and the three black abyss beasts in its mind. It's a simple catch-up problem. After a rough estimate, the hydra giant snake concludes, the black abyss beast couldn't catch up with itself before it reached the attack range of the third stage tower. It's safe. Another chase. 10 minutes later, the hydra giant serpent had finally come to the sea where the tertiary towers could strike, and it slowed down and the eyes looked toward the high tower. In the meantime, after receiving the message from the red flare, Frost Crane City's Ice Lion Legion acted quickly. At the moment it is also ready to go. Frost Crane, as well as the flying unit, had already headed to the front with backpacks storing a wide variety of spirit bombs, and the rest of the transcendent beings and awakened ones were on standby on the beach. The sea is not their home turf. Their mission is to keep the land safe, kill every black abyssal sea beast that tries to come ashore, and on top of the three-tiered tower, a young female awakened had already locked onto the three king realm black abyssal sea beasts. She was an awakened who had just advanced to the Lord Realm, and her awakened abilities were Ice Eyes and Calm Thinking respectively. Both of these abilities are perfect for turret work. After passing through a heavy selection process, she became the first main gunner of this third order tower. Through her binoculars, she saw that 20 kilometers away, the three-headed black abyssal beasts that were chasing the hydra giant snake. The short-haired woman maneuvered the tower's screen and quickly locked onto her target. The tower has an automatic enemy lock. Now, as long as these three black abyssal sea beasts enter the tower's attack range, she would then fire her cold cannon without hesitation. Thinking that she was about to put to death a black abyssal sea beast of the king realm, this short-haired woman looked exuberant. Both hands were trembling slightly. It's a highlight that you can brag about for the rest of your life. Boss, will there be an ambush ahead? The black gold dragonfish inquired as it chased after them. As it approached the waters of the third order tower, it suddenly developed a heart-stopping sensation that there was a vague sense of foreboding. If we keep chasing it, our lives may be in danger. In this sea, other than that mythical beast, no other living creature is a match for us. The black abyss electric eel replied. A sense of crisis also rose in its heart, but it wasn't very strong. It could be dangerous to keep chasing, but by giving up, they'll have a hard time finding another opportunity like this. Ambush or no ambush, this is our best chance. Charge. After saying that, it was releasing another black lightning bolt from the place, stimulating a wave of black gold dragonfish's potential. Roar. Accompanied by a miserable cry, the black gold dragonfish's speed instantly soared. In the blink of an eye, it as well as the black abyssal jellyfish were less than 100 meters away from the hydra giant snake. This distance was almost instantaneous for a king realm existence. Die. The black gold dragonfish was about to attack. However, in the next second, with a loud bang, a stream of ice blue light pierced right through its body. It was a huge ice-cold arrow. This cold ice arrow was wrapped in incomparably powerful ice spirit power. A terrifyingly powerful ice explosion was also produced the instant it penetrated the black gold dragonfish. Powerful ice spiritual energy exploded like a barrel of dynamite. Instantly, the black abyssal jellyfish and the sea in a 100-meter radius were completely frozen. The black abyssal electric eel at the back instantly froze, unconsciously stopping its footsteps in pursuit. This was an attack from the peak of the king realm, and it was fast to the extreme. It took less than a second from launch to hit the black gold dragonfish. Even if the black gold dragonfish had realized the danger a second before, it was simply too late to dodge. Second brother. The black abyss electric eel's eyes widened in anger as it let out an ear-piercing hissing sound. It could no longer feel the life breath of the black gold dragonfish. It could be said that it was it that personally sent the black gold dragonfish to its death, which caused the black abyssal electric eel to be incomparably self-condemned inside. End of chapter 159. Chapter 158 Unyielding Snake. Chen Mo descends. Chapter 158 Unyielding Snake. Chen Mo descends. The black abyssal jellyfish, on the contrary, by virtue of its soft body, and the small size of its seaweed form, dodged the fatal blow, but he was still caught in the aftermath of the ice explosion and was severely frostbitten, and now his whole body was shivering. There was fear in his eyes. What a horrible attack this is. With just one strike, the black gold dragonfish, which had a similar strength to it, was directly seconded. This caused the black abyss electric eel to feel a pang of fear inside. If he had just rushed faster, he would be the one to die now. It realized that this terrifying attack had just come from a towering ice blue tower in the distance. The black abyss electric eel also knew something about these tall towers, able to explode with attacks of all elements. But according to the information that the black gold dragonfish and also the black abyssal jellyfish had poked around, these towers had limited attack power and wouldn't pose much of a threat to them. It's non-threatening. Roar! Not far away, the giant hydra serpent, held up by the waves, gave a sort of middle finger to the black abyssal electric eel. Seeing the black abyssal electric eel stop, the hydra giant serpent tried to provoke it. The black abyss electric eel didn't take the bait, so he began to think calmly. Now it seems that as long as the giant hydra serpent hides in the sea shrouded by the towers of, they just can't do anything with it. Should we give up? Sacrificing your second brother for nothing and then leaving in disgrace? Opportunities like this come along once in a lifetime. Once they missed it, they would no longer be able to kill the hydra giant serpent. The mission entrusted to them by God the Father was also considered a complete failure. So, this time, there's no backing out. The black abyss electric eel was extremely unwilling inwardly, and after some brainstorming, surprisingly, it actually came up with a solution. These towers have a range for their attacks, and as long as they're out of that range, just keep yourself safe. I don't have to go into this range, just lure the hydra giant snake out. As for how to lure the hydra serpent out, that's what it is, a killing spree to assimilate the rest of the sea people. Let the hydra giant serpent see his familiars die and then get infected with the black abyssal creatures. So the black abyss electric eel adjusted its direction and swam rapidly towards a place where sea beasts gathered. Because of its proximity to Frost Crane City, this sea is in the core area of the returning ruins Sea Clan. The Siren's new largest ocean city, Haidu, is located here. The direction in which the black abyss electric eel was advancing was clearly this ocean city. Because of the war on the front, a few fighters were left behind when they got the signal. The greater number are the old and the sick. Of course, in front of the black abyssal electric eel of the king's middle rank, it was all pretty much the same. Seeing the beast of the black abyss charging towards the city, the sea people who were praying for the hydra giant serpent began to desperately run away. Yet it was all in vain. The black abyss electric eel nearly unleashed a huge vortex of black water that just round them all up. If it couldn't catch up with the hydra giant snake, couldn't it catch up with the other sea races? The black abyssal electric eel didn't immediately kill these sirens and sea beasts, but gathered them together and, then once again, he came to the edge of the attack range of the third order tower. The black rock electric eel let out a loud roar and, with that, he pointed at the sirens and sea beasts in the black water maelstrom and gestured a neck-wiping gesture. It means simply this: if the hydra serpent is still cowering within the waters protected by the tower, it then kills them all in front of the hydra giant serpent and infects them with the black abyssal spawn. Using hostages as a threat is a classic villain tactic. Roar! Seeing this scene, a flame of anger rose within the hydra giant serpent. It knew that continuing to wait for support was the best option at the moment, but watching these sea people being killed, hydra giant snake couldn't do it. It was the leader of the Ice Lion Kingdom's navy, as well as the Lord Sea God that the returning Market Sea clan believed in. It has its own pride. Maybe it's not like there's no room for maneuvering. And so, of its own accord, the hydra serpent left the waters guarded by the tower, headed quickly in the opposite direction from Haidu. Seeing the hydra giant serpent leaving the attack range of the third order tower, the black abyss electric eel revealed a wicked smile. Its ploy came to fruition. Third brother, you watch these sirens here. If that hydra giant snake shows signs of escaping back into the high tower area, you'll go ahead and kill a bunch of them. The black abyss electric eel explained to the black abyss jellyfish beside him. Then alone, he chased after the giant hydra serpent. Okay, big brother. The black abyssal jellyfish nodded repeatedly, its tentacles waving. Worthy of being a big brother, he found a way to deal with this hydra giant snake with a little trickery. It's a shame that the second brother died so tragically. Giggle. Amidst the wildly flashing black lightning, the black abyss electric eel's speed was as fast as it could be, breaking through the monstrous waves towards the hydra giant serpent in pursuit. Looking at the black abyssal electric eel that was getting closer and closer behind him, the hydra giant snake knew that simply running away would catch up with him sooner or later. It must need to fight now. 300m, 200m, 1500m. With 1,000 meters left between them, the hydra serpent suddenly reversed direction and, turning on mythic revival once again, the three taps simultaneously launched a giant column of water over 10 meters thick. The ultimate water dragon cannon. The black abyssal electric eel completely didn't expect the Hydra giant snake to actually dare to resist, and reacted half a beat slower. Dodged 2 of them though, but it was still hit by the last water dragon. The column of water containing water spirit power exploded on the black smooth skin of the black abyss electric eel. It actually left a large, slender wound over 10 centimeters long. This made even the Hydra giant serpent freeze for a moment. Although these wounds were nothing to the black abyss electric eel, but also hit or even injured the black abyss electric eel himself. This meant that the gap between himself and this king middle stage black abyssal electric eel wasn't as big as he thought. Boom! The black abyss energies surged, and in a mere 2 seconds, the injuries on the black abyss electric eel's body then recovered as before, but the Hydra giant snake's counterattack made it quite angry inside, so it began its most vigorous counterattack. A dozen black and gold giant lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky. Rumble! Before the thunder had struck, black lightning had been the first to light up the sea. Dark thunder flashes. The black abyssal electric eel is one of the few electrified transcendents in the ocean, and after becoming a black abyssal creature, still retains the manipulation of lightning energy. Moreover, these thunderbolts were now laced with black abyss energy, harboring intense toxins. Lightning's attack was too fast. There's no way for a Hydra serpent to capture its trajectory. Totally have to rely on your instincts to dodge. Fortunately, after the myth revival, the Hydra giant serpent's sense of danger had also become quite sharp. Hardly using his instincts, he dodged a falling black lightning bolt. The black lightning that blazed across the sky landed on the surface of the sea, blowing up huge waves. A picture of doom and gloom was conjured up. Rumble! The thunder and lightning became denser and denser. Another black thunderbolt fell, and after the Hydra giant snake dodged it, however, he realized that the black abyss electric eel had appeared behind him at an unknown time. It should have taken advantage of the time it was dodging the black thunder attack to shorten the distance again. Giggle! After getting close, the black abyss electric eel released the black thunder electricity domain. In an instant, with it as the center, electric arcs flashed wildly in a radius of 1,000 meters. The frenzied currents attacked all living beings within this range indiscriminately. The Hydra giant snake was too late to dodge. Boom! Amidst the gloomy and depressing roar of black lightning and thunder, it felt a tingling sensation coming from all over its body. It hurts too much. A powerful electric current carried through the whole body. Yet in the midst of this intense pain the Hydra giant serpent held the determination to live towards death, and instead of retreating, it took the initiative to attack the black abyssal electric eel not far away. The 3 taps launched themselves at the black abyss electric eel at the same time. Boom! The tentacles on the water dragon's head danced wildly, frantically sweeping the black abyssal electric eel's body like a whip. At the same time, the 2 newborn heads opened their bloody mouths and bit down directly. Black blood splattered. The black abyss python was completely unprepared for the Hydra giant snake to be so crazy. Hit by its attack, it took a blow to both its neck and tail at the same time. The sharp pain caused it to subconsciously stop the release of the black thunder electricity domain. The Hydra giant serpent, on the other hand, took this opportunity to disappear far away again. Of course, forcibly enduring the black abyssal electric eel's black thunder electricity domain, the Hydra giant serpent didn't feel good either. The scales, which were like basalt iron, came off in large patches, and his body was drenched in blood. Many parts of his body were blown up by the lightning, and it was hot and painful, but it was inwardly overwhelmed with excitement and joy. It suddenly realized that this king middle stage black abyssal electric eel didn't seem to be much more than that. It doesn't seem like it's impossible to fight. He himself was no match for it, but it didn't seem difficult to hold out for a while. King's realm beings already possess superb recovery abilities. As long as you're not instantly killed by an attack that far exceeds your body's tolerance level, then you can fight for a long time. Hydra giant snake underestimated his own strength and overestimated the strength of his opponent. It is itself a mythic child, and with the addition of the title of autocracy, the battle power was already stronger than the average lowly king, and the black abyssal electric eel is by taking a secret medicine, at the expense of its potential. A black abyssal being that forcibly advanced to medium king, then is handicapped. Considered the weakest of the batch of medium king beings, it was naturally not surprising that the current situation had occurred. Lao San, come help! The black abyss electric eel was also getting more and more frightened the more they fought. How is this Hydra giant snake so brave? It was clearly a level lower than it, but he himself was unable to kill it for a moment. This is not the way to go on. Sizzle! The giant black abyssal jellyfish at the other end was naturally occupied at all times, and, seeing that its big brother was slow to take down the Hydra giant snake, it was incomparably anxious inside. The giant black abyssal jellyfish is trying to help, but was worried that his unauthorized actions might interfere with Big Brother's plans. now hearing the voice of the black abyssal electric eel. The black abyssal jellyfish couldn't care less about this group of captured sea races, the first to join the fight. With the addition of the black abyssal jellyfish, the situation of the battle instantly changed dramatically. Facing a king middle stage black abyssal sea beast, the Hydra giant serpent was already very reluctant. Now it had to deal with two of them at the same time. Moreover, these two black abyssal sea beasts were still very well coordinated. The difficulty of trying to survive grows exponentially, but because it had been a short fight, it was now almost impossible to get out of the fight. The waves rolled and the black thunder danced wildly. The neighboring seas have been transformed into a land of calamity. The aftershocks alone would leave beings below the king realm dead. 5 minutes later, scales were falling off and shattering in large patches on the Hydra giant snake's body, and more than a few bones were broken. The blood was almost running out. Worse yet, the effect of the mythic recovery ended. It entered a period of weakness. And the body's spiritual energy has been consumed. The body is even more heavily damaged. Close combat is also almost not play what combat power. It is well on its way to running out of gas. Unfortunately, it still didn't last. At the end of his life, there wasn't too much regret in the golden pupils of the Hydra giant snake. It knew that the Lion King would avenge it. The returning ruined sea clan would one day return to their homeland. Rumble. In the face of the wildly flashing and crisscrossing black lightning, as well as the insidious and ghostly strike of the Hydra giant serpent took the initiative to meet it. It wants to fall in a fighting stance. However, at the very moment of the 1000th hour, an unknown energy suddenly appeared inside the Hydra giant serpent's body. The energy didn't belong to himself, but it was frighteningly powerful. The moment this energy appeared, it began to moisturize its entire body from the inside out. The wounds are recovering at an alarming rate. At the same time, the body that had long since run out of gas was actually bursting out with powerful strength again. This energy is like a sweet spring in the desert, a light in the darkness that, instantly giving hope to the Hydra giant serpent. Your Majesty, the Hydra giant serpent was inwardly overwhelmed. It's me, Chen Mo responded. Good job, I'll take it from here. He had actually been paying attention to the battle between the Hydra giant serpent and the black abyssal electric eel. After the previous call with Hydra's giant snake, Chen Mo then attempted to descend on the Hydra giant serpent through the thread of faith, but the descent failed because it was a world apart. Worried that the Hydra giant snake would find out about the accident, he returned to the real world anyway, then watched the entire battle in the ocean through the threads of faith. The reason he didn't strike before was because the Hydra giant serpent hadn't encountered any mortal danger yet. Battles between life and death help to stimulate the potential of Hydra's giant serpent. It also helps the Hydra giant snake break through and is a very good whetstone, because the distance is too great, so the power of the descent doesn't quite get through to the Hydra giant serpent. After descending, you may only inherit less than 1% of the power of the main body, but it was enough. Seeing that the injuries on the Hydra giant serpent's body suddenly began to recover at an astonishing speed, in the blink of an eye it had been restored to its original state. The Black Abyss Electric Eel and the Black Abyss Electric Eel were directly dumbfounded. Straight to full blood. This Hydra giant snake is that hard to kill. And immediately afterward, the scene that gave them the creeps happened. A strange but incomparably strong aura erupted from the Hydra giant serpent's body. It actually brought them a feeling of trepidation. There's something dirty on this giant snake. Lao San, abandon the plan. Run. The Black Abyss Electric Eel's insides jumped wildly. The signal of danger warning already pulled full. There's some kind of unknown presence descending, and the one who can perform the descent only the gods. Right now it had only one thought in its head, and that was to run. Even if it failed in its mission and faced the wrath of the Father God, there was still a chance for it to survive after all. They are bound to die if they continue to stay here. End of chapter 160. Chapter 159, Killing the Black Abyssal Sea Beast. Shock from the Eastern Xia side. Chapter 159, Killing the Black Abyssal Sea Beast. Shock from the Eastern Xia side. The Black Abyssal Jellyfish, on the other hand, was stunned and froze for a second before starting to run away. Boom! However, before Chen Mo could strike, a golden giant spear burning with blazing flames suddenly appeared in the sky. The golden giant spear descended from the sky and directly penetrated the body of the Black Abyss Electric Eel. After the penetration, the spear of the sun did not show the slightest sign of stopping, and with a spiritual turnaround, it was followed by a penetration of the Black Abyssal Jellyfish's torso. Boom! The fiery flames wrapped above the spear of the sun vaporized the flesh and blood of the two Black Abyss beasts. There wasn't even a trace of ash left behind, just two pitch-black inner Dan. The Sekhmet idol has also arrived on the battlefield. As the mythical goddess of war, the Sekhmet idol was able to fight back and forth with Chen Mo, who was at the peak of the king, and his true battle power was close to the heavenly tribulation realm. It was naturally easy to deal with 2 black abyssal sea beasts of the king's middle stage realm. In just one strike, the black abyss electric eel and black abyss jellyfish were all killed in seconds. However, after killing the 2 black abyssal sea beasts, instead, an expression of displeasure and disappointment spread across this female war god's face. That's it? Abominable. The animal clearly told himself that he was a powerful enemy. It actually turned out to be 2 little caramels at the middle stage of the king's realm. Unbeatable. When the mythical beast returned, he must let it have a good fight with himself. Chen Mo was also a bit depressed. He himself had just descended upon the giant Hydra serpent, and was about to manifest himself before the serpent. It turned out to be preempted by the idol of Sekhmet, the goddess of war. Tough run, Chen Mo said through the mouth of the Hydra giant snake. Hearing the familiar voice, the Sekhmet idol froze for a moment, then laughed bashfully. A show of hands. Just come and fight me when you're free. Good, but that should be after I advance to the heavenly tribulation realm, Chen Mo replied. At those words, surprise passed through the eyes of the Sekhmet idol. She didn't expect this mythical beast to grow so fast. It's about to break through to the heavenly tribulation realm so soon. She then waved her hand. It's better to forget it then. I just like fighting, not masochism. After the mythical beast advanced to the heavenly tribulation, she was afraid that she would not be a match at all. She's a combatant, not a masochist. Roar! Your Majesty, the black abyssal sea beasts in the sea ahead have not all been exterminated. Please take action. At this time, the Hydra giant serpent spoke. The battle between the sea race and the black abyssal sea beasts isn't over yet. Time forward a little bit. The other side of the battlefield. The returning Market Sea clan and the Black Abyss Sea Beasts broke out in an unprecedented battle at the demarcation between the Black Sea and the Ice Lion Seas. Before the battle, the Sea Warriors opened their backpacks and started taking all kinds of spirit plant potions that increase combat power, strength, agility, resilience, and other all-around attributes have been boosted. After getting high, they removed from their backpacks a single ice pop mushroom, maniacal laughter berry, flash mushrooms and other various mutant spirit plants. These sea people who plant water plants near the Black Abyss Sea, although ostensibly farmers, are not farmers, but farmers in the sense of farmers, but they are actually elite. After all, the watershed between the Black Abyss Sea and the normal sea was also the most dangerous place. On weekdays, one of their jobs was to hunt and expel the Black Abyssal Sea Beasts. It's no different than the soldiers who fight on the border from time to time. That's why almost every sea warrior is equipped with state-of-the-art weapons. It can be well equipped. When the Black Abyssal Sea Beasts were still about a kilometer away from them, the Sea Warriors maneuvered the waves and pushed these combat-class mutant psychic plants in the direction of the beast tide. Boom! 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 The giant wave that contained countless mutated spirit plants exploded in succession the moment it came into contact with the Black Abyssal Sea Beast. In an instant, ice exploded and flashes of light filled the entire ocean, creating an extremely spectacular scene. The most powerful of these was a combat-type spirit plant that was cultivated first. The name is Unstable Big Bingo. The shape of the fruit resembles a blue pineapple with no flesh inside. Only the extremely unstable ice spiritual energy would create a huge explosion after the outer layer shattered. The killing range was more than 100 meters, and even Lord-ranked beings would not be able to withstand it if they were at the center of the explosion. After a burst of intense light or an explosion, the Black Abyssal Sea Beasts died in large swathes. Others were blinded or laughed so maniacally that they were completely incapacitated. The creatures of the Black Abyss are only spiritless, but not without sight, hearing, pain, these sensory functions. The Sea Warriors, however, had already been wearing anti-glare glasses and were not affected at all. With a furious bombardment that had not yet begun to make short work of the Black Abyssal Sea Beasts had then died in large swathes. Black blood stained the nearby waters. Kill. After a few waves of bombardment, which consumed all the spiritual plants, the sound of the conch, symbolizing the charge, was heard. A sea warrior as well as various sea beasts took the initiative to kill towards the Black Abyss Beast tide. At one time, all of this black blood was a deadly substance to the sea people. Once tainted, they are slowly assimilated into the Black Abyss creatures. There have been battles where sea warriors have either died in agony a little, either that or just choose to kill yourself. They even choose to dismember themselves in order to prevent turning into Black Abyss monsters after death. But not anymore. After cultivating purifying seaweed, the sirens, in turn, with the help of a purification agent was developed that could suppress the infection. All the fighters have taken this potion before the battle, so they are now fearless of contamination by black blood. The siren leader chants the siren song. All the Sea Nation soldiers who heard the song felt energized. Singing has the power to uplift the spirit and increase reaction time. In addition, the sea beasts in charge of healing released various healing abilities in an orderly manner. After a period of training, the Ice Lion Kingdom's marine forces now also have more sophisticated tactics and sizable combat power. At the moment, the waters had turned into a huge meat grinder. Countless sea races and Black Abyss sea beasts died every minute and every second. The war lasted more than half an hour. At the beginning of the battle, the sirens, with their special transcendental spirit plants and stronger, it has the absolute upper hand. But the number of Black Abyssal sea beasts was just too many. And there was another batch after another batch of deaths. And the list went on and on. It's like there's no end to death. The war goes on. And if there's no follow-up support, by the time all the spirit plants as well as the spirit power in their bodies were exhausted, they would most likely be consumed to death here. In the siren leader's hand was a bow and arrow condensed entirely from water currents. A stream of water arrows continued to shoot out, each one killing a Black Abyssal sea beast. At the moment, she frowned. Not only was the situation on the battlefield now, Siren was even more worried about the safety of the Hydra giant serpent. With 3 beings of the middle stage of the king's realm, it was not known if Lord Sea God could escape safely. Roar! Suddenly, a familiar roar came to her ears. Siren subconsciously turned around, only to see that not far out to sea, their sea god Hydra giant serpent was speeding towards them, and over the Hydra serpent, there was another, in golden battle armor, wielding the spear of the sun. A lion beast female war goddess with golden feathered wings. It's the Sekhmet idol. The siren leader's brows stretched, finally letting go of his heart. With regards to the battle prowess of this female god of war, she had heard about it too. Since the Hydra serpent was here at the same time as it meant that those 3 king realm Black Abyssal sea beasts had most likely been put to death. Boom! She frowned at the sight of the continuous, black tide like Black Abyssal sea beasts. The evil, eerie aura emanating from this creature made her feel uncomfortable. So she raised the spear of the sun high in her hand and threw it. Like the fall of the sun, the spear of the sun with its endless light and heat, it exploded directly at the center of the Black Abyss beast tide. A flaming mushroom cloud rises above the sea. In one fell swoop, all the Black Abyssal sea beasts within a few kilometers radius were purged. Even the seawater in this sea had been mostly vaporized, creating a vacuum in the sea. It wasn't until the flames dissipated that the seawater around them slowly began to fill the gap. Immediately afterward, the spear of the sun traveled rapidly along the surface of the sea. A wall of blazing fire stretching over a dozen kilometers directly across the sea. Divide the battlefield. The attack power of the Sekhmet idol had fully reached the level of the heavenly tribulation realm, and natural disaster realm beings, as the name implies, tend to appear on the. A casual strike could trigger heavenly phenomena and change the terrain, possessing the power to change the sky and the earth. Chen Mo also borrowed the body of the Hydra giant serpent and released the evil suppression domain. Reaping mode has begun. An invisible giant force descended from the sky, directly crushing tens of thousands of Black Abyssal sea beasts into mincemeat. In the presence of the idol of Sekhmet and the giant serpent of Hydra that had been descended by Chinma, no amount of Black Abyssal sea beasts would be enough to kill. Soon, the Black Abyssal sea beasts in the rear waters were completely emptied. The foremost sea area, because it was the battlefield where the sea race and the Black Abyssal sea beasts fought in close combat. That's why neither Chinmo nor the Sekhmet idol made a move against it. Fear of accidental friendly fire. But these Black Abyssal sea beasts that are fighting the Sea Clan have no more replenishment. It was soon exterminated by the returning ruined sea clans as much as possible. At this moment, the waters of this ocean have turned blacker than ink. All of them were remnants of the Black Abyssal sea beast's flesh and blood that remained after being burned or squeezed. The fight is over. It ended in a great defeat for the Black Abyssal sea beast. The 3 king middle stage Black Abyssal sea beasts all fell, leaving behind only 3 black demon pills. These 3 demon pills could also be used after purification. What's more, it's a great resource for studying the creatures of the Black Abyss. Now the Ice Lion Kingdom had also set up an institute to research all transcendent items, minerals, spiritual plants, corpses of transcendental creatures, and more. After some venting, the Sekhmet idol's eyes gleamed and he was in a happy mood. On this trip, although we didn't meet the strongest enemies we thought we would, but it gave her the pleasure of mowing the lawn. The abyss-like power within Hydra's body also faded quickly. Chen Mo ended this descent. First command post of Eastern Xia. The huge screen located at the very front of the command post was showing the battle in the waters of the Indian Ocean. For its part, Eastern Xia, naturally, was also keeping an eye on the movements of the Black Sea. Even before the war broke out, they had seen the massive actions of the Black Abyssal sea beasts through their satellites, and the first time he contacted Wang Long through the satellite phone. Nay, the speed at which these Black Abyssal sea beasts were gathering was too fast, and although Wang Long had gotten the information but it was too late to pass on the information to the Hydra giant serpent that was in the ocean. When the war broke out, they were also gripped by the giant Hydra serpent. Dongxia naturally wants its ally, the Ice Lion Kingdom, to win. And the mood of these generals and heads of the command post went through the roof. Worried, shocked, emotional. I didn't realize how this Hydra giant serpent had also improved so quickly. What kind of feng shui treasure land is that over there in Africa? All these transcendent spirit beasts are growing so fast. Many people lamented. And that's not all. Most importantly, that golden idol in the form of a lion and beast. Surprisingly, he was able to burst out with such a terrifying combat power. They were also given information about Samet earlier. It is said that after being defeated by the Lion King, or mythical beast, he chose to follow it of his own accord. They originally thought that this should be an ordinary king realm existence, but I didn't expect just one blow. The Sekhmet idol then killed 2 king's middle stage black abyssal sea beasts in seconds. The battle power of this lion-headed human idol was already so terrifying. Then what level of strength has the mythical beast that was able to defeat this idol reached now? High King, or even higher, without a doubt. Excluding the boundary guardians, the mythical beast was definitely the most powerful creature on the blue planet. Luckily, this mythical beast belongs to the order-keeping camp and has established a good relationship with us. Elder Tang opened his mouth. The month before, Dongxia and the Kingdom of the Ice Lions have exchanged many intelligence information resource technologies. East Summers sent a team of top biologists, tech gurus, helped the Kingdom of Ice Lion to establish the institute as well as various infrastructures. In return, Dongxia was given a batch of special spiritual plants and divine medicine seeds. These spiritual plants, which could help awakened people rapidly increase their strength, could be said to be crucial. General Li, have Wang Long keep an eye out to see what the animal has a hobby? Elder Tang opened his mouth. Now, studying the animal's preferences, maintaining strong alliances has become a very important task. Okay, Chief. Black Abyss Mystery Realm. At the center of the endless whirlpool of black water, a body nearly 10,000 meters long. The black dragon with metaphysical black scales slowly opened its eyes. The dragon's eyes were crimson like blood, emitting a demonic glow. What a waste! The Black Abyss demon dragon let out a low roar. The Black Abyss electric eel, the black gold dragonfish, and the Black Abyss jellyfish, the 3 of which possessed its essence blood within their bodies. The Black Abyssal dragon could naturally sense their life and death. The moment these 3 Black Abyssal sea beasts died, the Black Abyssal dragon learned of their deaths, and through the sense for his own essence blood, he saw the picture of them before they died. Is descending. It seems that there is a god behind this Hydra giant serpent, and there is a great possibility that it has already descended to this world. The Black Abyssal dragon saw the Hydra giant serpent in the midst of its oil, yet suddenly revitalized. A full-blooded scene, as an existence that has existed for a long time. The Black Abyss demon dragon naturally understands that there is a god descending upon it. It was the Hydra giant serpent that erupted with such terrifying battle power in a desperate situation. End of chapter 161. Chapter 160 Advancing to the Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 160 Advancement to Heavenly Tribulation. Of course, regarding the identity of the descendant, the Black Abyss demon dragon did not suspect Shenmo's head. How could a mere king realm transcendent creature master the descend ability? No kidding. The Black Abyssal demon dragon had an initial suspicion that what had descended was most likely Anubis or one of the gods under his throne, because later on, a golden idol at the peak of the king's realm also appeared on the battlefield. This is supposed to be a creation of Anubis, the god of death. Moreover, the Black Abyss demon dragon guessed that this god who descended was most likely in a state of serious injury or slumber. That's why the power exerted is so weak. To even say that even the descent seemed very forced. In the eyes of the Black Abyss demon dragon, the power displayed by the Hydra giant serpent in the slaughter of the Black Abyssal sea beasts wasn't strong enough. A mere wisp of breath. If a true deity were to descend, it would be able to kill all the Black Abyssal sea beasts on this sea. Interesting. This world has only just begun to recover its aura, and there are gods coming down. It seems that you have a very good talent, little sea serpent, and that little mythical beast. I can't wait to eat you. After saying that, the Black Abyss demon dragon spat out a mouthful of essence blood towards a black dragon in front of him that was over 10 meters long. This black dragon has black and gold scales, lifelike. The appearance is actually, and the Black Abyss demon dragon has 7, 8 points of resemblance. It was a double puppet that could be refined into a doppelganger after being doused with blood. The Black Abyss demon dragon has been pouring out its own blood and dragon soul for many days now. It wouldn't be long before he could metamorphose into a bilocation that possessed the strength of the heavenly tribulation realm. In time, it will become its bilocation that walks this world. Ice Spider Mountain. The secret realm of the Great Snow Mountain. What? You're asking me if there's a way to deal with the Black Abyss demon dragon? Beside the bronze door, the sky curtain ice spider stared at Chen Mo with wide eyes. Oh, what were you thinking? Look. After dealing with the matter on the Hydra giant snake side, Chen Mo's consciousness returned to his body. then asked the Canopy Ice Spider if there was a way to kill the Black Abyss Demon Dragon, mainly because he was a bit annoyed by the Black Abyss Demon Dragon. According to the current trend, the Black Abyss Demon Dragon definitely won't stop, must still be brewing for the next offense. Although Chen Mo wasn't afraid, this was always a hidden danger, and if he didn't get rid of it, I don't know when it's going to explode. Do you realize what you're saying? The Sky Curtain Ice Spider opened its mouth. You are merely at the peak of the King Realm right now, while the Black Abyss Demon Dragon is at the peak of the Totem Realm. There are still 3 great levels between you. You're actually thinking of scheming the Black Abyss Demon Dragon? And it is also an extremely special existence among all the Boundary Guardians. The vast majority of Boundary Keepers are surrogates or dependents of one of the gods. It's the administrator of the Advent Mysteries. And the Black Abyss Demon Dragon is most likely the master of the Black Abyss Mysterious Realm. In the 2 months since I've been in contact with Chun Mo, the Canopy Ice Spider also got a general idea of the current situation in Blue Star, as well as the other Boundary Guardians. In its eyes, the Black Abyss Demon Dragon was definitely one of the most powerful and least to be messed with. Even for myself, I'm afraid I'm no match. The mythical beast was actually a bit inflated now, actually fantasizing about finishing off the Black Abyss Demon Dragon. I'll just ask, since Senior doesn't have a way that can kill the Black Abyss Demon Dragon, then forget it. Chen Mo also casually asked. He and the Black Abyss Demon Dragon had already been feuding. Instead of passively waiting for the Black Abyss Demon Dragon's next attack, it was better to take the initiative. It was naturally best if the Canopy Ice Spider had a way. In case the Black Abyss Demon Dragon had any weaknesses, it could be exploited. Even if you can't kill it, it's good to disgust it. It saved him from always sending some Black Abyssal sea beasts to hoover up his waters. But although you can't kill the Black Abyss Demon Dragon yet, but there is no need to worry too much about the threat from it, the Canopy Ice Spider said slowly. At current trends, for at least 10 years, the Black Abyss Demon Dragon's main body can't even leave the Black Abyss Secret Realm. At the rate you're growing now, 10 years, maybe it's already no match for you. It will still be at your mercy to ravage it then. With the mythical beast's demonic advancement speed, the Sky Curtain Ice Spider felt that this situation was very likely. Elder Ice Spider, why can you only stay in a fixed area? If you force your way out, will there be any consequences? Chun Mo asked curiously. It was a question he had always had in his mind. Boundary Keepers seem to be limited to staying near the Ryeworld passages they guard. Right now, his relationship with the Sky Curtain Ice Spider was pretty good, barely half a friend. It's not taboo to ask such questions, for the Boundary Keepers are the cornerstones of the inner world passage anchoring this world, and once the Boundary Keepers have moved, then the descending secret realm will lose its anchor and thus move away from this world. But the secret realm, after descending, will be integrated into this world a little bit, and then really be a part of this world. At that time, the Boundary Guardians will no longer be bound and will be able to move freely. The Canopy Ice Spider replied. Chen Mo nodded. So it is. It was no wonder that the Boundary Guardians had been the first to descend on Blue Star before the secret realm officially descended. It turns out that he was using himself as an anchor point to guide the descent of the secret world. For example, before the Great Snow Mountain Mystic Realm descended, Chen Mo had discovered the figure of the Sky Curtain Ice Spider. After conversing with the Sky Curtain Ice Spider some more notes on advancing to the Heavenly Calamity Realm, Chen Mo once again entered the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall and prepared to continue his closed-door cultivation. Self-strength is the root of everything. Time flies. The real world. After the war ended, the sea where the returning Ruins clan was located once again resumed its peaceful life. It was a war in which the casualties of the Sea Nation were not serious, and after this battle, the speed of purifying the Blackwater seas had become significantly faster. The Black Abyssal Electric Eel in order to kill the Hydra Giant Serpent. Almost all of the Black Abyssal sea beasts in the nearby waters were mobilized. Then it was a 1-2 punch by Chen Mo and the Saman Idol. Previously, the sea people had to face the threat of the Black Abyssal sea beasts while they were carrying out their purification work. Now just scrambled to grow purifying seaweed. Upon learning that it was the Lion King who finally stepped in and called for reinforcements, the Sekhmet Idol, all the sea races had a much higher faith value for Chen Mo. The spiritual power fed back by faith becoming a god also gave Chen Mo another small boost. The Ice Lion Kingdom, on the other hand, has caused a stir because of a message. Many of the top echelons within the kingdom, the Lion King's direct lineage, many of them had quietly advanced to the king's realm. Snow Treader Fox Leader Iceglaze, Frost Goat Leader. Previously, they were all summoned suddenly by the Lion King, and as a result, they returned once again to be surprised that they had already advanced to the king level. There were excited, envious, and shocked people from all races in the Great Snow Mountain, knowing that there is a chasm between the Lord's realm and the King's realm. A being without a king's bloodline could not advance at all, and a few of these higher-ups have only just advanced to the rank of High Lords, And then in just a few days' time he actually advanced to the rank of king? It's unbelievable. This has made some of the strengths of the High Lords, who have reached. But there was no tickling of the summoned chief, especially Wang Long. Not long ago his old leader Li Zhang asked him to study the preferences of the Ice Lion King. The Eastern Xia side was prepared to throw its weight around and try to make good relations with the Ice Lion Kingdom. As a result, the Ice Lion Kingdom now had so many more King Realm existences all of a sudden. Wang Long was very curious, and he poked around to Lion Mom, and the snow-treading spirit Fox Bingley, and yet, no results were obtained, because Qinma didn't account for it. That's why the newly promoted king existences that came out were keeping their mouths shut about the process of advancement. But Wang Long also roughly guessed that their advancement was inseparable from the Ice Lion King. There's no doubt, His Majesty, the Lion King, has mastered some sort of pathway that can steadily help other beings advance to the king's realm. And as the news spreads and festers, Chen Mo was surprised to find that his spiritual power had been boosted again. Because the vast majority of the Ice Lion Kingdom's beings had their faith values raised, the color of the thread of faith had darkened considerably, and many more believers with a faith value of 90 points had appeared. Under the Totem Lion's enchantment, this power of faith was transformed into spiritual power. The original weakest divine soul had instead become one of Chen Mo's highest attributes, the secret world of the great snowy mountains. Amidst the snow, a giant lion with snow-white fur completely immersed its body in the cold spring water. At this moment, Chen Mo's body exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. The ice origin spiritual energy in the surroundings gathered towards him crazily. The quantity and concentration of ice spiritual energy is so high that it even formed an ice storm vortex around Chen Mo. The scene seemed like a whale swallowing everything. A week had passed since the last descent. During that time Chen Mo, while using the treasures containing the ice origin obtained in the ice trial tower, while using the cold ice sacred spring to accelerate the refinement of spiritual energy. At this moment, 99% of the spiritual energy in his entire body had been transformed into the ice-type origin spiritual energy. Below Chen Mo, the snow god Crow, Ice Sparrow, and other beasts were also silently practicing here. Chirp, cozy. Ice Sparrow took a comfortable deep breath after finishing her day's cultivation. The aura near this spring was just too rich. Cultivating here for a day was even equivalent to cultivating outside for a month or more. Even Ice Sparrow, who usually likes to lie flat, this week had also been spent day and night absorbing ice spiritual energy. This feeling of feeling stronger every second of every day is just too up there. And after advancing to the king's realm and further awakening the Ice Phoenix bloodline in his body, his previous problem of sleepiness is much better. Originally, the main reason for its drowsiness was that the Ice Phoenix bloodline hadn't awakened and its divine soul was too powerful. It becomes easy to get sleepy. Crow, Ice Sparrow-sama, are you coming to Ice Fruit? Seeing the Ice Sparrow wake up, the snow god Crow took out a few ice blue fruits from his backpack and inquired. Lord Ice Sparrow has been practicing for 24 hours straight. This was completely different from the Lord Ice Sparrow it remembered. Chirp, good. The ice bird was also feeling a little hungry, and after quickly swallowing 3 ice fruits, it was ready to continue cultivating. When it thought of those transcendent beings who chose to leave after their previous advancement, it felt heartbroken. With such a wind and water treasure, it was surprising that they didn't seize the opportunity to cultivate. Instead, he thought of going to the snowy mountains to manifest himself before the beast. Jojo, Crow, do you think His Majesty is going to break through again this time? Ice Sparrow said softly. These days, it could clearly feel the aura emanating from the mythical beast becoming more and more terrifying, like a volcano that is building up energy and waiting to erupt. Ice Sparrow's voice was very soft, afraid of disturbing the Lion King's cultivation. Crow, the snow god Crow nodded. It had close to blind trust and admiration for Chen Mo. Isn't it normal for His Majesty to break through? And while the two beasts were talking, a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy suddenly came from above their heads. Crow, is His Majesty advancing to the heavenly tribulation realm? As the last ounce of spiritual energy morphed into origin spiritual energy, in an instant, the ice origin spiritual energy within Chen Mo's body rapidly surged into its limbs and bones. Under the stimulation of spiritual power, the power hidden in the bloodline genes reaching out was quickly awakened. The original unruly ice origin spiritual power became like a docile kitten. And the original unruly ice origin spiritual power became like a docile kitten, completely subordinate to Chen Mo's will. Previously, it was simply refining, but only now was it completely grasping the ice origin, successfully advancing to the heavenly tribulation realm. Is this the power of the heavenly tribulation realm? Feeling the powerful strength surging through his body, Chen Mo was in a happy mood. The current version of himself could beat at least 7, 8 versions of his pre-promotion self. Don't look at the fact that there was only a difference of 1 rank between the Peak King and the Heavenly Calamity Realm, but the battle power was a world of difference. Because the spiritual power mastered is completely different. Ordinary ice spiritual power was like a soldier having an audience with the king in front of the origin spiritual power. This is not a level of power at all. After advancing to the heavenly tribulation realm, Chen-mo could even manipulate the spiritual energy in an area with his mind. It made beings below the heavenly tribulation realm unable to release even a single ability. Chen-mo's mind moved and glanced at his current attribute panel. Check out the changes after advancing to the heavenly tribulation realm. Mythical Guy Beast, male. Grade, low-level natural disaster. Body mass, 1. 23W. Agility, 1. 17W. Power, 1. 32W. Divine Spirit, 1. 56W. Abilities, Dharma Heaven and Earth, Absolute 0. Mythical Beast Battle Technique, 9 Changes of the True Spirit, Jin Demon. Stopping. Combined Battle Strength, 471241533293. After promotion, the maximum combined combat power is up to 530,000. Almost a cup more. On top of that, he had awakened 2 new abilities, Heaven and Earth and Absolute 0. Absolute 0 is a powerful ice attack type spell, can be within a radius of thousands of meters. Keep the temperature infinitely close to -273. 15 degrees, -273. 15 degrees is thermodynamically known as absolute 0, is a lower value that exists only in theory. At this temperature, not only the torso, but the blood, all the molecules and atoms of any composition of matter stop moving. The effect it shows is then similar to time standing still. But Absolute 0, released by Chen-mo, was not completely Absolute 0. It was just infinitely close. But spare me, within this area created by Chen-mo, almost all life will be completely frozen. Even the passage of time becomes extremely slow. Chen-mo tested it. The rate of time passing in the Absolute 0 region became approximately 20 times slower or more. And he or she is not affected in the slightest. This ability can be extremely powerful and extremely versatile. It is a powerful ability that combines control and might. End of chapter 162. Chapter 161, Lord Lion, True Lord of the Region. Chapter 161, Lord Lion Plus, True Lord of the Region. Law of the Heavens. This ability comes from the inheritance in the mythical beast's bloodline. Its effect is to consume the origin spiritual energy and condense an incomparably large spiritual energy Dharma body. Regarding the Dharma elephant, Chen-mo had seen it in various movies and anime in his previous life. At that time, when he saw various huge and incomparable Dharma images, he thought it was very cool. I didn't realize that I had mastered this ability now. Taking a deep breath, Chen-mo began to condense the spiritual energy in his body. Prepare to test the power of Mana Heaven and Earth. Boom! In a flash, the ice origin spiritual energy in his body poured out and, at the same time, the surrounding ice origin spiritual energy also swarmed towards Chen-mo's head. As the psychic energy coalesced, soon, a giant lion with a body length of over 1,000 meters appeared in the middle of the vast snowy plain. It topped the sky and emanated an incomparably terrifying might. The appearance of this Dharma elephant was almost exactly the same as Chen-mo, only that its size was enlarged by nearly 100 times. Only the figure looked slightly illusory. Seeing the mythical beast that started the phallic image, the ice sparrow and the other beasts were stunned. Not to mention the majestic and unapproachable aura it emanated, the unparalleled. The topsy-turvy size just shook them to the core. While shocked, they feel an overwhelming sense of pride and reassurance inside. Such a powerful being is their sire. Chen-mo's mind moved and his consciousness took over this Dharma image mythical beast. He found his perspective drastically altered. The cold ice trial tower that felt so towering before was not so shocking in his eyes at the moment. As for the other transcendent beings such as the sky curtain ice spider, they were even more the size of ants. Chen-mo glanced down at his own body again. The feeling was very subtle. I see myself. In addition, Chen-mo could clearly feel the unparalleled and powerful force surging within the Dharma image. A random slight movement can cause devastating destruction. With that, Chen-mo tested the power of releasing the law through the Dharma image on the open snowfield. Unfortunately, the power of the spells was not enhanced much by releasing them through the phantasmagoria. The most powerful thing about Fa Xiang was still pure power and a physique that was strong to no end. Chen-mo glanced at the attribute panel. It was discovered that the strengthened physique attributes of the Phantom had reached a staggering 120,000, almost 10 times the size of the main body. Its combined battle power also reached 1,080,000, fully twice that of its own body. Because there was no experimental subject, Chen-mo didn't know how the specific battle power of this Dharma elephant was, but he guessed that its battle power should be comparable to ordinary late heavenly tribulation or even peak heavenly tribulation beings. Right. I wonder if I can fight side by side with my true self after opening the Dharma image? Chen-mo suddenly thought. If one were to fight on two fronts with one mind, wouldn't one be invincible if one were to fight on two fronts with one's own body and the Dharma elephant? Thus, Chen Mo tried to split a portion of his consciousness back to his original body again. His spiritual power was strong enough now, can easily do two things at once. Immediately afterward, under Chen Mo's dual line of control, the animal's body and the phallic image simultaneously extended their claws. Runes flashed on his forepaw and the wind and snow surged. Next, a large and a small ice storm were generated at the same time. Success! He was able to control both the main body and the Dharma image to fight. After roughly experiencing the new abilities he had mastered, Chen Mo's gaze looked towards the self-discipline panel. The self-regulation challenge column has not changed. However, according to past experience, Chen Mo felt that after completing the Martial Way Zone Lion self-discipline challenge, the quality of the newly refreshed self-discipline challenges may be upgraded. The odds are that there will be a purple quality, cataclysmic, self-regulating challenge by then. Come to think of it, Chen Mo couldn't wait to finish the Martial Way Zone Lion and Weapon Great Lion, two self-discipline challenges. And at the bottom of the self-discipline challenge panel, a line of light blue text appeared. The text is naturally about the changes that come with advancement and the rewards. Self-regulation shared objects plus 10. Self-regulation shared objects can be challenged plus 1. Plus 100 shared objects of secondary self-regulation. Sharing of blue and below blue quality titles. The person being shared will not need to do another self-regulatory challenge. Self-discipline quality enhancement card, purple, times 1. Super self-discipline card, purple, times 1. Not much has changed in terms of rewards after this promotion. The main change is still in terms of who the self-regulation is shared with. The number of beings that can share in the self-regulation challenge has risen dramatically. What's more is that Shenma can now directly share blue quality and below autarkic challenges to them. Some of the self-discipline challenges have been difficult for Shenma to accomplish. It was almost as hard as heaven if one's own dependents wanted to accomplish it. That won't be a problem now. Thinking about it, Chen Mo is going to put some of the self-discipline title in the name of Lion King's gift in that Ice Lion Mall. Allow your dependents to redeem through contribution points. This would quickly boost the strength of the dependents as well as their faith value and cohesion. Of course, such things as the Shinnon Lion, Teaching Lion Plus, Construction Lion, this type of construction class title, Chen Mo was prepared to share it gratuitously to some of his dependents who possess talent in these fields and were loyal. 2 additional bonus cards. Super Self-Discipline card, purple, can shorten the time of the purple self-discipline challenge by 3 times. The cost is doubling the content of the self-discipline challenge that needs to be completed each day. However, Chen Mo hadn't turned on the Heavenly Calamity level self-discipline challenge yet, and couldn't use it yet. Self-discipline quality improvement card, purple, it upgrades a blue, King's grade, phrase to purple, cataclysmic grade. Chen Mo was prepared to use it directly. After all, the sooner you use it, the sooner you enjoy it. Just a little torn on which title to upgrade. He currently has a number of powerful blue quality self-discipline words. For example, Tao Tai Lion. Upgrades enable you to further improve your physical fitness and other attributes by eating. Another example was the Lord Lion. After upgrading it, Chen Mo's transcendent level could be raised once more. There are also Shinnon Lion, Lay Flat Lion Plus, Construction Lion, and so on. There is only one self-discipline quality improvement card. After thinking about it, Chen Mo was still prepared to upgrade the Lord Lion first. Now he has completely taken over all of Africa. Some time ago, some countries in Europe as well as in Asia and Europe also chose to voluntarily submit to the Ice Lion Kingdom. With the further revival of the aura, many countries are ravaged by transcendental beings. Their governments are all in name only. The Ice Lion Kingdom now has a land area of over 4 million square kilometers. Maritime territorial aspects. After the efforts of the Hydra Giant Serpent as well as the Sea Clansmen, a large portion of the Black Water Sea was purified. The Ice Lion Kingdom has also occupied an ocean area of 3 million square kilometers. The effect of Lord's Lion is that 100 square kilometers of territorial area will gain 1 channel of liquid spirit power, and 100 channels of liquid spiritual power is equal to 1 channel of origin spiritual power. The equivalent of 10,000 square kilometers of territory could be converted into 1 channel of origin spiritual power, and advancing to the middle stage of the Heavenly Calamity realm required 10,000 Dao of origin spiritual energy. That is to say, after upgrading the Lord's Lion, Chen Mo would be able to directly obtain more than 700 channels of origin spiritual energy, coupled with the treasures that can be gleaned from the Ice Trial Tower. I'm sure it won't take long. He would be able to advance to the middle stage of the Heavenly Tribulation realm. And even if that's not enough, by continuing to expand the territorial size of the Ice Lion Kingdom by a wave of, it also completes the promotion. Anyway, with its current strength in the Heavenly Calamity realm, it wouldn't be a problem if it wanted to take over the entire Blue Star. By then it would be another wave of panel rewards. Chen Mo realized the presence of panel rewards. The highest gain for him was to raise his transcendent rank as soon as possible. Only then will you be able to refresh higher quality self-discipline challenges so that you can continue to power up quickly. A virtuous circle is formed. After confirming it, Chen Mo immediately used the self-discipline quality enhancement card. Overlord Lion. Upgrade. The blue self-discipline title shattered into a roiling starlight that. A little bit of purple starlight then recoalesced from the starry sky. Lord Lion plus, purple. Effect. 1. For every 10,000 square kilometers of land you occupy, you gain 1 native earth pulse ability. 2. Be able to manipulate the celestial phenomena in the territory, the terrain, or change the attributes of the aura in the territory. 3. The concentration of aura in the occupied territories has been slightly increased. 4. Gain a certain increase in battle power within your own territory. After Lord's Lion was upgraded, a few more effects were added. True to form, each of the effects of the purple, cataclysmic, self-discipline title are very powerful. Chen Mo felt that the most powerful effect was to transform the sky and terrain of the region. Even the attributes of spiritual energy can be changed. If Chen Mo was willing, he could even slowly transform the great snowy mountain mystic realm into a flaming mountain. Now Chen Mo was a true deity who could call the wind and rain within his own territory. Chen Mo was prepared to plant a few areas in Africa and remodel its terrain and spiritual energy. Then it began to cultivate transcendent beings and awaken beings of different attributes such as fire, water, and thunder. The current attributes of the Ice Lion Kingdom's transcendent beings as well as the awakened are still too one-dimensional. Of course, the most intuitive effect of the Lord Lion was still that it allowed Chen Mo to obtain a massive amount of earth vein energy. From there, it raises the transcendental level. A steady stream of earth chakra energy surged toward Chen Mo from the African earth as well as the Indian Ocean. The sky curtain ice spider on the side originally wanted to congratulate Chen Mo on his successful advancement. This mythical animal can be said to have grown up under its watchful eye. The first time he saw it, Chen Mo had only just advanced to transcendent. As a result, after only a few short months, he had already advanced to the heavenly tribulation realm. This rate of advancement is simply appalling. And before I could say a word, the little ice spider possessed by the canopy ice spider then realized that the aura on the mythical beast was once again climbing at an astonishing speed. The little ice spider's eyes widened. The canopy ice spider was a bit nonplussed. What's going on here? No, you've only just been promoted. Why are you starting to promote again? What's even more exaggerated is that the animal didn't use any treasures. These increases in spiritual energy seem to appear out of nowhere. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, and after equipping the Lord's Lion, the amount of ice origin spiritual energy in its body was raised by 7 times. The maximum combined combat power has been raised by another 100,000. How did you do it? When the mythical beast woke up, the sky curtain ice spider hurriedly used telepathy to communicate with it. Although the voice of the sky curtain ice spider was cold and icy, there was a curiosity that could not be hidden between its tones. Talented, plus thick. Of course, it's also without the help of Senior Ice Spider. Chen Mo laughed. After his advancement, he was in a good mood. Without this cold ice sacred spring and the treasures in the trial tower, I expect it will be a long time before I break through. That's true. At those words, the small ice spider, the split of the canopy ice spider, held its head high. It seems to be the animal's little secret. Since the mythical beast was unwilling to speak, it naturally wouldn't continue to pursue the matter. By the way, Senior Ice Spider, are there any conditions required to advance to the legendary realm? After advancing, Chen Mo opened his mouth and asked. After advancing to the heavenly calamity realm, with the Overlord Lion's blessing, it was thought that one would soon be able to reach the peak of the heavenly tribulation realm. Saving for a rainy day allows you to get ready for the next big rank advancement up ahead of time. The canopy ice spider froze for a moment. You didn't just advance to the heavenly tribulation realm. Why are you thinking of advancing to the legendary realm? But after thinking about it, it felt like this kind of thing happened to this mythical beast that upgraded as if it were drinking water. As if. It wasn't that strange. There are only 2 conditions for advancing to legend. One is that the amount of origin spiritual energy in the body reaches 100,000 Dao. Reach the limit of the peak of the heavenly tribulation realm. The sky curtain ice spider's clear and cold voice resounded in Chen Mo's heart. The second is to refine the core of an area's earth vein and become the area's regional lord. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's heart was delighted and he couldn't help but ask, "That simple? Have I fulfilled the second condition?" He was now not only the regional lord of the Great Snow Mountain, but also the manager of the Pyramid Secret Realm. No, the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm under your control has yet to give birth to an earth vein core. It does not meet the requirements of the advancement area. The reason why being a regional lord is one of the conditions for advancement. It's because the process of advancing to the legendary realm requires the condensation of a whole area of spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Great Snow Mountain's secret realm is still too low. At the current rate of spiritual recovery, you'll wait another 10 years or even less. The aura concentration of the Great Snowy Mountain's secret realm should be able to fulfill the requirements for advancing to the legendary realm. Currently, only the area within the snowy region of the rival worlds can spawn an earth vein core. Seen your ice spider? Then wouldn't it be fine for me to refine the core of the earth veins in this area under my feet? Chen Mo opened his mouth. The concentration of aura within this area of the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall always met the requirements. No, the Canopy Ice Spider replied. The Ice Phoenix Divine Hall is a divine spirit dojo and does not have an earth vein core. If you want to advance, one can only leave the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall and head to the snow region to refine the earth vein core within the snow region. Seen your ice spider? Then do you have a map of the vicinity of the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall? Chen Mo asked. You're going to make a break for the snowy region now? The Canopy Ice Spider asked with some surprise, because in its mind, this mythical beast was overly cautious. Now it was surprising that he offered to travel to the snowy region. Aha! Chen Mo nodded. After advancing to the rank of heavenly tribulation, after the thought of going to the world in the snowy realm had risen in his heart once again, there would be no premonition of a crisis. This means that now, leaving the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall and heading to the snowy realm, not in any mortal danger. I think the most peaceful option for you is still to wait for the Great Snowy Mountain Mystic Realm to give birth to the Earth Vein Core. After a moment of silence, the Sky Curtain Ice Spider actually began to dissuade. End of chapter 163. Chapter 162 New Self-Discipline Title, Soft Rice Lion. Chapter 162 New Self-Discipline Title, Soft Rice Lion. Although I'm not sure what the current state of the snowy region is, but if there are no surprises, the regions with Earth Vein Cores must have all been occupied by beings of the legendary realm and above. Unclaimed geode cores are virtually non-existent. The Canopy Ice Spider gazed into the animal's eyes and said seriously, the concentration of spiritual energy in the snow region was much higher than that of the blue star, and many powerful beings were bound to exist in it. Natural disasters, legends and even totems. Wanting to refine the core of the earth vein and advance to the legendary realm. Either that or wait for the legendary beings in the original area to die and compete with a group of peak heavenly calamity or even legendary beings. Either that or challenge a legendary being in a certain area to banish or kill it. It's all too hard for you at the moment. After seeing the mythical beast advance to the heavenly tribulation realm, the Sky Curtain Ice Spider instead didn't want him to risk his life. It could be said that right now, the mythical beast was the greatest hope of resurrecting the ancient Ice Phoenix. As long as the mythical beast cultivated peacefully within the Divine Hall, when it waited for a dozen years, it would definitely be able to advance to the legendary realm. It was clearly more prudent to collect rule-based treasures in the inner world at that time. A decade or so is a relatively short period of time for them. Elder, I'm sure of it. Chen Mo opened his mouth. After awakening my animal bloodline, I gained an ability to foresee danger. Almost all transcendental beings have a premonition of impending danger. The senses are further heightened, especially after advancing to the rank of king. The ability to see danger becomes very acute. When a crisis comes, there is an omen in the mind. But all the other beings are only as dangerous as the impending. It is only then that a vague sense of foreboding appears in the mind. And Chen Mo's danger foreknowledge is to think of the next action in his mind. And if there is a danger, and it will be sensed, dangerous precognition? Upon hearing this, the Canopy Ice Spider slowly nodded its head. Since you're sure, I won't continue to persuade you. I can give you a map of the area around the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall. But this is a map of the snowy region from 10,000 years ago. And now that such a long time has passed, I'm not sure what has become of it. Aha! In addition, if you want to leave the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall and head to the snowy domain, it has to go through a teleportation array to do so. A teleportation array? The Canopy Ice Spider nodded. The Ice Phoenix Divine Hall is, after all, a divine dojo, a place that ordinary beings can never reach. The Ice Phoenix Divine Hall has had a boundary cast on it by Lord Ice Phoenix. The immediate area is covered in a continuous blizzard, and any creature that enters this snowfield will be lost. The only way to get in and out of the temple is a teleportation array, and to ensure the safety of the temple, the teleportation array will only be activated after authorization is granted. Where is the teleportation array? Chen Mo asked. It's not far from here. Follow me. Soon, under the leadership of the Canopy Ice Spider, Chen Mo arrived at a snowy plain next to the cold ice trial tower. There was only thick white snow on this snowy plain. Not even a single plant. Mythical beast, attack towards here. The little ice spider pointed to a certain patch of thick white snow. Yes. Chen Mo mobilized the ice spiritual energy in his body. Giant ice storms with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer are generated in a matter of moments. Under the sweep of the powerful storm, dozens of meters of snow in this area were swept away. A layer of blue, translucent sapphire-like ice was revealed. Above the ice, an ancient and mysterious rune shimmered with a deep blue light. A circular pattern with a diameter of over 100 meters was outlined. This is the teleportation array to the snow region. It seems to be working. The canopy ice spider breathed a sigh of relief when it saw the intact pattern on top of the ice. These runes were all inscribed by Lord Ice Phoenix himself. Even though 10,000 years had passed, its function remained unaffected. Before officially entering the snow domain, I'd better help you obtain the rewards of the cold ice trial tower. The sky curtain ice spider opened its mouth. Then I'll trouble senior ice spider, Chen Mo said gratefully. He could feel that the sky curtain ice spider was indeed looking out for himself right now. Soon, Chen Mo returned to the cold ice trial tower and then came to the center of the Colosseum. The parrot-like ice-cold golem from before glanced at Chen Mo. A shimmering light flickered in the blue eyes, followed by a crisp bird song. The trialist detected for second time an ice trial goo. The best score of the trialists is the 10th level of the trial. Detecting that the trialist's transcendent level has reached the heavenly tribulation realm, you can start the 11th level of the trial challenge. Good luck. As soon as the words left his mouth, a statue made of ice crystals appeared in the center of the Colosseum. The giant lion puppet whose body was like blue jade. The aura it emitted was clearly of the heavenly calamity realm. I didn't expect the once ancient ice phoenix to be able to create a heavenly tribulation level puppet. Chen Mo was slightly emotional. But it's a pity that these ice puppets can't leave the range of the ice trial tower. Otherwise, bring it to the real world, and it can completely subdue a large area of territory. From the 11th level of the trial, the strength of the cold ice golem had already reached the heavenly tribulation realm. It was different from those cold ice puppets encountered in the previous trials. These ice crystal puppets were still intact, even after so many years. There wasn't a single broken mark on it, especially the chill golem after level 13. Their strength had already reached the high level of the heavenly tribulation realm or even the peak of the heavenly tribulation realm. Even the current Chen Mo did not have the confidence of being able to defeat it 100%. However, under the authority of the Canopy Ice Spider Administrator, Chen Mo didn't need to challenge it at all. You'll be able to pass straight through and get the rewards. Levels 11 to 15 are all tempestuous trials that rewards are earned after passing each level of the trial. Chen Mo had harvested a total of 2 heavenly calamity level ice spells. Both spells are recorded on a piece of white ice. A spell called Frost Heal, a healing class. There was also a spell called Winged Winter Guardian, a defense-type spell. On top of that, Chen Mo had also obtained 3 heavenly tribulation grade treasures. Sap of the Ice Tree, quality, 4th order, natural disaster grade. The sap of the heavenly calamity grade cold ice ancient tree contains a rich ice origin ability. It has a powerful recovery effect and can revive severed limbs after taking it. Ice Vein Flower, quality, 4th order, natural disaster grade, 4th order divine pill, harboring a rich ice origin ability. After consumption by heavenly calamity realm beings, it can raise the transcendental level. Essence of Ice Sacred Spring, quality, 4th order, catastrophe grade, the highest quality cold ice holy spring, with body quenching effect. It can raise the transcendental level when taken directly. These 3 treasures at the level of natural disasters. Even when placed amongst the heavenly tribulation grade treasures, they belong to a relatively precious existence. Chen Mo felt that after digesting the origin spiritual energy within these 3 treasures, one's strength should be able to rise to the middle stage of the heavenly tribulation. So for the next few days, in addition to completing the daily self-discipline challenge, Chen Mo was the one who digested these resources obtained from the cold ice trial tower. Finally, on the 30th day of Martial Arts Zone Lion, he completely digested the last treasure, the Ice Vein Flower, and turned it into the ice spiritual energy in his body. Right now, the number of ice spiritual energy in his body had reached more than 1,200 channels, successfully advanced to the middle stage of the heavenly tribulation realm. After advancing, Chen Mo naturally received another wave of panel rewards. 2 self-discipline quality upgrade cards, purple. There was also a random title card, purple. The random title card, purple, would allow Chen Mo to not need to go through the self-discipline challenge. You'll get a random cataclysmic self-discipline title. It's great. From the effect of the Overlord Lion, the strength of the cataclysmic level self-discipline title could be seen. Chen Mo did not hesitate and chose to use it directly. A dazzling purple light flashed, and a new title appeared on top of the self-discipline panel. Soft Rice Lion, purple. Title effect. 1. Attractiveness to the opposite sex increases dramatically. 2. Upon receiving a gift from a being of the opposite sex that is stronger than oneself, will gain physical fitness as well as transcendental rank. 3. Charisma has increased dramatically. A soft food lion. The moment he saw this title, Chen Mo froze for a moment. How can there even be such a title? The first of these effects made Chen Mo feel a bit scared. In the beginning, the white quality title, Clean Lion, made the other lionesses look at themselves a little differently. You know you were still a lion cub at the time. The purple quality, Soft Rice Lion, can now be said to be the ultimate enhanced version. After equipping it, it was estimated that any female being would probably be attracted to Chen Mo. What an ultimate chimera lion. But that's a title you can't use yourself at the moment. In Blue Star, he was the most powerful being, and there was no need for soft food, and so on. If the canopy ice spider was a female, Soft Rice Lion might take effect. However, thinking that some kind of terrible consequences might occur, Chen Mo still didn't dare to try, though after being reborn as a lion, his XP has changed slightly. Sometimes I look at some lionesses and I feel like they're so pretty, but with the canopy ice spider, let's just forget about it. As for the self-discipline quality card, Chen Mo used one to upgrade the Totem Lion. There's one more to keep for now. Regardless of the title's effect or potential, Totem Lion was one of the strongest. Totem Lion Plus, Purple, Title Effect. 1. Blessing. 2. Advent. 3. Faith in God. 4. Wish Totem. 5. Rebirth. After, Totem Lion was upgraded. Originally, Blessing, Descent. The effects of Faith into God have all been enhanced. In addition, 2 new effects have been added. Wishing Totem. A being who devoutly believes in Chenma has a chance of getting a response to his prayers and wishes. If he prays and makes a wish to him, and wishes will be granted. Of course, the desire is limited to the aspect of improving one's strength. For example, mastering a certain ability, or breaking through a bottleneck, etc. This effect can be very powerful. There is no need to pay anything to get your devotees upgraded. And after the prayers are answered, the faith of these believers naturally grows more and more devout, and the increase in strength will make the power of faith stronger. As for the effect of regeneration, it was very simple and crude. That is, as long as the number of believers as well as the value of faith reaches a certain level, after Chenmo's death, it will be possible to be resurrected with the power of faith. Although after being resurrected, Chenmo needed to restart his cultivation from the transcendent level, but with enough resources, he could be back on top in no time. It's the equivalent of having an extra life straight away. This title is just too strong. Chenmo couldn't help but sigh. After completing another wave of upgrades, Chenmo was ready to set off for the snow region. Although the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall also possessed Ice Origin spiritual energy within it. Now if he stayed in the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall step by step, he would also be able to grow to the Heavenly Tribulation realm, but it takes longer. So Chenmo still decided to head to the snowy region. On the one hand, to explore the condition of the snowy region, to obtain information about the Lord of the region, prepare for the promotion to legends. On the other hand, it was to look for chances and collect heavenly materials and treasures that contained the origin spiritual power. Shorten the time it takes for one to reach the peak of the Heavenly Calamity Realm. There were quite a few Heavenly Calamity Realm or even higher quality treasures in the Cold Ice Trial Tower instead. But as of now, there was no one from his own dependents who could advance to the Heavenly Tribulation Realm. Chenma couldn't get it either. After thinking about it, he decided to still let the snow god Crow be the vanguard. Crow Pioneer. Chenmo's current power was too strong, even if he deliberately restrained himself, but it may still attract the attention of certain presences. The snow god Crow would be just right. With himself descending, the raven could explode with a strength infinitely close to the Heavenly Calamity Realm. Even if we encounter a Heavenly Calamity Realm being, absolute safety could be guaranteed by simply running to the location where the teleportation array was located. After all, only authorized beings can be teleported. At least running is certainly not an issue. Thus, Chenmo contacted the snow god Crow through the thread of faith. Raven, I'm going to explore the snowlands and need a pioneer. Crow, Your Majesty, I would like to lead the charge. The snow god Crow's fighting spirit was high. Now that it's a king's crow, it's quite confident in itself. Moreover, the snow god Crow's faith value was as high as 99 points. A true diehard loyalist of Chenmo's, willing to go through fire for it. Follow me. Soon, Chenmo brought the snow god Crow to the location of the teleportation array. As before, the little ice spider lay down in the middle of the snow god Crow's furry head. I've turned on the access, but I need you to input your spiritual energy to activate it. After the sky curtain ice spider scratched 2 spirit symbols on top of the teleportation array, she opened her mouth to Chenmo. The little ice spider it was currently possessing was not even lord level, and its spiritual power was naturally not enough to open the teleportation array. Good. Chenmo nodded. After the snow god Crow arrived at the center of the ice teleportation formation, it turned on its undead form. The pale fire of the soul burned brightly, and the jade-like skeleton glowed with luminescence. After all, after teleporting, one might encounter danger, and the undead form had a bit more ability to save their lives. Seeing that the snow god crow was ready, it began to inject its ice origin spiritual energy into the teleportation array. Soon, the huge teleportation array erupted with a dazzling icy blue light. At the same time, the ground shook violently, the wind and snow gathered around them, and the spiritual energy became incomparably violent. In the next second, an icy blue light went straight to the clouds. The snow god crow's figure had completely disappeared. Chen Mo descended onto the snow god crow at the first opportunity. Yet what is seen is not another world, but colorful lines and blocks of color. It's like falling into some giant pigment dish of the void. The snow god crow's body, on the other hand, was completely uncontrollable, falling downward in a frantic manner under the effect of some kind of suction. The feeling was as if being captured and swallowed by a black hole. End of chapter 164. Chapter 163 Poisonous Mother Goddess? Chapter 163 Poisonous Mother Goddess? Crow. Faced with this unknown situation, the snow god crow panicked slightly. Senior, is there something wrong with this teleportation array? Through telepathy, Chen Mo asked. It wasn't like this before when we went through the bronze portal. Ahem. Hearing Chen Mo's inquiry, the canopy ice spider actually showed a rare look of embarrassment. Chen Mo's heart sank immediately. To be suffered. Something did go a little wrong. This teleportation array has been in use for far too long. A few of the locator spirit talismans are slightly out of order. The next location where the snow god crow teleports to may be a little bit offset from the original area. But it's not a big problem. The degree of deviation won't be more than 500 kilometers. The canopy ice spider said somewhat sheepishly. Crow. At those words, the snow god crow's heart went cold. Then in the next second, it was completely engulfed by the void vortex. Then a white light suddenly appeared in front of us. Snowbound, highly toxic forests. This is the area around the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall. After 10,000 years of changes, the terrain here had long since changed drastically. What was once a snowfield has been turned into a prehistoric forest for unknown reasons. Countless trees over 100 meters in height stood, lush and green. Because these trees are so tall, the dense foliage blocks out the sunlight. The bottom of the forest is a shadowy place where the sun doesn't shine. It's shrouded in some sort of eerie gray mist all year round. This gray mist is actually a miasma emanating from some kind of plant. It's poisonous. The vast majority of those who could survive in this environment were poisonous beings. At this moment, under a few towering trees, a dozen heads with purple scales, nearly 3 meters tall, and the velociraptor-like Toxodontosaurus is sneaking through the mist. Soon, the poisonous Fong dinosaurs arrived in front of a certain ancient giant tree that was over 100 meters tall. The leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs, a creature up to 5 meters tall. Large dinosaurs over 10 meters in length reached out their claws and slapped them on the vine-encrusted trunk of this giant tree. The ancient tree was shot out a big hole. Or maybe the hole was there originally, just hidden by branches and vines. The venomous fanged dinosaur walked into the giant tree. The interior of this huge tree had been surprisingly hollowed out long ago, and the very center of surprisingly, there was a centipede statue that was over a meter tall. The statue of the centipede is in the form of a flying figure, with each section of the body a somber, iron gray color. There was a hint of an unknown liquid on it that glowed with a fluorescent green color. The eyes of the centipede statue were deep and dark. It emitted tinges of eerie green light amidst the deep purple poisonous fog. Matcha, the mother goddess of poison, is present. At the sight of the centipede statue, all the venomous Fong dinosaurs kneeled down respectfully. This statue of the highly poisonous mother goddess was found by them 2 months ago. The legend about the statue of the highly poisonous mother goddess was widely spread amongst the poison dragon territory. I've heard that as long as one sacrifices to the mother goddess of poison all treasures or beings with poisonous attributes, then you get the blessing of the poisonous mother goddess. Now the lord of the poisonous forest. The 2 corrupt green dragons are rumored to be the ones who acquired a statue of the poisonous mother goddess. Then through constant sacrifices, it became stronger little by little before becoming the powerful existence it is today. Dinosaur Tooth waved his hand. And with that, behind it, 2 strong venomous Fong dinosaurs carried a king realm colorful scaled giant snake that had fallen into unconsciousness to the front of the centipede statue. Apparently, this giant snake with colorful scales was the sacrifice prepared by the venomous Fang dinosaurs. One of them. Immediately afterward, the Fang dinosaurs put all sorts of poisonous mist that, as well as the highly poisonous spiritual plants sprinkled on top of the poor colored scaled giant snake. Finally, the leader of the venomous Fang dinosaurs again applied some kind of unknown black venom on the body of the giant snake with colorful scales. Legend has it that the poison mother goddess prefers flavored foods, and these poisons, it's just the best seasoning. Immediately afterward, the leader, the venomous fanged dinosaur, again from between his 2 scales, a clear green gem was removed. It was a heavenly calamity-grade poisonous gemstone that contained origin energy. It was found by the toothed dinosaurs from the nest of the color-scale giant snake during yesterday's hunt. By definition, as a dependent of a corrupt green dragon, this highly poisonous gem was definitely going to be handed over to the corrupt green dragon. But since the discovery of this altar, the leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs decides to cut off this highly poisonous gem and secretly make a sacrifice. After all, those two corrupt green dragons were both stingy, and after handing over the poisonous gems, at best, you'll get a few words of appreciation from them, and then a couple of pies drawn by corrupt green dragons. No substantial benefit can be gained at all. If it absorbed it by itself, this poisonous gem would be too high grade for it, and most of the spiritual energy is lost during absorption. The optimal solution is to offer it to the mother goddess of poison. It wasn't the first time the toothed dinosaur colony had been sacrificed. The first few times they were sacrificed, the poisonous mother goddess had allowed their transcendent ranks to increase to varying degrees. The previous offerings were king-level poisonous gems and the corpses of low-level king realm beings. In the last sacrifice, the toxic mother goddess even helped the toothed dinosaur chief break through his bottleneck. The transcendent rank reached the king's middle rank. It is because of the sweetness of the taste that's why the poison-toothed dinosaur leader decided to do a big job this time after obtaining the heavenly calamity-grade poison gem, to see if he could make another breakthrough. Of course, if this behavior of secretly hiding the loot is very dangerous, once discovered by those two corrupt green dragons, the toothed dinosaur clan would welcome nothing but anger and destruction. But risk and reward are directly proportional. With the sacrifices ready, all the venomous fanged dinosaurs knelt down, heads bowed. Closing his eyes, he began to pray in earnest. Boo! As time passed, the eyes of the centipede statue suddenly lit up with two eerie green glows. Immediately afterward a deep purple poisonous fog filled the area around the statue. In the poisonous mist, the life force of the colorful scaled giant snake, which was already dying, was being lost at an alarming rate. There was an eerie atmosphere all around. It's as if the emptiness of some sort of bizarre being is reveling in the sacrifice offered by the poisonous fanged dinosaur. In less than 5 minutes, the more than 10-meter-long King's Realm giant snake was then left with only a layer of dried snakeskin. Immediately after that, the poison gem also began to dim with the naked eye. The origin energy inside was being devoured by some unknown being, but compared to the speed at which the colored scaled giant snakes are dying out, the speed at which this natural disaster-grade poisonous gem was devoured was much slower. It seemed that the mother goddess of poison, after savoring the dessert, it's time to get down to business. Seeing this scene, the toothed dinosaur chief's eyes were excited and wild. The previous few times it had been sacrificed were all king-level treasures, all of which had given it a considerable boost. Having sacrificed a heavenly calamity-class treasure this time, I wonder what kind of reward the mother goddess of poison would bestow upon it. Is it some kind of powerful ability? Or maybe raise its transcendent level to king's high? Boom! And just as all the venomous fanged dinosaurs had their heads down, while praying reverently and earnestly to the mother goddess of poison, there was a sudden loud bang in the sky. A skeleton crow with a glistening white skeleton, surrounded by pale white flames, appeared out of nowhere. It then fell from the sky and crashed down next to the statue of the poisonous mother goddess. Howl! Hearing the loud noise, the dozen or so poisonous fawn dinosaurs couldn't help but raise their heads and they looked in shock at the bone crows that fell from the sky. For a while, he didn't dare to act rashly. Could this be the reward that the mother goddess of poison had returned to them this time? But the previous rewards that the poisonous mother goddess had given them were all strength gains. A live animal this time? No! The sacrifice ceremony isn't over yet. The leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs was the first to notice that something was wrong with there is still more than 50% of the original energy within the poison gem. The bone raven in front of us is not a gift from the mother goddess of poison. Rather, it was some uninvited guest who had burst in. The leader of the poisonous fawn dinosaurs detected the strength of this bone crow through the surge of spiritual energy. It was an undead creature that had just advanced to the king realm. So, it fired on its hind legs, and its strength coalesced in its arms. The claws tainted with poison swiftly slapped at the bone crow. Roar! All together. At the same time, it let out a roar, calling on the other venomous fanged dinosaurs to join in the attack. This ungrateful bone being dared to disturb their sacrifice ritual. It's a good time to bring them together and sacrifice them to the mother goddess of poison. The snow god crow was feeling confused right now. The snow god crow had panicked in its heart after the canopy ice spider had told it earlier that there was a slight problem with the teleportation array. I didn't realize that the sky curtain ice spider, which looked so powerful, also had times when it was unreliable. Then after stagnating within the teleportation channel for a while, it was suddenly washed out by a suction force. Opening his eyes, the snow god crow realized that he had appeared in mid-air. There was some sort of poisonous gray mist all around, and fortunately for him, he was now in his undead form, not afraid of this poisonous fog. Before he had time to think more, the snow god Crow saw a group of people leering at him. The unsuspecting ugly lizards. Crow. Seeing the leader of the poisonous fawn dinosaurs attacking head-on, the snow god Crow was naturally nonchalant. You guys started it. The king's crow is not one to be messed with. It started with a catapult start and flew straight into midair. He dodged the deadly claw strike of the leader of the poisonous fawn dinosaur, and then a sheet of ice blue. Ice crystal feathers condensed purely by ice spiritual energy appeared between the skeletons. Hoo-hoo! The wind and snow surged around them, blowing away the gray miasma. With the poison-toothed dinosaur leader at the center, a raging ice storm instantly formed. The sweeping ice storm sent a bone-chilling chill through the fanged dinosaurs. The poison-toothed dinosaurs below the king realm not only shivered, they felt like their bodies were going to be frozen. Before they could react, a few blue auras suddenly flashed through the storm. It directly penetrated the bodies of several poisonous fallen dinosaurs. Ice Plume Storm. This was the ability that the snow god Crow had awakened after advancing to the king realm. Not only does the attack have a great range, but it slows down enemies within the storm. Even deadlier, sharp ice crystal feathers lurk in the ice storm. At the moment when the opponent is not paying attention, he will suddenly launch a fatal attack. Snow god Raven starts with a big move, facing the feather of ice crystals. 7 or 8 Lord high-ranked toothed dinosaurs, because of their untimely dodging, run through by an ice crystal feather, losing all signs of life. The claws of the 3 venomous toothed dinosaurs of the lower king realm shone with cold auras, trying to split the feather of ice crystals, but the speed and sharpness of the ice crystal feather exceeded their imagination. Even the venomous fanged dinosaur leader at the head of the group had suffered some minor injuries. The thick arm was scratched by the ice plume, dripping dark green blood. There was dismay and anger coming out from within the leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs. It didn't expect this bone crow that suddenly appeared to be able to burst out with such a terrifying attack. The fanged dinosaurs killed by the ice plume were its cronies. There were even a few of them that were its heirs, and now that so many of them had been killed at once, it was something it couldn't accept. Roar! After letting out a roar, the leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs leapt high into the air and, with the help of the towering and dense trees around them, they once again attacked towards the snow god Crow. The venomous fanged dinosaur leader was fast, but useless. It had just come to where the snow god Crow was hovering. Instead, he found that the snow god Crow had already flown into the midst of about 50 meters of altitude, before firing another ice feather storm at the ground. Boom! The wind and snow surged, and the leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs was obscured from realization, once again being pulled away from the distance. A flying being fighting against a non-flying one is simply a descending blow. Soon, the snow god Crow had flown to the highest end of the ancient tree. This is something that the leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs can't reach. The leader of the venomous fawn dinosaurs coalesced a poisonous arrow and shot it out at the snow god Crow in the air. But the snow god Crow was too nimble and easily dodged it. Roar! The leader of the venomous fawn dinosaurs let out a roar. But ultimately, it's just impotent rage. Although the transcendent level is one small level higher than the snow god Crow, but at the moment, it couldn't do anything about the snow god Crow. Of course, the snow god Crow couldn't help the toothed dinosaur leader for a while. Crow, let me do it. Chen Mo opened his mouth. Late is a bad time. He was worried that the fight here might attract even more powerful creatures in this forest, all ready to end the fight quickly. It could feel that the tops of these ancient trees that it seems to be inhabited by creatures even more terrifying than the venomous fanged dinosaurs. So in the next second, the snow god Crow swiftly swooped downwards like a sharp arrow. Seeing the downward falling bone crow, a hint of joy flashed through the turquoise eyes of the toothed dinosaur leader. It didn't know what was going on with the bone crow, but it was its only chance, and so the venomous fanged dinosaur leader charged again, gathering all of his anger in his claws. However, in the next second, an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the bone crow's body. The invisible giant force clamped it firmly to the soft grass, unable to advance half a step further. The land around it also underwent a violent depression, and the stone was even completely shattered. Roar! The toothed dinosaur leader's eyes were filled with dismay and resentment. In its wisdom, unable to comprehend what was happening to the bone crow, but the aura that erupted from it was only rivaled by the masters of this region, the 2 corrupt green dragons. That kind of powerful force made it unable to raise a single thought of resistance at all within its heart. Is this bone crow pretending to be a tiger? Just teasing it before? End of chapter 165. Chapter 164 Evil God's Blessing, Might of the Dharma Heaven and Earth. Chapter 164 Evil God's Blessing, Might of the Law of Heaven and Earth. Watching the bone crow slowly approaching him, the leader of the venomous toothed dinosaurs desperately gathered the strength of his entire body. However, it was futile. and then it gave up struggling and decided to beg for mercy. It knows, with the strength displayed by this bone crow, wanting to kill himself was nothing more than a thought, since he didn't kill himself the first time, but kept himself under control. Either it wants to keep teasing itself, or it has some value to it. But just moments before preparing to open his mouth and beg for forgiveness, the leader of the poisonous Fang dinosaurs suddenly saw the statue of the mother goddess of poison not far away. At this moment, the poison jewel had completely lost its previous luster and became dull. This means that this offering is complete, and the venomous mother goddess's pupils that emitted an eerie green glow seemed to be watching herself. Suddenly, the leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs felt as if he wasn't completely defenseless. He himself has sacrificed a heavenly disaster-level treasure this time. If the rewards bestowed upon him by the mother goddess of poison could boost his strength, then it wasn't as if he didn't have a chance of winning against this bone crow. Lord Mother Goddess of Poison, please grant me the strength to help me defeat this evil bone crow in front of me. So the leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs began to pray religiously within himself. Next, in the void, an invisible force descended on the body of the leader of the poisonous Fang dinosaurs. In an instant, the poisonous spiritual energy within its body began to boil and then it began to skyrocket at an alarming rate. The leader of the poisonous Fang dinosaurs was ecstatic inside. The Lord Poisonous Mother Goddess answered its prayers. High King, King's Realm Peak. The breath of the venomous toothed dinosaur chief gradually climbed. Chen Mo and the snow god Crow were naturally the first to notice the change in the poison-toothed dinosaur leader. Seeing the poison-toothed dinosaur leader whose aura had steeply become stronger, the snow god Crows all froze for a moment. No, you can invoke the gods too? It's the gift of the evil god. That venomous fanged dinosaur was performing a sacrificial ritual just now. The little ice spider spoke. Its gaze was fixed. In fact, the first moment it descended, the canopy ice spider saw the centipede statue. In the first place, the canopy ice spider then thought of the plague evil god centipede that had once died with Lord Ice Phoenix. Instead, it paid little attention to the venomous fanged dinosaurs that were eyeing it. At that time, the sky curtain ice spider was vaguely worried in her heart. And now the poison-toothed dinosaur's steep increase in strength confirmed its inner thoughts. That evil god centipede didn't die completely either, but tried to prepare for resurrection. And at the first moment he realized something was wrong. Chen Mo activated Jinxie to the extreme. Prepare to run this fanged dinosaur right over. Originally, he had planned to learn the intelligence of this world from the mouth of this venomous fanged dinosaur leader. But right now it would be best to just kill it. Information and intelligence can be learned from the mouths of other beings in this misty forest. However, the evil suppression had already been activated to the extreme, and the surrounding mists were dispersed by an invisible giant force. The dirt was even flattened outright. The bones of the poisonous fawn dinosaur clicked and were directly crushed, but it seems to be receiving an infusion of some unknown energy that, the life force in his body was exuberant to the extreme. Even when he turned into a puddle of flesh he didn't die immediately. On the contrary, from the aura that oozes from the leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs, it is getting stronger at an alarming rate. Soon, under the action of this mysterious power, all of the poisonous spiritual energy in the poison-toothed dinosaur chief's body metamorphosed into origin spiritual energy, breaking through the heavenly calamity realm. Of course, this is not a permanent upgrade. This energy, rather than being a gift, is actually more akin to borrowing. And the moment the toothless dinosaur leader's natural disaster realm, it broke free from that huge invisible force. In Chen Mo's descending state, the snow god Crow's transcendent rank had only reached the king realm limit. The power of evil suppression was not enough to completely bind a heavenly calamity realm being. Forget it, Crow. Let's go ahead and let it go. After seeing the venomous toothed dinosaur leader explode with heavenly calamity level battle power, Chen Mo opened his mouth. It wasn't that it couldn't be beaten, it just took a bit of time to kill it. And odds are that the commotion of the battle erupting will attract other powerful creatures. It was imperative to find the location of the teleportation array that could return to the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall. Crow. The snow god Crow nodded, not wishing to dwell on it, and swung its wings to quickly weave through the misty forest. Boom! However, the venomous toothed dinosaur leader was in hot pursuit and attacked by releasing poison arrows from time to time. The poles have reversed, and it now gains great power from the poisonous mother goddess. Naturally, he was unwilling to let go of the bone crow. The poison-toothed dinosaur leader became strangely fast under the effect of this bizarre existence's enchantment, and he knew this forest very well. For a while, the snow god Crow was unexpectedly unable to get rid of it. Seeing the venomous-toothed dinosaur leader who was in hot pursuit, Chen Mo was also a bit impatient. Since you want to seek death, then I will fulfill you. Chen Mo thought darkly in his mind. So the law of heaven and earth was released. After Totem Lion was upgraded, the snow god Crow had been able to carry more power from its own body. Boom! A channel of origin spiritual energy erupted from the snow god Crow. The surrounding ice origin spiritual energy also swarmed towards the snow god Crow. Immediately afterward, a giant bone raven silhouette that covered the sky appeared above the snow god Crow's head. With a body length of 600 meters and a wingspan of over 1,000 meters, pale white soul fire blazed on the jade-like skeleton. Chen Mo was prepared to fight a quick battle and subdue this poisonous-toothed dinosaur leader with a thunderbolt. That's why he came up and used his current strongest ability, Mana Heaven and Earth, because it was released through the carcass of the snow god Crow. So naturally the Dharma image that appeared was the plus version of the snow god Crow. Seeing the behemoth in front of him, the pupils of the venomous-toothed dinosaur leader suddenly shrunk, then twisted his head and ran. No, how can you still transform? Had it known that this bone crow still had a hand in it, it would never have dared to catch up. But Chen Mo had already opened the Dharma image. How could he let it escape? The bone raven swooped downward quickly and, those sky-high trees in front of it whose trunks were more than a dozen meters in diameter fell one after another. The tree was chopped right off at the trunk by skeleton wings, and the cut was smooth and flat. Only extreme speed combined with an extremely sharp blade can cause such an effect. The living beings that originally inhabited these giant trees fled in droves. Boom! The poison-toothed dinosaur leader's speed was significantly slower than the bone crow that had turned on the phantasmal image. With a loud bang, the crow feather chop directly severed his legs. Pure crushing power and speed. There was also a gap between the heavenly tribulation realms. The Dharma elephant is one level stronger than the honored one. This bone crow Dharma elephant's strength reached the early stage of the heavenly calamity realm, and with the addition of many titles such as Tyrannical Eclipse Lion Plus, its strength was close to the middle stage of the heavenly calamity realm. And the leader of the Fang dinosaurs was blessed by the mother goddess of poison. The strength briefly reached the level of the heavenly tribulation, but for the use of spells, none of the physical quality aspects had yet reached the level of a true heavenly tribulation level being. It's just a matter of being able to manipulate the origin spirit power. Boom! After having its legs chopped off, the venomous-toothed dinosaur didn't die. It was like a deflated balloon, and the strong aura on its body quickly withered. Apparently, the power it asked for from the mother goddess of poison was a one-time thing. When the time comes, it recedes like the tide. But as a king-level being, the toothed dinosaur chief didn't die right away. It can even accomplish the rebirth of a severed limb given enough time. Roar, spare your life. Looking at the bone crow that was approaching him little by little, the toothless dinosaur's eyes were filled with panic. The previous spiritedness was gone. Right now it just wants to live. I ask you to answer. Who is the most powerful creature in this area? Through telepathy, Chen Mo inquired. It's the corrupt green dragon couple, the leader of the venomous Fang dinosaurs said without hesitation. What level of life is it specifically? Chen Mo inquired about the few things he was most concerned about. They're two corrupt green dragons. They should be at the peak of the heavenly tribulation realm. Dwells at the very top of the ancient sword-poisoned wood of the highly poisonous forest. The leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs did not hesitate to betray the information of the corrupt green dragon. And not just because of the life and death crisis. Mostly because it had no loyalty to the two corrupt green dragons itself. If we weren't trying to make a living in this area, the toothed dinosaur leader was afraid that he would have to spit on these two corrupt green dragons. Is there a geode core in this forest? In whose hands is the core of the poisonous forest's earth vein currently held? Chen Mo asked again. It's His Majesty the three-eyed scorpion. Poison-toothed dinosaur paused for a moment before speaking anyway. Unlike before when it talked about the corrupt green dragon, its tone was filled with respect. It is the true master of the poisonous forest, the misty swamp, the poisonous mist valley, and a dozen other nearby areas, and lord of the venomous lords. The leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs continued. Chen Mo was a bit surprised. He just casually asked, but he didn't expect that this venomous-toothed dinosaur leader actually really knew. There was no doubt that this existence named three-eyed poisonous scorpion was a true legend realm being, holding the core of the earth vein in this piece of land known as the venomous territory. And the highly poisonous forest that the snow god Crow was in now was only a part of the highly poisonous territory. Chen Mo would most likely have to find a way out of it if he wanted to advance to legendary. Of course, with Chen Mo's current strength, it was still far from enough. At this stage, the most important thing was still to collect heavenly calamity grade treasures and accumulate strength. Why were you able to suddenly erupt with the strength of the heavenly tribulation realm just now? Was it because of that statue? Chen Mo continued to ask. The reason why the leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs suddenly exploded into such a powerful. It should have been influenced by that weird centipede statue. During the previous battle, the ice spider had a private chat with Chen Mo. It said that this centipede statue was most likely left behind by the ice phoenix's mortal enemy. That is, the evil god that had invaded the snow region in the first place. Chen Mo didn't know if this venomous-toothed dinosaur chief was an example. If a large number of creatures in this poisonous forest have mastered similar explosive techniques, That's a terrible thing. That's a statue. It's the poison mother goddess. The leader of the poisonous Fang dinosaurs began to narrate, telling Chen Mo the legend of the poisonous mother goddess in detail. When the Sky Curtain Ice Spider heard that the number of such statues was extremely rare, still couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this evil god has probably only just recovered some of his vitality. The Sower statue wants to build faith for resurrection. The leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs spoke for a long time. Finally, it comes around to the head of his old leader, the corrupt green dragon. That corrupt green dragon couple also holds a statue of such a poisonous mother goddess. I can show you the way if you want to challenge the green dragon couple. The leader of the poisonous Fang dinosaurs forced himself to endure the pain of his broken limbs and opened his mouth. It felt like it had already roughly guessed the purpose of this inexplicably appearing bone crow. That's the statue of the poisonous mother goddess. At those words, Chen Mo all froze for a moment. How much do you want these two corrupt green dragons to die? But of course, the greater possibility was that it wanted the snow god crow to die. Immediately afterward, Chen Mo asked the toothed dinosaur leader about the information related to this misty forest. From the mouth of the venomous fanged dinosaur leader, Chen Mo understood the general condition of this piece of land called toxic forest. The poisonous forests are a vast expanse of giant trees over 200 meters in height. There are a large number of poisonous beings living, and the ecology here shows a distinct vertical structure. The more powerful beings tend to choose to reside in the top layers of giant trees, like the strongest being in this forest. The lair of the corrupt green dragon couple is at the top of the tallest one, the arrow poison wood. Except for the corrupt green dragon couple, the top of the poisonous forest is also home to a number of no less than 10 natural disaster level beings. It's just that their territories are all relatively far away from here. That's why the previous battle didn't draw them in. The central region of the misty forest, on the other hand, was home to many king-level poison spirits and ice spirits, and the ground misty areas at the bottom, as well as under the ground, did not have very powerful beings present. Dinosaurs like the Toxodontosaurus group are already considered to be dominant on the ground. This had a lot to do with the distribution of poisonous spiritual energy. Almost all the trees in the highly toxic forest are poisonous spirit plants, and the higher up the more luxuriant the branches and leaves of these poisonous spiritual plants were, the more poisonous spiritual energy they released. Okay, after obtaining the information he wanted, Chen Mo unleashed the Yizhen Xia once again. A powerful force descended, instantly obliterating the venomous toothed dinosaur leader. The leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs went peacefully, without even feeling a hint of pain. He had completely lost all signs of life, up until the second before it died. It thought Bone Crow would let it go. This is naturally impossible, since this venomous fanged dinosaur leader was a dependent of the corrupt green dragon. If the tiger was let go to the mountain, the probability is that you will reveal your information. Chen Mo now has to help the snow god crow find its way home. It's naturally impossible to keep it with you at all times. Killing it is the best option. Crow, go check out where you landed earlier. At this time, the little ice spider spoke. Crow? The snow god crow cocked his head and inquired about Chen Mo's opinion. After all, its boss was Chen Mo. Let's go. Chen Mo opened his mouth. Only then did the snow god crow wave its wings and once again return to the place where the venomous toothed dinosaurs had sacrificed themselves before. At this moment, the tops of those corpses of poisonous fanged dinosaurs had actually been crawling with densely packed poisonous insects. The body almost turned into a puddle of thick water. A friend's book. An otherworldly invasion. A plague of beasts. The rise of the martial arts. A frenzy of life evolution and combat. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. A change that has not been seen in millions of years. The social animal beater Lin carries a mysterious gold-colored remnant of a streamer. Came to this new world of martial arts where crisis abounds. The fusion template becomes stronger. And the higher the fusion, the stronger the martial arts talent. Template, mythological characters Erlang Shun, Erlang Shenyang Jian, god of war in heaven. Disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzun, god of hunting. Emperor Chuanzhu, born with divine power. Boundless magical power. Born with divine eyes. Holding divine weapons. And becoming a saint in the flesh. Achievements, catching the sun on a burdened mountain. Searching the mountain to subdue the devil. Capturing the dragon. Chopping off the scaly dragon. And saving the mother by splitting the mountain. Some years later, there are people hunting calamity beasts under the starry sky. The nine-headed serpentine dragon. Titan giant ape. The sea-quelling whale. The earth-shaking giant elephant. Countless king-level calamity beasts are killed, leading the human race to counterattack the otherworldly world. This is the story of a genius with the gift of Erlangshan, who strikes a descending blow in the world of high martial arts. End of chapter 166. Chapter 165, Hunting Plan. Chapter 165, Hunting Program. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the snow god crow, The bugs quickly burrowed into the dirt or bushes and were soon gone. Chen Mo didn't care about this, but instead, he let the snow god Crow come to that centipede statue. Sure enough, it's that big centipede evil god. After some careful observation, the little ice spider. It is confirmed that this statue is the backstory left behind by Lord Ice Phoenix's former mortal enemy. It exuded a look of unbridled anger. The snow god Crow also gave the centipede statue a curious look. However, just as the snow god Crow was gazing at the centipede statue, the turquoise eyes of this centipede statue suddenly released a heart-stopping light. In the meantime, a hoarse, shadowy voice suddenly rang out in the snow god Crow's mind. You want to gain power? This voice was cold to the extreme, and it also carried a strong compelling power. Sacrifice to me and you will gain power. Crow, rolling crows. The snow god Crow wanted to hiss, but was unable to make a sound under the influence of this evil power. Sacrifice to me and you will gain power. The voice kept echoing in the snow god Crow's mind. The voice was full of strange compelling power, and under its influence the snow god Crow's heart couldn't help but think something like I crave power, but only for a moment. Snow god Crow then reacted. It craves power, but never at the cost of its own soul. Loyalty. The sounds of compelling power continued. The snow god Crow's heart kept saying good for the Ice Lion Kingdom. Long live his majesty, loyalty and so on. That's barely holding on to the truth. At this time, Chen Mo also discovered that something was wrong with the snow god Crow. So he quickly unfolded the suppressing evil field. The invisible power of evil suppression erupted from the snow god Crow. It instantly suppressed the hint of evil intent that flowed from the centipede statue. Suppressing evil has an excellent effect on this evil being. In one fell swoop, it was completely dispersed. Evil spirits fade away. That gloomy voice filled with compelling power also finally disappeared from the snow god Crow's mind. The snow god Crow breathed a sigh of relief, but still felt some fear. Even though it was not a poisonous being, it was still almost compelled. Luckily, His Majesty released his great power and directly dispelled and suppressed the evil consciousness in the statue. Raven, destroy it. Chen Mo opened his mouth. Crow. The snow god Crow swung its wings in a vain chop, the pale white flames bending into a lunar arc as it chopped at the centipede statue. A little evil god. How dare you show off in front of His Majesty? However, when the soul fire chopped down on the statue, it only erupted into a string of sparks, then slowly dissipated. Not even a single trace appeared above the centipede statue. This soulfire slash was likewise an ability that the snow god Crow had comprehended after advancing to the king realm. The range of the attack was small, but it compressed the death energy to an extreme that it is the strongest single explosive skill that the snow god Crow has mastered so far, but it couldn't do a single bit of damage to the centipede statue. Senior Ice Spider, what should be done with this evil god statue? Chen Mo inquired. His golden pupils were filled with gravity. He didn't even notice at first when the evil god statue compelled the snow god Crow just now. The bizarre power possessed by this statue made him feel scornful. Bring it back to the middle of the ice god's temple and imprison it in ice forever. The canopy ice spider said seriously. This centipede statue contained a hint of rule power, and unusual means could not destroy it at all. And if you want to hide or bury it, even if it's tens of thousands of years in the ground, the evil thoughts it emits will still cross the distance and compel the living beings on the ground to help it break the seal. It's not just this statue of an evil god. Mythical beast. I want you to collect as many other evil god statues as possible. Try to slow down or even destroy the great centipede evil god's plan to descend. The canopy ice spider requested. After discovering this statue of the evil god, in addition to resurrecting the ancient Ice Phoenix, it has one more task. That's to stop Ice Phoenix's nemesis from coming back to life. As a reward, I can help you with all the problems you encounter on your path to advancement. You can also use the resources within the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall as you please. Could be. Chen Mo nodded. The canopy ice spider had been of no small help to him, and he had a premonition that if these evil god statues were left unattended, something might really go terribly wrong. According to that venomous fanged dinosaur leader, the Lord of the Misty Forest, that is, the green dragons have also gotten hold of a statue of an evil god. After defeating it, you should be able to obtain one. Moreover, when we have occupied the Misty Woods, just keep an eye out for some creatures that suddenly become stronger, and you should be able to find the evil god statue out quickly as well. Chen Mo stated his plan. Defeat the corrupt green dragon couple and take over the Misty Forest. The sky curtain ice spider froze for a moment. It completely didn't expect this mythical beast to be so daring. This first. There's no rush, is there? The green dragons are at the peak of the heavenly tribulation realm. It's too dangerous for you to challenge them now. You're more important than finding the evil god statue. It was shocked by the animal's boldness. Seeing the worried look on the little ice spider's face, Chen Mo laughed. Elder Ice Spider? Of course not now. This is something that will happen after I advance to the peak of the heavenly tribulation realm. For the next action, Chen Mo already had a plan in his mind. First, hunt those heavenly tribulation low rank as well as heavenly tribulation middle rank beings in the misty forest and become stronger little by little. Wait until your strength reaches the peak of the heavenly tribulation realm before challenging the green dragon couple. From the mouth of the leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs, Chen Mo learned the general location of the nests of these heavenly calamity realm beings. Moreover, most of these heavenly tribulation realm beings have the habit of storing treasures. There could be a lot of cataclysmic treasures in the treasure trove. This was also Chen Mo's biggest purpose in preparing to hunt these natural disaster beings. Of course, before that, the first and foremost task is to find a teleportation array to return to the Ice Phoenix Temple. Ensure stable and safe transmission. Otherwise, if one's own principal could not get through, everything would be empty talk, and it would be too hard for the Raven to rely on the Snow God Raven to struggle alone. Elder Ice Spider, do you still remember the general location where the teleportation array is located? Chen Mo asked. The snow region has changed so much. I lived in a time when it was still a snowy plain. As a result, it's now a forest. The canopy ice spider shook its head. It could be that the great battle 10,000 years ago had a huge impact on the terrain of the snowy region. Even the sky curtain ice spider, an aboriginal, was now completely unaware of the way back. Not a big problem though, the canopy ice spider said calmly. The teleportation array only had a slight problem with a few positioning spirit talismans, and the descent location was not far off. Deviation distances will not exceed a maximum of 500 kilometers. As long as we run all 500 kilometers in a radius, we'll definitely be able to find the location of the teleportation array. If we can find any landmarks, the search can be accelerated even further. Crow. Hearing the figure of 500 kilometers in a square, the snow god Crow couldn't help but feel some despair. Although it had managed to advance to the king's realm and its speed had increased very quickly, coupled with the enhancement of titles such as Godspeed Crow, Stampede Crow, the fastest speed had reached close to 3 times the speed of sound. But to find a tiny teleportation array within a 500-kilometer radius, it still takes a lot of work and time, and that's if there's no danger involved. Chen Mo was also slightly speechless. After this incident, the cold, powerful and mysterious senior image of the sky curtain ice spider had disappeared in Chen Mo's mind. Canopy, unreliable ice spider. But that's all for now. I'll go back first. Raven, call my name if you're in danger. Chen Mo was ready to end this descent. He still needed to complete the self-discipline challenge, so naturally he couldn't descend on the snow god Crow every moment. So, for the next few days, the snow god Crow had been traveling through the misty forest with the small ice spider possessed by the canopy ice spider, trying to find a teleportation array that could return to the ice and snow divine hall. There was almost no difference between the gravity of the snow domain and that within the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall, and the concentration of spiritual energies swimming in the air was similar to that in the temple, but much more modeled. Among them, the poison origin spiritual energy was the most abundant, followed by the ice origin, and the wood origin spiritual energy, possibly because of the relatively low profile, plus the fact that the snow god Crow had always been at the bottom of the highly poisonous forest, aka wandering within the misty zone. Instead, they didn't encounter any particularly powerful beings. Moreover, the snow god Crow had discovered quite a few spiritual plants. It even contained 2 third-rank, king-level, divine medicines. Third-order divine medicines were extremely rare in the real world, yet they could be seen from time to time in this misty forest. The concentration of aura in the misty forest was simply too high, naturally breeding many precious spiritual plants and divine medicines. And that's just the bottom of the misty forest ecosystem. The snow god Crow guessed that there was a high probability that there would be higher quality divine medicines in the middle of the misty forest as well as the top layer. Unfortunately, the 2 third-rank divine medicines discovered by the snow god Crow were both poisonous divine medicines. It doesn't match its properties and can't be eaten. Chen Mo didn't care. It possessed the true spirit bloodline, which could freely convert the spiritual power of each system. And to the surprise of the snow god Crow and the sky curtain ice spider, the toothed dinosaur clan didn't seem to cause any ripples after they were all exterminated. Snow god Crow expected that the image of beating the young, then the old did not happen. The corrupt green dragons that the poisonous fanged dinosaurs served didn't seem to be paying any attention to the news that one of their own familiars was missing. And it is true. There are a number of races in the misty forest that owe allegiance to the corrupt green dragons. And for the green dragons couple, these are just tool beasts that collect food and treasure for them. Dead is dead. Outside, the great land of Africa, almost every city exudes vibrant life and energy. The kingdom of the ice lions is now a true behemoth, and the various systems that the ice lion laws have also been gradually improved. The kingdom is currently divided into a total of 24 different departments. The head of each department is now a big shot in the ice lion kingdom. For example, the frosty sheep chief of the Department of Agriculture. After the revival of Aura, agriculture became a very important industry. In addition to food, what was more important now were the divine medicines and spiritual plants that could elevate transcendent beings. And many mutated spirit plants are still weapons of strategic value. For example, ice burst mushroom, unstable ice fruit, glittering acorn. It played a big role in several previous wars. After obtaining Chen Mo's permission, the Frost Goat leader entered the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall with a group of his backbone. Start cultivating some third-order divine medicines and spiritual plants. After receiving the title of Shannon Lion, self-discipline, the level at which it breeds plants has been vastly improved. The proficiency of the Great Spiritual Rain technique had also reached the level of pure perfection. The catalytic level is now no less than that of Chen Mo at the same time. Chief Frost Sheep hopes that one day, every resident of the Ice Lion Kingdom can realize the freedom of sacred medicine. In addition, the Minister of Education, Mr. Bingley, and the Minister of Maritime Security, Mr. Hydra Giant Snake, Mutozone Lion, Day 35, Pyramid of Anubis. Right in the center of the pyramid, a skeletal giant lion with a body length of nearly 20 meters stared intently at a blazing silver-white soulfire in front of him. In the center of the soulfire was a flowing mass of black metal. Chen Mo was forging the underworld flame sword. As the soulfire forged the sword, it gradually took shape and its outline began to become clear. The silver-colored soulfire suddenly dissipated, revealing the shape of the sword. It was a medieval sword about 1 meter long, black in color, dark and introspective. Immediately afterward, the dense death energy surged in crazily, as if it had infused its soul. Some lines on the surface of the sword that emitted a ghostly light flickered and flowed. The forge was successful. Looking at the Stygian fire sword in front of him, hovering in mid-air and emitting an ethereal light, the soul fire in Chen Mo's eye sockets leaped, revealing emotions of joy. It was a Stygian fire sword with a quality of High Lord Realm, just a little bit short of the King Realm, and that little bit of distance is due to the forging material. If higher quality metal materials are used, the Chen Mo would be able to forge a king-grade underworld fire sword this time. I didn't think that I would be able to attempt to forge a king-level weapon so soon. The second self-discipline challenge for weaponized Great Lion should be completed ahead of schedule. Chen Mo's mind moved and tried to manipulate the underworld flame sword with his mind, driven by the powerful spiritual power. This underworld fire sword was just like the flying swords in the immortal novels that, swimming through the air in a fast shuttle, the sharp sword chi cut through the air with a whistling sound. This sword of underfire can have death energy attached to it. It can infuse death energy into the wound while piercing the enemy, thus preventing the opponent from healing himself for another short period of time. Nice. It would be nice if we swiped another, Sword Immortal Lion, Cultivation Immortal Lion, or something like that for a self-regulating challenge next. Chen Mo couldn't help but think in his heart. I didn't realize you were quite talented in forging weapons. Not bad. Seeing the perfectly forged Stygian fire sword, the Anubis statue on the side smiled and said, he was more and more satisfied with this chosen one. Not only was his talent outstanding, and surprisingly, like himself, he was quite talented in the field of forging. What's more, he learned from the Han. The power of faith provided by this mythical beast increased with each passing day. This means that in a subtle way, the animal has already taken itself as an idol. In reality, of course, Chen Mo didn't have the slightest intention of believing in Anubis. End of chapter 167. Chapter 166, Desperate Poisonous Lion. Chapter 166. After obtaining the self-discipline title of Totem Lion, Chen Mo was able to observe and manipulate the power of faith. And after the Totem Lion advanced, Chen Mo was even more comfortable with the manipulation of the power of faith. All he had to do was transmit a little bit of faith to Anubis. By creating the illusion of being a devout believer, Anubis could be led to believe that he had succeeded in his scheme. The amount of faith power Chen Mo possessed now was an extremely frightening number. The amount of faith transmitted to Anubis was less than 1,000th of the total, but still huge. Although the faith mythical beings weren't very strong, they couldn't help but be outnumbered. Now within the Ice Lion Kingdom, at least half of the living beings believed in the mythical beast. It's better to be taught by a master, Chen Mo complimented. This comment went over well with the Anubis statue, which waved its hand and the golden altar reappeared. This time, the golden altar held two pieces of metal as black as ink and carbon. The color looked a little dark, but if you looked closely, you could see wisps of golden light flashing across its surface from time to time. Stygian iron, a third rank, king level, treasure, and one of the best materials for forging the Stygian flame sword. After my animal became the chosen one, the statue of Anubis can be said to have spared no effort in the cultivation of the mythical animal. Next you can attempt to forge a king's great blade, the statue of Anubis said gently. This is all the forging materials in the secret pyramid realm. It's barely enough to forge 3 King's Grade Stygian fire swords. It doesn't matter if you fail twice. Thanks a lot. Chen Mo opened his mouth. Then he manipulated the power of faith and transmitted a little bit of it to Anubis. Show that your faith is solid. Just as Chen Mo was about to attempt to use the Styx Essence Iron to forge the King Great Styx fire sword, the voice of the Snow God Crow suddenly came from the bottom of his heart. The Snow God Crow was calling him. Chen Mo left the pyramid's secret realm and then descended onto the Snow God Crow through the thread of faith. Crow, what's wrong? Crow, Your Majesty, we found the location of the teleportation array. The Snow God Crow was excited. At the moment, it's in the middle of a cave surrounded by thick fog and, at the bottom was a pattern of a teleportation array. This teleportation array was much smaller compared to the teleportation array in the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall, but the spirit symbols on them were extremely similar. In a day and night of uninterrupted searching, the Snow God Crow and the Little Ice Spider finally managed to find the teleportation array to return to the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall. Well done, Chen Mo praised. Snow God Raven's ability is still very good. Crow, Your Majesty, we're ready to return. The spirit talisman here has been checked to be okay, right? Chen Mo was a bit worried about teleporting crookedly again later. The Canopy Ice Spider nodded. This time it went through it carefully to make sure everything was okay. The teleportation array lit up with a blue glow, and the Snow God Crow's figure reappeared in the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall. After the Snow God Crow returned to the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall, Chen Mo was in no hurry to head to the Snow Domain. He wanted to wait until the Martial Arts Sovereign Lion Self-Discipline Challenge was complete before opening the hunt. Time flies. In the blink of an eye another week has passed. Mudozone Lion, Day 45. When after practicing the mythical battle technique for 10 hours straight, the completion level of Mudo Sovereign Lion has finally reached 100%. It's finally done. You have completed the Self-Discipline Challenge, Wudao Lion, Blue. Do you equip it? A line of blue light characters appeared on the Self-Discipline panel, and after Chen Mo confirmed it with his mind, it didn't immediately feel the effects of the Wudao Lion. Instead, they looked to the self-regulating panel. He's been looking forward to the self-discipline challenge that he's about to brush up on for a long time. There's a good chance that the purple quality self-discipline challenge will be refreshed this time around. After the Martial Arts Sovereign Lion's self-discipline challenge disappeared, a purple light appeared on the self-discipline panel. Desperate Poisonous Lion, Purple, Self-Regulation Challenge. 1. Swallow 10 types of poison every day for 90 days. Title Effect. 1. Poison resistance is raised, immunizing you from all toxins below totem level. 2. The body is virulently poisoned. Every drop of blood, each hair will come with a deadly nerve poison. 3. Possessing the power to manipulate poisonous native spiritual energy, the power of toxic spells is increased by 100%. Sure enough, the refreshing of the self-regulation challenge has a lot to do with the environment I'm currently in. Seeing the refreshed self-discipline challenge, Chen Mo thought in his heart. But what surprised him was that, Desperate Poisonous Lion's self-regulation lasted for a period of 90 days. Same as the blue self-regulation challenge, and it doesn't get any longer. That's a good thing. It's decided that it's you. Without much hesitation, Chen Mo chose Desperate Poison Lion. It's a purple level self-discipline challenge. After all, the effect was definitely better than the blue quality, Hypnotic Lion. Moreover, the Desperate Poison Lion's self-discipline challenge wasn't too difficult for the current Chen Mo. The Misty Forest was home to many poisonous beings as well as divine medicines and spiritual plants that were highly poisonous. 10 king-level poisons are not too difficult to collect. With Chen Mo's current physique, these toxins were naturally no threat to him. Make it hard on him at best. What's more, the vast majority of the Misty Forest is filled with poisonous creatures. After the self-discipline challenge was completed, Chen Mo estimated that he would be able to walk sideways in the Misty Forest. Having recognized the new self-regulatory challenge, Chen Mo had only begun to feel the effects of the title, Martial Dao Sovereign Lion. There are a total of 2 effects of Mudozone Lion. One of the effects was to enhance Chen Mo's martial arts talent as well as his enlightenment. After the kit, Chen Mo could feel that the mythical beast battle technique that he had created still had a lot of places that could be upgraded and improved. In addition, because of the increase in enlightenment, Chen Mo felt that learning spells had also become much easier. The second effect is an all-around physical enhancement. Chen Mo glanced at the self-regulation panel, finding that attributes such as strength, agility, and constitution have all increased by nearly 100. Maximum combined combat power increased by more than 10,000. For the King's Realm, this might be a huge boost. But Chen Mo had already advanced to the Heavenly Tribulation Realm, and these enhancements were not particularly significant. It's always good to have a boost though. Now that he had almost reached the limit of his physical fitness, it was difficult to continue to improve through conventional means. It's time to travel to the snowy region. Feeling the surging power in his body, Chen Mo couldn't wait to go into a big battle. So, he went straight to the Ice Spider Mountain. The bronze door hadn't closed since the last time it was opened. With the Sky Curtain Ice Spider guarding the side, there was no need to worry about any danger. You've gotten stronger again. The Sky Curtain Ice Spider felt some emotion as it sensed the aura on Chen Mo's body. The growth rate of this mythical beast was really amazing. It improved with every meeting. It was simply perverted. Elder Ice Spider, have you repaired the positioning spirit talisman for the teleportation array? Chen Mo asked using telepathy. The Canopy Ice Spider nodded. The Snow God Crow has already tested it for you, and the positioning is accurate. Also, this is a map I made about the Misty Forest. It records the places that these heavenly Snow God Crows have experienced. Saying that, it handed Chen Mo a beast skin map, though rather sketchy, with only a few locations and inhabiting beings roughly labeled. But it's still very useful at this stage. Thank you, Senpai. Chen Mo thanked him, then passed through the bronze door and arrived at the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall. Inside the Ice Phoenix Divine Hall, Lion's sister Aisha, Xiongba, Ice Sparrow, and many other high-ranking members of the Ice Lion Kingdom were practicing here. The aura here is so rich that inhaling it into your body gives you a feeling of floating in the air. None of them want to waste a minute of their time. The Frost Goat leader then unleashed the Great Spiritual Rain technique on a piece of farmland that was all planted with third-rank divine medicines. Your Majesty, seeing the mythical beast, all the spirit beasts stopped what they were busy with, or bowed their heads respectfully or say hello to Chenmo. No need to be polite, Chen Mo said to the beasts through telepathy. Brother, are you traveling to the Rai world now? Seeing Chen Mo walking towards the teleportation array, Aisha ran to his side and asked softly. Chen Mo nodded. Can you take me with you? Aisha's eyes showed anticipation. It wished it could fight alongside Chen Mo. After advancing to the king's realm, Aisha felt that her strength had increased greatly. Although it is still far from Chen Mo, but it is still possible to complete the work such as exploring the road, or clearing the stray fish. Next time, Lioness. Chen Mo thought about it and still refused. The Misty Forest is still dangerous for Aisha and the others right now. Moreover, he was traveling to the snow region this time to hunt the heavenly calamity beings. It might not be possible to care for Lioness's safety at that time. Okay. Aisha nodded, her heart a little forlorn but not showing it. It seems that he is still not strong enough, but her own brother's speed of becoming stronger was too amazing. She couldn't catch up. Chen Mo didn't stay too long and came to the teleportation array, injecting spiritual energy to open the teleportation. Blue light shot up into the sky, and then the mythical beast's huge figure disappeared without a trace. Opening his eyes again, Chen Mo realized that he had arrived in some poisonous fog-shrouded valley. At his feet was another teleportation array. Crow, no deviation. Seeing the familiar valley, the snow god Crow breathed a sigh of relief. The first teleportation failure was fresh in its mind. Chen Mo took out the map given to him by the Canopy Ice Spider, pointing his paw at some place not too far from the valley. We'll go to the Emerald Territory first. Crow, you lead the way. This place called Emerald Territory is located on the south side of the Misty Forest. It is the habitat of the heavenly calamity level being, the Emerald King Snake. The Emerald King Snake was the first target in Chen Mo's hunting plan. According to the leader of the Poison Fong dinosaurs, this was a poison system spirit that had just advanced to the heavenly calamity realm. It was also the weakest heavenly tribulation realm existence in the Misty Forest. Chen Mo was ready to break through one by one. From weak to strong, the celestial calamity realm beings in the Misty Forest were wiped out in one fell swoop. Of course, if this Emerald Serpent was willing to submit after being defeated by himself, Chen Mo was naturally willing to accommodate. He still knew too little about the Misty Forest and the area beyond it. Need to take in some of the native familiars here, led by the snow god Crow. About 3 hours later, Chen Mo then arrived at his destination, the Emerald Territory. This area can be considered a home base for snakes. Sightings of giant snakes of all colors are everywhere. Almost every tree has one or even several snakes over 10 meters long coiled and snailed around it. However, this kind of snake on the blue planet belongs to the level of python in the Misty Forest is a small karami. Giant snakes of 50 meters or even longer are not uncommon. Chen Mo collected his aura and quickly traveled between the giant trees. Finally, he stopped at the top of an ancient tree. Thousands of meters away, there is an ancient banyan tree with a height of more than 500 meters. This ancient banyan tree is the tallest giant tree in the neighborhood, and its top is the very nest of the Emerald King Snake. Because of the overgrown foliage and obstructed vision here, Chen Mo's maximum visible distance was reduced to 1,000 meters. If they were too close, they could easily be discovered by the Emerald King Snake again. It's not good to startle a snake. Chen Mo's gaze passed through the heavy foliage and mist and looked towards the nest at the top of the ancient banyan tree. Soon, Chen Mo captured the Emerald King Snake's figure. It's a giant python over 100 meters in length, with a sinuous body that coils between the trunks of the trees that, the light green scales emitted an emerald glow under the sunlight. In addition, this emerald king snake actually had a pair of wing membranes covered in green veins in the center of its torso. Gather and curl up at the moment. Apparently, this emerald king snake possessed the ability to fly. At the moment, this emerald king snake was lazily basking in the sun with its eyes closed. Seems like a real nap. And what Chen Mo felt surprised about was he was unable to perceive the transcendent rank of this emerald king snake. Has it mastered the law of concealing its perch? Chen Mo was a bit curious. As a matter of fact, with his current strength of the middle stage of the heavenly tribulation, it should be possible to instantly sense the emerald king snake's aura. After about 2 minutes of observation, Chen Mo got the attribute panel of this emerald king snake. Emerald king snake, female, level, higher natural disaster, body mass, 1, 63W, agility, 1, 86W, power, 2, 15W, spirit of God, 1, 93W, abilities, acid mist, poison bomb, poison scale, poison storm, combined battle strength, 202W 249W, grass. The moment he saw the Emerald King Snake's attribute panel, Chen Mo couldn't help but inwardly curse the toothed dinosaur leader who had died peacefully. The intelligence was wrong. This Emerald King Snake was clearly a powerful existence of the higher heavenly tribulation. I don't know if the leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs is really not aware of that, or was the leader of the venomous fanged dinosaurs trying to deliberately mislead him. If he foolishly chooses to go straight to war, I'm afraid he's going to get a heavy. In that case, a different target is needed. Chen Mo's heart was in retreat. An existence at the high level of the heavenly calamity realm was something that the current him would have a hard time defeating. Even if one turned on the law of the heavens, one's highest combined battle power would only be 1/8 million. This Emerald King Serpent, among the higher heavenly calamity realm beings, I'm afraid that it was also the most powerful of the bunch. Get out of there before this Emerald King Snake notices him. However, just as Chen Mo was about to leave, this Emerald King Snake suddenly opened its eyes. Its pupils are elongated ovals, while a ring of golden irises surrounds them, adds a bit of majesty and mystery to those eyes. The Emerald King Snake's gaze did not look at Chen Mo, but rather at the western sky. End of chapter 168. Chapter 167. Add me to the list. Chapter 167. Add me. In the sky, not far away, with the howling winds of a massive monster was rapidly approaching the Emerald King Snake's lair. The creature was goat-bodied, snake-tailed, and had 3 huge heads that resembled dragon heads. It was covered in dark, turquoise scales. Attached to the center of the torso was a pair of strong, massive fleshy wings. The image of this monster is very similar to the chimera in Western mythology. Unlike the previous Emerald King Snake, Chen Mo quickly captured the aura that the chimera exuded. This chimera was likewise a heavenly tribulation realm high-stage existence, but compared to the Emerald King Snake it seems much weaker. Chen Mo, who was secretly observing, quickly obtained information from the chimera. Poisonous chimera, male, level, higher natural disaster, physical, 1, 12W, agility, 1, 32W, power, 1, 51W, spirit of God, 1, 10W, abilities, poisonous bite, acid rain, fierce poison field, poison storm, poison tail, combined battle strength, 103W 113W. As expected, the combined battle power of this highly poisonous chimera was completely incapable of matching that of the Emerald King Snake. Just half of the Emerald King Snake. Chen Mo instantly balanced his heart. He was taken aback when he saw the Emerald King Snake attribute panel earlier. At that time, Chen Mo's thought was, are all the living beings in this misty forest so strong? Now that he saw that the combined battle power of the dramatic poison chimera of the same higher heavenly calamity realm was even a little lower than his own, Chen Mo was relieved. Apparently, this Emerald King Snake belongs to a special individual, possessing a mythic bloodline or having a mutated body, possessing a battle power stronger than beings of the same rank. After seeing this highly poisonous chimera, Chen Mo instantly gave up on the idea of leaving. Be prepared to observe a wave before you say anything. Powerful transcendent beings often have a strong sense of territory. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Now this highly venomous chimera has burst into the territory of the Emerald Serpent. There's a good chance a big battle will break out between the two. Maybe he can pick up the slack then. While the battle may have taken on a crushing stance, but it's nice to be able to observe the Emerald King Snake fight footage. It would be easier to deal with the Emerald King Snake when the time came. However, the great battle scene that Chen Mo was expecting did not happen. Chimera landed on a giant tree next to the Emerald King Snake. The 3 huge heads drooped slightly, as if they were greeting the Emerald King Snake. The Emerald King Snake did not launch an attack either. but instead exuded a friendly expression. Immediately afterward, the two behemoths gazed at each other with their eyes and began a silent face-to-face communication. Apparently, they are communicating telepathically. What's the situation? Is it hard to believe that these two heavenly tribulation beasts are still friends? Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart. Seeing that he could not be a fisherman, he was ready to leave. And right at that moment, the figures of two more giant beasts appeared one after another in the distant sky. One of them is similar in appearance to a storm salamander from Pokemon, but is much larger. The wingspan was close to 100 meters, while the skin was a deep purple color. The other was a giant raptor that resembled an eagle with magnificent purple feathers. Through observation, Chen Mo quickly obtained information about these two giant beasts. Poison-winged salamander, hemlock, Jin, bird. Their transcendent levels were all at the high level of the heavenly calamity realm, and their combined battle power was all around 1 million. These same two behemoths rested on the slightly lower giant log next to the Emerald King snake. It also looks like it's joining the group chat. Immediately afterward, as in a rush, a dozen more heavenly calamity realm beings appeared one after another in the distant sky. Most of them were poisonous beings, and there were also two ice beings. However, these heavenly tribulation realm spirit beasts that arrived next were all heavenly tribulation middle stage or heavenly tribulation low stage existences. Soon, more than 2/3 of the heavenly calamity realm beings in the misty forest had gathered here. They were all originally targets in Chen Mo's hunting program. Is this a gathering between heavenly calamity class beings? Or are they plotting something? Chen Mo didn't expect to run into this kind of thing on his first hunt. After thinking about it, he was ready to wait and see for a little while longer. It would be nice to eavesdrop on what these natural disaster beings were discussing, if possible. After all, no one can resist the temptation of eating melon. These beings have constructed a spiritual network through their spiritual energy. This enables telepathy and mutual communication. Chen Mo was naturally able to join them, and thanks to Totem Lion Plus, after the power of faith is transformed into spiritual power, spirituality had become Chen Mo's highest attribute. It was even a cut above the spiritual power of that Emerald King snake. As long as you're careful, you shouldn't roll over. But before we move on, Chen Mo still used crisis precognition to predict the level of danger of a wave of sneaking into the group chat. As a result, crisis sense knowledge was not triggered. Safe. Thus, Chen Mo used his mind to quietly link the spiritual net constructed by these natural disaster spirits. Observing in the dark. JPG. Ho! Boing boing. Brothers, I'm so miserable. Wow. Just 3 days ago, that damned female green dragon suddenly appeared in my territory and without saying a word, rolled away all the highly poisonous gems I'd worked so hard to accumulate for half a year. At the moment, the group chat is being spoken by a poisonous winged salamander. It had a look of hatred and bitterness, and its tone was quite angry. But to think that this very wild-looking behemoth was a boing monster. Don't you know the habits of those two green dragons? We find the good stuff and we just use it up. One of the heads of the highly poisonous chimera spoke up. Boing boing, I hid all these highly poisonous gems underground. I didn't think this could be discovered. Don't oink. Can you be as miserable as me? The head in the center of the poisonous chimera began to speak. Roar. Not long ago that male green dragon came patrolling my territory. I can't believe I ate all of one of my tyrannical bear familiars. I'm just a tyrant. Buzz dash, none of you are as miserable as I am. The green dragons forced me to brew them a poisonous wine 20 hours a day. At this time, a giant butterfly with a wingspan of over 20 meters opened its mouth. Its wings take on a colorful black that appears ink-like in the sunlight. That green dragon couple even sent a two-headed lizard to watch over me. And I managed to sneak out so easily this time. It's like bullying a butterfly. One by one, other beings shared their experiences of oppression and cursed the corrupt green dragon. Chen Mo, who was secretly observing, never thought he seemed to have come to the scene of the Trolls Conference. All of these beasts of natural disasters were pouring out their grievances and spitting madly. They are all oppressed by the masters of the misty forest. The green dragon couple. Chen Mo also had a general impression of the green dragon couple. I'm afraid it's capitalist plus tyrant, all rolled into one. Gentlemen, this is why I called you to gather here. After all the heavenly tribulation demonic beasts had finished spitting, the Emerald King snake slowly opened its mouth. Its voice was somewhat similar to an imperial voice, with a bit of lethargy. This couple of green dragons were too brutal, and under their rule, we can't further our strength, and our lives are even in danger. But again, the misty forest is our best habitat. The Emerald King serpent paused when he said. Then his eyes became steeply sharp. So there is only one path before us. That would be to get rid of the green dragon couple. Sister Emerald, since we've come to your territory, naturally, it was also with the idea of killing the green dragons. The seven-colored butterfly said in a delicate tone. But, I'm afraid we can't play much of a role with our low strength. Yeah, the corrupt green dragon couple is too strong. And they also believe in the mother goddess of poison. I'm afraid there are still quite a few undercards. If we resist, our chances of winning are slim. Other heavenly calamity realm beings also spoke up. They can't wait for the green dragons to die, though, but let them challenge or even overthrow the rule of the green dragon couple. They still don't have the courage. Naturally, the green dragons don't need you to deal with them. The Emerald King Snake said in a flat tone. Those two green dragons are no better than that. Any one of them singly is not a match for me. Even if they were united, they would only be 50-50 with me. If I hadn't been afraid of the backers behind them, I would have found a chance to kill them one by one. Chen Mo, who was secretly eavesdropping, sniffed, and didn't know if it was bragging or if that was indeed the case. But now that old man's great day is at hand, and he's got no time to look after himself. But there are quite a few beings who covet the core of the dramatic poison territory's earth vein. This is the best time for us to strike. If we can kill the corrupt green dragon couple, after digesting the treasures they've accumulated, my strength can reach the limit of the heavenly tribulation realm. There's even a chance that you can compete for the core of the venomous territory's earth vein and advance to the legendary realm. When the time comes, I will naturally not treat you poorly. Sister Emerald is mighty, worthy of his emerald majesty. After the Emerald King Snake finished speaking, the other heavenly calamity realm beings began a rainbow fart of bragging. A look of enjoyment also spread across the Emerald King Serpent's face. Clearly the compliments were very flattering to it. It loved it. Only after enjoying a wave of bragging from the other heavenly calamity beings did the Emerald King Serpent slowly speak again. Okay, without further ado, next I'll talk about the division of labor for each beast. I'll take care of the male green dragon, Chimera, Hemlock. You guys are in charge of distracting and then stalling the female green dragon. After I defeat that male green dragon, I'll come over and help you guys deal with the female green dragon together. The other beasts, take care of the dependents of the corrupt green dragon. The Emerald King Snake quickly made arrangements. Simple, but clear. Obviously, it has been planned for a long time. Your Emerald Majesty, we plus Hemlock are no match for that female green dragon. As soon as the Emerald King Snake spoke, the head in the center of the venomous chimera spoke. It knew how many kilograms it had, and that it was at a medium level amongst the higher-ranked natural disasters. Trying to hold the female green dragon at bay was nearly impossible. It's hard to even delay. It probably wouldn't have lasted 3 minutes if it was officially on. Stupid. It's not enough for you to say that you found some treasure and want to invite the female green dragon to visit. Just draw away and stall for a while. The Emerald King Snake was a bit angry. These beasts were just too stupid. It's kind of hard to carry yourself, so it's still possible. No less. Your Emerald Majesty. The dramatic chimera exudes a look of dawning comprehension, and then a wave of rainbow farts. This made Chen Mo, who was eavesdropping from the side, somewhat doubt whether this highly poisonous chimera was really stupid or deliberately pretending to be stupid. If you've all heard me clearly, you can move now. The Emerald King Snake spoke. It is better to act sooner rather than later. It couldn't guarantee if any of these natural disaster beings were loyal to the green dragon couple. But before that, there's a lion cub hiding in the shadows that needs to be cleared. Just as Chen Mo was about to exit the group chat, the Emerald King Snake suddenly said. The Emerald King Snake's gaze then suddenly looked towards the giant wood he was in. Discovered? Chen Mo was quite shocked inside. This Emerald King Snake's perception was much stronger than he had imagined. Being able to pinpoint your location suggests that it did not discover its presence only through telepathy. Rather, they see themselves through perception. This Emerald King Snake should have already discovered himself the first time. It had just been as if he hadn't seen it, supposedly trying to figure out what he was eavesdropping on. Upon hearing the Emerald King Snake's reminder, the highly venomous chimera, Hemlock, the poison-winged salamander and other beasts gazed towards Chen Mo. After spotting the eavesdroppers, they rushed at the first opportunity. Mythical beast, run! The voice of the sky curtain ice spider sounded in Chen Mo's mind. In its mind, this mythical beast was now golden, the greatest hope of resurrecting the ice phoenix. There can be no accidents. However, the moment they saw Chen Mo take the initiative to fly towards the dozen or so heavenly tribulation realm beings, the hanging heart of the sky curtain ice spider completely died. What's the situation? Hasn't this mythical beast been very solid before? How did you become a reckless man after advancing to the heavenly tribulation? The distance between the Emerald Territory and the teleportation array was vast, and with him exploding at full speed, it also takes nearly 2 hours. And just from the attribute panel, the Emerald King Snake was quite a bit faster than him. Coupled with the fact that this was the opponent's home turf, Chen Mo felt that he had almost no possibility of escaping. So it can only be a battle. Combined combat power can only be used as a reference, and one has a lot of undercurrents that, It wasn't like there wasn't a fight. And having conducted crisis awareness in advance myself, this ability from the animal's bloodline heritage should not fail. Which meant that this Emerald King snake wasn't actually very hostile towards himself. If you can't do it, Chen Mo still has the handsome lion plan as plan B. The toxic chimera hovered in midair at a distance of 100 meters from Chen Mo. Instead of launching an immediate attack, the questioning began. Howl, who are you? The question was asked by the head on the left side of the poisonous chimera. A female voice with a raspy voice. I'm from Snowstorm Mountain. And not long ago I was looted of all my wealth by those two damned green dragons. Anger flowed from Chen Mo's eyes. The Snowstorm Valley he spoke of was precisely one of the few icy places in the misty forest, inhabiting this number of ice spirit beasts. I came here to seek revenge on it. Were you just eavesdropping on our plans? The head in the center of the poisonous chimera narrowed its eyes and a dangerous light flowed from the turquoise pupils. It seemed that as long as Chen Mo nodded, it would immediately attack. End of chapter.